Family, I accidentally crossed over to Douluo Continent and became a slime, complete with a system and the great sage. I just kept eating, even swallowing the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After sleeping for 100 years, I transformed into the appearance of the cute king and even gained a twin martial soul. After signing in for DT in Guyana, I was about to take off, but just as I wanted to sneak away, I was targeted by two big shots. This is a disaster. Family, who understands? The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself sandwiched between two extraordinary figures, one in the sky, one underground, and their gazes made me feel like I was about to be crushed to dust in the next second. Let me tell you, my whole body shrank in fear, and I had only one thought in my mind. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. This story is long, starting from the day I accidentally crossed over. I was just an ordinary orphan student, browsing novel comments in the dormitory when I saw a magical post saying that by entering your favorite character and the world you want to cross into, you would get a surprise. I was curious, so, without thinking, I typed Rimuru in Douluo Continent. The next second, everything went dark, and when I woke up, I was blind. No, I mean really blind. It was pitch black in front of me, and I felt my body was soft and sticky, like a large jelly. While I was confused, I heard a mechanical sound. Detected world is Douluo Continent. Stardow Forest, sign-in system activated. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. The Great Sage has been activated. Wow, I couldn't believe it. I really crossed over, and I got a system and a cheat. Isn't this just the standard configuration for the cute king Rimuru? My start is a royal flush. But the problem is I don't even have hands or feet or eyes. I've turned into a blob of slime. How do I play this? Just as I was complaining in my mind, another nice voice popped up. Answer, slimes do not have the concepts of hands, feet, or eyes. I got excited. You are the Great Sage? Answer, I am the Great Sage. My goodness. Then tell me, what's my situation right now? And what is this sign-in system? The Great Sage directly replied, unable to answer. Fine, playing the cool card. But it soon added, soul power has been opened, please observe your situation. As soon as it finished speaking, I felt a warm current flowing through my whole body, and it felt incredibly good. I thought, since I'm here, I might as well relax, just call myself Rimuru from now on. I, the slime of glory, officially debut today. Great Sage, report my skills. I shouted impatiently. Wow, a series of skills flooded my mind. Predator, stomach, mimicry, analysis, physical attack, immunity, self-regeneration. I basically inherited all the godly skills of the cute king in the initial stage. Time to take off. The only annoying thing was that I was still blind. I asked the Great Sage what to do, and it said I needed to improve my soul power to unlock soul perception and speaking functions. Improve soul power? Isn't that just eating? I got it. Even though I couldn't see, I could feel where the soul power fluctuations were. I immediately shaped myself into a dog head emoji and entered eating mode. At first, I slid around slowly, but later I discovered that bouncing started faster. Whoosh. I began jumping all over the underground cave, spinning in midair, 720 degrees was basic operation. Anything I sensed with soul power, regardless of whether it was precious materials or soul beasts, I just swallowed it with one predator. I accepted anything that came my way. Whether it was 100-year or 1,000-year soul beasts, I lost count of how many I swallowed, and I even snacked on several tenthasanier soul beasts. After eating for half a year, I had nearly emptied the entire underground cave, and my soul power had risen to the level equivalent to a 77,000-year soul beast. But the Great Sage said it wasn't enough. I still couldn't see or speak. I could only continue my foodie life. Until one day, I bounced to the end of a cave and discovered an underground stream and a spring exuding a rich soul power. Without hesitation, I transformed into a long stick and poof, dove right in. Following the spring downward, I quickly sensed a massive, glowing object, shaped like a silkworm pupa. Let me tell you, the smell of that soul power was more delicious than everything I had eaten before combined. I couldn't hold back and immediately activated Predator. With one bite, my entire slime body trembled with pleasure. That feeling, how to describe it, was so big, so soft, so tasty. While I was enjoying it, I asked the Great Sage, what am I eating? This is too intoxicating. Analyzing. Analysis complete. This is the million-year soul beast heavenly dream ice silkworm. Due to the opponent's soul power level being too high, digestion is impossible. I was dumbfounded. The heavenly dream ice silkworm? I just ate something that was off the charts. This is a big deal. Before I could react, the Great Sage reminded me. Life level is rising, please prepare yourself. In the next second, a tingling sensation swept through my body, and I felt like I was about to ascend. This heavenly wealth finally came to me. I rolled my eyes and directly fell asleep. While I was asleep, the prompt sound in my head didn't stop. Acquired skill. Language system, acquired skill. Soul power perception. Soul power increased to million years. Detected heavenly dream eye silkworm. Can sign in. Sign in complete. Congratulations, host. Successfully transformed into a human. A continuous stream of over 100 notifications, and I didn't hear a single one. When I woke up again, I felt refreshed. I instinctively asked, Great Sage, how long did I sleep? Answer, 100 years, 7 months, 3 days, and 6 hours. What the heck? 100 years. I was so shocked that I jumped up, bouncing like a rubber ball. I quickly checked my abilities. Wow. There were hundreds of them, too many to flip through. I couldn't be bothered to look closely, so I just focused on the highlights. Hey, I can talk now. I cleared my throat. Testing sound abum. My voice is quite neutral, similar to the original Cute King. Then, I activated my transformation ability. With a flash of light, I turned into a smooth-skinned person. I hurried to the water's edge to take a look, and wow, isn't this just the real Cute King? Silver blue hair, a face so tender it could squeeze out water, both handsome and cute. But I looked down, and yep, just like in the original work, genderless, what a letdown family. After admiring myself for 3 minutes, I realized I was still naked, so I quickly transformed back into slime. Next, I tried out my new soul power perception. Wow, this was like opening up a god's perspective, 360-degree view, with no blind spots. The entire map was in my head. I immediately discovered 2 even more terrifying sources of soul power that I had sensed before, deep in this cave. Who could be more powerful than the heavenly dream ice silkworm in the Stardow Forest? It must be Dtion and Guyuna. The system prompted me that I could sign in for the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which means I could also sign in for Dtion and Guyuna. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. But before signing in, I took a look at my human form. I was shocked I actually had soul rings, and I had twin martial souls. The first martial soul was Slime, 5-ring Soul King, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. The second martial soul was the Great Sage, sporting 2 tenth sandier soul rings. The Great Sage told me that my current strength was approximately equivalent to a 6th to nin level Soul Emperor. Alright, although I was still a bit weak, with a million years of soul power as a base, my blue bar was growing rapidly. Moreover, the heavenly dream eye silkworm was still alive and sleeping in my belly, so my guilt was significantly reduced. Let's go. Time to sign in. I cautiously bounced deeper into the cave, and sure enough, a sleeping black giant dragon was coiled there, exuding an explosive aura. Detected Black Dragon King Dtion. You can check in. Hehehe. I chuckled wickedly while extending a small tentacle to touch him. The Great Sage said that the check-in required 10 seconds of contact, and I was anxious, fearing he would swap me into mud with a single slap. Check-in completed. Soul power level increased by 10 levels. Obtained soul skill Dragon God Claw. Yes. I instantly transformed into a 69th level Soul Emperor, and my soul rings changed to 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Next is you, I rubbed my non-existent hands and dove into the bottomless pit beneath Dtion. I knew that Guyuna was down there. When I reached the lowest level, wow, a silver giant dragon larger than Dtion's main body lay quietly, breathtakingly beautiful. I suppressed the urge to swallow her and quickly created dozens of tentacles to wrap around her, starting the countdown. Check-in Silver Dragon King, Guyuna successful. Soul power level increased by 20 levels. Obtained soul skills Martial Soul, True Body, Dragon God Bloodline. Obtained soul skill Elemental Control. Woohoo! Taking off. I shot straight to 89th level Soul Zone, and I got 2 more soul rings. I quickly transformed back into human form and looked down to see 2 blood-red 100,000-year soul rings swirling beneath me. I was stunned. 200,000-year soul rings. Am I invincible now? The Great Sage suddenly poured cold water on me. Answer. Your current strength is approximately equivalent to a 91st level title. Duh, you are still far from invincible. Alright, you talk too much. I was satisfied after checking in and was about to make my escape when suddenly, a chilling gaze from behind sent a shiver down my spine. I stiffly turned around and saw that breathtaking Silver Dragon King slowly opening her disdainful eyes, staring intently at me. Then, everything went dark above my head, and a more terrifying pressure descended upon me. I trembled and looked up to see a pair of golden dragon eyes, and a towering figure right was the recently awakened Black Dragon King Dtion. Thus, the scene at the beginning occurred. I was caught in the middle, trembling in fear. Ah, Great Sage, save me. Is there any escape plan? The response came. Calculations indicate no rescue, no escape. Damn, isn't this just waiting for death? My mind was racing with complaints. Who knows why they awakened? Was it because I touched too comfortably? At that moment, Dtion transformed into human form. his voice booming like surround sound. Little one, you have a chance to explain? My mind raced, and I stammered. I just happened to pass by for a visit. Do you believe me? Without a word, Tian began to conjure an energy ball. I was just saying, I exclaimed, fear gripping my soul as my evasive tactics activated. I heard there were powerful beings here and wanted to try my luck. My ability can absorb your strength and also return it to you. But our slime clan is almost exterminated by humans, and I am the last one. That's why I want to grow stronger to protect all soul beasts. The more I spoke, the more excited I became, standing up and raising my arms in fervor. I cannot passively endure. I must take the initiative. If I wait until soul beasts are on the brink of extinction to act, it will be truly hopeless. I gambled that both of them loathe humans and would surely buy my story. Indeed, Guyana spoke up, her voice as clear as a wind chime. Tian, he makes a valid point. Humans are indeed hunting soul beasts recklessly, and he really is the last of his kind. Tian retracted his hand. His gaze towards me softened. Little one, what are your plans? How will you protect the other soul beasts? The opportunity had arrived. I cleared my throat and proposed my astounding plan. Isn't it simple? Establish a soul beast empire. Both Guyana and Tian were taken aback. I smiled slightly. Continuing to elaborate, my ability can help 10,000-year soul beasts take form, breaking through their bottlenecks with a success rate of 100%. I can also enhance their soul power, rapidly elevating them to title Douluo. At that time, we will be strong and formidable. What do we have to fear from humans? We all evolved from soul beasts, so there won't be internal strife. As for those 10-, 100-, and 1,000-year soul beasts lacking intelligence, I can only express my apologies. After all, allowing them into the soul beast empire poses a threat. I tell you, as soon as I finish my proposition, the two powerful beings, Guyana and Tian, were utterly captivated, their eyes wide with excitement as if they had discovered a new continent. Guyana immediately asked, "Is what you said true? Are you confident?" "Absolutely," I vowed, patting my plump chest. "However, there is a risk. Newly transformed soul beasts are as fragile as paper. A casual title Douluo could sense them and eliminate them in an instant. Therefore, I need your assistance." Tian's sour expression remained unchanged, but Guyana was clearly intrigued. She inquired how she could help. I laid it out plainly. It's simple. I will venture out into the world. Someone must guard the home base, right? Beast God, you will stay as the instructor and security for our new recruits, protecting those newly transformed little ones. Otherwise, as soon as I leave, the place could be raided. As I spoke, I feigned a sigh. Of course, if you prefer to continue sleeping, then consider this conversation as if it never happened. Those words seemed to strike a nerve with Tian. He exploded with anger. Sleep? You swallowed Tian Mengbingcan, dragging me and our master from deep slumber, and you think you can just sleep again? I awkwardly scratched my head with my tentacles. This was indeed an unscrupulous act. I muttered softly, that was an accident, purely accidental. I genuinely thought that was a moving large ice cream. Enough of that. Let's return to the topic, I said, attempting to charm Tian with my big, watery eyes. So, Beast God, will you help or not? Tian snorted coldly, glancing at Guyana, and ultimately relented. But with conditions, I can help you. However, you must first stay and heal our master. You promised. Well, debts must be repaid. I immediately extended 2 tentacles, one resting on Guyana's dragon head and the other on her tail, silently invoking, "Great Sage, scan her and see how to heal her the fastest." With a chime, the Great Sage provided 2 options. Option 1 involved spending 10,000 years slowly delivering soul power, pure physical healing. Option 2 was straightforward and brutal, directly infusing 100,000 years of soul power to restore her instantly, but the side effect would catalyze her transformation into a human. Upon hearing this, there was no need for deliberation. 10,000 years? That was an eternity. I quickly asked, is this 100,000 years of soul power a permanent consumption? Self-recoverable. Perfect. My heart soared with joy, and I immediately relayed option 2 to them. Upon hearing that transformation was involved, Tian's face turned green. and he opened his mouth to refuse. Yet, Gu Yuna was even more decisive, sending a thought. Let us use this method. Since we are awake, there is no need to sleep any longer. But master, it's too dangerous. But you're still here, right? Who understands the power of a queen's words? Gu Yuna stood up, her grace, her figure, her shimmering dragon scales, simply breathtaking. She looked at me, her eyes filled with mirth. Boy, what is your name? I am Rimuru. Good, Rimuru, you may begin. If you truly can accomplish this from today on, you shall be my friend. Gu Yuna. No problem. I was instantly invigorated, unleashing countless tentacles to envelop her dragon form tightly, like a mummy. In my heart, I shouted, Great sage, it's all up to you. In the next moment, I felt like a drained power bank. An overwhelming surge of soul power poured out. Gu Yuna's dragon form trembled within my grasp, and eventually, all my tentacles snapped, leaving me a puddle of liquid. When I looked back, Gu Yuna had transformed into a massive silver dragon egg. Tion stood guard over the egg, not sparing me a glance. I hastily reverted to my ball form and cautiously asked, Can I leave now? Humph. You can leave anytime. With those words, I dashed upwards. My flying speed was truly pitiful, slower than crawling with my tentacles. After much effort, I finally climbed out of that deep pit, drifting along the underground river until I caught a glimpse of light. With a mighty leap, I burst through the water's surface and rolled onto a patch of grass. I was finally free, but joy turned to despair as I felt myself collide with something soft and slippery. I looked up, and to my astonishment, there were a pair of long, glistening white legs. Following the legs upward, oh, the scenery was indescribable. Further up, a breathtaking face filled with a deadly glare was staring at me. I quickly shuffled back, saying, This is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? She remained silent, and suddenly her body erupted with soul rings, black ones. 6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. What the hell? I rolled and scrambled to evade, only to find 2 more figures emerge, completely blocking my escape. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications rang in my head, indicating I had detected Bai Dong, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei, and could sign in. In an instant, I understood. The woman before me was none other than the future Pope of the Spear Hall. This lady was ruthless, launching her ultimate move right away. Yu Guan and Gue Mei were no slouches either, executing a soul fusion skill, 2 instruments stasis domain, immobilizing me completely. Unable to move, Bai Dong was even more ferocious, manifesting her martial spirit, the Spider Queen's avatar, unleashing a relentless combo right at my face. As I faced impending doom, I desperately shouted in my mind, Great sage, save me. Analysis successful. Please expel Tian Mengbing, canned from your body. Right? I still had a million-year soul beast inside me. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and, with a poof, expelled Tian Mengbing can. As Tian Meng's million-year soul power erupted, it instantly shattered the stasis field. I regained my freedom. Bai Dong and her companions were left dumbfounded. Who would have thought a soul beast could hide another within? Tian Mengbing was equally bewildered, but driven by a strong will to survive. Launching a mental shockwave at Bai Dong, Dong was abruptly interrupted during her skill execution and plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, I employed a predator to swallow the unconscious Xiao Wu's mother nearby, safeguarding her. Then, the moment arrived. I transformed into human form. A flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing an ethereal beauty with azure hair and eyes, clad in a flowing white lace gown, standing before the crowd. A profound silence enveloped the area. Dong gazed at me with a hint of astonishment, while Yu Guan and Gue Mei were rendered utterly speechless. I glanced down at myself, astonished to find a gown. Internally, I lamented, Great sage, what is this madness? Why a gown? The response, This is the attire that best complements your essence. I scoffed at such a notion. Hastily, I altered the gown into shorts and a t-shirt, finally feeling at ease. At that moment, Xiao Wu's mother successfully registered, and my soul power surged to the 91st level. Golden, purple, black, and crimson soul rings erupted into existence, while the spectral form of my slime, martial spirit, loomed behind me, bristling with ferocity. Dong, was utterly astounded that my transformation was akin to that of a titled Douluo. I flashed her a charming smile and instantly appeared before her. Now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. My right hand morphed into a dragon claw, unleashing my sixth soul skill. Dragon God Claw. A resounding explosion echoed through the forest, leaving it barren. We exchanged blows. She was sent flying, spewing blood, while I staggered back several steps. Yu Guan and Gui Mei rushed to my aid, surrounding me with a flurry of strikes. Dong pierced my abdomen, but in the next instant, my first soul skill, infinite healing, activated, mending my wounds and even repairing my clothing. This left the three of them utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a chime resonated in my mind, and I registered all three of them. Yu Guan and Gui Mei bestowed their soul power upon me, but can you guess what Dong granted? An increase in height by 3 centimeters and smoother, more radiant skin. I was utterly perplexed. What use does a man like me have for this? My soul power climbed to the 92nd level, and feeling a surge of confidence, I called out to the pool, Tianmeng Bingcan, come forth to assist. Together, we shall vanquish them. However, the pool remained eerily silent, save for a series of bubbles rising to the surface. Yuan quietly conversed with Dong, suggesting, my lord, this girl is no ordinary foe. Perhaps we should withdraw for now. My keen ears caught their words, and I erupted in anger. Hey, over there, you effeminate one. Who are you calling a girl? I'm a man. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed to Dong, my lord, let's take him down. Fortunately, Dong, maintaining her composure, restrained the fervent Yu Guan, preparing to retreat. As they departed, Yu Guan cast a lingering glance back at me, winking flirtatiously. Just wait. One day, Yu Guan shall claim you as mine. I shudder at the thought, watching them leave, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. I approached the edge of the pool and unleashed a verbal barrage at the still, feigning Tianmeng Bingcan. You coward. If you had provided any assistance earlier, those three would be here with us. Tianmeng finally emerged, head peeking out, whining about how I had swallowed it, causing it to slumber for a century, while also expressing fear of the formidable Tian. Amidst our quarrel, this creature suddenly expressed interest in my soul beast empire plan and insisted on being my subordinate. I cast a sideways glance at it. You, a million-year-old soul beast that cannot even contend with a soul Douluo? It promptly wilted under my gaze. Enough idle chatter. I resolved to venture into the core of the Stardo Great Forest and claim my territory. Though Tianmeng possessed negligible combat prowess, it served as a living map, swaying ahead to guide me. However, this creature attracted numerous soul beasts along our journey, leading to me having to dispatch them all. Yet this was fortuitous, as it allowed me to gather materials for my new attire and ascertain my current strength. I must say, my skill configuration now resembles a mobile glitch. My first martial spirit, Slime, is versatile in offense, defense, and healing, while my ninth soul skill, Undying Body, is a game changer. As long as I have blue energy, I cannot perish. My second martial spirit, Great Sage, granted me immunity to elemental damage and pain, two divine passive abilities. With such a configuration, I felt invincible in the Douluo Continent. Yet, as fate would have it, I was swiftly confronted with a harsh reality. My companion, the million-year-old Tianmeng, suddenly leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, Big brother, this is bad. We've gone the wrong way. This is the outskirts. I wore the expression of a subway commuter engrossed in their phone. Who could understand? This creature, touted as a living map of the Stardo, turned out to be a lost one. We spent the entire night meandering the outskirts before finally arriving at the core circle. However, before I could steady myself, my unreliable radar, Tianmeng, erupted again, Big brother. Something's approaching. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the ground trembled violently. A colossal, bull-headed creature emerged from a crystal-clear lake, while a gargantuan ape resembling a golden monkey thundered forth from the thicket. To my dismay, Tianqing Niumang and Titan Giant Ape, the two dominant forces of the forest, blocked my path. Even more troubling was the pink rabbit perched atop the giant ape's shoulder, its gaze fierce enough to suggest it intended to devour me. Before I could utter a word, the system chimed, detected Tian Qing Yomeng, Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu, available for registration. My heart raced. Xiao Wu? What's she doing here? As I pondered, the rabbit unleashed a shrill cry. Hand over my mother. The piercing tone sent jolts through my mind. The woman within me was none other than a 100,000-year-old soul beast in her transformed state. Her aura matched that of this rabbit perfectly. The case was resolved. I had saved her mother. Tian Meng, trembling beside me, attempted to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. We are good beasts. We saved her mother." However, as it exuded its aura, the scent of a million-year-old potent elixir wafted toward the bull-headed creature. Instantly, Tianqing Yomeng's eyes turned crimson, and without hesitation, it swung its massive tail like a mountain, aiming to strike. I was infuriated. Was I to be treated as an enemy? Fine. I unleashed my sixth soul skill, Dragon God Claw, and caught its tail, swinging it with all my might, sending it crashing through half the forest. The Titan ape, seeing its companion harmed, charged at me with a roar, fists pounding the ground. I would not relent. Invoking my seventh soul skill, Martial Spirit Manifestation, I transformed into a colossal slime clad in dragon scales, effortlessly absorbing its punch. My defensive prowess was absolute. With my Dragon God bloodline activated, Tianqing Yomeng was pinned to the ground, unable to move, subjected to bloodline suppression. Do you understand? Just as I was engaged in a fierce exchange with the Titan ape, the cowardly Tian Meng, terrified by Xiao Wu's rabbit, unleashed a wave of indiscriminate mental attacks. No, the cacophony was deafening, nearly sending me into oblivion. Seizing the moment of confusion, I reverted to my slime form and ensnared it, commanding silence. At last, tranquility returned. The misunderstanding was resolved as I released Xiao Wu's mother, Xiao Rou, from my belly. The sight of their reunion, a mother and daughter embracing, was heart-wrenching. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Rou revealed that it was the spirit hall that had caused her predicament, and I was the one who had saved her. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu was ready to devour me, but now she clung to my appendage, pleading, "Rimu Lu Gij, please save my mother." The speed of her change was swifter than a Sichuan opera face change. I registered her and acquired 300,000-year soul rings, then utilized my abilities to restore the Titan ape and its brother's injuries. Their gazes towards me shifted entirely. Saving her mother was a delicate matter. She was now relying on me for survival, her vitality steadily waning. If she left my body for even an hour, she would perish. After conferring with the great sage, I devised an audacious plan to create a soul spirit. In simpler terms, it involves having Xiao Wu's mother sacrifice herself. But I would intervene midway to transform the sacrifice into a symbiotic contract, binding her mother as Xiao Wu's exclusive ally. The risks are monumental. Failure would mean the loss of life. However, upon proposing this method, both mother and daughter exchanged glances and readily agreed. "We are willing to try." Well then, since they are so resolute, let us proceed. Our group set forth towards their lair, Xinghu, to prepare for this grand operation. Yet on the way, the ever-trembling Tianming Bangqian timidly approached me, saying, "Limu Lu, could you also help me transform? Although I am a million-year-old soul beast, I am somewhat timid." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. A million-year-old soul beast, and yet so timid, truly a rarity. I patted my chest and assured him, "If you are willing, I can help you right now. Honestly, with your physique, it would be a shame not to transform." Without delay, I led my new companions back. As we returned to Xinghu, my pupils widened in shock. Who among my companions could comprehend the sight before us? Kneeling by the lakeside were two colossal figures. My recently acquired subordinate, the Tianqing Yomeng, and the Titan Giant Ape, both resembling misbehaving school children who dared not raise their heads. Towering over them was a man clad in a black coat, sporting horns and an aura of chilling handsomeness. This presence stirred something within my very DNA. Tian, the beast god Tian. What brings him here? Shouldn't he be guarding the Silver Dragon King in his lair? Tian spoke, his deep voice nearly knocking me off my feet. "Limu Lu, I sense you were engaging with these two little ones, and I intended to clarify matters. But now it appears you have resolved your misunderstanding. He scrutinized me from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips. You little one, your power has increased. Hasn't it? At this rate, I am tempted to test my strength against you. Before I could respond, Xiao Wu leaped from the Titan giant ape, shielding me with her small hands, and boldly shouted at Tian, Beast God. I do not care about your relationship with them. If he dies, my mother is gone. If you dare touch him, I will fight you. Tian burst into laughter, clearly amused. You are indeed little Ro's daughter. Your temper is unmistakably similar. He continued, Fear not. While I may not be particularly fond of this little one, he is a friend of the master. I would not dare defy the master's orders. With that, he raised his hand, and I was left in awe at the spectacle that ensued. A giant silver egg, taller than a person, soared from the lake and landed gracefully on the ground. The moment the egg appeared, the surrounding soul power surged towards us as though a humidifier had been activated, making me feel as if my cultivation had increased by 10,000 years. Then, a crisp yet slightly childish voice emanated from the egg. This is a gift for all of you. Who are you? The Tianqing Niu Meng stuttered in fear. Just as Tian was about to respond, a force emerged from the silver egg, physically silencing him. I am Guyuna, a friend of Limu Lu. Ah, the main character has arrived. While I was still processing this revelation, Tian interjected, Limu Lu, what are you waiting for? If we are to establish a soul beast empire, why remain in that dark and dreary cave? We have decided to return to Xinghu. I shall gather other soul beasts over 10,000 years old and inquire if they wish to join our new venture. Upon hearing this, I realized they had come to pledge their allegiance to me, but Xiao Wu appeared puzzled. What is a soul beast empire? Just as I was about to explain, the ever-observant Tianmeng Binkan, embodying the spirit of a performer, leaped between us. Haha, leave this to me. Let me explain. Limu Lu, you go prepare, and don't forget to help me transform. Then, I witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in my memory. A caterpillar, taller than a person, danced wildly while explaining my grand vision of harmony between soul beasts and humans. The sight was nothing short of a mental assault. I could scarcely bear to look. Daming and Erming, having heard this, gasped in disbelief while Xiao Wu, though supportive, felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of her mother being the first test subject for this soul spirit plan. Tian's eyes lit up at the mention of an experiment. Is the soul spirit plan about to commence? His reaction was swift. I nodded, indeed. This is the first attempt. I cannot guarantee a 100 success rate, but I will do my utmost. Since you are both here, why not witness this historic moment together? How delightful. Truly delightful. Tian laughed heartily, as if he envisioned the hope of soul beasts ascending to divinity. Guyuna from within the egg chimed in. Then let us begin. I'm quite curious about this so-called soul spirit. I signaled to Xiao Wu with an okay gesture. Are you ready? It is time to commence. In the next moment, countless tendrils erupted, encircling her. Xiao Wu's gaze was resolute. Let us begin. Brace yourself. It might hurt a bit. The following day presented a stark contrast. While Xiao Wu and Guyuna quietly incubated within the eggshell, the fluctuations of soul power stabilizing. The Tianming Binkan, on the other hand, wailed throughout the night. I assure you, it was not my intention to torment him. Rather, his million-year-old soul power was in disarray, uncontrollable as if it were a chaotic stew. I sought the counsel of the great sage, who provided a straightforward solution. Extract. Continuously siphon the soul power until it solidifies. Could I handle such labor? I promptly outsourced this task to Tianqing Niu Meng, Daming, given his strength and expertise. All I could hear was the Tianming Binkan crying out. Ah, this is excruciating. Are you taking revenge on me? Tell that giant to stop. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, there was silence. Before long, his corpulent body began to expel a white liquid in a frenzy, rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. Daming looked on in shock. He asked not. Dead? Is he? Fear not. He has merely succeeded in transforming, I explained calmly. No sooner had I spoken than a bulge formed on the deflated chrysalis, and a pair of delicate white hands tore through it, revealing a 7- or 8-year-old boy clad in a green robe. His snow-white hair shimmered with hints of blue, and his delicate face was charmingly exquisite, especially those large, golden, watery eyes, simply breathtaking. Wait, the more I looked, the more I felt something was amiss. Why does this face look so familiar? Tianming Bingqian, how dare you mold your form in my likeness? He cheekily stuck out his tongue at me, tilting his head with a playful grin. Hee, you caught me. What a surprise. Are we now competing in transformations? Even stealing from my family? Just then, with a crack, the silver egg beside us shattered. Tian knelt on one knee. I welcome the Master's successful transformation. A smooth little foot first emerged, followed by a stunning young girl clad in a magnificent glass skirt. My goodness, it was Qilin. She was just as enchanting as depicted in the illustrations, if not 1,000 times more adorable. The inherent nature of Tianming Bingqian was instantly exposed. His eyes gleamed with desire as he attempted to approach her, only to be seized by Tian by the nape of his neck. Stay away from the master. Strangely enough, after Tianming Bingqian transformed into a child, Tian hesitated to act harshly, fearing even a gentle poke might harm him. Qilin, however, was quite amiable, allowing him to be released and affectionately nicknaming him Xiao Meng. Immediately, Xiao Meng transformed into a devoted admirer, grasping Qilin's hand and sweetly calling her sister Qilin. Tian stood nearby, his face turning green with envy, unable to express his frustration. The look on his face was utterly hilarious. At that moment, with a hum, the pink eggshell encasing Xiao Wu began to stir. A pair of rabbit ears emerged, followed by a cute girl in a pink dress completing her transformation. Everyone was left in astonishment, except for me, as I felt my composure shatter. Why is this happening? Why is it that everyone transforms with clothing while I remain completely bare? This seems rather unreasonable. Great sage, could you provide me with an explanation? Response: I cannot. Me. All right, let's focus on the task at hand. I am about to release the soul of Xiao Wu's mother and commence the pivotal step of soul fusion. Are you ready? I addressed both Xiao Wu and her mother. Yes, come in, Brother Rimuru. I extended my tendrils, gently touching their heads, formally initiating the process. Let me tell you, this task is exceedingly delicate. I entrusted my corporeal form to the great sage, allowing this super AI to wield its prowess. Xiaorou's soul began its sacrificial transformation, morphing into the most refined soul energy, while Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes, felt the merging of her mother's strength with her own soul. This is not merely a sacrifice. It is a different way of being together forever, emphasizing high-quality companionship. The great sage meticulously controlled every strand of soul energy, guiding their souls to unite flawlessly. Those nearby were so tense they scarcely dared to breathe. Suddenly, Xiao Wu trembled as a fresh surge of power erupted from within her, merging completely with her essence. I exhaled in relief, retracting my tendrils. Response: the soul fusion has been successful. The soul spirit has been born. It worked. I felt an overwhelming joy and quickly inquired of the great sage. Can this technique be simplified for broader application? Response: the record has been saved, but further experiments are required for simplification. All right, as long as there is hope. Tian remained remarkably composed. So, this success does not guarantee it will always work. Indeed, more data is necessary. I spoke candidly. I see. Tian nodded. Leaving this to you, I will notify the other soul beasts. In the next instant, he transformed back into his colossal black dragon form, his size and aura rendering the Tianqing Yopong to appear as a mere worm in comparison. With a flap of his wings, he vanished in an instant, so quickly I could scarcely see. Is this the power of a demigod? I was left in awe. Just as I was pondering this, I suddenly felt a lightness in my body. Lo and behold, I was lifted by Qilin. After her transformation, she possessed quite a bit of strength, and as she held me in my slime form, she exclaimed, "Wow, you are so adorable. I wanted to snuggle you yesterday. Shall we become sisters?" Family, who understands? A freshly transformed, beautiful girl wants to be your sister. I quickly declined. How can we be sisters when our genders are different? What does that matter? Your human form is genderless too. As she spoke, she even pulled out a little skirt. Would you like to try it on? I have seen through Tian's ability that you look stunning in a skirt. No, I wouldn't wear one even if my life depended on it. I hastily transformed into human form to break free. What a ridiculous notion. I swiftly changed the subject, turning to Ming and Ming. What are your plans? Will you also transform? They shook their heads, indicating they wished to remain in beast form to protect Xiao Wu. That is fine. I activated my 5th soul skill. Soaring into the air, gazing down at the starry lake below, my mind already brimming with plans. It is nearly time to initiate infrastructure development for our empire. Meanwhile, at another location in the Qingdao Great Forest, Tian summoned all the top-tier fierce beasts. One shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his face, was Yao Ling. Another, ablaze with fire and possessing 3 heads, was Qi Wang. An enormous bear larger than Ming, known as Xiong. An ominous elder, one Yao Wang. Finally, 2 stunning beauties, Ziji and Bai Ji, arrived. What a dazzling all-star lineup from Qingdao. Tian got straight to the point. I have a question. Who among you is willing to coexist peacefully with humans? What? Shun's Yun Qi Vang. And Wan Yao Wang exploded in anger, declaring their deep-seated enmity absolutely impossible. Yao Ling and Ziji adopted ambiguous stances, leaning towards neutrality. Only Bai Ji clearly expressed her willingness. Tian wasted no words and unveiled my soul spirit plan in its entirety. Upon hearing that soul beasts could become immortal soul spirits and that there was already a successful case, all the fierce beasts were astounded. Xiong was the first to jump up in opposition. I, Xiong, will never coexist with humans. Tian merely smiled faintly, then waved his hand, projecting the scene from the starry lake directly to them. The image displayed me switching between human and slime forms, commanding Ming and Ming while using my abilities to transform the environment as little wooden houses sprang up, revealing the embryonic form of the empire. Tian pointed at the image of me, slowly stating, "It is because of him that my thoughts have changed." The soul spirit plan was proposed by him. All the fierce beasts fixated their gazes intently on the blue slime soaring in the air, meticulously planning the future. Bai Ji, watching the image of me, smiled charmingly, her beauty captivating. My goodness, her smile sent shock waves through my side. I tell you, at that moment, the atmosphere dropped to an ice-cold level. Just as Tian finished speaking about peaceful coexistence with humans, Xiong, a hot-headed muscle-bound brute, immediately threw down the gauntlet. I refuse. I will never acknowledge humans. With that, he stormed off, the commotion akin to a demolition team arriving. Tian remained unfazed, waving his hand. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? You are free to do so. I will not stop you. No sooner had he spoken than Wan Yao Wang and Qi Wang exchanged glances and followed suit. Well, now the 3 major opposition leaders have banded together to withdraw from the group. Only Bai Ji, Ziji, and Yao Ling remain with us. Tian looked at the 3 and smiled. Excellent, you are the wise ones. On the other side, the recently departed began to gather, unleashing a torrent of outrage. Xiong's booming voice echoed. The beast god has gone mad. He wants us to coexist peacefully with the lowly humans. I have longed to obliterate them. Let me tell you, this fellow is a pure warmonger, covered in scars from instigating conflict with human soul masters, a quintessential example of seeking trouble. Wan Yao Wang wore a dark expression. As a plant-type beast, he likely disdained humans for their rampant deforestation. Qi Wang, on the other hand, remained silent, only uttering, "The 3-eyed golden lion is about to awaken. I must return to keep watch." Then he vanished. Seeing Qi Wang so obedient, Xiong could not help but taunt. "Humph. Qi Wang, you coward, do you really consider yourself a dog?" Wan Yao Wang quickly advised him, "Speak less. If the beast god hears you, you will regret it." Yet Xiong stubbornly retorted, "Am I a coward? Today I intend to visit the Starry Lake and see just how formidable that scoundrel proposing peaceful coexistence truly is." With that, he lumbered towards me, each heavy step echoing as he approached. Family, who understands? I could feel the faint murderous intent from afar. Wan Yao Wang shook his head, likely thinking, this iron-headed child is beyond saving. He is destined for doom. Meanwhile, I was busily engaged in infrastructure development with Gu Yuna and the others. I directly undertook a splendid renovation of the land beside the starry lake. Flower beds, vegetable patches, little wooden houses, 5 rooms, and a hall, ready for immediate occupancy. Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna shared one room. I had another. Tian Bing claimed one, leaving 2 spare. I stood proudly, transformed into slime form, jumping onto Gu Yuna, exclaiming with great pride, "Look, this is the embryonic form of our Soul Beast Empire." Azgu iwinaplai furipatidmi. She inquired about my next plans. I told her that the first step is to establish diplomatic relations with the Tiando Empire through official channels. However, before that, we must level up first. Just as I was painting grand visions with Gu Yuna, suddenly, Xiao Wu erupted in a dazzling display of golden light. My goodness! 2 yellow soul rings sprang forth, instantly propelling her level to 20. Keep in mind, according to human standards, she is only 6 years old. 6 years and level 20. This is pure cheating. I quickly leaped from Gu Yuna's embrace and extended my tendrils to conduct a thorough scan of her. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. At that moment, Xiao Wu's mother, Xiao Rou, also manifested in her soul spirit form, looking just like a real person. Mama, Xiao Wu awakened and rushed into her embrace. Family members, who understands? The mother and daughter embraced, and even I, a mere slime, was on the verge of tears. However, for the sake of science, I maintained a stern demeanor and said, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Rou, stand still, do not move. I shall conduct a comprehensive physical examination and gather some data." As my tentacle rested upon their heads, both of their faces flushed crimson, yet my mind was solely occupied with data. Great sage, make sure to record this diligently. Just as I was engrossed in my task, Gu Yuna was equally unyielding. Sitting cross-legged, she summoned 2 bright yellow soul rings. Even more astonishingly, her transformation revealed her innate level of 20. Tian Bing can, witnessing this, became anxious. No way, I must try it too. As a million-year soul beast, I cannot afford to lose face. And then, there was no subsequent event. Gazing at the solitary soul ring on her, Tian Bing can immediately broke down, rolling on the ground in despair. Gu Yuna chuckled, delivering a final blow. "Xiao Ming, you should just be content being my little brother." Having completed my examination, I found Xiao Wu and her mother perfectly compatible, with no side effects. Moreover, as a soul spirit, Xiao Rou could provide Xiao Wu with at least 300,000-year soul rings in the future. Tian Bing can rolled even more vigorously on the ground, exclaiming, "How envious! Who will be my soul spirit? I can promise anything." Amidst this chaotic scene, Deming suddenly bellowed, "Everyone pay attention. A formidable soul beast is approaching." Before he could finish speaking, an audacious voice echoed through the skies. "Huh, Titan, giant ape, Tian Qin Yomeng, long time no see. How could you associate with humans? Truly a disgrace to soul beasts." With a thunderous crash, a gigantic bear, larger than Deming by 2-fold, resembling a mafia boss, barged in. It was none other than Ironhead Boy, Xiong. Deming turned pale, urgently shouting at me, "Rimuru, quickly take them away. This guy has over 400,000 years of cultivation and harbors extreme hatred for humans. He will kill you." Xiong sneered, thinking of running now? Too late. With that, he swatted his paw towards us. Deming and Erming desperately stood their ground, but the shockwave obliterated the little wooden house I had just constructed. My heart ached. Gu Yuna stepped forward, attempting to assert control. "Xiong, I am Gu Yuna. Cease your actions." Xiong paused momentarily, but upon seeing her current petite appearance, he disregarded her entirely. The once silver dragon king has now become this sorry sight. Whether human or transformed soul beast, all must perish. Another swat followed. Erming was sent flying, spitting blood, while Deming was firmly grasped, unable to move. I can no longer bear to watch. Gu Yuna, take them away. This place is under my protection. I transformed into human form, and upon hearing the system notification in my mind, detecting 460,000-year soul beast Xiong, sign in available, I immediately commanded the great sage, within 3 minutes, find a way to defeat him. He shouted, "Deming, Erming, ensure their safety." Then, activating my 6th soul skill, Black Dragon Claw, I clashed directly with Xiong's paw. However, the size disparity was too great. With one swipe, I was crushed, splattering into a puddle of liquid. Just as De Ming and Air Ming assumed, I was finished and prepared to fight to the death. My voice emerged from the puddle. Listen to me. Quickly leave. The next moment, my ninth soul ring, the red one of 100,000 years, illuminated. The immortal body activated. I instantly reconstituted, appearing before them anew. But I must say, the great sage's AI truly resembled a sentient electronic pet. It adorned me in a dazzling, multicolored dress. In that moment, I wished for death. Upon seeing my 100,000-year soul ring, Xiong eyes turned red. You scoundrel. He paid no heed to my explanations and swiped again. Second martial spirit, activate. I wasted no time. Fourth soul skill, boundless strength. A red soul ring emerged on my left hand, and my power surged by 70%. I struck with a fist, pushing his massive form back several meters. Immediately followed by the third soul skill, teleportation. In an instant, I appeared behind his head. Fifth soul skill, Great Serpent. My hands morphed into a mini version of De Ming, biting down on the nape of his neck, leaving a sticky residue all over his face. You bastard. Xiong completely lost control. I knew that mere reliance on these skills would not suffice. Great Sage, what is the strategy? Response. Please transform into the first martial spirit and utilize the combination skills of the 7th and 8th soul rings. Understood. I immediately switched forms. 7th soul skill, true martial spirit. 8th soul skill, elemental mastery. In an instant, I transformed into a colossal dragon with a silver-scaled upper body and a slime lower body. This appearance, I must say, was so cool that even I was taken aback. I opened my dragon mouth, summoning water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, and wood. 7 elements converging into a devastating elemental cannon. The sheer pressure instilled in Xiong the terror he once felt facing Dtion. Impossible. How can you master 7 elements? Do you also possess dragon blood? Xiong was utterly stunned, yet he pounded his chest in frenzy, ready to take my attack head-on. I aimed at him, preparing to unleash my light of annihilation when suddenly a shadow fell from the sky, effortlessly waving a hand, dissipating my meticulously crafted ultimate attack in an instant. Ditian, that despicable king, had arrived. Before Xiong could react, just as he intended to retaliate, he felt the world spin. When he regained his senses, a black shoe sole had precisely stomped onto his face. Beast God. Dtion pressed him into the ground, coldly stating, "You certainly have guts." Daring to provoke the master. Impressive. I quickly interjected, "Don't truly kill him. He still has his uses." Dtion then lifted his foot, but upon glancing at my multicolored dress, his lips twitched. Your taste. I was at a loss for words and hurriedly changed my attire while warning the great sage, no more dressing me in women's clothing, to which it responded with a firm refusal. Frustrated, I reverted to my slime form, choosing not to argue with the AI. I decided to handle this ironhead boy myself. Great Sage, activate Predator. Thousands of tentacles surged forth, binding Xiong like a dumpling. In the midst of his terrified gaze, I opened my great slime mouth and gulped, swallowing the towering creature whole. After a satisfying belch, I patted my belly, declaring, "All done. He is now confined within me, and I shall train him well." Dtion regarded me, finally uttering, "No wonder the slime tribe was exterminated. If they were all like you, this world would have been devoured long ago." I surveyed the base, utterly wrecked by Xiong, a chaotic mess resembling the aftermath of a double 11 shopping spree. And just as I was lamenting my predicament, reinforcements arrived. A lush green swan descended from the heavens, transforming into a beautiful woman in green, who bowed slightly to Guyuna. I pay my respects to the master. I am by G. No sooner had she finished speaking than another woman clad in purple sprang forth, her face brimming with excitement. "Master, master, I've come too. Ziji, and I am Yaoling." Goodness, the notification sounds in my head were akin to firecrackers on New Year's Eve, ringing incessantly. 200,000 year Yaoling, 200,000 year ZG, and 560,000 year by G. All heavyweight guests. In an instant, I comprehended that Tion had summoned his most trusted allies for this occasion. Tion continued to explain, asserting that they were all peacekeepers, and the remaining two rebels were not as extreme as Xiong. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heavens, if another brute like Xiong appeared, my newly established base would surely be demolished. However, with new colleagues joining, a sense of ceremony was necessary. I cleared my throat, donning an innocent expression as I approached. Ah, esteemed leaders, I am Rimuru's slime. I must confess, my inner calculations were racing, as the sign-in required 10 seconds of interaction. I cannot possibly hold on to someone's hand indefinitely, resembling a lovesick fool, can I? Thus, a brilliant idea struck me, and I concocted an excuse, stating that I would bestow upon them a modicum of pure soul energy as a token of our meeting, akin to a handshake that serves as a power bank. After all, I possessed an abundance of soul energy, and my recovery was remarkably swift, so I had no qualms about it. However, for them, it was a different story. The infusion of soul energy left each of them feeling significantly rejuvenated, and their gazes towards me transformed entirely. Naturally, my objectives were also achieved. Ding. Successfully signed in with Yao Ling. Ding. Successfully signed in with ZG. Ding. Successfully signed in with Bai Ji. In the next instant, I must tell you, I took off from my spot. Golden light erupted spectacularly. My soul energy level soared directly to 94. Moreover, my second martial soul, the Xianjia, was graced with a 100,000-year red soul ring. Guyuna and Tion had become accustomed to such occurrences and were unfazed. Yet, the three newly arrived dignitaries were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Particularly the one known as Yao Ling, who was originally a mere mist, found his jaw literally dropped to the ground. Quite literally, for those who understand. I hastily showcased my newly acquired 6th soul skill for everyone to behold. This soul skill was called Life's Light, and its effects were straightforward yet powerful. The first ability was group healing. In simple terms, as long as you still had breath, my sacred light would pull you back from the ICU to the KTV. Of course, if life was lost, there was no bringing it back. The second ability was even more explosive, a large-scale group buff, enhancing all ally soul energy by 40. What does this signify? It is akin to a mobile spring, a walking bug. In future skirmishes, I could simply stand at the back, and what could the enemy possibly do? The one named ZG, who radiated an aura of mature charm, looked at me with the eyes of one observing a monster and half-jokingly remarked, "Now I finally understand why the beast god declared that your slime clan was annihilated. With such abilities, if you were not exterminated, the entire world would surely be thrown into chaos by you." The other, known as Bai Ji, exuded a gentle aura of life, and with a slight smile and a graceful wave of her hand, she restored the scene as if she had activated a world editor's backend. One click reverting everything. The grassland and forest that had been reduced to ruins by Xiong instantly returned to their former state. Even my cultivated crops revived. At that moment, I felt compelled to kneel before her. Was she not the dream companion of a construction enthusiast? "Sister Bai Ji, you are my deity." Bai Ji stated that she and ZG had conspired and were ready to transform into human forms to assist me in establishing the Soul Beast Empire. I quickly waved my hands, shifting into slime form, exclaiming, hold on. There's no rush to transform. I have a more pressing task for you. You are all seasoned veterans of the Star Do Great Forest. Help me run an errand and inform those awakened 10,000-year soul beasts to gather. Tell them that I, Rimuru, wish to embark on a grand endeavor, and those who wish to join should come swiftly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu grew excited, as she adored lively gatherings. After some deliberation, we concluded that this plan was feasible. Thus, the grand recruitment initiative for the Soul Beast Empire officially commenced. With a blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, I was busier than ever. Accompanying Tion and others, I nearly traversed the entirety of the Star Do Great Forest. The Soul Beast Empire now resembled a small city, with houses constructed and agriculture thriving. My spiritual herbs could now be cultivated artificially. Although the efficacy was slightly diminished, the sheer quantity was sufficient. However, the reality was starkly different from the ideal. The 10,000-year soul beast responding to our call numbered merely around 100. Most still hesitating and observing. The endeavor of establishing the Soul Beast Empire was proving far more challenging than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, my own strength surged steadily. Thanks to the ongoing sign-ins, I had reached level 95 in human form. The 100,000-year soul energy previously spent healing Guyu Na had been fully replenished. Looking at the little ones beside me, each was more astounding than the last. Xiao Wu, 7 years old, held a soul power of 29. Guyu Na, also 7, had diligently honed her skills, achieving a 31st level soul master. Was this the bloodline of the dragon god? Purely astonishing. Then there was Tian Meng, also 7, with a soul power of 19. By human standards, he was a top-tier genius, but in comparison to the other two, he seemed like merely a member of our Group S ambience team. Even by G and ZG, who had only transformed half a year ago, had already reached level 18. I sensed Tian Meng, during that period, gazing into the mirror daily, muttering to himself, I truly the waste? One day, observing the disheartened Tian Meng, I decided to grant everyone a break. I leaped onto his head and proclaimed, "Comrades, growing weary of a day tour in the Star Do Great Forest? In a couple of days, I shall take you to Tianshou Imperial City to experience the vibrant world of humanity." Tian Meng was the first to raise his hand, eagerly exclaiming his desire to go, incessantly chanting about seeing beautiful women. Xiao Wu and Guyu Na wore expressions of anticipation as well. ZG and Bai Ji, however, expressed disinterest, claiming they had been there before and would remain to guard the base. Thus, our quartet of novice city explorers was formed. Before departing, I jokingly remarked, "Stay close to me. If anyone gets abducted by human traffickers, it's not my concern." Tian Meng, with a dismissive posture, retorted, "Who would be foolish enough to fall for that?" As he spoke, Xiao Wu playfully slapped his shoulder, grinning. "Who else could it be but you, Xiao Meng?" Incensed, Tian Meng turned away, flinging me off his head, and I landed directly in a Xiao Wu's embrace. As her mischievous smile emerged, I, in my entire slime form, felt a shiver down my spine, only able to tremble and utter, "Take it easy." To my surprise, Guyu Na and the others joined in on the playful torment, molding me into various bizarre shapes, long and short, thick and thin, while also adjusting the temperature to match their whims. This was how my past year unfolded. A few days later, in Tianshou Imperial City, I must say, this place was truly bustling with a constant flow of people. Xiao Wu, Guyu Na, and Tian Meng, the three country bumpkins, were wide-eyed. Particularly Guyu Na, gazing at the throngs of people, could not help but marvel at the rapid development of humanity. I guided them through familiar paths, stopping by a frequently visited grocery store. Upon seeing me, the owner hastily pulled me into the shop, whispering conspiratorially, "Boss Rimuru, you must be cautious. The city has been tumultuous lately, with a mysterious soul master specifically targeting nobles. Even Prince Xue Qinghe has been attacked." My heart sank. Attacking nobles? I had no recollection of this plotline. I quickly inquired with the Xianjia, but it reported no records of such events. This was troubling. Had a bug emerged? I resolved to leave the area without delay. Initially, I had planned to let them enjoy for a couple more days, but now it seemed imperative to depart before nightfall. Xiao Wu and Guyu Na were notably disappointed, their lips pouting as if they could hang an oil bottle. I could only take them for a grand meal, hoping a hearty feast would prepare us for the journey. Tian Meng devoured his meal with abandon, utterly devoid of decorum. Just as I called for the bill, the waiter approached and said, "Sir, someone has already settled your bill. That gentleman requests your presence in the back courtyard." My alertness heightened. Could there be a plot twist over a meal? I led the three of them to the back courtyard, and to my dismay, the last person I wished to encounter stood there grinning. The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Beside him, I sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura, undoubtedly a title Douluo. Ning Fengji maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, claiming we were fated to meet. I cut straight to the chase. "Ning Zhongzhu, let us get to the point. If you wish to recruit me again, then that is out of the question." Surprisingly, he did not take offense. Instead, he replied, Mr. Amuru, I have mobilized the full power of my sect, but could not trace your origins. It is as if you appeared out of thin air. I have come to request your assistance in investigating the mysterious Soul Master attacking the nobles. He mentioned that their visible agents had all evaded capture, leaving me, the unregistered Douluo, as the most suitable candidate. Once the task was accomplished, the rewards would be substantial. To be honest, I felt a twinge of temptation. However, glancing back at the anxious Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna, I instantly regained my clarity. I shook my head firmly, apologizing to Ning Zhongzhu for declining his request. I could not allow my younger siblings to face even the slightest risk for his trivial matters. Having said that, I took their hands and turned to leave without lingering for a moment longer. I must tell you, just as I departed, the sword Douluo descended from the second-floor private room. Ning Fengji inquired if he had discerned my strength, but the sword Douluo shook his head, remarking that my power was elusive, yet evidently stronger than a year ago. Then the most critical revelation came. The sword Douluo, with his keen perception, suggested to Ning Fengji that he might understand why I had refused the commission. My siblings were likely soul beasts in human form. Who among my family comprehends this? Had I delayed my departure by a mere moment, I might have been exposed. Fortunately, Ning Fengji displayed a modicum of wisdom and immediately instructed the sword Douluo to keep this matter confidential, even from the emperor. Once we fled the Tiando imperial city, I finally exhaled in relief. It was perilously close. My apprehension of the sword Douluo's acute senses was precisely why I wished to avoid prolonged interaction with him. Gu Yuna expressed some regret, inquiring when I might return. I could only sigh, contemplating that the next occasion would likely coincide with our Soul Beast Empire officially confronting the Tiando Empire at the negotiation table. However, truthfully, this incident nearly spiraled out of control. Just as I had taken flight with Gu Yuna and the others, an unsettling sensation washed over me. My radar, honed over a millennium, began to beep ominously. Someone was tracking us. I glanced back, spotting a shadow clad in a mask dart past with an uncanny familiarity, though I could not immediately recall who it was. Regardless, I decided to evade, transforming into a slime dragon, and shouted to Gu Yuna and the others to brace themselves as I sped away, evading pursuit. To my astonishment, the figure behind us surged forward as if propelled by nitrous oxide, summoning 9 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, and crimson. Clearly, she was a formidable opponent, and she kept pace without making a move. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest, I resolved not to bring trouble home and urged Gu Yuna and the others to return first. I would confront this persistent admirer alone. Gu Yuna appeared concerned, suggesting she would rally support for me. I thought to myself that this was a matter I must handle personally. Once they departed, I reverted to my slime form, squatting down and speaking into the void. No need to hide, my dear. You have followed me to my doorstep. Let's address the matter directly. Should you continue to play tricks, I shall unleash my full power. As soon as I spoke, I unleashed the aura of a million-year soul beast, summoning a tempest that darkened the skies. Then, guess who emerged from the forest? A sultry voice floated toward me. It has been a year. Your control over power has improved. Following that, a graceful figure emerged, her long legs and alluring form causing my heart to skip a beat. How could this be Bibi Dong? What brings her here? She immediately removed her mask, revealing a smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling. I felt a shiver run down my spine, sensing that her intentions could be dangerous. Bibi Dong, what do you intend? I asked, my wariness escalating. To my astonishment, she bore a 10,000-year red soul ring. What kind of plot was unfolding here? Yet, Bibi Dong paid no heed to my shock and proceeded straightforwardly. Mr. Limulu, your performance as a wandering merchant has been commendable this past year. However, I see through all your flaws. Oh, and I have seen your siblings. They too are likely in soul beast form. My, how you must worry as their elder brother. I felt a surge of anger and retorted, if you dare to harm them, I will ensure you pay for it right here. She merely smiled wider. I know you are only at level 92. You cannot defeat me. I am here to propose a transaction. Transaction? My expression mirrored that of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone, incredulous at her intentions. What trickery was she up to? What she revealed next made my mind race. She informed me that her master, the current Pope Qin Shuanji, was hunting a couple, the woman being a newly transformed soul beast, currently in a weakened state. They were near the sunset forest. My mind buzzed with realization. Tang Hao and Ain. The timing aligned perfectly. Was this the very plotline where Ain made her sacrifice in the original story? A multitude of questions swirling in my mind. Why are you telling me this? You're not the type to lend a helping hand. Bibi Dong's smile instantly turned cold, her eyes glinting with malice, akin to the sharp edge of a blade that made my face ache. I aim to rescue them, to kill Qin Shuanji. His demise would benefit both you and me. What audacity! She sought to slay her own master. She continued, all you need to do is rescue that couple and stall the other two title Douluo, Qin Shuanji. I will personally send him to his demise. Her hatred was palpable. In that moment, I comprehended. Whatever grievances Qin Shuanji had inflicted upon her had driven her to madness. She intended to use herself as bait to drag her enemy down with her. This deal was a fortuitous windfall for me. Rescuing Ain and Tang Hao while simultaneously eliminating a significant adversary? I made a swift decision. Agreed. Where are they? She replied, tomorrow morning. At the Wuhuan Temple's chapel in Tiando Imperial City, I will await your arrival. I shall lead you there. After saying this, she turned to leave but suddenly glanced back, her smile breathtaking. Oh, and here is another piece of information for you. She spoke leisurely. The individual recently attacking the nobility in Tiando Imperial City is a confidant of Qin Shuanji, an 89th level soul Duo, disguised as an auctioneer in the auction house. How you utilize this information is entirely up to you. As I watched her graceful figure depart, I felt no admiration. This woman was ruthless, willing to sacrifice everything for vengeance. Regardless of her schemes, I had to save Tang Hao and Ain. Just as I transformed back into my slime form, preparing to return, a dark shadow suddenly collided with me. Upon focusing, it was Yao Ling, who exclaimed anxiously, I heard you were being followed. Where is that person? Did you consume them? I rolled my eyes. Do you truly think I have such an appetite? It was Bibi Dong. She sought me out to propose a transaction involving rescuing Ain. Ain! Yao Ling exploded at this revelation, clearly having a close relationship with her. Yes, I will go tomorrow and bring her family to our soul beast empire. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Yao Ling, more eager than I, transformed into a mist and rushed out. Upon returning to Xinghu, I recounted the details of my transaction with Bibi Dong to Di Tian and the others. Di Tian, the obstinate old man, was the first to object, insisting that humans cannot be trusted and that we must not allow Tang Hao to enter. I promptly schooled him. Di Tian, your mindset is outdated. What does our soul beast empire currently lack? We need a powerful ally to voice our interests in the human world. Tang Hao will soon be a title Douluo. If we only save his wife and child and abandon him, how will Ain feel? Our mantra of harmony between humans and beasts would become a laughingstock. I surveyed the room. We cannot isolate ourselves in self-indulgence. We must establish a united front. If we truly engage in war against all of humanity, what are our chances of victory? Di Tian was left speechless after my retort. Finally, with a haughty snort, he declared, Humph, do as you please, but you must return alive. It seemed this old fellow had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. Bai Ji approached and embraced me, tenderly reminding me to be cautious. I confidently patted my chest, assuring her that no one could harm me except for demigods. The Yao Ling beside us was anxiously circling, pleading for me to rescue Ain, expressing that Ain was like a sister to him. While I was busy comforting them, suddenly a massive bear shadow stumbled in, covered in wounds and emanating a purple aura, clearly afflicted by a potent poison. It was Xiong, a 3,000-year-old dark gold fearsome claw bear. I hurriedly rushed to treat him, with Bai Ji assisting in purging the poison. Gasping for breath, Xiong exclaimed, this is bad. A title Douluo is hunting soul beasts outside, and I was injured while passing by. Di Tian remained remarkably composed, suggesting I transform back into human form to teach him a lesson. However, my focus was on the poison affecting Xiong. It was exceptionally domineering, and a name immediately flashed in my mind. Poison Douluo Star. I quickly briefed by G to be cautious of the poison, then transformed into a slime, flying dragon and sped towards the forest's edge. In the dead of night, this old poison master was surprisingly diligent. Before long, I spotted a figure clad in green robes. No, black robes, carrying a mandala snake. But that demeanor was unmistakably Douluo. The moment I recognized him, he sensed my presence and shouted in alarm. "Who goes there?" Thinking to frighten him, I miscalculated and, to my misfortune, plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on his forehead. The scene was akin to a slippery sensation of a chunk of meat crashing down from above, leaving Douluo's face turning green on the spot. Without further ado, he unleashed his martial spirit's true form, a colossal emerald phosphor snake soaring into the sky. I quickly jumped off, transformed back into human form, and shouted, "Don't make a move. I'm one of your own, just here to negotiate." Yet Douluo ignored my plea, commanding the giant snake to lunge at me and spraying me with venom, declaring I would surely perish within 10 minutes. I couldn't help but laugh. Poisoning me? I was immune to all negative effects. His venom was no more than a cleansing lotion in my eyes. In retaliation, I activated my own martial spirit's true form, summoning a slime giant dragon far larger than his wretched snake, which I promptly bit in half. Douluo spat blood, his martial spirit shattered, and he stared at me in shock, as if beholding a monster. Undeterred, he roared in defiance, his 9 soul rings illuminating. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 a standard title Douluo configuration. I smiled calmly and revealed my own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, red, red, red. His eyes widened in disbelief, akin to copper bells, and he promptly performed a Sichuan opera face change, retracting his soul rings and awkwardly chuckling, "Haha, young brother, your soul ring configuration is quite unique. May I inquire as to your title?" "Rimolu, just call me Demon King," I replied, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. I inquired whether he had harmed the dark gold fearsome claw bear, which he admitted, explaining that he had merely passed by, and his true aim was the mandala snake, intended as the first soul ring for his newly leveled granddaughter. Upon hearing this explanation, I nodded and displayed a smile that could captivate nations. Douluo was momentarily rendered speechless by my human visage. Seizing the opportunity before he could recover, I got straight to the point. "Old man, I have no ulterior motive. I merely wish for you to facilitate an introduction to your emperor in Tiando." To my surprise, his expression darkened, as if someone owed him a fortune. With a huff, he retorted, "You have quite the audacity. Why should I assist you? I am not one to be threatened. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor has shown me favor. And should you harbor any sinister intentions, I shall be the first to oppose you." I chuckled at his sense of loyalty, though his intellect seemed lacking. I refrained from arguing further, reassuring him it was merely a business collaboration while discreetly summoning the great sage for a full-body CT scan to examine his ailments. As I was in the midst of scanning, the old poison master suddenly scrutinized me with a look of disdain, saying, "You little girl, can you not conduct yourself with dignity? I have no interest in someone lacking in figure." I was utterly incensed. Who could understand my plight? I, a stalwart man, was being publicly belittled for my physique. Enraged, I pointed at his nose and shouted, "Douluo, take a good look. I am a man, a true gentleman." To my astonishment, he sighed with regret, lamenting, "A man? Such a handsome visage, yet he is a man? What a pity." I was utterly flabbergasted. Just as I was grappling with my disbelief, the great sage's health report materialized. With a sly grin, I looked at him and said, "Douluo, your body is lacking. It is too frail." His expression turned to one of confusion, almost as if he wished to inquire how I knew of his condition. I had no desire to engage in further conversation. Instead, I meticulously detailed the issues surrounding the toxins in his body, revealing everything from head to toe, inside and out, more thoroughly than he could have known himself. The old fellow was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at me as if I were a ghost. Seizing the moment, I thrust a contract into his face. "Here, let's make a deal. I will help you and your granddaughter resolve the life-threatening side effects of your martial spirit, and in return, you will ensure I meet the emperor. What do you think?" A fair exchange, no? He was intrigued, yet still feigned obstinacy. How do you know my granddaughter is also in need? I nearly laughed. Was that not obvious? The concept of genetic inheritance was not lost on me. Did he not know how his son had met his end? His granddaughter was no exception. The emerald phosphor snake martial spirit was renowned for its toxic prowess. Each generation more lethal than the last. He was left speechless. Though he may not have understood the term genetic inheritance, he grasped the essence of my argument. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to consider my offer, but insisted I reveal my true purpose for meeting the emperor. As for my purpose, I would reveal it in due time. I smiled enigmatically, showcasing my second martial spirit, displaying 6 soul rings of black and red. The sight sent him shivering in astonishment, muttering, "Dual martial spirits? What in the world is this configuration?" I had no intention of explaining. Instead, I seized his wrist, activating my 6th soul skill, Life Light, and successfully obtained toxin immunity. The treatment process felt to Douluo akin to unblocking a toilet that had been clogged for 30 years, exhilarating and refreshing to the point he nearly cried out in delight. Just as he was savoring the euphoria, I abruptly ceased my ministrations. The thrill of play. His expression mirrored that of a viewer whose internet connection faltered at the climax of a gripping drama, utterly dismayed. "Why did you stop?" The trial period had expired. I clapped my hands, intending to renew the service, stating, as per our agreement, on the night of the next full moon, "Meet me at Xingdo Lake in the Stardo Forest. Once I have met the emperor, I will cover your and your granddaughter's VIP lifetime package." What could he do? Unable to contend with me physically, with his lifeline firmly in my grasp, he could only acquiesce with a darkened expression. As he prepared to depart, I called out like an eager citizen, "Oh, old man, allow me to share some intelligence. The Soul Hall undercover agent attacking the nobility is hiding at the Tiendo auction house as an auctioneer, a Soul Douluo level. Remember to investigate." The following morning, I dutifully made my way to the dilapidated church in Tiendo City to meet Bibi Dong. Externally, the church appeared acceptable, but inside, it was so grimy it could choke a person. I had barely taken my seat for 3 minutes when an explosive crash resounded. Bibi Dong burst in through a window, striking a heroic pose on one knee. Almost immediately, I sensed the approach of troops and realized that Douluo had also arrived. Bibi Dong, in a panic, urged, "Hurry. I've been sold out." Douluo, in the dead of night, apprehended Qian Xuanji's confidant, and he confessed everything, even revealing my involvement. My heart blossomed with joy, for was it not the intelligence I had provided? Yet, I maintained a facade of composure and directly inquired, "Are you trying to ensnare me? Do you wish for me to wage war against the Tiendo Empire?" She remained silent, gesturing towards the outside, her intent unmistakable. "We must flee immediately." What more could I say? I transformed into a dragon, swiftly grasping her waist and soaring into the sky. The speed was, I assure you, breathtaking. Bibi Dong, beneath my claws, squealed, "Be gentle. You're grabbing the wrong places." I couldn't be bothered to respond. I'm a soul beast, and you are but a human. Why quibble over such trivialities? With that, I tightened my grip purposefully. She wished to ride upon my back, but I outright refused. "You wish to mount me?" "Not a chance. Only my dear Xiao Wu and Guyuna enjoy such privileges." Then, I surged forward, causing a spectacular spray of water to erupt as she gasped. Saliva flew from her mouth. I noticed my claws were slightly damp, bemused, wondering if high-altitude flight could also summon artificial rain. Upon reaching the sunset forest, I transformed back into my human form and landed. Bai Dong leaned against a nearby tree, her legs trembling as if powered by a motor, gasping for air and struggling to stand. After regaining her composure, she shot me a glare, but before she could utter more than a couple of words, her expression shifted abruptly. "Don't move, they're coming." No sooner had she spoken than several figures descended from the sky. Leading them was the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, clad in papal robes and wielding a scepter, exuding an air of flamboyance. Upon spotting Bai Dong, he erupted, "Didn't I tell you to stay home and tend to the children? What are you doing here?" Bibi Dong, quick to react, seized my arm and smiled. "Master, I heard you were seeking to capture a 100,000-year soul beast, so I brought my friend to assist." Qian Sun G's beady eyes immediately fixated on me, the scent of mediocrity nearly overwhelming. And who is this young lady? Would you care to join our spirit hall? As long as you accompany me, you may choose any soul bone or soul ring you desire. I felt an urge to retch at his words. His subordinates shared the same disdainful gaze, as if they wished to devour me whole. Bibi Dong hastily pinched me, signaling for silence. Once Qian Sunji and his repulsive entourage departed to seek Tang Hao, I suppressed my anger and questioned Bai Dong. What is your intent? Did you bring me here merely to witness this gaggle of greasy men? It is part of the plan, she replied, her gaze icy. Once we locate Tang Hao and Yin, you will act and eliminate all of Qian Sunji's subordinates. I was taken aback. Murder? I had never done such a thing. Bai Dong, seeing through my hesitation, chuckled and touched my chest. A million-year soul beast. And yet you have never taken a life? How intriguing. I find myself rather fond of you. Absolutely not. I hastily waved my hands. She withdrew her hand, her expression suddenly fierce. Qian Sunji must be dealt with by my own hands. The others are yours. As we deliberated deep within the valley, Qian Sunji had already found his target. Hovering in midair, with his six-winged angel soul manifest, he glittered with golden light, resembling a mobile light bulb, and shouted toward the cavern below, Tang Hao, surrender, Yin, and I shall ensure your wealth and power. The response was a thunderous roar. Qian Sunji, you speak nonsense. In the next moment, a colossal Haotian hammer thundered forth from a cave, shaking the very earth. Several soul Douluo were immediately crushed into a heap. As the dust settled, Tang Hao emerged, wielding the gigantic hammer, tightly cradling Yin and their newborn child, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At last, you decided to show yourself. Qian Sunji sneered, activating his true martial spirit. A vast, six-winged, angelic figure blotted out the sun, while two other titles also revealed their martial spirits. It was 3 against 1, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Qian Sunji laughed heartily, conjuring a radiant sword of light in the hands of the immense, angelic figure. The blinding brilliance was so intense that even Tang Hao could scarcely open his eyes. In the next instant, that sword of light seemed to acquire a target, hurtling straight towards my brother Tang Hao's forehead. I assure you, my heart leaped into my throat. Fortunately, Yin reacted swiftly, shouting for Tang Hao to retreat. My brother, trusting her implicitly, executed a backflip without a moment's thought. Leaping far away, just as he departed, the sword of light struck the very spot he had just vacated, cleaving the ground open with a resounding crash. Qian Xunyi, still standing there with a disdainful smile, taunted, "Oh, did you dodge?" Then, without hesitation, he conjured another sword of light, while the two titled Douluo lunged at him like mad dogs. Not only them, but even the wounded soul Douluo on the ground began to rise and charge forward, a veritable zombie siege. My brother Tang Hao was incensed, unleashing his full power. 7th spirit skill, true martial spirit. With a furious roar, the gigantic Haotian hammer reappeared, smashing towards the heavenly sword. The spectacle was simply astonishing. The surrounding minions were immediately knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Yet, facing 3 titled Douluo, even Tang Hao's might faltered against such odds. I witnessed his Haotian hammer crack under their concentrated fire, a visible fissure forming. Tang Hao let out a muffled groan, spitting blood that dripped onto Yin's chest. Upon seeing this, Yin couldn't bear it any longer, disregarding everything. She gritted her teeth and unleashed her blue-silver emperor vines to assist Tang Hao in enduring the onslaught. Qian Sunji, observing from above, was momentarily taken aback, likely pondering, how can these two endure so much? The more he thought, the more his murderous intent grew. I assure you, his expression contorted with genuine rage. He began to summon reinforcements, bellowing, Bai Dong. Come assist your master quickly. I shall reward you handsomely. What? Bai Dong is also coming? Tang Hao and Yin were left in shock, turning to follow the sound and spotting Bai Dong in resplendent robes, leisurely strolling alongside a woman. Tang Hao's eyes reddened, shouting, Be gone. Are you truly going to fight me? Ain's face reflected utter despair, recalling their once amicable relationship within the spirit hall. What do you think? Bai Dong said. Upon speaking, her voice bore the chill of a Siberian gale, accusing Tang Hao of defying his teacher and marrying a soul beast, thereby violating heavenly principles. The spirit hall must act on behalf of justice. I stood by, my skin crawling at her words. This woman certainly knew how to strike at the heart. Yet, I noticed her hands trembled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Qian Sunji roared with laughter, exclaiming, "Well said. Charge. Kill them, and I shall reward you doubly." Then, the most explosive moment unfolded. Bai Dong suddenly coldly retorted, "Doubling your affection? Do you intend for me to bear you a second child?" Qian Sunji was left momentarily stunned, unable to react. As Bai Dong activated her true martial spirit, an enormous spider materialized from thin air. Qian Sunji, believing she was about to strike at Tang Hao, wore a satisfied grin. Yet in the next instant, a sharp spider leg pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Dear readers, can you comprehend this? She delivered a chilling betrayal to her teacher. Qian Sunji's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, incredulous as he shouted, Bai Dong, what are you doing?" Bai Dong erupted in fury, her voice imbued with such hatred it could freeze a soul. "Die, Qian Sunji, you, who have sullied my name, deserve to descend into the abyss." I assure you, her ferocity was unparalleled as she unleashed a relentless assault upon the old man, her body suddenly riddled with transparent wounds, particularly below, where she was brutally pierced. However, this old fellow was a level 95 powerhouse. He somehow endured, roaring as he broke free from her grasp. The other two, titled awe, witnessing their pope's injury, abandoned Tang Hao, howling as they rushed to engage Bai Dong. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly. A colossal slime dragon, adorned with shimmering silver scales, descended from the heavens, effectively obstructing the two titled Douluos. My melodic voice resonated. "Your opponent is none other than I." At that moment, I opened my maw wide and devoured one of the titled Douluos in a single gulp. Gone, just like that. The other, seized by terror, turned to flee. Could I allow such an escape? I pursued him with a swift dragon claw. At the same time, Tang Hao reacted, delivering a mighty Sumi hammer from above, shattering the man's bones. I followed suit with a heart-extracting claw. In less than 3 rounds, both titled Douluos were eliminated on the spot. Having resolved the matter, I descended from the sky and approached Tang Hao and the others. Just as Tang Hao was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto one knee. Sister Ain, in her panic, took a step forward and fell as well. Swiftly, I extended a tentacle to ensnare her. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a tragic double demise. I hurriedly administered treatment. Tang Hao's injuries quickly improved. Yet Sister Ain, I must tell you, was a different story. No matter how I healed her, her vitality was rapidly depleting, akin to a deflated balloon. Upon examination, I realized she had at most 7 days left to live. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Sister Ain, however, remained calm, entrusting her child to Tang Hao, saying, "Tang Hao, I am sorry I deceived you. My vitality has long been devoted to preserving our child." Now, she continued, "Let me help you one last time." At that moment, I knew something was amiss. A sacrifice was imminent. Sure enough, Sister Ain began to radiate light, and the entire valley blossomed with blue silvergrass. She slowly ascended into the air, preparing to offer herself as a soul ring for Tang Hao. Tang Hao, a grown man, wept uncontrollably while cradling the child. The scene was heart-wrenching to behold. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity presented by Qian Sunji's distraction, exerting all her strength in a heart-piercing strike. She then brandished the Pope's scepter, viciously aiming for Qian Sunji's eye socket. The two plummeted from the sky simultaneously. I quickly reverted to my soul beast form and caught Bibi Dong, while Qian Sunji met a grim fate. His brain matter splattered, truly tragic. As Sister Ain's sacrifice neared completion, I rushed to intervene. "Wait. Let us not hasten to enact a melodrama. I have something to say." I gazed at Sister Ayin, who appeared bewildered, and succinctly inquired, "Sister, do you wish to accompany your son and husband for a lifetime?" "Naturally." Ayin affirmed her desire. "Then, right now, immediately, change the target of the sacrifice. Bestow your soul and power entirely upon your son." Ayin was taken aback. "What?" "No time for hesitation. If you wish to survive, heed my words." I interrupted her, gritting her teeth. Ayin resolved to trust me. In the next moment, she enveloped all her power around the swaddled Tang San. I instantly activated full automatic mode, facilitating the soul fusion between mother and child. Tang Hao was on the verge of madness, but I paid him no mind. A pale blue shadow emerged from Tang San's back, gradually solidifying until it assumed Ayin's form, gently cradling Tang San. The soul fusion was successful. Ayin gazed at her manifested self, holding her child, utterly dumbfounded. I assured her, "Do not panic. Let me examine you." Tang Hao and Bibi Dong stood in shock, their CPUs likely overheating. Upon inspection, I discovered both mother and son were unharmed. The soul spirit had undergone a mutation due to their maternal bond, allowing it to materialize without a host's soul power. Clearing my throat, I began to enlighten them. Ahem, this is a new path I have researched called soul spirits. It allows humans and soul beasts to forge an equal contract, merging their souls, with the soul beast retaining self-awareness and growing stronger alongside their hosts. Sister Ayin, you are already the second case. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao, Ayin, and Bibi Dong nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. I even elaborated on my theory regarding artificial soul rings, leaving them utterly astounded. After listening, Bibi Dong suddenly smirked, pulling me on her lap, rubbing my head as she remarked, "I think I understand. You wish to establish a nation for soul beasts? Goodness, this woman is remarkably astute." She cautioned me not to trust humans, delivering her warning with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, as the conversation progressed, the tone shifted dramatically. She suddenly declared, "But I am fortunate. Had it not been for this incident, I would not have realized I might have developed feelings for you." I was taken aback. The slime covering my body nearly solidified from shock. I instantly propelled myself off her lap, landing precisely atop Tang Hao's head, shouting, "Bibi Dong, please maintain your dignity." Tang Hao, bearing my weight, exhibited a rather expressive countenance. Sister Ayin found the situation amusing and reached out to poke me, while little Tang San, nestled in her arms, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at me. I couldn't be bothered to argue with an infant and told Bibi Dong. We 1T disclosed the matter of eliminating Qian Sunji. Bibi Dong, however, wore a mournful smile, saying it was futile. The old man knew everything. Recognizing she meant Qian Dalu, I assured her that he would not take action against her, especially considering she had a daughter, Qian Renxue. I advised her to return and fulfill her role as a mother, instead of projecting her hatred for Qian Sunji onto her child. Bibi Dong pondered my words, nodding in understanding, before looking up at me and asking the final question, "But how can you be so certain I will survive?" I explained that this required a technical explanation. I began to elaborate. "You are currently gravely injured. Is this not the perfect script? Who is responsible?" Naturally, it is the million-year soul beast. As I spoke, I puffed my throat and dramatically extracted a palm-sized silver dragon scale from my body, tossing it before her with a flourish. This item, while undeniably handsome, was not precious to me. It served as the perfect instrument for deception. I winked at her. "Do you understand? Take this. It bears the pure aura of my million-year soul beast. Upon returning, claim you battled a legendary ferocious beast, and Qian Sunji heroically sacrificed himself to protect you. You, having returned wounded, bearing the burden of shame. This constitutes a tragic heroine narrative worthy of an Oscar." Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, trembling as she held the dragon scale. Her gaze toward me was complex as she questioned, "Why are you helping me? I nearly eradicated your kin." I chuckled and philosophized. "When will vengeance end? Besides, you've ascended to the role of Pope, becoming the head of the Spirit Hall. You will serve as my top undercover agent in the human realm. This is a monumental win for my soul beast empire. Do you grasp the concept of long-term investment?" She remained silent for a considerable time, her voice trembling as she uttered two words, "For years." I was taken aback. For years? The Continental Soul Master competition would commence in 4 years. Alas, time was of the essence. My plans would have to wait until the following edition in 14 years. So be it. 14 years may yield even better results. Having secured Bibi Dong as a future undercover agent, I turned my attention to the pressing matters at hand. I transformed into my dragon form, placing Ain and her son upon my back. As for Tang Hao, I regret to inform you, there was no room for you. I grabbed him like a chick, lifting him effortlessly with one claw as we sped toward the sunset forest. On our journey, Ain cautioned me about the core area ahead, indicating its dangers. I thought to myself, sister, I am headed to the very core of the core, the VIP zone of the ice and fire yin yang eye. To my surprise, they had evidently not heard of it. Tang Hao, grasped in my claw, was left bewildered by the wind, unable to voice his questions. Only little Tang San, nestled in Ain's embrace, flashed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes before drifting off to sleep. This child undoubtedly harbored secrets. Yet I had neither time nor inclination to investigate. Before long, we arrived. I casually tossed Tang Hao onto the ground and gracefully transformed back into human form. Tang Hao had just steadied himself when he eagerly inquired whether the Soul Beast Empire I had previously mentioned was indeed real. The expression on his face was one of incredulity, as if to say, "Brother, the dreams you've painted are far too grand for me to digest." While I ventured forth, exploring the path ahead, I responded with an air of sophistication. Peaceful coexistence requires someone to take the first step, and I am that chosen one. Just as I was speaking, my eyes lit up, and I shouted, "Haha, I found it. My friends, it's right here." Tang Hao and Ain followed my pointing finger, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. On one side lay the Flame Mountain, while the other showcased a world of ice and snow, creating a stunning juxtaposition within the valley. The visual impact was akin to a 5D movie. I instructed them to wait outside, advising, "If you encounter an elderly man with green dreadlocks, do not engage. Simply mention my name." Having imparted my instructions, I plunged into the realm where fire and ice converged. I barely cast a glance at the surrounding celestial herbs. My target was the spring, the core, the dragon bones of those two ancient beings. Upon entering the core area, the sensation was extraordinary. The left side of my body felt as if it had entered a sauna, almost igniting my clothes, while the right side felt as though it had plunged into a cold storage, freezing instantly. But who am I? I am the man endowed with elemental resistance by Gu Yu Na. Such minor discomfort is trivial. I dove straight into the lake that appeared to be a hot spring, but possessed the capacity to melt even a tidal Douluo. As soon as I entered, I heard a chime in my mind. Sign in successful, dual resistance to ultimate ice and ultimate fire acquired. The feeling was akin to reviving after a full night of charging my phone. It was exhilarating. I descended rapidly and soon beheld the massive Dragon King skeletons at the lake's bottom. I had the great sage analyze the situation, and the conclusion was relocating the entire structure was impractical due to the divine power within, but extracting a few fragments should pose no issue. With a mischievous grin, I wasted no time. I bit into the leg bone of the Water and Fire Dragon King, activating the Predator ability. In the next instant, I felt myself expand dramatically, like a balloon inflating 100-fold. The two extreme forces of water and fire celebrated wildly within me, a thrilling sensation that was utterly delightful yet harmless. Moments later, as the energy storm subsided, I returned to my original state, feeling my comprehension of the ice and fire elements reach new heights. With a vigorous leap, I erupted from the lake, feeling invigorated, and could not help but exclaim, "What a refreshing experience! I wish to do it again." Upon turning around to leave, I was met with an unexpected sight. There stood Ain and Tang Hao at the entrance, their expressions betraying a desperate attempt to feign ignorance, as if to say, "We saw nothing, we heard nothing." Oh, my friends, who understands the embarrassment of social death? That phrase I had just uttered was undoubtedly overheard. I wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. Tang Hao attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Well, we were interrupted by a yin's elbow, before we could finish our conversation. Ain approached gently, lifting me in her arms and soothingly cooed, "Don't worry, let's go home." Held in her embrace, I feigned unconsciousness, too timid to utter a word. It was then I realized that Tang Hao had, unbeknownst to me, secured his 9th spirit ring and officially ascended to title Douluo. Upon our arrival in the Stardow Forest, the atmosphere was bustling, akin to a festive celebration. The spirit beings Tianming, Gu Yuna, and Xiao Wu gathered around. Ain and Xiao Ro, longtime friends, joyfully reunited, while Tianming, ever the attention seeker, approached to play with their child, startling Tang Hao in the process. Gu Yuna maintained her authoritative demeanor, shaking hands with Ain and exchanging introductions. Soon, a group of women, including the spirit state Xiao Ro and Ain, convened for a tea party, likely to chat through the night. I arranged lodging for Tang Hao and began to advise him on purchasing baby supplies when suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended. Tian had arrived. Without a glance in my direction, he fixated on Tang Hao, snorting coldly as his semi-divine aura surged and then receded. In that moment, the newly minted title Douluo Tang Hao froze, unable to move. Tian was clearly asserting his dominance. He pointed at Tang Hao and commanded, "This human is under your jurisdiction. Should he pose any threat to our soul beasts, you shall deal with him personally." I quickly laughed it off, assuring, "Rest assured, I trust my people." Tian then scrutinized Tang Hao, surprisingly complimenting, "Not bad. You possess talent. You may have the potential to become a demigod." This left Tang Hao both flattered and startled, prompting him to bow in respect. Just as I was chuckling foolishly, Tian suddenly seized my head, lifting me to his eye level. He sniffed me, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "What is this other dragon scent on you? Are you indulging in something unsavory?" I was utterly bewildered. What dragon scent? Was it merely the remnants of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's bones? I hastily chuckled, explaining that I had been experimenting with new recipes, and perhaps some ingredients had mingled, successfully diverting his attention. I must say, these past days have been quite lively. Tang Hao, observing Ain reveling with the soul beasts, wore a constant smile that erased any doubts he once harbored. Were he asked to betray all of humanity for his wife and child now, he would not hesitate. Meanwhile, Tian was hard at work, decisively marking out a plot of land behind our star lake, directing the flow of spring water, and planting the leg bones of the 2 dragon kings as if sowing radishes. He personally stood guard, declaring his intent to create a miniature version of the Ice and Fire 2-element eye. Goodness, could it be that fortune is finally favoring our soul beasts? In the future, as we cultivate and grow herbs, the results may be akin to wielding cheats. Of course, I was not idle either. I discovered that a yin's spirit state possessed unique qualities, unlike Xiao Wu's mother, who faltered if separated from her host by even 100 meters. To ascertain the extent of her abilities, I conducted experiments with her throughout the night. The data we gathered was astonishing. We found that she could maintain distance from Tang Hao for quite some time, though the farther she strayed, the faster her soul power depleted, approximately 1/10 for every 10,000 kilometers. Theoretically, 100,000 kilometers was the limit. Beyond that, she might vanish. Though our experiment reached a maximum of 70,000 kilometers, it was still extraordinary. Regrettably, I suffered from fatigue after an all-nighter, while Ain emerged from the experience invigorated. Truly, who understands the unparalleled stamina of the Blue-Silver Emperor? The following morning, I donned a pair of dark circles under my eyes and took Tang Hao into Tiando Imperial City to procure supplies. He resembled a startled bird, fearful of recognition. We found our usual grocery store, and I pushed Tang Hao forward, introducing him to the proprietor boss. From now on, he will handle purchases, my new apprentice. Tang Tian. Tang Hao's face turned an ominous shade of green, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The shopkeeper, a character in his own right, immediately launched into extravagant praise. "Ah, Tang Tian, the proprietor. Such talent and charisma. Please come in." I paid them no mind, taking a seat by the door to bask in the sunlight. However, tranquility was short-lived as a grinning man, resembling a fox, approached, accompanied by a stoic figure. To my astonishment, It was Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the sword Douluo Continent. Mr. Limulu, Ning Fengji cooed. What a coincidence to encounter you here. I replied with a disingenuous smile. Coincidence, you say? Sect Master Ning, are you here specifically to ambush me? He remained unperturbed, merely chuckling, while the sword Douluo, unable to endure any longer, prepared to step forward but was halted by Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji remarked, Mr. Limulu, I truly admire your forthright nature. Therefore, let's cease this discussion. I shall respond directly. I have no interest in men, and do not even think of recruiting me. It is utterly impossible. It was astonishing to see Ning Fengji, who could maintain his composure, even smiling as he said, Sir, you have misunderstood. I am here today specifically to express my gratitude. I was taken aback. Gratitude towards me? For what? It turned out that it was Jian Douluo who spoke up, revealing that an assassin sent by the Spirit Hall to eliminate his daughter, Ning Rongrong, had been apprehended by Douluo. This information was relayed to Douluo by me. Had it not been for my intervention, his daughter and wife would have been in grave danger while out for leisure. So that was the matter at hand. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head, and Ning Fengji seized the opportunity to invite me to dinner, expressing a desire to repay me while also discussing the affairs of my younger siblings. I was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was he threatening me? My spirit powers surged uncontrollably. Jian Douluo immediately positioned himself in front of Ning Fengji. The next moment, before I could react, a massive hammer, towering above a person, soared out from the shop, heading straight for Ning Fengji's head. Jian Douluo, with remarkable speed, unsheathed his seven-killing sword, clashing against the hammer with a resounding clang, causing shockwaves that uprooted the cobblestones of the entire street. Tang Chen, halt at once. I shouted urgently. Only then did Tang Hao relent, though his face was as dark as a pot's bottom, bellowing at the startled shopkeeper. Silence. Address me as Tang Boss. Do not add the words Chen. The shopkeeper trembled in response. Yes, Tang Boss. Meanwhile, I was in distress, and Ning Fengji beside me was stifling laughter, his face turning red. Just as this awkwardness lingered, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Who dares to attack the leader of the Ning clan in Tiando City? As he spoke, upon recognizing me, he froze momentarily, then turned to leave, muttering, forget it, as if I were never here. You may continue. It was none other than Douluo. This old fellow, upon seeing me, resembled a mouse encountering a cat. I was about to inquire about his health when he interrupted. Limula, our agreement stands. Do not create trouble for me in the city. If you wish to fight, take it outside. His unusual demeanor left Ning Fengji astonished. I quickly adjusted my approach. It is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I was just about to dine with the leader of the Ning clan. Ning Fengji, being a cunning fox, immediately nodded. Indeed, why doesn't Elder Douluo join us? It would be perfect for you to serve as a witness. Witness for what? I was puzzled, and Ning Fengji, with a smile, said, to witness the sparring session previously agreed upon between Jian Shu and Mr. Limulu. I was taken aback, thinking, what have I gotten myself into? Thus, we hurried to the martial arts arena of the Tiando Royal Academy. I stood in the center, feeling utterly helpless, facing Jian Douluo Chen. What folly had possessed me to challenge him? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Ning Fengji was attempting to entice Tang Hao, proposing that if he joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would shoulder the burden concerning the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao dismissed him with a curt reply, asserting that he would heed Limulu's counsel. Douluo, however, engaged Tang Hao in a brief conversation, where both discovered that their recent improvements in strength and health were entirely due to me. Qilin, while twirling his sword, remarked on Douluo, no wonder you, old poisoner, flee upon seeing him. I grew impatient and declared, enough of this chatter. Let us conclude this match. I was eager to see what scheme Ning Fengji had concocted. Qilin's fighting spirit ignited. Come forth. Let me see what capabilities you possess to rescue people from the Spirit Hall. Very well. Let's begin. I inhaled deeply, activating all my spirit rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, culminating in 3 blood-red 100,000-year spirit rings. In that instant, silence enveloped the arena. While Tang Hao and Douluo were unfazed, Having witnessed such sights before, Ning Fengji and Qin Xin's eyes nearly bulged out. Even Jian Douluo's eternally stoic face twitched with excitement. He unleashed his own spirit rings, a standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, but in comparison to my 3 crimson rings, it appeared utterly mundane. 6 spirit skill. Black Dragon Claw. I roared, transforming my hands into claws and lunging forward. Initially, I intended to merely exchange a few moves, but to my surprise, Qin Xin took it seriously. 7th spirit skill. True body of a martial spirit. He merged with his martial spirit, transforming into a colossal sword that cleaved towards me. Goodness, is he serious? I could only brace myself and charge forward. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the arena, the ground sinking half a meter. The shockwave forced Ning Fengji and the others back onto the rooftop. Our commotion had already attracted a crowd of students from the academy, who gathered on the hills surrounding the arena to observe secretly. Look, they are fighting. My goodness, that sister fighting against Jian Douluo is stunning. Who is she? I have no idea. Look at her spirit rings. The last 3 are red. 300,000-year spirit rings. Is she even human? The students erupted into a frenzy of gossip, their hearts racing. The boys were in awe of Qin Xin's striking appearance, while the girls were captivated by my gallant demeanor, oblivious to the fact that the so-called stunning titled Douluo was actually male. But guess what? Just as they were lost in their imaginations about a beautiful sister, someone in the crowd suddenly remarked, "What if she is a man? If she is, that would excite me even more." The moment those words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, then retreated several steps, their expressions akin to witnessing a prehistoric beast. Who could fathom this fellow's wild imagination? Just when they thought the gossip was finished, another wave of overwhelming energy surged forth. The onlookers were caught off guard, collectively spitting out blood in shock. And it didn't end there. A more terrifying aftershock followed, the intensity suggesting it could send people flying. Panic ensued, and they all regretted their recklessness. Who were they to observe a battle between titled Douluos? It was sheer folly. In the midst of this critical moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared before them, wielding a massive hammer, and with a resounding thud, he blocked the incoming attack. A bunch of little brats, seeking to watch a titled Douluo fight up close? Are you courting death? You have 3 minutes to scram. After 3 minutes, I want to be responsible. The students felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and scrambled away in a hurry. But guess what? One brave soul approached and asked, "Big brother, do you know the name of that beautiful titled Douluo?" I must mention, this brave soul was none other than Tang Hao. Upon hearing the words beautiful, his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he stifled a laugh, responding, "Oh, her? That's Limulu, a true beauty. My goodness, I owe you one. Tang Hao, you truly excel at promoting me." Meanwhile, my battle with Jian Douluo Qin Xin was reaching its climax. He activated his 9th spirit skill, unleashing 2 cataclysmic sword energies that tore through space towards me. But was I anxious? Not in the slightest. I too activated my 9th spirit skill, instantly becoming energy itself. The 2 sword energies passed through my form, taking a substantial chunk of my blue bar, but rendering no other effect. I must share, this technique is called cashability. As long as my blue bar is sufficient, you may strike as you please. If I lose even a drop of health, consider it my defeat. Qin Xin was left astounded, realizing that after all his efforts, including unleashing his ultimate moves, I had not been harmed in the slightest, and it even felt as though I had not been earnest. Looking at himself, panting and nearly depleted of skills, he clearly did not wish to fight to the bitter end. So he simply retracted his martial spirit, declaring the battle over. Was that all? I felt somewhat unsatisfied. Deep down, I understood that if we continued, his defeat was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. "Mr. Limulu, I concede. Qin Xin is indeed straightforward. He admits defeat without any hesitation. Continuing would only lead to further humiliation. So let us discuss more pertinent matters." Beside us, Ning Fengji's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Sword uncle, you're conceding just like that?" At that moment, Tang Hao staggered back into the room. I shot him a sidelong glance. "Where have you been?" He flashed a mischievous grin, one that could easily provoke annoyance. "Oh, nothing much, just help you with some promotion." A chill ran down my spine, an ominous feeling that someone was plotting against me. Soon after, the old poison master Douluo emerged, laughing heartily as he remarked that I was even more formidable than he had anticipated. He stated he had matters to attend to and would come back to find me in a couple of days before soaring off towards the imperial palace. Finally, peace was restored. I promptly turned to Ning Fengji. "Leader Ning, weren't we supposed to talk? I know a fine tavern. Will you treat?" Ning Fengji readily agreed. "No problem. It would be my honor. Let us depart at once." Meanwhile, Douluo boldly entered the grand hall of the Tiando Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty Shui, I have matters to report." The emperor, preoccupied with state affairs, paused in surprise. "Elder Douluo, what brings you here?" "The Limulu I mentioned has arrived in Tiando City and even sparred with Sword Douluo." "Oh, what was the outcome?" Sword Douluo conceded. "What?" The pen in Shui's hand dropped in shock. Given his close relationship with Ning Fengji, he was well aware of Sword Douluo's pride. For him to concede was simply unthinkable. Panic gripped him. What does he intend to do? Shui urged him to remain calm, stating he would investigate Limulu's intentions. If Limulu posed a threat to the royal family, he would do everything in his power to protect them. Ultimately, Shui decided to leave the matter entirely in Douluo's hands, advising him to foster an alliance if possible and avoid unnecessary complications. The scene shifted back to the tavern. Ning Fengji got straight to the point, delivering a direct question. "Mr. Limulu, are your siblings transformed from soul beasts?" Tang Hao was taken aback. "How does everyone know about this?" My embarrassment was palpable. Ning Fengji, perceptive as ever, squinted and said, "I suspect you have a grand plan. One that could alter the dynamics between humans and soul beasts. Am I correct?" My heart raced. How could he have guessed? Yet I could not admit it aloud. I could only laugh it off. "Leader Ning, you're overthinking it. But speaking of which, why must one hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled, and with a knowing smile, he refilled my cup. He had caught the underlying meaning. He continued to extend an olive branch, proclaiming that the doors of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would always be open for me, adding, "Consider it a gesture of friendship. I find you quite likable." My goodness, he paused after expressing his fondness, gazing directly at me. My mind raced, thinking, surely, he doesn't intend to pursue this line of conversation. He then leisurely completed his sentence. "I like your character." I was taken aback. Hastily, I buried my head in my meal, deterred from engaging further. Conversing with this cunning old fox was exhausting. Noticing my silence, Ning Fengji turned to inquire about the affairs of the Haotian school, even asking if Qinshuanji had perished. Tang Hao, without hesitation, took full responsibility. "Indeed, we were the ones who killed him. Consider it a favor for Bibi Dong." Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong knelt in the center of the Pope's chamber. Before her stood the previous generation's Pope, Qian Dalu, alongside a young girl, Qian Renxue. Qian Dalu offered Bibi Dong a chance for redemption. If she could achieve results within 5 years, the position of Pope would be hers. Failure would mean death. Bibi Dong accepted, gathering her courage to request the return of her daughter, Qian Renxue, for the first time. Although Qian Dalu was skeptical, he agreed upon seeing that little Shui yearned for her mother. However, he warned Bibi Dong that he had dispatched elders from the worship hall to the Star Do Great Forest to investigate the matter of the soul beast she had previously mentioned. This could lead to trouble. In the dead of night, I emerged from a sundry shop with Tang Hao, who cradled an assortment of infant items for little Tang San. As we ambled towards the Star Do Great Forest, I recounted my discussions with Ning Fengji to him. However, as we approached the forest's edge, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The air carried an inexplicable odor. Tang Hao remained oblivious, so I instructed him to return and inform Gu Yu and the others not to leave the Star Lake while I transformed and flew over to investigate. Not far into my flight, I spotted a massive cave, its entrance stained with blood, and a corpse lay nearby. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was clad in the uniform of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had indeed made their move. My heart sank as I followed the blood trail. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and flames shot skyward. A colossal golden crocodile spirit was suppressing the blaze. I recognized it instantly. The flames belonged to the formidable Qi Wang, a general under Emperor Tian. The golden crocodile exuded an overwhelming aura, at least level 98. It was the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall. What were they doing here? Moreover, that peculiar, oddly comforting aura intensified. At that moment, a notification echoed in my mind. Three-eyed golden lion detected. You may sign in. Suddenly, all became clear. That aura belonged to the auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion. The Spirit Hall initially came to investigate me, but they had unexpectedly encountered the newly born three-eyed golden lion. This predicament was indeed my responsibility. I soared to the heart of the battlefield, witnessing Qi Wang fiercely protecting the trembling three-eyed golden lion behind him, valiantly facing off against a dozen members of the Spirit Hall, several of whom were titled Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo, accompanied by two other super Douluo at level 96, was preparing to attack me. Qi Wang, spotting me, appeared both shocked and furious. Limulu, what are you doing here? I transformed into a slime and leapt onto his head, my anger flaring upon seeing the injured three-eyed golden lion. Qi Wing, enough chatter. I'm here to assist you. No sooner had I spoken than I engaged the three old-timers of the golden crocodile, Douluo. I must say, the Spirit Hall was no pushover, especially with these three super Douluo. The sheer destructive power of our direct confrontation was staggering. My silver dragon scales were dented from their blows. Although I recovered quickly, feeling no pain, the frustration was mounting. In my dragon form, I was essentially a mere facade. I looked imposing but was clumsy, besides fanning winds with my wings, scratching foes with my claws, and unleashing a flurry of soft tendrils for distraction. I had no genuine offensive capabilities. Fellow comrades, you understand my plight. I regretted my decision to transform into this cumbersome creature. It left me feeling restrained in battle. The golden crocodile, Douluo, a formidable opponent, hammered me relentlessly. Yet I remained unscathed, which only added to his frustration. We were locked in a stalemate, merely a contest of endurance. I realized I could not allow this to continue. Dawn was approaching. I needed to escalate the situation. With a powerful flap of my wings, I conjured a fierce gale to push them back, then inhaled deeply, channeling the power of the Fire Dragon King. In the next instant, I unleashed a torrent of flames so intense they warped the very air. It felt like unleashing a divine fury. The golden crocodile, Douluo's face paled instantly as he bellowed for everyone to take cover. They scrambled in three directions, a comical sight. This was my first time using such a technique, and I failed to control it properly. The flames obliterated a vast expanse of forest, turning the ground into scorched earth. Trust me, the scene was truly magnificent. The golden crocodile, Douluo, stared in shock at the devastation, likely contemplating, if this had hit, would it have vaporized me? The two behind him wore expressions of terror, quietly asking him what to do. Grinding his teeth, the golden crocodile, Douluo, commanded, "Withdraw. This million-year-old beast is too powerful. We must retreat." "Oh, you think you can escape?" I certainly did not consent to that. I directly invoked the power of the Water Dragon King, preparing to unleash an icy barrage upon them. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a realm of frost and snow, the biting chill penetrating to the bone. The Jin Douluo trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in fear. And guess what? This move turned out to be utterly ineffective. The area of effect was vast, yet the damage was virtually non-existent, and I nearly froze myself into an ice sculpture. This skill seemed to prioritize atmosphere over impact. I hastily shook off the frost clinging to me, internally cursing the Water Dragon King 100 times. Well, never mind, time for a brawl. I charged forward, engaging the Jin Douluo in a fierce struggle. Though my techniques were rather unrefined, my tough skin and immense strength prevailed. In just a few exchanges, I left 3 deep claw marks on his chest, nearly exposing his insides. At that moment, their side fired a signal flare. The Jin Douluo, upon seeing it, instantly unleashed his martial soul's true form, using his 9th soul skill to force me back, then spat a harsh retort. Today, you've prevailed. Once our spirit hall rises, your demise will come. With that, he fled in a flash, moving faster than a rabbit. I stood there, stunned. Was this not a classic case of retreating while throwing threats? I couldn't be bothered to chase after him and turned to fly back to Qi Wang. Upon my return, I found Qi Wang in a dire state, several soul-guided devices embedded in him, resembling a porcupine. Beside him, the Sanyan Jin and I, a small golden-haired lion, also bore a significant wound. I quickly transformed back into slime, leaping onto Qi Wang's head to assist with his healing. While he enjoyed the treatment, he stubbornly retorted, "See? They ran away. They clearly couldn't handle you. These humans are nothing but cowards who bully the weak." I rolled my eyes, directly countering, "And what do you feel now? Having been beaten to this state by a bunch of cowards?" Qi Wang was momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. As I tended to his wounds, I educated him. Not all humans are bad. Look at Tang Hao, for instance. He is quite decent. ISNTE. You will encounter more humans willing to coexist peacefully with us in the future. Qi Wang huffed, but eventually relented. "All right, you saved my life this time. I'll surely help you in the future." The Sanyan, Jin, and I, beside him, also let out a small whimper, its adorable voice melting my heart. At that moment, a delightful chime echoed in my mind. Lo and behold, my golden finger had arrived. Signing in the Sanyan, Jin, and I granted me a soul power aggregation physique. This was akin to a walking power bank, but an upgraded version. From now on, I will be the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. Whoever approached me would see their cultivation speed soar. I immediately tested this new ability, and soul power surged towards me like a frenzy, forming a massive vortex around me. The sensation was exhilarating. Just as I reveled in it, the little golden-haired lion, the Sanyan, Jin, and I, suddenly leaped up, opening its mouth wide and devouring the soul power sphere I had gathered. My immediate thought was, "Oh no, this is bad." After swallowing the soul power vortex, its body began to swell like a balloon, its expression contorted in agony, and it plummeted from Qi Wang's head. I swiftly jumped down to catch it. Qi Wang, in a panic, transformed into a handsome young man with red hair, snatching the little golden lion from my grasp, frantically pacing around. Both of us were flustered, utterly unsure of what to do. Consuming that soul power vortex would give me an upset stomach, and for such a small creature, it could be fatal. Its body continued to expand, its cultivation rapidly escalating from over 1,000 years to nearly 3,000. I urgently consulted my external sage for guidance. The sage advised that the only solution was to suppress it using the bloodline power of the dragon god. The dragon god bloodline? Where on earth could we find that? While I was still bewildered, a robust voice resonated from above. Indeed, the dragon god bloodline is required for suppression. Looking up, I was astonished to see the beast god Dtion had arrived, the true powerhouse of the Star Do Forest. Upon seeing him, Qi Wang immediately knelt on one knee. I felt a wave of relief. A great figure had come to our rescue. Dtion assessed the situation and commanded, "Limulu, stop dawdling and quickly summon the master. Only her bloodline can save it." As he spoke, he dripped his own blood onto the San, Yin, Jin, and I to stabilize the situation temporarily. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and raced towards the direction of the Star Lake. When I arrived in a frantic rush, I found Guyuna, Bai Ji, and ZG leisurely sipping tea and chatting. I had no time to explain. I extended my tentacle, wrapped it around Guyuna, and placed her on my back, shouting, "No time to explain, hop on," and dashed away. Guyuna, taken aback by my sudden action, exclaimed, "Hey, slow down. You're going to jostle me to death." As I ran, I explained that the Sanyan Jin and I had overeaten and was about to explode, requiring her dragon god bloodline to save it. Upon hearing this, Guyuna became surprisingly calm and even joked, asking if I wanted to drain her blood. My face flushed with embarrassment as I replied, "It's not me. It's that little lion." By the time we returned to the scene, Dtion was nearly at his limit. The moment Guyuna arrived, her aura shifted dramatically. She cradled the Sanyan, Jin, and I, which had grown to the size of an Alaskan Malamute, and unleashed her Silver Dragon King martial soul, wrapping them both in her massive silver wings. Dtion let out a sigh of relief and turned to interrogate Qi Wang about what had transpired. I listened in, explaining how the Jin Douluo and his cohort had targeted me. Upon hearing this, Tian was furious, reiterating that humans were untrustworthy. I could only interject, urging him not to generalize. As we spoke, the silver light surrounding Gu Yuna dissipated. Her complexion appeared pale, and she wobbled on her legs, holding the girl. I was taken aback. What happened to the little lion? How did it transform into a beautiful girl with flowing pink and blue hair, dressed in a white gown? Was it this Wang Xiao? Tian and Qi Wang were equally bewildered, their faces filled with questions. Gu Yuna, Bunting, explained that the little creature had absorbed so much energy that it had to transform into a human to survive. It had chosen to take this form before entering a deep slumber, having absorbed my dragon god bloodline, allowing it to transcend to a cultivation level of 10,000 years and transform early. I gazed at the unconscious Wang Xiao. She bore a striking resemblance to her character from the original story, yet upon closer inspection, I noticed features reminiscent of both myself and Gu Yuna. Could this be her daughter? Given that she had transformed, she certainly needed a name. I swiftly suggested, let us name her Wang Xiao. It's autumn now, and as an imperial auspicious beast, the surname Wang suits her magnificently. Both Gu Yuna and Tian found this agreeable, but Qi Wang appeared rather green with envy. His role had been to guard the San Yin Jin Ni, and now his charge had transformed into a human, rendering his duty null and void. Seizing the opportunity, I approached Qi Wang. How about you accompany me to the Star Lake? This way, you can continue to protect Wang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna echoed my sentiment, laying down an ultimatum for Qi Wang. You decide. My task is to protect Xiao. If you're unwilling, I might just take her away. Considering her identity has been exposed, her safety is paramount. Qi Wang was visibly conflicted, his face contorting in distress. His words professed loyalty to the beast god, yet his internal calculations were transparent. He showed no interest in our Soul beast empire. Gu Yuna, uninterested in further debate, waved her hand dismissively. Fine, take your time to think it over. We're leaving now. With that, she gently caressed Wang Xiao's face, exuding tenderness, and remarked how she now had a beautiful little sister, clearly delighted. She then urged me, Limulu, hurry, let us head home. Without hesitation, I transformed back into my dragon form and soared toward the Star Lake with both of them. Before departing, Tian pretended to pat Qi Wang on the shoulder, uttering a riddle-like statement. Choices are not limited to a mere binary. With that, he vanished, leaving Qi Wang in a state of melancholy. And guess what happened next? As soon as Tian departed, a shadow emerged and transformed into an elderly figure. I must tell you, this old man was clearly no benign presence, grinning in a most peculiar manner. He was none other than the king of 10,000 beasts, who immediately stirred up trouble. Oh, Qi Wang, the San Yin Jin Ni has turned into a human, and you still heed the beast god? Qi Wang, however, was a resolute character. He retorted boldly, get lost. The beast god has bestowed kindness upon me, and for this lifetime, I shall remain loyal to him. My affairs are none of your concern. Do not attempt to sway me. Remarkably, the king of 10,000 beasts remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he mentioned how the group of humans that had fled previously had traversed his territory. He warned that humans harbor grudges. And while the Xing who was shielded by Tian, Qi Wang was left to fend for himself. He insincerely invited Qi Wang to stay with him, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Qi Wang, unimpressed, transformed back to his original form and retreated to his cave to recuperate. Meanwhile, the escaped Jin Douluo surveyed his ragtag band of defeated comrades, nearly bursting with rage as he vowed to flatten our Xing Do great forest eventually. I pondered whether he should first concern himself with surviving until that day. On another front, Wang Xiao awoke in a state of bewilderment. Where am I? So soft, so large, so comfortable, yet why is it still dark? Unbeknownst to her, she was in a pitch-black room, fumbling around until she grasped something with an exquisite texture. Initially mistaking it for a pillow from the human realm, she embraced it tightly, exclaiming, wow, this texture is irresistible. I adore it. She continued to hold it until she discerned that it was a sky blue, oval-shaped object. Puzzled, she wondered why it appeared increasingly familiar. At that moment, I, feeling quite exasperated, spoke up. What nonsense! I saved you yesterday, and you still cannot recognize me? Was my effort in vain? My voice startled her, causing her to toss me onto the ground. What are you? I, in a fit of indignation, bounced thrice. I am Rimuru. And let me tell you, Wang Qiu'er, you were quite the handful last night, clutching me as if I were a pillow, and I did not hold it against you. Yet now you dare question my identity? That truly wounds my spirit. I'm not just any object. I am Rimuru, the sovereign of the Soul Beast Empire. Does that ring a bell now? Finally, she comprehended, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Rimuru, dear brother, what did you just call me? Wang Qiu'er. I proudly lifted my head and, with a flourish of my tentacles, dramatically drew back the curtains. Indeed, I bestowed that name upon you. Do you like it? In that instant, sunlight flooded the room, and I must say, Wang Qiu'er was undeniably enchanting. Although she appeared to be around 6 years old, her proportions and her powder blue hair were simply exquisite. She repeated her new name in a daze before breaking into a dazzling smile and once again seizing me in her embrace, showering me with affection. I adore it. Rimuru, dear brother, I like you so much. But you are still my slime brother. You are more comfortable. She nuzzled against me as I felt my entire body stiffen. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu standing at the doorway. Oh dear, this was turning into a live-action drama, one that would surely end in a scandal. Gu Yuna's gaze instantly turned icy. Well, Rimuru, have you charmed your new sister in just one night? Xiao Wu, ever more direct, chimed in with a huff. He is mine. You shall not steal him from me. Wang Qiu'er, unfamiliar with her, exploded in outrage. Who are you? I will not hand him over to you. Then, the darkest moment of my life unfolded. Each of them seized one end of me, engaging in a tug of war. I, a mere slime, was being stretched into a long strip. At that moment, I felt that if my slime form were any less resilient, I would surely meet my demise. But the ordeal did not end there. Gu Yuna, observing the spectacle, displayed a mischievous grin and joined the fray. They say a triangle is the most stable structure. Yet I found myself transformed into one, feeling as if I would split apart at any moment. Truly, in the most literal sense. I dare not use my soul power for fear of harming them, so I could only shout, "Stop. Please stop. I'm truly going to split." With a soft sound, I indeed split apart. When 3 round versions of myself appeared before them, everyone was left dumbfounded. I quickly took control of one of my avatars and began to feign confusion. Ah, where am I? Who are you? I cannot remember anything. Yet, Ditian, the ultimate mood spoiler, promptly exposed my ruse. What are you playing at? Split body technique coupled with amnesia? With your pathetic acting, who could you possibly fool? 1,000 curses surged through my mind. Ditian, could you not allow me a moment longer to perform? ZG found it all immensely entertaining, approaching to poke me while inquiring if I could split into even more versions so that each of them could have one and avoid competition. I roared, "What do you mean split into more? Are you all trying to take my life away?" At this moment, Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er realized the trouble they had caused, awkwardly mumbling about the tugging incident, their faces burning with embarrassment. Only Gu Yuna remained indifferent, leisurely sipping tea, and shot me a glance, retorting, "What are you looking at? Who told you to be so flimsy? Look again, and I will pull out 2 more for you. Do you believe me?" What could I say? I had to concede defeat. As the founding sovereign of the Soul Beast Empire, I had absolutely no authority. I resolved to impart some lessons. An idea struck me, and I hastily instructed the great sage to gather information on human noble etiquette. Clear my throat, I leapt onto the head of the Tianming Bing can and declared, "Silence, everyone. I shall now instruct you on the etiquette of human nobility." Xiao Wu was the first to protest, but was swiftly reprimanded by her mother, Xiao Rou, who whispered in her ear, "Do you not like Rimuru, dear brother? If you continue to be so impolite, he may not want you anymore." Well, that statement proved more effective than anything else, and Xiao Wu promptly declared, "For the sake of Rimuru, I shall study diligently." I mused over the absurdity of it all. to enhance the educational experience. I requested the great sage to provide me with a fitting outfit. In the next moment, I was adorned in a resplendent white princess gown, my hair styled into a ponytail. In that instant, the room fell into complete silence. All eyes, including those of Tian and Tang Hao, were fixed upon me. Gu Yuna appeared entranced, stepping forward to touch my collarbone, murmuring, "You are truly exquisite." I was filled with dismay, internally scolding the great sage. Did I not expressly instruct you to cease dressing me in women's attire? The great sage coldly replied, response, "This is the ceremonial attire. Moreover, teaching in this manner will enhance their focus." Upon witnessing the expressions in their eyes, I understood the truth. The great sage was indeed correct. This approach had certainly raised the stakes. My face flushed with embarrassment, yet I steeled myself. Ahem. Everyone please behave. We are in etiquette class. Anyone who fails to study diligently will face punishment. No sooner had I spoken than Qi Wang descended from above with a thunderous crash, landing right before us. He intended to address Tian, but, upon looking up, was greeted by the sight of me in a princess gown, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Rimuru, you have such peculiar tastes." My vision went dark. It was over. I had lost all semblance of dignity. 10 days later, on the final day of training, Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu maintained an impeccably formal kneeling posture while simultaneously lamenting. "Rimuru, dear brother, are we finished yet? Our legs are about to break. It hurts so much. When will this end?" Although Gu Yuna did not utter a word, her slightly trembling body and the beads of sweat adorning her forehead revealed that she was nearing her limit. As for myself, I had long since changed into a refreshing outfit, my hair styled into a ponytail, arms crossed, and I was emitting a villainous chuckle. How could I possibly let you escape, when I previously donned women's attire to teach you? You three were the most inattentive and constantly teased me. Now I'm punishing you. What is wrong with that? This is all for your own good. Tian and the others nearby struggled to suppress their laughter. Gu Yuna shot a fierce glare at Tian, who immediately recoiled. As time was drawing near, I benevolently called for a halt. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any dignity. Just then, a cute boy clad in a white glass skirt and sporting twin ponytails plopped down beside us, attempting to remove his skirt. Quick as a flash, I seized him and bound him up. "Xiaoming, you lost the bet, so you must comply. You still have one more day to endure." Tian Mingbing was utterly disheartened, letting out a desperate cry. "What? Isn't it time already?" I sneered. "When I say one more day, I mean one more day." Upon hearing this, the lad in the glass skirt, Tian Mingbing, looked utterly dejected. With a long sigh, he flopped onto the ground, giving up entirely. Let me tell you, this fellow, Tian Mingbing, brought this upon himself. Just a few days ago, Gu Yuna refused to learn human etiquette and skipped class daily, while he watched me from the sidelines, laughing at my predicament, claiming I couldn't handle her. I was incensed and bet him that if I could make Gu Yuna attend class obediently, he would have to dress as a girl, and he could only remove the outfit when I allowed him to. What was the outcome? You see, when Gu Yuna heard she could witness him in a little skirt, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly enrolled in my etiquette crash course. Tian Mingbing was thoroughly ensnared, having dug his own grave. Nearby, Deming, the bull-headed one, chimed in with a jab. "I thought you were purposefully seeking an excuse to dress as a girl. Turns out I was mistaken. Goodness." Tian Ming promptly fell into a state of despair, lying on the ground, questioning his existence. Ming, the ironclad simpleton, was even more theatrical, plopping down with such force that the ground trembled, sending Tian Ming soaring a meter into the air, only to crash down again, howling in pain. Amid our ruckus, Deming suddenly stiffened, his gaze fixed intently on the distant forest. Something is approaching. No sooner had he spoken than two enormous bears thundered forth from the woods. Those were the previously healed dark golden grizzly bears, Bear 1 and Bear 2. The bears, looking as if they had seen a ghost, rushed towards us, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Master, Lord Limulu, that human is coming again, the one who uses poison. He is headed this way." From their terrified expressions, I realized it was Du Gu Bo. These two bears, with their millennia of cultivation, would normally fear no ordinary titled awe, but they were inherently disadvantaged against poison, having developed a psychological trauma from Du Gubo's toxic prowess. I waved my hand dismissively. Do not panic, I summoned him. You two should head to the back and report to Qi Wang. This is no longer your concern. The bears exchanged glances, then turned to seek Di Tian's approval, and only then did they scurry off, looking rather dejected. Alas, I must say, these spirit beasts only acknowledge the beast god and Guyu Na. There remains a certain distance between them and me, and my status as a mere tool must be gradually improved. I clear my throat. Ahem, the old poison master is approaching. Di Tian, BG. If you prefer not to be seen, you may want to hide. However, Di Tian and his companions remained unmoved, clearly unimpressed by the presence of a human titled Dalu. Tang Hao, on the other hand, understood the situation, quietly stepping behind me, ready to lend his support. In just a few minutes, a dark green figure darted through the forest like lightning, finally stepping out of the thicket. The person was none other than Du Gubo. When the old poison master emerged from the woods and beheld the spectacle before us, he was utterly dumbfounded. His expression was as if his CPU had overheated, standing there completely frozen. Imagine the scene. On the left, Deming half submerged in the lake, exuding the aura of 100,000-year spirit beast as if it were nothing. On the right, Ming, a mountain-like titan great ape, was imposing simply by standing there. Not to mention the ever-stoic Di Tian beside him, despite exuding no discernible aura, emanated an oppressive presence stronger than anyone else. Then there was me alongside Tang Hao and the strikingly beautiful Guyu Na by G and ZG. This bizarre tableau of humans and beasts coexisting harmoniously shattered Du Gubo's worldview. He stood there, utterly bewildered, until I called him back to reality with a shout. Hey, old poison master, back to reality. Are you admiring the beauties? Only then did he notice me. But when his gaze landed on Tianming Bangcan, he was momentarily stunned. Just as he thought another beautiful girl had joined our ranks, Tianming, inopportunely, jumped out with hands on his hips, cheeks puffed out, and in his unique duck-like voice shouted, What are you staring at? I'm a boy, a genuine boy. Ha ha. Let me tell you, Du Gubo's expression at that moment was utterly priceless. He fell silent for a good 10 seconds, finally turning his head to give me a discreet thumbs up, his eyes conveying, Mr. Limulu, your taste is quite unique, but do take care of your health. My face darkened at that moment. What on earth was this fellow thinking? As the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, Tang Hao could no longer bear to watch, quickly stepping in to steer the conversation back to serious matters. Only then did Du Gubo rein in his peculiar expression, squinting at me as he asked, Did you not say that my physical condition would not be disclosed to others? I chuckled and patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. He is my person, worry not. If we reach an agreement, he shall be the spokesperson for our Spirit Beast Empire. Spirit Beast Empire? Du Gubo erupted. What are you planning? To establish a nation for spirit beasts? Are you mad? How could humans coexist peacefully with ferocious spirit beasts? Who said I am human? I cannot be bothered to engage in further banter. I laid my cards on the table. I'm a slime, a spirit beast. The concept of the Spirit Beast Empire is my initiative. As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed back into a blob of slime, bouncing atop Tang Hao's head. Du Gubo's eyes nearly popped out of his head, retreating a step in fright. Clearly contemplating escape, I reverted to human form, approached him, and began my formal introduction. I am Limulu, a million-year spirit beast. The others here, Xiao Wu, Wang Qiuer, Guyu Na, Bai Ji, and ZG, are all transformed spirit beasts. Lowering my voice to whisper in his ear, that one in black is Di Tian. His power surpasses mine by at least double, so do not entertain any ill intentions, or both you and your Tian-Do Empire will meet a grim fate. My close proximity sent Du Gubo retreating several paces, his expression one of wariness as he shouted, Don't come any closer. Goodness, he made me seem like some kind of terrifying monster. Seeing his fearful demeanor, I decided not to tease him further and promptly reveal my trump card. I produced a piece of mineral I had synthesized, imbued with terrifying soul power, and waved it in front of him. This is a mineral unique to our spirit beast empire. I call it Ultra Soul Guidestone. Soul tools crafted from it possess at least 3 to 4 times the current power and could even enable a Soul Douluo to contend with a title Douluo. This was one of the gifts we prepared for establishing diplomatic relations with the Tian-Do Empire. Upon seeing the mineral, Du Gubo's eyes widened in astonishment. As an expert in poisons, he recognized its strategic value immediately. I added fuel to the fire. You must relay my words unaltered to the Snow Knight Emperor. If he agrees to cooperate, I will resolve the poison afflicting you and your granddaughter on the same day. The temptation was too great. Du Gubo was thoroughly intrigued. Yet as a mere guest elder, he could only agree to relay my message, promising a satisfactory response within 3 days. The very next morning, within the Tian-Do Imperial Palace, Snow Knight Emperor fell silent after hearing Du Gubo's report. He toyed with the mineral I had given him, growing increasingly alarmed with each examination. The efficiency of this object in channeling soul power was unparalleled, far surpassing all existing materials. He immediately realized that if this substance could be used to form a soul guide army, the military might of the Tian-Do Empire would undergo a revolutionary transformation. He promptly dispatched someone to summon his brother, Prince Xuexing, to convene an emergency meeting. As they held their meeting, on the other side, the Platinum Bishop Salas of the Wuhuan Temple in Tian-Do City welcomed 2 esteemed guests. To his astonishment, the visitors were Bibi Dong, accompanied by her veiled daughter, Qian. They took command of Salas's position, clearly indicating their intent to orchestrate significant events within the Tian-Do Empire. That afternoon, Du Gubo arrived to escort us into the palace. I, along with Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu, strode confidently into the resplendent Tian-Do Imperial Palace. The opulent palace left Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna in awe, while I remained relatively unaffected. Du Gubo arranged for us to wait in a side hall, assuring us that Emperor Shui would join us shortly after concluding his official duties. Once he left, I summoned a servant, firmly grasped his shoulder, and narrowed my eyes, instructing him to bring a pot of tea, 3 cups, and a plate of pastries. Additionally, I emphasized that I was male, urging him not to mistake my identity. I exuded a hint of my aura, causing the young servant, whose soul power was only at a meager level, to tremble in fear, stumbling out to prepare the requested items. Within moments, the tea and pastries were delivered, and the servants hastily departed, not daring to glance back. While we awaited the emperor, Xiao Wu's mother, who had now become Xiao Wu's soul, the gentle Xiao Rou, floated in and helped herself to a pastry. The taste was delightful, reminiscent of those we had purchased before, safe to eat. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, as if I were testing her for poison. However, we soon ventured into the awkwardness of being soul spirits, sharing all senses without a shred of privacy. It would only be when Xiao Wu grew stronger that she could actively shield her thoughts. Yet who among our family could comprehend? The most embarrassing predicament was not Xiao Wu's, but rather Tang San's. Imagine this. While Yin and Tang Hao were being affectionate, Tang San, a reincarnated being with memories of his past life, was fully aware, observing the entire scene from a first-person perspective. His parents mistakenly believed him to be an oblivious infant, while in reality, he was fully aware of everything. Merely contemplating that scene made me feel as though I were digging my toes into the ground. Well, that's a matter for another time. I had pressing matters to attend to. I instructed Xiao Rou to keep an eye on my original self and to poke me if Du Gubo or Emperor Shui arrived. Then, I executed a transformation, splitting off a mini slime clone the size of fist from my body. This creation, a recent innovation of mine, emitted no soul power fluctuations, serving purely as a physical reconnaissance unit, a veritable stealth apparatus. With a shift in my consciousness, I quickly possessed the mini slime and hopped out of the room. Just as I departed, the real entertainment began. The body I left behind became a mere plaything for them. Xiao Rou, Xiao Wu, and Gu Yuna exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions exuding mischief. With my original body left behind, Xiao Wu's thoughts turned mischievous, but I found it amusing. The master was right. We should not go too far. Let's just give him a new hairstyle and strike a few poses. A sense of foreboding washed over me, but my clone was too distant to discern their intentions. What happened next was beyond my imagination. Xiao Rou, from seemingly nowhere, produced a hair tie, and with astonishing skill, swiftly tied my hair into twin ponytails. Twin pony tails. Xiao Wu and Guyu Na eagerly joined in, contorting my body into various utterly embarrassing poses. Who among my family could understand? My illustrious reputation was crumbling before my eyes. I felt as though my electronic disciplinary measures were about to activate. While I was in a state of disarray, my mini-clone had already bounced into a church. To my surprise, who did I see? Bibi Dong. She was indeed there. She was whispering to a middle-aged man. Unable to hear clearly, I leaned in closer. However, her perceptive abilities were extraordinary. As soon as I moved, she shot a piercing gaze my way. As sharp as a knife. Who goes there? Startled, I slammed to a halt. The Platinum Bishop Salas, oblivious to the situation, assumed Bibi Dong was merely on edge. Frowning, Bibi Dong approached, and upon spotting my gelatinous form in the corner, she shuddered, likely recognizing me. Just as she was about to speak, Salas approached again, inquiring, Bibi Dong, have you discovered something? Bibi Dong instantly donned an icy demeanor, turning to block his view. Nothing. I'm just being overly sensitive. With a few terse words, she dismissed Salas, asserting that plans had changed and he should return to the Wuhuan temple immediately. Once Salas departed, Qian Ringshu emerged from behind, looking bewildered and asking, Mother, why did you send him away? We hadn't finished discussing our plans. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face, and struck Qian Ringshu on the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. I was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What has happened? Bibi Dong gently laid her daughter on a bench before turning toward me, saying, Mr. Rimuru, please come out. I hopped onto Qian Ringshu's chest, bouncing twice, and replied, I have always been here. Just speak your mind. I glanced at Qian Ringshu. She was truly stunning, having inherited all of Bibi Dong's best traits. Bibi Dong then divulged a significant revelation. She explained that the old man Qindao Lu had been relentlessly brainwashing Qian Ringshu for his nefarious plans, compelling her to impersonate the prince of the Tiando royal family to execute a long-term infiltration mission that could span over a decade and carry immense risks. In the past, Bibi Dong harbored resentment toward Qindao Lu and consequently toward her own daughter. However, she had come to a realization. She did not wish to push her daughter into the abyss. Thus, she had taken the daring step of bringing her daughter out in hopes of thwarting Qindao Lu's scheme and seeking my assistance to potentially break the brainwashing. Upon hearing this, I realized that this mirrored events from the original narrative. However, now Bibi Dong had awakened to maternal love and was ready to resist. I informed her, as for breaking the brainwashing, I currently have no solution. After all, Qindao Lu is a demigod, and his mental suggestions are challenging to dismantle. However, I have a plan that can ensure you and your daughter are safely expelled from the Wuhuan temple without punishment. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up with excitement at this suggestion. She eagerly grasped my slime form, nearly squeezing me to oblivion. Quickly, tell me what to do. Sister, please be gentle. If you squeeze any harder, I might fall apart. I exclaimed, prompting her to release me shyly, cradling me in her palm. I must say, her hands were exquisite, smooth and long, perfectly sized to hold me, and she couldn't resist giving me a gentle squeeze. Regaining my composure, I explained my plan to her. In essence, I intended to meet Emperor Shui shortly, and I would devise a way for him to expel both of them from the realm, thus ensuring their mission failed without implicating them, rendering Qindao Lu unable to retaliate. I also left my clone with her as a mobile slime communicator. If she needed to contact me, all she had to do was poke it twice, and I would receive the signal. Like this, Bibi Dong curiously extended her finger, poking the slime and even giving it a gentle tug. I was startled, feeling a slight tingle. This sister had an extreme approach, fully embracing an immersive experience, it seemed. She withdrew her finger, which was now coated in my slime, and surprisingly brought it to her lips, wiping it off with a peculiar smile. The scent of slime is rather pleasant. I was left utterly bewildered, questioning what had transpired with her today. Forget it. I warned her not to mishandle my avatar. for it possesses no combat capabilities and can shatter with a mere squeeze. She chuckled and promised to take good care of it, stating that this was the future for her and her daughter. While we were engaged in conversation, I suddenly felt a poke from my original body, causing me to shudder. Ah, it seems that Douluo and his companions have arrived. I hastily bid farewell to Bai Dong, preparing to withdraw my consciousness. Before leaving, I steel myself, returning briefly to convey the most crucial message. Upon your return, you must fully embody the role. You must convincingly portray the ambitious pope who seeks to unify the continent. Only then can you deceive Qian Lu and the others. Perform, give it your all. With that, my consciousness swiftly returned to my original form in the side hall. I feigned waking up, rubbing my eyes and stretching lazily. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with Douluo staring at me as if he had seen a ghost. My heart sank. Why are you looking at me like that? Douluo cleared his throat, his expression oddly strained as he pointed to my hair. You previously said that a ponytail was for convenience. Is this dual ponytail also for convenience? He then gestured to my face, and this makeup, which was not present when I arrived. Hearing the mention of the dual ponytails and makeup, my mind buzzed, and I hurriedly retrieved a mirror. Good heavens! I was utterly infuriated. Who was the person staring back at me in a mirror? With exquisite eyeliner, rosy blush, and those two ponytails swaying in the wind, my hair had instantly rebelled against its constraints, standing on end with rage. Get Uyuna! Xiao Wu! Look at the mess you've created! I bellowed. Xiao Wu immediately hid behind Guyuna, sticking out her tongue, while Guyuna stood proudly, exuding an air of defiance. I was so furious that I sought Xiao Ro for support, only to be silenced by her remark. If anyone is spoiled here, ISNT at you? I was left speechless. Douluo was still astonished by Xiao Ro's sudden appearance, and I was too lazy to explain much, simply stating that she was Xiao Wu's mother and had become a soul spirit. As for what a soul spirit is, I would elaborate when Emperor Shui arrived. I approached him, lowering my voice. By the way, your granddaughter also has a chance to obtain a soul spirit. Just then, an announcement echoed from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Emperor Shui entered with Prince Xuexing. Douluo hurriedly made introductions, and I also offer my respects. Xiao Wu waved at them. Hello, Emperor Shui. I'm Xiao Wu, the one who dances. Quite lacking in decorum. However, Emperor Shui was not angered. He laughed heartily and took his seat at the head of the table, getting straight to the point. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's discuss your soul beast empire directly. If you cannot present conditions that persuade me, then diplomatic relations are off the table. Prince Xuexing also presented the mineral I had given him, prompting me to explain. I smiled slightly and transformed into a slime, performing an act of spontaneous vomiting. With a splat, I expelled two large chests, one filled neatly with perfect super soul guide stones, totaling 300 pieces. The other chest contained bottles of mysterious green liquid. I reverted to human form, pointing at the chest of minerals and casually stated, as a gift, here are 300 super soul guide stones. I can produce as many as needed. Emperor Shui and Prince Xuexing were left dumbfounded, and after Douluo inspected them, he too gazed at me in astonishment. I shrugged, indicating that this was something only I could create. Others could not replicate it, effectively cutting off their thoughts of bypassing me to act independently. Emperor Shui regained his composure and pointed to the other chest. And what is this liquid? I smiled. This is a rapid recovery potion we developed. I know that the Tiando Empire has many support-type soul masters, but our product is on par with theirs, and it can even neutralize some toxins. At this point, I glanced meaningfully at Douluo, the old poison master. It's worth mentioning that the inspiration for this came from you. If you hadn't injured that dark gold terraclaw bear in the Stardow Forest, I wouldn't have conceived of creating such a portable healing kit. I refer to this as a rapid recovery potion, and its efficacy is comparable to that of a healing soul master of the Soul King level delivering a powerful spell. And it can also alleviate common toxins and minor ailments. Each of the 20 bottles is sufficient for one person to use around 10 times. I must say, while this may not seem impressive for an individual soul master, when distributed among an army, well, you can imagine the difference. Prince Xuexing's face paled, and Emperor Shui furrowed his brows. They were both astute individuals who instantly understood the implications. If this were deployed on the battlefield, wouldn't the casualty rate plummet? That being said, Emperor Shui remained composed and immediately inquired, "How can you guarantee its effectiveness?" I chuckled, eagerly awaiting this question. I beckoned to a nearby attendant. "Hey, come here. I need you for a little experiment." The attendant trembled, glancing between me and the Emperor. Only upon receiving a nod from Emperor Shui did he dare to approach. As he reached me, I wasted no time, grasping his hand and swiftly making a small incision, neither too deep nor too shallow, just enough to draw blood. "Hold on, it will be over soon," I said as I uncapped a bottle of the potion and lightly sprinkled it over his wound. The attendant shut his eyes tightly, too afraid to look. "In just about a second," I said. "All right, open your eyes." He blinked in confusion, examining his hand before looking at me, his face a canvas of bewilderment. "Is that it?" "I feel nothing." Little do they know, when he looked down, the cut on his palm had vanished without a trace. Not even a scar to be found. If it weren't for the slight blood stain nearby, he might have thought he was dreaming. Emperor Shui waved him over, and he hurriedly knelt, extending his hand. Emperor Shui stroked his chin, intrigued. "Healed in under a second? That's a bit exaggerated. You claim it's equivalent to a Soul King level treatment. I doubt even a Soul King could match that speed. What about detoxifying? How does that work?" I shrugged. Speaking candidly, honestly, I can't demonstrate that on-site, as Douluo's poison is too potent. My potion can only neutralize common toxins, and against something of his caliber, it will be useless. Therefore, Your Majesty, consider it a top-tier wound ointment, with detoxification as a supplementary function. Don't hold your breath. Prince Xuexing was already excitedly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, even if it only heals wounds, it would be an enormous enhancement for our army. Healing soul masters are precious. If every soldier had one of these, their combat capabilities would skyrocket." Emperor Shui nodded thoughtfully, pondering the implications. "But this is for external use, not for oral consumption?" I grinned widely, resembling a sly fox. "Your Majesty, you don't understand. My potion can be ingested or applied topically, emphasizing convenience. Just think, if someone were to faint on the battlefield, they wouldn't be able to open their mouth to drink medicine. In such cases, simply sprinkling it on the wound would suffice. We can't expect someone to feed it mouth to mouth. That image is too beautiful for me to bear." "That makes sense." Emperor Shui could no longer contain himself, a broad grin spreading across his face. It was evident that he was exceedingly pleased with the local specialties I had brought, likely already contemplating how to form an alliance with our Soul Beast Empire and subsequently dominate the Xing Luo Empire. "All right, Rimuru," he stated directly, "tell me your conditions. I don't believe you've brought so many valuable items merely for charity." Ah, the Emperor is quite straightforward. I too saw no need to beat around the bush. Extending 3 fingers, I will exchange these items for 3 conditions. First, you, the Tiando Empire, must publicly acknowledge the legal status of our Soul Beast Empire and grant us formal recognition. Emperor Shui nodded affirmatively. "No problem. That is only right." Second, our 2 nations must engage in trade to stimulate the economy and promote the movement of people. No, humans and beasts alike. At this, Emperor Shui frowned, undoubtedly concerned about the safety of merchants, given the notorious reputation of the Stardow Forest. I hastily reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured regarding safety. Let us establish a trade special zone, a trade village on the outskirts of the Xing Do de Sunlin. I shall dispatch my subordinates to maintain order. Though they are all spirit beasts, rest assured they will not cause trouble or harm anyone. Naturally, we hope that the visiting humans will also respect our spirit beasts. We can regard this village as a pilot project for peaceful coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. What do you think?" The Emperor Shuya hesitated, and Prince Xuexing interjected. "Limulu, establishing a village is acceptable, but what contribution will your spirit beast empire make? We cannot be the only ones doing all the work." The prince hit the nail on the head. My smile brightened further, leading me to present my 3rd condition. Our spirit beast empire is rather impoverished. Thus, all resources for the initial construction must be provided by your Tiando Empire. Of course, in return for the next 2 years. We will offer all the ores and healing medicines we produce at a significant discount, the kind that would make you wake up smiling from your dreams. Just as Prince Xuexing was about to argue, he was silenced by a glance from Emperor Xue. Limulu, I agree to your 3 conditions. Your Majesty, Prince Xuexing exclaimed, feeling that this deal was exceedingly unfavorable. However, Emperor Shi disregarded him entirely and decisively declared, from today onwards, our 2 empires officially established diplomatic relations. In a few days, I will announce this to the entire nation. The selection of the trade village's location and its defense will be entrusted to you. Is that acceptable? Rest assured, everything is arranged. However, I must mention, you should inform those sent over in advance, lest they see my subordinates and panic, running away in fright. I was not joking. The prejudice against spirit beasts in this world runs deep. For them to coexist peacefully, a stabilizing figure must mediate. Fortunately, I already had a candidate in mind. This individual is formidable enough to make even a titled Douluo tremble, surpassing the strength of an ordinary 200,000-year spirit beast. His name is Yaoling. He is honest and obedient, harboring no animosity towards humans, although he is somewhat introverted. Having him lead his underlings to oversee the situation would undoubtedly ensure stability. My only concern now is the personnel dispatched by the Tiando royal family. Emperor Xia understood my implication. I would handle the selection carefully, ensuring it would not jeopardize our bilateral relations. He was keenly aware that to secure the super spirit guiding stone in my possession, he needed to execute this matter flawlessly. Your Majesty, I have a recommended candidate. I wonder if you would agree. Oh, pray tell. I have inquired and discovered that your eldest prince, Xuexing, has an excellent reputation and is known for his gentle demeanor. Appointing him to manage this matter would not only ensure its smooth execution, but also serve as a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills, a win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree? Emperor Xuya furrowed his brow. He knew Xuexing was suitable, yet he was reluctant. After all, that place is dangerous. And his son is only 9 years old. Observing his hesitation, I added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. However, my subordinates will guarantee his safety. Moreover, I possess reliable intelligence indicating that the Wuhuan Temple is about to make significant moves. I lower my voice, articulating each word. My informant within the Wuhuan Temple has informed me that they intend to target Xuexing, planning a scheme to replace him with a counterfeit. They aim to eliminate the real one and substitute him with an imposter, thus allowing him to accompany me and participate in this diplomatic initiative is the safest course of action. What did you say? Emperor Xia stood up abruptly, his emotions spiraling out of control. Is that true? The Wuhuan Temple dares to harm my son. Prince Xuexing, remaining somewhat composed, expressed skepticism. Limulu, as a spirit beast. How could you possibly infiltrate the Wuhuan Temple? That is implausible. I had anticipated such skepticism. Leave this matter to me. I can only assure you that my informant holds a high position. Do you doubt me? I can reveal the Wuhuan Temple's secret movements right now. I glanced outside. First, Bibi Dong is visiting with her daughter Qian Renxue, and you have been neglecting them. Second, Qin Xuanji has died, while the Wuhuan Temple appears leaderless on the surface. In reality, his father, Qin Dalu, a level 99 limit Dalu, has returned to assume the role of acting pope. I presume you were unaware of this? As my words fell, the faces of Emperor Xia and Prince Xuexing turned pale. Even Dugabo, standing nearby, gasped in shock. That old fellow. Dugabo stroked his chin, a grave expression on his face. I thought he had perished long ago. If he is involved, it indeed makes sense. Of course, a level 99 limit Douluo stands at the pinnacle of this world. He could obliterate Dugabo with ease. Emperor Xia took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon me. Limulu, if your claims hold true, I must immediately seek confirmation from Bibi Dong. Someone, summon her. A guard swiftly departed at his command. I hurriedly cautioned him. Your Majesty, when Bibi Dong arrives, do not mention Xuexing. Otherwise, she will become suspicious, and your son will be in greater danger. Oomph. I am aware of what to do. Emperor Xia sat back down, his expression cold, clearly displeased. Prince Xuexing, however, was quick to act, urging those present to remove the super spirit guiding stone and potions to prevent them from being seen by Wuhuan temple personnel. Before long, Bibi Dong and a platinum bishop named Salas entered. As soon as Salas spoke, his tone was dripping with sarcasm. Emperor Shu, you finally deigned to meet with us? Quite the attitude you have, as if you were above us all. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, remained silent, occasionally glancing in my direction. Emperor Shuya wasted no time. Getting straight to the point. Salas, Bibi Dong, I ask you, is the current pope of the Wuhuan temple Qian Dalu? Salas was momentarily dumbfounded, clearly taken aback that Emperor Shuya was aware of this secret. Bibi Dong, however, nodded decisively. Indeed, it is my master. Very well. Emperor Shuya smiled, though the coldness in his expression was palpable. Given that, I will extend some courtesy to Qian Dalu. The individual who previously attacked the nobles shall be taken away by you. However, I have one condition. Henceforth, no one from the Wuhuan temple is permitted to step foot within Tiando Imperial City without my permission. Emperor Shuya, are you intent on severing ties with the Wuhuan temple? Salas exploded in outrage. Dugu Bo stepped forward, positioning himself between them, exuding an intimidating presence. What? Do you wish to engage in conflict? Salas immediately faltered, stepping back. Pathetic. Dugu Bo sneered, then turned his attention to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, you have heard His Majesty's wishes. Comply, and we shall escort you to your people. Refuse, and do not blame me for being impolite. Bibi Dong, maintaining her composure, smiled coolly. Elder Dugu Bo, as a seasoned title daw, is it not unbecoming to bully a newcomer like myself? Such news would not reflect well. Dugu Bo retorted defiantly. That is simply my nature. As for face, what is that? I have never cared for it. At that moment, Guyana and Xiao Wu beside me burst into laughter. Their laughter seemed to irritate Salas, whose expression darkened as he directed his ire at them. Two little brats, do you even deserve to be here? The Tiando Empire is rapidly declining. Prince Xuexing was incensed. Salas, mind your words. Am I wrong? The Tiando royal family has fallen to the point where even children can roam freely. Salas scoffed, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu and Guyu Na before settling on me, his expression akin to that of someone regarding refuse. For reasons unknown, he unleashed the pressure of a soul daw, targeting not only Prince Xuexing, but deliberately extending it towards Xiao Wu and Guyu Na. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Salas, cease this at once. Dugu Bo, however, merely crossed his arms, reveling in the spectacle, his expression suggesting someone was about to face dire consequences. Initially indifferent, I was incensed upon witnessing Xiao Wu and Guyu Na being affected. Who gave him the audacity to act so brazenly? Before I could finish my thought, I was already standing before him, delivering a resounding slap. With a loud crack, the entire palace reverberated with the impact. Na Selassie lifted off the ground, executing 2.5 rotations in midair before crashing down a few meters away, blood and shattered teeth splattering around him. I shook my hand, my gaze icy enough to freeze shards of ice. This slap was self-inflicted. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you, but by targeting my people, you have sealed your own fate. Xiao Wu and Guyu Na were momentarily stunned, taking 2 seconds to react before hastily seeking refuge behind me. The entire hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Dugu Bo cast a furtive glance at Bai Dong, eager to gauge her reaction. To his surprise, Bai Dong snapped back to attention after a brief moment, bellowing at the recently risen Selassie. Selassie, come here. The poor fellow, clutching his face, struggled to articulate. Bai Dong. Before yet another sharp crack echoed through the hall. Bibi Dong was relentless. As Selassie approached her, she retaliated with another resounding slap. Good heavens! Now, he had a strike on his left cheek and another on the right, perfectly symmetrical. A true blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Poor Selassie. The few remaining resilient teeth he possessed were now honorably dismissed. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his allies would not come to his aid. Without offering any explanation, Bai Dong coldly declared, Humph. Selassie, without my command, you are forbidden to speak. You are nothing but a burden. Turning her attention to the Snow Knight Emperor, she performed a complete about-face, stating, "Snow Knight Emperor, let us consider this matter settled. We acknowledge our wrongdoing regarding the individual you captured. We no longer desire him, and leave his fate to your discretion. Is that acceptable?" Both the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Shuexing were taken aback, unable to fathom this sudden turn of events. However, with an opportunity for retreat presented, the Snow Knight Emperor naturally seized it. "Very well, let this matter be concluded. However, concerning Rimuru, I let out a cold chuckle, fully aware of my performance. The Emperor need not concern himself with me, for I feared not their wrath. Should the Spirit Hall seek vengeance, let them come find me in the Star Do Great Forest." The Snow Knight Emperor took a deep breath, delivering his final ultimatum, "Bye-bye, Dong." Returning to our previous topic, from this moment forth, the city of Tiando shall not welcome any members of your Spirit Hall. Take your subordinates and depart. My people will keep a watchful eye on you. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Your dispatched individuals have already confessed. Should you dare to threaten my prince, the Tiando Empire shall never relent. What a performance worthy of an actor of the highest caliber. I felt compelled to applaud. Bye-bye Dong, undeterred, responded with a chilling laugh. So that individual had already betrayed us. However, Snow Knight Emperor, since you have issued an expulsion order, you must be prepared for enmity with our Spirit Hall, correct? The Snow Knight Emperor retorted with formidable authority. It is not I who wishes to oppose you. Rather, you must contemplate whether you desire to be enemies with our Tiando Empire. Ha ha! Bye-bye Dong laughed heartily, her eyes resolute, with words spoken in such a manner. There was little left to discuss. From this day forth, all relations between the Tiando Empire and our Spirit Hall shall be severed. We shall also withdraw all support and trade with your empire regarding Soul Masters. Moving forward, how many Soul Masters you can attract will depend entirely on your own capabilities. I must say, this woman spoke with such audacity and bravado. It is no wonder, for on this continent, 3 or 4 out of every 10 Soul Masters are affiliated with their Spirit Hall. Her maneuver was a direct attempt to sever the roots of the Tiando Empire. However, the Snow Knight Emperor was not a fool. He was well aware and had prepared contingencies, especially with the 7-treasure glazed tile school engaging in flirtations with him. Therefore, Bye-bye Dong's words were merely bluster, and she refrained from pursuing the matter further. With a cold smile, she turned to Selassie, commanding, "Selassie, pack your things. We are leaving tonight. This place does not welcome us, lest we invite further troubles." What a peculiar manner of speaking. The Platinum Bishop Selassie shot me a look that seemed to convey a desire to consume me whole. I could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him. With his meager skills, a single slap from me would likely send him to meet his ancestors. Once these 2 calamities departed, the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Shuexing finally exhaled in relief. The 3 elders, Snow Knight Emperor, Prince Shuexing, and the old Poison Master Douluo, simultaneously fixed their gazes upon me, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over me, akin to being scrutinized by 3 homeroom teachers at once. I tentatively inquired, "So, esteemed leaders, do you have any further objections? If not, shall we consider this matter settled?" The Snow Knight Emperor nodded with a smile. "No problem, it is settled. I will have someone deliver the contract to you shortly." Done. A weight lifted from my heart, and I quickly signaled to Xiao Wu. She understood immediately. It was time to unveil our trump card. She gently called out, "Mama, come forth." I tell you, in the next instant, with a whoosh, a breathtaking beauty with long pink hair and fluffy rabbit ears appeared out of thin air. Her figure and demeanor were nothing short of the mature version of the ultimate Xiao Wu, her charm reaching an unparalleled zenith. Prince Shuexing was immediately incensed, leaping to stand protectively before the Snow Knight Emperor, shouting, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Douluo was equally bewildered. He had sensed something amiss about this stunning beauty earlier, and now, witnessing her emerge from Xiao Wu's body, he was utterly confounded. I quickly stepped forward to clarify. "No need to panic. She is one of us. This is Xiao Ro, Xiao Wu's mother, who was once a soul beast that transformed after 10,000 years. Following an unfortunate incident, she was rescued by me just before her demise and has since become Xiao Wu's soul spirit." Xiao Rou gracefully greeted them, introducing herself. I am Xiao Rou, the mother of Xiao Wu, and also her soul spirit. Soul spirit? The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, perplexed by this concept he had never encountered before. I clear my throat, my smile enigmatic. Ahem, esteemed guests, please hold on tightly. What I am about to share may very well revolutionize your worldview. Thus, I began to enlighten them about my exclusive soul spirit system. In simple terms, when a soul beast is nearing its end, what can be done? Fear not. Just sign a contract with me. Bind yourself to a human soul master, and you both become cybernetic companions. The soul beast can continue to exist in another form, while the soul master gains a partner who can grow, communicate, and even fight alongside them. Surely, this approach is far superior to mere bloodshed. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Zhuqing exchanged looks of sheer astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Meanwhile, Douluo gasped in disbelief. His eyes wide open, his mind raced, and he immediately inquired, if I reach the title Douluo level, can my soul spirit emerge to assist me in battle, effectively creating a 2v1 situation? I responded with a confirming glance. The possibilities are limitless, my friend. Not just 2v1, with multiple soul spirits. You could assemble an entire football team. Upon reaching Super Douluo status, your soul spirit could accompany you at all times and even assume human form, allowing for any endeavor you desire. Douluo, upon hearing this, became lost in visions of a splendid future. I concluded my explanation. This soul spirit concept has only emerged in the past year, yet its potential is boundless. My aim today is to convey that the path to strengthening soul masters is not solely through hunting soul beasts. My future vision is one of harmonious coexistence between humans and soul beasts. This is the sustainable path forward. Prince Zhuqing, astutely grasping the crux of the matter, directly asked, you speak of intelligent soul beasts. What of those that lack intelligence? I contemplated teasing him with a flippant response, simply saying, chilled, seeing their bewildered expressions. It was then that Gu Na stepped forward. I tell you, this was the true protagonist taking the stage. She advanced a step, her aura radiating. I shall respond to this matter. The Snow Knight Emperor raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can speak on his behalf. Gu Na shook her head, yet her tone brooked no argument. I cannot speak for him, but when it comes to soul beasts, I hold the utmost authority. For I am one who has transformed from a soul beast. Her words were refreshingly straightforward. First, for those lacking wisdom, we soul beasts are akin to the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep that you humans raise. We consume our own kind, and while you may slay us without concern, please refrain from engaging in a genocidal massacre. Second, do you wish to hunt within our Xingdo, the Sunlin? That is permissible, but only with our approval. Third, as for soul bones, do not even entertain such thoughts. We shall not provide them. However, do not despair, for our Limulu's soul spirit products surpass those, serving as a pure and superior alternative. Upon hearing this, Prince Zhuqing jested, haha, so even your 10,000-year soul beast requires sustenance. Xiao Wu, with hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out, glared at him, exclaiming, that joke is not amusing at all. Oomph. Her demeanor was irresistibly adorable. I quickly intervened to smooth things over, suggesting, ahem, we can discuss the specifics later. I propose that once I have established the village, we shall sign a contract. Seeing is believing, after all, and it provides assurance for both parties. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shuya found a reasoning sound. Very well, it is settled. I will confer with the royal family, and if feasible, I shall assign Qinghe to handle the correspondence. But remember, should I discover any underhanded schemes against humanity, our Tiando Empire will be the first to declare war on you. Internally, I was elated. Did he think my family's Emperor Tian was merely for show? Yet, outwardly, I maintained a composed demeanor. Prince Zhuqing kindly reminded me to be cautious of the Wuhuan Temple and the individuals from the Xinluo Empire, as they were ruthless, slaughtering soul beasts as though they were mere cabbages, and advised us to tread carefully. Xiao Wu, in her innocent candor, asked, what was the Tiando Empire doing while they were seizing resources? Just watching? This question left both Emperor Shuya and Prince Shueshing visibly uncomfortable, their embarrassment palpable. Emperor Shuya could only chuckle awkwardly, explaining that they had been preoccupied with developing the populace's welfare and had only realized too late that the meat had been taken from under their noses. I could hardly contain my laughter and promptly patted my chest in assurance. Do not worry, as long as we establish diplomatic relations. You shall not lack resources in the future. While we may not provide soul rings or bones, we have plenty of other fine offerings. At this, Emperor Xia finally smiled, descending from his throne and extending his hand. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. I grinned and shook his hand in agreement. A fruitful collaboration indeed. Meanwhile, as we engaged in merriment, the scene shifted to Bibi Dong's side. She, along with her daughter Qian Rengshu, was preparing to flee. Salis was visibly reluctant. Your Holiness, are we really severing ties with the Tiando Empire? Bibi Dong's tone was calm, yet she likely reveled in the thought. Severing ties is for the best. This way, my precious daughter will not have to act as an undercover agent. We cannot sever ties completely, as we must meet again for the Soul Master competition in 4 years. Right now, we need to handle that traitor who leaked information. Upon hearing this, Salis clenched his teeth. Yes, that traitor must die. Bibi Dong shot him a glance, and Salis immediately understood, leading the way. Observing his retreating figure, a smirk of ridicule crept onto Bibi Dong's lips. With a simple wave of her hand, the nearby chapel collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling and successfully diverting the guards' attention. Seizing the opportunity, the three of them slipped into the dungeon. Upon locating the so-called traitor, Salis intended to interrogate him. Why did you betray us? However, before he could finish, Bibi Dong did not even lift her eyelids. With a mere flick of her finger, the man's head fell to the ground. I must say, it was swift and efficient. Salis was instantly petrified, his gaze towards Bibi Dong filled with terror. He realized just how ruthless this pope could be towards her own people. After they had been on the run for over 10 minutes, Dugubo finally arrived at the dungeon. Staring at the headless corpse, he could not help but frown. Bibi Dong, you remain as ruthless as ever. As for us, upon exiting the palace, we heard quite a commotion inside, but it was of no concern to us. Surely, it was Bibi Dong causing trouble. Xiao Wu tugged at my hand, beginning to act cute. Limu Lu Gij, let us go shopping. We didn't have enough fun last time. Gu Yuna, standing beside her, was also winking and being adorable. I could hardly resist and reluctantly agreed, all right? Let us eat first, then I will take you both shopping. However, misfortune struck. Our usual dining establishment was completely booked, as there was a wealthy young master celebrating his birthday. Just as we were about to leave, the classic scenario unfolded. A deluge of some unknown liquid cascaded from the upper floor, drenching the ground. Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna swiftly dodged, while I nearly fell victim to it. Gu Yuna's face instantly darkened. Which inconsiderate person is pouring water from above? Xiao Wu leaped onto the street, pointing at the second floor, and shouted. Which scoundrel up there lacks civic sense? The restaurant owner turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged us. Young ladies, please refrain from cursing. The individuals above are royal nobles, and we cannot afford to offend them. Just as he finished speaking, the window on the second floor swung open, revealing 2 young rascals, clearly intoxicated, spewing nonsense. What is this? Do you dare to shout in front of me, seeking death? Xiao Wu was about to retort, but Gu Yuna released her imposing presence. The aura of the silver dragon king momentarily staggering the 2 boys, causing them to stumble back several steps, nearly losing their balance. You dare to make a move. The 2 boys were enraged and prepared to jump down. At that moment, a third individual emerged, clearly more astute. He swiftly grabbed the 2 fools, whispering, Do not act rashly. These individuals below are not simple. That blue-haired one has dined with Ning Zhongzhu. Upon hearing this, the 2 boys sobered up instantly. Ning Fengqi, a figure their fathers would look up to. The discerning one approached the window and bowed respectfully towards us, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. My apologies, esteemed guests below. My brothers were overly rowdy in their revelry. I offer my apologies on their behalf, and shall we let this matter rest? Upon revealing his name, I was taken aback. You are Shuqing, huh? I thought to myself, so that's how Qilin Ringsham managed to swap you out unnoticed. It turns out you sneak out daily to drink. What a splendid opportunity. Before I could speak, Gu Yuna interjected, we do not know you, but we are acquainted with your father. Xue Qinghe was momentarily captivated by Gu Yuna's beauty and voice, but the next second, he realized, trembling all over, that he was completely sober. You know my father? I smiled and looked up at him. I am Limu Lu. If you wish to know more, why not invite us upstairs for a meal? So you are a distinguished guest of my father? Xue Qinghe suddenly understood. Without a second thought, he executed a graceful flip and leaped down from the second floor, landing steadily. Since you are a guest of my father, please come in. He turned to the owner and exclaimed, Boss, bring 3 sets of cutlery for my esteemed guests. Understood, Your Highness, the owner replied. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily, patting the owner on the shoulder. We are old acquaintances. I previously told you that when outside. You may call me young master. Titles like Your Highness are a bit too ostentatious. Haha. I must say, the restaurant owner dared not disagree. He replied repeatedly, yes, yes. But his body remained honest, continually addressing him as Your Highness, bowing and scraping, as if he might bow his head to the ground. After uttering this, he hurried off to prepare, slipping into the kitchen, eager to avoid further conversation with the crown prince. Xue Qinghe sighed as he watched his retreating figure. And with the alcohol fueling his candor, he began to confide in us. Lowering his voice, he said, Alas, this person is quite rigid. He was once our royal chef, and when I was a child, I was quite the troublemaker, often causing chaos in the kitchen. One time, I accidentally injured his hand, and he could no longer create the same flavors. I have always felt guilty about it, yet he continues to treat me with utmost respect. I was taken aback, realizing there was a hidden history. It appeared that this crown prince had also been quite a mischievous child in his youth. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Let's not speak of it any longer. Come, let us ascend to the second floor. My father, the king, has invited you all, and, as his son, it is my duty to ensure your hospitality. With that, he led us upstairs. I must tell you, the staircase was no ordinary one. It was flanked by guards, each one a formidable soul emperor at level 60. My keen eyesight even caught a glimpse of a soul sage at level 70. This display was enough to make even a typical title Douluo think twice. However, I couldn't help but scoff internally. Is this all there is? In the original work, Qilin Rinxue managed to swap places with you without a hitch. One could argue that it is not the Tianshou royal family that is lacking. Rather, Qilin Rinxue's acting skills and ability to disguise herself are nothing short of extraordinary, worthy of an Oscar for her subterfuge, even fooling her own father. Upon reaching the second floor, just as I settled into my seat without even blinking, a flurry of activity ensued as dozens of waiters appeared as if by teleportation, instantly presenting a feast before us. The service and speed astounded me. This is what royal treatment truly means. Xue Qinghe rose to his feet, pointing towards 2 frightened young boys who resembled quails, and said, Mr. Rimuru, allow me to introduce these 2. They're the children of the first Duke of Tianshou, and today is his birthday. I must apologize for their previous misdeeds on their behalf. Rimuru waved his hand dismissively, saying it was of no concern. That was all in the past. Xue Qinghe then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then let us eat. Feast freely. If it isn't enough, we will order more. Our little birthday star is treating us today. Upon hearing this, the young noble's face turned pale, and he stammered, Your Highness, please. The money for this feast was saved from my allowance for a month. His cousin beside him dared not even raise his head, completely transformed from his earlier arrogance. I glanced over. They appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, still children at heart. Xue Qinghe waved his hand nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I am drinking with you, am I not? It's no great matter. We can all face the consequences together. Good heavens! His demeanor suggested he was accustomed to such repercussions. At that moment, I felt something was amiss. The rumors of Xue Qinghe being refined and respectful seemed inconsistent with the somewhat brash and slightly scheming persona he exhibited in my presence. Could it be that a few drinks had unraveled his carefully crafted image? Just then, Rimuru, squinting his eyes and resting his chin on his hand, directly posed a question. Qinghe, I am quite curious. Do you not fear that I might take advantage of your openness and threaten your father? Beside us, Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna, munching on their chicken legs, widened their eyes in curiosity. Qinghe smiled confidently and replied, Mr. Rimuru, my teacher, the sect master Ning, is a gentle soul. I believe anyone who can dine with him cannot be a villain. Moreover, my father has invited you, and those with ill intentions would never be granted an audience with him. He paused for a moment before adding, besides, with you and your two lovely sisters looking so charming, how could you possibly be a bad person? I nearly sputtered my drink upon hearing that. Who comprehends this? In this day and age, trust in others seems to hinge on appearances. Is beauty equated with righteousness? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the staircase. Well said, young prince. Your discernment at such a young age bodes well for the future. I turn around to see Ning Fengji approaching, fanning himself, accompanied by the sword Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji teased, Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. The ever-obedient child has sneaked out for a drink. Should I mention this to your father when I meet him this afternoon? Qinghe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, the sword Dalu intervened, saying, Sect Master, do not make it difficult for this lad. He merely indulged in some wine. Ning Fengji then shifted his gaze to Rimuru, inquiring about the progress of his tasks. Rimuru, focused solely on his meal, offered no words to this cunning old fox, fearing he might divulge more than intended. He replied mildly, It's nearly done. For specifics, you may inquire with the Emperor Shui. Ning Fengji, being astute, recognized that pressing for more details would be futile. At this point, Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna had their fill and clamored to go play. Rimuru nodded, rising to bid farewell to Qinghe. Qinghe wished to exchange contact information, inquiring how to reach him in the future. Yet Rimuru merely offered a cryptic smile, saying, Rest assured, we shall meet again soon. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Qinghe in a state of utter confusion. Once outside the tavern, the sensation was exhilarating. Xiao Wu was patting her round belly and burping, completely disregarding her image as a lady. The three of us strolled through the Tianshou Imperial City for the entire afternoon, making up for the fun we had missed previously. Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna were relentless in their shopping spree, purchasing whatever caught their eyes, completely oblivious to the concept of money. In the end, Rimuru bore the brunt of their shopping, resembling a living Christmas tree laden with bags. After finally exiting the city, he quickly sought a secluded corner, transforming into a slime to swallow all the items. For returning home with such a burden would have been an absolute embarrassment. All aboard. Let's take flight. Rimuru reverted to his dragon form, and we leapt onto his back, vanishing in an instant. However, just as we departed, a disheveled man, resembling a beggar, rose from behind a bush at the corner. My goodness, it was Master Yu Xiaogang. He gazed at the direction we vanished, then at the city wall, despondently murmuring to himself, Ere long, I am sorry, but I still lack the courage to face you. As he lamented, a cold female voice erupted in his mind. If you lack courage, then return to the Wuhuan Hall with me. Yu Xiaogang turned, stunned, to find Bai Dong standing before him, her gaze sharp as a knife. Yu Xiaogang, look at your current state. What a waste of space you are. I must have been blind to have ever cared for you. But now I understand. It is not entirely your fault. Now, to repay your debt to me, come with me. Yu Xiaogang attempted to protest, but Bai Dong interrupted. No more excuses. I no longer have feelings for you. My heart belongs to another, someone you could never compete with. I sought you out solely to rectify past mistakes. You have two choices. Either return to the Wuhuan Hall and serve as a theoretical elder, or forfeit your life here and now. You have 10 seconds to decide. Who would dare choose death? Yu Xiaogang immediately wilted under pressure and consented to follow her. Bai Dong let out a cold laugh, snapping her fingers, and Salis emerged from the shadows. From this moment forth, you will serve me for 20 years. I will impart all the theoretical knowledge of the Wuhuan Hall Academy to you. Should any errors arise, an additional year will be added to your term. Attempt to escape, you will face execution. While your freedom is not entirely restricted, you must report your whereabouts 3 days in advance. Violate any of these terms, and you will meet your demise. This is the debt you owe me. Who understands the weight of this obligation? This is undoubtedly a 20-year servitude contract. Bai Dong is not merely seeking repayment. She is dragging back a tool to do her bidding. Xiao Gang wanted to express that she had changed. But Bai Dong's tone suddenly softened. Indeed, all thanks to him, she thought of Rimuru, but quickly reverted to her icy demeanor. At that moment, Qianren rushed out, clutching Bai Dong's arm, curiously asking, "Mother, is this person your first love?" Xiao Gang's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Qianren, this child. "No doubt, the daughter of Qian Xuanji is also my daughter," Bai Dong coolly clarified, then gently stroked Qianren's head, saying, "Little Shui, this uncle is a scoundrel." Xiao Gang was rendered speechless, his face filled with guilt and despair. Soon, a carriage arrived, and Bai Dong, along with Qianren and the bound Xiao Gang, departed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Rimuru was far from idle. Engaging in infrastructure development and negotiating partnerships, he successfully allied with the Tianshou Empire to establish a well-equipped village on the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest. The Emperor Shui was also supportive, announcing during the festival that the Tianshou Empire had formed an alliance with our Soul Beast Empire. Rimuru subsequently assumed the honorary dean position at the Tianshou Royal Academy, primarily to enroll Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu and ensure they had ample interaction with humans. To ensure their safety, he arranged for Tang Hao to take on the role of teacher, while Dugabo willingly volunteered to serve as a bodyguard. Even Di Tian expended his energy to create a clone, transforming into a soul-level attendant to accompany Gu Yuna. Such a display of power was truly astounding. On the third day of sending them off to school, Rimuru began to miss them. Transforming into a round, plump slime, he rolled about on the grass. Di Tian watched him disdainfully and remarked, "You little rascal, you found them bothersome while they were here, and now, just 3 days later, you're lonely?" Ain approached and gently cradled Rimuru against her chest, soothing him softly. Flattened into a long strip, Rimuru worried aloud. "I wonder if they're adjusting well and whether they are being bullied." Ain and Di Tian exchanged odd glances, their expressions revealing their thoughts. As long as they aren't bullying others, we should be grateful. It was true, and Rimuru awkwardly attempted to scratch his head, inadvertently poking Ain in a sensitive spot. Yin's body jolted, her expression darkened, and she seized him, beginning to playfully torment him. "Mr. Rimuru, are you trying to change your appearance again?" "No, please. I didn't mean to." Meanwhile, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Our sister Na, with her flowing silver hair seemingly dancing in the wind, was surrounded by 3 soul rings of yellow and purple, her aura radiating an impressive 2 meters and 80 centimeters. She coldly announced to those around her, "Listen well, I am Gu Yuna. If I catch any of you upperclassmen bullying our lowerclassmen again, it won't merely be a matter of receiving a beating. I assure you, I will ensure that your third leg loses its functionality." The group of young boys instinctively covered their groins and retreated in fear. Gu Yuna let out a cold laugh and left gracefully. On the other hand, Rimuru entrusted the village's security to Yao Ling. He addressed the nearly 30,000-year-old soul beast. "Yao Ling, this village is in your hands. If anyone harbors ill intentions, apprehend them without the need for evidence. I will personally handle the interrogation." Yao Ling, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Rest easy, Lord Rimuru," after which he unleashed a vast cloud of black mist that enveloped the entire village, gradually dissipating. Yao Ling declared that once his barrier was activated, no one could escape his gaze, and within its confines, he could teleport instantly. I thought to myself, now everything is under his control, resembling a mobile surveillance system. No one can engage in mischief beneath his watchful eye. Just as I began to feel relieved, curiosity got the better of me, and I turned to Yao Ling. "By the way, my friend, what exactly is your true form? Ever since I met you, I've never been able to see through you. You are as mysterious as a living blind box." Just as Yao Ling was about to boast, his expression suddenly changed, and his gaze shot toward the barrier's edge. "Humans are approaching, judging by their demeanor. It must be the people from the Tiandou Empire." Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, "Wow, that was fast." I quickly told Yao Ling, "Let us go meet them." You'll need to interact with humans eventually. As for the Soul Beast brothers from the Star Do Great Forest, let them wait outside for now. Once I've sorted out the situation here, I'll let them in gradually. Yao Ling patted his chest, his bright, white teeth dazzling. Exuding confidence, leave it to me, boss. I've got this. Di Tian had previously praised Yao Ling, calling him reliable and loyal, truly the finest tool in the Star Do. We stealthily made our way along the village path until we reached the entrance, where I immediately spotted Xueqinghe. I must say, after just 3 months apart, he seemed like a completely different person. The last time I saw him, he dressed like a casual neighborhood boy, but now, he was mounted on a white horse, adorned in royal custom high-fashion attire, topped with an expensive-looking prince's crown. His aura was unmistakable. I am a prince. Upon seeing me, he quickly dismounted with remarkable agility and approached to perform a grand salute. Mr. Rimuru, it has been a long time. After our last conversation, I felt enlightened. I hastily shifted back to my human form and caught him, saying no. Between brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. If a prince bows to me, I might lose years off my life. Xueqinghe, being perceptive, straightened up and smiled, then clapped his hands. To my astonishment, several powerful Soul Saint-level individuals emerged behind him, each carrying a box larger than themselves and placing it before me. A token of sincerity as a personal investment, gazing at the 3 large boxes filled with sparkling treasures. I was taken aback, gasping, "Is all of this for me?" "Indeed," Xueqinghe replied nonchalantly, "please accept it. If this village truly develops, the benefits I will reap will far exceed these mere 3 boxes of gold and jewels. Truly, a prince knows how to think big. Using personal wealth to win hearts is quite the strategic move. Although I am not in need of money, who would refuse a gift? I certainly wouldn't." With that thought, I transformed back into my slime form, gulping down the 3 large boxes along with their contents, and then reverted back to human form. Xueqinghe and the others watched in astonishment as I executed a grand transformation, their expressions impressively composed despite their shock. "Mr. Rimuru, let us discuss business moving forward." Xueqinghe transitioned directly to the topic. "As we aim to establish trade, we will surely need merchants. Do you have any flagship products that can attract them?" "Absolutely. I have been preparing for this," I said, a smile gracing my lips as I produced a small blue potion from my body. "Behold, this is our civilian-grade healing potion. It works wonders for injuries, headaches, and fevers, all for the cost of just 10 copper spirit coins, about the price of a day's meals. Consider this. Ordinary people used to spend dozens, if not hundreds, of copper spirit coins for a single treatment, which could take months of hard work to cover. Now, a simple meal's worth can solve it, as long as it's not a severe case." Before I could finish, I noticed Xueqinghe's eyes lighting up. "But wait, this is just an appetizer," I continued, producing a bag containing rather unremarkable items. "This is our secret weapon for increasing crop yields." Xueqinghe frowned as he took it, opened it, and nearly retched at the smell, his face contorted with disgust. "Is this really effective?" With a swift motion, I shot a stream of white liquid onto his hand, washing away the unpleasant substance, and replied leisurely, "Absolutely. This is called fertilizer. I understand your skepticism. You can test on a piece of land. I guarantee that once this is widely adopted, food production will multiply, which would be a monumental benefit for the entire empire." Skeptical yet intrigued, Xueqinghe nodded, raising his now damp hand, covered in a mysterious white liquid, and asked, "By the way, what exactly did you just put on my hand? It feels slippery." "Oh, that? It's called soap foam, another one of my inventions." I casually produced a bar of soap, explaining, "In this world, there are plenty of high-end soul tools, but they are exorbitantly priced. However, there is a significant gap for affordable and practical consumer products. I've developed these items: soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, face masks, all of which ordinary people can easily afford. A complete set costs just a few dozen copper spirit coins, and with careful use, it can last half a year. This is what we call a dimensional strike, targeting an underserved market." After my comprehensive pitch, Xueqinghe was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. "Mr. Rimuru, how many ingenious ideas are packed in your mind? If these products are as effective as you claim, wouldn't we be facing a supply shortage in no time?" His expression was exaggerated to an extreme, as if he had already envisioned a future where every household was using my product. Family members, who could possibly understand? I merely transported everyday items from Earth. Isn't this the fundamental practice? It would be abnormal if it didn't sell well. By the way, allow me to introduce someone. I pushed the Yao Ling, who had been standing beside me, forward. This is Viling, Yao Ling, the guardian deity of this place, with a legacy of 100,000 years. Should you have any matters, feel free to communicate directly with him. Shuqing quickly regained his princely elegance and bowed to Yao Ling, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Yao Ling. I shall strive to become your friend." Just as he finished speaking, Shuqing slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot an important matter. Yesterday, Miss Guyena at the academy, in order to protect a junior female student, ended up beating the son of an earl. Now the teachers and the other party's parents are demanding to see you. I am here to plead on their behalf. Please be lenient and do not let this escalate to a life-threatening situation. Although that family is insufferable, the older generation has their merits in battle. As long as no one dies, it should not be a major issue." Upon hearing this, I roll my eyes at him. Since you have brought it up, how could I possibly refuse? Moreover, it is just a childish scuffle. Do I really need to take a life? I am not a cold-blooded murderer. This matter is not urgent. Let us first discuss the trade agreement. That afternoon, after settling matters with Shuqing, I hurried to the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon arrival, Guyena approached me with a displeased expression and said, "Rimuru, humans are truly bothersome. Are we really supposed to coexist peacefully with such beings?" Recognizing her stubbornness, I quickly attempted to enlighten her. "You are generalizing. In a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. You cannot dismiss all humanity due to the actions of a few undesirables, can you? Look at Shuqing. He is quite decent, isn't he?" Nearby, Xiao Wu chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. The people here treat us very well." Tian Ming Bing Can, filled with righteous indignation, declared fiercely, "Dare to bully a cute girl? I curse him to never find a wife. Next time, let me handle it. I will ensure he cannot take care of himself." As we were engaged in conversation, the office door creaked open, and a teacher peeked in, casting a cold glance at us. Guyena's guardians may enter. The disdainful look in his eyes made it clear that he regarded us with utter contempt. I smiled gently, ruffled Guyena's hair, and said, "Very well. You all wait here for me. I shall go in and meet them." Stepping into the office, I was met with the glare of a middle-aged man, whose face was full of disdain, as if he were ready to devour me. Beside him sat a bruised young man, presumably the unfortunate victim. The man wasted no time with pleasantries, stating in a condescending tone, "You are Guyena's guardian? Humph. It is no surprise you are not a good sort. A harlot raises another harlot. How typical. Now, I shall give you a chance, apologize to my son, and then come to our home as a maid for a year. Refuse, and you shall face the consequences." I was at a loss for words. Shuqing had warned me that this family was trash, yet I did not expect them to sink to such depths. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to adopt the approach of courtesy before conflict. "I am Rimuru, entrusted by His Highness Shuqing, and I shall not resort to violence against you. I advise you to leave now while you still can. Also, just to clarify, I am male." To my astonishment, the nobleman acted as if he had not heard me, and another teacher approached with a mocking smile, beginning his misguided analysis. Objectively speaking, Guyena's actions were excessive. Was it not merely harassment of a female classmate who has not been bullied in their youth? Furthermore, a fly does not land on an unbroken egg. If that girl had been more careful, how could she have been harassed? Upon hearing such words, my blood pressure skyrocketed. Was this even a reasonable argument? Was this not the most absurd logic of 2025? Forcing a false narrative and reversing right and wrong. Initially, I had intended to handle this matter simply, but it was clear that they required a more decisive approach. The teacher and the nobleman noticed my changing demeanor and continued to mock me. "Correcting? Who do you think you are? You think you can change the academy? Ridiculous." I merely chuckled. It was not worth my anger to engage with trash. I would simply crush them. I barely uttered another word, with a thought. The 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, Black, 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 black. Red erupted forth. The aura of a titled Douluo swept through the office, shattering the windows in a cacophony of glass. The teacher and the nobleman were immediately paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. They could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary guardian was, in fact, a titled Douluo. Then the most dramatic moment unfolded. The previously silent, pudgy boy's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, You are Rimuru, the beautiful Douluo who fought alongside the sword Douluo." Without a hint of fear, he rushed toward me, grasping my hand, his eyes filled with adoration. "Sister Rimuru, it really is you. I admire you so much. I admit my fault. Please do not hold my father and teacher accountable." With that, he dropped his knees, pleading, "I beg you, do not dislike me." Family members, who could understand? This troublesome gender stereotype had returned yet again. Witnessing this once arrogant brat transform into a fervent fan was both amusing and infuriating. I sighed and pointed at the two stunned adults, saying, "Very well, his transgressions are forgiven. However, you two must face the consequences of this nauseating atmosphere. I must rectify it today." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. "What is happening here?" Prince Xuexing entered, accompanied by Douluo and Tang Hao. Subsequently, we moved to a larger conference room. The noble father and son, along with the teacher, stood in the corner like three forlorn grandsons, awaiting their fate. After hearing the entire story, Prince Xuexing decisively announced, "The nobleman shall be demoted by 1 rank, and his son shall have his title inheritance rights permanently revoked. As for the teacher, even worse, his teaching credentials shall be revoked, and he shall be expelled from the Tiando Empire." With that, he effectively ruined their careers and family prospects, delivering a gratifying sense of justice. Once Douluo had escorted those individuals away, I recalled something and asked Prince Xuexing, "How many people in the academy recognize me like that boy?" To my surprise, the prince burst into hearty laughter, replying, "Mr. Rimuru, you are likely unaware, but your battle with the sword Douluo has spread throughout the entire academy. Now, no one is oblivious to the name Rimuru. They simply do not know your true identity. Rest assured, once your honorary dean status is announced, I guarantee you will be even more delighted." Prince Xuexing's laughter revealed his ulterior motives, causing Rimuru to fall into a state of self-reflection. His ambiguous response rendered it impossible to ascertain how many individuals within the academy recognized him, or how many were his admirers. Rimuru had initially thought that his role as honorary dean would merely be a formality. Little did he know that they had already devised plans to leverage his popularity for their own ends. Although Rimuru remained uncertain about their intentions, he sensed that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Tang Hao wore a smile, saying, "Rimuru, what you do not yet realize is that a fan club has already formed in the academy. They discuss your deeds daily, so please, make the most of your upcoming speech at the conference. This is one of the means to promote peace and friendship between our two empires. So bear with us a little, all right? If conditions allow, please wear a feminine gown. That would be splendid." "Impossible. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it." Upon hearing Tang Hao's mischievous suggestion, Rimuru turned and shot him a glare, interrupting his musings. "Tang Chen, are you seeking revenge for the name change I bestowed upon you earlier?" How could that be? I, Tang Chen, am not such a petty person." Tang Hao waved his hand, yet emphasized the words Chen. This made Rimuru realize that he had been stirring the pot during these few days at the academy. It is likely that he had already spread the news about Rimuru's impending arrival at the academy. The information that the noble boy had heard earlier was probably deliberately leaked by Tang Hao. "Ha, Mr. Rimuru, no, from now on I should address you as Dean Rimuru. Do you have any plans for the next few days? If not, we will proceed with the original plan and hold the ceremony for your appointment as honorary dean in 3 days. At that time, all the students, whether from upper or lower grades, will gather together. Since we have already formed an alliance with the Soul Beast Empire, you must also prepare a speech regarding this matter in advance. Rest assured, I have everything prepared. We can proceed as planned. However, after the speech, I should not stay here for long, as I have other matters to attend to." "Understood. I won't delay you from your other tasks. Let us conclude our conversation here, as I need to prepare." Prince Xuexing nodded slightly, and then stood up to leave. Tang Hao also rose and said, I have matters to attend to as well, so I must take my leave. With that, Tang Hao hurriedly departed. Just as he exited, Tion's avatar walked in from outside. How is it? Has the matter been resolved? If not, I would mind letting my main body come over. Do not worry, Tion. Such trivial matters do not require your divine intervention. Leave it to me, Rimuru casually replied. Tion's avatar nodded and then sat beside Rimuru. By the way, where did you go just now? Rimuru inquired. From the very beginning, Tion's avatar had not been present, which piqued Rimuru's curiosity about his whereabouts. Oh, nothing much. I just took a stroll around the Imperial Palace. If this matter remains unresolved, I wouldn't mind making the palace lose a palace or two. Hearing Tion's domineering words, Rimuru broke into a cold sweat. Truly, you are formidable. When it is time to be tough, one must indeed be tougher. Otherwise, if everyone is as soft as you, who would fear you? Tion snorted coldly, crossing his legs and resting them on the table, reclining in the chair. The pose looked impressive, but should not be imitated lightly, as it might lead to a concussion. Chapter 83. Joining Tiando Academy 3 days later. In the square of Tiando Royal Academy. Ahem, all students and teachers, please pay attention. Due to Emperor Xie being preoccupied with state affairs, as a prince, I will temporarily act as the dean and announce the commencement of today's assembly. Prince Xuexing stood on the stage, addressing the audience, which elicited a mechanical round of applause from the students and teachers below. Since the alliance between the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiando Empire, a series of chain reactions had ensued. For instance, other duchies and kingdoms, even the Xinglua Empire, expressed confusion and even disapproval regarding Tiando Empire's actions. After all, they had never even heard of the Soul Beast Empire. What benefits could possibly arise from allying with such an inconspicuous little nation? This was the prevailing sentiment among others, as they were entirely unaware of the Soul Beast Empire's strength. Moreover, Emperor Xuye had no intention of divulging information about the Soul Beast Empire, as he was currently preoccupied with placating other nations. Such a fortuitous opportunity should be enjoyed solely by oneself, without the need for sharing with others. At least for the time being, this approach maximizes benefits. Thus, matters concerning Tiando Royal Academy were temporarily entrusted to Prince Xuexing for management. Before announcing the significant news, I would like to inform all faculty and students of an issue. This matter has revealed some exceedingly detrimental trends within the academy, and I have decided to take measures to rectify this misconduct, Prince Xuexing declared solemnly. He then recounted an incident that had occurred recently. Fortunately, the teacher involved had already been dismissed. Otherwise, he would likely have been metaphorically slain by the gazes of the crowd. However, concerning the nobleman, Prince Xuexing did not directly reveal his name, only alluding to it subtly. Those who understood would comprehend, and those who did not need not delve further. After all, this matter also impacted the royal family, and not disclosing it was also for the greater good. Although Rimuru was somewhat dissatisfied with this handling, he recognized that this was the other party's territory and chose not to voice further complaints. Following this, the representatives from the faculty and student body took turns to deliver their speeches. After they concluded, it was Prince Xuexing's turn to speak. The total duration of their speeches nearly reached an hour. The students below were on the verge of dozing off, their minds wandering. Regardless of the world, whenever leaders begin to speak, they tend to indulge in lengthy monologues that hypnotize their audience. Fortunately, the constitution of soul masters is not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Standing for 1 or 2 hours poses no issue for them. Our Tiando Royal Academy will undoubtedly continue to flourish. As Prince Xuexing's voice fell, a wave of applause erupted from below, resembling the roar of the sea. Both students and teachers applauded wholeheartedly, even if some had no idea what the speech entailed. But that was of no consequence. The speech had concluded, and everything would be easier from here on out. Quiet down, everyone, Prince Xuexing commanded sternly. We now enter the final segment. This time, our Tiando Royal Academy is welcoming 3 monumental figures to join the academy. Each of these individuals is a title Douluo existence, with one even being a super Douluo. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in excitement. While Tiando Royal Academy boasts commendable educational standards, it lacks titled Douluos in residence compared to some other academies relying on sections. Although the Tiando royal family has Douluo as a guest elder, he is, after all, a lone wanderer, thus not officially affiliated with Tiando Royal Academy. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has collaborated with the Tiando royal family, that does not equate to them joining Tiando Royal Academy. Therefore, the arrival of titled Douluos is monumental news for both students and teachers. First, the first individual. You must have heard of his name, and many of you may have even encountered him. He is none other than our esteemed guest elder of the Tiando royal family. The title Douluo, known as Poison, Senior Douluo. As Prince Xuexing's words concluded, another round of thunderous applause erupted from below. Douluo stepped forward from the shadows, waved at the crowd, and spoke softly. From this day forth, I shall be your guidance director. However, I am not responsible for teaching. My focus lies on matters of safety. Should incidents like the recent brawl occur again, I assure you that you will face dire consequences. Douluo's brief address sent shivers down the spines of the students below. The aura emanating from Douluo is truly intimidating. After he finished speaking, the audience fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to applaud. Ahem, the next individual is also a titled Douluo. His name is Tang Chen, with his title and martial soul currently kept confidential. You only need to know that he is a level 91 titled Douluo. In order to protect Tang Hao from being exploited by malicious individuals, Rimuru and Prince Xuexing deliberated and decided to temporarily conceal Tang Hao's identity. Even if he were to be recognized, it would suffice as long as it is assured that the information would not be indiscriminately disseminated. Thus, when Tang Hao took the stage under the name of Tang Chen, it immediately sparked a wave of laughter. Even he wore a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with helplessness. Dear students and esteemed educators, you may address me as Teacher Tang from now on. I will be your martial arts instructor, conducting a public class once a week. Henceforth, I shall be quite stringent, so prepare yourselves mentally, Tang Hao stated, pausing briefly to reveal a benevolent expression. Moreover, if anyone dares to call me by my name directly, I assure you that their experience in my class will be unforgettable. Upon hearing this, the students below stood on end, sensing a chilling breeze emanating from Tang Hao, gradually enveloping the entire square. Moments later, he turned and exited the stage. Witnessing this scene from backstage, Rimuru couldn't help but cover his face with one hand, feeling quite helpless. Is it really necessary to intimidate these children with such murderous intent? It's merely a name. Is it worth being so serious about? Rimuru mused. My dear Tang, you have misunderstood me. This is not a matter of seriousness, but rather a lesson in respecting one's teachers. Tang Hao replied with conviction. Just as Rimuru was about to respond, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted from outside. The sound was more resounding than all previous applause combined. Now, let's welcome Mr. Rimuru to the stage for his address. Chapter 84. A National Idol? Rimuru, Rimuru, Rimuru. The clamorous cheers left Rimuru somewhat flustered, even causing him to pale momentarily. This was a spectacle he had never encountered before in his life. Not even when facing Soul beasts had he experienced such fervor. Most astonishingly, among the crowd cheering were not only students, but also several teachers, who gazed at him with admiration. The majority of these admirers were female teachers. This unexpected attention made Rimuru, who initially felt indifferent, suddenly anxious, as the intensity of those passionate gazes was overwhelming. Mr. Rimuru, please do not be nervous. Simply proceed as per the usual protocol. The floor is all yours. I shall take my leave, said Prince Xuexing, hastily retreating backstage. Wait, don't go, Rimuru exclaimed, feeling isolated and unsupported, especially upon seeing the smirks of those backstage. He wished he could vanish into a crevice in the ground. Listening to the cheers below, Rimuru felt an overwhelming urge to dig an Eiffel Tower with his toes. The embarrassment was palpable, with chants like the beautiful idol loves to cause a stir, echoing around him, reminiscent of his past life as a fervent fan. Back then, he had never perceived anything wrong with such cheers. In fact, he had taken pride in them. However, now that he found himself the object of such admiration, he fully grasped the awkwardness that stars must endure amidst the cacophony. Although most celebrities are accustomed to it, certain titles or slogans can indeed make one wish to find a hole to hide in. Some things are simply not meant for public consumption. Ahem, everyone, please settle down, Rimuru said, his face flushed. Nevertheless, his demeanor, combined with his rosy complexion, radiated an irresistible allure. The students and teachers below, witnessing Rimuru's expression, became even more exhilarated. Dean Rimuru, we adore you. From this day forth, you shall be our idol. Mr. Rimuru, ever since I caught a glimpse of you, my heart has been uncontrollably drawn to you. May I ask if we could be together? Various voices and questions, each more fervent than the last, overwhelmed Rimuru. He cast a pleading glance backstage, only to meet the gleeful gazes of Tang Hao and Douluo. It dawned on him that they had orchestrated this entire affair to ensnare him. You scoundrels! Once this ordeal is over, I shall teach you a lesson. Rimuru internally wrestled with his emotions but ultimately forced himself to regain composure, exuding the formidable aura of a titled Douluo, compelling everyone to quiet down. Dear students and esteemed educators, please calm yourselves. Upon uttering these words, while the majority remained excited, they gradually settled into silence. Yet, Rimuru genuinely did not anticipate such overwhelming popularity. He had initially thought that only a small number of students or teachers held affection for him. However, given the current scenario, it appeared that over 60 to 70% of the entire academy harbored fondness for him. This presented a bit of a dilemma. Nevertheless, it also represented an opportunity. If he could harness this moment effectively, Rimuru could utilize this enthusiasm to convey his ideologies more effectively. Fans are often blind in their admiration. They will unconditionally follow the products endorsed by their idols, imitating their every move and even their thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Rimuru resolved to seize this inexplicable opportunity. Everyone, please set aside your restless hearts, calm yourselves, and lend me your ears. Rimuru began. His voice was neutral, imbued with a gentle tone that caused many below to feel their hearts skip a beat. My name is Rimuru, a titled Douluo and especially appointed honorary dean. From this day forth, I shall serve as the honorary dean of the Tiando Royal Academy and shall conduct public classes periodically. If you truly admire me, I ask that you listen attentively to what I have to say. After a brief pause, he continued, in addition to being a titled Douluo and honorary dean of the Tiando Royal Academy, I hold another title, Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire, Rimuru declared loudly, inciting an uproar among the audience below. 2 months prior, the great Emperor Xia had already announced the alliance with the Soul Beast Empire, leaving them curious about what this Soul Beast Empire was to possess the capability to ally with the Tiando Empire. Initially, they had regarded the Soul Beast Empire with disdain, but upon hearing Rimuru's proclamation, they were all utterly astonished, because they could hardly fathom that such a stunning beauty could be the Empress of the Soul Beast Empire. As the name suggests, the Soul Beast Empire is a realm where soul beasts reside. However, the soul beasts I refer to are not the primitive, instinct-driven creatures devoid of intelligence. I speak of those who have awakened their wisdom, possessing intellect comparable to that of humans. These soul beasts are the true citizens of my Soul Beast Empire. The others, while still part of it, do not fully belong. Thus, I sincerely hope that the students present will refrain from indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts, as widespread killing could lead to their extinction. After all, soul beasts are also life forms, and if they were to vanish, your ability to enhance your own strength would be severely compromised. Then, Director Limulu, if we do not hunt soul beasts, how can we improve our strength? Also, are we prohibited from killing those soul beasts that lack intelligence? Just as Limulu was speaking, a youthful voice suddenly interrupted. The crowd turned towards the sound and discovered that the one posing the question was a little beauty clad in a dark green dress. This was none other than Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo Yan. Upon hearing Douluo Yan's inquiry, Limulu revealed a gentle smile and softly explained, regarding this matter, we have found that it is not difficult to resolve after some discussion. Soul beasts below 10,000 years in age are numerous. As long as we effectively manage their population, we will not face the extinction of any particular species. Therefore, as long as we proceed with moderation. Our soul beast empire will not overly interfere with the acquisition of soul rings, as long as there is no rampant hunting that crosses our bottom line. It poses no issue. Then, esteemed director, what if the soul beasts attack humans proactively? Can we retaliate? Zhu Zhuqing posed her question once more. Limulu smiled, internally giving her a thumbs up. Her inquiries were premeditated. Zhu Gabo had instructed Zhu Zhuqing on how to proceed. Thus, she simply presented the questions she had prepared in advance. This approach allowed Limulu to elucidate the significance of the existence of the soul beast empire while conveying her own thoughts. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's questions were posed quite naturally, devoid of any semblance of performance, which endeared her to Limulu. Chapter 85. The Professional Actress. Little girl, what is your name? Limula did not answer the question directly, but instead inquired. This was also a part of the performance. However, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly blushed and shyly revealed her name. I am Zhu Zhuqing. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with her originally aloof portrayal in the source material. At just 6 years old, her shyness was entirely understandable. Yet, this display made her appear even more natural. Even those around her could not help but steal glances at Zhu Zhuqing. However, they dared not harbor any thoughts about her. To put it accurately, they did not dare to entertain any notions. After all, her grandfather is the renowned Zhu Gabo, the poisoned Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing is a lovely name. I take a liking to you, and your questions are quite commendable. Limulu's lips curled into a radiant smile, instantly captivating many students in the front row. Even Zhu Zhuqing's face reddened further. When she was treated by Limulu, he had allowed her to enter his body for the sake of toxin removal. This took less than a minute, and as a result, every time Zhu Zhuqing encountered Limulu thereafter, her face would flush crimson. One could only wonder what thoughts swirled within her little mind. However, Limulu remained indifferent to the matter itself. Such actions were merely routine, nothing of great significance. After all, he had allowed others to enter his body as well. Ahem, enough, everyone quiet down. I can now address your questions regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Limulu cleared his throat, paused briefly, and continued. First, I must clarify that the jurisdiction of our soul beast empire is currently limited to the entirety of the Stardow Forest. If a soul beast within our domain proactively attacks you, regardless of its intelligence, you are permitted to retaliate. However, should it later be discovered that an outsider has deliberately lied or framed someone, the consequences will be theirs to bear. The might of our soul beast empire is not something trivial beings can provoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 soul rings on Limula's body illuminated brilliantly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red, red. The dazzling rings blinded the eyes of the onlookers, especially the last 3 red rings, which left the majority of those present in awe. Those who had previously been indifferent to Limulu suddenly realized that he was quite striking. After all, with such high charisma, formidable strength, and extraordinary soul rings, who would not be enamored? Limulu observed that the crowd had quieted down once more before retracting his soul rings and continuing. If you encounter soul beasts outside the boundaries of our soul beast empire, due to regional restrictions, we cannot ascertain whether communication is feasible. Consequently, locations such as the Sunset Forest and the extreme north are presently outside our purview. The current soul beast empire is not yet sufficiently robust. If we were to immediately incorporate all soul beasts, it would likely provoke a backlash from humanity. Thus, we must proceed gradually. However, this approach may impose hardships on soul beasts in other regions. After all, Limulu is neither a deity nor even a demigod. He can only advance step by step. Should he hastily overreach, it might attract the attention of human deities, resulting in divine retribution that could spell doom for all. Therefore, Limulu's immediate task is to endure. Only in this manner can he ensure a stable period of development. Subsequently, Limulu discussed the advantages of establishing diplomatic relations between the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiendo Empire. He also took the opportunity to promote living essentials like soap and toothpaste, which piqued the students' interest. However, he refrained from mentioning soul spirits. After all, the development of soul spirits is still in its infancy. Limulu needs trustworthy individuals to learn the methods of soul spirit creation. Otherwise, the development will stagnate. Limulu alone does not suffice for this endeavor. However, it appears that there remains a long journey ahead for the development of soul spirits. As the intricacies of the soul are profound, without the strength of a titled Douluo, mastering such techniques is exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, to grasp the methods of creating soul spirits, one must possess dexterity and immense patience. Regrettably, the titled Douluos known to Limulu fall short of meeting these criteria. As for soul beasts, they cannot comprehend the unique energy embedded deep within human souls unless they transform into human form. Even the mighty Emperor Tian is incapable of such understanding. Due to the unique nature of this energy, it cannot be analyzed or extracted. It is a possession exclusive to humanity. Even the mighty Di Tian cannot discern the true visage of this force, nor can the great sage. Thus, for the time being, Limulu has no special methods at his disposal and can only proceed gradually. His speech lasted approximately half an hour, during which he finally conveyed his matters. Nevertheless, the audience remained rapt with attention, utterly devoid of drowsiness, captivated by the enchanting presence and melodious voice of the beauty before them. How could anyone possibly feel sleepy under such circumstances? That is all I wish to convey. If you desire to learn more about me or the Soul Beast Empire, please do stay tuned. Limulu winked, instantly leaving the students and faculty breathless with excitement. This was a deliberate act on his part. Given their affection for him, it seemed only fitting to offer a benefit. However, just as he was about to depart, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky without warning, drenching everyone. Limulu's once-tied ponytail fell freely down to his waist under the onslaught of rain, and his rather thin attire, a mere windbreaker, was insufficient to shield him from the downpour. In that moment, he appeared like a freshly bloomed lotus, captivating everyone's gaze. Why did it rain so suddenly? How peculiar. I hereby declare the conference adjourned. All students and faculty, please seek shelter from the rain in an orderly manner, and do so promptly. Take care not to fall ill if your studies are delayed. That is a matter for you to contend with. Prince Xiueshing approached the stage and spoke. Though his demeanor was often cold, he genuinely cared for others. In essence, he was merely a proud and aloof figure. As a prince, he refrained from openly displaying his emotions, lest they be exploited, which contributed to his longevity in the original narrative. Chapter 86. The Peculiar Club. It was indeed strange for rain to fall so unexpectedly. Limulu mused while drying his hair. They had officially entered the Tiando Royal Academy. Although their identity as soul beasts had not yet been revealed, Limulu knew that one day he would make it public. However, by that time, humans and soul beasts would likely be able to coexist peacefully. Mr. Limulu, your speech was quite remarkable. There is an activity organized by your fan club shortly. Would you like to participate? Prince Xiueshing inquired. Upon hearing this, Limulu instinctively felt something was amiss. However, the thought of promoting himself and enhancing the image of the Soul Beast Empire in their minds outweighed his reservations. Students are inherently pure. When they like something, they often extend that affection to everything associated with it. After weighing the pros and cons, Limulu ultimately nodded in agreement. Certainly, I adore fan meetups. However, is there truly no issue with this club? Who is their leader? What is the purpose of organizing such a group? Upon hearing Limulu's questions, Prince Xiueshing merely smiled in silence. Nearby, Tang Hao displayed a rather eerie grin. Limulu, you will discover the answers once you attend. This club has been established for some time, but it has only recently begun to operate. Once you arrive, the members will undoubtedly surprise you. Surprise? Could it be someone I know? Limulu scoffed, clearly skeptical of his words. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuanna, Xiao Wu, and Wang Qiuer had already vanished. BG and ZG remained, bustling about for reasons unknown. Only Tianming Bingsan lay leisurely, dozing atop a table. It must be said that this creature possessed considerable talent, particularly in the art of slumber, for it could fall asleep at a moment's notice. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. De Gubo bowed slightly before turning to depart. As he left, De Guyen, who had been watching Limulu from a distance, followed suit. Limulu felt uneasy under the scrutiny of Dugu Yin's gaze. Since this is the case, I too shall take my leave. Mr. Tang will guide you to the fan activities, Prince Xuesheng remarked before exiting. Now, only those of the Soul Beast Empire remained in the conference room. This allowed them the freedom to express themselves. For instance, Ziji had been holding back a plethora of complaints, finally seizing the opportunity to voice them. What a travesty. Even such a young girl is not spared. Are you a collector of children? Indeed, in my eyes, Lord Limulu is destined to be the queen of all. Wait, that is not quite right. It should be said that he is adept at charming all. BG interjected, garnering Ziji's agreement. Even the slumbering Tianmingbing San unwittingly raised a thumb, seemingly in approval. Seeing this, Limulu's expression darkened. Get up immediately. You are the laziest of all. He transformed into a slime, leaping onto the face of Tianmingbing San, startling the latter awake, banishing all traces of sleep. What just landed on my face? Tianmingbing San instinctively attempted to remove the intruder, but upon catching sight of Limulu's large, bright eyes fixed intently upon him, he was so startled that he fell from his chair, landing face first on the ground. At the same time, Limulu's form was flattened into a puddle, yet he quickly reverted to his original shape. Tang Riqian, let us depart. I wish to see what is so special about this fan club. By the way, where are Guiyuana, Xiaowu, and Wang Qiu? When did they leave? I didn't notice. And what did Tian? Why is he always elusive? Upon hearing Limulu's inquiries, BG and ZG exchanged knowing glances, a smile gracing their lips. The three of them had some matters to attend to and left without informing you. But do not worry, Lord Limulu. With the TNS avatar accompanying them, they will be safe. That is reassuring. Limulu scratched his head and then asked, Are you planning to join me? I will not be attending. I must prepare for my own breakthrough. BG shook her head, and ZG echoed her sentiment. Only Tianmingbing San offered a unique response. I shall not go either. I intend to return to my dormitory to sleep. Sleep, 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 always sleeping. How unfortunate that you are a million-year-old soul beast. And yet you are so slothful. Limulu rolled his eyes before departing from the place, with Tang Hao leading the way ahead of him. The two braved the downpour and soon arrived at the location of the fan club. However, both of them were titled Douluo and under prepared circumstances. The rain could not possibly dampen their bodies. Is this the fan club established by my followers? It does not appear remarkable at all. Limulu surveyed the dark room and the surrounding black curtains, feeling no distinction in this place. What puzzled him was that all the decorations were entirely veiled in black cloth. Driven by curiosity, Limulu attempted to lift one to inspect, but was halted by Tang Hao. Lord Limulu, I have discovered something peculiar. Peculiar? How peculiar could it be? Limulu set down the black cloth and approached with intrigue. Yet, unbeknownst to him, concealed beneath the fabric was a life-sized model of himself. Upon seeing Limulu approach, Tang Hao sighed in relief and handed Limulu a small pendant. Upon seeing the slime pendant, Limulu was taken aback. He recognized it. This was the pendant crafted by Xiao Wu during her leisure time, which he had previously mocked, claiming her craftsmanship was lacking. Yet now, this pendant was exquisitely made. I see. So, when Xiao was preparing to move a bunch of things, this was among them. Limulu chuckled. However, suddenly his smile froze. He sensed a chilling aura invading his body. This is a sign of danger. Great sage, scan the surroundings for threats. Response. All is secure. There is no danger. If there is no danger, why do I suddenly feel such a cold dread? Limulu pondered, and just then, the lights abruptly illuminated. A large group of students surged in from outside. Simultaneously, the black curtains were drawn down by these students. Principal Limulu, welcome to your arrival. Chapter 87. What constitutes a surprise in the girls' dormitory? ZG and BG lay closely entwined on a bed. This is exhilarating. I have never done anything like this before. It is simply thrilling. Indeed, even I have been led astray by you, yet indulging in this occasionally is truly delightful. BG's face flushed with excitement, her body trembling slightly. Ultimately, the two could no longer suppress their laughter. Their boisterous laughter echoed throughout the entire dormitory, even affecting the neighboring ones. Ha ha! I wonder how Lord Limulu will feel upon seeing those life-size models and shape-shifting figures of himself. Although not present, I can imagine that Lord Limulu's reaction will be absolutely spectacular. While laughing, Ziji did not forget to jest about Limulu. Beside her, Biji laughed until tears streamed down her face. Indeed, after all our hard work, we can finally witness the results. It is unfortunate that we are both on the brink of breaking through level 20. Otherwise, I would certainly join you. Exactly. The timing of this upgrade signal is rather untimely, but there is nothing to be done. Biji and Ziji sighed in unison. Let us wait until tomorrow to observe Lord Limulu's reaction. He will surely be even more intriguing and alluring then. Ziji said, licking her lips. Biji sat up, tidying her hair, and gently remarked, initially, I did not understand why the master wanted all the portraits, models, and even pendants from Xinghu. Now I comprehend. It was all in preparation for this day. However, if I recall correctly, Lord Limula mentioned that those life-size models are referred to as figurines, correct? Indeed. I also remember Lord Limula stating that such items are called figurines. Biji and Ziji exchanged glances before directing their attention to the corner of the dormitory, where the life-size figurine of Limulu, dressed in a white glass dress, smiling and stretching, stood. Lord Limulu, you are truly magnificent. You are incredibly skilled. I was wondering why Prince Xuexing and you, Tang Chen, wanted me to participate in the club activities. It turns out you were waiting for me here. You truly outdid yourselves. Limulu's face flushed crimson. His long hair was playfully styled by Gu Yuanna and Wang Xiaoer. His smooth locks were swiftly tied into a ponytail by the two. This appearance of Limulu garnered a chorus of cheers. In any case, he appeared utterly adorable. Xiao Wu and her mother, Xiao Rou, prepared a stunning dress and, smiling, approached Limulu from backstage. I wondered where all those life-size figurines and portraits had vanished to. It turns out you all moved them here. Splendid work. I truly did not anticipate that you would think of this. I underestimated you. No wonder Tang Chen mentioned there would be a surprise. This is what he meant. Limulu gritted his teeth. Yet, facing the hundreds of club members below, he could not reprimand Tang Hao loudly, only managing a smile in response. If only the space here were sufficient, surely the number of attendees would exceed these hundreds. The walls of the room were adorned with Limulu's portraits. A cursory glance revealed at least 7 or 8. These portraits were all painted by Biji. At the time, feeling quite pleased with himself, Limulu had agreed to let Biji paint several. However, he genuinely did not expect these portraits to be brought here. Additionally, the room was filled with life-sized figurines of Limulu. At least a dozen. These were crafted by Gu Yuanna herself. The materials used to create these figurines were rare and durable. Even if sold for recasting, they would be worth several hundred gold soul coins. This illustrates the extravagance of these life-sized figurines. However, apart from these, what embarrassed Limulu the most was that each club member wore a slime necklace around their necks. Some even sported slime bracelets on their wrists. These are some small trinkets that Xiao Wu had made when she felt bored. It must be said, the items they crafted were remarkably lifelike, faithfully replicating his expressions and features in a one-to-one manner. Yet, what puzzled Limulu was the presence of some oddly distorted posters among them. At first glance, he nearly failed to recognize that these posters depicted himself. Sorry, Limula Gidge. These posters were all drawn by me. Since I'm not very skilled, I did not capture them accurately, Wang Xiaoer said softly. Her demeanor made it difficult for Limulu to scold her. Forget it, as long as you all are happy. Although this event is somewhat embarrassing for me, it is still bearable. Just then, in women's clothing, Limulu noticed Xiao Wu and Xiao Rou approaching him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The club members below seemed to have conspired in advance, fervently chanting slogans, urging Limulu to don the outfit. Even Gu Yuanna extended her mischievous grasp, holding Limulu close, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, Limulu, if you wear this outfit, I shall reveal to you the identity of the club president. Did you not wish to know who the president is? This is a perfect opportunity. After the event, you may confront her. Additionally, this is a sacrifice made for the image of our Wuhu Indigua. As the emperor, A gesture of approachability would surely enhance the relationship between humans and soul beasts. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Limulu felt a shiver run down his spine. Her reasoning was so compelling. He found himself unable to refuse. No matter what, for the advancement of the soul beast empire, donning women's clothing was a trivial matter. After a mental pep talk, Limulu seized the dress and dashed towards the backstage. Before anyone could react, he had already changed into the outfit, his cheeks flushed as he stepped onto the stage. Greetings, esteemed club members. I am your Limulu, the president, and also the emperor of the soul beast empire. If you wish to learn more about our empire, feel free to approach me privately. Limulu's gentle voice instantly stirred a commotion, with cheers that even drowned out the torrential rain outside. A smile graced Limulu's face, captivating all with his enchanting beauty. Just at that moment, the rain outside abruptly ceased. A beam of sunlight streamed through the skylight, enveloping Limulu in a natural halo of light. In this moment, he resembled a sacred fairy, stunningly beautiful and untouchable. In the following chapter, Limulu expressed his exasperation. You have truly gone too far. Not only have you put me in this club, but you also reveal that the club president is none other than you. Gu Yuan. This is simply beyond me. Limulu felt the urge to be angry, but gazing at the adorably innocent Gu Yuan, he found it impossible to feign outrage. Ultimately, he sighed and chose to forgive her. Very well, I cannot be bothered to hold this against you. However, during my absence, I expect you all to diligently study and train. I will be away for a while, and I hope that when I return, you will all be stronger. Hearing Limulu's words, the expressions of those present dulled somewhat. Are you truly leaving? Gu Yuan inquired, worry etched upon her face. Limulu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Regardless, I must personally make a trip there. If I can bring back all of them, it would greatly enhance the strength of our soul beast empire. But their attitude towards humans is even more extreme than ours, Limulu. Are you truly resolved to negotiate with them? Voice BG, her concern palpable. Although Limulu was quite powerful, in this world, aside from a few demigods and Qilin, he faced little opposition. However, the extreme north was an inherently perilous environment. Generally, individuals venturing there would certainly face challenges. Limulu's reckless decision to go there still posed a risk. Yet, he had made up his mind, no matter how they persuaded him. He would indeed journey to the extreme north. This matter is settled. I must go to the extreme north, but rest assured, I will return safely, Limulu declared confidently, patting his chest. Despite the inherent dangers of the extreme north, this was also an opportunity for him. Even if he could not recruit those individuals, he himself would not lose anything. Limulu, how long do you plan to stay in the extreme north? If you cannot return soon, won't we be without toys to play with? Xiao innocently remarked. However, her words inadvertently revealed the thoughts of many around them. Both Gu Yuan and Wang Qiu lowered their heads, while BG and ZG looked up at the sky. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Xiaoro even floated out from Xiao Wu's soul ring and playfully tapped her on the head. Mom, why do you keep hitting me? Xiao Wu, it seems I must teach you what you can and cannot say. Such things should only be kept in our hearts. Saying them aloud is terribly embarrassing. Xiaoro's words only heightened the awkwardness. Forget it. I've grown accustomed to being your plaything, so it doesn't matter anymore. Limulu acknowledged his role as a toy. After all, he had spent over a year living this way, becoming accustomed to being manipulated in various ways. Yet, now, contemplating the possibility of being apart from them for half a year, or even longer, he found himself longing for those moments. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shuddered and promptly cast aside such dangerous ideas. All right, you need not feel sorrowful. I still have a few days before I depart. During this time, I can prepare and play with you, Limulu began, only to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere around him. Just then, a pair of claw-like hands suddenly reached from behind, seizing Limulu and pulling him close. In his slime form, he was utterly unable to escape, left to endure the whims of the captor. Limulu, since you were leaving, why not indulge in a little fun before you go? Limulu looked at ZG's dangerous expression with a chill running down his spine. Among those present, she was undoubtedly the most perilous, Not only was she cunning, but she also relished stirring up trouble. All the various games involving the slime had originated from her. Thus, once Limulu found himself in her grasp, a foreboding sensation washed over him. When Limulu finally grasped the situation, he discovered it was Zhu's blood. Limulu Darren, this is my precious blood, a token of my blessing for you. May it protect you against the harsh cold of the extreme north. Though Zhi was quite devious, she truly cared for Limulu. I never expected you to be concerned for me. It is truly touching. A droplet of her blood flowed down her fingertip. She lingered only briefly before fleeing. Limulu then felt the faint power of the royal beast, the three-eyed golden lion, begin to circulate within him. Since they have all arrived, I cannot be absent either, can I? Guina softly remarked, her tone particularly enchanting and captivating. Even Limulu was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, Guina sent a drop of her essence into Limulu's body. A warm sensation coursed through him once again. The hidden task has been triggered. Acquiring the essence of more than 3 distinct rare soul beasts grants an opportunity for skill, martial soul, or soul ring enhancement. System notification. Task completed. The host may select one ability for upgrade. Just as the system's voice faded, another voice echoed wildly in his mind. The Great Sage requests enhancement. The Great Sage requests enhancement. The Great Sage requests enhancement. Chapter 89. Preparing for departure, 3 drops of essence entered Limulu's body, and he immediately felt some changes within. This sensation was entirely different from the direct acquisition of abilities through the sign-in system. While sign-in provided part of an ability without much personal sensation, receiving essence from another allowed Limulu to distinctly perceive the immense power and potential contained within that bloodline. It also elevated his human form's soul power level by 1 tier. Reaching level 96, Limulu found himself exhilarated. Such a feeling was indeed rare. Moreover, the hidden sign-in reward revealed to Limulu a new realm of possibilities. Absorbing rare bloodlines could yield special rewards. However, the specific completion criteria were not disclosed by the system, leaving him to explore on his own. It seemed likely that there were other hidden rewards to uncover, yet Limulu was uncertain how to proceed. As he pondered these thoughts, the Great Sage's voice once again resounded in his mind, reminding him of the previous request for enhancement. Limulu, lost in the comfort of his body, had unconsciously overlooked it. Thank you for your kindness, but I feel a bit tired now. I shall take my leave to rest while you continue to enjoy yourselves, Limulu said, swiftly transforming into his human form and escaping from the grasp of Zhi. Observing Limulu's hasty retreat, the beautiful women present exchanged delightful smiles. Great Sage, what is the direction of your evolution? Is it towards the King of Wisdom? As Limulu walked toward his chamber, he inquired deep within his heart. Response. The evolution direction is towards the King of Wisdom. Current abilities enhanced 100-fold. Can you achieve omniscience and omnipotence? Limulu asked again, but this time, the Great Sage remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Response. Unable to confirm. Further upgrade required for clarity. The Great Sage answered truthfully. In the original narrative, the abilities of the King of Wisdom were immensely powerful, nearly all-knowing and all-seeing. However, the Great Sage had yet to undergo an upgrade, leaving it uncertain whether evolving into the King of Wisdom would grant such comprehensive understanding. Nevertheless, Limulu hesitated only briefly before bestowing the unexpectedly acquired upgrade reward upon the Great Sage. System notification. Confirm upgrade of the second martial soul, Great Sage, to the King of Wisdom. Confirmed. System notification. Upgrade in progress. Due to the unique nature of the Great Sage, the martial soul is temporarily in a dormant state, with a dormancy period estimated at 1 week. Such a phenomenon? Limulu did not anticipate that upgrading a martial soul would cause the Great Sage to enter dormancy. He called out several times, yet received no response, as it had evidently succumbed to slumber. Very well, dormancy is acceptable. After all, it will only last a week, and by the time I reach the extreme north, the Great Sage should awaken. Limulu mused. He was not concerned about the Great Sage's slumber. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation for the experiences the King of Wisdom would provide. Thus, The day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. The great sage remained in dormancy, the upgrade incomplete. However, it mattered not. With Limulu's current strength, he would not encounter significant danger, even without the great sage's assistance. Tang Ri-Tian and Di-Tian, please safeguard Guyuna and the others. This is a doppelganger I leave with you. Should anything arise, use it to contact me, and I shall return with utmost swiftness. Limula declared, placing a palm-sized slime doppelganger akin to Bai Dong's in Guyuna's hands. Such a tiny creature, how adorable. At first sight of the slime doppelganger, Guyuna fell in love with it. Before Limulu could say anything further, he suddenly felt a shiver, as if something had entered his mind. He then observed Guyuna incessantly poking at the little doppelganger with her fingers. Not only Guyuna, but Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er also joined in, poking and prodding. Ziji was even more exaggerated, thrusting her fingers into the slime's body, stirring it about. Enough already. This little slime is connected to my senses. If you keep playing like this, you will surely break it. Limula trembled slightly. This sensation was quite unpleasant. Fortunately, he could sever this connection at any moment to prevent being tossed about. After all, this little doppelganger was adorably excessive. Apologies, I simply couldn't help myself, Ziji said, sticking out her tongue before poking it again. Limulu immediately shuddered and shot her a fierce glare, prompting her to withdraw her finger. Observing Limulu's reaction, Guyuna and the others erupted into laughter. Limulu found himself feeling somewhat helpless in this situation. What could he do? He could only indulge them. Well, as long as you are happy, but if there are important matters that require my attention, remember to call my name. Otherwise, I would not know whether you are playing or if something is truly amiss. All right, I have conveyed all that I needed to. The weather is just perfect, and I must prepare for departure. Limulu smiled, placing his hands on his hips and surveying the surroundings. Everyone await my good news, Limulu shouted, waving goodbye to the crowd, and finally set forth on his journey to the extreme north. Guyuna and the others felt a tinge of sadness as they watched Limulu's departing figure. Then, they all turned their attention back to the slime doppelganger in their hands, their expressions turning mischievous. 3, 2, 1. Everyone shouted in unison, simultaneously inserting their fingers into the slime's body. Not far off, Limulu, having taken only a few steps, stumbled and turned back helplessly to glance at Guyuna and the others, eliciting a burst of laughter. Brother Limulu, take care. Please be safe. Brother Rimuru, you must return safely. If you encounter any trouble, do not forget to use your clones to inform us. I will send Di-Tian to rescue you. Upon hearing the voices of the group, Rimuru couldn't help but smile, then waved his hand once more before hastily departing. His steps were resolute. This time, Rimuru had made his preparations. Even if he couldn't sway all three overlords of the extreme ice land to his side, he at least aimed to forge an alliance with them, for they held significant value for recruitment. Chapter 90. A chance encounter with Flander after Rimuru's departure. The expressions of the crowd were tinged with a hint of melancholy. They had enjoyed such delightful times with Rimuru, who had always showered them with affection and never scolded them. Now, without Rimuru, the prospect of continuing their carefree existence seemed nearly impossible. What should they do during this time? Life feels so dull without Brother Rimuru, Xiao Wu lamented softly, as if the absence of Rimuru had drained her of all vigor, leaving her utterly listless. Xiao Wu, your sentiment is misplaced. Lord Rimuru is merely a delightful embellishment to our lives. The true joy must be discovered by ourselves. Do you not agree, Bai Ji? Ziji licked her lips and gently lifted Xiao Wu's chin. However, Bai Ji remained silent, while Xiao Ro floated forward and swatted Ziji's hand away. Do not lay a hand on my Xiao Wu. She is utterly devoted to Lord Rimuru. Ha! I was merely jesting. No need to take it so seriously. Ziji shrugged, turning her gaze to Wang Qiu'er and Guyuna. The two had remained inseparable, resembling true sisters, leaving her uncertain of how to intervene. Ultimately, Ziji approached Bai Ji, intending to reach out, but was deftly evaded. Bai Ji then moved beside Di-Tian and softly requested, "Please grant me a leave. I wish to return to the Tian-Do Great Forest to condense my spirit ring." Upon hearing this, Ziji hurriedly interjected, "I too By G, and I just reached level 20 yesterday. We can condense our second spirit ring now. At the same time, Rimuru had already embarked on his journey. He had long desired to visit the extreme north, but the affairs of the Spirit Beast Empire had prevented him from doing so. Fortunately, the Spirit Beast Empire had now found its footing. The Tian-Do Empire and the Spirit Beast Empire had established diplomatic relations, and a village had been constructed. Although the trade system was still under development, the first transaction would soon be completed. From here on, Rimuru need not concern himself. He could leave the responsibilities to Tang Hao and Ain without a second thought. Rimuru's sole task now was to set forth towards the extreme north. To save time, he chose to fly. However, during his flight, he stumbled upon a familiar little village, where he observed a peculiar academy recruiting students. Shrek Academy? Has it been established this early? Rimuru pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. While he had read the original work, he was unaware of the specific timeline regarding the establishment of Shrek Academy. Moreover, with the Grand Sage still in slumber, there was no one to answer his question. Nonetheless, Rimuru held little interest in Shrek Academy. His curiosity merely prompted him to pause and take a closer look, for this institution marked the inception of the original tale. Regrettably, as time progressed, Shrek Academy had become increasingly autocratic and hypocritical, leaving Rimuru with a lack of fondness for it. Thus, Rimuru departed from Shrek Academy and entered the city of Balak Kingdom, intending to procure some supplies. However, upon arriving at a Soul Guide device shop, he was greeted by a familiar figure, Flander. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to that in the original work, presenting as an unremarkable middle-aged man, perhaps with a hint of lewdness. What do you wish to purchase, young lady? I must inform you, our items are not available for trial. Once activated, you must purchase them as per our rules, so please refrain from using them indiscriminately. Flander reclined in a rocking chair, speaking lazily. He merely glanced at Rimuru before returning to his own affairs. After all, his primary occupation was not selling Soul Guide devices or their materials. He was merely here to support the development of Shrek Academy, supplementing its finances through part-time work. Rimuru nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was merely selecting a few items, rare materials that, while available in the Tian-Do Empire, were currently out of stock. He preferred not to ask the Shui Emperor for assistance, as he wished to avoid accruing debts. Thus, he sought his fortune here. The materials he sought were those required for crafting exquisite spatial Soul Guide devices. The quality of the Soul Guide devices sold in the Tian-Do Empire was woefully inadequate, and he had no desire to utilize them. Though others might consider those Soul Guide devices finely crafted, to Rimuru, they were nothing more than refuse. Before setting off, he had not intended to purchase a Soul Guide device. However, he realized that he could not perpetually change sizes in the human world. It was rather inconvenient. Thus, acquiring a spatial Soul Guide device seemed prudent, allowing him to be self-sufficient and even surpass the quality of other Soul Guide devices. Consequently, Rimuru opted to procure the rarest raw materials available. After testing their properties with a touch of soul power, he decided to purchase them all. Young lady, these items total nearly 100,000 soul coins. Are you certain you wish to buy them? Flander exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Rimuru present the items at the counter. These materials were among the rarest he had collected over his lifetime, placed here primarily to maintain appearances. Though precious, few could process them, so their prices were relatively low. However, the cumulative cost was indeed substantial. Of course, I have already prepared the funds. 100,000 gold soul coins are contained within this Soul Guide device. Feel free to take some of the excess gold soul coins for yourself to cover the cost of the raw materials. The total should be exactly 100,000 gold soul coins. Rimuru spoke softly, settling into a nearby chair while awaiting Flander to count the coins. Though he lacked a Soul Guide device for storing items, he did possess one for storing gold coins. This inferior Soul Guide device served quite well as a wallet. Subsequently, Rimuru continuously released a faint soul power, beginning to analyze the internal structure of the Soul Guide stone. As the great sage remained in a dormant state, Limulu could not analyze swiftly and had to cautiously explore bit by bit. Little girl, are you certain you wish to purchase these? Flandra inquired once more for confirmation. Limulu furrowed his brow. He no longer minded being perceived as a girl. However, Flandre's attitude slightly irked him, as it implied a complete distrust. What do you mean by that? I have already given you the money. Are you suggesting I might renege on the payment? Chapter 91. A grave misunderstanding. Little girl, do not get me wrong. I merely wish to confirm that this money is genuinely yours. You appear quite young, surely not exceeding 13 years of age. If it has come from dubious sources, I cannot accept it. Though Flandre was fond of wealth, he maintained a certain moral standard regarding the means of acquiring it. He truly dared not accept money of uncertain origin. Limulu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a remark. However, he was particularly concerned about the reason for Flandre's misunderstanding. Then Limulu seemed to recall something and glanced at his attire. He was dressed in relatively simple clothing, the kind not worn by nobility. Due to Limulu's disposition, he preferred not to don extravagant garments. Coupled with his youthful visage and single ponytail, he indeed resembled a young girl. Flandre, being nearsighted, often struggled to see others' faces even while wearing glasses. Rest assured, this money is from legitimate sources. Here is my identity badge from the Tindo Empire's auction house. You must believe me now. With that, Limulu presented the identity badge of the esteemed guest of the Tindo auction house. Flandre examined it for a considerable time and ultimately confirmed its authenticity. The Tindo Royal City's auction house was not a place just anyone could enter. Limulu was originally just an ordinary member. But due to trade relations between the two nations, the Snow Knight Emperor had exceptionally elevated him to one of the highest esteemed guests of the auction house. Most importantly, such items could not be forged, as the badge featured an engraving of the guest's upper body to signify their identity. I understand. In that case, I shall begin counting the gold coins now. However, little girl, you possess remarkable potential and an extraordinary demeanor. Would you be interested in joining my academy? Rest assured, should you choose to enroll, we guarantee that your abilities will soar to new heights. Furthermore, our academy does not impose restrictions on students' freedoms as others do. Flandre began his sales pitch while tallying the gold coins. Earlier, Limulu had merely released his soul power to analyze the raw materials, which had already captured Flandre's attention. To Flandre, Limulu's current appearance genuinely resembled that of a child, prompting him to extend the invitation. Nonetheless, Limulu paid little mind to him and instead focused on playing with the raw materials in his hands. Flandre, undeterred, employed his persuasive rhetoric to attempt to sway Limulu. As the dean, he was determined to recruit such a financially capable and talented individual into his academy. However, Shrek Academy was not officially registered in any empire, meaning it was merely a makeshift institution. It was challenging to recruit genuinely promising students through proper channels. Thus, they were compelled to employ such tactics. A mixture of coaxing and deception for enrollment. Nevertheless, their recruitment criteria were still based on their own standards. If someone did not meet these standards, Flandre would not actively pursue them. After listening to Flandre's incessant chatter, Limulu finally found himself somewhat irritated. I apologize, but you may cease your speech, as you lack the qualifications to instruct me. Limulu bore no malice towards him. He simply found his incessant prattling distasteful. Simultaneously, he could not abide by Flandre's educational philosophy, especially since he had explicitly declared he would not provoke trouble, asserting that a soul master who does not stir up conflict is not a good soul master. While it felt satisfying to say, the act itself seemed rather domineering. Flandre shrugged, unfazed by Limulu's haughty demeanor. After finishing the tally of the gold coins, Limulu prepared to leave with his materials. Yet Flandre still sought to persuade him. Little girl, please do not depart. Although our Shrek Academy is not vast, every individual who enters is a genius in their own right. Particularly, those who graduate from our academy often reach the soul master level before the age of 20. Some of my students are now teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy or the Xingluo Royal Academy. Some have even joined major sects and esteemed families, becoming pillars of their communities. So, will you reconsider? Our Shrek Academy is indeed powerful and will not let your talent go to waste. Flandre asserted with great confidence. However, Limulu merely cast a glance at the self-admiring man and departed without acknowledging him. Although Limulu conceded that Flandre possessed some skill, it was nothing more than that. Watching Limulu's retreating figure, Flandre felt regret for losing a promising prospect. Little did he know, had Limulu agreed to enroll, it would have posed a significant problem. Flandre, you scoundrel, return my money at once. Just as Flandre sighed, a furious voice resonated from above. Limulu looked up in astonishment to see a man, surrounded by 8 soul rings, plummeting from the sky, who swiftly enveloped Limulu in his embrace. Flandre, return my money immediately. Otherwise, I will take all your students and bring your pathetic academy to ruin. The thunderous roar echoed through the streets, causing passers-by to scatter to avoid being caught in the fray. Limulu, held aloft, did not immediately struggle to break free. This individual evidently regards Limulu as a student of Flandre, hence his actions. However, he does not intend to resort to violence. Rather, he employs his soul power to gently lift Limulu, using him as leverage in a negotiation. His hands do not even make contact with Limulu's body. Upon witnessing this, Limulu cannot help but roll his eyes. This inexplicable soul master seems to have mistaken himself for a girl. Chapter 92. Hey, calm down. Do not act impulsively. This girl is not my student. Capturing her would serve no purpose. Furthermore, you have come seeking money from me, so there is no need to harm the innocent. Is there? Flandre felt diminished in the presence of this man, for he not only could not overpower him, but also owed him a considerable sum, leaving him feeling somewhat at fault. Yet, having just acquired a substantial sum from Limulu, he remained composed, albeit the man's actions were rather rash. Not your student? In this wretched establishment of yours, who else would come here? I give you one last chance. If you do not repay your debt, I shall dismantle your academy and shop, taking all valuable items with me. The man clearly did not believe Flandre's words. He continuously emitted an aura of a soul master, pressuring Flandre. However, Limulu could sense that despite his harsh words, the man had no intention of harming him. In fact, he deliberately avoided using his soul power against Limulu to prevent any injury. At this point, Limulu concluded that the man had merely come to demand payment, with no ulterior motives. His grasp on Limulu seemed to be a mere impulsive act, and now he was reluctant to relinquish his hold due to pride. Do not be rash, Hey. Is it not merely a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins that I owe you? I have just completed a transaction and can repay you now. Flandre stated, promptly retrieving a soul guide brimming with gold soul coins. Upon seeing Flandre so forthcoming, the man suddenly took a step back. You little rascal, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? How could that be? I, Flandre, have always acted with integrity. Deception is beneath me. Yet you, as the leader of the Minji family, resort to threatening me with a child. How shameless. Oof. Would you return my money willingly without such theatrics? Those are my savings from many years. Had it not been for my granddaughter's education, I would not have come to you repeatedly. Witnessing their quarrel, Limulu felt somewhat exasperated. To his surprise, Flandre had long been acquainted with the leader of the Minji family. From the current situation, it was evident that their rapport was far from amicable. Have you two finished your bickering? Limulu's icy voice suddenly resonated amidst their exchange. Subsequently, before the astonished gaze of He, Limulu unleashed a formidable aura of soul power, forcefully breaking free from the man's grasp and descending slowly to the ground. Simultaneously, the brief revelation of his power and the presence of 9 soul rings unequivocally indicated that he was a titled full-level powerhouse. Though Limulu's display of soul power lasted less than a second, both He and Flandre were keenly aware of it. You are indeed a titled Douluo? Flandre exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the individual he had just considered recruiting as a student was a titled Douluo. He then glanced at Limulu's slender figure and youthful visage, even removing his glasses to rub his eyes, yet remained unable to fathom the reality before him. The middle-aged man, too, wore an expression of shock. Initially, he had merely perceived Limulu as Flandre's student, yet he had no intention of confronting him. However, upon witnessing Limulu's might, he was suddenly filled with trepidation. My sincerest apologies. Your Grace, I did not mean to offend. It was merely an impulsive act. Bai He stammered, trembling as he bowed his head before Limulu, his body drenched in sweat, fearing that a mere displeasure from Limulu could result in his demise. The Mingji family is renowned for its swiftness, considered among the fastest on the continent. While their ability to flee is unmatched, their offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Consequently, following the seclusion of the Haotian sect, their existence has become exceedingly precarious, with few willing to employ their services. For most factions, speed alone holds little value, leading them to a state of destitution where they must rely on other families for sustenance. Thus, financial woes are a significant concern for their leader, explaining his agitation over a mere few tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Enough, you need not be so anxious. I am not unreasonable. However, I am taken aback to see the Mingji family has fallen to such depths that their leader must personally come to collect debts, Limulu remarked. Upon hearing his words, Bai He dared not lift his gaze. Faland, on the other hand, obediently placed the money in Bai He's hands and cautiously regarded Limulu. Your Grace, I have returned the money. May I now take my leave? There is little concern for you here. With a wave of his hand, Limulu dismissed him. Faland sighed in relief, swiftly closing the shop door as he prepared to depart. His heart raced, especially when he recalled his earlier grandiose proclamations, boasting of his prowess. The thought of his previous bravado now filled him with regret. Faland, wait a moment. Just as he was about to take flight, Limulu's voice caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. Your Grace, do you have further instructions? Faland dared not disobey, promptly rising to stand respectfully. Faland, your items are commendable. Should you possess any rare materials, visit the trading village outside the Qingdao Great Forest. There will be individuals eager to trade with you. And by the way, I am a boy, not a girl, but given your nearsightedness, I shall refrain from holding it against you. After delivering this statement, Limulu waved his hand. Faland, feeling a wave of relief, soared into the sky at the utmost speed, eager to distance himself. However, Limulu's words had sparked a new business opportunity in Faland's mind. With his intellect, it would not be long before he ventured to the trading village to investigate personally. Nevertheless, the existence of the Soul Beast Empire is currently known only within the imperial city of Tiando, with only a select few aware of its reality. Limulu's actions were aimed at facilitating the promotion of the Soul Beast Empire, with Faland serving as an excellent conduit. Bai He, leader of the Mingji family, I presume? Limulu turned to face the quaking Bai He, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Bai He, trembling, could only nod slightly, too fearful to speak. There is no need for alarm. I shall not harm you. However, do you understand why I've chosen to keep you here? Your Grace, I was wrong. I should not have acted so impulsively. Please grant me mercy, and I shall certainly amend my ways. Upon hearing Rimlu speak, Bai He's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, I have elders above me and children below me. My entire family relies on my support. I implore you to spare my life. Chapter 93. The Min family, is it truly acceptable for you, as the clan leader, to be so cowardly? Rimlu was at a loss for words. Bai He awkwardly scratched his head. Though handsome in appearance, his demeanor was somewhat naive. Your Highness, you misunderstand. This is not cowardice. It is wisdom in assessing the situation. If I were to perish, our family would be doomed. Therefore, I cannot die. Bai He's reasoning left Rimlu speechless. Well, if you're content, that suffices. Moreover, you need not address me as your Highness. My name is Rimlu. You are the esteemed Rimlu. Before Rimlu could finish his sentence, Bai He's eyes sparkled with excitement. I truly failed to recognize your esteemed identity. This is my fault, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Bai He expressed fervently. However, Rimlu was somewhat puzzled. You know me? Of course. My granddaughter, Bai Chunxiang, though she has not joined Tiando Academy and is still quite young, having been born less than half a year ago, possesses remarkable talent. Recently, she learned to walk and speak, with the help of our clan members. She attended your lecture and even joined your fan club, aspiring to study at Tiando Academy. Previously, my granddaughter was rather proud and refused to seek education at any institution, not even Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, Upon your arrival, she was captivated by your beauty and strength, and now she daily insists that I handle her enrollment. However, our Min family lacks only one thing: money. I find myself short several thousand gold soul coins for her tuition. Thus, I reluctantly approached Flander for assistance. I never anticipated encountering you here. It truly delights me. Seeing Bai He so animated, Rimlu felt a bit awkward, as he had not expected that Bai He's granddaughter, Bai Chunxiang, had heard his lecture and even joined his fan club. Could it be that she had been concealing herself among the other club members? A shiver ran down his spine, and he tentatively inquired, "May I ask, has your granddaughter participated in any events of this club?" "Events? I'm not too sure, but I heard her mention that you look more beautiful in a dress. Thus, I always assumed you were a great beauty." "It seems I misunderstood. Ha." Bai He laughed heartily. His words only deepened Rimlu's embarrassment, yet he felt no need to dwell on it. "Ahem, let us not discuss this any further. In light of my connection with your granddaughter, I shall offer you an opportunity, but it is up to you to seize it." "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Bai He appeared puzzled. Rimlu gestured toward a nearby restaurant with a smile. "Treat me to a meal, and I shall reveal the opportunity." "Absolutely. However, I must clarify that I have very little money on me. This gold soul coin is reserved for my granddaughter's tuition and cannot be touched," Bai He declared resolutely, promptly stowing away the soul tool containing the coins. His action prompted Rimlu to roll his eyes. "Director Rimlu, you truly are as my granddaughter described, a stunning beauty. What a pity you are a man. Had you been a woman, a throng of suitors would surely kneel at your feet." "Ha." Bai He jested, but Rimlu's expression darkened. Yet, he chose not to engage with the naive man further, instead shifting the topic. "Bai He, I have heard that your Min family possesses unmatched speed among all soul masters. Is this true?" "Indeed. Among equals, no martial spirit can surpass ours in speed. Personally, if I exert myself fully, I can circle the entire continent in 3 days." Confidence surged within Bai He as he spoke. Though his current strength was merely that of a soul Douluo, his speed surpassed even that of some super Douluos. The number of individuals who could exceed Bai He in pure speed was exceedingly limited, excluding a few demigods who had transcended humanity and could not be judged by ordinary standards. "If you are indeed that swift, demonstrate it after our meal. And let me witness your speed." Ha, no problem. When it comes to speed, I fear no one. Even if you're a titled Douluo, you may not match my pace," Bai He confidently proclaimed. Rimlu said nothing, merely smiling faintly as he selected a restaurant and began to order. "Director Rimlu, you previously mentioned finding an opportunity for our Min family. What exactly is this opportunity? If it involves teaching at Tiando Royal Academy, then I must decline. Our Min family excels solely in speed. However, we are utterly unqualified to educate others. Moreover, due to the limitations of our martial spirits, our combat abilities are not particularly strong. Rest assured, I am not suggesting you become teachers. Instead, I plan to develop the courier industry, which suits your Min family perfectly." "Courier? What is that?" Bai He inquired, bewildered. Rimlu revealed a radiant smile, parting his lips to elaborate. He provided a brief overview of the courier concept and its operational methods. While the Douluo Continent had messengers, they were mostly low-ranking soul masters or ordinary people, and a true courier industry had yet to develop. If the Min family genuinely sought to earn a living, the courier sector would be their optimal choice. The Min family's speed was such that not even higher-ranked soul masters could keep up. Moreover, unless a soul master possessed a unique martial spirit, those below the title Douluo level found it exceedingly difficult to acquire flight skills. They could soar through the skies with little chance of being caught. Thus, the safety of the deliveries would be assured. Should there be urgent parcels, Bai He could even personally deliver them. However, as the clan leader, his service fee would naturally be higher. Upon hearing Rimlu's proposal, Bai He's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. Yet, his exhilaration quickly transformed into disappointment. For a noble soul master to relinquish their status and engage in work suitable for commoners felt rather stifling. Rimlu discerned his thoughts and shook his head. "If you desire to prevent your family from languishing in despair, this is your soul path. Furthermore, I can offer you a position as the leading figure in the courier industry of the Soul Beast Empire. If all goes smoothly, the Tiando Empire is likely to offer you their support. In that case, your Min family would indeed be revitalized. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Bai He suddenly had an epiphany. Director Limulu, I know what to do now. Chapter 94, Too Fast. With this development, our family can finally start earning money and no longer live at the mercy of others. Ha ha ha. Observing Bai He's exhilarated expression, Limula nodded, then swiftly devoured all the food before him, as if swept away by the wind. Bai He stared blankly at Limulu finishing the meal while he hadn't touched a single morsel. Yet, he was reluctant to order another serving, so he simply chose to endure his hunger. Director Limulu, the Soul Beast Empire you mentioned, isn't that the one publicly allied with the great Emperor Shuya? Indeed, it is, Limulu affirmed, continuing, I am the Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. Thus, I possess the authority to make such decisions. If you doubt me, you may contact the Tiando royal family for verification. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Bai He gasped in astonishment. Director Limulu, it appears you are even more mysterious than I had imagined. Although I'm unclear about the essence of the Soul Beast Empire, since the great Emperor Shuya has allied with you, I shall trust you this once. With that, Bai stood up and bowed deeply to Limulu. Limulu waved his hand dismissively and strode out. Come, let us compete. I wish to see just how swift you truly are. No problem. Bai replied with a confident smile. He first settled the bill and then moved to Limulu's side to warm up. To save time, let us set our destination directly to the residence of your Min family. It conveniently allows me to pay a visit along the way. Limulu had seen the entire map of Douluo Continent in the library of the Tiando Royal Academy and was well aware of the location of the Min family's residence. However, he had not intended to draw them in before today. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter and the fact that Bai He's granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, was a fan of his, he might not have offered them this opportunity. Nevertheless, aligning with the Min family was not without its advantages. Their martial spirits were universally recognized as the fastest. At certain times, their contributions could be substantial. Director Limulu, do take care. I am indeed very fast. Even if you are a titled Douluo, it would be rather dull if you couldn't perceive my speed. Bai He exuded confidence regarding his speed, seemingly dismissing even the title Douluo. Limulu merely smiled and then, with a flick of his wrist, picked up a stone and gently tossed it into the air. When the stone lands, we shall set off simultaneously. Absolutely. As the words left his mouth, the stone landed with a resounding thud. Bai He instantly unleashed 8 soul rings, revealing his martial spirit in its true form. The overwhelming soul power and impeccable speed generated a burst of energy that made his figure vanish from sight. Yet, Limulu's figure also disappeared. Ha ha! What a delightful sensation it is to soar through the skies. I wonder if Director Limulu has managed to keep up. Bai He's confident laughter echoed through the heavens. He instinctively glanced back, but saw no trace of Limulu, which brought a smile to his face, albeit accompanied by a hint of concern. Am I perhaps being too inconsiderate towards him? Bai He finally had a moment of clarity, deciding to slow his pace to wait for Limulu. But just then, a figure gradually emerged before him. The clouds drifted past this blue silhouette. His sky-blue hair danced in the wind, and the pure, immaculate wings further enhanced his unparalleled beauty. The harmonious presence was breathtaking, prompting Bai He to steal a few more glances. However, he soon realized that the figure before him was none other than Limulu himself. Bai He, pick up the pace. Were it not for waiting for you, I would have nearly reached our destination. Limulu's ethereal voice drifted into Bai He's ears, igniting feelings of indignation within him. Director Limulu, please forgive my rudeness, Bai He said earnestly, then summoned all his strength to surge ahead, surpassing Limulu. This time, he pushed himself to the limit, reaching his utmost speed. Bai He was evidently spurred on. Yet, Limulu remained unfazed, even taking the time to tidy his hair. Truly, the Min family possesses incredible speed. Aside from a few exceptional martial spirits and soul beasts, as well as semi-deities like Dtion, it is unlikely anyone could surpass him. It seems that aligning with them is indeed a wise choice. It is a shame that he is not a titled Douluo. Limulu shook his head and accelerated once more. Just when Bai He believed victory to be assured, Limulu leisurely closed the gap, not even exerting his full strength. In contrast, Bai He struggled to maintain his speed, feeling the strain throughout his body due to the swift flight. He would not typically fly at such high speeds unless necessary. However, witnessing Limulu effortlessly keeping pace astonished him. Yet, he stubbornly refused to relent, opting to accelerate further. Limulu remained by his side, neither surpassing nor falling behind. I cannot go on. You are simply too fast. I can no longer endure. You have done quite well. Do not be disheartened. Should you become a titled Douluo, your speed will undoubtedly reach new heights. Limulu reassured him with a gentle pat on Bai He's shoulder. Just as Bai He was about to respond, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Ah, it's Director Limulu. Director Limulu, sister, I am your fan. Have you come here to take me to Tiando Academy? A delightful little girl, no more than a year old, bounced up to Limulu, hugging his leg tightly and rubbing against him. The sight of this little girl reminded Limulu of a younger Tang San. However, compared to Tang San, this girl was undeniably more adorable. For Tang, San had matured too quickly. Meanwhile, Bai He awkwardly scratched his head and gently pried the girl away from Limulu. I apologize. This is my granddaughter, by Qinxiang. She takes after me and is quite easily excitable, so please do not mind her. It's no trouble. Children will be children, Limulu replied. Director Limulu, why aren't you wearing a skirt today? You look splendid. Bai Qinxiang interrupted Limulu's words, delivering a surprising blow. Limulu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Bai He, perplexed, could only watch. He could sense that something was amiss with Limulu's emotions, prompting him to immediately instruct others to carry Bai Qinxiang into the house. Dean Limulu, please do not be angry. I am not angry either. There is no need to bicker with the child. Limulu sigit deeply, regaining her composure. Bai He, I have witnessed your abilities, and they are quite impressive. Based on my estimations, there are but a few individuals on this continent who can surpass you in speed. Therefore, take this item, and when you accompany your granddaughter to enroll in a few days, please seek out a teacher named Tang Ri-Tian and explain the situation to him. Once you present this item, he will understand what to do. All you need to do is await his arrangements. With that, Limulu placed a clone into Bai He's hands. Upon hearing this, Bai He nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I will comply. Chapter 95. An unexpected meeting with you. Guan Limulu had taken a brief respite on the territory of the Min family. Remaining here, there was little for her to do, and she was even subjected to Bai Qinxiang's various unconscious provocations, particularly during the late hours of the night. Bai Qinxiang would often crawl onto Limulu's bed. According to her own words, she frequently observed others doing the same with someone they fancied. She liked Limulu and thus emulated what she had seen. This left Limulu both astonished and compelled to bring Bai He over for a stern lesson. This child, learning all the wrong things instead of the right ones. Consequently, Bai He found himself reprimanded in the dead of night by Limulu. It is worth noting that this world is Douluo Dalu, which differs from the ordinary realm. Children born within 6 months to a year, barring any physical defects or illnesses, generally learn to walk and speak. Furthermore, individuals in Douluo Dalu tend to mature early. By the age of 6, they are typically quite knowledgeable. Even if they do not grasp everything initially, they will gradually come to understand. However, Bai Qinxiang was still merely a child. Fortunately, she was merely pretending and had not grasped the essence of such actions, which relieved Limulu somewhat. Nevertheless, given her age, she was unaware of emotional intelligence and spoke her mind freely. When she professed her affection for Limulu, it was genuine. When she declared Limulu to be a great beauty, in her eyes, Limulu truly was a stunning figure. Thus, after much correction of her gender identity, Limulu chose to relinquish her efforts and no longer hold grievances against the child. Thankfully, although she was to attend the Tiando Academy, it was unnecessary for her to engage in actual studies. Otherwise, with her temperament, trouble might easily ensue. Given her tender years and lack of a manifested martial soul, she could merely hold a nominal position at the Tiando Royal Academy, which would facilitate her direct admission later without needing to study at present. Moreover, once Bai Qinxiang's martial soul awakened, she would be assigned to one of the best classes without the need for assessment. Such privileges require a certain status and a yearly payment of a specified amount of gold soul coins. The more gold soul coins one pays, the better the subsequent educational resources. Thus, a soul master who emerges from wealth, provided they are not complacent, can rise to prominence, even if they initially seem inept. This is precisely why many people are eager to secure early entry into the academy. Yet the annual fee of over 100,000 gold soul coins often dissuades them. After all, the typical noble's annual stipend usually hovers around that amount. Thus, such opportunities are highly coveted and not easily accessible. Consequently, most nobles and soul masters opt to personally guide their children and hire private tutors before the age of 6. However, even in such cases, the annual expenses still amount to several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. It was the first time Bai He had encountered someone so eager to send their granddaughter away. According to Bai He intended to temporarily entrust his child to the academy's teacher while he worked to earn money for the Min family. Only in this way could he afford tuition and support the entire clan. Such a lifestyle would need to persist for at least a year or two, and thus he had no inclination to care for the child himself and sought assistance instead. The opportunity presented by Limu Lu was one he certainly did not wish to miss. However, even with his decision made, he needed a few days to prepare before heading to the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, Limu Lu refrained from mentioning Tang Hao's name directly. Instead, he found himself somewhat eager to see what sparks might fly when the two met. However, given their personalities, it was unlikely they would come to blows. At most, they would engage in a war of words. Additionally, due to his sense of guilt, Tang Hao would likely assist him in this matter. In that case, Bai Qinxiang might very well end up associating with Tang San. Although they were of similar ages, they were technically cousins by lineage. What a thrilling thought! Yet, this had little to do with Limu Lu. As for the other affiliated families of Haotian sect, they were not as accommodating as the Min family. Due to the Haotian sect's reclusive nature, while those sects have faced oppression from the Spear Hall, they have not suffered as severely as the Min family. At the very least, their lives remain relatively comfortable. It is solely the Min family that bears the brunt of hardship. Thus, Limu Lu's actions could be seen as aiding them while simultaneously garnering goodwill. This favor was effortlessly granted, and it felt quite gratifying. Having resolved these matters, Limu Lu continued his journey northward. His speed was remarkable. Had he not taken time to admire the scenery, he could have reached the far northern lands in just over a day. Yet, he had yet to truly experience the sensation of surveying the continent from a great height. Hence, Limu Lu was in no hurry, savoring the exhilarating feeling of flight, especially when he leisurely glided through the clouds. The sensation against his skin made him feel as though he were plunging into a sea of cotton, immensely comfortable and soft. Now, Limu Lu understood why Gu Yuna and others adored his slime form so much. It was indeed vast, soft, and incredibly pleasant. The sensation of caressing the clouds was not dissimilar to the feeling of being touched by others. In any case, it was quite delightful. Was at the spirit hall below? As Limu Lu reveled in this sensation, a towering structure in the distance caught his eye. He descended to a lower altitude, intending to observe this location closely. He did not wish to cause any trouble. He merely sought to confirm whether this place was indeed the spirit hall. However, at that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared below. Before him, a large chrysanthemum bloomed, rapidly enlarging and blocking his path. "Fair lady, you have been circling above our spirit hall for quite some time. What is your intention?" The voice emanated from below. The chrysanthemum merely served to obstruct Limu Lu's route without directly attacking him. Yet, the peculiar tone of voice led Limu Lu to readily deduce the identity of the speaker. "Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. What is the purpose of obstructing my path? I merely passed through this area out of curiosity, and you stopped me. Is that not rather overbearing?" Limu Lu responded to the other party with an unhurried demeanor, casting a condescending gaze upon Yuguan. Initially, Yuguan intended to put on a show of bravado, but upon seeing the countenance of Limu Lu, he was taken aback. "How could it be? You still remember me?" Upon noticing Yuguan's expression, Limu Lu smiled faintly, having already prepared for a confrontation. However, he was unprepared for Yuguan, leveraging his martial soul, to leap directly in front of him, his countenance reflecting sheer panic. He licked his lips, a mix of excitement and exhilaration evident as he spoke. "You're the million-year soul beast we encountered back then. You're Limu Lu, the emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. Am I not mistaken?" Chapter 96, Yu Guan and Bai Bai Dong. Seeing the inexplicably thrilled Yu Guan, Limu Lu felt an involuntary chill. After surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no other individuals nearby, he sighed in relief. "I am indeed who you think I am. You have not mistaken me. If you wish to engage in combat, I am always ready." As he spoke, Limu Lu extended his sensory abilities in all directions, ensuring he would sense anyone approaching. However, they were quite a distance from the martial soul hall, and Yu Guan had merely happened upon this location. Ordinarily, those nearby would not notice Limu Lu unless Yu Guan chose to report the situation to them. Yet, judging by Yu Guan's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of doing so, and Limu Lu could sense no desire for battle emanating from him. Instead, Yu Guan appeared to be scrutinizing Limu Lu as if savoring something. This was unsettling. "Ah, très splendide. You have become increasingly beautiful, more to my liking. When I learned you were a man, I spent many sleepless nights longing to see you again. Alas, I no longer have that opportunity, for you now belong to Lady Bai Bai Dong. Even in your presence, I can only admire from afar. What a pity." Yu Guan's dangerously suggestive words sent alarm bells ringing in Limu Lu's mind. The implications of his thoughts were exceedingly perilous. "You better disappear from my sight, or I won't hesitate to eliminate you right now." "Oh ho, you think I care? If being killed by you is my fate, then I would gladly accept it." Yu Guan let out a strange laugh, his smile nauseating Limu Lu. Yet, to avoid alerting other members of the Martial Soul Hall, he refrained from taking action, knowing that Xiandao Lu had yet to retreat to his secluded chamber. It would be at least until Bai Bai Dong ascended to the position of Pope that the old fellow would seclude himself. This was the reason Limu Lu chose to exercise caution. "Since you have no intention of striking, we have nothing further to discuss," Limu Lu huffed disdainfully. As the other party showed no inclination to engage, he found no reason to linger. However, just as he prepared to depart, a sudden tremor coursed through his body. An inexplicable sensation washed over him. It was a summons from his avatar. "Is Bai Bai Dong calling for me?" Limu Lu pondered. Nevertheless, he did not tarry and left the area, intending to find a secluded place to respond to Bai Bai Dong's call. Yu Guan watched Limu Lu retreating into the distance, unable to resist licking his lips before gracefully descending to the ground. Truly a peerless beauty. A perfect match for Lady Bai Bai Dong. After uttering this statement with a peculiar tone, Yu Guan strolled toward the Martial Soul Hall, his movements deliberate and enticing. "You return a bit late. How did the investigation go? Who is the mastermind behind the Soul Beast Empire?" Yu Guan looked at the golden crocodile, Douluo, before him, casting him a flirtatious glance and licking his lips, yet refraining from providing a direct answer. "Golden crocodile, ever since your last encounter with that million-year soul beast, you have indeed become more intriguing. Yu Guan, I am inquiring about something. Do not toy with me. Must you be so fierce? I possess a wealth of information, but why should I divulge it to you? I serve Lady Bai Bai Dong and His Holiness the Pope. While you are a second elder of the worship hall, you do not possess the authority to command me." "Oomph." Yu Guan coldly snorted and continued deeper into the Martial Soul Hall. The golden crocodile Daw glared at Yu Guan's insolent demeanor, infuriated to the point of nearly pulling out several strands of his beard. However, within the Martial Soul Hall, there were rules prohibiting competition among elders, particularly among the elders of the worship hall, where the regulations were even stricter. Moreover, Yu Guan was a favored aide of Bai Bai Dong, leaving the golden crocodile Douluo with no recourse but to seethe in silence. Bai Bai Dong's ascension to the papacy was merely a matter of time, originally of lowly status. Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei had risen in prominence alongside Bai Bai Dong. Had they been ordinary elders, the golden crocodile Douluo would have long since taught them a lesson, ensuring they did not dare to confront him so brazenly. Soon, Yu Guan arrived at the plaza in front of the Pope's hall. Before entering, he encountered Bai Bai Dong and seized the opportunity to relay his earlier encounter with Limu Lu. Bai Bai Dong appeared somewhat surprised, her complexion abruptly flushing, her fingers once again delving into her avatar. Yet, after a brief moment, she regained her composure. Bai Dong surveyed the surrounding individuals, who were progressively entering the Pope's hall, and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Guan before speaking. You know how to articulate this, correct? Of course, Lady Bai Dong. You can rest assured, Yu Guan responded, his tone dripping with flattery. Thus, the two entered the Pope's hall together. The current Pope, Qin Lu, first attended to other matters before finally turning his attention to Bai Dong and Yu Guan. Bai Dong, not waiting for Qin Lu to speak, took the initiative. Yu Guan, report to His Holiness everything you have discovered without omission. At your command, Lady Bai Dong. Yu Guan knelt partially, refraining from raising his gaze to the elderly figure on the Pope's throne. He cleared his throat slightly and began to recount his findings. Based on my investigation, the Soul Beast Empire appears to be an empire established by several million-year soul beasts from the Star Do Great Forest. The million-year soul beast that I, along with Lady Bai Dong and, subsequently, His Holiness the Golden Crocodile, encountered is highly likely to be the mastermind behind the Soul Beast Empire. Regarding the true identity of this million-year soul beast, I have been unable to uncover any information despite extensive inquiries. However, it is certain that this beast belongs to an exceedingly rare species and possesses the ability to transform other soul beasts, making it a formidable adversary. Furthermore, the alliance between the Heaven Do Empire and the Soul Beast Empire seems to have been facilitated by a human named Limu Lu, who claims to be the emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. In my investigation, he merely plays a role in front of humans while protecting those children who have transformed into soul beasts. In an unexpected turn of events, Douluo Star chose to ally with the Soul Beast Empire for reasons unbeknownst to many. Simultaneously, the traitor from the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao, assumed the alias Tang Tian and became a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Even Limu was appointed as the honorary dean of the same academy. From this, I surmise that Di must have received considerable benefits. Otherwise, given his profit-driven nature, it would be inconceivable for him to extend such substantial assistance to the Soul Beast Empire. In Chapter 97, the character Yue Guan engaged in a lengthy discourse, yet he omitted several critical pieces of information. He was well aware that Limu was the million-year-old soul beast slime, but he refrained from stating it directly, instead opting to bifurcate an individual into two distinct entities. Furthermore, he neglected to mention his encounter with Limu. It was evident that Yue Guan was purposely shielding Limu, only discussing inconsequential matters already known to the public. Upon hearing Yue Guan's words, Bibi Dong could not help but smile. However, to maintain her composure and avoid arousing suspicion from Qin Liu, this smile vanished almost instantaneously. Yue Guan, was your investigation into the Soul Beast Empire limited to such widely recognized information? Are there no further updates? If not, your position as elder may be at stake. Qin Liu remarked, unimpressed. Yue Guan merely smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Qin Liu's response, remaining unperturbed. Of course, there is more, Your Holiness. I was merely organizing my thoughts. The significant news is yet to come. What news? Yue Guan did not respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Bibi Dong. She nodded subtly and, without drawing attention, inserted her hand into the pocket concealing Limu's form. Far away, Limu felt a sudden jolt. He quickly found a comfortable spot, transforming into his slime guise and transferring his consciousness to his avatar. Upon doing so, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with the only discernible color being Bibi Dong's finger penetrating his avatar. Instinctively, Limu sensed something amiss. He then heard Yue Guan's voice nearby. In reporting to Your Holiness, in addition to the aforementioned information, I have discovered that the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiando Empire plan to establish a long-term trade relationship. To facilitate this trade, they have even established a village. I found out that this village is managed by Prince Xue Qinghe. Oh, does this imply that we still have a chance to substitute Xue Qinghe? Qin Liu's eyes glinted with interest, as the failure of the substitution plan had left him somewhat discontented. He would seize any opportunity to proceed with the plan. However, Yue Guan shook his head and softly replied, in my investigation, I found that the security of this village is overseen by a soul beast with a minimum age of over 100,000 years. Its strength is likely beyond that, possibly even rivaling the three-headed hound that previously battled against the golden crocodile. Moreover, I took the risk to delve into the heart of the Tiando Great Forest, where I sensed an utterly unprecedented, chilling aura. This aura bears a resemblance to your holinesses, but I cannot articulate the specifics. At this point, Yue Guan hesitated. The sensation of escaping from the brink of death left him unnerved, a feeling he struggled to articulate. Most notably, as he spoke his final words. Both his voice and body trembled. This aura had cast a significant shadow over him. Upon hearing this, Limulo understood instantly. The aura sensed by Yue Guan must have originated from Di Tian. Otherwise, with his strength as a title de law, he would not have reacted in such fear. Yet Di Tian had never disclosed this matter. Perhaps his pride kept him from deigning to engage with such human affairs. It seems that this million-year-old soul beast is formidable. If I'm not mistaken, it has likely reached the demigod level. The aura you sensed emanates from the pressure of a demigod. So it is entirely reasonable to be fearful. You need not blame yourself. Nevertheless, do you have any additional intelligence? Qindao Liu continued to inquire, and Yue Guan sighed softly, selectively revealing some additional information he had gathered. However, much of what he shared proved to be of little consequence. Concealed within Bibi Dong's pocket, Limulo listened intently. With this information, the Soul Beast Empire could transform from a passive stance to an active one in their future dealings with the Spirit Hall. After over an hour, Yue Guan concluded his report. Qindao Liu gestured for him to depart. Bibi Dong, what is your perspective on this matter? In my opinion, Your Holiness, it would be prudent to refrain from immediate action. Otherwise, we risk offending both the Tiando Empire and the newly emerging Soul Beast Empire. However, the Xingluo Empire presents a significant opportunity, and we should direct our efforts towards them. Bibi Dong laid out her plans, which primarily targeted the Xingluo Empire and other sects, while also incorporating strategies against the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiando Empire, particularly concerning the upcoming Continental Soul Master Elite competition. She had even devised plans to manipulate the competition's proceedings. Yet, Qindao Liu rejected this notion, asserting that the Soul Master competition should proceed unimpeded. Should our covert manipulation be uncovered, it could lead to severe backlash, rendering our efforts counterproductive. Thus, it is entirely unnecessary. Upon concluding this, Qindao Liu smiled appreciatively at Bibi Dong. Indeed, I have not erred in my judgment. Your strategic acumen surpasses that of Qin Xuanji by several degrees. My worthless son is gone, and it matters not. You are the true heir to the papacy in my eyes. Regrettably, Qin Renxue has been without a father since childhood. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek out that million-year-old soul beast and avenge him personally. Your Holiness, there is no need to elaborate. I know your disdain for Qin Xuanji, yet he remains my son in blood. This vendetta will certainly be addressed at the right moment. However, I assure you, his demise will not be attributed to you. Though you may have failed to assist him in his time of need, I understand such actions are human nature. Enough. There is no need for further explanations. You may take your leave now. This matter is settled, and it must not be revisited. Understood, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong nodded respectfully and prepared to depart. Yet at that moment, Qindao Liu suddenly acted, swiftly extracting Limulu's avatar from Bibi Dong's pocket. The speed was so remarkable that she could not react in time. I sensed something was amiss earlier, but I did not pay it heed. However, after careful observation, I have finally discerned this little anomaly. Chapter 98 Farewell. Bye-bye Dong Qindao Liu held Limulu's avatar tightly in his grasp, incessantly kneading it. However, Limulu currently exhibited no response whatsoever. The moment his avatar was captured, it severed its connection with his consciousness. This slime avatar was merely an ordinary crystalline clay, devoid of any soul power, and even lacked the vitality inherent to living beings. As long as Limula's consciousness did not attach itself to the avatar, it remained nothing more than a mere plaything. Bibi Dong remarked, I do not recall you possessing such an item. Would you care to explain? This is a crystalline clay I crafted after gathering materials in the Xingdo de Sunlin. is merely a toy I use to entertain Xiao Shui. Are you truly so desperate that you would compete with her over such a trivial plaything? Bai Dong maintained a composed demeanor, even exhibiting a hint of defiance. For she believed that Limulu's avatar would not be easily discerned by Qiandao Lu. Qiandao Lu furrowed his brow. No matter the method he employed, he could not detect any trace of life emanating from this toy. Not even a hint of soul power. I never anticipated that you would go to such lengths for Xiao Shui. It seems you are indeed prepared to embrace the role of a good mother. After inspecting the object and finding no abnormalities, Qiandao Lu returned it to Bai Dong. She accepted it without a flicker of emotion, casually stowing it away in her pocket. Your Excellency, as Xiao Shui's grandfather, you should also be concerned about her mindset. As her mother, I advise you to cease instilling the notion that the tasks of the Spirit Hall take precedence. She is but a child, not your tool. I merely wish for her to grow up safely and happily. Therefore, I kindly ask you to spare Xiao Shui. Ha ha, you have the audacity to lecture me. How amusing. However, in light of your status as Xiao Shui's mother, I shall refrain from holding it against you. Rest assured, as her grandfather, I would never harm her. Let's hope so. With a cold snort, Bai Dong respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Qiandao Lu displayed a look of satisfaction. She exhibited courage, responsibility, and meticulous planning. Even her attitude towards her daughter had transformed. Bai Dong, your progress is remarkable. Now you merely lack in strength. It seems that this position of Pope will be yours within 2 years. I hope you do not disappoint me. At that very moment, Bai Dong hastily departed the Spirit Hall without a moment's pause. Her expression was grave. Yuan followed closely behind, not daring to utter a single word. The two soon arrived outside the Spirit Hall, where Gui Mei awaited their arrival. Your Excellency Bai Dong, are you unharmed? Did the Pope cause you any distress? Gui Mei inquired. Bai Dong shook her head and exhaled deeply. Gui Mei Yuan, I must step out for a while. If anyone inquires about me, tell them I am in seclusion for cultivation. Also, please prepare the items I need. I must seize the time to journey to the GBGD. My strength has not progressed in quite some time, and I must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, as long as Qiandao Lu continues to press down on me, we will never attain freedom. Understood. Your Excellency Zong. Both Gui Mei and Yuan responded in unison. Gui Mei then departed ahead, while Yuan licked his lips and said, Your Excellency Bai Dong, you intend to meet Limulu, correct? Please convey my regards when you see him. Upon hearing these words, Bai Dong gazed in surprise at Yuan's departing figure, then took out Limulu's avatar and sighed deeply. Each time, she grasped Limulu's avatar. It felt as though she held the future in her hands. This sensation brought her peace, for Limulu was the beauty that had granted her a second chance at life. Thus, Bai Dong had fully embraced his form. When Limulu's avatar was captured by Qiandao Lu, Bai Dong appeared calm on the surface. Yet her heart was in turmoil. She nearly believed that her future had vanished. Fortunately, nothing transpired in the end. Mr. Limulu, are you there? Limulu? Bai Dong called out while kneading the avatar. At that moment, the hidden Limulu suddenly trembled, as Bai Dong's actions were rather vigorous. Next time, I ought to disable the vibration mode and retain only the sound. Limulu grumbled. Yet, despite his complaints, he did not cease his perception and even found a degree of enjoyment in it. After briefly surveying his surroundings to confirm safety, he hopped out. Well met. Non. It has indeed been a long time. Seeing Limulu's true form, Bai Dong immediately embraced him without hesitation, continuously kneading him. Noticing her exuberance, Limulu made no objections, allowing her to mold him into various shapes. After all, in his current slime form, he could endure any form of manipulation. Non. Did you send my consciousness to the avatar just to let me hear the plans being formulated by your Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Limulu's inquiry, Dong paused momentarily, then held him close to her chest, continuing her affectionate torment. Indeed, that was my intention. The Spirit Hall is poised to undertake a series of actions. Although they will not be directed towards your soul beast empire or the Xingdo to Sun Lin, it will be prudent for you to be informed. It poses no harm to you. That is certainly true. I must sincerely thank you for this. Limulu nodded, Lv31. She then playfully pinched the sides of the slime's face. To be honest, as the next pope of the Spirit Hall, it is quite audacious of me to clandestinely meet with you and even divulge our critical intelligence. If this were anyone else, they would face dire consequences. Fortunately, my identity raises no suspicion, and that is largely thanks to you. Had you not provided cover with your true form, Qian Lu would not have trusted me so swiftly. As she spoke, Bai Dong's face grew increasingly flushed. Lu raised his body, casting a proud glance upward, and replied, "It is nothing. It is merely a trifling matter for me. Haha." Chapter 99. Bai Dong's awakening. Qian Lu's renewed trust in Bai Dong stemmed from Lu providing her with a seemingly useless dragon scale. While this scale bore no benefit for Lu himself, it sparked a multitude of associations for Qian Lu. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious as he was now. Given his prowess, had he not been wary of certain matters, he would have likely ventured into the Xingdou Great Forest long ago to uncover its secrets. However, due to the current unforeseen circumstances, this old fellow refrains from acting recklessly, which bodes well for both Lu and the Soul Beast Empire. By the way, Bai Dong, what brings you to seek me? If there is nothing of great importance, I shall take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger too long. Upon hearing Lu's words, Bai Dong, while caressing Lu's form, ponder for a moment. Lu, I am currently undergoing an assessment, and I hope you can lend me your support. If you assist me in completing this evaluation, I estimate that within a few years, I could become a super Douluo. At that point, I would indeed be a valuable ally for you. And it is only by passing this assessment that I can confidently manage the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, I fear I may lack the strength to contend with Qian Lu. Lu furrowed his brow upon hearing Bai Dong's words, then began to observe her condition. He discerned that she had amassed a significant amount of soul power within her. It was all suppressed, unable to circulate throughout her body. This could very well be part of the assessment's content. According to the original narrative, Bai Dong's Luocha 9 trials have been ongoing since the day she assumed the role of Pope. As for whether there were previous assessments, the original text does not elaborate. However, based on the current situation, this so-called Luocha 9 trials appears to possess substantial significance. Otherwise, it could not restrain the soul power within Bai Dong, preventing her from breaking through. I can assist you, but you must tell me the specifics of the assessment, Lu stated. Moreover, I am still unaware of what this assessment entails. Merely hearing you speak does not clarify how I can aid you. Lu found himself intrigued by the Luocha 9 trials, a divine evaluation, and wished to explore the principles by which it operated. After all, such assessments could not be directly supervised by deities. They are far too occupied for such tasks. This clearly resembles the mechanical processes of computer programs from Lu's previous life, systematically executing calculations. Furthermore, regarding the Luocha 9 trials, anyone who qualifies can partake in the evaluation. Only by completing the final trial can one attract the attention of the divine and inherit their divinity. This applies not only to the Luocha 9 trials, but to all assessments within this world, which Lu found worthy of study. However, Bai Dong shook her head and replied, "I regret to inform you, Lu, that the details of the assessment are strictly confidential, and disclosing them would result in disqualification. Therefore, I cannot reveal the specifics, but the favor I seek from you is quite simple. Bibi non posed momentarily, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Limulu. I wish to journey to the extreme north to obtain the 10,000-year soul ring required for my second martial soul. Moreover, I need more than one. I require at least 3 soul rings to fully assemble my second martial soul. Additionally, I need the 10,000-year ice essence from the extreme north, as this will enable me to confidently complete this assessment." As she spoke, Bai Dong's tone faltered, and her gaze became uncertain. Clearly, she harbored concerns that Lu might refuse her request. After all, Lu was himself a soul beast. How could he assist her in hunting for soul beasts? She even feared that this matter might create a rift between them. "No problem at all. This is an easy task," Lu suddenly interjected, leaving Bai Dong astonished. "You're not upset. I am to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. What is there to be upset about? It is merely the natural order," Lu replied. And when did I ever say I would assist you in hunting for soul rings? Limulu narrowed his eyes and then transformed into his human form, standing face to face with her. Bye-bye, Dong. You need not be so anxious. As a human, it is entirely normal for you to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. However, if you wish for my assistance in acquiring a soul ring, I must apologize. Limulu paused briefly before continuing. However, if conditions allow, I will help you find a suitable soul beast and see if it is willing to become your spirit. If successful, you will not need to hunt soul beasts, as a 10,000-year soul beast turned into a spirit can provide 3 10,000-year soul rings. But I have one question. Is it sufficient that the soul rings only be 10,000-year ones? Upon hearing Limulu's words, Bye-bye Dong exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded. Indeed, only 10,000-year soul rings are necessary. 100,000-year soul beasts pose too great a risk, and I am no longer the same as I once was. In the past, I would not have hesitated to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts. But for your sake, Limulu, I feel that 100,000-year soul beasts and soul bones are not as crucial. Your resolve is indeed commendable. Limulu sighed and took a couple of steps back. He had not anticipated that Bye-bye Dong would make such significant concessions and sacrifices for him. After all, the Bye-bye Dong in the original narrative would go to any lengths to enhance her strength. The current Bye-bye Dong was entirely different from the character depicted in the original work. Limulu had sensed this change before, but now he truly realized that Bye-bye Dong had indeed been transformed by his presence. He was genuinely surprised that his existence could have such a profound impact on her. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. At least Bye-bye Dong seemed to be faring well, capable, competent, and a valuable ally. Rest assured, even upon completing the assessment, I will not betray you. The former me has long since perished. The present me has been pulled back from the abyss by you. One could say that without you, I would no longer exist. So please, Limulu, feel free to make use of me. Bibi Dong exclaimed, her complexion flushed. She felt a sense of embarrassment even as she uttered those words, let alone in front of Limulu. After a few awkward seconds of mutual gaze, Limulu swiftly changed the subject as if nothing had transpired. Bibi Dong, how many assessments remain for you? If possible, may I inquire? I'm sorry, but I cannot. Chapter 100. Infiltrating the Spirit Hall. I apologize, Limulu, but this matter must remain confidential, even from you. However, I can reveal that after completing this assessment, I have several more evaluations to undertake. That is why I mentioned that we may not see each other for quite some time. I simply did not expect to find you here. It is truly a delightful surprise. At this point, Bye-bye Dong could not help but embrace Limulu once more. Faced with Bye-bye Dong's embrace, Limulu neither resisted nor expressed disdain. It felt perfectly fine, and he had grown accustomed to it. In that case, let us travel together this time. After all, the place I intend to go is also the extreme north. Are you also heading to the extreme north? Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Bibi Dong exclaimed with excitement, her tone rising slightly. Previously, she had been concerned that Rimuru helping her might interfere with his own affairs. However, when Rimuru mentioned that his destination was also the extreme north, Bibi Dong's enthusiasm surged. Must you be this excited? Rimuru rolled his eyes, breaking free from her embrace before transforming into a blob of slime and leaping onto a nearby rock. The place I am going is deep within the extreme north. Once you finish your tasks, you can leave first. As a human, it is extremely dangerous for you to remain there. No worries. As long as I can be by your side, I don't mind the danger. Seeing Bibi Dong so animated, Rimuru conjured tentacles and splashed her with water, which helped her calm down somewhat. She shivered, her body trembling. How about now? Are you feeling a bit more composed? The water element I released is but a fraction of the cold found in the extreme north. Even with your soul power, you cannot fully withstand this level of cold. So the depths of the extreme north remain too perilous for you. Rimuru's words were meant to dissuade Bibi Dong from following him, lest misunderstandings arise. While his statements were somewhat exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth to them. After all, Rimuru harnessed the water elemental power of the Water Dragon King. Although this flawed power formed ice and water that was less formidable than the frigid expanse of the extreme north, it was still significantly colder than ordinary frost. Bibi Dong would need a moment to counteract even this degree of frost. It was evident that with her current strength, venturing into the extreme north would be tantamount to seeking death. Though Bibi Dong was still damp and trembling, her complexion gradually grew warmer, and her body radiated a faint reddish glow. Her soul power coursed through her, continuously providing warmth. After approximately 20 seconds, she completely dispelled the cold. This level of strength was quite commendable. After all, the previous golden crocodile Douluo had also taken several seconds to negate a similar force. It's truly frigid. Though I've never been to the extreme north, is it really that exaggerated? Bibi Dong asked, somewhat incredulously. Rimuru nodded, responding without hesitation. The outer regions of the extreme north are manageable, merely a snowy forest. However, the core area is indeed engulfed in snow, with flurries present year-round. Furthermore, the peculiar environment renders soul power extremely cold. Therefore, without the power of a super Douluo or higher, venturing into the depths of the extreme north is undoubtedly courting death. However, even a super Douluo may not return safely, as formidable overlords exist there, much like in the Douluo forest. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. At this stage, humanity had never truly engaged with the Douluo forest or the deepest core of the extreme north. What they perceived on the surface was not necessarily the entirety of the reality. Particularly concerning Rimuru's claim about the presence of even stronger overlords in the depths of the extreme north, Bibi Dong was completely unaware. Compared to the Sunset Forest, the core areas of the Douluo forest and the extreme north could indeed be deemed human taboos. In that case, I shall heed your advice. Once I acquire what I need, I will leave the extreme north immediately. After some contemplation, Bibi Dong decided to accept Rimuru's suggestion. Although accompanying Rimuru would be delightful, she chose to heed his words to avoid being a burden. That's the right decision. Shall we set off now? Rimuru inquired. However, Bibi Dong shook her head. I have a few matters to attend to. Would you mind waiting for me one night? If all goes well, we can set off promptly tomorrow morning. No problem. Departing tomorrow morning is fine. However, I hope that during this time, you can take me on a tour of the Spirit Hall. I wish to observe the interior of the Spirit Hall, which will facilitate my efforts in dealing with it later. But isn't that quite dangerous? Bibi Dong expressed her concern, recalling how Qian Dalu had nearly discovered Rimuru's avatar. Yet Rimuru remained untroubled. Rest assured, I am merely attaching my consciousness to the avatar, while my main body will remain here. Moreover, I have confirmed that Qian Dalu cannot detect my avatar, so there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Rimuru's reassurances, Bibi Dong found it impossible to decline. Thus, she took Rimuru's avatar back to the Spirit Hall to prepare her belongings. However, upon her return, the golden crocodile Douluo approached her. Bibi Dong, while you're the designated successor to the next pope, you are being rather presumptuous. Do you truly believe that with your current strength, you can secure this position? The golden crocodile Douluo, a formidable figure at rank 98, was the second elder of the Spirit Hall. Following the death of Qian Xuanji, he would ordinarily be the most qualified candidate to succeed the pope. However, Qian Dalu had rejected him in favor of Bibi Dong. Although Qian Xuanji had made a similar choice previously, the circumstances had changed. Thus, the golden crocodile Douluo could no longer contain his frustration. In his eyes, Bibi Dong's current strength did not qualify her for the papacy. Senior golden crocodile, I respect you as my elder, and I also honor your position as the second elder of the Spirit Hall. However, I must ask you to choose your words carefully. I am merely an ordinary elder of the Pope's Hall at present. Any talk of being the designated Pope has no bearing on me. If you truly believe yourself capable, then let us compete for the position of Pope in a fair manner, rather than using your strength and status to intimidate me, a mere woman. Bibi Dong spoke with unwavering composure. Within the Spirit Hall, aside from Qian Dalu, she feared no one. Even before the formidable golden crocodile Douluo, she remained unyielding. The golden crocodile Douluo, witnessing Bibi Dong's attitude, felt a surge of anger. However, he dared not act against her, fearing retribution from Qian Dalu. Very well. Do as you will. With a cold snort, the golden crocodile Douluo took flight. Despite his cantankerous nature, he at least refrained from employing underhanded tactics. Mother, are you all right? That uncle is truly fierce. At that moment, Qian Rinxue rushed out, clutching Bibidong's arm. Bibidong gently ruffled Qian Rinxue's little head, offering a warm smile. Don't worry. Mifine. But what about you? Why did you come out instead of continuing your training? Hee. I have leveled up today, and I am now at level 27. Mother, what do you think? Am I impressive? Qian Rinxue wore an innocent smile on her face, simultaneously unleashing the power of her 27 levels of soul energy. It is worth noting that just half a year ago, in her attempt to emulate Zhu Zhuqing's soul power, she had remained at level 20 without any upgrades. However, in such a short span of time, her level has risen to 27. Even Bibidong would be somewhat astonished by this rate of advancement. Truly, she's my daughter, a genuine prodigy. Given your diligent efforts, let's take a break today, but do not be lazy tomorrow. Yes, I understand, Mother. But right now, I do not wish to rest. I want to stay by your side. Tomorrow, you will depart for the extreme north, and we will be apart for a while, so I wish to spend some quality time with you. Qian Rinxue's voice was as clear as crystal, her emotions pure and untainted. You are indeed quite willful, a trait that resembles me greatly. Nevertheless, let us set aside today's matters. Remain by my side and keep me company. That sounds wonderful. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Qian Rinxue cheered with joy. She then grasped Bibidong's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Bibidong held Qian Rinxue's small hand with one hand, while the other held the avatar of Rimuru, attending to her own affairs. Under the pretense of playing with Qian Rinxue, she explored the entirety of the Wuhuan Palace, except for the secret chamber where Qian Dalu trained and a few other restricted areas. This allowed Rimuru to gain insight into the inner workings of the Wuhuan Palace. Furthermore, Bibidong also took Rimuru to the town outside the Wuhuan Palace, a satellite town under its jurisdiction. This town housed soul masters who had joined the Wuhuan Palace, but lacked significant strength or potential. All necessary facilities were available, and there was even a designated area for Wuhuan Palace tasks, allowing these soul masters to choose freely. Thus, the number of soul masters in this place was considerable. After all, the treatment provided by the Wuhuan Palace to ordinary soul masters surpassed that of the sects and the two great empires. Even soul masters of lower levels, those unwanted elsewhere, could find a sense of value in their existence here. Observing this, Rimuru began to contemplate the future direction of the Soul Beast Empire. Although the ambitions of the Wuhuan Palace were grand, their methods and certain aspects were indeed worthy of emulation. After all, when it comes to the treatment of soul masters based on their strength and status, the Wuhuan Palace was more humane compared to the two great empires and other sects. As time gradually approached evening, Bibidong conversed cheerfully with Qian Rinxue while having dinner. The mother and daughter shared a delightful exchange, filling the room with a joyous atmosphere. Rimuru, akin to a light bulb, was placed on the table, merely watching and unable to contribute. Lady Bibidong, everything you require has been prepared by me and Gue Mei. You may depart at any time tomorrow. Just as the mother and daughter were enjoying their time together, Yu Guan's voice echoed from outside the door. Bibidong frowned slightly before replying, "Understood. Do not disturb us tonight. Lady Bibidong, we do not wish to intrude upon your time with your daughter. However, His Holiness the Pope has matters to discuss with you, so please make your way to the offering hall." Knowing that Bibidong was with her daughter, Yu Guan spoke somewhat cautiously, fearing her displeasure. Yet, Bibidong merely sighed and gently stroked Qian Rinxue's hair, softly saying, "Little Shui, your grandfather needs me for something. I must attend to it. You can play with this slime for now. I shall return shortly." With that, Bibidong placed Rimuru's avatar into Qian Rinxue's hands. Qian Rinxue nodded, playing with the slime. "Mother, you should hurry. Grandfather will be upset if you are late." "I know. Just play by yourself for now. And do not be picky with your food. These dishes will help you grow strong, so when I return, you must finish everything." After a brief tidying up, Bibidong stood and left. "Yu Guan, come in and keep little Shui company. Gue Mei, accompany me to the offering hall." "As you command, Lady Bibidong." Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei acknowledged her order. Gue Mei followed Bibidong to the offering hall, while Yu Guan entered the room, observing Qian Rinxue playing with the slime. His eyes lighting up. "Isn't this Lady Bibidong's little toy?" Upon seeing the slime, Yu Guan felt a surge of affection. He recognized it as Rimuru's avatar, but was unaware that Rimuru's consciousness resided within it. Qian Rengshu, oblivious to everything, continued to poke and shape the slime into various forms. Much to Rimuru's dismay. This little thing is something Mother let me play with first. Alas, there is only one in her possession. If only there were more, she exclaimed, enchanted by the texture, which was smoother than anything she had ever touched. Yuguan smiled at this sight. However, suddenly, he noticed the slime tremble slightly while Qian Rengshu was playing with it, raising his vigilance. Little Shui, may I take a look at this for a moment? Sure, but be careful not to break it. It belongs to Mother. Qian Rengshu obediently handed the slime to Yuguan. He then turned away, revealing a sinister smile. At last, the slime is in my grasp. Hee. Rimuru thought, I feel sullied. Just as Yuguan was about to make his move, Qian Rengshu dashed in front of him and snatched the slime back. I almost forgot. Mother told me not to give this little thing to any man, including you, uncle. Upon hearing Qian Rengshu's innocent words, Yuguan felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief. I have been saved. Chapter 102. The Frozen Forest that night. Yuguan returned to his residence, feeling dejected. He regretted not seizing the opportunity to connect with Rimuru. Simultaneously, Rimuru felt grateful for escaping a perilous situation. However, Bibi Dong did not return that night. Thus, Qian Rengshu placed the slime avatar on her body and cuddled it to sleep for the night. Taking advantage of the tranquil evening, Rimuru returned his consciousness to his true form, beginning to plan the route ahead. The night passed without incident. The following morning, a tremor coursed through his body. Rimu, having awakened from his slumber, was met with the sight of Bai Dong, bound in every possible way, gazing at him with a face full of shame. Currently, Bai Dong was suspended in midair, her body forming a large character. Witnessing this scene, Rimu felt somewhat speechless, but refrained from lowering her immediately. You arrived quite early. It seems you are indeed prepared, he remarked, transforming into his humanoid form and gently pinching Bai Dong's abdomen. With her mouth sealed, she could only emit meaningless whimpers in response to the stimulation. Bound so tightly, it appears you truly intended to make a move against me, Rimu thought, stifling a laugh. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired, his innate abilities allowed him to retaliate while in deep sleep. If someone close approached, this counterattack system would not be triggered. However, for Rimu, Bai Dong did not qualify as a close acquaintance. If she merely observed from a distance, nothing would happen. But given her nature, how could she resist approaching? Thus, when Bai Dong could no longer withstand temptation and attempted to act against Rimu, she was ensnared by this automatic counterattack ability. It was uncertain how long she had been hanging in the air, but judging by her current predicament, it must have been over half an hour. Bai Dong, I offer you a piece of advice. While I am awake, we may frolic as we please, but do not disturb my rest, understood? If any issues arise from this, I shall not be held accountable, Rimu cautioned, gradually releasing his tendrils. Bai Dong sighed in relief, wiping away the drool at the corner of her mouth, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Fear not, regardless of what occurs. I shall not hold you responsible, she replied, gently descending to the ground, her gaze devoid of reproach, instead filled with greater affection for Rimu. Well then, as long as you are happy, let us set off promptly. Faced with Bai Dong's demeanor, Rimu found himself at a loss for words. Bai Dong blinked and suddenly inquired, Rimu, my daughter is quite remarkable, is she not? Does she not possess an exquisite fragrance? Upon hearing her words, Rimu stumbled slightly. Cough, do not misunderstand. It was she who initiated the contact. Moreover, once she fell asleep, my consciousness departed from my avatar, so I did nothing, Rimu hurriedly explained, only to be met with Bai Dong's laughter. Clearly, she was merely jesting and teasing him. Realizing this, Rimu felt somewhat speechless, and then he sprouted a pair of wings adorned with dragon scales that shimmered with a silver glow, soaring directly into the sky. Observing this, Bai Dong immediately pursued him. Although she could also fly, her speed paled in comparison to Rimu's. Wait for me. Rimu, you are too fast. I cannot keep up. Upon hearing her pleas, Rimu rolled his eyes and transformed into his dragon form, grasping Bai Dong's waist. Brace yourself. I am about to accelerate. Before Bai Dong could utter another word, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful wave of pain coursing through her body. It felt as though the force of the air was battering against her, compelling her to channel her soul power to shield herself. Rimu, at his utmost speed, carried Bai Dong towards the extreme north. Although she initially experienced some discomfort, Bai Dong quickly adapted, having faced similar situations before. However, compared to her previous encounters, this one felt more intense, even inducing a sense of dizziness in her, despite her status as a titled Douluo. Rimu, halt! I feel as though I might be sick. I cannot, my head is spinning. Bai Dong had never encountered such a sensation of vertigo before. It was her first realization that flying in the air could lead to physiological discomfort. Observing her reaction, Rimu could not help but slow his pace, transforming his previously abrupt movements into a gentle and smooth glide. Ah, this phenomenon is referred to as motion sickness, Rimu remarked, somewhat amused. He truly did not anticipate that individuals from this world could experience such a condition. Bai Dong, unfamiliar with the term, had no desire to speak. The dizziness, while diminished, still lingered. Thus, she concentrated on stabilizing her emotions and body, desperately trying to prevent any embarrassment. Otherwise, her dignity would be significantly compromised. Thus, they flew for nearly an entire day. By nightfall, when the moon hung high in the sky, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the extreme north. This area was a forest encased in ice. Historical records indicated that originally, only the central region of the extreme north experienced perpetual blizzards. Furthermore, the extreme north was home to several cold-resistant soul beasts. However, as the number of soul beasts increased, the environment underwent significant changes. Consequently, this once normal forest transformed into the current icy tableau. All the trees appeared as if crafted from crystal, sparkling and translucent. Should an unsuspecting individual venture into this realm, they would assume these trees were inherently designed this way. In truth, it was merely the result of the temperature, rendering the entire forest a winter wonderland. Thus, this forest came to be known as the Frozen Forest, situated on the periphery of the extreme north. The soul beasts residing within this forest were generally not very powerful. Some soul beasts, unable to adapt to the harsh conditions of the extreme north, sought refuge within the frozen forest. Therefore, many soul masters opted to hunt soul beasts here to acquire soul rings. As for venturing deeper into the extreme north, no one dared to tread that path. According to currently available human records, only one formidable Titan, Snow Demon King, was documented. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who appeared in the second part, were entirely unrecorded. Only ancient soul beasts, like Di Tian, who had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, were aware of their presence. Rimu and Bai Dong arrived at this forest in the evening. However, as soon as they landed, Bai Dong, her legs trembling, collapsed onto the icy ground. After enduring for a considerable time, she ultimately succumbed and vomited. Rimu, witnessing Bai Dong's reaction, felt a twinge of helplessness. He had intended to teach Bai Dong a lesson and ensure her compliance. Hence he had refrained from providing her with any protection. Simultaneously, Rimu sought to relish the experience, executing an array of challenging maneuvers, including the most basic 720-degree spin dash. Yet, he had not anticipated that Bai Dong's reaction would be even more pronounced this time. Overcome with guilt, he discreetly utilized his abilities to alleviate her dizziness. Bai Dong, now consumed by a singular thought, resolved never to let Rimu take her flying again. Although it is quite enjoyable, my body truly cannot endure it. Chapter 103. The Awakening of the King of Wisdom. Is this truly the extreme northern land? The scenery in this area is rather splendid. After experiencing a bout of discomfort, Bai Dong felt significantly better and began to observe her surroundings. Since her pride had already been lost, there was no need to dwell on it, especially since only Rimuru was present to witness it. She then commenced her exploration of the environment, completely disregarding Rimuru's slightly mischievous smile. Bai Dong had traveled to many places across the continent, yet this was her first visit to the extreme northern land. The danger level here was comparable to that of the core region of the Stardo Forest. Thus, under normal circumstances, both the extreme northern land and the core area of the Stardo Forest were strictly off-limits to humans. The frozen forest here is acceptable, though it pales in comparison to the scenery of the Stardo Forest. It appears dazzlingly white, yet in reality, it is rather unremarkable. Furthermore, I must clarify that this is merely a frozen forest, although it is categorized by humans as part of the extreme northern land. In the eyes of us soul beasts, the frozen forest does not deserve such classification. The true extreme northern land is far more inhospitable than this, though it was Rimuru's first visit as well. He was well aware of the dangers of the extreme northern land through Dtion's descriptions and memories from his past life. However, for Rimuru, such perilous places often harbored substantial rewards. The entity named Great Sage has completed its evolution and is now referred to as the King of Wisdom. It has detected extreme cold and has acquired the skill of cold immunity. Just as Rimuru surveyed his surroundings, the voice of the King of Wisdom echoed in his mind. She had awakened from her slumber and completed her evolution, even bestowing upon Rimuru a skill. You have finally awakened, Great Sage, no? I should now refer to you as the King of Wisdom, correct? Rimuru said with a smile, conveying his thoughts deep within. The King of Wisdom responded with a hint of pride in her tone. Designation confirmed as King of Wisdom. By the way, have you acquired any new abilities post-evolution? Please demonstrate them to me. The effects of my abilities are now 100-fold of what they were before, yet I have not acquired any new skills. No new skills? So, does that mean you are now all-knowing and all-powerful? At this inquiry, Rimuru's excitement was palpable. In the original narrative, the King of Wisdom was nearly omnipotent, and he wished to ascertain whether his version was similar. However, to his surprise, the King of Wisdom did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. I cannot be all-knowing, but I can be all-powerful. What does that mean? I find myself a bit confused, Rimuru admitted, perplexed by the King of Wisdom's response. Due to the constraints of the world's laws, I cannot comprehend beings such as deities or the powers they leave behind. Thus, I cannot be all-knowing. However, I can learn. As long as I am provided with sufficient data and experimental opportunities, the entity known as the King of Wisdom can achieve an all-powerful state. So, you are distinct from the King of Wisdom in the original narrative, correct? I am myself and will not be another entity. So please refrain from comparing me to others. The tone of the King of Wisdom was normal for the preceding statements, but her last remark clearly hinted at irritation. This revelation indicated to Rimuru that the King of Wisdom had awakened her emotions and developed her own thoughts, which was consistent with the original narrative. Now I understand. In that case, could you scan this frozen forest for any soul beast on the brink of death? Scanning in progress. Please hold. Rimuru? What is wrong? I see you're lost in thought. Have you been frozen, silly? Just as Rimuru conversed with the King of Wisdom, Bai Dong approached and pinched his cheeks. Not wanting to remain in her grasp, Rimuru rolled his eyes and stepped back. I was merely contemplating something amusing while observing the surroundings. But you dress so lightly, with your thighs and arms completely exposed. Are you truly not cold? Rimuru remarked, eyeing Bibi Donk skint etaille. Her current appearance was relatively covered only on her upper body, while the rest was exceedingly short. In contrast, Rimuru, though unbothered by the cold, opted for thicker clothing out of respect for the environment. One could mistakenly assume that Bai Dong was enjoying summer based solely on their attire. Bai Dong did not reply to Rimuru's comment, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Her choice of clothing was all for Rimuru. Had she not been accompanying him, she would not have dressed so skimpily. Initially, she had been too excited to notice the cold, but upon hearing Rimuru's words, she involuntarily shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. Though releasing soul power could ward off the chill, doing so now would easily alert nearby soul beasts, which could lead to complications. Rimuru noticed Bai Dong's condition and sighed helplessly before producing a coat for her to wear. I don't have many clothes, so make do with this. Thank you. As Bai Dong felt the warmth of the coat Rimuru draped over her, her cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, they both suddenly turned their heads toward a particular direction. There's a fluctuation of soul power. It is human, Rimuru exclaimed, to which Bai Dong nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances and set off together. Human presence was rare in the frozen forest, which was far more perilous compared to other soul beast gathering places. Thus, Rimuru was intrigued to discover the purpose of the approaching individuals. Simultaneously, the King of Wisdom relayed the information Rimuru sought. There were at least tens of thousands of ancient soul beasts within the frozen land. However, most possessed rather mediocre strength, and none were nearing the end of their lifespan. Even the strongest among them barely reached 2,000 years. Thus, Rimuru was not in a hurry to assist Bai Dong in searching for soul beasts. He was more curious about what the humans present were up to. Bai Dong, following closely behind Rimuru, donned a golden mask. To avoid recognition, she always carried a mask with her. Members of the Wuhuan Temple attracted attention wherever they went, so concealing her identity was a routine matter for Bai Dong. Chapter 104. Outrageous Behavior. Please pay attention. Although creatures like the ice silkworm and snow rabbit possess little combat ability, they are nonetheless soul beasts of approximately 10 years of age. Primarily, these young creatures are generally well protected. Should they encounter soul beasts, a confrontation is inevitable. Although we need not fear them, the ice silkworm might suffer considerable losses. After all, the young of these soul beasts are a delicacy worth their weight in gold. And even other soul beast offspring fetch prices nearing 100 gold soul coins. Especially among the nobility, these young soul beasts are held in high esteem. It is unfortunate that the Tiando Empire shows little interest in such culinary treasures. Otherwise, we could have pursued them ourselves without needing to affiliate with any hunting organization. A robustly dressed man was pulling a sled laden with various burlap sacks. Some of these sacks were tightly secured, while others lay open. Through the partially opened sacks, one could vaguely glimpse several young soul beasts. In addition to snow rabbits and ice silkworms, there were other soul beast offspring. The strongest among them barely possessed 10 years of power, with most not even reaching that threshold. They are being ruthlessly hunted by these hunters. Once captured, they either end up as food on human tables or as playthings in captivity. "Boss, after we finish this haul, can we take a break?" inquired another man, exhaling a puff of warm breath. "I've developed frostbite in this extreme northern land, and it's truly unbearable." The leader, walking at the forefront, revealed a hearty smile, though he refrained from laughing aloud. "Rest assured, once we complete this haul, we can switch shifts. Though venturing into the extreme north is perilous, it is indeed lucrative. This is your first time. You'll soon become accustomed to it. Just consider that we have only transported 7 or 8 batches of soul beast offspring, and each haul yields at least 20 to 30,000 gold soul coins. When divided among us, each will receive several thousand gold soul coins. The profits from this latter half of the year surpass what I earned in the first half of my life. Alas, the bulk of the earnings still go to those fellows at the hunter headquarters. Our share hardly amounts to their leftovers. Yet even so, the money we're making could allow us to buy a house and marry in the imperial city of the Xinglua Empire, living a life of nobility. I told you following the boss would surely be profitable. You old hands were skeptical at first. But now look at the money in your pockets. You must feel fortunate to have followed the boss," continued the young subordinate. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Having worked for nearly half a year, they had earned a considerable sum, leaving them content. As they chatted, their thoughts turned to how they would spend their newfound wealth. Their movements were exceedingly practiced, clearly indicating their seasoned experience. The sled bore at least 20 to 30 sacks, each capable of holding 50 to 60 young soul beasts. They were indifferent to the lives of these creatures, merely stuffing them in. After all, most of them would end up in restaurants. The nobility of the Xinglua Empire especially relished consuming young soul beasts. Such actions incited a sense of outrage in Rimulu, who had been quietly observing from behind. Even Bibi Dong trembled slightly. Rimulu, the cruelty of these individuals is utterly abhorrent. While we at the Spirit Hall may raise soul beasts for the convenience of soul masters acquiring soul rings, we would never stoop to the despicable act of robbing young soul beasts. I never imagined that the nobility of the Xinglua Empire would indulge in such barbarity. It truly infuriates me. Bibi Dong exclaimed with righteous indignation. Rimula shot her a quizzical glance. While uncertain if Bibi Dong's reaction was feigned to curry favor or if she genuinely felt angered, the actions of the Xinghua Empire were indeed reprehensible. The abduction of young soul beasts is no different from human trafficking. Is it merely because these newly born soul beasts lack the ability to resist that they can be slaughtered without remorse? Even if they hunted adult soul beasts for their soul rings, Rimulu would not be as enraged as she was now. That would align with the natural law of the survival of the fittest. Rimulu might seek vengeance, but her fury would not reach this level. Targeting the young is inconceivable, even for the cruelest of soul beasts. Yet, these individuals, driven by selfish desires for personal gratification, brazenly slaughter these innocent younglings. According to their own words, they are not the first to engage in such practices. It seems that every 6 months, a new group replaces the previous one, allowing the former to rest. Thus, Rimulu could not ascertain how long this inhumane practice had been ongoing. One thing was certain. The operation was highly professional and of considerable scale. Bibi Dong, have you not always sought to impress me? Now is your opportunity. There are 13 individuals in total. The strongest among them is a soul saint, while the rest are soul emperors and soul kings. With your prowess, even without invoking your martial spirit, you could easily dispatch them, correct? Naturally, a bunch of trash is hardly worth my full effort. Bibi Dong scoffed, rising to her feet. The blue cloak that Rimulu had draped over her shoulders fluttered without wind, animated by her soul power. Should we eliminate them all, or leave a few alive? Bibi Dong suddenly inquired. Rimulu hesitated for a moment before extending a finger. One will suffice. Understood. Bibi Dong nodded, the pupils behind her golden mask gradually turning blood red. Red luminescent orbs began to materialize around her, floating in the air. These crimson points of light moved in tandem with her. Bibi Dong swiftly maneuvered in front of the group, blocking their path. Who dares obstruct us? The group was startled by the sudden appearance of an individual. However, Bibi Dong uttered no words. Instead, she parted her lips, unleashing a wave of blood-red energy that enveloped them all. Domain of the God of Death. As Bibi Dong's words resonated, every soul master found themselves ensnared within this domain. Each could feel their blood stirring wildly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Most fell to their knees before Bibi Dong's overwhelming aura. Only the soul saint struggled to maintain his composure. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction, her slender right hand gracefully clenched. In an instant, blood mist enveloped the area, except for the soul saint leader. All others merged with the icy landscape. Seeing this, the soul saint's eyes turned a furious crimson. He fought valiantly against the effects of the God of Death's domain. However, Bibi Dong unleashed even greater soul power, forcing him to kneel, resulting in catastrophic fractures in his knees. Once this was accomplished, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, retracting her soul power in the domain, then fixing her gaze upon the sacks. In her desire to avoid harming the young soul beasts, she meticulously restrained her power, directing it solely against the humans. These young soul beasts, apart from their pre-existing injuries, remained unscathed by the domain of the God of Slaughter. Chapter 105, Rescue. Is this truly the domain of the God of Slaughter? I have not seen you utilize it before. Did you just acquire this skill? Rimuru stepped forward, observing with satisfaction the actions of Bibi Dong. Those who preyed upon the young soul beasts deserved their fate. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong swiftly dealt with them, sparing only one to remain alive. You jest. I was capable of using the domain of the God of Slaughter from our very first encounter. Although my control was not yet refined at that time, I did spare one, only to be suppressed by the mental prowess of that million-year-old soul beast, the ice silkworm. Since then, I refrained from showcasing it before you, knowing that such a power would bear little significance to you. Moreover, I possess other domain abilities. Would you care to witness them? Bibi Dong elaborated, yet Rimuru paid her no heed. In comparison to Bibi Dong's domain, the survival of the captive held greater importance. Observing her being ignored, Bibi Dong felt a surge of frustration. She then seized the leader's clothing, forcefully slamming him to the ground, seemingly to vent her ire, creating a crater in the earth. However, This act served to awaken him from his stupor. "No, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Though the man was a soul saint, terror had rendered him powerless. Upon regaining consciousness, his first instinct was not to resist, but to kneel and plead for mercy. Witnessing his pitiful state, Bibi Dong disdainfully kicked him down. Rimuru advanced, conjuring tendrils to forcibly elevate his head. "Look into my eyes and tell me who instructed you to commit these acts." Her formidable mental energy surged into his mind, compounded by the prior influence of the domain of the god of slaughter. The soul saint was now reduced to a mere shell, devoid of thought, entirely at Rimuru's mercy. It was a noble of the Xinglua Empire. Who is this noble? What profit do you gain from your actions? The noble's identity eluded him. Yet he confessed that they undertook these acts for monetary gain. Rimuru infiltrated his mental realm with her potent psychic abilities, extracting every detail she sought. As if overhearing their prior discussions, this group, although comprising some novices, had made numerous excursions. However, this particular venture marked their last for the 2 years. For safety's sake, the hunter organization strictly prohibited the same individual from entering the frozen forest a second time within 2 years. This meant that if they could return from this trip, they would enjoy a year and a half of respite, awaiting their next opportunity to enter the frozen forest. Their rationale was straightforward: to prevent the same group from excessively entering and leaving behind too much of their scent. The unique environment of the frozen forest preserved an individual's scent for an extended period. To avert unforeseen complications, multiple hunting teams rotated in and out. This ensured both safety and efficiency. Consequently, many soul beasts within the frozen forest sought to confront them. However, due to the rotation every 6 months, these unintelligent soul beasts lost their original target. Were a wise leader among the soul beasts to emerge, these hunters would not be able to act with such impunity. Within the extreme north, while intelligent soul beasts would occasionally attack hunting teams, their numbers were insufficient to pose a significant threat. Furthermore, according to the hunters, they had long ceased to value their lives. As long as they could earn money, they would do anything. This profession had only existed for 3 to 4 years, marking it as a burgeoning industry, explaining why it had not attracted the attention of other powers. Upon uncovering this information, Rimuru recalled the words of the Snow Knight Emperor. He had mentioned that the Xinglua Empire, in pursuit of its growth, had once engaged in the widespread slaughter of soul beasts, capturing a vast number, including many young ones. Although Rimuru had been indignant at the time, she had not taken it seriously. Yet now, it was clear that they were not merely capturing. They were engaging in an act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. With this thought, Rimuru swiftly dealt with the man and turned her attention to Bibi Dong. "Bibi Dong, I have heard that your spirit hall also harbors a significant number of soul beasts. Can you assure me that your people have not engaged in such heinous acts?" Bibi Dong hesitated. She initially intended to assert that no one had committed such acts. Yet, recalling that Qian Xuanji had been in power, she realized that he regarded her merely as a tool for reproduction, likely withholding many truths from her. Thus, she found herself uncertain. "I cannot say for certain. During Qian Xuanji's reign, he committed many atrocious acts. However, I can guarantee that during the past year, as I have gradually reclaimed my power, such events have not occurred. Had I discovered any such wrongdoing, I would not have spared them. Upon my return, I shall thoroughly investigate to uncover the extent of Qian Xuanji's misdeeds." Bibi Dong spoke passionately, seemingly fearful that Rimuru would come to despise her. Observing her distressed demeanor, Rimuru could not help but chuckle. "Enough of the past. Our primary concern now is to ensure the safe return of these young soul beasts. I have scanned the area with my mental energy and estimate that there are several hundred of them. Although not an overwhelming number, many are injured and, if not treated promptly, will not survive much longer. Therefore, I need your assistance in liberating them all while preventing them from scattering. I will tend to their wounds." "Understood. I will help." Bibi Dong nodded, carefully untying the various sacks, releasing the young soul beasts one by one. Some of these younglings were no larger than a palm, clearly no more than a year or 2 old. Even the largest among them had only been born for a little over a decade, resembling a slightly oversized kitten, and were exceptionally adorable. Some of the younglings remained docile, allowing BB Dong to handle them without resistance, though this could also stem from fear, as they curled up and refrained from moving. However, certain younglings were quite agitated. The moment BB Dong extended her hand, they retaliated with a flurry of attacks. Had it been in her usual state, she would have crushed them effortlessly. Yet, recalling Rimuru's presence, she abandoned such dangerous intentions, gently placing them on the ground without inflicting any harm. This scene played out countless times, with BB Dong oscillating between frustration and tolerance. Were it not for her mask, her conflicted expressions would have been laid bare for all to see. Chapter 106. BB Dong was quite vexed, as some of the little ones were inherently irritable. The coat that Rimuru had gifted her had been torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. The sleeves of the coat were nearly chewed to shreds, and the snowflakes that landed on her warm skin melted instantly, bringing a hint of chill. This provoked some irritation in BB Dong, yet she refrained from taking action. As Rimuru was watching nearby, she wished to showcase her gentleness, which was why she remained so patient. However, unbeknownst to her, her mindset was subtly transforming. Once she liberated the last sack, even if a spirit beast were to attack her, she could face it with composure, smiling as she safely placed it on the ground. Rimuru noticed the change in BB Dong and felt immensely gratified. With his abilities, he could have easily rescued all the younglings in an instant using his tentacles, while also providing healing. Yet he chose not to, allowing BB Dong to take the initiative. This was also a test to see if BB Dong had genuinely altered her character. After all, she had been severely wounded by Qian Xuanji. Even if she claimed to have completely changed, it was merely a superficial transformation. If there were no interchange, she would ultimately revert to the original BB Dong from the novel. However, the BB Dong of the present had indeed undergone a transformation, which brought Rimuru great relief. BB Dong remained vigilant. If a spirit beast approaches, simply drive them away. There's no need for lethal force. Next, I shall assist in treating their injuries. And these little ones deserve a proper rest, Rimuru instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the second martial soul quietly emerged. Originally the martial soul of the great sage, it had undergone some changes after evolving into the king of wisdom. The former great sage, while radiating a brilliant light, still appeared relatively ordinary. Yet the light emitted by the king of wisdom was imbued with a sacred brilliance. Bathed in such luminescence, Rimuru resembled an angel descended from the heavens, breathtaking and noble. BB Dong was utterly captivated. With the invocation of his sixth soul skill, Light of Life, Rimuru's once noble and sacred light transformed instantaneously into a clear green, suffused with the essence of life. When this vibrant green light enveloped the spirit beast younglings, those that had previously been somewhat agitated now fell silent, their injuries gradually healing. The powerful soul skill not only aided in their physical recovery, but also soothed their spirits, rendering the little ones drowsy. Before long, they were all fast asleep, resting peacefully. However, for safety's sake, Rimuru continued to release his soul skill. The green light continuously emanated from the red soul ring above Rimuru's head. Even the soul ring itself gradually became tainted by the green hue, ultimately transforming into a vivid emerald. Observing the green light above Rimuru's head, BB Dong felt a twinge of discomfort, but fortunately, her mask concealed her expression from him. At that moment, the previously frozen environment suddenly sprouted a patch of green grass. Even some of the long-frozen trees managed to break free from their icy confines, sprouting a few green leaves. Witnessing the transformation of her surroundings, BB Dong was taken aback. Even Rimuru hadn't anticipated that these trees, long encased in ice, were still alive. Was this a miracle of life? It was simply astounding. These trees had been frozen for centuries, yet they thrived, an undeniable marvel. Rimuru gazed at the trees, sprouting green leaves, uncertain whether he should cease his soul skill. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to continue. Although the greenery would eventually be covered by ice and snow once he departed, returning to its former state, Rimuru chose to proceed. Moments later, a radius of 100 miles centered around Rimuru was revitalized. The emerald grass and leaves swaying in the wind vibrantly showcased their colors. This oasis formed a striking contrast against the surrounding expanse of white. Rimuru said nothing. He simply withdrew his soul ring silently and gently caressed the trees. He could sense that this tree would not survive much longer. However, the sensation it conveyed to Rimuru was one of unwavering acceptance. Bibi Dong, witnessing all of this, was utterly astonished. Suddenly, one of the younglings cried out, drawing the attention of hundreds of others, who were lured by the fragrance of the grass and gradually woke. Their spirits restored to normal. Many of the younglings began to frolic across the lush green expanse. These little creatures had regained their vitality. However, the largest number of the Binkan younglings had slowly huddled together and drifted off to sleep. Indeed, the greatest ability of the Binkan species was their capacity to sleep anytime and anywhere. Even when captured, they could remain unperturbed in slumber. This trait was epitomized in the Tianming Binkan, as well as in its kin. Now Rimuru understood why the spirit beasts of the extreme north favored hunting the Binkan tribe. It was not merely because they were delectable, but rather due to their ease of capture. A casual glance into an ice cave might reveal a Binkan peacefully asleep inside. Such a readily captured and abundantly populous species was irresistible to any spirit beast. Nonetheless, despite this, the spirit beasts had never laid a hand on the Binkan younglings. Even those devoid of intelligence would instinctively choose to spare them. After all, they understood that if the younglings vanished, the entire species could face extinction. Yet some humans remained indifferent to such matters, giving rise to the profession of hunters. What shall we do now? We have rescued these spirit beast younglings. But we cannot simply leave them be, Bibi Dong inquired. She was uncertain of Rimuru's intentions, as the sheer number of these younglings was overwhelming. If they were saved only to be abandoned, how would that differ from the actions of those hunters? However, Rimuru merely smiled calmly, and then transformed into his slime form. Fear not, I have a plan. But before that, let us allow these little ones to continue their slumber. With that, Rimuru released his mental energy and gently hypnotized all the spirit beast younglings. Once they were all sound asleep, Rimuru promptly opened his massive mouth and swallowed every last one of them. Rimuru. Burp Chapter 107. After accomplishing this, Rimuru instinctively let out a satisfied burp and patted his belly with his tentacles. Bibi Dong took a step back. This was not her first encounter with Rimuru's unique ability. However, each time she laid eyes upon it, she felt a twinge of shock. Subsequently, Limula leaped atop Bibi Dong's head, surveying the surroundings before fixating on a particular direction. Bibi Dong, continue your journey northward. Although I am reluctant to have you accompany me into the extreme north, this time, you must go. In the frozen forest, there are no suitable soul beasts to become your spirit, so we must take the risk. As for the 10,000-year ice essence you desire, you will inevitably encounter it as you head north. It is not particularly rare. Just keep a keen eye out, and you shall find it. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Bibi Dong nodded, gently lifted Limulu from her head, cradling her in her arms, and proceeded northward. Yet, just as they departed from the oasis, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the sky, obliterating the surrounding trees. Even the oasis itself was rendered unrecognizable. Accompanying this gigantic form was a biting chill that swiftly froze the lush oasis in an instant. This is the place. Those humans who abducted the children passed through here. But why can I no longer sense their presence? Furthermore, what is this oasis doing here? How can there be an oasis in the frozen forest? The enormous white figure appeared majestic and imposing, exuding an aura of oppression. Yet, its voice bore a certain clumsiness, as if its mind were not quite sharp. After a moment of contemplation, it suddenly spotted a human corpse lying on the nearby ice. Alongside it were the burlap sacks and various sleds left behind by Limulu and her companions. The enormous white bear approached, sniffing delicately, before contorting its face into a snarl. Did the humans turn on one another? Is that why the children were moved? Regardless of the reason, I will find you and tear you humans to shreds. How dare you engage in such activities on my territory as if I were just some bear? With a thunderous roar, the white bear fixed its gaze in one direction, placing its forepaws on the ground and sprinting away. The direction it pursued was precisely where Bibi Dong and Limulu were headed. The sky grew increasingly dark. The night sky, once clear, was now entirely shrouded in ominous clouds. The temperature dropped abruptly, with breath freezing momentarily in the air. If one were to pour a cup of hot water onto the ground, it would likely freeze within seconds. The further north they journeyed, the colder the environment became. It was no wonder they claimed the extreme north was a forbidden zone for life, even more perilous than the Star-Do Great Forest. Setting aside the strength of the soul beasts here, simply contending with a harsh cold and snow could lead to dire consequences for soul masters below the Soul King level. Should they venture into the core area of the extreme north, I fear soul masters below the Soul Douluo rank would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Bibidong tightened her coat and remarked casually. Limulu, still nestled in her arms, swayed with her movements. I told you before that the extreme north is perilous. But you did not believe me. Now that you witness it firsthand, you must believe it, right? By the way, we will soon turn left into that cave. If my senses are correct, the 10,000-year ice essence you seek is within. Understood, I shall proceed. Bibidong nodded and made a swift turn, leading Limulu into the nearby ice cave. This cave bore traces of human habitation, yet everything around it appeared so disordered and dilapidated. This indicated that it had long been abandoned. Those who had once dwelled here likely faced danger or were forced to evacuate. As for the hunters, they would not risk their lives to inhabit such a place without necessity. Bibidong then carried Limula deeper inside. As they ventured further, the light around them gradually dimmed. Observing this, Limulu extended her hand and produced an object from within, which emitted a brilliant glow. Limula brand light bulb, what do you think? Is it still functional? Limulu proclaimed proudly. This was Bibidong's first encounter with such an object, instantly piquing her interest. Limulu, what is this? This contraption, scientifically known as a light bulb, was developed by me, no, by our soul beast empire. It dispels the darkness of night. While humanity's technological advancements are commendable, life at night remains drearily monotonous. Oil lamps and similar lighting tools are insufficient, and the soul guide devices for illumination are exorbitantly priced, unaffordable for even ordinary soul masters. Therefore, our soul beast empire invented this small object, which can be utilized as long as one possesses soul power. Even if your soul power is below level 10, it matters not, for we have a companion device that can store soul power specifically designed for this light bulb. As she spoke, Limulu began marketing her product, and Bibidong listened attentively. Both the light bulb and its accompanying soul power storage device were entirely new to her. Suddenly, Bibidong's eyes lit up as if an idea struck her, and she inquired, can this soul power storage device be used on humans? Of course not. What are you thinking? Upon hearing Bibidong's question, Limulu rolled her eyes and elaborated. This device is solely compatible with the light bulb. If forcibly applied to a human, it would simply break. Moreover, such devices do not align with my design philosophy. I would never allow them to be produced. If humans possess the capability to develop such soul guide devices, it is their own affair. My sole aim is to disseminate these small objects throughout the continent. In doing so, regardless of their acknowledgement, our soul beast empire will have firmly established roots on Douluo Continent. Without our input, I can assure you that no one will manage to replicate these small inventions we have created within a century. Limulus spoke with unwavering confidence. For these items were crafted by him and the Grand Sage. Aside from him, no one else would comprehend the underlying principles. An outsider, even a master of soul guide device construction, would likely spend a lifetime attempting to dismantle and comprehend these devices' structures. After all, some theoretical knowledge simply does not exist in this world. There's far too much for them to learn. Chapter 108. Securing the Ice Essence. Bibidong nodded, seemingly understanding yet perplexed. She found the object fascinating and began to toy with it. So, how can one obtain this? That is quite simple. You can purchase it at the trade village outside the Star-Do Great Forest. However, it is also possible that the Tiando Empire will eagerly acquire these items for resale. And let me remind you, aside from this light bulb, our Soul Beast Empire has produced numerous other small items. The current situation is that the Tiando Empire and the Soul Beast Empire publicly refuse to engage in trade with the Wuhuan Temple. If one wishes to acquire these items, it is advisable to purchase them under someone else's name, which is the best course of action. Limulus smiled as he spoke. If Bibi Dong has not changed her stance, she would never agree to the Wuhuan Temple obtaining these items. However, it is of no concern now, as Bibi Dong is already on his side. Limulu is not worried that the Wuhuan Temple's acquisition of these items would be detrimental to him. Furthermore, these small objects cannot possibly enhance the strength of the Wuhuan Temple and will eventually be disseminated. Therefore, Limulu is not overly rigid in this regard. Bibi Dong is quite grateful, gently caressing Limulu's body before they continue onward. The two quickly arrive at the deepest part of the cave. Here, they see numerous corpses of soul beasts and even human remains. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here before. Due to the cold climate, all the bodies have been frozen, making it impossible to determine when they perished. However, judging by the surrounding environment, these corpses have been here for at least 10 days. The target they fought over was likely the 10,000-year ice essence deep within the cave. Yet, the ice essence remains intact, encased in ice, while both sides vying for it have perished. Thus, this expedition has gone remarkably smoothly, without any combat, allowing them to acquire what they desired effortlessly. Based on the records, every location of the 10,000-year ice essence is typically guarded by soul beasts. To avoid a battle is indeed fortuitous, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. However, Limulus suddenly felt a chill coursing through his body. Do not make reckless declarations. We must leave quickly. I have a foreboding that something is amiss outside. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Bibi Dong, though puzzled, hastily led him away. Yet, just as they were about to exit the cave, a tremendous frost surged in from outside, forcing them both back. Then, a stone, seemingly appearing from nowhere, completely sealed the cave. Additionally, the surrounding area began to tremble. Debris and ice shards continuously fell. The cave is collapsing. What is happening? Why has this cave been blocked so suddenly, and what is causing this tremor? Bibi Dong felt a pang of panic. Although her strength would not be compromised by the cave's collapse, the sudden turn of events caught her off guard. Outside, there is a soul beast of considerable strength. Based on my preliminary assessment, its power is at least 200,000 years. Furthermore, this soul beast possesses a notable level of intelligence, known to trap us first with cunning. It seems that the soul beasts surviving in the extreme north are cautious in their dealings due to their environment, never acting recklessly. Hearing Limula's words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Currently, her strength has not yet reached the pinnacle of a super Da. She might stand a chance against a 100,000-year soul beast, but facing one of 200,000 years is uncertain. Yet, she would not be intimidated. True to Bibi Dong's character, once they escaped this cave, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. Leave this to me. A mere boulder cannot possibly obstruct me. Bibi Dong scoffed, instantly radiating the aura befitting a title Douluo. In that moment, immense power surged within her. Bibi Dong, wait. Do not act hastily. Limulu suddenly interjected, but it was too late. Bibi Dong's fist had already struck the massive stone. However, as the force of her title strength impacted the boulder, a strange counterforce instantly reverberated back, sending her flying. Simultaneously, her mask shattered from the force, and blood trickled from her lips. Witnessing this, Limulu transformed into his human form and caught her in his arms. I sensed something was off with that stone earlier. I apologize for not mentioning it sooner. It's all right. This is not your fault, Bibi Dong replied as she nestled comfortably in Limulu's embrace, her complexion gradually regaining its color. Although blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she was not seriously injured. Nonetheless, she was reluctant to leave Limulu's arms, as it was the first time he had held her so tenderly. She relished this sensation. However, Limulu was unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts. He instinctively believed she was injured, which is why he held her close, activating the Wisdom King to scan the massive stone. As for the falling ice shards and debris from above, Limulu used his abilities to isolate them, ensuring they would not harm either of them. Wisdom King, I sensed something was amiss with this stone earlier. What is its composition? Answer. This boulder is composed of naturally condensed ice elements. It is quite difficult to destroy with soul power below the soul Douluo level. Then why is this boulder here? Answer. This boulder is a byproduct of the 10,000-year ice essence, having been present outside the cave entrance. but due to its appearance resembling an ordinary stone. He did not notice it. Upon hearing the Wisdom King's words, Limula nodded, comprehending the situation. However, the Wisdom King's final remark seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Wisdom King, were you just mocking me? Answer, how could that be? I would never jest at another's expense. You truly did laugh at me. Limula shot a knowing glance before setting Dong down. This boulder can only be destroyed with soul power above the soul Douluo level. And you clearly did not use your full strength, did you? Hearing Limulu's words, Dong blushed and nodded. She had thought the stone was inconsequential, so she exerted only a fraction of her strength, which ultimately resulted in her being thrown back. One embarrassing moment, yet to be held by Limulu. This experience was not a loss. Chapter 109, Titan Snow Demon King. It is quite normal for Dong to face such a setback. For someone as proud as her, enduring a few failures is essential for growth. Thus, Limulu remained silent, simply manipulating the ice elements to begin dismantling the massive stone. In less than 3 seconds, the boulder was completely disassembled. An endless storm of ice elements roared forth as the stone crumbled. Instantly, a thick layer of frost formed around the entire cave. The tremors that had once shaken the cave suddenly ceased. However, under Limulu's protection, both he and Dong remained unharmed. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover which soul beast dares to challenge us. Limulu's expression turned stern. Although he generally maintained a gentle demeanor, however, inexplicably attacked. Even a clay figure would exhibit some temper. Moreover, Dong was exceedingly furious at this moment. She wished to dismember this soul beast into pieces, for it had caused her to lose face before Limulu. Humans indeed possess remarkable abilities. It appears I have underestimated you. Yet even so, you cannot escape the grasp of my Titan Snow Demon King. Accompanied by a series of roars, the already snow-laden sky suddenly erupted with ferocious winds, and snowflakes descended from above, drastically reducing visibility around them. At that moment, a colossal soul beast, towering over the Titan giant ape and not far off from the Tianqing Yomang, appeared before them. This enormous creature, entirely snow-white and with a fearsome visage, continuously pounded its chest, emitting deafening roars. Titan Snow Demon King. Upon witnessing its emergence, Limulu narrowed his eyes, ready to speak. However, Dong suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable soul power, charging forward. Dare to humiliate me before Limulu? Prepare to meet your demise. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul Avatar. With Dong's furious shout, a gigantic black spider manifested before the Titan Snow Demon King. This was none other than Dong's Martial Soul Avatar, Death Spider Emperor. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura of death, it enveloped her Martial Soul Avatar. In an instant, the Titan Snow Demon King found itself struggling to withstand Dong's relentless onslaught, which was far too frenzied even for Limulu to bear witness to. You are far too hasty. This creature may not necessarily be an enemy. Limulu sighed helplessly. Since Dong, this clumsy ally, had already made her move, he could not merely stand by and watch. Regardless of the misunderstandings that might arise or the discussions that needed to take place if they did not engage in battle, the Titan Snow Demon King would likely refuse to listen to anything. Thus, Limulu joined the fray, embarking on a righteous collective assault. Upon detecting the Titan Snow Demon King, a notification from the system chimed in. Limulu paid it little mind, as there was not much about the Titan Snow Demon King that piqued his interest. However, the reward for signing in surprised him. Successfully signed in with the Titan Snow Demon King, due to the host's strength surpassing that of the Titan Snow Demon King. The soul power reward transformed into an enhancement of soul ring years. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating the years of the 2nd soul skill of the 1st martial soul to a millennium. During the skirmish with the Titan Snow Demon King, Limulu had already received the signing reward. However, the notion that the duration of soul rings could be enhanced through signing in was something he had not anticipated. Subsequently, Limulu instinctively opened all of his soul rings, and he indeed witnessed the 2nd soul skill of his 1st martial soul transforming into a purple soul ring. a purple soul ring, signifying a duration of a millennium. This reward astonished Limulu to the extent that he momentarily forgot to suppress the Titan Snow Demon King. Through this reward, he seemed to glimpse boundless prospects ahead. Meanwhile, the Titan Snow Demon King, sensing Limulu's distraction, seized the opportunity to unleash its immense power, utterly shattering Bai Dong's martial soul avatar. The overwhelming force rendered her incapable of resistance, and she could only utilize her ninth soul skill to forcibly escape the Titan Snow Demon King's assault, thereby preserving her life. However, from this encounter, Bai Dong realized the stark disparity in strength between herself and a soul beast over 200,000 years old without Limulu's assistance. Initially, I believed that even if I could not defeat a soul beast of 200,000 years, I would not be far behind. Yet, this blow has awakened me to the reality. It appears my strength is still too feeble. Bai Dong clutched her heaving chest, wiping the blood from her lips, and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the domain of the god of death was instantaneously unleashed. Within this domain, even the Titan Snow Demon King was momentarily suppressed, though it quickly broke free. Bai Dong emitted a muffled groan, blood now trickling from her nostrils and the corners of her eyes. Humans who dare invade the extreme north and hunt the young shall perish. Accompanied by the Titan Snow Demon King's roar, its fists gathered unparalleled soul power and potent frigid energy, striking towards Bai Dong. Should this force land upon her, even if she did not perish, she would certainly suffer grievous harm. Yet, Bai Dong could not retreat, for she refused to further disgrace herself before Limulu. Ninth soul skill. When it's time to concede, one should concede. There is no shame in that. Just as Bai Dong contemplated confronting the Titan Snow Demon King head-on, Limulu finally concluded his observation and stepped forward, unleashing a fierce blaze of fire elements. Titan Snow Demon King, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Yet I know that in your enraged state, you would not wish to hear our explanations. Thus, allow me to defeat you. This way, you shall be able to listen to us properly. No sooner had he spoken than the fire elements in Limulu's hand erupted instantaneously. This power emanated from the Fire Dragon King. Though merely fragments of its complete form, they were far more ferocious and intense than ordinary fire elements. The flames surged skyward, swiftly engulfing the Titan Snow Demon King's attack. Furthermore, this force did not wane. It even consumed the upper half of the Titan Snow Demon King. The conflagration illuminated the nighttime sky, rendering the once dark heavens radiant. The fiery hue stained the pristine white earth, and the ominous clouds above dissipated entirely in that instant. The snowfall gradually ceased. Nevertheless, the Titan Snow Demon King's roars escalated in intensity. Bai Dong stepped back. I'm about to unleash something substantial. Bai Dong was uncertain of Limulu's intentions, merely assuming he intended to unleash a powerful move, so she obediently withdrew several hundred meters before stopping. The Titan Snow Demon King's upper body was char black, yet the injuries were not severe. However, this absurd appearance, with its upper half black and its lower half white, only served to aggravate the Titan Snow Demon King's fury, though it dared not act recklessly, for it sensed a chilling aura emanating from Limulu. To be honest, Titan Snow Demon King, it feels somewhat unfair for me to engage you directly, considering your strength only spans a couple of 100,000 years. Therefore, I have decided to let a young friend take on the fight with you. If you manage to win, then you may challenge me afterward. Should you lose, you must earnestly listen to my explanation. No sooner had he spoken than Limulu transformed into the shape of a slime. The aura of 1,000,000-year soul power was unmistakably revealed at that moment. The Titan Snow Demon King, who had initially presumed Limulu to be merely a human, was taken aback upon witnessing Limulu morph into a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. The pressure from a formidable being instinctively caused it to take a step back. However, Limulu did not strike immediately. Instead, he released the predator, unleashing Xiong, who possessed strength exceeding 400,000 years, from the confines of his stomach. This creature had been residing within Limulu for an extended period. Though it had attempted to escape on numerous occasions, all efforts had ended in failure. Thus, he relinquished his escape and chose instead to remain a quiet, reclusive bear. After all, within this space, he could not perish, nor could he even perceive the passage of time. It was an ideal environment for slumber. Regrettably, this realm offered no opportunity for cultivation. Otherwise, Xiao would undoubtedly seize the chance. Moreover, in matters of significance, Limulu would occasionally allow external perceptions, permitting Xiao to glimpse the world outside. Therefore, Xiao was not entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Lord Limulu, you have finally decided to release me. The first act of Xiao upon his emergence was to kneel and express heartfelt gratitude to Limulu, tears of appreciation welling in his eyes. Although confinement within the belly was comfortable, the torment of timelessness could drive one to madness. Xiao, I'm not releasing you. Rather, I am sending you to battle the spirit beast before you. Should you emerge victorious, I shall consider your release upon my return to the spirit beast empire. However, should you falter, you shall remain within my body for eternity. Lord Limulu, I shall undoubtedly prevail. Please have faith in me. Having existed for over 400,000 years, a mere few years could not truly affect him. Nonetheless, being swallowed was undeniably a source of frustration. Thus, whether sincere or feigned, Xiao was willing to concede that Limulu was superior. After all, Xiao was not inherently loyal. He would only obey the strong. Yet, should a strong opponent reveal a flaw, he would not hesitate to expose his fangs and strike them down. Consequently, Limulu found it challenging to decide whether to release Xiao. However, given the current circumstances, this fellow seemed relatively stable. By the way, Xiao, you only need to defeat him. There's no need to kill him, as we are all spirit beasts, and it is better to maintain some camaraderie. Understood, Lord Limulu. Xiao nodded, his eyes gradually turning a vibrant crimson as he forcefully clapped his hands together, unleashing a powerful wave of spirit energy. Which of you is the Titan Snow Demon King? Step forth and face me. Xiao, have you been in my belly for too long, that your vision has dulled? The creature before you, black above and white below, is the Titan Snow Demon King, Limulu replied, somewhat exasperated. He had initially perceived Xiao as a fearsome entity, and to some extent, he was correct, given that this creature had boldly proclaimed intentions to vanquish Limulu and even Guyuna. However, viewed from another perspective, he appeared rather foolish, indeed, a simpleton with a few screws loose. Nevertheless, despite these shortcomings, the Titan Snow Demon King's power was formidable, boasting over 400,000 years of experience. Nearby, Bibi Dong was equally astonished by Xiao presence. She had not anticipated that Limulu harbored such a powerful ally within. Ha ha! This little rascal is actually the Titan Snow Demon King of the extreme north? Such a dark and shapeless creature, bringing disgrace upon our spirit beast kin. Xiao merciless taunts incited the ire of the Titan Snow Demon King. Although he could sense that he was no match for the towering bear before him, being one of the dominators of the extreme north, he could not tolerate such humiliation. How dare you insult me? No matter who you are, prepare to die. With a roar, the Titan Snow Demon King enveloped himself once more in ice and snow. His previously singed fur returned to a pristine white, and an intense frigid spirit energy coalesced in his hands. In the following moment, the Titan Snow Demon King charged forward with a fierce roar, intent on overpowering the bear. Yet, Xiao displayed a disdainful demeanor, effortlessly swatting at the incoming assault. The vast wave of spirit energy, imbued with immense pressure, struck the Titan Snow Demon King with such force that he was sent hurtling away, his full might appearing utterly futile against Xiao single-paw strike. The tremendous force caused the massive Titan Snow Demon King to stagger back several paces before he could regain his balance. Is this all the strength you possess? If so, I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. Xiao continued to mock. Enraged, the Titan Snow Demon King unleashed an even greater force, covering his arms entirely with ice and snow. Powerful spirit energy and icy fists surged forth, However, the colossal Xiong moved with unexpected grace, deftly evading every attack, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a barrage of powerful swipes. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable, a fact recognized by both Limulu and the observing Bibidong. Yet, the Titan Snow Demon King refused to concede. This was his territory, and despite being outmatched in power and speed, he intended to leverage the advantages of ice and snow to close the gap between them. At that moment, Xiong felt the chilling spirit energy infiltrate his body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Seizing the opportunity, the Titan Snow Demon King unleashed a flurry of combination attacks, driving Xiong back and leaving a mark upon his chest. This ignited a spark of anger within him. "You dare to wound me. You are courting death." Initially approaching the battle with a playful mindset, Xiong found himself enraged by the unexpected injury. Consequently, he unleashed his full power, determined to eliminate this opponent before him. Chapter 111. The Ice Emperor. Seeing Xiong prepare to engage seriously, Limulu frowned but did not intervene. Nearby, a blue and white giant bear entered the fray, capturing everyone's attention. However, the two combatants were oblivious to this new development. They both roared ferociously and charged forward. Yet the Titan Snow Demon King was once again sent flying without question. Just as Xiong prepared to strike, the blue and white giant bear lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the unsuspecting Xiong soaring. "You dare harm my elder brother? I will not let you escape." The colossal white bear roared, its fierce cry echoing through the heavens. Yet, Xiong merely laughed, his smile growing ever brighter. "Two spirit beasts of 200,000 years. This is truly splendid. It has been so long since I encountered such powerful beings. You are truly marvelous." With a lick of his claw, he wiped the area where he had just been attacked, his eyes shining with predatory intent as he fixated on the bear that resembled the Titan Snow Demon King. "Now both of you are mine. No one can contest me." With a mighty roar, Xiong charged forward. The white bear and the Titan Snow Demon King joined forces to combat him, yet against the relentless assault of Xiong, they found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed. The strength of Xiong is truly formidable. He is capable of unilaterally overpowering any soul beast that has existed for 200,000 years, or even those slightly exceeding 300,000 years, relying solely on his brute force and soul power. Even within the confines of the Xing Do de Sun Lin, apart from Dition and Limulu, there exists no one who can surpass Xiong in sheer physical strength. Although his combat prowess ranks merely 5th or 6th within the forest, his raw power firmly places him in 3rd position. Were it not for his lack of intellect, his ranking would undoubtedly be much higher. Nevertheless, even without much cerebral capacity, his sheer might is sufficient to render those two soul beasts, each over 200,000 years old, utterly miserable. As Limulu sensed the opportune moment, he began to warm up, preparing to mediate. Just as he was about to intervene, an unexpected blizzard descended from the sky. A violent wind surged around them, and the snow obscured everything in a blanket of white. Even Limulu squinted his eyes, struggling to discern the surroundings. However, his perceptive abilities remained intact. He detected a humanoid figure materializing before Xiong, effortlessly intercepting his massive paw with a single hand. More alarmingly, the chilling aura emanating from this being was something even Xiong could not withstand. "Who are you?" Xiong exclaimed, both astonished and enraged upon witnessing his attack thwarted. He attempted to strike again, only to realize that his paw had been frozen, rendering him unable to exert any force. Consequently, he had no choice but to retreat and dispel the icy aura with his soul power. As the blizzard gradually subsided, the onlookers finally beheld the visage of this humanoid entity. She donned a dress of emerald green, her petite yet stern features complemented by her porcelain-like skin. Notably, her dark green twin tails danced in the breeze, exuding a unique allure. By the decree of the Snow Empress, all combatants within the frozen forest must cease their hostilities immediately or face the consequences. As Limulu pondered the identity of the newcomer, the system's voice informed him of her true nature. This twin-tailed, diminutive figure with a stern countenance was none other than the being by Di Huang Xie. She is also one of the sovereigns of the extreme north, renowned in the original narrative as the Ice Emperor, with her formidable strength reaching 39,000 years. She stands as the second in command in the extreme north, although she trails Xiong Jun in soul power by several thousand years. Within the domain of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor possesses significant advantages. Thus, she can effortlessly withstand Xiong Jun's assault and counter him effectively. At this moment, Xiong Jun felt a deep sense of humiliation. He could discern that this girl, barely over 1.50 meters in height, was a transformed soul beast of over 300,000 years. Being repelled by a soul beast of lesser power was an immense disgrace for him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his soul power once more and charged forward. Ice Emperor, be cautious. Titan Snow Demon King called out, worry etched on his face, mirrored by the nearby by Xiong, though he remained expressionless. As Xiong Jun's massive paw drew near, the blizzard roared back to life. In an instant, the Ice Emperor reverted to her true form, her colossal pincers ensnaring Xiong Jun's paw. The clash of their soul powers created violent shockwaves, fracturing the surrounding ice and shattering trees into crystalline fragments that danced in the wind. Although the Ice Emperor successfully blocked Xiong Jun's attack, it was evident that she had utilized her pincers to absorb his full force, indicating that she was slightly weaker in terms of raw strength. Xiong Jun perceived this and, without hesitation, brought down his other paw with ferocity. He bellowed in fury. His colossal paw, infused with boundless soul power, surged toward the being by Di Huang Xie. Yet, rather than evade, the Ice Emperor lifted her tail and, with remarkable speed, thrust it toward Xiong Jun's chest. In the next moment, Xiong Jun's paw halted a mere 10 centimeters from her body. An overwhelming frost swiftly enveloped him, spreading from his chest to the entirety of his form. The power of the frost erupted forth, dramatically altering the environment once more. The chilling soul power radiated outward. It soon coalesced around Xiong Jun, thickening the icy layer encasing him. This exemplified the Ice Emperor's might. Her inherent strength was formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation with Xiong Jun, the odds might be close to even, at least a 40-60 split in her favor. However, within the frozen forest, the Ice Emperor could manipulate the ambient, ice-affiliated soul power to launch her attacks. With the geographical advantage, she was utterly unafraid of Xiong Jun. She took a few steps back, transforming once again into her human guise, her hands converging at her chest. The chilling soul power gathered before her, and in that instant, her eyes gleamed a vibrant green. I warned you to cease your actions. Since you have chosen to disregard my courtesy, do not blame me for being ungracious. With a commanding shout, the Ice Emperor unleashed the wrath of the Ice Monarch. The intense pressure of the ultimate ice caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet dramatically. The Titan Snow Demon King and Bai Xiong were both cloaked in frost. This was not their first encounter with the infuriated Ice Emperor. Yet each time they felt a tinge of fear. Although Xiong Jun was encased in ice, his consciousness remained intact. He recognized the urgency to break free from the ice. Otherwise, should the Ice Emperor strike him directly, he would face dire consequences. Realizing the imminent danger, he struggled to free himself from the icy confines. But it was too late. The Ice Emperor's attack had already been unleashed. The majestic ultimate ice radiated a pure white light, enveloping everything in its vicinity. However, her target remained solely Xiong Jun. As long as one did not stand in his path, they would be spared from her wrath. Yet at that moment, a spherical creature bounced into view before Xiong Jun, swiftly transforming into a humanoid form and extending a slender right hand. Explosion of flames. Without any embellishments, Limula launched a full-force assault of fire elements. The fiery onslaught instantly dispelled the surrounding frost. Even one of the Ice Emperor's most powerful moves was effortlessly dissolved by Limulu. All the ice, under such extreme heat, could no longer maintain its form and was evaporated. The ground beneath them melted, creating a noticeable dip where they stood in comparison to other areas. Who are you? The Ice Emperor furrowed her brows. feeling somewhat challenged by the striking figure that had appeared before her. Before Limulu transformed into her humanoid form, she had sensed the presence of a million-year-old soul beast. At that time, she noticed Limulu's inaction and thus paid it no heed. However, now that Limulu had taken on human guise and even exuded the aura of a super Douluo, the Ice Emperor found herself uncertain about the true nature of this being before her, whether friend or foe, human or beast. Lord Ice Emperor. This individual is allied with Xiao Gang, and her power is overwhelming. Had she not held back, I might have perished long ago. The Titan Snow Demon King remarked with lingering fear. He had briefly clashed with Limulu and was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. At this moment, the Ice Emperor could also deeply sense the chasm between herself and the enchanting figure before her. Limulu's prowess was already on par with Xiao Gang's. Even if she could freeze Xiao Gang now, it was solely due to the advantageous environment of the frozen forest. She understood fully that if Limulu chose to strike, even the three of them combined would not stand chance. Xiao Bai, Xiao Shui, refrain from acting rashly. The Snow Empress will arrive shortly. With her here, as long as the incoming individual is not DT on, we have nothing to fear, the Ice Emperor instructed, yet she cautiously gathered icy soul power before her, ever ready for combat. Meanwhile, Limulu had no intention of engaging. Instead, she turned and gently tapped the icy layer encasing Xiao Gang. With her touch, the ice simply fell away. Xiao Gang let out a furious roar, entirely disregarding Limulu and charging forward with bloodshot eyes, intent on attacking. The Ice Emperor braced herself for the impending confrontation. Yet before Xiao Gang could take a few steps, Limulu effortlessly yanked him back with a tendril. Limulu, what of you? With that temper of yours, I think it best to keep you forever within my belly. Perhaps when I'm in a better mood, I might consider releasing you. Limulu declared, transforming back into her slime form and, with a gaping maw, swallowed the terrified Xiao Gang once more. What manner of monster are you? The Ice Emperor was taken aback by Limulu's actions. Simultaneously, her trepidation toward Limulu deepened. Fear not, Xiao Gang is not dead. He is merely stored in my belly. As long as I do not actively digest him, he shall remain unharmed. Limulu clarified, attempting to dispel any misunderstandings. However, her words failed to garner the attention of the Ice Emperor and her companions. After all, to them, Limulu was one of the invaders, and thus they remained adversaries. Isn't that right, Ice Emperor? Previously, I had a misunderstanding with this Titan Snow Demon King, which forced us into conflict. He was the one who initiated the assault on us, so I would appreciate an explanation from you. While speaking, Limulu beckoned, and the lurking beast approached. Her expression grave as she regarded the soul beast before her. Among all present, beast was the weakest, and without Limulu's protection, she would likely struggle to even stand. Given the presence of two soul beasts that were over 200,000 years old and one nearly 400,000 years old. Currently, beast was not even a super Douluo and had no means to confront them. Thus she stood silently behind Limulu, resembling a beautiful statue. Xiao Shui, what is happening? Why did you choose to attack these two lovely ladies? Limulu inquired, reverting to her human form for clearer communication after consuming Xiao Gang. Now, her appearance was breathtaking, leading the Ice Emperor to naturally treat her as a beauty. Lord Ice Emperor, you know that the frozen forest has always been under my jurisdiction. However, in recent years, I have been somewhat preoccupied with my training and fell into a slumber. Upon waking, I was informed by some soul beasts that humans were rampantly hunting soul beast cubs. The creatures in the frozen forest have no means to contend with humans, even though soul beasts in the extreme north have been toyed with by humans. Thus, I seized the opportunity to seek out the invading humans, intending to capture them all. The Titan Snow Demon King declared, glaring intensely at Limulu and beast, while also wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. That was close. I almost let it slip. These two wretches are the culprits behind the hunting of soul beast cubs. They are not from the extreme north and are tainted with the scent of young soul beasts. My judgment cannot be wrong. The Titan Snow Demon King regained composure and roared, his fury palpable, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as his soul power surged. The nearby white bear, sensing this, bared its teeth and growled ferociously at Limulu and Dong, ready to pounce. Wretches, how dare you harm my kin? I will not let you escape. Xiao Bai, calm down. The situation is not yet clear. Do not jump to conclusions. And you too, Xiao Shui, do not presume guilt without investigation. If we act this way, what difference is there between us and those unreasonable humans? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Titan, Snow Demon King, and Xiao Bai fell silent, realizing they had acted hastily without proper investigation, concluding Limulu's guilt prematurely. The Ice Emperor's remarks filled the Titan, Snow Demon King with shame. She then turned her gaze back to Limulu and Dong, scrutinizing them closely. Since you claim this is a misunderstanding, I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. The Ice Emperor's expression was solemn, even if she did not wish to give them a chance. She understood that the three of them together would struggle to defeat Limulu. Thus, she needed to buy time until the Snow Empress arrived, while also seeking to discern whether Limulu had indeed committed such heinous acts. Although she could not ascertain whether Limulu was human or beast, she felt that this captivating individual before her was unlikely to be malevolent, for it was difficult to fathom that someone so beautiful would engage in such vile deeds. Limulu and Dong were somewhat anxious, but Limulu shook her head and patted Dong's shoulder. Do not worry. Leave it to me, Limulu whispered, reverting to her slime form and opening her wide maw to release hundreds of sleeping soul beast cubs. Witnessing these soul beast cubs emerge unharmed before them, the Titan Snow Demon King was immediately astonished, while Xiao Bai cast a puzzled glance at Limulu, then at the Titan Snow Demon King. The Ice Emperor released her soul power and began probing the life signs of these soul beasts. I have stated that this is all a misunderstanding. However, I did not anticipate that this giant would regard me as an enemy and blame me as the true culprit. I feel quite wronged. Li Wulu transformed back into human form, placing her hands on her hips and habitually pouting her lips, her appearance so adorable that it was almost irresistible. Even the icy beauty of Bingdi found her enchanting enough to momentarily falter in composure. The soul beasts were all in excellent health, displaying a stable mental state and even lacking injuries, which allowed me to tentatively place my trust in you. However, I implore you to elucidate this matter. Why are these little creatures residing within you? Hee, this tale is rather lengthy, for we happened upon those hunters by mere coincidence. With a mischievous grin, Limulu recounted the events that had transpired, with Dong offering her support in agreement. Although this narrative stemmed solely from the perspectives of Limulu and Dong, Bingdi leaned towards believing them. After all, the fact that these soul beasts were alive was sufficient evidence that Limulu was not the culprit. More importantly, Bingdi found it hard to believe that someone as charming and beautiful as Limulu could be a villain. In a world that places such emphasis on appearances, being attractive often fosters goodwill. Yet, Limulu remained oblivious to Bingdi's thoughts, simply recounting the events as they had unfolded. I have clarified everything I needed to explain. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth, Limulu declared with confidence. The Titan Snow Demon King awkwardly scratched the back of his head, glancing helplessly at Bingdi. He had never anticipated that after pursuing for so long, he had mistakenly chased the wrong target. He had indeed witnessed the human corpses that Limulu mentioned, along with the abandoned sacks and sleds, which made for an awkward situation. The evidence he had seen only served to confirm his misunderstanding. Xiao Shui, apologize to them. Apologize to humans. The Titan Snow Demon King was taken aback. Bingdi shot him a sharp glance, causing him to shiver. I am sorry. I acknowledge my mistake, and I believe you two humans owe an apology as well. However, do not assume this is the end. The previous battle remains unresolved. We accept your apology, but if you wish to fight, we are always ready to engage. Do not think I fear you. Dong stepped forward, her demeanor bold and unyielding, despite knowing she could not defeat the Titan Snow Demon King, with Limulu shielding her. She felt emboldened to speak fiercely. Enough of this commotion. We are not here to brawl. Besides, Dong, aren't you neglecting your tasks? Limulu shot them a disapproving glance, then took Dong's hand and pulled her behind him. Titan Snow Demon King, Should you wish to fight, seek me in the Douluo forest. For now, I have urgent matters to discuss with beast and Xiao. I lack the time to indulge you. Limulu's assertive tone left the Titan Snow Demon King feeling humiliated. Nonetheless, he understood that he was no match for Limulu and could only huff in response, stepping back obediently. Beast regarded Limulu with surprise. You have come here to seek me and Xiao? Indeed, I have significant matters to discuss with both of you. However, I also have a small request. Could you assist my human friend in acquiring a soul ring from a soul beast nearing the end of its lifespan? The moment Limulu finished speaking, Beast furrowed her brows. Before she could respond, Limulu quickly clarified, I do not mean to hunt the soul beast. After all, I am a soul beast myself, so I cannot assist in that regard. However, I possess a method to merge the souls of the soul beast with those of humans, creating a soul spirit. This way, the soul spirit would not only escape the constraints of its lifespan, but could also continue to cultivate while residing within the human. Should fortune smile upon us, when beast ascends to godhood, the soul spirit may ascend alongside her. Soul spirit? What is this? It can accompany humans in their cultivation, even ascend to divinity? Beast expressed astonishment, unable to comprehend, as the rulers of the extreme north had never heard of such a concept. Apart from the imperial family of Tiando Empire and the Douluo Forest, very few outside of those realms were aware of the notion of soul spirits. The promotion of the idea of soul spirits is a formidable task. I anticipated your ignorance, but fret not. Allow me to elucidate the matter for you, Limulu said with a touch of exasperation. Just as he was about to elaborate, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A relentless blizzard roared forth, concealing within it a formidable soul power. The sheer force of it caused even Limulu to feel a twinge of trepidation. The power rivaled that of Chen. Soul spirit? I too find intriguing. If you do not mind, may I listen in? A chilling yet haughty voice reverberated through the air. As the storm subsided, a woman with cerulean eyes and a flawless physique appeared before them. Her snow-white hair danced freely in the wind, her countenance exuding an air of stern elegance, radiating purity and beauty, standing apart from the rest like a snowflake challenging the frost. Chapter 114. Taking action detection of Xiao confirmed. Sign-in is available. Lord Xiao. Upon the appearance of this impeccably statuesque woman, both Xiao Bai and the Titan Snow Demon King knelt in submission. Even beast offered a slight bow, her eyes filled with respect for Xiao. Mother, why have you only just arrived? The moment Xiao Bai spoke, beast's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Limulu was taken aback. This white bear, towering over 15 meters, called Xiao mother. However, he quickly recalled that this bear was indeed the one raised by Xiao. A little one failed to break through the 10,000-year barrier, so I had to handle a few matters before arriving. Yet you, Xiao Bai, have not been harmed, have you? Xiao gently stroked Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai knelt, reveling in Xiao's affection. Do not worry, mother. I am unharmed, but Titan brother has had a misfortune. At this, Xiao Bai couldn't help but mock the Titan Snow Demon King, who was seething with the urge to retaliate. However, in the presence of Xiao and beast, he dared not act rashly. Xiao said nothing, merely casting a detached glance at the Titan Snow Demon King before turning her attention to Limulu. Please explain what a soul spirit is. Is it a command? Not at all. I lack the authority to command a million-year soul beast, especially one infused with the essence of Chen and that other being. You may not appreciate this sentiment, but upon first seeing you, I mistook you for the offspring of those two. I find myself somewhat at a loss for words. Limulu recognized whom she referred to, but had no retort. After all, Limulu had signed in with Chen and Guyuana, leaving her with traces of Chen's bloodline power and that of the Silver Dragon King. Most significantly, the Silver Dragon King had also injected a drop of his essence into her. Although Wang Qiu'er and Ziji have taken similar actions, their bloodlines do not possess the same purity as Guyuna's. Consequently, her aura is predominantly infused with the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King. The remaining portion is shared equally between Rimuru and Tion. Well, as long as you do not misunderstand, I indeed share a good relationship with Gu Yuna. Rimuru shrugged and began to elucidate the matter concerning soul spirits. His explanation was thorough, captivating his audience. Even Bibi Dong, who stood nearby, was entranced by Rimuru's demeanor and expressions. As dawn broke, Rimuru finally finished expounding on the subject of soul spirits. However, since his arrival, he had not rested through the night, attending to various matters. By now, the sky had begun to brighten. The time had reached the early hours of the morning. As the sun gradually emerged, the gloom in the sky dissipated considerably, and the fierce winds and snow lessened significantly. The previously frigid environment now bore a hint of warmth. The little creatures still in slumber began to awaken, roused by the gentle rays of sunlight. Xiao Bai, Xiao Shui, please take these little ones back. We will devise a way to reunite them with their parents later. Understood, Lord Bingdi. The Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai nodded, carefully allowing the young soul beasts to climb onto their bodies and gently guiding them away. After witnessing their departure, Bing Di sighed in relief and approached Shui Di. Standing beside her, "Outsider, what is your name?" "I am Rimuru, the Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire." Rimuru placed his hands on his hips, presenting a rather self-assured stance towards Bing Di and Shui Di. While explaining soul spirits, he also took the opportunity to elaborate on the Soul Beast Empire. Shui Di remained deep in thought. Having spent countless years in the core region of the extreme north, the farthest she had ventured was merely the frozen forest. Thus, Bing Di possessed a more extensive understanding of the outside world. Nonetheless, even she was entirely unaware of what the Soul Beast Empire truly entailed. The information they had gathered about the human world was woefully outdated. This was akin to the state of the Stardow Forest before the establishment of the Soul Beast Empire. Soul Beasts had relied solely on luck and eavesdropping to acquire information, which had led to their exploitation by humans. It seems we have truly lagged behind for far too long. The short lifespan of humans results in frequent changes. However, will the establishment of the Soul Beast Empire in the Stardow Forest not provoke any dissent from humans? Bingadi inquired. Rimuru shook his head and explained, "They will certainly have objections, but due to their vested interests and wariness of our strength, even if they do, they will not voice it openly. Moreover, the development of the Soul Beast Empire has remained relatively stable. So would you be willing to join our Soul Beast Empire?" Rimuru was forthright about his intentions. His purpose for being here was to recruit the two dominators of the extreme north. Once they nodded in agreement, everything would become easier to negotiate. However, Bing Di was indecisive and could only turn her gaze towards Shui Di. "What would you do if we agree or disagree?" Shui Di suddenly asked. Rimuru was momentarily taken aback before he managed a wry smile. "I merely came to inquire, not to coerce. So it matters little whether you agree or not. However, I will strive to maintain a good relationship with you, as we soul beasts have long been oppressed by humans. Should we fail to unite, who knows how many of us soul beasts will remain after a millennium or 10,000 years. Therefore, my development of soul spirits is also for the benefit of soul beasts. Once soul spirits become prevalent, humans will have to consider our feelings when seeking to acquire soul rings." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Shui Di fell silent once more. Bing Di glanced at her own hands and then at Rimuru's form, ultimately arriving at a bold decision. "Lady Rimuru, may I touch your body?" Upon hearing this, Rimuru was somewhat perplexed but nodded in agreement. "No problem, but please be aware that I am male, not female. I did not correct you earlier, but I ask you to take note now." Bing Di was slightly taken aback by Rimuru's response, but nodded. She stepped forward and firmly squeezed Rimuru's face and various parts of his body. This action left Rimuru somewhat bewildered, yet he did not resist. However, Bing Di's peculiar behavior incited envy and jealousy in Bibi Dong, who wished she could be the one to touch him. The sensation of genuine human skin was completely different from her own mimetic form and Shui Di's elemental incarnation. "Mr. Rimuru, what exactly are you?" Chapter 115. Entering the extreme north, how can you insult others? Rimuru rolled his eyes and replied, "I am, of course, a soul beast, but one of my abilities allows me to transform between human and soul beast forms. Therefore, you need not be surprised. This is my unique skill, one that you cannot replicate." Rimuru said this with a hint of pride. "Mind your demeanor. The King of Wisdom suddenly interjected, catching Rimuru off guard and nearly causing him to twist his back. Are you all right? Bing Di observed Rimuru's exaggerated reaction and instinctively thought she had harmed him. Rimuru quickly waved his hand, diverting the conversation. Let's not discuss me anymore. Let's talk about Bibi Dong's situation. She currently requires a soul beast to become her soul spirit, so I plan to find one nearby that is not far from her deadline. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Bing Di remained silent, while Xue Di raised her head, fixing her gaze intently on Rimuru's eyes. How can you be certain that she will treat the soul beast well? I cannot answer that question, but I can say that once a soul beast becomes a soul spirit, it essentially becomes the second soul of the soul master. If Bibi Dong does not treat it well, the soul beast can choose not to grant her its power. There exists a unique bond between a soul spirit and its soul master. If either party severed that connection, the soul master would be unable to utilize the powers derived from the soul spirit. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that every soul master will treat their soul spirits kindly, but I will endeavor to ensure that both parties occupy an equal position. Thus spoke Rimuru. Xue Di and Bing Di exchanged glances, while Bibi Dong, wearing a solemn expression, stood forward. I cannot promise that I will treat every soul beast equally. After all, I am human, not a soul beast. However, I have been saved by Rimuru numerous times, so the only assurance I can provide is that I will treat the wise soul beasts with equality, especially those willing to become my soul spirits. I will certainly not mistreat them. As a member of the Wuhuan Temple, there are times when I am unable to maintain the corporeal form of my soul spirit. Therefore, I may have to inconvenience my counterpart in this regard. However, in all other aspects, I shall undoubtedly treat them as my friend, Bibi Dong solemnly declared. It appeared as if she had made a firm resolution. Witnessing this scene, Rimuru felt a sense of relief. Although the words of humanity are often untrustworthy, in light of Rimuru's reputation, I can grant you this opportunity, the Snow Empress spoke calmly. This elicited a sense of excitement in Bibi Dong. Lord Snow Empress, could it be that? The Ice Empress expressed her surprise, to which the Snow Empress merely nodded before turning to depart. Follow me. In the extreme northern land, there is a child whose age has just reached 99,999 years. Today was supposed to be the day he would overcome his tribulation and become a 100,000-year soul beast. However, due to insufficient talent, he ultimately failed to break through this barrier and has fallen. His remaining life is less than 10 days. Should this method allow him to survive, I am willing to assist you, the Snow Empress stated indifferently, continuing ahead without regard for those trailing behind. The Ice Empress sighed and then grasped Rimuru's hand. Let us proceed. However, the conditions in the extreme northern land are extremely harsh. If you cannot enter relying solely on your own abilities, I suggest you turn back. The Ice Empress declared resolutely. Her feelings towards humanity had always been lukewarm. Even if the Snow Empress was willing to allow Bibi Dong to obtain a soul spirit, she had her own thoughts. The Ice Empress intended to create difficulties for Bibi Dong, which is why she held Rimuru's hand, preventing him from offering assistance. Rimuru, feeling somewhat helpless, could only give Bibi Dong an encouraging glance, urging her to persevere. Thus, hand in hand, Rimuru and the Ice Empress ventured towards the core of the extreme northern land. Bibi Dong, observing the scene, felt a twinge of jealousy. She admitted to feeling envious. However, what could she do? She could only follow for the time being. And so, they soon arrived at the core of the extreme northern land. It was exactly as Rimuru had surmised. The entire region was completely blanketed in ice and snow. The thickness of the snow here was even more exaggerated than in the frozen forest outside. The temperature was several times lower than that outside as well. Detected extreme cold temperature, extreme cold immunity acquired. Signed in with the Ice Empress successfully, soul power received a slight enhancement. Ice attribute attack potency increased. The voices of the King of Wisdom and the signing system echoed simultaneously. However, the abilities gained were not particularly formidable. Rimuru found himself increasingly curious about the powers he would acquire upon signing in with the Snow Empress. Yet, he had yet to have the opportunity to shake hands with her, necessitating a wait. Subsequently, Rimuru turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, who was trudging through the extreme northern land. He felt a pang of sympathy for her. At present, Bibi Dong was covered in frost, clad only in a somewhat tattered windbreaker for warmth in this heavy snow. Nevertheless, her formidable soul power could still withstand the cold. However, soul power is ultimately finite. If Bibi Dong were to maintain her current state without rest for several days, she might truly perish here. Fortunately, she had not yet reached her limit, so Rimuru chose to leave her be for the time being, considering it a form of empowerment for her. After all, the extreme northern land is a place that can temper one's will and spirit, provided one can survive to leave. However, Bibi Dong's performance did surprise the Ice Empress. She had seen many humans attempting to enter the extreme northern land, including several titled Douluos and even super Douluos. Yet, even the super Douluos would quickly leave upon entering, fully aware that in such an environment, soul power is constantly consumed. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the biting cold. Compared to this place, the frozen forest seemed quite temperate. For this reason, humanity has always been unable to approach the extreme northern land even a step. Such a harsh environment is not something the average person can endure. Yet, Rimuru's seemingly effortless demeanor astonished both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. They understood that even Tian would need to expend soul power to dispel the chill here. Yet Rimuru appeared unaffected, as if he were a native soul beast of this land. This display prompted the Ice Empress to voice her curiosity once more. Rimuru, what exactly are you? When you speak, I can't help but feel as if I am being insulted, Rimuru replied with a sidelong glance at the Ice Empress. What I can tell you is that my abilities can adapt to any environment. Whether faced with scorching heat or extreme cold, my body can adjust perfectly. So, please refrain from looking at me like that. It is something you will never learn. What an exaggerated race you belong to. I find myself curious. Does your race have any natural enemies? With such an invincible ability to adapt to environments, one would think you could survive anywhere, the Ice Empress mused, lightly touching her arm and letting out a sigh. She, too, was affected by the environment, which resulted in her skin taking on an unhealthy pallor. Rimuru chose not to elaborate on this, as his race did not exist in this world. We have arrived. Follow me inside. Just then, the Snow Empress spoke, leading them into a circular valley blanketed in snow and ice. Towering icebergs surrounded the area, creating a magnificent and grand sight. The temperature here was even colder than when they first entered the extreme northern land. Bibi Dong felt this more acutely than anyone. Were it not for her strong soul power, she would have long since been frozen solid. Lord Snow Empress, what brings you here? As the voice emerged, the group noticed a large, fluffy white spider, covered in ice and snow, appearing before them. This spider was entirely snow white, save for its abdomen and legs, with even its eyes crystalline and pure, reminiscent of fine glass. The creature measured at least 4 meters in length and width, yet when it lay down, its overall height appeared to be just over 1 meter. Rimuru sensed a faint life force emanating from the spider. It had but a few days left to live. The passage of this vital force is irreversible. Evenly Mulu cannot extend its life through external means unless it is consumed. Moreover, the age of this spirit beast aligns with what the Snow Empress has stated. It is a 9,000-year-old spirit beast, on the verge of breaking through to the coveted 10,000 years. It is a pity that this somewhat wilted spirit beast ultimately collapsed at the threshold of its final evolution. 4 spirit beasts, reaching 10,000 years, represents a significant milestone. Each spirit beast that ascends to this age must confront a choice: to transform into a human or to endure 1,000 years and face the impending calamity. The first option is relatively benign, but the second presents considerable challenges. To transcend this limitation, a spirit beast must engage in relentless cultivation and, when its essence reaches its zenith, choose to undergo the tribulation. Failure, however, results in immediate demise. Were it not for the assistance of the Snow Empress, who weakened the spider's innate power and interrupted the lightning tribulation in time, it would have perished long ago. Yet even so, its days are numbered, as its injuries are too severe for evenly Mulu to remedy. Thus, life for spirit beasts in this world is exceedingly arduous. Child, refrain from speaking. Each word you utter accelerates the passage of your life. Just listen peacefully. After a moment, we will pose a few questions to you. If you consent, merely nod. The snow-white spider nodded in understanding. However, this talking spirit beast surprised beast.Existing. A spirit beast of 10,000 years can indeed speak. This is no ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. It has fallen to this state after failing its tribulation at the 10,000-year mark, resulting in a significant loss of power. It is, therefore, entirely normal for it to possess the ability to speak, and certain 10,000-year spirit beasts with unique bloodlines can communicate. For instance, the Titan giant ape of the Stardew Forest, also a 10,000-year spirit beast with a special lineage. Although the Spirit Hall possesses extensive records on numerous spirit beasts, including those exceeding 10,000 years and even reaching 1,000,000 years, the descriptions within these records are often superficial, merely outlining their characteristics and strengths without delving into intricate details. This information was gleaned by Li Mulu during his previous explorations with beast.Existing within the Spirit Hall. It is undeniable that in the realm of spirit beast documentation, the Spirit Hall is years ahead of the other two empires. Your Excellency, Snow Empress, what shall we do next? Are we to allow it to act freely? Will we truly permit this child to become a human's soul ring? The Ice Emperor hesitated. Although Li Mulu harbors no ill intentions, the concept of a soul spirit is profoundly beneficial for these dying spirit beasts. However, the notion of a spirit beast assisting a human is somewhat difficult for the Ice Emperor to accept. The Snow Empress, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She merely nodded silently and reached out to touch the soft fur atop the white spider's head. Child, do you wish to survive? The spider nodded, genuinely desiring to live, its eyes brimming with pleading. Yet, that expression soon dimmed, for it understood that its life was all but extinguished. Child, I offer you a chance to live. However, the consequence of this act is that you must forsake your physical form and become the soul ring of that human. I do not imply that you must willingly sacrifice yourself. Rather, it is an alternative means for your soul to persist. Thus, you will exist as a soul spirit within that human, merging with her essence. Upon hearing the Snow Empress's words, the white spider hesitated. Unfamiliar with the concept of a soul spirit, it dared not hastily accept the opportunity. Subsequently, the Snow Empress exchanged a glance with Li Mulu and stepped aside to allow him to explain. Li Mulu wasted no time, succinctly conveying the concept of a soul spirit to the spider. Now, it awaited the spider's decision. Moments later, the white spider suddenly shuddered, shaking off the white snowflakes clinging to it, and with great effort, it stood upright. Once fully erect, it reached a height of over 3 meters, appearing remarkably majestic. However, compared to the previous Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai, it still fell short by several tiers. Though I do not fully understand what a soul spirit is, I wish to live, so please assist me. The white spider gazed intently at Li Mulu with its bright, expressive eyes. In response, Li Mulu nodded solemnly, then seized the Snow Empress's icy wrist, revealing a smile. Signing with the Snow Empress is successful. The second martial soul has acquired the 7th soul skill, True Martial Soul. With the added soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Mulu's spirits lifted considerably. Your Excellency, Snow Empress, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Should you require my help in the future, feel free to ask, as long as it is within my capacity to assist. Li Mulu expressed, while beast.Existing, observing from the side, felt moved. However, the Snow Empress coldly withdrew her arm. In the extreme north, there is currently no need for your assistance. You should focus on the task at hand. I wish to witness how a soul spirit is born. Chapter 117. beast.Existing's Anomaly. Are we all prepared? I am about to commence. Li Mulu briefly inquired of beast.Existing and the imposing white spider before them. Both nodded in unison and sat face to face. beast.Existing first unleashed her second martial soul, while simultaneously releasing all of her soul power. In addition, she retrieved the 10,000-year ice essence, placing it upon her lap. The frigid touch made her shiver involuntarily. She undertook this action at Li Mulu's behest. Seizing this opportunity, Bibi Dong could fully integrate the 10,000-year ice essence into her being, enhancing her soul power. If fortune smiled upon her, it might even elevate the age and quality of the soul spirit. The white spider pondered briefly before obeying Li Mulu's directive and began the sacrificial process. The standard procedure unfolded before Li Mulu's eyes. Even without relying on the King of Wisdom, he could effortlessly facilitate the fusion of their souls. However, to allow the King of Wisdom to gather data, Li Mulu chose to relinquish control of his body to it. As the white spider's sacrifice commenced, the surrounding blizzard abruptly ceased. A surge of immense soul power surged from the depths of the spider's soul. The 10,000-year ice essence melded into both Bibi Dong's and the spider's souls. While the blizzard had halted, the chill in the air intensified, causing thick frost to accumulate upon Bibi Dong's form. Even the windbreaker gifted to her by Li Mulu was entirely frozen. Under the influence of the extreme cold, the garment began to crack due to the turbulence of soul power. With the completion of the spider's sacrifice, Bibi Dong's windbreaker disintegrated entirely, revealing her flawless physique. Even the garments adorning her form exhibited signs of gradual disintegration. Witnessing this scene, the Snow Empress, with great understanding, conjured a blizzard to envelop her body. The wise king, who commanded the form of Rimuru, successfully fused their souls into one. Thus, a new spirit was born. However, Bai Dong remained with her eyes tightly shut. Her body became cloaked in a dense layer of snow-white fluff, completely enveloping her. Additionally, a snow-white spider slowly emerged from Bai Dong's shoulder. This diminutive arachnid, no larger than a hand, bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous spider. Yet, neither spoke, instead becoming entranced in a mysterious state. As the fluff on Bai Dong increased, it soon encompassed her entirely, forming a massive, pure white egg. Was this a normal phenomenon for a spirit's birth? The Snow Empress inquired with a hint of perplexity, yet Rimuru, having regained control of his body, shook his head. Transforming into his slime form, he leaped atop the giant egg for observation. This was not a typical occurrence. The previously born spirits had not exhibited such phenomena. Thus, I remain uncertain about the situation. Yet I can affirm that a spirit has indeed been born, Rimuru articulated, subsequently seeking insight from the wise king. He too desired clarity on this matter. Wise king, is this phenomenon normal? Will it have any adverse effects? The reply came. This is classified as an abnormal mutation. However, it will not adversely affect the spirit or the spirit master. By the way, how does such a phenomenon arise? Why has it not occurred before? The answer followed. This phenomenon is a rare event, requiring both the spirit master and spirit to possess significant strength, with a minimal disparity in power, and both must be on the brink of a breakthrough. Furthermore, it necessitates specific rare treasures to enhance soul power, and the attributes of both must be remarkably similar, reaching a compatibility of 90% to induce such a mutation. Data indicates that the likelihood of a mutation occurring during the birth of a spirit is less than 1%. Remarkably, this marks the second mutated spirit encountered. Moreover, this time, even the spirit master has undergone mutation. Such a rare event has befallen Bai Dong. One might wonder if she is indeed favored by fortune. This left the less fortunate Rimuru feeling a tinge of envy. Nevertheless, this presents a turning point for Bai Dong, as both of her martial souls are imbued with a heavy aura of death. Should this mutation diminish that ominous presence, it would be nothing short of perfect. Speaking of which, will she need to remain here for an extended period? The answer, it is indeterminate. It depends on the strength of her mental fortitude. The stronger her spirit, the longer her slumber will be. It appears Bai Dong will need a rest for a while. Rimuru sighed, then shifted his gaze back to the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Let us now discuss our matters. I am eager to discern your stance on my spirit beast empire. Should you agree to join, all will be well. If not, I would like to understand your reasons for refusal. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the Ice Emperor blinked, redirecting her gaze towards the Snow Empress. She was genuinely intrigued by the spirit beast empire, but more so, she found Rimuru captivating. However, this decision was not solely hers to make. It ultimately depended on the Snow Empress's response. After a moment of silence, the Snow Empress finally closed her eyes. I regret to inform you that I cannot provide an answer to this matter at present, as I only hear your words. I cannot discern the future path of the Spirit Beast Empire. However, I do have a proposition. While I cannot lead all the Spirit Beasts of the extreme north to join your empire, I would be willing to befriend you. Should the day arise when we both require assistance, we would have each other to rely on. After much contemplation, the Snow Empress offered this response. Rimuru nodded, feeling no disappointment. He had anticipated this reply. As the strongest sovereign of the extreme north, the Snow Empress would naturally be reluctant to submit to another. Even within the Spirit Beast Empire, Ditian had only joined out of respect for Guyuna. Therefore, the Snow Empress's willingness to engage in dialogue with Rimuru was already a positive response. It was acceptable not to join for now, as long as they maintained a friendship. However, it seems I may be required to stay here for a while. With this, Rimuru pointed helplessly at the fluffy gray-white egg behind him. No worries. You may remain here, and I shall treat you well. However, I hope you're prepared. Prepared? For what? Rimuru inquired, puzzled by the Snow Empress's words. A smile, the first of its kind since her arrival, graced the Snow Empress's face. The extreme cold storm is imminent, and there are no barriers in the extreme north. Thus, you must swiftly find a cavern to shield yourself from the blizzard, taking that human with you. Otherwise, she will surely perish. Chapter 118. The favor of the Ice Emperor. The extreme cold storm is a phenomenon unique to the extreme north, occurring approximately once a month. This is a tempest, transcending conventional cold, formed by the convergence of frigid air currents. Each time, its intensity varies. This storm is not merely a blizzard. It is infused with traces of soul power. Even a super Douluo, without prior preparation, risks injury in such a tempest. Not to mention Bai Dong, currently in slumber, entirely unprotected. Should she be struck by the extreme cold storm, she would, as the Snow Empress stated, instantly transform into a beautiful ice sculpture. Furthermore, this storm cannot be resisted through the aid of others. The spirit beasts of the extreme north, having adapted over the years, have developed means to combat it. Yet humans are different. The physiological structure of humans dictates that, without protection, survival in such an extreme cold environment is impossible. Hence, Rimuru must find a refuge to place the giant egg of Bai Dong, shielding it from the impending storm. As for Rimuru himself, he is unconcerned. With his strength, he could endure the onslaught without issue. Subsequently, Rimuru began constructing an ice house. A cavern simply did not suit his status. An ice house would be far more comfortable. Observing this, the Snow Empress said nothing, silently departing. The Ice Emperor remained, idly watching Rimuru. As a spirit beast, the Ice Emperor was accustomed to residing in caverns beneath layers of ice and snow, similar to the Snow Empress's abode. Even in the Stardow Forest, when Rimuru had not constructed those dwellings, the spirit beasts dwelled in caves or directly in the open. Thus, Rimuru's creation of an ice house piqued the Ice Emperor's curiosity. Rimuru, is this creation of yours truly useful? Observing the immense ice house that emerged from nothingness in just a single morning sparked some curiosity in the Ice Emperor, who then reached out to touch it. The surface felt remarkably smooth and exceedingly hard. More importantly, this structure was not as frigid as it appeared. Of course, it serves a purpose, and this is no ordinary ice house. Given my uncertainty about the magnitude of the extreme cold storm, I constructed it at a conventional scale of 5 times larger. Thus, it is even sturdier than ordinary steel, with exceptional sealing properties. Once the door is closed and a flame ignited inside, no matter how bitterly cold it is outside, the interior will remain unaffected. Rimuru placed his hands on his hips, displaying a proud smile. Science? What is that? The Ice Emperor questioned, perplexed. Rimuru chuckled mischievously and theatrically opened the door to the ice house, gesturing invitingly. Please, allow me to demonstrate to you what science truly is. Intrigued by Rimuru's invitation, the Ice Emperor stepped inside. After seeing her enter, Rimuru casually dragged the egg of BB Dong into the ice house, not forgetting to close the door behind him. To their astonishment, the temperature inside the structure, crafted entirely from ice and snow, was surprisingly warmer than outside. having inhabited the extreme northern lands for 300,000 years. The Ice Emperor possessed an acute sensitivity to temperature. Even the slightest fluctuation was immediately perceptible to her. Although a chill still lingered within the ice house, she could discern that it was significantly warmer than the frigid conditions outside. Just wait and see. Remor beamed again and released a fire elemental at a previously designated spot. In an instant, a blaze erupted, illuminating the dark surroundings completely. However, this act startled the Ice Emperor. Are you certain that the flames will not melt this ice house? I am certain, for this is the essence of science. Remor continued to stand proudly with his hands on his hips, which only deepened the Ice Emperor's confusion. Pray, enlighten me on what science truly is. Remor replied, I cannot explain it, but what you see before you is science. Moreover, many aspects of human life are imbued with the essence of science. For instance, consider the soul, guiding devices, and various small objects. As he spoke, Remor began to showcase his wares, producing a small light bulb, among others. In addition, items such as soap, toiletries, and even everyday products usable by both soul beasts and humans were displayed. Initially, the Ice Emperor showed little interest in these objects, but soon she discovered that they were quite delightful to use. Although the forms of most soul beasts were not compatible, the items presented by Remor in human form were entirely usable, with remarkably simple methods of application. This brought her immense joy, and before she knew it, she had spent the entire afternoon experimenting with them. As evening approached, weariness overtook her, and she lay upon the ice bed, which was already adorned with a layer of cushioning. This brought her great comfort. While she had experienced human mattresses before, none had ever felt so soft and plush. Did you create all of these? The Ice Emperor inquired, blinking curiously. Remor smiled slightly and explained, these are the collective achievements of our soul beast empire. Regrettably, most of our developments were tailored to cater to human markets. However, some items like this soft mattress and this electric light can be utilized by non-humans as well. Upon hearing Remor's words, the Ice Emperor felt a long-forgotten excitement and curiosity surge within her. I wonder what thoughts reside in your mind, Remor. Should I express my intention to venture into the human realm? Would you assist me? As her words lingered in the air, the entire ice house trembled slightly. A howling wind echoed at the entrance, and a cold draft crept through the door's crack, only to be swiftly neutralized by the warmth within. The extreme cold storm had arrived. Yet for the two beings and one egg inside the ice house, it posed no threat. So, Ice Emperor, what are your plans? You must understand that entering the human world requires the transformation into human form. I am well aware of that. So I wish to know how you achieve the ability to freely shift between human and soul beast. The Ice Emperor gazed intently at Remor, who sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. As I mentioned, this is a talent inherent to my species, and I cannot assist you. However, if you wish to transform into a human, I can help you. Besides being the Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire, I am also the honorary dean of the Tiando Royal Academy. Furthermore, a trade agreement has been established between the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiando Empire. If you intend to enter the human world, I can facilitate your enrollment. After all, there are currently several soul beasts that have successfully transformed into humans and are studying there. However, you must consider this carefully, as not every soul beast is suitable for transformation into human form. Chapter 119. The Awakened BB Dong. Ah, how comfortable. A newly awakened slime felt something soft beneath its body. Realizing this, Remor looked down and was met with a startling sight, almost breaking into an impromptu dance. What in the world? Shock was written all over Remor's face, with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. BB Dong had hatched from her enormous egg and lay completely exposed upon Remor's bed. For convenience, Remor had placed the egg on his bed, cradling it while he slept. A month had passed without any signs of awakening. Yet, he never anticipated that upon waking today, she would emerge. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Remor quickly retrieved some clothing to cover BB Dong. Wisdom King, please check BB Dong's condition and see if there is anything unusual. The response came. There are no abnormalities. Her soul power fluctuations and mental state are stable, with only a slightly elevated heartbeat. Hearing the Wisdom King's reply, Remor breathed a sigh of relief and flew into the air to observe Dong closely. Now, Dong appeared to have a fairer complexion, her skin smoother and more radiant than before. Typically, merging with a soul spirit would not yield such changes. This must be a benefit of her mutation. Additionally, Dong's soul power had reached level 96, making her a qualified super Douluo. In merely a month's time, she had ascended to the remarkable level of 96. Limulu was at a loss as to how this was achieved. However, based on the fluctuations of the other party's soul power, it was estimated that before long, she would ascend yet again. The talent of humanity is indeed extraordinary. As a former soul beast, I could scarcely fathom the rapid pace at which humans cultivate. While Limula meticulously observed Dong, a delicate and melodious voice emerged from within Dong's form. Subsequently, Limulu beheld a diminutive figure, no larger than a palm, yet possessing an alluring silhouette. Clad in a flowing white dress and white-booted shoes, her hair cascaded down to her waist in purest white. Her skin, as fair as snow, and her crystalline pupils were truly breathtaking. However, Limula noticed a multitude of eyes hidden within her orifices. These were the compound eyes of a spider. Yet, due to her transformation into human form, all these eyes were concealed within her two main pupils. Are you a soul spirit? But were you not a spider? Why have you suddenly taken on this form? Limulu queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. The spider smiled faintly before settling cross-legged upon Dong's forehead, ready to elucidate. This is due to the influence of the 10,000-year ice essence. After I became a soul spirit, I merged completely with Dong. However, the 10,000-year ice essence is not easily digested, and since both of us underwent a simultaneous transformation, it has allowed me to absorb its power. Thus, I have inexplicably assumed this appearance. Truth be told, embodying a human form is indeed far more convenient. Nodding in understanding, Limulu remarked, "So, you have returned to the ranks of 10,000 years?" "Not quite. My soul power still remains at only 99,999 years, the spider sighed in response. Due to my failed tribulation, the power I can provide is limited. Dong's second martial soul has only acquired 3 10,000-year soul rings. Yet in terms of age, none can surpass me as a 10,000-year soul beast. After all, I was once a 10,000-year soul myself. That carries some weight." The spider's expression grew melancholic as she spoke. "By the way, when did you awaken? Why did you not rouse me?" Limulu inquired again, observing the spider play with Dong's bangs, her face filled with helplessness. "We woke last night. I had intended to awaken you, but Dong expressed a desire not to disturb your rest. She then simply lay her head on you and fell asleep. Humans are truly peculiar. She started off resting her head on you, yet during her slumber, she ended up hugging you tightly and tossing about. I simply cannot comprehend it." Limulu felt her cheeks flush at the spider's words. "Ahem, some matters are better left unexplored. It is unnecessary. However, after sleeping so long, how could Dong still be so soundly asleep? Is she a pig?" Limulu mused, shaking her head, then extending her tendrils to rest upon Dong. In the next moment, a sharp chill coursed through Dong, causing her to stiffen and tremble awake. "What is happening? Why is it suddenly so cold?" Dong exclaimed, hastily grabbing her clothing to shield herself. The spider, who had been perched on her forehead, was launched from her position by Dong's sudden movement, colliding with the icy wall with a resounding thud, leaving her dazed. "Dong, are you rebelling against me?" The spider scolded, regaining her footing and playfully kicking at Dong's abdomen. Unfortunately, the action lacked any intimidation and instead highlighted her adorableness. Dong merely smiled gently, cradling the spider and placing her upon her shoulder. "Do not be angry, Xiaolu. I did not mean to. That sudden chill was quite shocking. I thought I might freeze solid. Oomph. Since you say so, I shall forgive you, but do not take it upon yourself to name me. Xiaolu is truly an unappealing name. Xiaolu, you simply need to get accustomed to it. Once you do, it will no longer sound unpleasant," Limulu replied, her expression amused at the spider's protest. Dong then turned her gaze towards Limulu, and the two exchanged a lingering glance that rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Dong was uncertain of what to say, while Limulu found herself unsure where to direct her gaze. "Could you please put on some clothes?" Thank you, Limulu. They both interjected in an attempt to ease the tension, only to find it exacerbated. I shall take a brief stroll outside. You rest well here. I will return shortly, Limula declared, hastily exiting. Bibi Dong, witnessing this, could not help but smile. She is becoming increasingly adorable. Chapter 120. The Ice Empress's choice in the midst of a wintry landscape. A blue slime trudged valiantly against the howling blizzard. The relentless storm obscured the slime, yet it continued to wriggle forward. This inspiring scene captured the attention of two beautiful women, each adorned with distinct expressions. One bore an air of indifference, as if devoid of emotion, while the other wore a teasing smile. Limulu, why not simply fly over? You always emerge so drenched. You truly look quite pitiful. Hee hee. You do not understand. Flying over is far too mundane. This is much more entertaining. The entertainment options in the extreme north are so scarce. If I do not seek out some amusement myself, I might succumb to melancholy, Limulu explained, voicing sentiments the Ice Empress and Snow Empress could not grasp, as she arrived at their abode and shook off the water clinging to her form. Speaking of which, Ice Empress, it has been a month. Have you made your decision? Bibi Dong has awakened, and her fusion with the soul spirit is seamless. Moreover, the soul spirit has transformed into a human form due to the anomaly. It would be wise to decide promptly, as we cannot remain in the extreme north indefinitely. They have awakened. The Ice Empress expressed surprise, while even the Snow Empress furrowed her brow. You two converse. Regardless of the choice you make, Ice Empress, I shall support you. However, I intend to check on them first to assess their physical condition. With that, the Snow Empress elementalized and drifted away, being an elemental spirit of ice. She lacked a physical form. Her essence was the ice element itself, making her ability to elementalize as effortless as walking for a human. Ice Empress, after a month of contemplation, it is time for you to provide me with an answer. If you agree to transform, I can assist you immediately and arrange for your enrollment without delay. However, should you decline, while I can still take you to the Qingdou Great Forest or the Trade Village, you may find yourself isolated from many humans, only interacting with other soul beasts at most. Upon hearing Limulu's words, the Ice Empress hesitated, uncertain of the best course of action. Yet she did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. With the next calamity looming merely a few tens of thousands of years away, she could not guarantee her ability to overcome this threshold. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. Regardless of her indecision, she had to make a choice. After a moment of silence, she ultimately transformed into her true form, slowly approaching Limulu. I choose to transform. Are you certain? This choice is irreversible. You must think it through. I have contemplated it thoroughly. As a soul beast, I have existed for far too long, and I can see the end clearly ahead. I am weary of this existence. Thus, I wish to experience a different life, and with you by my side, I trust you will take good care of me. The Ice Empress now held great trust in Limulu. This trust was not merely due to Limulu's beauty, but rather because during the past month, Limulu had been of immense help to both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. The batch of soul beast cubs that had been captured was returned to their homes with Limulu's assistance. Although most of those soul beasts who had lost their young lacked wisdom, they exhibited profound tenderness towards their offspring. After all, in such an extreme environment, every life is exceedingly precious. Therefore, the Ice Empress was reluctant to part with the soul beasts. She even harbored concerns that her departure might incite human aggression, as she was one of the dominators, second only to the Snow Empress. After a brief silence, she resolutely made her choice, using her pincers to place Limulu upon herself. I have made my decision. No matter what happens next, I shall not regret it. And with you here, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will be there to support me. Do you truly trust me so? Upon hearing the Ice Empress's voice, Limulu sighed helplessly. The Ice Empress remained silent, calmly releasing her soul power and beginning her transformation right there. Witnessing this, Limulu said nothing but quietly stepped aside, waiting silently. As the Ice Empress's soul power intensified, her form became increasingly diminutive. Moreover, the shell characteristic of soul beasts gradually began to shed, The iconic pincers and tail had entirely vanished, leaving only a torso behind. All of her soul power was now continuously condensing, compressing, and reorganizing within this torso. After approximately half a day, without any warning, the ongoing soul power simply vanished. Limulu understood that the transformation had succeeded. All of the soul power was now securely locked within the Ice Empress's body, and the shell left behind in her soul beast form had become extremely withered, fragile as paper, and easily torn apart. At that moment, a pair of delicate, fair arms broke through the outer membrane, ruthlessly tearing it apart. Before Limulu appeared a petite girl, standing at less than 1 meter tall. She wore a jade green gown, her dark green hair cascading freely behind her, trailing on the ground. Additionally, her eyes sparkled with a faint green light, radiating an extraordinary beauty. Her appearance bore little difference from the human form she had previously simulated as a soul beast. She had merely transitioned from a young woman into a young girl. Indeed, she was adorably youthful. Limulu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated that the Ice Empress would be exceptionally beautiful and charming after her transformation, but even with this expectation, he was still taken aback by the reality. "Mind your expression," the voice of the King of Wisdom suddenly echoed. Limulu shuddered, quickly wiping away the non-existent drool, then extended his tentacles to wrap around her, examining her body. The Ice Empress did not resist as Limulu's tentacles encircled her. However, she felt that Limulu's gaze was rather peculiar. Fortunately, Limulu did not engage in any inappropriate actions, merely conducting a brief examination before retracting his appendages. Her physical condition was flawless, possessing innate full soul power and limitless potential. Congratulations, Ice Empress, you have successfully become human. However, if you truly wish to integrate into human society, you will require a human name. I propose you be called Xiao Bing or Bing Bing. It suits your essence rather well. Xiao Bing? Bing Bing? What sort of names are those? They sound dreadful. The Ice Empress pouted in dissatisfaction. Limulu, smiling, leaped into her embrace. A name is merely a designation, and Bing Bing is quite delightful. He spoke while relishing the icy, refreshing sensation emanating from the Ice Empress, an experience no one else had ever provided him. He felt as if both his heart and body were imbued with an exquisite chill, immensely pleasurable. While stroking Limulu, the Ice Empress began to ponder the matter. However, her limited vocabulary as a soul beast made it difficult for her to decide. After much contemplation, she ultimately opted to retain her original name. In that case, I shall simply be called Bing, as it sounds straightforward and pleasant. What do you think? That works perfectly. Your happiness is what matters. Limulu casually nodded. Once he had amused himself enough, he finally jumped down from the Ice Empress and transformed into human form. However, before that, you must first awaken your martial soul and enhance your power to facilitate your enrollment. I understand. The Ice Empress nodded, then sat cross-legged, emanating a chilling soul power. In the next instant, her true form, the Bing by Di Huang Scorpion, materialized behind her. This was her martial soul, a supreme, ice martial soul. Upon the awakening of this martial soul, everything around her was instantly cloaked in frost. A yellow soul ring slowly rose around the Ice Empress. At this time, the phantom of the Bing by Di Huang Scorpion gradually faded, yet the yellow soul ring did not dissipate. Subsequently, the Ice Empress's soul power broke through the 10th level barrier and began to soar upward. When her soul power reached the threshold of the 19th level, it finally stabilized. Having just transformed into a human and already reaching the 19th level, she truly lived up to her reputation as one of the dominators of the extreme north. Especially after taking on a human form, this innate gift has obliterated over 90% of the world's population. Even those esteemed as geniuses among humanity cannot compare to such an extraordinary talent. Limulu lavishly praised the other party. Although he had encountered Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu, both of whom began their journey with innate soul power at level 20, one relying on spiritual entities and the other on a natural bloodline advantage. The Ice Empress could not be equated with them. However, in comparison to others, the Ice Empress's talent is undeniably impeccable. It is noteworthy that even by G and ZG, upon transforming, only reached level 18, and it took them 3 to 4 months of training to attain level 19. Thus, it is evident that the Ice Empress's abilities are exceptionally formidable. Even without transforming into a human, she possesses a high probability of cultivating to over 500,000 years, perhaps even achieving semi-divine status. As for the Tianming Bing Can, a million-year soul beast, having trained for a year, it still has not reached level 20. This cannot be deemed failure. Rather, it speaks to its profound laziness. After all, others can train tirelessly throughout the day, while it requires half a day's rest after merely an hour of training. Is this the sensation of human cultivation? It truly is rather peculiar. Moreover, the methods of human cultivation are entirely distinct from those of soul beasts. I shall need some time to acclimatize before I can leave the extreme north. As she spoke, the Ice Empress rose once more and began to admire her form upon the icy surface. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she pinched her own arm with considerable force. The fair, snow-like skin turned red under her own grasp. Although the Ice Empress felt a twinge of pain, she could not help but smile. It stings a bit, yet I am so exhilarated. Limulu, perplexed, couldn't fathom her reasoning for pinching herself. More importantly, after doing so, she displayed an expression of excitement that sent a chill down Limulu's spine. Although I cannot comprehend your words, I have a nagging feeling that you may have misunderstood something. The Ice Empress turned back, offering Limulu a sweet smile as she explained, I am merely experimenting with my sense of touch. Originally, the human form I simulated lacked such sensations, which piqued my curiosity. However, it appears that the human body is indeed excessively sensitive. A moment's inattention can lead to pain and stimulation. I must exercise caution and avoid behaving as I did before. With an exclamation of how cold. Suddenly, the Ice Empress began to shiver. Her once rosy cheeks had transformed into a pallid white. A cold wave swept through, and the howling winds brought forth a blizzard. Snowflakes fell upon the Ice Empress, continually robbing her of warmth. My dear Bing Bing, you must be careful now that you have taken on a human form. Do not act with the mindset of a soul beast, particularly in this situation, were it not for your original form's remarkable cold resistance. You would have already turned into an ice statue. As Limulu spoke, she infused her fire element's soul power into the Ice Empress's body to warm her. So this is the cold that humans perceive? It is truly exaggerated, akin to facing death itself. The Ice Empress continued to tremble. Limulu sighed, and without waiting for the Ice Empress to react, she swiftly scooped her up in her arms. Hey, Limulu, what are you doing? Put me down. Enough of this. I am taking you to the ice house, where it is far warmer. As Limulu spoke, she flew rapidly toward the ice house. Although the Ice Empress struggled a bit, she ultimately relinquished her resistance, experiencing warmth for the first time from another's embrace. It felt utterly wondrous, restoring her body's rosy hue. Is this the sensation of being human? It is indeed quite strange. What are you saying? Limulu looked at the Ice Empress with bewilderment, but the Ice Empress closed her eyes and fell asleep unguarded. Witnessing this scene, Limulu couldn't help but chuckle, then slowed her pace, gently carrying her toward the ice house. Yet, as Limulu burst through the door, she encountered a bizarre sight. At that moment, Bai Dong lay on the bed, her hands firmly pinned to the headboard by Shuedi's right hand, while her legs were completely immobilized. Conversely, Shuedi had one hand on Bai Dong's abdomen and the other pressing down on her hands, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity. Limulu, with the Ice Empress in her arms, caught their attention. Noticing Bai Dong's plea for help and Shuedi's frosty demeanor, Limulu involuntarily shivered. You may continue. I shall return shortly. Chapter 122. Hear my defense. Shuedi sat before Limulu with an air of calmness, as if nothing had transpired moments before, without providing any explanation. However, her gaze toward the petite Ice Empress held a hint of maternal warmth. So adorable, my little Bing Bing. I have already said, please call me Bing. Do not refer to me as little Bing Bing. The Ice Empress placed her hands on her hips, her tone somewhat haughty. Shuedi smiled and gently ruffled the Ice Empress's hair. Understood, my cute little Bing Bing. Oomph. The Ice Empress could not refute this, for her current appearance was indeed even smaller than before. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, standing aside, was disinterested in the exchange between the Ice Empress and Shuedi. She simply wished to clarify that what had just occurred was purely accidental. Limulu, you must believe me, I truly did nothing. At that moment, she insisted on examining my body, but how could I possibly agree? Thus, she forcibly pinned me down to conduct the examination. Apart from that, we truly did nothing else. Limulu, please trust me. And Xiao Lu can also attest to my innocence. Bibi Nong, in a frenzy, spoke incoherently. Limulu, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered for a moment before shaking her head with a sigh. This only heightened Bai Dong's anxiety. However, Xiao Lu then jumped forth. Perchingon Bibi Dong's shoulder. What do you mean by did nothing? Haven't we already done it all? Xiao Lu, please refrain from causing chaos. Bai Dong felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had anticipated that Xiao Lu would help her clarify, yet instead, she made the situation even more absurd. Limulu's expression was quite entertaining at that moment. But then Xiao Lu spoke again. It was merely an examination of soul power and spiritual condition. What is done is done, and there's no need to deny it. Having just become a soul spirit, Xiao Lu had yet to experience life in the human realm, rendering her thoughts innocent and unblemished. Bai Dong instinctively felt a flicker of anger. However, upon hearing those words, all her fury dissipated. Indeed, Xiao Lu is correct. Once an action is taken, it is done, and there is no shame in acknowledging it. However, as I previously stated, this matter is entirely separate, so Limulu, I implore you not to misunderstand. Bai Dong solemnly lifted Limulu, gazing intently into his eyes. Yet at present, Limulu existed as a plump slime, devoid of the semblance of eyes, leaving Bai Dong uncertain whether she was truly looking into Limulu's eyes or something else entirely. Afim, Bibi Dong, what are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to linger here longer, or shall we return to the Wuhan Palace? Limulu hastily shifted the topic to avert any further awkwardness. Bai Dong pondered briefly before settling down and placing Limulu on her lap. Considering I have been out for over a month, it is indeed time for me to return. If I delay any longer, Qian Dalu will undoubtedly send someone to search for me. To keep our secret from being discovered by the Wuhan Palace, it is best I leave promptly. Must we depart so soon? To be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to leave. Nonetheless, as your spirit, it would certainly be intriguing to accompany you to the human realm. Xiao Lu's expression brimmed with anticipation. Xiao Lu, regarding the situation at the Wuhan Palace, you have seen my memories through my soul. You know what must be done, correct? Rest assured, I am currently nothing more than a soulless puppet without any wisdom. I shall not reveal myself without your consent. However, do not forget, within 1 to 2 months, we must find at least one day for me to emerge and breathe freely. Otherwise, I shall suffocate within the soul ring. Fear not, I will not go back on my word. The communication between Bai Dong and Xiao Lu flowed effortlessly. Their souls had completely merged, granting them access to each other's memories and perceptions. Consequently, they could intuitively sense each other's thoughts in an instant. Moreover, given Bai Dong's experiences bore some resemblance to Xiao Lu's, both were individuals striving desperately to survive and would never hinder one another. Limulu, what do you plan to depart with Bing Bing? The Snow Empress suddenly inquired. Limulu momentarily paused, then turned to Bing Di. That depends on when she manages to break through to the rank of a great spirit master. If all goes well, we may leave within 3 months. So, once Bing Bing becomes a great spirit master, we will depart, correct? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow slightly, while simultaneously ruffling Bing Di's hair and surveying their surroundings. In that case, let me stay with Bing Bing during this time. Your space is ample enough. Having one more person should pose no issue. I do not mind. But Bing Bing, I have repeated this countless times. I'm not Bing Bing. Please call me Bing. Bing Di was nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. She even began to regret transforming into a human. Was it merely to be teased by the Snow Empress and Limulu? Nevertheless, she did not forget to respond to the Snow Empress. I have no objection to you staying with me, Your Excellency, Snow Empress, as we have always been together. However, now that I am in a human form, I would appreciate having a private space. Is that acceptable, Mr. Limulu? That is easily arranged. Wait a moment while I create a room for you. With that, Limu Lu commenced his task. Just then, a powerful wave of soul energy suddenly erupted from outside the extreme north. Limu Lu paused his work to look outside, and the Snow Empress revealed a grave expression. Xiao Shui and Xiao Bai are under attack, and the assailant's strength far exceeds theirs. The Snow Empress was taken aback. However, Bai Dong was even more astonished, as she could sense that this presence belonged to Jin Edo Luo. At the same time, Limu Lu recognized the identity of the intruder. This is bad. Qin Dalu has indeed sent someone to find me. I must leave immediately, or he will inevitably discover my location. With that, Bai Dong quickly adjusted her clothing and hairstyle, deliberately making herself appear more disheveled before dashing out. Limu Lu remained still, focusing on his work. Limu Lu, stay here and watch over Bing Bing while I take a look outside. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Snow Empress transformed into a gust of wind and snow, swiftly departing. Bing Di paced anxiously, then uneasily approached Limu Lu's round form and embraced him. Limu Lu, I'm somewhat concerned about Xiao Bai and Xiao Shui. Do you wish to go? Yes, I wish to go. While you may go for your safety, you must enter first, as your identity cannot be revealed. No sooner had Limu Lu spoken than he opened his large mouth. However, he did not swallow Bing Di directly, but allowed her the choice. Faced with the gaping abyss before her, Bing Di hesitated. However, before Limu Lu could urge her, she steeled herself and entered his body. Chapter 123, Launched at Dawn, officially launched this morning. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my editor for continuously advocating for recommendations on my behalf. Regrettably, my efforts fell short, and I did not secure the recommendation. I am immensely thankful for the support from all my readers, and I appreciate those who have helped correct my typos. Your assistance is invaluable. On this launch day, following the usual procedure, I should sell poorly. Allow me to recount the misfortune that has plagued me over the past 2 months. Last month, my workplace closed down. I have lost count of how many companies I've seen collapse, but it must be at least 8 or 9. And while job hunting in mid-April, I accidentally fell, injuring my leg and wrist, which remains swollen to this day, leaving me bedridden. Consequently, I cannot return home for the May Day holiday, which is quite disheartening. However, my injuries are nearly healed. In about 10 days to 2 weeks, I should be able to get back to work. Coincidentally, there is an event at Qilin in May that I plan to participate in for the sake of some excitement, even though I'm unlikely to win any prizes. Therefore, I will launch the chapters at midnight, updating 2 chapters first, followed by 3 more in the evening of the first, totaling 5 chapters and 10,000 words. I apologize. Given my injuries, 10,000 words is the limit. Following this, I will maintain a daily update of at least 2 chapters without interruption. Additionally, on May 1st, for every 50 initial subscriptions, I will add another chapter. During the May Day holiday, from May 1st to May 5th, for every additional 10 monthly votes and every 1,500 points of donations, I will continue to add a chapter. These 2 incentives are cumulative, so please feel free to be generous. Chapter 124, Encountering Jin E again. It is truly unexpected that the extreme north would harbor 2 20,000-year soul beasts. I had initially believed there was only one, yet another has emerged, which is quite astonishing. However, do you truly think that 2 20,000-year soul beasts would be my opponents? A man, surrounded by 9 soul rings, emanated such powerful soul energy that even the surrounding blizzards were affected. The Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai were already battered and bruised. They had been joyfully frolicking when, without warning, a human descended from the heavens and ambushed them. Enraged, the 2 colossal beings yearned to rend the human into pieces, for they had done nothing to provoke this attack. Yet, to the human, his actions seemed entirely justified. Attacking soul beasts was a commonplace endeavor for him. This mentality contributed to the dwindling numbers of soul beasts. At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King exchanged a glance with Xiao Bai, then let out a furious roar and charged forward. Human, prepare to meet your demise. Xiao Bai followed closely behind, channeling immense soul power as he surged toward the title Douluo. A beast is still a beast, and despite possessing human-like intellect, it remains utterly inept. They possess formidable soul power, but lack the knowledge to wield it effectively. What a tragic waste. Regrettably, my spirit rings are all occupied. So, simply slaying you would be a squander of potential. Hence, I shall break your legs and confine you within the spirit hall. As the words left the man's lips, a massive golden crocodile materialized behind him, and, as this phantasm appeared, a torrent of soul power surged around him. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Spirit True Form. 8th Soul Skill. Activate. 9th Soul Skill. Activate. With a bellow, the man fused the 8th and 9th soul rings into his martial spirit true form. In the next instant, the assaults from the Titan, Snow Demon King, and Xiao Bai struck simultaneously, yet the enormous golden crocodile effortlessly raised its forepaws to deflect their onslaught. With a powerful tail swipe, it sent the two giant soul beasts flying several dozen meters away. Typically, a 100,000-year-soul beast could rival a tidal Douluo, but it would falter against a super Douluo. A 200,000-year-soul beast, lacking special bloodline enhancements, would at least possess the power of a 96th-level super Douluo. However, this man was no ordinary super Douluo. He was the second elder of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, whose soul power reached an astounding 98 levels. His strength placed him among the elite within the super Douluo ranks, making him one of the most formidable humans below level 99. Thus, effortlessly overpowering two 200,000-year-soul beasts posed no challenge for him. Worthless creatures. I expected the overlord of the extreme north to be formidable, yet you are disappointingly weak. Well let down. The golden crocodile, Douluo, shook his head, his expression a canvas of disappointment. He then raised his hand, and the golden crocodile behind him opened its jaws wide. A dense golden soul power began to coalesce within its mouth. The Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai exchanged a glance and swiftly dashed in opposite directions, poised to flank the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon witnessing this, the golden crocodile Douluo smiled indifferently, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power. The Titan Snow Demon King, unable to evade, took the brunt of the attack head-on. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had already reached the side of the golden crocodile, Douluo, raising his massive paw. Human, D. Xiao Bai roared, launching a fully powered strike. Mere inches away from the golden crocodile Douluo. Yet, the latter remained unfazed, merely lifting his arm and channeling an immense force. Sensing this power, Xiao Bai's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to evade, but it was too late. Just then, a striking figure appeared before the golden crocodile Douluo, executing a high kick that sent Xiao Bai flying several meters away. This blow thwarted Xiao Bai's offensive and forced the golden crocodile Douluo to retract his attack. The figure that had materialized before him was none other than Bai Bai Dong. Bai Bai Dong, your timing is impeccable. Couldn't you see I was enjoying myself? The golden crocodile Douluo smiled, entirely dismissive of the two soul beasts. Bai Bai Dong cast a cold glance at him and inquired, "Did the Pope send you to find me?" "Indeed," he replied. "The Pope remarked that you had been gone for too long, so I was dispatched to ascertain your well-being. However, it appears you are in good shape. How is it possible that your soul power has increased so rapidly?" The golden crocodile Douluo observed her closely, realizing that Bai Bai Dong's soul power had risen to 96 and continued to ascend. Remarkably, she had only been away from the Spirit Hall for just over a month. My affairs do not concern you. We must leave at once. Otherwise, when she arrives, we shall be in true peril. Bai Bai Dong stated coolly, releasing a soul skill that immobilized the Titan Snow Demon King, who glared at her in fury. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Bai Bai Dong interjected, "Listen closely, you two. Our Spirit Hall does not wish to be adversaries with you of the extreme north. However, should you persist in your relentless pursuit, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Xiao Bai was bewildered by Bai Bai Dong's words, unable to comprehend why the human who had previously advocated for peaceful coexistence had suddenly turned so cold. In contrast, the Titan Snow Demon King was quick to connect the dots. Though he was straightforward, he was by no means foolish. Otherwise, he would not have followed the clues to find Mu Lu and Bai Bai Dong. Thus, he played along with the act. "Human, You shall never force us soul beasts into submission. I will not let you go unpunished for murdering my brethren and forcibly claiming their soul rings. Brother Titan, what are you saying? She is not, Xiao Bai. Stop wasting words with these humans and attack them. Do not let them escape. The Titan Snow Demon King's fervent emotions interrupted Xiao Bai's confusion. With no choice, Xiao Bai steeled himself and charged forward. At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King broke free from Bai Dong's restraint, roaring as he lunged forward. Seeing this, the golden crocodile, Duo, prepared to act. But Bai Dong was quicker, unleashing her martial spirit to bind Xiao Bai in place. Simultaneously, she cast a soul skill that struck the Titan Snow Demon King. However, this time, Bai Dong did not exert her full strength. Amidst the attack, she exchanged a knowing wink with the Titan Snow Demon King. He understood immediately, feigning severe injury as he was propelled backward. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Bai, having broken free, approached the Titan Snow Demon King cautiously. The Titan Snow Demon King seized Xiao Bai's head, seizing the opportunity to impart a few words. In an instant, Xiao Bai's gaze became fierce with murderous intent. Human, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. With a resounding roar, the stage was set for conflict. Xiao Bai harnessed the most formidable power, colliding directly with Bai Dong. Faced with Xiao Bai's formidable stance, Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback. However, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to unleash her soul skills. When Xiao Bai's and Bai Dong's soul skills clashed, they were locked in a stalemate for a brief moment. Yet it was not long before Xiao Bai was also sent flying, her head tilting to the side, motionless. Witnessing this scene, Bai Dong blinked, feeling somewhat speechless, for Xiao Bai's performance was indeed rather theatrical. Even the Titan Snow Demon King, lying nearby, was at a loss for what to do. He could only feign severe injury, slowly rising to approach Xiao Bai's side. However, Jinao, Douluo boarded no dolts. He simply felt that Bai Dong's strength had increased far too rapidly. Bai Dong, how have you achieved such a swift elevation in power? You are aware of the assessment, right? If not, I cannot be bothered to explain it to you. Bai Dong appeared calm on the surface, yet internally she felt a twinge of anxiety. She was concerned that these two clumsy actors might be exposed by Jin Ao Douluo. Nevertheless, Jin Ao Douluo was entirely focused on Bai Dong, his attention unwavering. No wonder. It turns out this is the content of the assessment. What pity. I lacked the qualifications to be evaluated back then. Now I understand why His Holiness the Pope values you so highly. Yet even so, do not presume you can comfortably secure the position of Pope. As long as this matter remains unresolved, I shall forever be your rival. Jin Ao Douluo proclaimed loudly, subsequently ignoring Bai Dong and striding directly toward Xiao Bai and the Titan Snow Demon King. Observing Yin Ao Douluo's movements, Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, and she rushed forward to obstruct him. Do not approach. We must leave here immediately. Otherwise, if she arrives, we will all perish. She? What are you talking about? Bibi Nong? The ruler of the extreme north is right here, is she not? What exactly are you afraid of? Or do you wish to monopolize these soul beasts, intending not to return them to the Wuhuan palace? Rinho Douluo squinted, casting a dubious glance at Bibi Dong. He could not possibly know that Bai Dong had already transformed into Limulu. Thus, her attitude towards the soul beasts naturally could not align with Jin Ao Douluo's. However, Jin Ao Douluo continued to view Bai Dong through his previous lens, believing she was merely attempting to thwart him in order to claim the two trophies for herself. These were soul beasts that had existed for 200,000 years. If he could personally deliver these two soul beasts to Qiandao Lu, he would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards. Jin Ao Douluo was not about to let this opportunity slip away. However, Bai Dong offered no explanation, standing resolutely in front of Jin Ao Douluo. Jin Ao, heed my advice and leave this place quickly, or it will be too late. That soul beast is incredibly powerful beyond ordinary strength. In my view, apart from the Pope, no one else can rival her. Ha ha ha, Bai Dong, have you not even become the Pope yet? And you are already instructing me on what to do? How ridiculous. In my lifetime, what kinds of soul beasts have I not encountered? Even a million-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest I have battled against. I refuse to believe that I might encounter another million-year or near-million-year soul beast here. Jin Ao Do Luo scoffed at the absurdity, striding past Bai Dong toward the front. Seeing this, Bai Dong could only shake her head helplessly and glance upward. Although there was nothing in the sky, the bone-chilling cold was an experience she would never forget. When this coldness manifested, it signified the presence of the Snow Emperor nearby. It should remain concealed. Presently, if the Snow Emperor did not intervene, Bai Dong could not stop Jin Ao Do Luo. After all, her position could not yet be revealed. Meanwhile, Jin Ao Do Luo was steadily approaching the Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai. The two had regained consciousness and were feigning severe injuries, gazing at the man before them. However, they said nothing, merely watching silently, even managing to display mocking smiles. Human, take one more step forward, and you shall meet your demise. Do you believe it? Xiao Bai could not resist the urge to taunt. Upon hearing this, Jin Ao Do Luo inexplicably halted his steps, sensing an enigmatic power coalescing ahead. If he were to take another step, he might very well be struck by this unknown force. Yet, who was Jin Ao Do Luo? He was one of the few Super Do Luos of level 98. His strength was second only to Qian Dao Lu within the Wuhuan Palace. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he took that step forward. However, he did not forget to unleash his martial spirit true form, along with all his soul rings and soul power. Yet, no matter how much preparation he undertook, it proved futile. The bone-chilling cold pierced through his body. The icy sensation even penetrated his soul, causing his thoughts to slow considerably. When he regained his senses, he beheld a woman of stunning beauty, her figure exquisite, walking toward him through the blizzard. I do not wish to slay humans, for I do not desire to offend that demigod. However, I have already granted you an opportunity. It is you who failed to cherish it. Therefore, please meet your end. Her melodious voice conveyed a chilling death knell. With a graceful lift of her arm, she slowly placed it upon Jin Ao Do Luo. Although he continued to release his soul power, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not escape her icy confinement. His entire being, even his blood and bones, was utterly frozen. This was the Snow Emperor's power. Everything in the world can be encased in ice. Although this force bore some resemblance to the Ice Emperors, the disparity between them was akin to the difference between a feather-like snowflake and a blizzard, utterly incomparable. Just at that moment, Bai Dong charged forward, forcing the Snow Emperor to retreat while rescuing the frozen Jin Ao Do Luo. Her speed was remarkable. She dared not linger for even a second, fearing that the Snow Emperor might freeze her as well. She had experienced that sensation once during a physical examination, and it was exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, Jin Ao Do Luo could not die just yet. Bai Dong still had use for him. Taking the opportunity to leave was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chapter 126, The Frustrated Crocodile by Bai Dong. What was that person just now? Outside the extreme north, within the icebound forest, Bai Dong had led Jin Ao Do Luo to the cave, where they had previously collaborated with Limulu to obtain the 10,000-year ice essence. Bai Dong remained outside, pretending to observe behind her to see if anyone was pursuing them. Jin Ao Do Luo sat cross-legged on the icy surface, recovering from his injuries while inquiring. Jin I have already conveyed to you that if she were to arrive, none of us would survive. Fortunately, she has not fully succumbed to her murderous intent. Otherwise, I would not only be unable to save you, but would likely find myself ensnared as well. Bai Dong's words dripped with disdain. Jin I, despite his irritation at Bai Dong's tone, felt a wave of dread wash over him when he contemplated that individual's immense power. Is this the soul beast you mentioned? How could this be? Her strength is unfathomable. I am a super Douluo at level 98. Even a soul beast aged 30 to 40,000 years would not necessarily be my match. Even a soul beast aged 50 to 60,000 years would find it challenging to contend with me. Yet this woman is terrifying. Her soul power must exceed 70,000 years. More or less, perhaps even stronger, and she is likely not far from attaining demigod status, Bai Dong casually remarked. Jin Douluo gasped, and due to his still recovering body, he choked slightly, leading to a persistent cough. Is this how I meet my end? Bai Dong observed his continuous coughing with indifference. Jin Douluo merely snorted in response, ignoring her mockery, and focused on regaining his strength. The power of the Ice Empress was overwhelmingly formidable. He had been completely frozen without even a glimmer of resistance. This reminded him of when he faced that million-year soul beast alone. He sensed that the sovereign of this extreme northern territory was even stronger than that ancient beast. She has not pursued us. We should be able to depart soon, Bai Dong feigned nonchalance. While she was ostensibly surveying the outside conditions, she was merely glancing about haphazardly, knowing full well that the Ice Empress would not pursue them. The soul beasts of this extreme north were all adept at deception, especially when the Ice Empress made her move. Had she not unleashed a grand display, Bai Dong would have been unable to rescue Jin Douluo. After all, she had personally experienced the overwhelming strength of the Ice Empress. Had it not been for Rimuru's timely arrival, she would not have concluded matters so swiftly. Binong, have you had some dealings with these soul beasts? You seem quite knowledgeable about the soul beasts of the extreme north. Indeed, I have encountered them a few times, but each time I was forced to retreat in disarray. I do not wish to offend the true sovereign of this place, the Ice Empress. That is why I urged you to leave quickly, yet you refused to listen, and look where it nearly led you. Binong candidly stated, while also sneering at Jin Douluo. This left him feeling somewhat humiliated, yet he dared not retort, as his legs still trembled. To avoid Binong noticing, he remained seated. Wait for me. Once I have fully regained my strength, we shall depart. The situation in this extreme north exceeds my expectations. There are no records of the Ice Empress in the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall. This matter must be reported to His Holiness the Pope. Suit yourself. I have no objections to you taking credit for this, as I must focus on my training, Bai Dong replied dismissively. Just then, she noticed a massive dragon figure flickering in and out of sight amidst the blizzard. Recognizing this silhouette, Bai Dong immediately identified it as the dragon form of Rimuru. This filled her with joy, as it indicated that Rimuru was concerned for her. However, with Jin Douluo still present, she had to maintain the facade of facing an approaching enemy. Jin, a soul beast, is approaching. Is it the Ice Empress? No, it is not her, but him. As long as it isn't that one, I was just lamenting my lack of an outlet for my frustrations. Let me show this unwitting soul beast what I am capable of. Before Bai Dong could finish her sentence, Jin Douluo vanished without a trace. Having suffered humiliation at the hands of the Ice Empress, he now sought to reclaim his dignity from another soul beast. Bai Dong felt a sense of shame at his behavior, so she did not pursue him but chose to wait quietly, knowing that misfortune awaited Jin Douluo. Before long, a bumbling figure resembling a pig returned, swaying unsteadily. Bai Dong, run! As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Douluo shot into the sky. Witnessing this, Bai Dong gestured a thumbs up towards the direction of Rimuru and blew a kiss before following Jin Douluo's lead. Cursed be it! How could that million-year soul beast appear here? Jin Douluo's face was a mask of terror. The swelling on his face was a result of Rimuru's earlier blow. Originally, Jin Douluo intended to intimidate a soul beast, only to find himself the one being intimidated. The outcome was quite disheartening. Bai Dong, on the other hand, reveled in the spectacle. Arrogant and overconfident, you brought this upon yourself. Faced with her ridicule, Jin Douluo pointed at Bai Dong, but found himself at a loss for words. I shall settle this upon our return. Meanwhile, Rimuru had assumed human form, having also released the Ice Empress. Humans are truly incomprehensible. I somewhat regret transforming into a human now. Bing, when judging others, one cannot merely focus on a single aspect. This individual may not be virtuous, but he does not represent all of humanity. If you persist in harboring such discriminatory thoughts, how are you any different from that person just now? Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself unable to counter it. The Ice Empress pouted, eliciting laughter from Rimuru. Enough of this debate for now. You should focus on learning more about humanity. You have seen what you needed to. Now, let us depart. You must continue your training. Yes, yes. Carry me back, and I wish to ride upon you. Your dragon form was magnificent. I want to experience riding a dragon. The Ice Empress's sweet and adorable voice, especially when she acted coy, made Rimuru dizzy. Ultimately, he found himself inexplicably agreeing to her request, allowing her to ride on his back. However, by the time he realized what had happened, they had already returned to the entrance of the Ice House, where the Ice Empress, Titan Snow Demon King, and Xiao Bai awaited them. On the other side, within the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, Jin Iduo reported everything he had witnessed that day to Qian Dalu. He emphasized the appearance and strength of the Ice Empress, which caused a noticeable shift in Qian Daolu's expression. The sovereign of the extreme north, the Ice Empress, and the million-year soul beast of the Heaven Do Great Forest, soul beasts that should have remained dormant, were now emerging. The world was on the verge of change. The succession of the Pope must be expedited. Chapter 127. Come ride. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru had spent over 5 months in the extreme north, nearly half a year. Originally constructed in the frigid northern lands, his ice dwelling has now transformed into a magnificent ice castle, towering over 100 meters and sprawling across an expanse exceeding 2,000 square meters. If one were to enter the core region of the extreme north on a day devoid of heavy snowfall, they would behold this splendid and majestic castle from afar. This splendid creation is the result of Limulu's idle whims. Moreover, this structure serves not only as a residence for him, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, but also accommodates the Titan, Snow, Demon King, and Xiao Bai. Additionally, other intelligent soul beasts, if they lose their sanctuaries, may temporarily find refuge here, contingent upon the Snow Empress's approval, as she wishes to avoid any disturbances to the Ice Emperor's cultivation. During the past 6 months, the Ice Emperor has diligently elevated her soul power to the remarkable level of 26. To put this into perspective, in terms of human years, she is merely around 6.5 years old, scarcely approaching 7. Such prowess would be deemed monstrous within the realm of humanity. She achieved her breakthrough to level 21 just 4 months prior, shortly after Bai Dong departed the extreme north. Yet she opted to remain longer to stabilize her soul power and absorb the frigid energies unique to this region. The environment here significantly aids her cultivation. It was only recently that her soul power exhibited signs of stagnation, leading Limulu to realize that her strength had reached its zenith. The next step for her is to engage more with humanity, for this is the greatest drawback of soul beasts after they take human form. Without interaction with humans, they struggle to advance their power. Previously, Bai Ji and ZG faced a similar predicament, although they could have surpassed level 20 early on. Their inability to interact with humans kept them stuck at level 19 for an extended period until Limulu and the Snow Knight Emperor negotiated terms for their entrance into the human world. The Ice Emperor now confronts the same challenge, yet she remains undeterred, eager to test her limits, which has led to her current predicament. After much deliberation, she has decided to depart with Limulu. Thank you for your care during this time, Snow Empress. We shall have the opportunity to meet again, so I will refrain from saying much more. However, I hope that when we next cross paths, you will express more emotion. Your icy demeanor causes others to hesitate in approaching you, Limulu remarked, playfully pinching the Ice Emperor's cheek. Their bond has grown increasingly close, to the extent that they can share the same bed. The Snow Empress holds Limulu in high regard, thus she is unfazed by his playful gestures. Look how beautiful this is, Limulu exclaimed, donning a smiling expression. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ice Emperor could no longer contain her laughter. What are you laughing at? Is our Snow Empress not beautiful? Limulu teased. She is indeed beautiful, but you are exceedingly amusing, the Ice Emperor replied. Limulu, realizing the humor of the situation, released the Snow Empress's face. All right, we must take our leave now. Please do not dwell on us. When time permits, I will bring her back to see you. Take good care of Bing Bing. If I learn that she has faced even the slightest hardship, I will personally confront you in the Stardow Forest. The Snow Empress declared sternly, though her gaze remained gentle. Rest assured, I will look after her. If anyone dares to harm Bing Bing, I shall be the first to object. Limulu replied with a grin, while the Ice Emperor gazed longingly at the Snow Empress. Snow Empress, I must take my leave. Please take care. You all are making this seem as if you are getting married. Limulu rolled his eyes before transforming into his giant dragon form upon landing on the snow. Climb aboard. I will first take you to the Stardo Forest, then to the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing Limulu's words, the Ice Emperor nodded and skillfully leapt onto Limulu's back, gripping his scales tightly. Hold on. This time, we will be moving faster than usual to save time. If you experience any discomfort, speak up immediately so I can halt. I understand. Just hurry. I can hardly wait. She replied. Once more, hold tight. We're about to take off. As Limulu's voice faded, his body gradually ascended into the sky. Initially, the Ice Emperor did not sense any difference from previous experiences, so she adhered closely to Limulu, clutching his scales firmly. This was not her first flight, yet each time filled her with exhilaration, for soul beasts lack the ability to fly unless endowed with special powers. Even those that have existed for over 100,000 years share this limitation. The Ice Emperor, having lived for 300,000 years, has scarcely flown for more than half a year. Thus, she relished this sensation. However, in the next moment, she felt her body suddenly lose sensation, and her surroundings began to blur. After an indeterminate span, her awareness returned, and she witnessed the world around her rapidly receding. Due to her petite stature and Limulu's considerable size, she could not discern the details below, yet she could feel the incredible speed at which Limulu was traveling. Limulu, you are too fast. Slow down a bit. Understood. I will ease up. If you feel any other discomfort, please inform me. The only issue is your speed. I can hardly endure it. The Ice Emperor shouted, her voice trembling with excitement. Limulu could distinctly sense her body quivering. Although he slowed his pace, it remained exceedingly swift by ordinary standards. While Bai Bai Dong could frolic freely, the Ice Emperor required greater caution. Thus, Limulu took care to maintain a suitable speed. After a day and night of travel, Limulu finally returned with the Ice Emperor to the Stardo Forest. However, this speed was still somewhat slower than Limulu's usual pace. Were he to fly independently, he could traverse back to the Stardo Forest in less than a day. His speed is unparalleled, arguably the fastest below the demigod level within the realm of Douluo Dalu. Chapter 128. Return. The Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire has returned. Ha ha ha. Upon arriving at Xinghu, Limulu boldly proclaimed his return, his voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The entire core region of the Stardo Forest echoed with his declaration. Subsequently, Limulu transformed into a mass of slime, landing gracefully on the ground, while the Ice Emperor descended from the sky, landing perfectly atop the slime surface. Utilizing Limulu's elasticity, she bounced slightly before safely touching down. Observing the harmonious collaboration between her and Limulu, it is evident that this is not their first endeavor together. The level of mutual understanding suggests that they must have engaged in such activities countless times before, certainly more than a mere few dozen instances, to achieve such proficiency. Is this truly the Xingdo Great Forest? It appears remarkably beautiful. In the extreme northern lands, one cannot find such vibrant colors, nor can one experience this invigorating sense of life. Bingdi gazed around, somewhat mesmerized. Since her birth, she had rarely ventured far from the extreme north, with her furthest journey being merely to the outskirts of the frozen forest. Consequently, she is filled with curiosity about everything outside. Limulu, are the houses here made of ice? Or are they constructed like human dwellings, built from stone? Her large eyes brimmed with a thirst for knowledge. Limulu pointed towards a nearby row of houses. That is where we reside, but Guyu Na and the others are not here, so this place is likely uninhabited. After all, most people should be working around the trading village. He added, moreover, human houses are not just made of stone. Your understanding of humans is quite outdated. Rolling his eyes, Limulu remarked. Bingdi followed his gaze and approached the wooden huts with curiosity. Limulu decided to let her explore for a while. He then activated his sensing ability, extending his perception across the surrounding area. Oddly, there was not a single soul in sight near the Xinghu. Neither Di Tian nor A Yin were present, and even Shi Wang was absent. However, a group of spirit beasts basked in the sun behind them. Yet the absence of Da Ming and Ming was rather peculiar. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Limulu walked over to Bingdi, gently stroking her hair, and softly said, "Let's go. I will take you to explore other places." "Oh yes. Where are we going next?" Bingdi eagerly nodded. Her demeanor resembled that of a tourist. "Once you arrive, you will see that it is certainly livelier than here." Holding her small hand, Limulu guided her out from Xinghu. Rather than flying directly, he opted for the most scenic route to appreciate the environment of the Xingdou Great Forest. The exquisite surroundings lifted her spirits, for she had seldom encountered such sights in her life. However, as they traversed a dense thicket, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared before them. This dark aura instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression in Bingdi, prompting her to instinctively unleash her martial soul, bracing herself for combat. Yet, Limulu gently patted her head, signaling her to relax. "Bing Bing, retract your martial soul. This is not an enemy. He is the Wan Yao Wang, a soul beast with a soul power exceeding 500,000. A soul beast exceeding 500,000? His strength is not far from Lord Xuedi. Are all the creatures in your Xingdou Great Forest of such caliber?" Bingdi inquired, astonished. Although she was aware of Di Tian's existence, she was oblivious to the number of soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years within the Xingdou Great Forest. It has been quite a while, Limulu. What brings you to my territory? Your territory? Is this not the domain of the Lan Wang? When did it become yours? Limulu responded, taken aback. The Wan Yao Wang, enveloped in black mist, fell silent for a moment before emitting a strange chuckle. "Limulu, it seems that during your brief absence, you have completely neglected the changes in the Xingdou Great Forest. As an emperor, you are woefully unfit. Why not relinquish your throne to me?" "Wan Yao Wang, spare me your nonsense. Does Di Tian know you have taken over the Lan Wang's territory? If he finds out you have disrupted the balance among the soul beasts, you might end up regretting it. If I had not received the beast goddess approval, how could I have claimed this area? To be frank, the Lan Wang abandoned this territory and relocated to reside within the Xinghu. According to his own words, he intends to wait for that human lad, Tang San, to awaken his martial soul and become his spirit. Thus, I accepted this territory, and the beast god also consented." Hearing the Wan Yao Wang's explanation, Limulu displayed a peculiar expression, realizing that Tang San seemed remarkably fortunate. Is this the treatment reserved for a child of destiny? His mother is the Lan Wang, and he will not only become his spirit, but even the Lan Wang is unconditionally willing to become Tang San's spirit. One cannot help but suspect that he possesses the aura of a protagonist. "Limulu, let's leave quickly. This old fellow is rather ominous and not at all amusing." Bingdi tugged at Limulu, speaking softly. However, the Wan Yao Wang had exceptionally keen hearing. Before Limulu could respond, he interjected, "Little girl, although I do not know who you are, do not assume that just because you are with Limulu, you can act recklessly. I'm not like those soul beasts. I harbor no fondness for humans. I do not require your approval." Bingdi, being proud herself, retorted. Yet, the Wan Yao Wang scoffed disdainfully, his eyes radiating an invisible murderous intent. Witnessing this, Limulu felt somewhat helpless and quickly pulled Bingdi behind him for protection. "Wan Yao Wang, I advise you to reconsider. She's also a transformed soul beast, and her true form is the Bingbi Di Huang Xie. Surely you have heard of the Ice Emperor, the sovereign of the extreme north. She is indeed the Ice Emperor herself, merely transformed and brought here by me. Should you wish to harm her, not only will I take action, but Xuedi will undoubtedly come to have a word with you. Once your territory is enveloped in ice and snow, I wonder how you will continue to be so arrogant." Limulu decided not to offer any kindness to the Wan Yao Wang. This creature had never shown him any goodwill since the inception of Limulu's Soul Beast Empire plan. In fact, he had covertly guided a group of soul beasts to refrain from joining the Soul Beast Empire. Engaging with such a sinister individual held no value. Bing Bing, in the future, if you encounter him, remember to steer clear. He is certainly not a good person. With that, Limulu swiftly led Bingdi away. Bing Di also directed an international gesture towards the Wan Yao Wang as they departed. Observing this interaction, the Wan Yao Wang chuckled ominously. Interesting. This Limulu has managed to bring one of the sovereigns of the extreme north into his fold. Quite surprising indeed. However, it matters not. I shall see how long you can continue to dance about. Tang Xiao the Posava. If you win, Uncle will buy you candy. Go, Brother Tang San. Brother Tang San will surely triumph. Outside the Xingdou Great Forest in the trade village, at the central square, there stands a colossal arena. Originally, it served as a venue for soul masters to engage in friendly duels. However, the current participants on the stage are rather unusual, 2 small children. Surrounding the arena is a dense throng of spectators, estimated to number in the hundreds, representing the entire population of the trade village. Moreover, in designated areas nearby, soul beasts gather to observe the contest unfolding on stage. De Ming and Er Ming, along with Qi Wang, are present to witness the match. Ain and Di Tian are also in attendance, and even Xue Qinghe occupies a special seat, perched on Er Ming's shoulder, intently watching the bout before them. The crowd buzzes with excitement, some even placing bets on the outcome of the battle. At this moment, engaged in combat on the arena are 2 individuals, one of whom is a Yin's son, Tang San. Currently, Tang San is merely 2 years old, yet his stature and physique far exceed that of his peers. If one were to overlook his age, anyone would mistake him for a child of 6 or 7. Opposite him stands a boy of decent build, youthful in appearance, wielding a peculiar scythe, his weapon Soul. Although the soul power emanating from him has yet to reach level 10, it is not far from it. The boy with the weapon Soul finds himself battling against Tang San, who has not yet awakened a weapon Soul. The 2 are evenly matched, elevating the atmosphere of the arena to a fever pitch. The onlookers cheer loudly. Are you really only 2 years old? The scythe-wielding boy asks, wiping sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure of facing Tang San. The latter's physical prowess alone keeps him firmly on the offensive, and Tang San refrains from attacking, knowing that without a weapon Soul, he risks losing his current advantage. Thus, he remains on the defensive, leaving the boy with the scythe unable to find an opening to defeat him. Moreover, should he manage to overcome Tang San, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Enough chatter, come at me, Tang San replies with a calm smile, assuming a stance prepared for counterattack. At this moment, his eyes transform into a striking violet hue. This is one of Tang San's signature abilities, the Ziji Mojing. Utilizing this power, he perceives his opponent's movements, ready to retaliate. Gritting his teeth, the boy charges forward once more. Then prepare to meet your end, Tang San exclaims, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He deftly evades the boy's attack, pivoting to deliver a powerful strike. The impact renders the boy momentarily rigid, and Tang San's gaze sharpens. His hands instantly turn pure white as he wraps them around the boy's back. Oh no! The boy exclaims in alarm upon realizing he has been seized. However, before he can resist, his body is lifted into the air. With a resounding crash, he feels a heavy blow to his head. A beautifully executed back throw leaves him dazed and disoriented. Witnessing this, the boy's followers rush forward, glaring fiercely at Tang San, yet none dare confront him. Hurry and leave. To be defeated by someone without a weapon Soul. How embarrassing. Indeed, I wonder which noble child is so ill-mannered as to bully a mere 2-year-old. Oof. If this were my child, I would ensure he received a proper reprimand upon returning home. Though the onlookers dress modestly and speak openly, they are nonetheless known merchants or minor nobility. While they may not hold significant status within the Tiando Empire, they are notable figures in this rural locale. Faced with their taunts, the defeated boy can only retreat in shame, accompanied by several guards. Little one, you are truly impressive. Would you care to join our Sheng Kai family? Although you are still young, we will provide you with all the resources you need for awakening your weapon Soul and training. Sheng Kai, spare us. Your third-rate family has the audacity to recruit others? This lad should accompany me in commerce. At least he will meet more nobles. Commercial pursuits lead nowhere. Resources for cultivation are what truly matter. What nonsense! Without money, how can one acquire cultivation resources? What is the point of your bickering? He is just a child. and his family is speaking. Are you not ashamed to vie for him? An unkempt elder scolds the crowd, and while they may feel disgruntled, he clearly commands some respect. After his admonition, the surrounding noise diminishes significantly. Young Master Tang San, do not concern yourself with those ruffians. With our men, clan present, they will not dare to trouble you. I will ensure they are kept at bay. Uncle Bai, you are too kind. I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Ha ha ha. No problem. Though I am merely Miss Bai's guard, I possess the capability to handle this. The man surveys the area, and all eyes turn away from him. Tang San bows respectfully to the spectators before, under their watchful gaze, he leaps down from the arena. However, just as he lands, he is suddenly tackled by a small girl clad in white. Having evaded fatal attacks, Tang San finds himself unable to dodge this playful pounce, eliciting amused smiles from those around. Brother Tang San, you are truly remarkable. Such impressive physical skills. Did your uncle teach you? Sort of, but not entirely. After all, my mother is also quite formidable. Tang San affectionately ruffles the little girl's hair, a proud expression gracing his face. All right, everyone disperse. Those who placed winning bets, do not forget to collect your winnings from my bank. A voice calls out, prompting the crowd to gradually disperse. Nevertheless, they continue to discuss the extraordinary event. After all, who would believe that a soul-awakened individual was bested by one without a weapon soul? Xiao San, you troublemaker, what have you done while I was away? Just wait until we return home. Chapter 130. Godmother? Seeking subscription. A melodious yet crisp voice resonates in Tang San's ear. The sound caused him to involuntarily shudder. Mother, please do not be angry. This matter is entirely their fault. I merely intended to purchase something, yet he insisted on taking the one I held. It is simply an ordinary necklace, which I bought to give to Xiao Bai. I feel that he is not interested in the necklace, but rather in Xiao Bai herself. I am merely protecting her from falling into the clutches of evildoers. Although the other party is a child, I absolutely cannot tolerate such behavior, Tang San declared earnestly. His expression left the nearby lowly Bai Chunxiang in a state of infatuation. The nearby Ming Hui shook his head helplessly. It was evident that Bai Chunxiang's infatuation was not a recent development. Tang San, your words are rather mature for someone your age. You are driving me to exasperation. Ain tugged at Tang San's ear. Though it caused him a twinge of pain, he did not utter a sound. I am already 2 years old. I am not a child, he asserted. You little rascal, Ain replied, unable to suppress a smile at Tang San's declaration. Tang San, having inherited memories from his past life, exhibited remarkable wisdom in this lifetime. As Ain was both his mother and his soul spirit, she observed every action he took, including his daily training. You should refrain from such remarks in the future. Our secret is ours alone to know. Otherwise, it may attract unwanted attention. And I'm certain you would not desire that. I understand, mother. Rest assured, I will not act so impulsively next time. You still wish for a next time? Yin's eyes widened in disbelief at Tang San's words. Though gentle by nature, she could not help but feel a tinge of anger at Tang San's mischievousness. Nonetheless, Tang San laughed, and upon seeing this, Yin, who had been upset, could not help but join in the laughter. Bai Chunxiang, unsure of what elicited their shared amusement, smiled foolishly in an effort to match the cheerful atmosphere. Just then, a familiar voice reached the ears of the mother and son. A human-shaped Rimuru appeared, holding the hand of a little girl as they strolled leisurely down the street. Upon seeing him, Yin's face lit up with joy. Even Xue Qinghe, who had been observing from a distance, displayed a hint of delight, leaping down from the special seating. He hurriedly dashed past Yin and the others, arriving before Rimuru. Mr. Rimuru, I have missed you dearly, he exclaimed. While it is flattering to be missed, perhaps you should refrain from such sentiments. Being a grown man, Rimuru replied, unable to conceal his disdain, which left Xue Qinghe slightly hurt, though he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Rimuru, you cannot imagine how well your goods have sold in the past 6 months. Since the day we began sourcing from the Soul Beast Empire, the treasury of the Tiando Empire has seen exponential growth. The treasury has increased tenfold compared to 6 months ago. While the rare materials may not be abundant, our wealth has multiplied. This allows us to recruit soul masters in numbers several times greater than before. Even military equipment has been upgraded. Xiao expressed his gratitude fervently. He grasped Rimuru's hand, unwilling to let go, his eyes brimming with admiration and a plethora of emotions, leaving Rimuru somewhat speechless. You are not overly excited due to your own accomplishments, are you? Well, that could be one interpretation. Xiao scratched his head. The Ice Emperor observed Xiao intently, and then revealed a satisfied expression. Rimuru, this human is quite impressive. His essence is remarkably pure. You possess such an ability? Rimuru asked, surprised by the Ice Emperor's words. The Ice Emperor proudly raised her head, silently acknowledging the statement. Meanwhile, Qilin approached curiously, observing the Ice Emperor. Lord Rimuru, her name is Bing Bing. Her true form is the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the sovereign of the extreme north. However, under my persuasion, she has chosen to take on a human form. Henceforth we shall all be family. She is the Ice Emperor. The mention of the Ice Emperor's name caused all soul beasts present, save for Tion, to gasp in astonishment. Even Qi Wang sneezed, indicating his surprise. I chose to take on this form voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you, Rimuru. Moreover, I must reiterate what Lord Shui said. My appearance does not imply that the extreme north intends to join the Soul Beast Empire. However, we can be friends and look out for one another. After all, we are all soul beasts. When assistance is needed, we will not refuse. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, but they could accept this outcome. After all, the presence of the Snow Emperor was akin to that of Tion. Both stood at the pinnacle of the soul beast hierarchy, and it was unlikely they would easily join another's ranks. Sister Rimuru, you seem to have grown more beautiful. A bright voice suddenly interrupted Rimuru's thoughts, causing him a slight discomfort. Turning to look, he found it was that little rascal Tang San. Tang San, do not speak out of turn. Qilin admonished upon hearing Tang San's address to Rimuru. Tang San nodded and then altered his phrasing. Godmother? Rimuru felt his heart bleed. He knew that Tang San had long since regained memories from his past life and was intentionally provoking him. However, before he could respond, Qilin seemed to have an idea, revealing a mischievous smile. Godmother sounds delightful. Lord Rimuru, since Tang San is still young, why not accept him as your child? And me too. I want a beautiful godmother as well. Qin chimed in, rushing over to join the fun. However, a nearby guard swiftly grabbed her, fearing she might offend Rimuru. Enough of this nonsense. Is it amusing to join in the ruckus? Rimuru shot a glare at Qilin, but she merely gazed up at the sky, seemingly ignoring his words. Just then, Tion approached, personally leading Tang San and Qin to stand before Rimuru. Come now. In my presence, from this day forth, you, Rimuru, shall be the mother of these two children. As he spoke, Tion affectionately patted the heads of the two little ones, displaying a smile that sent a shiver down Rimuru's spine. Children, why not greet her? Upon hearing this, Tang San laughed and ran over, exclaiming, Godmother, hello! Godmother, hello! Qin followed closely behind, eagerly shaking Rimuru's hand, her cuteness radiating in abundance. However, at this moment, Rimu's heart was already greeting the ancestors of Emperor Tion. In Chapter 131, Leisurely Daily Life of the King, within the trade village of the Soul Beast Empire, all of Rimu and his companions had gathered in the most prominent and iconic building. Daming and Erming had returned to Xinghu first. Initially, these two were merely accompanying Qilin and Tang San for leisure, but now that Tang San and Qilin could not return for a while, they too could not remain away from Xinghu for too long, so they departed early. Nevertheless, the others were all congregated in this spacious room, engaging in jovial conversation. Subsequently, Qilin organized a report detailing all the transaction information from the past 6 months, including the trading partners and even the amounts involved. These funds were securely stored in the safest location, namely, the lair of Emperor Tion within Xinghu. However, she retained some liquid assets for purchasing necessities. The most significant aspect was that the Soul Beast Empire, after this period of development, had amassed wealth surpassing that of the majority of the nobility in this world. Even some titled Douluo and venerable old families could not compete with the riches of the Soul Beast Empire. A portion of the affiliated principalities and kingdoms under the Tiando Empire were also found wanting in comparison to the wealth of the Soul Beast Empire. Such was the output they had achieved in this span of over 6 months. The small inventions produced by Rimu were remarkably lucrative. Yet, the Soul Beast Empire had little need for such vast sums of money. In addition, after some initial setbacks, the Min family's courier service had successfully established a foothold within the Tiando Empire 2 months prior. Although the Min family had founded their courier service within the Tiando Empire, their brand still belonged to the Soul Beast Empire. After all, Bai He entrusted his granddaughter Bai Chunxiang to the care of Tang San and Yin, which spoke to the trust he placed in them. Rimu found himself curious about how Tang Hao and Bai He had communicated at that time, given that their relationship was not particularly amicable. Regarding this matter, Yin provided an explanation. Upon learning that Tang Hao was indeed Tang Riqian, Bai He was exceedingly agitated, nearly losing his composure. However, he could neither fight nor flee without forfeiting this opportunity, so he had no choice but to muster the courage to request Tang Hao's assistance. Fortunately, Tang Hao did not make things difficult for him, merely offering a suggestion and subsequently delegating the matter to Yin. Yin was adept at handling such affairs. She arranged for everyone in the Min family, provided them with initial funding, assisted in promotion, and helped establish connections within the Tiando Empire. Once these tasks were completed, she left Bai He to his own devices, allowing him the freedom to operate. Fortunately, Bai He proved competent enough not to let this business slip away. From there on, everything progressed smoothly, bolstered by Bai He's esteemed reputation. The Min family's courier service was flourishing. After Yin concluded her report, it was Xueqing's turn. He began by discussing the profitability of Rimu's creations, followed by recounting the respect and accolades he had earned within the royal family of Tiando. Were it not for his 2 elder brothers, he mused, the title of prince would likely have been his by now. However, Xueqing had grown indifferent to the title of prince, for he realized that not only could he earn wealth here, but he also enjoyed an enviable freedom. Most importantly, he was liberated from the treachery associated with court life, providing him with a profound sense of security. Even his cultivation progressed more smoothly. It was noteworthy that Xueqing had only been a second-ring Great Soul Master previously, yet after this span of over 6 months, he had ascended to the status of a third-ring Soul Master, drawing ever closer to the 4th-ring Soul Sect realm. Thus, he continued to speak animatedly, akin to a solo performer, brimming with excitement. Xueqing, would you care for some water? Not at all, I'm not thirsty. Yet Xueqing remained exuberantly eager to share the multitude of benefits he had reaped here. Rimu's lips twitched slightly as he unhesitatingly stuffed a piece of long, cut pastry into Xueqing's mouth. You may not be thirsty, but your words have parched me. With such eloquence, you ought to consider a career in comedic storytelling or stand-up. Comedy? Stand-up? Were those? Xueqing looked bewildered, though he did not neglect to savor the delightful snack, which was both delectable and crafted by Yin herself. The quantity was limited, and he dared not waste it, especially since wasting food would undoubtedly earn him a reprimand from Yin. Nothing much. I merely wish to remind you to be mindful of your status. In addition to being the manager of the trade village, you are also the son of a Knight Emperor and may one day become a prince. Therefore, you should be aware of your identity and influence. It would be wise to speak less and less necessary. Rest assured, Mr. Rimu, I was merely excited to see you. Under normal circumstances, I would not speak so much. Upon hearing this, Rimu could only shake his head in disbelief. However, Xueqing did quiet down. Rimu then glanced towards Tang San and Bingdi, who were playing with Bai He. It was unexpected to see these 3 enjoying each other's company. Seeing Bingdi so quickly acclimated to the environment brought Rimu a sense of relief. Not far away, Emperor Tian and Yin were discussing the development prospects of the area behind the trade village. With the population already substantial, they deliberated whether to expand and increase the populace. Yet, they had yet to reach a conclusion, as augmenting the population inherently invited risks. Rimu refrained from interjecting. He believed they should make their own decisions regarding the matter. Qi Wang stood resolutely behind Emperor Tian, eyes closed, resembling an immovable guardian. Meanwhile, Xueqinghe was enjoying a hearty meal. His physique had grown, naturally leading to a greater appetite. Rimu observed this harmonious scene and closed his eyes, preparing for a brief rest. "Godmother, come play with us." Just as Rimu was about to drift into slumber, Bai Qinxiang approached, grasping his hand and charmingly pleading for attention. Even Tang San looked at him with clear, yearning eyes. Though Bing Di remained silent, her fidgeting hands revealed her desire to join in the fun. Despite having lived for a long time, she was now human, her psychological age gradually transforming into that of a child, though her intellect and thoughts remained unchanged. Gazing into Bai Qinxiang's innocent eyes, Rimu sighed, then shifted into his slime form and leaped into her embrace. "Let's play for a while." Upon receiving permission, Bai became excited and began playing with the slime alongside everyone else. Although Limulu often finds himself in a position of being toyed with, he rather enjoys this carefree daily life. Chapter 132, a classic scene. At the same time, outside the trade village, a group of armed individuals gathered 100 meters from the village entrance, their presence formidable. "Son, is this the village where you were humiliated?" "Indeed it is. I merely came to see if there were any interesting things. However, the object of my fascination caught the eye of a little brat as well, which vexed me." The boy flickered his eyes, clearly not speaking the truth. "So you resorted to violence against him, only to be defeated by a mere 2-year-old child who hasn't even awakened his martial soul." The boy kept his head down, enduring the reprimand from the middle-aged man. "Sir, please do not be angry. Who knows what despicable means that little brat might have employed? Moreover, the young master only awakened his martial soul 2 days ago. If the other party used underhanded tactics to win, it is not impossible. Report. The opponent defeated the young master fair and square, and the young master was the one who took action because he was interested in a girl, just as someone attempted to defend the boy." A man clad in armor loudly proclaimed this fact. This caused the boy, who had intended to raise his head, to immediately shrink it back down. The boy's father glared fiercely at his son before beckoning to the armored man. "Come here. What is your command, my lord?" "I command you to die." As the words fell, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, alongside 2 purple ones, appeared around the middle-aged man. Without further ado, he unleashed his scythe martial soul, aiming a strike at the man's head. Witnessing this, the armored man immediately activated his own 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. However, the disparity in their strengths was vast. The armored man was instantly dispatched, blood splattered, drenching his son. "Father, do not panic, do not fear. We are nobility. Dealing with a mere retainer is a trivial matter for us. Whether it is a possession or a woman they refuse, such commoners are committing a crime. To retaliate would only compound their offenses. When you grow older, you will understand that we nobles are indeed a tier above these commoners, and you must perform well. Your talent surpasses mine. If you can enter the Tiando Royal Academy in the future, it would bring great honor to our family. I will try my best." The boy nodded, though his fear rendered his speech somewhat stuttered. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, then retracted his martial soul and advanced towards the village. Just then, the man who had earlier defended the boy seemed to recall something and spoke up. "My lord, I have heard that the Tiando Empire established a trade village outside the Stardo Forest. The soap and soul-powered light bulbs we use are products of the Soul Beast Empire sold in that trade village. Given the proximity to the Stardo Forest, could this be that trade village? A trade village? Do you truly believe that? You are overly sensitive. A village that serves as a trading hub for the Tiando Empire and the Soul Beast Empire could not possibly be located in such a shabby rural corner." The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. The man beside him suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. "My lord, you are right. How could this little place be a prosperous trade village? However, is it not a bit excessive for us to cause trouble for a commoner so ostentatiously?" "Not at all excessive. I intend to make these lowly commoners understand that the dignity of nobility is not to be trampled upon." The middle-aged man surveyed the group behind him. The entire entourage consisted of 20 to 30 soul masters, a formidable force in such a rural area. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to gather such a number of soul masters in the countryside, as few would willingly remain in such a resource-poor environment. Only those with no hope of advancement or those lured by local nobility would be inclined to come. This contingent was nearly invincible in such a small locale, which fueled their arrogance. After all, the higher the heavens, the further the emperor. Even if Emperor Shuya were a sage ruler, he could not eradicate this phenomenon. The lower-tier nobility are often the ones who crave to flaunt their power. They are a quintessential example. However, as they all entered the trade village, a shadowy figure, entirely cloaked in darkness, with a humanoid form yet lacking a visible body or face, appeared behind them. How amusing! While I have encountered numerous human scoundrels and have dealt with many, this is the first time I've seen someone so self-righteously elevate themselves above others. This human even looks down upon his own subordinates, declaring that the commoners beneath nobility are inferior. Truly fascinating. It seems that a hierarchy of disdain exists even within humanity. I shall refrain from intervening in this amusing spectacle and will first report to Lord Limulu. After muttering to himself, the shadow vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself near Limulu, who was engaged in playful antics with the Ice Emperor Tang San and by Qin, completely oblivious to his own image. Observing the scene, the shadow couldn't help but chuckle. Yao Ling, what brings you here? The moment Yao Ling appeared, Emperor Tian detected his presence. Upon seeing this, Limulu transformed back into human form, bringing the playful frolic to an end. Yao Ling, do you have something to discuss? Reporting to Lord Beast God, I have discovered a bit of troubling news regarding those humans. After a brief bow, Yao Ling recounted the earlier incident involving the group of humans. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Tian and the other soul beasts erupted into derisive laughter. Tang San and Bai Qinxiang were especially incensed by the matter. Most notably, Xueqing's reaction was telling. Though his expression remained stoic, those familiar with him understood he was on the brink of fury. This is utterly unacceptable. While I am aware of the existence of such parasites within the nobility, I did not expect them to consider such behavior as justified. Though I cannot claim that all are equal, for the disparities in strength and status are tangible. Those in higher positions must afford some assistance and respect to those below them. This is the bare minimum of virtue. But what have they done? They casually slay their retainers and even refer to ordinary folk as commoners. This is laughable. Xueqing rose in anger and strode out. The others remained silent, for they all understood that the best resolution to human affairs lay in the hands of Xueqing. The identity of this prince is far from merely ornamental. You all wait here. I shall step outside to investigate. After some contemplation, Limulu resolved to follow suit, for he must ensure the safety of Zhuqing. I shall accompany you. Upon seeing Limulu's departure, Bingdi hastily followed. Tang San and Bai Qinxiang exchanged glances before trailing behind. Truly, they're a source of constant concern. Observing the two children rush out, Yin sighed and subsequently returned to Tang San's body. Chapter 133. The Furious Zhuqing. Subscription requested. Hey, what are you all doing here? Are you aware that entering this village requires you to remove your gear? A burly man approached, placing himself before this group. However, the leading man merely smirked disdainfully at the imposing figure before him. He then turned to his son, unleashing his martial soul and soul rings. So, today I shall enlighten you on how we nobles ought to interact with these commoners. Take this insolent peasant before us who dares to obstruct our path. Simply eliminate him. With that, he activated his second soul skill, Wind of Death. As the words left his lips, a surge of soul power rapidly converged upon his scythe. With a powerful swing, a formidable slash surged towards the man. How dare a mere four-ring soul master cause a ruckus here? He is truly courting death. Just then, the silhouette of a swift-tailed swallow materialized behind the burly man, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings emanating from him. A tremendous explosion of soul power erupted instantly. The opponent's attack was effortlessly dissipated by this overwhelming force. How can this be? How could a rural village possibly harbor a soul king at level 50? The sight of the soul rings and the striking figure of the swift-tailed swallow left them utterly astonished. Is this fear? With your meager strength, you dare to cause trouble here? You truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The burly man refrained from direct confrontation, for the attributes of the swift-tailed swallow martial soul were almost entirely focused on speed. Engaging actively would not guarantee victory, even against a level 40 soul master. However, exerting soul power to suppress the opponent was relatively straightforward for him. At this moment, the young man revealed a sinister expression, scanning the crowd and noticing the gleeful faces surrounding him. What significance does a mere soul king hold? We have the numbers, and with you alone, you're no match for us. Everyone sees him. If anyone manages to kill him, I shall appoint them to my personal guard. The men exchanged glances, for the majority were reluctant to confront a soul king-level adversary. It was clearly a death sentence. What are you all waiting for? Charge at once, or you shall all perish. The man's visage twisted in rage. At that moment, a young man standing beside him displayed a chilling smile. With a swift motion, he appeared behind a retreating guard and swiftly snapped his neck. Should anyone dare to flee, this shall be their fate. Witnessing the murder, the remaining individuals shuddered and charged forward recklessly. The burly man was appalled by the way the young man compelled his subordinates to attack. Ha ha, my aide, you truly have a way with words. Of course, my loyalty to you is unwavering. The lives of these commoners are worthless. A mere handful of coins can procure more from the spear hall. Their deaths are inconsequential. Ha ha ha, you speak the truth. These lowly peasants are a waste of life. This exchange only heightened the terror of those present. The onlookers, initially intrigued, hastily shut their doors. Even shopkeepers abandoned their wares, retreating to the safety of their homes. While those who came to the trading village were, to some extent, notable figures, their strengths were limited, typically only sufficient for self-preservation and minor transactions. The truly powerful individuals would not personally venture here. Thus, upon witnessing the retreat of the crowd, the noble's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Ha 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 ha. A mere village in a rural corner has produced a level 50 soul king, yet your bravado changes nothing regarding its impending demise. Such audacity! Who bestowed upon you the courage to stir trouble in the trading village? Just then, a youthful yet authoritative voice resonated from behind the crowd. The nobleman furrowed his brow at the sight, while his aide briefly expressed surprise before donning a peculiar smile. The noble's child did not focus on the speaker, but rather on what lay behind him. Father, that is the one who struck me. The one with blue hair? The nobleman followed his child's gesture and soon laid eyes upon Tang San, who stood just over a meter tall, holding by Qinxiang's hand. The nobleman's expression shifted to one of bewilderment upon seeing him. The boy appeared unfazed until he noticed Tang San holding hands with Bai Qinxiang, at which point he became exceedingly agitated. Indeed, it is him, that scoundrel. You're telling me that someone just over a meter tall is only 2 years old? The nobleman's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, I utilize my abilities to take a brief glance. The child indeed appears to be only 2 years old, I assure you, whispered the aide, drawing closer. Goodness, what manner of sustenance has this monster consumed to develop so remarkably? The nobleman was astonished by Tang San's stature. However, his attention soon shifted to a stunning beauty with blue hair tied in twin ponytails, who appeared within his line of sight. In such a village, such a gem exists? Aide, combine forces with me. Together we shall... Hey, what's wrong? Why are you trembling? As a noble gazed at Limulu with longing, he noticed his aide trembling beside him. Apologies. I have some matters to attend to. I must depart. With that, the man vanished in an instant, wings unfurling behind him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings encircled him as he soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Zhuqing, I leave this to you. I shall pursue that suspicious individual. Limulu clearly observed the figure's departure and transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the heavens. This spectacle was fully witnessed by the noble and his son, especially in the moment when Limulu's aura manifested. Both individuals were utterly terrified. At this juncture, Shuqinghe was already in a state of furious wrath. With a mere snap of his fingers, 2 of his soul king-level guards concealed in the shadows simultaneously sprang into action, swiftly subduing all intruders present. Chapter 134. The Utilization of Uselessness by Mingming. You have performed admirably. Initially, I presumed that with your soul power at level 51, your combat prowess would not be particularly formidable. It appears I have underestimated you. Your clan, the Mingji, has proven to be quite capable. Your Highness, please refrain from mocking me. A typical level 51 Soul King, when faced with over 20 Soul Venerables and Great Soul Masters, may not achieve a one-hit kill, yet they would not struggle for several minutes as I did without a complete victory. Your guards are extraordinary, with merely 2 of them. They've incapacitated everyone, far surpassing my own capabilities. Bai Mingming, the guard of Bai Qin, was now visibly embarrassed. After all, the Mingji clan is renowned for its particularly lackluster attack power among soul masters of the same rank. The only ones with lower offensive capabilities might be the support-type soul masters. Thus, Shuqing's praise felt like a sting to Bai Mingming's ears. The inadequacy in offensive methods has been an insurmountable challenge for the Mingji clan since its inception. Fortunately, their speed is unparalleled across the continent. Otherwise, they would have long been eradicated by their enemies. Not to mention, in matters of retreat, none can rival their expertise. However, this is not the time for such discussions. I simply wish to uncover who has instilled in him the audacity to cause trouble in the trade village. Shuqing angrily approached the nobleman, delivering a decisive kick to his person. With over 30 levels of soul power, he ordinarily would not have been able to move a level 40 soul master. However, under the suppression of a level 50 soul king, his kick sent the nobleman flying half a meter away. Tell me, who issued the orders that brought you here? The Duchy of Baroque? The Xingluo Empire? Or perhaps the Spirit Hall? What do you think you are? A mere commoner daring to speak to a noble in such a tone. You will regret this. Should my people find out I did not return today, they will raze this area to the ground. The nobleman remained brazen. Shuqing felt his rage swell to unprecedented levels. He was typically a tranquil and somewhat cunning individual, possessing an amiable demeanor with little pretentiousness. Rarely did anything provoke his anger. Yet this time, he was genuinely incensed. The nobleman's behavior was clearly indicative of a long-standing habit, leading him to believe that nobility inherently equates to superiority. Such arrogance was utterly incomprehensible. Do you truly believe yourself to be of a higher class? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shuqing, the Prince of the Tiando Empire. If you wish to survive, you must speak truthfully. Who sent you here? A prince? Upon hearing Shuqing's declaration, the nobleman momentarily froze, his son trembling in fear. Yet soon, a mocking smile crept upon the nobleman's face. If you're a prince, then I must be the great emperor of the snowy night. Come now, son, call me father and let me hear it. Hopeless. Hearing the nobleman's words, Shuqing suddenly found himself no longer angry. He realized that this individual was beyond redemption, and there was no further need to spare him. Just as he was about to issue an order for the nobleman's execution, Limulu's voice resonated from above, and a half-dead man was thrown down by Limulu. This was the very individual who had just attempted to flee. You scoundrel! You deceived me for 3 years, claiming to be a soul venerable. Yet you're merely a soul sage? Why did you lie to me? The nobleman became hysterical upon seeing the captured individual, his furious cries leaving those present bewildered. A soul sage could remain undetected for 3 years, all while being mistaken for a soul venerable? This nobleman must surely be a fool, for the gazes directed at him shifted dramatically, as onlookers began to perceive him as both a fool and a blind man. Cough, you truly are a waste. I merely sought to replace you. However, your domain has gradually diminished over these 3 years. In my haste to extricate myself, I incited your son to stir up trouble, hoping to have you offend someone you could not afford to cross. Yet I never anticipated that he would find trouble in the trade village. I miscalculated. The man now expressed regret. The leisurely years had dulled his awareness of the outside world. He had only cursorily scanned news and information, and thus was vaguely aware of the trade village's location and its backers, yet knew nothing more. After all, he believed that in this rural area, no one could possibly challenge him. Alas, he was gravely mistaken. Shuqing, this is the Spirit Hall's token. He is indeed one of theirs. I suspect this incident was not meticulously planned. It is most likely a mere accident. As for this nobleman, it seems he can still serve a purpose. We might as well utilize his uselessness. Although his status is lowly, being of an offshoot of the nobility, he can still serve as an example to others. An example? Is it? Xue Qinghe mused, playing with the spirit hall's token before fastening it to his waist. Very well, I know how to proceed. There is no time to waste. I shall take them to meet my father. With that, Xue Qinghe signaled to his guards. The two exchanged glances and promptly subdued all intruders, binding them together. The spirit hall agent was also knocked unconscious by Limulu and subsequently tied up. This time, I shall accompany you, for there are matters I need to discuss with the great emperor of the Snowy Night. This is of utmost importance, and I must meet him in person, Limulu stated, glancing at Bing Di, who nodded and approached Limulu, taking his hand. Additionally, Bing would join as well. Given his identity, it would be necessary for you to relay that information. Understood, Mr. Limulu, I know what to do. Do not move, or I shall kill him. Just as the discussions were underway, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Tang San was being held hostage by a man, a sharp blade pressed against his throat. 3 white soul rings encircled him, signifying this man's extraordinary identity. Chapter 135. The Fool's Act. Isn't this guy supposed to be dead? Upon witnessing the sudden revival of this individual, the crowd was instantly engulfed in confusion, for he was none other than the guard whose neck had been mercilessly twisted. With a sardonic chuckle, he proclaimed that his soul abilities included the capacity to reconnect bones, pause heartbeats, and even stifle his own breath. Otherwise, who would willingly partake in a charade for that scoundrel? Now, I implore you to release me at once. Otherwise, this child shall lose his life. His words elicited astonishment from the onlookers. Even Limulu was taken aback by the peculiarity of this man's soul abilities. Clearly, he was a seasoned performer, exhibiting a level of expertise that was somewhat disconcerting. Not even Limulu felt compelled to extend concern for the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and naturally, everyone overlooked him. This was why he had patiently awaited the opportune moment to reveal himself. Even if he had chosen to remain hidden, it would have sufficed to be buried as a true corpse. However, regarding Tang San's predicament, the crowd held no inclination to intervene. They simply observed. Although most present possessed the capability to rescue him, none took action, deeming it unnecessary. Instead, they regarded this brave warrior with sympathetic gazes. What is this expression? Hurry and leave this place, or else what will you do? Before the man could finish his sentence, an ethereal voice resonated behind him, sending shivers down his spine. How dare you hold my son hostage? It seems you have yet to experience the true essence of death. As the last word fell, countless blue tendrils erupted from beneath the man, lifting him high into the air. Despite his desperate screams, the growth showed no signs of cessation. Mother, I am sorry. Tang San collapsed onto Ain, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor. The act of feigning death had caught everyone off guard. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Tang San could not have anticipated such a ploy. Moreover, given his tender age, he was ill-equipped to withstand such trials. Little San, you are much cuter this way. Do indulge in more displays of affection. Do not act so mature, for you are still but a child. Upon hearing Yin's words, Tang San's cheeks flushed crimson as he buried his face deeper. Others around them felt indifferent to Yin's remarks. But Limulu discerned that Yin likely understood that Tang San retained memories from his past life. Nevertheless, this mattered little. As long as he remained Tang San, her son, she would not concern herself with such matters. Meanwhile, Yin dissolved the blue-silver grass she had summoned. Help! As the blue-silver grass retracted, a chorus of wails echoed through the air. This was the sound of the man's torment. Although his demise would pose no issue, Limulu extended a tendril to catch him mid-fall, ensuring his safety for the sake of Bai Chenxiang's well-being, before tossing him aside to be dealt with by Bai Mingming. Yin, how is your strength recovering? Limulu inquired with curiosity. While Yin's displayed power was significantly diminished compared to her peak, defeating a 3-ringed soul venerable posed no challenge. Admittedly, this soul venerable was quite weak, his soul rings merely white, yet he still held the title of soul venerable. It is merely a modest accomplishment. I require my dear son's support to regain my full prowess. Should he falter, my recovery shall be limited, for we are now one entity. At present, I possess strength akin to a soul sect. Had this soul, venerable, not been so feeble, coupled with the element of surprise, I would have found it challenging to defeat him. As Ain gently stroked Tang San's head, the others cast envious glances at him for having such a motherly soul spirit. This provided Tang San with an inherent shield of protection. Moreover, once he ascended to the rank of soul master, the saying would indeed hold true: defeat the young, and the old shall emerge instantly. After all, Ain currently constituted a part of Tang San's strength. This was not an unfair advantage, but rather a fair 2-on-1. Limulu, I had intended to ask, is this individual also a soul spirit? The Ice Emperor inquired. Limula nodded in affirmation. Do you recall my previous mention of 2 individuals in the Soul Beast Empire possessing soul spirits? One of them is Tang San, and his soul spirit is his mother, Ain. Furthermore, a yin's true form is derived from the transformation of a century-old blue silvergrass. To speak candidly, had there been alternative methods, I would not have subjected her to this fate. Limulu sighed. Upon hearing this, Ain shook her head and offered a gentle smile. Lord Limulu, there is no need for such remorse. If blame is to be placed, it should be directed at Qian Xuanji. Had it not been for him, our family would not have faced such peril. You merely came to our rescue. Thus, you hold no fault. Though true, Limula began, only to pause and shake his head. Let it be. There is no need to dwell on past grievances. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Regarding these individuals, I will accompany Shui Qinghe to the Tiando Empire shortly. You, Ain, must oversee the management of Trade Village diligently. In a little over 4 years. Once Tang San awakens his martial soul and the situation stabilizes here, you shall no longer bear such burdens. It matters not. I have long grown accustomed to such fulfilling days, and I quite enjoy them. After briefly outlining other matters, Limula set off with Shui Qinghe. Their pace was somewhat sluggish due to the need to escort the invaders. By evening, they had yet to reach the Tiando Empire. However, at that moment, the noble had regained consciousness. Upon awakening and glancing at the sky, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you're all doomed. You shall all perish. I previously warned that if I had not returned by nightfall, someone would come to raze every village in this region. Now, repent for your ignorance. Ha ha ha, is that so? The ignorant one here is undoubtedly you. Upon hearing his words, Limulu could scarcely muster the energy to mock him, for his naivety was astounding. Simultaneously, within the territory of a particular noble, one of Shui Qinghe's guards, bearing his orders and insignia, arrived to take charge. Now, all the inhabitants of this place belonged to Shui Qinghe. The foolish noble remained oblivious to the fact that he was the true jester. Chapter 136. A visit request for subscription. Is this the Tiando Empire? It does not appear to be much, does it? Although the exterior is adorned with electric lights, creating a bright facade, the streets are utterly desolate, devoid of a single soul. Upon entering the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe took his leave first, as he needed to return to the imperial palace to attend to his own affairs. Although Rimuru could accompany him and stay in the Elder Hall, he chose not to go directly to the palace, wanting to allow the Ice Emperor to explore the surroundings a bit more. After all, even if they went now, they would not be able to meet the great Emperor Shui Yi, so it was better to visit tomorrow. Ice Emperor, do not speak so hastily. Be cautious of the repercussions, Rimuru remarked. Although he was unaware of any significant changes in the Tiando Imperial City over the past 6 months, the area around the city gates remained rather desolate. This was due to the restrictions placed on pedestrian movement and the prohibition of street vendors, making such a quiet atmosphere quite normal. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the Ice Emperor nodded, albeit skeptically. Rimuru, noticing her reaction, smiled and took her hand, leading her to a certain location. Come on, it's late at night, and those entertainment venues are closed. However, the restaurant I frequent should still be open, and we can enjoy a nice dinner there. With that, Rimuru guided the Ice Emperor towards the heart of the Imperial City. As they ventured further in, The bustling atmosphere intensified, even though the nighttime population of Tiando Imperial City was still sparse compared to the day. Nevertheless, the glow of the streetlights illuminated the scene, revealing some small shops that remained open, selling their wares. Additionally, Rimuru spotted several vendors displaying their crafted household items prominently at the entrance to attract customers. He even noticed that a grocery store he used to frequent had shifted most of its stock to household goods, filling him with a sense of pride. Although these items were created based on memories from his previous life, it was gratifying to see them utilized and selling so well. This realization filled Rimuru with an inner pride, as these were indeed the fruits of human ingenuity. He merely replicated them, making slight adjustments to suit the circumstances of this world. Rimuru, my dear friend, it has been quite some time. The proprietor of the grocery store exclaimed upon spotting Rimuru while tidying up. It has indeed been a while. How have you been? Rimuru welcomed the chance to engage in conversation with an old acquaintance. The shopkeeper readily brought over 2 chairs, inviting Rimuru and the Ice Emperor to sit down for a chat. However, his gaze towards the Ice Emperor was somewhat peculiar. Rimuru, business has been thriving, especially with the delightful little items produced by your Soul Beast Empire. Even my wife's adult goods store has begun to sell these items. He continued, then inquired, "By the way, is this young lady your sister?" "Well, sort of," Rimuru replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The shopkeeper nodded knowingly. "Rimuru, although you have publicly revealed your identity, I must advise you to take care of your health, even as a soul beast." Did you misunderstand something?" Rimuru was taken aback by the oddity of the statement, but the shopkeeper merely laughed heartily and presented a small trinket to the Ice Emperor. "This is for you. A little gift to celebrate our reunion." "What is this?" the Ice Emperor inquired, recognizing the small object. After a glance, Rimuru's face flushed crimson. "Shopkeeper, we cannot accept this." Without hesitation, Rimuru swiftly returned the trinket to the shopkeeper's hand. The shopkeeper, unfazed, simply produced another item, a palm-sized figurine, and handed it to the Ice Emperor along with the trinket. "This figurine and the trinket are my latest arrivals. Since I have not officially opened yet, consider this a pre-launch gift. Rimuru, you concealed your identity from me for so long. Although our status is now vastly different, I hope you will not hold it against me for the sake of our past friendship." Rimuru felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The trinket and figurine gifted to the Ice Emperor were indeed representations of Rimuru himself. The trinket depicted Rimuru in his tentacle form, a shape he rarely assumed, only transforming when training the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The figurine, however, portrayed Rimuru in a feminine guise, complete with a teaching wand for etiquette lessons. This particular image of Rimuru was known only to a select few, making it all the more embarrassing. "Rimuru, I never imagined your feminine form could be so enchanting. I feel that if you stood before the great Emperor Shui, she might feel somewhat overshadowed," the Ice Emperor exclaimed. Rimuru had never donned feminine attire in the extreme north, so the Ice Emperor was oblivious to this aspect of his past, which Rimuru desperately wished to avoid. He knew such matters would eventually surface, but he could not have anticipated that it would be revealed in such an embarrassing manner. Rimuru longed to find a hole to hide in, utterly humiliated. "Enough, shopkeeper. Let us speak no more. Based on this figurine alone, our friendship is concluded," Rimuru declared, rising from his seat and grasping the Ice Emperor's hand as they made their exit. The Ice Emperor, noticing, quickly tucked away the figurine and trinket, following Rimuru with a cheerful demeanor, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of bewilderment as he watched their retreating figures. "I truly cannot fathom her anymore." A moment later, Rimuru was indulging heartily at his favored restaurant, seemingly venting his frustrations into his meal. Fortunately, they were in a private room, preventing anyone from witnessing his gluttonous display. The Ice Emperor sat beside him, eating while playfully coaxing him. "Rimuru, just let me see it once, just once. Please, I beg you." "Ice Emperor, please do not persist." "I truly cannot," Rimuru replied, exasperated. "But this isn't your first time. What is the harm in doing it once more?" The Ice Emperor pleaded, even neglecting her food. Eventually, overwhelmed by her persistence, Rimuru relented. All right, but just this once. There will be no more after this." He stood and moved to an open space, preparing to transform. In the next moment, Rimuru appeared before the Ice Emperor, adorned in a stunning glass-like dress, with long hair cascading down. In such a form, he resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. Even the Ice Emperor found herself mesmerized. Is this sufficient? Rimuru asked impatiently, but the Ice Emperor shook her head, eager for a few more glimpses. Just then, a raucous noise erupted from outside. Limu instinctively turned around, only to find several familiar figures appearing before him. Limu, elder sister? Chapter 137, The Sudden Sense of Oppression. With his current appearance exposed, Limu could only think of one thing: to return to Xinghu immediately and bury himself. Limu, you suddenly returned without a word. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing passing by the academy, we wouldn't even have known you were back. However, after your return, you still came to the old place for a meal, so we rushed over right away. It's one thing for you to eat here, but how could you dress so beautifully in front of others? A group of girls gathered around, demanding an explanation from Limu. Among them was a boy who bore a striking resemblance to a girl. Limu felt exceedingly awkward, unsure of how to respond. Guyina, Xiao Wu, Qiu'er, please don't misunderstand. That person over there, Tian Ming, quickly closed the private room door. Hee, Limu, today is quite the day for you. Tian Ming Bing Tian chuckled mischievously, leisurely walking to the door of the private room before shutting it. Fortunately, it was already past evening, and the sky had darkened. Moreover, the inhabitants of the Tiando Empire generally retired at sunset. Even though the outside was brightly lit, there were still few people at night, and hardly anyone would intentionally come out to dine. This farce was narrowly avoided from being discovered by others. Otherwise, Limu might truly have returned to his homeland. Limu, I never expected that after more than half a year, your interests have broadened so much. In the past, we had to force you into dressing as a girl, and now you willingly adorn yourself. It's truly exciting. Ziji approached with a sultry smile, extending her slender fingers to lift Limu's chin. Unfortunately, her current physical age was merely 8, standing only about 1.30 m to 1.40 m. Thus, she had to raise her hand to perform this action, rendering it rather comical. The allure of her demeanor evaporated in an instant due to her gestures. Enough of the antics. Shouldn't we discuss the identity of this girl? Biji, the calmest among them, interjected. Although she also appreciated Limu's current appearance, the sight of Bingdi eating while observing the spectacle was equally captivating, especially her large, sparkling eyes, pure as ice, would captivate anyone with just a glance. I don't even know what to say to you all. Every day in your proper forms. I wonder what you've learned over the past 6 months. Limu reverted to his slime form and leaped into Gu Yuna's embrace. Seeing Limu come over willingly, Gu Yuna smiled, her earlier displeasure dissipating. Even so, upon noticing Limu's plump body, she couldn't resist pinching him a couple of times. The familiar sensation was simply delightful. During this time, I've been playing with your clones, and I'm almost bored. Indeed, nothing compares to the original. I hope you can make it up to us in the time to come. Gu Yuna teased while tormenting Limu. To this, Limu could only utter 2 words. No way. Excuse me, little sister, what is your name? How'd you come to know Limu, elder brother? Xiao Wu bounced over and eagerly extended her right hand, hoping for a friendly exchange with Bingdi. Upon noticing this, Bingdi wiped her hands before shaking Xiao Wu's hand. My name is Bing, from the far north. As for how I came to know Limu, Bingdi paused mid-sentence, uncertain if she could trust the individuals before her. Go ahead, Bing Bing. They are all transformed soul beasts and part of my soul beast empire. Hearing Limu's words, Bingdi nodded in understanding and then displayed a friendly smile. So you're the few that Limu often mentions. When we were together in the far north, he frequently spoke of you, saying you were beautiful and kind. Now that we meet, you are indeed even more beautiful than I imagined. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Bing, from the far north, and I am the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Before I transformed into a human, I had another name, Bingdi. Bingdi spoke candidly, proud of her identity. However, she was completely oblivious to the fact that her words had drawn everyone's attention to Limu instead. Gu Yuna cast a knowing glance at the slime in her arms, her expression filled with mischief. It seemed an entertaining show was about to unfold. Tianming Bing Tian snickered quietly from his side, even taking the opportunity to mock Limu. At this moment, Limu was drenched in sweat. Although he was a slime, sweat was continuously secreted within his body, soon flowing outward. Listen to my explanation. It's not what she said, Limu exclaimed, panic-stricken. Bingdi, you quickly clarify our relationship. Limu was completely flustered. Bingdi looked puzzled, unsure of what Limu wanted her to explain. Limu, what do you want to clarify? It's just that we slept in the same place. We didn't sleep together, did we? Oh, you mean that? Is there any need to explain? You build an ice house. If we didn't sleep together, where else could we sleep? And when you first arrived in the far north, didn't we often sleep together? What is wrong with that? Bingdi tilted her head, still somewhat confused. Being new to the human world, she was entirely unaware of the ambiguous implications of her words. Words may be spoken without intent, but listeners may take them to heart. An unexplainable flame ignited within the hearts of Gu Yuna and the others. Sensing this oppressive atmosphere, Limu shrank in size as a slime. Please don't misunderstand. When I first went to the far north, she hadn't transformed yet. Even after she transformed, our ice house became an ice castle with several rooms. When she said we slept together, it only meant we were in the same castle, not truly together. Limu explained loudly, suddenly piquing Bingdi's curiosity. What is there to explain? Isn't that what happened? Exactly, that is how it was. Hearing Bingdi finally join in with a serious remark, Limu hurriedly chimed in, fearing that others might miss it. Chapter 138. A familiar feeling. So that is the situation. It seems we have misunderstood you, dear Limulu. Gu Yuna gently pinched Limulu's body and uttered a chilling remark. Her inherent regal demeanor had shifted to one of unexpected gentleness, even addressing Limulu as dear. Such behavior was rare for her. Yet, each time she referred to Limulu in this manner, it signified that she had already devised a certain scheme in her heart. This thought caused Limulu to shudder involuntarily, prompting her to leap away from Gu Yuna's embrace and make her way to Wang Qiuer's side. Do not fear, my Limulu, for I am here. No one can bully you. Wang Qiuer's comforting words brought a sigh of relief to Limulu. All right, enough of the jesting. Let us discuss the matter concerning Miss Bing Bing. You mentioned earlier that your true form is the Ice Emperor Scorpion, once a ruler of the far north. The Ice Emperor? Gu Yuna spared Limulu for the moment and shifted her gaze toward the Ice Emperor. The others present finally began to grasp the terrifying identity of the person before them. Apart from Gu Yuna and Bai Ji, the remainder exhibited expressions of astonishment. Though the Ice Emperor's reputation might be somewhat ordinary in the human realm, it was exceedingly renowned within the spirit beast world. The Ice Emperor was one of the few spirit beasts over 300,000 years old, a force to be reckoned with. However, such a formidable entity willingly taking on a human form was beyond their comprehension. After all, among those present, only Bai Ji boasted an age exceeding 500,000 years. Her transformation into a human was motivated partly by her desire to assist Di Tian in seeking what may very well be a non-existent opportunity, and partly to aid Limulu in achieving the monumental task of peace between humans and spirit beasts. As for the others, aside from Gu Yuna and Tianming Bing Can, who were rather exceptional, their years of transformation were progressively less. Bing Bing? Ice Emperor? My Bing Bing. Do you not remember me? At that moment, Tianming Bing Can suddenly called out, rushing forward to grasp the Ice Emperor's hand. His swift action took everyone by surprise. Who are you? Release my hand. The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow and instantly unleashed her freezing power, attempting to free herself from the grasp. However, Tianming Bing Can exhibited a remarkable resistance to the icy force. Although all his attributes were concentrated in mental strength, his innate racial abilities endowed him with resistance to ice attributes. Unless the Ice Emperor made a true effort, Tianming Bing Can would remain unaffected. Nonetheless, to avoid leaving a poor first impression on the Ice Emperor, he eventually let go of her hand. Bing Bing, have you forgotten? You once pursued me relentlessly. Had I not been taken to the Stardow Forest by the Black Dragon King, we might have become a couple. Do you not recall? Pursue you? What nonsense is this? Wait, you are that Tianming Bing Can, the useless one. The Ice Emperor's recognition of the familiar aura and Limulu's prior address sparked an unlikely name in her mind. although labeled as useless. Tian Mengbing can felt a surge of joy. Indeed, I am Tian Mengbing Can. Are you truly that useless one? My apologies, I am not useless. I'm a genius. Just look, I have already become a great soul master. Impressive, right? Ha ha ha. Tian Mengbing Can boasted, showcasing his 2 yellow soul rings. The Ice Emperor displayed a look of disdain, releasing her own soul power and martial spirit. I am at level 27. What about you? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Tian Mengbing Can felt a heavy blow, nearly losing his balance. You doubt my words? You have been transformed for 2 years and have only reached level 21 soul power. How embarrassing. You are the only one among all transformed spirit beasts who is a million-year-old spirit beast, yet your abilities are disappointingly subpar. The sharp tongue of ZG left Tian Mengbing Can feeling battered. He found himself at a loss for words. As ZG pointed out, while others had made significant progress, he remained stagnant. ZG, do not be so harsh. Little Meng has his merits. At the very least, he has a hearty appetite and can endure a beating. Gu Yuna interjected, prompting laughter from the Ice Emperor. Who would have thought that after such a long absence from the far north, you have not improved at all? Fortunately, I did not consume you back then. Otherwise, I would not be seeing you now. You are rather fortunate. The Ice Emperor looked at the despondent Tian Mengbing Can, as if recalling something, and broke into a brilliant smile. His demeanor was reminiscent of the time when he chased after Limulu, wanting to consume him, with little change. The only difference now was that his expressions appeared more diverse since becoming human. So that is how it is. I thought this fellow could not possibly have the illustrious Ice Emperor pursuing him. ZG nodded, simultaneously taking the opportunity to tease Tian Mengbing Can ahem. Let's pause for a moment. Tian Meng, please fetch some more dishes. It has been a long time since we last met, and today should be our reunion feast. Everyone, do not just stand there. Take a seat quickly, and let us not waste this meal while it is still enjoyable. With that, Limulu transformed into human form and promptly seated himself opposite the Ice Emperor, indulging in a hearty feast. As a devoted eater, he deemed wasting food a disgraceful act. Thus, he was determined to savor every morsel of this meal. Gu Yuna and the others, observing Limulu in his familiar manner, took their seats and began to eat while awaiting the arrival of new dishes. Gu Yuna, in particular, nestled closely beside Limulu, occasionally leaning against him. The others, though eager to join, could only watch enviously as this was Gu Yuna's exclusive spot. After satisfying their appetites, Limulu settled the bill and led everyone on a leisurely stroll through the streets of Tiando Royal City. During this time, Limulu briefly recounted his experiences in the far north, with the Ice Emperor occasionally providing clarifications on some inaccuracies. In the span of a single meal, the Ice Emperor had grown considerably more familiar with the others, especially the lively Xiao Wu and Wang Qiuer, who had already befriended her. Moreover, the revelation that Xiao Wu was the third possessing a soul spirit piqued the Ice Emperor's interest. Additionally, the fact that Wang Qiuer's true form was the Imperial Divine Beast caught the Ice Emperor's attention. She was genuinely astonished that Limulu could persuade the Imperial Divine Beast to transform. This revelation left her utterly shocked. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, including Limulu, a pair of eyes had been watching them from a distance of 1,000 meters since the moment they stepped out of the restaurant. This scrutiny continued until their return to the Tiando Royal Academy. This pair of eyes has finally ceased its pursuit. Chapter 139. The omnipresent Limulu Zhongzhu. Limulu has returned to the Tiando Empire. Should we visit him now? Gushu, you are still so impatient. Well, I did ask you to keep an eye on them. If we go now, it would be blatantly obvious that we're tracking them. Wouldn't it? Ning Fengji shook his head, gently tapping his palm on the armrest of his chair, and continued, Let us do this. Tomorrow, as usual, Jian Shu will accompany me to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Gushu, you will continue to monitor outside the Tiando Royal Academy. We must keep a close watch on those children, especially Gu Yuna and the others. Understood. Gu Douluo nodded and then departed. Ning Fengji sat alone in his desolate chamber, unable to suppress a sigh. He stepped outside, gazing at the full moon hanging high in the sky, speaking to himself. I wonder where Limulu has been during this time. Those children haven't said a word. Not even Tang Hao speaks the truth. Moreover, the artifacts from the Soul Beast Empire are indeed quite effective. In just 6 short months, they have transformed the entire Tiando imperial city. Even other regions within the Tiando Empire are ardently promoting them. At this rate, in another year, these items will likely become all the rage throughout the Tiando Empire. In 2 or 3 years, the entire continent may bear the shadow of the Soul Beast Empire. Limulu is truly a formidable figure, inspiring a sense of dread. Father, are you speaking of Limulu, the emperor of the Soul Beast Empire? He doesn't seem that frightening. In fact, he appears quite adorable. As Ning Fengji was lost in thought, a melodious voice chimed in beside him. A little girl, clad in pajamas and standing about half a meter tall, appeared, clutching a pillow adorned with Limulu's image. Ning Fengji observed the pillow, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then knelt down to ruffle the girl's hair. Rong, why are you out here? It's nearly midnight. Shouldn't you be asleep? The night is a bit warm, and I can't seem to fall asleep. So I thought I'd take a stroll. You should return to sleep. I'll have someone place a basin of ice in your room shortly to cool it down. No need, father. I would prefer an air conditioner instead. Why not buy one for me? Hee. Ah, so you were waiting for me here. Ning Fengji was both amused and exasperated by Ning Rongrong's words. Speaking of which, what is this air conditioner? Father, you seem quite oblivious to the trends in the city lately. An air conditioner can replace ice and directly cool the room. Moreover, it supposedly has a humidifying effect, preventing the room from becoming too dry. Ning Fengti sleeps ti cheta, Ning Rongrong's explanation. He glanced at the bulbs hanging from the ceiling and various pillars, sighing once more. Limulu, your inventions truly infiltrate every corner. What did you say, father? It's nothing. If you desire it, we shall procure one. But is it truly as remarkable as you claim? Ning Fengji remained somewhat skeptical. Ning Rongrong flashed a mischievous smile, stepping forward and whispering conspiratorially in Ning Fengji's ear. I've heard that this item was previously reserved for the royal family. However, since they no longer need it, they have decided to sell it. Where do you hear such gossip? I am truly at a loss for you. Ning Fengti seeked helplessly. Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest proudly. By the way, father, I heard you mention that Limulu seems to have returned, right? I wish to see him at the Tiando Academy. Could you assist me with this? I can indeed, but not in the next couple of days. We shall find a suitable time when both parties are available, and I will take you. Hee, thank you, father. You're the best. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong jumped into Ning Fengji's arms, hanging onto his neck. The pillow, adorned with Limulu's image, was wedged between them, causing it to wobble amusingly. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Royal Academy, Limulu had returned to his dormitory, tidying up his belongings in preparation for a restful slumber. However, just as he lay down, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Limulu, it's Tang Hao. I need to discuss something important with you. Tang Zitiang. Are you not aware that it is quite late? Everyone else is asleep, and you're knocking so loudly. Isn't that disturbing the peace? Limulu sighed in resignation, then turned on the light and summoned a tendril to open the door. Tang Hao entered with a serious expression and promptly shut the door behind him. Limulu, this matter is of utmost importance, and I must report to you as soon as possible. As Tang Hao spoke, he approached Limulu, quickly reaching the window, almost climbing up. What is it? Speak quickly. Limulu was somewhat impatient. Anyone would be irked when their sleep is interrupted. Tang Hao rubbed his chin, organizing his thoughts before finally speaking. The situation is as follows. I have observed that for the past 3 months, someone has been following Gu Yuna and the others. However, this individual does not seem to harbor any ill intentions, which is why I've been discreetly protecting them. Furthermore, the other party has done an excellent job of concealing themselves. I cannot locate them at all. Additionally, in 2 years, the Wuhuan Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Qingdao Empire will jointly host the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. Currently, the Tiando Royal Academy is preparing and selecting candidates for this competition in advance. So I was wondering if we should have Gu Yuna and the others stop. Do not mention the tournament for now. They are far too young. Even if they participate in 2 years, they will barely be 10 years old. The risks are too great. Thus, my plan is to wait 5 or 10 years until they are all of suitable age before participating. You are aware of their identities. And our Soul Beast Empire's foundation is still insufficient. In 5 or 10 years, when our national strength has significantly improved, it will be far better to enter under our own name. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Tang Hao suddenly understood and smiled. As expected of Limulu, I was merely thinking of leveraging the rewards from the Wuhuan Hall. It seems I was thinking too simplistically. Chapter 140. Even sleep is disturbed very well. Let us not discuss this matter further. If we were to participate, it would suffice to enter the internal competitions of the Tiando Empire. As for the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, we shall wait for the next 2 rounds to discuss it. Now, let us return to the matter of the individual you discovered following them. In fact, I noticed someone trailing me as well when I returned, but I did not pay it much mind, as my presence would surely attract the attention of various factions. However, upon hearing your words, it seems that the other party has been persistently stalking Gu Yuna and her companions. Indeed, Lord Limulu, this is precisely why I sought you out. I wish to discuss how we might address this matter. After pondering for a moment, Limulu shook his head. For now, we shall refrain from taking action until I ascertain the identity of this individual. If they turn out to be an acquaintance, it would be rather inappropriate to resort to force. However, have you disclosed this matter to Gu Yuna and her companions? To prevent unnecessary worry, I have kept it to myself for the time being. Tang Hao shook his head, and Limulu exhaled in relief. If Gu Yuna and the others are unaware, then the situation remains manageable. Otherwise, given Gu Yuna's temperament, she would undoubtedly not treat the intruder with any courtesy. There is a possibility she might even summon Emperor Tian to eliminate the threat, which could result in more trouble than it is worth. After all, the identity of the individual remains unconfirmed. If they are a friendly party sent to protect them and we inadvertently harm one of our own, that would indeed present a significant complication. Well then, you may leave for now. I am preparing to retire for the night. Once the matter was settled, Limulu began to usher him out. However, Tang Hao did not depart. Instead, he wore an awkward expression and rubbed his nose. Lord Limulu, I wish to discuss something with you. No, you do not wish to. Before Tang Hao could finish, Limulu interrupted him, extending a tentacle to unceremoniously eject him. Lord Limulu, you misunderstand. I merely require a bit of shampoo and soap, as I have run out. Seizing the opportunity, while Limulu had not yet closed the door, Tang Hao slipped through the gap. Upon hearing his words, Limulu breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I thought that during my absence of over half a year, you had developed some peculiar new hobby. With that, Limulu tossed the soap and shampoo to him. Thank you. Before Tang Hao could finish, Limulu poked him in the stomach, forcibly sending him out. After dealing with that fellow, Limulu finally felt a sense of relief and was ready to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, just as he turned off the lights and closed his eyes, there came a knock at the door once again. Who could be this time? Limulu felt somewhat exasperated and prepared to open the door. Yet at that moment, he sensed a chilling presence coalescing outside his door. Feeling this eerie power, Limulu instantly became alert, releasing his soul power to drive it back. Although I do not know who you are, you ought to consider the consequences of offending me. As soon as he spoke, Limulu opened the door. Yet this time there was no one outside. This left Limulu puzzled. He then extended his perception, first checking the direction of Gu Yuna and her companion's dormitory. Upon confirming that there was no issue there, Limulu finally relaxed, turning his attention to his surroundings. Soon, he detected a faint trace of that chilling presence. This trace was exceedingly subtle, yet Limulu could discern it clearly. Simultaneously, this aura felt somewhat familiar. For a moment, he could not recall whose it was. Are you attempting to lead me somewhere? After a moment of contemplation, Limulu revealed a cold smile. Even though I do not know your identity, I have no reason to fear you. Since you wish to meet me, let's have an encounter. With that, Limulu promptly followed the trace of the aura. Before long, he arrived at the rear of the academy. This area was an abandoned teaching zone, originally intended for physical training. However, most instructors deemed physical training to be somewhat superfluous, believing that soul masters should focus on cultivating their soul power, with other forms of training serving merely as auxiliary support. Consequently, this area fell into disuse, becoming overgrown with weeds. I have arrived. You may reveal yourself now. Unknown visitor. Mr. Limulu, I apologize for my abruptness. Given that our meeting must evade the notice of others, I regret that I could only approach you in this manner. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from behind Limulu. When he turned to face the source, he was startled to find Douluo standing before him. Hui Mei, what brings you here? In response to Lord Limulu, I have been sent to gather intelligence on the Tiando Royal Academy in preparation for the all-continent Elite Soul Master competition, which will take place in 2 years. The Pope? You were sent by Dalu? Limulu inquired with some confusion. However, Hui Mei shook his head, donning a peculiar smile. Lord Dalu has entered seclusion. The current Pope is none other than Lady Bai Dong. It has only been half a year, and she has advanced so swiftly? Limulu gasped in astonishment. I truly did not anticipate that Bai Dong would ascend to the position of Pope so quickly. Please convey my congratulations to her. I never imagined she possessed such capability. However, there are no issues with Jean Douluo, I trust. Rest assured, Mr. Limulu. While there may be some friction between the Pope and Jean Sr., the Pope's strength has already reached the pinnacle of 97 ranks, rendering her entirely unafraid of Jean Sr. Such rapid progress is indeed remarkable, Limulu mused. With Bai Dong having completed her assessments, her speed of advancement is astonishingly swift. By the way, what business do you have with me that necessitated your visit in the dead of night? Mr. Limulu, I am here to forewarn you. Within the Spirit Hall, there are individuals plotting against the Soul Beast Empire. Moreover, both the Xing Luo Empire and the Baroque Duchy have shown signs of intent to strike. Due to the constraints of the Pope's position, she has been unable to communicate with you. Fortunately, I happen to be here today, so I took the liberty of reaching out to you. Thus, after tonight, I have never met you, and you have had no communication with me. The Xing Luo Empire and the Baroque Duchy, you say? Limulu nodded upon hearing this. I understand. Thank you for the information. Is there anything else? Hui Mei shook his head, then offered a respectful bow to Limulu before merging into the shadows and vanishing from sight. Limulu then produced a map of the continent, focusing his gaze on the territories of the Xing Luo Empire and the Baroque Duchy. So, you wish to take action? Let me see what your plans entail. Chapter 141. Return to the Imperial Palace. Subscription requested. The next morning, Limulu stood atop the teaching building of Tiando Academy, gazing down at the students rehearsing on the playground, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At this time, the upperclassmen were preparing for the academy ranking competition, which was to take place the following day, coinciding with the final day of rehearsals. Each upperclassman was diligently preparing, as this ranking could significantly influence the resources allocated to them in the future. It is even possible that this could affect their participation in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Although this competition is still 2 years away, Tiando Academy typically begins preparations over a year in advance, as it pertains to the institution's reputation. As for the lower grades, they are merely there to observe the excitement. Whether it be competing or engaging in other activities, they have little to do with it for now. However, witnessing each diligent student made Rimuru reminisce about his own school days, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Mr. Rimuru, what did you just say? Prince Xiueshing inquired, clearly having missed the words. Rimuru smiled and shook his head, then turned to depart. Come, I have important matters to discuss with Emperor Xie. Bing, you should accompany me and speak as we agreed yesterday. Understood, but will he truly assist us? Bing asked, puzzled. Rimuru shook his head. I cannot be certain. After all, this concerns the Xing Luo Empire, and Emperor Xie cannot interfere in their national affairs. Nonetheless, it is essential for him to be informed of this matter, especially given the atrocious actions of certain nobles within the Xing Luo Empire. Mr. Rimuru is correct. Although my understanding is limited, he has shared some details with me. The hunting of young creatures is something no rational being could condone. Even in our Tiando Empire, we do not hunt soul beast cubs, nor do we intentionally cultivate them. We strongly oppose such conduct, Prince Xiueshing boasted, reinforcing his nation's values. Rimuru found his reaction somewhat amusing, though he acknowledged the truth in his words. Tiando Empire indeed refrains from deliberately cultivating soul beasts, as its vast territory encompasses several natural small forests. home to soul beasts of varying ages. Additionally, the Sunset Forest lies not far from Tiando Imperial City, easily accessible on foot. Furthermore, the empire is adjacent to the Stardo Great Forest. Such advantageous conditions render any illicit activities unnecessary. This is precisely why Prince Xiueshing harbors profound disdain for the actions of certain nobles within the Xing Luo Empire. Their group soon arrived at the imperial palace. This time, Rimuru did not have to wait long, as he was promptly led by Prince Xiueshing into the Grand Hall to meet Emperor Xuye. Present in the hall, aside from their small group, were Xueqinghe and individuals from the Ming Wu Soul Hall. More importantly, Rimuru keenly detected the scent of fresh blood lingering on the hall's floor, causing his eyelids to twitch. "Mr. Rimuru, you have finally arrived. My father and I have been waiting for you for quite some time," Xueqinghe exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Rimuru. Emperor Xue, seated upon the throne, extended a hand, but ultimately chose silence, lowering it again, his gaze reflecting a hint of exasperation at his son's behavior. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further for me, I shall take my leave. Prince, I entrust this individual from the Soul Hall to you. I trust you know what to do," the Emperor stated. "Understood, Your Majesty. I will take my leave now," Prince Xiueshing replied, nodding as he summoned several guards to carry the individual away before exiting the Grand Hall himself. "Mr. Rimuru, you mentioned having important matters to discuss with me. I have gathered some insights for my child. However, I cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the Xing Luo Empire. You are aware of this," Emperor Xuye stated. "I am indeed aware, and what I wish to convey goes beyond that. Do you not desire to seize this opportunity to suppress the Xing Luo Empire?" Rimuru inquired. "That may not be advisable," Emperor Xuye frowned, yet there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Your Majesty, do not tell me you lack dreams of unifying the continent. While my suggestions may not lead to such grand outcomes, they could at least tarnish the reputation of the Xing Luo Empire. In that case, will you still worry about attracting talent?" Rimuru proposed. "Interesting, do continue," the Emperor replied. Dropping any pretense, Rimuru glanced around before taking a seat. A nearby attendant swiftly poured him a cup of tea. Bing Bing mirrored him, though it was Xueqinghe who served her tea this time. "I do not possess extensive knowledge of their hunter organization, but this individual beside me is well versed in the matter. She hails from the extreme north and is an ice emperor scorpion, a soul beast of over 100,000 years," Rimuru explained. "Even if you do not recognize her, know that she too is a transformed soul beast of considerable age," he added, turning to Bing Bing with a knowing glance. Bing Bing nodded, then spoke according to their previous arrangement. "As a soul beast from the extreme north, I hold the most authority to discuss the actions of the Xing Luo Empire. While many humans may deem soul beasts insignificant, I trust that Your Majesty is not so superficial." "Indeed, I am not. Speak freely, with Mr. Rimuru present. There is no need for concern regarding my belief in your words, as he is the best assurance," the Emperor encouraged. "Huh, Your Majesty, you flatter me too much." Rimuru chuckled, casting another glance at Bing Bing. Bing Bing took a moment to gather her thoughts before detailing the situation of the hunters from the extreme north and their organization. Although this information was originally obtained by Rimuru through interrogation, her testimony held greater credibility due to her identity. Rimuru and Bing Bing had conspired to amplify the narrative, attributing part of the decline in the soul beast population in the extreme north to these hunters. Humph! The foolish pigs of the Xing Luo Empire truly are insufferable. However, such actions are likely limited to a small faction of nobles. After all, although there are no explicit laws against hunting soul beast cubs, it remains an immoral act. That old fellow Dai is far too lax with his subordinates. Emperor Xuye scoffed, clearly disdaining their behavior. As for the old Dai, he mentioned, he was none other than the emperor of the Xing Luo Empire. Their relationship cannot be deemed particularly good. Yet at least they have managed to maintain a semblance of decorum. I am aware of this situation, and I shall initiate a self-examination within the Tiando Empire. I am curious to see if there are individuals who, like those foolish pigs, have engaged in similar undertakings. However, regarding the Xing Luo Empire, how do you intend to address this matter? I truly find it difficult to intervene in their affairs." The response from the Shui Yidadi also signifies a clear stance. At this moment, Limulu flashed a smile and approached Shui Dadi, producing a map. Do you see this? This marks the border between the extreme north and the Xing Luo Empire. At this juncture, there lies a rather unremarkable place known as the Bing Feng Sunlin. This forest serves as a crucial passage into the extreme north, and it is also a location where hunters capture the young of soul beasts. Outside the Bing Feng Sunlin, there exists an organization called the Hun Xiao Lichong, which ostensibly claims to assist soul masters in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. However, in reality, they have been engaged in the nefarious act of hunting the young of soul beasts. This location has remained undiscovered, as there are individuals protecting it. Therefore, I suggest you inform the Emperor of the Xing Luo Empire and urge him to conduct a self-examination. Subsequently, I shall denounce the Xing Luo Empire from the standpoint of the Han Beast Empire, and all you need to do is help disseminate this information. It would be best if it becomes common knowledge. If the Xing Luo Empire takes no action, I would not hesitate to personally intervene and eliminate these nuisances. Limulus spoke with a fierce intensity. Despite his adorable appearance, which Shui Dadi found endearing, this version of Limulu, infused with a hint of murderous intent, conveyed an entirely different aura. This startled Shui Dadi, who nearly believed that the individual before him was not Limulu at all. I will assist you with this matter, for we are allies, and I am obliged to help you. However, let me clarify that the Xing Luo Empire is not to be trifled with. Their number of titled Douluos far surpasses that of my Tiando Empire. Thus, should they retaliate, all I can do is mediate. Should it come to blows, I would be powerless to assist. Shui Dadi sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. Although the national strength of the Tiando Empire is formidable, its treasury reserves have multiplied tenfold. Moreover, the army of the Tiando Empire is vast, nearly thrice that of the Xing Luo Empire. However, a military mobilization signifies war, which stifles the full might of the Tiando Empire. Additionally, within the Tiando Empire, there is only one titled Daw, the Poison Douluo, who has explicitly declared support for the Tiando royal family. While the Qi Bao Liuli sect maintains a close relationship with the Tiando royal family, it remains in a state of ambiguity without an official declaration. If any misfortune were to befall the Tiando royal family, they may not necessarily come to their aid. Hence, Shui Dadi's sense of helplessness is understandable. After all, the Tiando Empire lags significantly behind in terms of soul master prowess, particularly regarding titled Douluos. Resta surd, Shui Dadi. If they dare to make a move, you need not come to my aid. After all, my people are not to be underestimated. A Tang Retian alone would suffice to challenge them. As for the others, Limulus scoffed, clearly dismissing the opponent. Were it not for the divine beings in the heavens watching, Limulu would have already contemplated amassing the power of the entire Star Do forest to dominate the entire Douluo Continent. Nevertheless, the divine beings loom like a Damocles sword over Limulu's head. Both Ditian and Limula find it exceedingly challenging to take action against humanity, especially against Guyuna. Although she's currently unoccupied, she remains under the vigilant gaze of the divine beings. If one wishes to facilitate the true development of soul beasts, it is imperative to leverage the human channel effectively. Thus, Shui Dadi is not only an excellent collaborator, but also a resource that can be repeatedly utilized. It matters not, as long as he proves useful. By the way, what has become of that noble? I noticed a pool of blood on the ground. Limulus suddenly recalled the noble and casually inquired, "That individual? Oh, he has already been dealt with last night. However, it should have been cleaned up by now. How is it that you can still see it?" Shui Dadi cast a puzzled glance at the ground. From his perspective, the surface appeared pristine and orderly, devoid of any traces. Yet Limulu could perceive the blood that had seeped into the ground. Not only that, but he could also discern some desiccated stains that had weathered countless years. "It's nothing. I simply possess keen eyesight which allows me to see. I have concluded my matters. Please arrange for Bing's enrollment. She should join Guyuna and the others without issue, correct? That is certainly not a problem." But Shui Dadi nodded, intending to voice something, only to swallow his words. "Never mind, they are still young. We can discuss this matter another time." What is it? Limulu inquired, perplexed as to what Shui Dadi was withholding. At that moment, Xueqing he approached and began to explain. Father originally intended for Gu Yuna and her companions to participate in this elite soul master competition. However, I managed to dissuade him, as their identities cannot be disclosed without causing upheaval. I never expected you would speak on my behalf. Upon hearing Xueqing, he's words, Limulu expressed surprise and affectionately ruffled his hair in gratitude. Shui Dadi sighed and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. You all may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Recent events have left me somewhat insomniac, and I have not slept well. In that case, we shall not disturb you further. Limula nodded and, with Bing Di, took his leave, with matters concluded and the other party in agreement. It was now time for Limulu to make his appearance. Xueqing, he also offered a simple bow before eagerly following Limulu. This child possesses remarkable capabilities, yet his closeness to Limulu seems excessive. Oh well, let it be. As long as he can keep Limula steady, I need not worry. Chapter 143, Daily Vigilance. Seeking subscription. Mr. Limulu, what are your plans moving forward? Shall we draft a plan for you to implement or promote? Mr. Limulu, please slow down. I wish to accompany you back to the academy, as our paths align perfectly. Bing Bing. Do not maintain such a stern expression. It is unbecoming. Smiling more would be beneficial for your complexion. Xueqing, he has unknowingly developed this somewhat loquacious habit. However, he had already exhibited this behavior during their earlier exchanges in the trade village. Perhaps the environment of regular interaction in the trade village has induced this change. Nonetheless, Limulu has yet to acclimate to this alteration. Zhuqing, could you perhaps remain silent for a moment? I truly cannot fathom how you have honed your tongue to be so incessantly loquacious. However, it is simply in my nature, Mr. Limulu. If I do not express myself, I often feel an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Furthermore, this practice greatly enhances my abilities. Were it not for my eloquence, the bustling trade village would not thrive as it does. I can unabashedly assert that approximately 70% of the business in Trade Village is negotiated by none other than myself, without relying on anyone else. Zhuqing declared with great pride. Though his status as a guarantor instills trust in others, it is undeniable that without a modicum of capability, he could not manage the affairs of Trade Village so meticulously, nor could he have augmented the treasury of the Tiando Empire tenfold in such a short span. Thus, his gift of gab is not without merit. Very well, as long as you find joy in your speech. But do remember to refrain from divulging any sensitive secrets while conversing, particularly regarding matters pertaining to our soul beast empire. Exercise caution, for as the saying goes, excessive speech often leads to mistakes. I understand completely, Mr. Limulu. From this moment forth, I shall utter not a single word. Zhuqing smiled and promptly sealed his lips, even donning a black mask as a symbol of his resolve. At last, the ears of Limulu and the Ice Empress found a welcome respite. Yet, before they could relish this tranquility for long, a voice abruptly shattered the silence. Mr. Limulu, what a fortuitous encounter. I did not expect to find you here. I heard you had matters to attend to elsewhere. Have you just returned, or have you been back for a while? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Limulu rolled his eyes, rubbed his cheek, and then forced a smile. Master Ning, it seems every visit to the Tiando Imperial City results in our paths crossing. It is indeed quite serendipitous. Had I not just returned, I would have suspected you were deliberately lying in wait for me. Limulu emphasized his words, fully aware that this individual was indeed lurking about. However, currently, aside from the Tiando royalty and his own people, the only other person aware of Limulu's return was the ghost Guimei. Nevertheless, he would not inform Ning Fengji of this. Thus, aside from him, there were outsiders who knew of Limulu's return. Limulu then recalled that last night, Tang Ritian mentioned someone had been shadowing Gu Yuna and her companions. This individual had indeed followed them and witnessed Limulu's presence, given the opponent's strength, which surpasses that of Tang Hao. Currently, within the Tiando Empire, only the two elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possess such prowess. Consequently, Limulu immediately deduced the identity of the person who had been tailing Gu Yuna, but but had refrained from taking action. Wise King, please assist me in deducing whether my assumptions are correct. Answer. After calculation, it has been determined that there is a 90% probability that the person following them is Bon Douluo Gurong, with less than 10% probability for Sword Douluo Chen. The remaining suspects have probabilities below 1% and can be disregarded. Upon hearing the voice of the Wise King, Limulu felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He approached Ning Fengji, fixing an unwavering gaze upon his eyes. Master Ning, I have a question that I hope you will indulge me in asking. Go ahead. As long as it is within my knowledge, I shall answer with utmost candor. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, entirely unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Limulu's mind in that fleeting moment. May I inquire why you have dispatched Gu Rong to follow the members of our Soul Beast Empire? Master Ning, please answer this question, or I shall have just cause to terminate all our collaborations. Given that the Soul Beast Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have engaged in certain business dealings, the latter has benefited significantly by procuring goods at lower prices from the Soul Beast Empire and selling them at a premium. Moreover, this cooperative relationship may evolve in the future, hence Ning Fengji values their association. However, Limulu's query left him momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that Limulu would uncover Gu Rong's covert surveillance of Gu Yuna and her companions. This was quite astonishing. Doubt crept into his mind, leading him to suspect that Limulu might be attempting to deceive him. Yet, gazing into Limulu's resolute expression, Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment before deciding to be forthright. Mr. Limulu, your perceptiveness is indeed commendable. You have seen through Gu Rong's surveillance. But rest assured, he is merely shadowing them to ensure their safety. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and your Soul Beast Empire share a cooperative relationship, and it is only natural for us to send someone to protect them. Is it not? That is indeed a valid point. In that case, I must express my gratitude. Limulu shot a disdainful glance at him and prepared to depart. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to. Mr. Limulu, please hold on a moment. Since fate has brought us together today, I would like to audaciously pose a question. Ning Fengji paused momentarily before continuing. Mr. Limulu, the Soul Beast Empire has garnered quite a reputation, though it is merely within the confines of the Tiando Empire. I am confident that you shall emerge as one of the most formidable forces beyond the two empires and the Spirit Hall. Thus, I wish to ask you a rather profound question. Can the Soul Beast truly be trusted completely? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that your kind, the humans, are entirely trustworthy? Before Limulu could respond, the Ice Empress eagerly interjected with a rebuttal. Noticing her eagerness, Limulu quickly grasped her hand, urging her to refrain from impulsive reactions. Apologies. May I inquire who this is? Ning Fengji asked. The Ice Empress stood tall and unwavering, casting her gaze directly at him. My name is Bing, hailing from the far north. My true form is the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Regarding your question, you need not await Limulu's response. I can assure you that compared to the often treacherous nature of humans, we soul beasts are far more reliable. Young lady, your words carry a certain weight. However, from the perspective of an old man, both humans and soul beasts possess individuals of such character. Sword Douluo Chen, seeing Ning Fengji in a predicament, stepped forward to interject and offer assistance. After all, Ning Fengji was a junior to Chen, and their relationship was far more profound than that of other elders and their sect leaders. Who might you be? The Ice Empress scrutinized the handsome young man before her, her brow furrowing slightly. Sword Douluo Chen, despite calling himself an old man and sporting a modest beard, possessed an aura and demeanor that could only be described as dashing. Yet, the Ice Empress was not captivated by his appearance, but rather by the subtle yet palpable pressure he exuded. This was an air that only a titled Douluo could possess. Bing Bing, if you do not mind, allow me to introduce myself. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally seized the opportunity to speak. He stepped forward and immediately paid his respects to Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, subsequently introducing their identities. Bing Bing, as you are new to the Tiando Empire, you may be unaware. This dashing young man is none other than the esteemed master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Senior Ning Fengji. And this striking gentleman beside him, who has a fan base only slightly smaller than that of Mr. Rimuru, is one of the two elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Senior Jiandola. Shuqing, what do you mean by that? Are you dismissing my popularity so lightly? What do you mean only slightly smaller than Rimuru? We are clearly on equal footing, haha. Although Xin often maintained a serious demeanor, he enjoyed jesting among acquaintances. Shuqing scratched his head, opting not to continue the conversation. Recently, Xin had rarely visited the Tiando Academy, so he was naturally unaware of the latest developments. Moreover, merchandise related to Rimuru had begun to be sold within the imperial city of Tiando, including life-size figurines. The disparity in their popularity was evident. Shuqing's words were relatively restrained. Had he spoken the unvarnished truth, it could have been quite perilous. By the way, Shuqing, have you been here all along? Of course, I have always followed Rimuru. Wait a moment, Master Ning. You haven't completely overlooked me, have you? Suddenly, Shuqing appeared to recall something, his eyes widening in surprise. Ning Fengji awkwardly rubbed his nose and then looked skyward, as if the person who had just posed that question was not him at all. Xin beside him was also amused by their reactions. Even the Ice Emperor covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Shuqing, your talent is remarkable. When you close your mouth, you seem to become invisible. I reckon you could become a spy. Rimuru jested, patting Shuqing on the shoulder. However, Shuqing felt somewhat hurt, as it was his first experience of being ignored. He had always been the focal point wherever he went, the center of attention in every event. Yet, upon realizing he was being overshadowed by Rimuru, he felt a sense of acceptance. After all, his brilliance was but a firefly compared to the sun that was Rimuru, utterly incomparable. Ning Fengji, let's cut to the chase. Regarding your query, Bing has already provided an answer. Additionally, I can assure you that I will keep the spirit beasts in check. Compared to humans, spirit beasts are far more trustworthy and reliable. That is certain. After all, we spirit beasts do not engage in the devious schemes and intrigues that humans often indulge in. Of course, I do not mean to imply that all humans are like this. You should be aware of which segment I am referring to. Upon hearing Rimuru's remarks, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Indeed, that segment of people had significantly tarnished humanity's reputation. However, you can fully trust our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. We will undoubtedly be the best collaborative partner of the Spirit Beast Empire. I hope that is the case. Rimuru nodded, casting a glance at Shuqing, then took Bing's hand and walked outside. Apologies, Master Ning and Senior Jiandoa, but we have important matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. We shall converse later. Shuqing cupped his hands in respect, and then hurried to catch up with Rimuru. Ning Fengji and Xin stood in place, watching the three depart, and both sighed simultaneously. This lad, Shuqing, is getting increasingly close to Rimuru. I have a premonition that Shuqing will likely not inherit the position of the Snow Knight Emperor. However, he should have better prospects as Rimuru, or rather this spirit beast, possesses a compelling charm. If he continues on this path, the entire Tiando Empire may well fall under his influence. Master, your statement is somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, Rimuru does possess certain skills. Otherwise, he could not have made the Spirit Beast Empire renowned in just half a year. While he may not have achieved household name status, at least within the Tiando Empire, his reputation is gradually spreading. Xin stroked his beard, revealing a smile. Ning Fengji sighed as well. In the past, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had to exert significantly more effort to gain any renown compared to him. However, times have changed, and so have people. We must concede that Rimuru is indeed quite capable. By the way, Uncle Jian, can you discern the age of that girl's true form? She claims to hail from the extreme north, yet as far as I know, the only spirit beast over 100,000 years from the extreme north is the Titan Snow Demon King, correct? Ning Fengji inquired with curiosity. Xin shook his head in response. Master, have you not seen the latest intelligence from the Spirit Hall? I have not yet seen it. Recently, the Tiando Academy is preparing to assemble a team to undergo trials in the Sunset Forest. I've been preoccupied with that matter, so I haven't had the chance to catch up on other news. Upon hearing Ning Fengzhi's words, Chen Xian nodded. Regarding the spirit beasts of the extreme north, the Spirit Hall has released the latest information, which is now publicly available. One of the key points is that aside from the Titan Snow Demon King, there is another spirit beast known as Xiao Bai, a giant bear with strength exceeding 200,000 years. Additionally, there is a ruler named Snow Emperor, whose strength remains uncertain, but she can obliterate the elder golden crocodile Douluo of the worship hall. This seems a bit exaggerated, Ning Fengzhi remarked, feeling incredulous. But Chen Xian continued without pause. Furthermore, according to rumors, there is also a spirit beast named Ice Emperor in the extreme north, whose true form is the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Her strength is unknown but should be over 200,000 years, potentially even 30,000 years. Thus, the young lady accompanying Rimuru is highly likely to be the manifestation of the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhi fell into deep contemplation. He realized that all the spirit beasts surrounding Rimuru were extraordinarily formidable. In comparison, those spirit beasts over 100,000 years seemed almost adorable. Let us set this matter aside for now and proceed to meet the Snow Knight Emperor to discuss the trial. However, regardless of his assertions, he had spent 3 to 4 years within the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy. Students emerging from the Tiando Royal Academy, despite possessing formidable soul power, often exhibit relatively inferior physical attributes and stamina. Only a select few, endowed with martial souls that enhance physical prowess and endurance, stand out. The majority of auxiliary and control-type soul masters find it arduous to engage in solitary combat tasks. Hence, the current frailty of Xue Qinghe's stamina can be attributed to this reality. Mr. Rimuru, it matters not if you deem me inadequate. However, this is a personal issue, unrelated to Tiando Academy, is it not? After all, are we not soul masters who excel in soul power? As long as one possesses sufficient soul power, is it not sufficient? Even with great physical strength, if one soul power is lacking, would one not be overpowered by an adversary? Xue Qinghe exhaled deeply and began to counter Rimuru's remarks. Yet Rimuru remained silent, merely smiling and directing his gaze toward the notice board of Tiando Academy. I previously noticed an announcement stating that Tiando Academy intends to collaborate with other sects to embark on trials in the Sunset Forest. The age requirement for participants is 12 and under, and each sect or faction may send no more than 7 individuals. Therefore, I have a proposition. Would you consider participating under the banner of my soul beast empire? After all, the slots for Tiando Academy have already been filled, and you would not be able to secure a position. Mr. Rimuru, what are you plotting? Xue Qinghe astutely observed the insidious gleam in Rimuru's eyes. He crossed his arms and swiftly retreated a few paces. Upon witnessing this, Rimuru chose not to elaborate further, instead shouldering the Ice Empress and continuing towards the dormitory. Rimuru, I intend to participate. Is that acceptable? At that moment, the voice of the Ice Empress resonated from behind Rimuru. She gracefully leaped down, stretching her limbs, her languorous charm becoming unmistakably evident. Numerous students passing by were instantly captivated by the Ice Empress's image. They had never before encountered someone who could flawlessly blend elegance with allure. Even Gu Yuna, acclaimed as the most beautiful maiden of Tiando Academy, could only conquer hearts with her icy aloofness. The sensation the Ice Empress evoked was distinctly different. However, they soon realized that the individual with twin ponytails beside the Ice Empress was Rimuru. This recognition sent waves of excitement through the students. It's Dean Rimuru. She has indeed returned. I told you she would come back. Yet you didn't believe me. Just yesterday, someone mentioned Dean Rimuru's return, and you all dismissed it. Now, do you believe? Dean Rimuru, I adore you. Rimuru, could I possibly have your autograph? Dean Rimuru, your figurine in female attire is truly exquisite. I have collected no fewer than 10. As more and more students, both male and female, even teachers, joined the throng surrounding Rimuru, a chill ran down her spine. Particularly, the sight of someone producing her figurine made her tremble uncontrollably. Ice, hold on tight. I need to accelerate. Before the words left her lips, Rimuru swiftly scooped up the Ice Empress and dashed away, leaving her no time to react. They soon arrived at the dormitory, while Xue Qinghe, having been cast aside by Rimuru, was still in hot pursuit. As one of the humans who had accompanied Rimuru the longest, he found himself encircled by the students, eager to elicit tales about Rimuru. Initially, Xue Qinghe was quite pleased. However, as the crowd grew, so did the multitude of inquiries, some of which were rather sensitive, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He leveraged his identity to briefly intimidate the fervent fans before making a hasty escape. This was undoubtedly one of the fastest sprints Xue Qinghe had ever undertaken in his life. Yet upon reaching the dormitory, he discovered that Rimuru and the others were already indulging in a hot pot feast. You finally arrived. Your speed is commendable. It took you about 10 minutes. Come in and sit. I've saved you a spot. Do taste my culinary skills. Rimuru gestured toward the seat beside Tian Mengbing's, which was momentarily unoccupied due to Tian Mengbing's extravagant gestures, making it appear he occupied 2 seats. This is hot pot. I've only heard about it from Ain before, but this is my first time seeing it. Oh, Ain spoke of it to you? Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Hot pot, a concept non-existent in this world, could only be expertly prepared by Rimuru, as it required not just the cooking of meat, but also the unique broth and seasonings to reveal its true allure. Since Rimuru's departure, they had not had a proper hot pot experience. Indeed, when she mentioned it, I was quite tempted. Xue Qinghe felt his hunger intensifying. He disregarded any semblance of decorum and sat down at his designated spot, indulging in the feast. Not just him, everyone present eagerly began to savor their preferred dishes, particularly the Ice Empress, who was also experiencing this delicacy for the first time. Although Rimuru had the opportunity to prepare it in the extreme north, he had long forgotten about it, making this moment the Ice Empress's inaugural encounter with the delightful flavors of hot pot. This sensation is simply exhilarating. I haven't enjoyed this in over half a year. It's pure bliss. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er simultaneously displayed expressions of sheer happiness. Gu Yuna remained composed, yet the flush on her cheeks indicated that her emotions were not entirely undisturbed. Chapter 146. The Trial. This is incredible. I haven't felt this thrilled in ages. This feeling is truly nostalgic. At this moment, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing their bellies. The hot pot had thoroughly satiated them all, including Gu Yuna, who was no exception. Rimuru then cleared the table single-handedly. Upon returning after tidying up, he found everyone still lethargically reclining, giving the impression of a collective massacre having taken place. Tian Mengbing had even fallen asleep. Rimuru felt rather speechless. Get up. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing Rimuru's voice, everyone gradually sat up. Tang Hao even forcibly roused Tian Mengbing from her slumber. What's going on? Tian Mengbing asked, still groggy, as the others looked on with curiosity at Rimuru. Ice, Rimuru called out to the Ice Empress. She nodded slightly and proceeded to divulge the circumstances surrounding the far north. She recounted everything, from the actions of the hunters to the imminent plans of Limulu, sharing all details with those present. Such individuals truly exist. It is utterly incomprehensible. Limulu, do you require my assistance in eliminating them? No one had anticipated that such activities would persist within the Xinluo Empire, which incited considerable anger among them, especially Tang Hao. His affection for Soul Beast had grown profoundly. Although this sentiment was primarily directed towards Gu Yuna and her companions, he perceived the young of Soul Beast as being no different from human children. Thus, his fury was equal to that of the others. There is no need for haste. Regarding the matter of the assembly, I shall issue a condemnation as the Emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. Simultaneously, Emperor Xue, you will assist in publicizing this, and will also issue a warning to the people of the Xinluo Empire. Should these individuals remain unresponsive or offer only a feeble response, or should they show no intention of addressing the issue, I shall take matters into my own hands and dismantle this hunter organization. Therefore, Tang Ritien, your sole responsibility is to protect everyone present during my absence. Rest assured, Limulu, should they dare to retaliate, I shall ensure they come to regret it. Tang Hao declared emphatically, exuding a formidable soul power that compelled others to glance his way. It was then that Limulu noticed that Tang Hao's soul power had remarkably reached level 94, which was beyond his expectations. Tang Vitian, your soul power has indeed ascended to level 94. You are truly a genius. Haha, it's nothing much, merely a bit of casual practice. Though he spoke nonchalantly, the pride on Tang Hao's face was evident to all. By the way, regarding this matter, I shall leverage my network to assist in promotion. This presents an excellent opportunity against the Xingluo Empire. As a prince, I cannot afford to miss this chance. Thus, I shall contribute as well. Xueqing added. The others merely nodded in response, their demeanor indifferent. Despite being a prince and one of the overseers of the trading village, his status and the influence he could exert seemed rather trivial to them. Xueqing intended to foster good relations with everyone, yet his statement rendered the atmosphere awkward, leaving even the usually loquacious him at a loss for words. You'll get used to it. After all, we soul beasts harbor no interest in your human networks. Tianming Ice Silkworm patted Xueqing on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Xueqing sighed and fell silent. Nevertheless, certain actions must be taken, as he was not solely interested in building connections, but also in his future development. Tang Ritian, do you possess any insider information regarding the trial initiated by Tiando Academy? The external announcement states that a survival trial will commence in 3 months, lasting for 3 months, with the location being the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Limulu, are you interested in this trial? Tang Hao queried, somewhat surprised. The others turned their attention to Limulu, puzzled. I am indeed somewhat intrigued. After all, our Soul Beast Empire has gained a bit of renown and amassed some wealth. Hence, I intend to establish an academy or sect of our own. This way, we need not constantly rely on others and can pursue our studies under different identities. Otherwise, we would perpetually bear the name of Tiando Academy, which is rather inconvenient and unsatisfactory. Upon hearing Limulu's words, everyone furrowed their brows. They understood that remaining at Tiando Royal Academy, while personally unimpactful, would indirectly diminish the influence of the Soul Beast Empire. After all, once they graduated, people would remember not the Soul Beast Empire, but Tiando Royal Academy. Thus, Limulu must devise a means to secure a new title for them. Mr. Limulu, you previously asked if I would represent the Soul Beast Empire in the trial. Was that your intention? Xueqing suddenly inquired. Limulu nodded without reservation and replied, Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Given that you have been absent from Tiando Royal Academy for over 6 months, it is highly likely your spot has been forfeited. Therefore, to compensate for your loss, I wish for you to participate in the trial under the banner of the Soul Beast Empire. However, it is entirely up to you. I merely seek your opinion and do not wish to impose. Upon hearing this, Xueqing fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Tang Hao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Limulu, I do possess some insider information regarding this trial. However, as we had initially no intention of participating, I overlooked it. What I have learned is that this trial allows for a great deal of freedom. Participants may do as they please during the trial. Moreover, the ultimate reward is the option to select any soul beast of a desired attribute to serve as their future soul ring, without the need to hunt it themselves, as it will be dedicated personnel for that task. Thus, I boldly speculate that this trial is designed for that brat Yu Qianheng to acquire this exclusive soul ring. After all, he has just reached level 19, a mere step away from level 20. Yu Qianheng? Who is that? Limulu blinked, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, before Tang Hao could respond, Xiao Wu interjected eagerly. Yu Qianheng is a remarkably gifted student among our lower grade cohort. He is only 8 this year, or was it 9? Regardless, he is merely a year or 2 younger than Xueqing, truly a prodigy in our lower grades. Chapter 147. Is this considered a prodigy? This is simply absurd. Guyana scoffed, clearly dismissive of the individual in question. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and continued. In fact, from a human perspective, reaching level 19 at such a young age, before even turning 10, is indeed remarkable. Of course, this is because of our unique status, which is why he has not been recorded on the genius list for lower grades. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to enter the top 5. Xiao Wu declared proudly, even placing her hands on her hips. Upon hearing her words, Limula nodded in comprehension, though he found himself struggling to recall the character of Yu Tianheng from the original text. Wise King, please search my memory for information regarding Yu Tianheng and provide me with his details. Understood. Please hold on. Search complete. Transmitting now. The speed of the great sage was astonishing. Just as Limulu opened his mouth, the task was already accomplished. Yu Tianheng, a direct descendant of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family and the nephew of Xiao Gang, is the person in question. Upon reviewing the information, Rimuru suddenly recalled who this individual was. However, his presence in the original narrative was not particularly pronounced, so it did not linger in his thoughts. He decided to let matters unfold as they may, but he was curious why they had not participated in this trial. Was it due to disinterest or some other reason? Rimuru scanned the room and inquired. Gu Yuna and the others exchanged glances before providing their responses. Among those present, with the exception of Tianming Bingqian, everyone felt that participating in this trial held no significance. Thus, they voluntarily opted out of the event. As for Tianming Bingqian, he had initially intended to join, but was hindered by his laziness, spending most of his time sleeping. Consequently, the students from Tiando Academy were reluctant to form a team with him, which left him feeling quite dejected. You truly remain as perpetually disregarded as ever, Rimuru observed, noting the forlorn expression on Tianming Bingsan's face, and he felt no inclination to console him. He then counted the number of people present. There were 8 individuals, with a maximum of 7 participants allowed. I intend to enlist you all in this trial under the banner of the Soul Beast Empire. Rest assured, this is a voluntary registration. If you do not wish to participate, simply inform me. Furthermore, there is no immediate need for you to respond. I will consult with Prince Xuexing to request an additional team slot. Thus, you have a few days to deliberate, although the rewards may not hold much value for you. Securing first place in this trial would significantly enhance the prestige of our Soul Beast Empire. Additionally, I will personally bestow some reward upon you, contingent upon achieving first place and participating. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the eyes of the gathering brightened immediately. I will participate. Count me in. Me too. For Rimuru's rewards, I will give my all. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiuer nearly simultaneously raised their hands in fervor. Nearby, Bing Di pondered for a moment before also raising his hand. I believe that to better integrate into this environment, it is necessary for me to participate in this trial. Me too, since my Bing Bing is joining. I cannot fall behind. Tianming Bingqian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Bing Di raise his hand. This display elicited some disdain from Bing Di and laughter from the others. Well, we now have 4 participants and 3 slots remain. Those interested should act quickly. Rimuru smiled as he spoke. Bai Ji and ZG exchanged glances but remained silent. Xuexing appeared to wrestle with his decision. As the son of the Shui Yi Emperor, he found it challenging to join another faction. This caused him some inner turmoil. Yet he did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. Mr. Rimuru, may I have some time to consider? Upon hearing Xuexing's request, Rimuru nodded and then turned to Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna, do you not wish to join? The rewards are quite substantial. Well, considering your face, I shall reluctantly agree. To be honest, I am truly uninterested in such childish trials. Although Gu Yuna feigned disinterest, her body betrayed her, demonstrating a lack of resistance to the enticing rewards Rimuru offered. Despite not disclosing the prizes, the mere fact that they came from Rimuru was enough to draw her participation. As for me, I will pass. I have no interest in this trial. I would prefer to spend a few more days resting in my dormitory. ZG expressed her unwillingness to participate. Rimuru respected her decision and did not press her. Bai Ji, meanwhile, requested 2 days to consider her decision. Thus, only 2 slots remained, pending the choices of the last 2 individuals. After addressing this matter, Rimuru accompanied Tang Hao to the dean's office. Prince Xuexing was not present. He was likely still in the palace dealing with a soul sage from the spirit hall. However, the vice dean was there, possessing sufficient authority to grant Rimuru an additional team slot. While increasing slots was straightforward, establishing a new academy or sect posed more challenges, requiring specific qualifications, such as obtaining recognition from the Tiando royal family. Otherwise, a typical sect or academy would not qualify for an invitation to this trial. Nevertheless, Rimuru was not concerned about his academy lacking recognition. The only issue at hand was the location of the academy. The prime land outside the Stardow Forest had already been allocated to the trading village. Thus, Rimuru considered situating the academy adjacent to the trading village. Currently, this academy existed only as a shell, unless it could attract individuals to study there. Otherwise, Gu Yuna and the others would continue their training at Tiando Academy. Therefore, the academy would have to be developed gradually over time. The primary focus now was to change the identities of Gu Yuna and the others. This action caught the attention of the Shui Yi Emperor, who personally visited Tiando Academy to discuss the matter with Rimuru. The Emperor was reluctant to release Gu Yuna and the others. Although they were part of the Soul Beast Empire, they were also students of Tiando Academy. Thus, he was genuinely unwilling to relinquish these potential future stars of the academy. Unfortunately, Rimuru remained resolute and offered the Shui Yi Emperor an irrefutable compensation. Ultimately, the two parties reached an agreement. Gu Yuna and the others' identities were changed from students of Tiando Royal Academy to advanced learners of the Soul Beast Empire. As for the academy Rimuru intended to establish, Gu Yuna and the others hastily named it Slime Academy. Rimuru felt disheartened, but the others were elated. They even stayed up all night to design a school emblem, depicting Rimuru's slime form, soft, adorable, and utterly charming. Chapter 148, A Bit Angry, requesting subscription. What right does that old man Shui Yi have to reprimand my subjects? And what is this so-called Soul Beast Empire? How dare they meddle in the affairs of my Xing Luo Empire? Issue a decree. This matter requires no attention. If this so-called Soul Beast Empire dares to take action, we shall annihilate them. A fiercely imposing man tore the letter in his hands into shreds, exuding an overwhelming aura, one that belonged to a titled Douluo. Your Majesty, you should not stoop to the level of that old man from the Tiando Empire. If it were not for the sudden rise of the Spirit Hall, and if that poisoned Douluo had not allied with the Tiando Empire, we could have eradicated the Tiando Empire years ago. A mere Tiando Empire is hardly worth our consideration. Indeed, I have heard whispers of the Soul Beast Empire. It is said to be a nation spontaneously formed by soul beasts. Their leader, rumored to be a titled Douluo, should not be underestimated. A bearded man interjected, prompting a cold smile from the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. In an instant, he unleashed an overwhelming force. With 9 soul rings swirling around him, a display of his status as a super Douluo, which forced the individual before him several steps back. A mere title Douluo is of little consequence. Although our Xingluo Empire may not possess as many title Douluo as the Martial Soul Hall, extinguishing the Tiando Empire would be effortless. As for the Soul Beast Empire, a nation comprised of soul beasts holds no fear for us. Should they dare to stir trouble, I shall annihilate them without hesitation. The man's bold proclamation elicited a sigh from the person below. Your Majesty, please do not act rashly. The depths of the Soul Beast waters are far beyond our understanding. The gold crocodile elder of the Martial Soul Hall encountered the elusive Shui Di, who has never revealed himself. And that serves as ample evidence. We are equally uncertain of the formidable soul beasts that inhabit the Stardow Forest. His words once again plunged the emperor into contemplation. Very well, you may leave. I shall proceed with caution, but I am curious to see how they will respond. I refuse to believe that a mere soul beast empire would truly dare to lay hands on my people. The subordinate bowed respectfully and then slowly exited the Grand Hall. At that moment, a young boy, appearing to be no older than 5 or 6, emerged from the shadows. Father, do you truly intend to ignore the Hunter organization? Such actions that disrupt the balance of soul beasts are profoundly unethical. Child, you are still young and do not comprehend. It is not that I choose to ignore this matter, but rather that I cannot intervene. Without any leverage in my hands, I cannot predict what schemes the nobles might concoct. Although I am the emperor of the Xingluo Empire and a titled Douluo, you must remember that no matter how great your power and authority, the hearts of men are perpetually the most challenging to govern. Thus, it is wise to grant them a taste of sweetness before discreetly controlling their leverage. This is the duty of an emperor. The man patiently instructed the child, who nodded in partial understanding. However, at that moment, another child rushed in, clearly fuming. "Father, your actions are utterly disgraceful. Our teacher has taught us to respect our elders and care for the young, to hold reverence for all life. Yet your tacit approval of their behavior seems to disregard the lives of soul beasts entirely. Dai Mubai, how dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner?" The other boy immediately reprimanded. Yet Dai Mubai remained undeterred, fixating his gaze on his father. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Dai Mubai, you are so naive that I scarcely know how to respond. Davis, take your brother away and educate him properly. He must understand that the lives of soul beasts are utterly worthless." "Yes, Your Majesty." Davis nodded and, disregarding Dai Mubai's struggles, forcibly carried him out. After the brothers departed, the monarch revealed a frosty smile. "Summon the ink and paper. I shall write to that old fellow Shui Yi." A week later, within the palace of the Tiando Empire, Rimuru and Emperor Shui Yi sat facing one another. Both held letters from the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Despite the differing content of the letters, each conveyed the pride and arrogance of the Xingluo Emperor. He belittled Emperor Shui Yi and disparaged the Soul Beast Empire, claiming that soul beasts were unworthy of his serious attention. Such assertions ignited Rimuru's fury. After waiting so long, this was the outcome? This fellow is truly arrogant. After reading the letter, Rimuru unleashed fire elements, incinerating it completely. A month prior, after establishing the Slime Academy, Rimuru had finally found time to join forces with Emperor Shui Yi to exert pressure on the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. A week later, a response was received. Yet it was one of utter disregard, even flaunting superiority while mocking the Soul Beast Empire and the Tiando Empire, which was intolerable. "Rimuru, what is your take on this?" Although Emperor Shui Yi was furious, he currently lacked the capital to confront the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire, given that their title Douluo were already more numerous than those of the Tiando Empire. "It matters not. A mere Xingluo Empire does not concern me. Were it not for certain reasons preventing me from acting directly against this fellow, I would teach him a lesson." Rimuru spoke coldly, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze, which caused Emperor Shui Yi to feel a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, he suppressed his trepidation and inquired, "If that is the case, will your Slime Academy participate in the trials in half a month? If you intend to join, I will finalize the roster now, and do not alter it later." Emperor Shui Yi understood that this matter must be left for Rimuru to handle. He felt powerless to assist. Rimuru recognized Emperor Shui Yi's predicament and said nothing further, simply handing over the prepared list of participants. "This is the final roster. There will be no changes. As for the rewards for the trials, you may manage that as you see fit. After all, we do not lack rewards. What we seek is renown." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Emperor Shui Yi nodded and opened the list. However, upon viewing it, he gasped in astonishment. Chapter 149. Each one a monster. Request for subscription. The moment Emperor Shui Yi laid eyes on the list, his eyes widened in shock as he inhaled sharply. Although he had anticipated the selections, he was unprepared for the sheer strength of these contenders, which was astonishing. This realization illuminated why Rimuru had confidently asserted that rewards were inconsequential. He had already presumed that his team would secure first place in the trials. However, this was also due to his lack of recent knowledge about the situation among the lower grades. Aside from those who had distinguished themselves in competitions, he had scarcely paid attention to others. Subsequently, Emperor Shui Yi perused the list and quickly identified two particularly noteworthy names. One was Gu Yuna, whose soul power level had reached 34. The other was Xiao Wu, whose soul power level had attained 31. These are no mere prodigies. They are simply monsters. As for the soul power levels of the others, they left the great Emperor Shi somewhat stunned and numb. Bing Di, soul power level 28. Bai Ji, soul power level 26. Wang Qiu'er, soul power level 24. Xiao Meng, soul power level 23. Shui Qinghe, soul power level 21. Among the 7 participants, only one was a true human, yet this human was the weakest among them all. Even a normally disinterested Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had exceptionally devoted 2 continuous months to training due to this trial. He truly deserved to be a human transformed from a million-year-old soul beast, though his talent could not compare to that of Guyu Na and her companions. His training speed was unparalleled among ordinary humans. Thus, after 2 months, he had finally advanced 2 levels, averaging 1 level per month. At this rate, should he train with full intensity, it wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up to Guyu Na and the others. However, according to his disposition, 2 months of closed-door training was already his utmost limit. Rimuru, your list has indeed surprised me greatly, especially that lad Zhu Zhuqing, who has truly been swayed by you. As a father, seeing my son stand among another's ranks evokes quite a complex feeling. The great Emperor Shuya sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Although Zhu Zhuqing had discussed this choice with him when Rimuru first invited him, Shuya had initially opposed it. Yet, he realized that this decision would be immensely beneficial for both the Tiando Empire and Zhu Zhuqing as own development. Thus, he presented Zhu Zhuqing with an option to directly join the Soul Beast Empire and serve as the Tiando Empire's representative within it, while also altering his status from a student of Tiando Academy to a student of Slime Academy. This way, he would be irrevocably bound to Guyu Na and the others. Had he declined to join, nothing would have changed in the present. After a week of painful deliberation, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately chose the path toward a promising future. However, this decision would most likely mean bidding farewell to the position of prince. To claim he desired to be a prince or to become a future monarch would be untrue. Yet, compared to being a prince or a political pawn, he yearned more for the liberating life of a trading village. Do not fret. After all, it is Zhu Zhuqing's choice, and I shall not treat him poorly. Despite his tendency to chatter, he is quite a decent fellow, and I rather like him. With your words, I am at ease, nodded the great Emperor Shu. Then suddenly his expression shifted to one of seriousness, as if he recalled something important. Mr. Rimuru, I have a request to make of you. What is it? Why so suddenly serious? Rimuru inquired, puzzled as he rubbed his nose. The great Emperor Xia took a deep breath before continuing. You must be aware that the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Wuhuan Temple exist in a delicate balance. The absence of any one side, or the emergence of another power, could upset this equilibrium. Currently, the Soul Beast Empire is on a rise, and I foresee that in the future, it may even surpass my Tiando Empire in strength. While I do not intend to be your adversary, I hope that when this balance is inevitably disrupted, you will protect Zhu Zhuqing. You need not worry. I will safeguard him. In fact, as long as you do not betray me, the Tiando Empire shall remain secure. However, this is contingent upon others attacking you rather than you instigating conflict with other nations. After all, I advocate for peace, so you should be clear on how to proceed. Rimuru replied calmly. His words relieved the great Emperor Shuya. That suffices for me. Let's conclude our discussion here for today. I must prepare for the trial. If you truly plan to head to the Xingluo Empire, I advise you to act swiftly. So their nobles have recently grown closer to the Wuhuan Temple. So exercise caution. Understood. Thank you for your kind counsel. Once I return, we shall converse again. Rimuru nodded before departing the Grand Hall. The great Emperor Xia watched Rimuru's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt a sense of anticipation for how the future Soul Beast Empire would evolve into a formidable entity. Perhaps only then could the equilibrium of the future be thoroughly disrupted. Thus, he resolved to prepare in advance, especially concerning those soul guiding stones. He must cultivate a group of professionals skilled in forging these items. Otherwise, stockpiling would be futile. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Rimuru rolled his eyes at the sight of a little girl and a dashing young man before him. Oh, my lord Ning, how many times has it been now? Every time I come to the palace, you show up to lurk. Is your lurking getting a bit too frequent? Rimuru lamented, utterly exasperated. Although Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, was incredibly adorable and even enjoyed clinging to Rimuru's leg, her father had come to lurk around him at least 5 or 6 times over the past 2 months. This made it difficult for Rimuru to express his annoyance, especially considering Ning Rongrong's charm. Ha ha ha. Lord, I told you he would definitely complain, which is why I suggested you wait a couple of days before coming. See, if it weren't for Rongrong being here, he might have scolded you. Chun Xian's words struck a chord with Ning Fengji. leaving him awkwardly rubbing his nose. Rimuru shot a glance at the two, then knelt to stroke Ning Rongrong's hair. Rongrong, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot play with you today, all right? No, Sister Rimuru, please just play with me for a little while, just a little. Seeing Ning Rongrong's pleading demeanor, Rimuru felt somewhat reluctant to refuse. Nevertheless, he truly had pressing matters to address. Thus, he chose to disregard Ning Rongrong's pleas and looked at Ning Fengji. Lord Ning, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. If not, I must take my leave. I am quite dissatisfied with the response from the Xingluo Empire, so it is best if I know that you indeed have business with me. Rimuru's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. He was extremely displeased with the Xingluo Empire's response and had been suppressing his fury from exploding. Ning Rongrong sensed Rimuru's aura and was startled, but she trusted that Rimuru would not harm her, so she continued to cling to his smooth, fair leg. She fell silent, leaning against him in quietude. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow as he and Chen both sensed the suppressed anger within Rimuru. Mr. Rimuru, do you intend to take action against those from the Xingluo Empire? Rimula nodded slightly, but remained silent. Ning Fengzheng and Chen exchanged a glance, and he sighed. In that case, I shall not disturb you. However, I would like to add one thing. I kindly ask you, Mr. Rimulu, to avoid harming the innocent and causing collateral damage. This is something I am already aware of without your prompting. I am not unreasonable, and my targets are but a select few. Therefore, you are indeed only sending Ning Rongrong to come and play with me, with no ulterior motives, correct? Upon hearing Rimulu's words, Ning Fengzheng awkwardly touched his nose, and Ning Rongrong did likewise. Observing such an endearing young princess, Rimulu refrained from admonishing her, and instead gently tousled her hair. Let me take you to play with Gu Yuna and the others. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rimulu unceremoniously took Ning Rongrong and soared towards Tiando Academy. Ning Fengzheng and Chen exchanged resigned smiles and followed at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, after bringing Ning Rongrong over, Rimulu explained his subsequent actions. He also instructed Tang how to ensure everyone's safety. If any suspicious individuals appeared during his absence, they would be apprehended immediately. After all, Tang Hao was acquainted with the teachers at Tiando Royal Academy and knew some members of the Tiando royal family as well. Should suspicious characters emerge, Tang Hao would be able to discern them promptly. After conveying everything, Rimulu did not linger, but departed immediately. Rimulu, have you truly made up your mind? You must understand that our spirit beasts are being closely monitored from above. If you incite any disturbances, it may easily provoke the wrath of the heavens. Just as Rimulu was flying at high speed, a shadowy figure effortlessly caught up to him. While Rimulu's speed was not the pinnacle in this world, he was certainly among the fastest. Yet this dark figure, without exerting much effort, managed to overtake him. Rimula did not even need to look back to guess the identity of the newcomer. Emperor Tian, I have thoroughly considered this matter. After all, I am not engaging in a massacre. I am targeting only a few individuals. The number I intend to eliminate will likely not exceed 100. So even if the heavens do unleash their fury, it should not be a problem. This is the territory of the Star Luo Empire, if they dare to act. I would not mind playing a grand game. Rimulu glanced back at Emperor Tian and continued, however, you will need to keep a close watch over the Star Do Great Forest. Rest assured, the Star Do Great Forest will not come harm. Those beings up there cannot descend personally, so they have no way to deal with me. Furthermore, I did not come to you out of concern for your safety, but rather to prevent your actions from implicating our master. However, since you have already made up your mind, proceed without hesitation. If any issues arise, bear the consequences yourself. With that, Emperor Tian abruptly halted, coming to a stop. Rimula glanced back before casting aside his distractions and continuing his flight. The destination he sought was adjacent to the frozen forest. Remarkably, despite flying at full speed, he reached such a distant place in just half a day. However, he had set out in the afternoon, so by the time he arrived at this unremarkable little town, night had already fallen. Since this was not within the Tiando Empire, the concept of light bulbs was unheard of here. The townsfolk were entirely oblivious to the existence of the spirit beast empire, believing Rimulu was merely spinning tales. One can only imagine how profoundly ignorant the inhabitants of the Star Luo Empire must be. This could, of course, be attributed to the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire deliberately orchestrating an information blockade, intending to prevent the Spirit Beast Empire and Rimulu's creations from entering this place. This nation is indeed insular. Rimulu smiled faintly and then sought out a noodle shop to satisfy his hunger. However, just as he was enjoying his meal, a group of unruly ruffians took a seat at his table. Each of them bore an intimidating demeanor, clearly not to be trifled with. Yet Rimulu paid them no heed and continued to enjoy his noodles. Little girl, the sun has already set, and you are out here eating alone. How about I cover your bill and take you to a nice place? I never expected the people of the Star Luo Empire to be so warm-hearted. This is truly wonderful. Rimulu set down his bowl and chopsticks, his face alight with excitement. Boss, check please. He'll pay. Excellent. That comes to 23 bowls of noodles, totaling 46 copper spirit coins. Thank you for your patronage. 23 bowls, 46 copper spirit coins. Upon hearing this figure, the burly man was momentarily taken aback. Boss, look at the ground. Hearing his subordinate's voice, the burly man realized that a pile of large bowls was stacked beneath Rimulu's feet. Thank you for the payment. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Rimulu waved and stood to depart. The ruffians attempted to block his way, but he nimbly dodged them. By the time the ruffian leader regained his senses, Rimulu had long vanished. The ruffian's mouth twitched in frustration. Boss, do you know who I am? This meal is on the house for me. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can intimidate me? I'll tell you that my son works at the city lord's mansion. If you dare to touch me, do you believe I one team make you regret it? The boss glared angrily, showing no fear of the ruffian. The latter was taken aback by the response. Pay or not? The boss shouted defiantly, clutching his chest as if to fall. The other diners looked on in astonishment, pointing at the ruffians. The ruffian leader gritted his teeth in fury. Fine, I'll pay. Chapter 151. Infiltration subscription requested. The people here are not as bad as I imagined. They even offered to cover my meal, which makes me feel rather guilty about causing destruction here. Rimulu walked along the empty streets, idly picking his teeth. Please mind your demeanor. Their hospitality is not genuine, but merely a response to your beauty. Ha ha ha. O King of Wisdom, you need not be so earnest. I was merely jesting. Rimulu flashed a smile and then paused at a rather dilapidated inn. After searching the entire area, he found that this was the only inn in the small town. It is no wonder that this place, near the frozen forest, remains so run down. They clearly have no intention of turning it into a tourist attraction to boost the local economy. I wonder what the lord of this town is thinking. Or perhaps he simply does not want his subjects to prosper. Rimulu could not comprehend the mindset of the people in this place. His travels had not taken him to many locations. Should Rimuru travel to several locations, he would undoubtedly discover that the local lords or administrators show little interest in the economic development of their regions. After all, no one wishes to reinvest their hard-earned wealth into infrastructure. Sir, please prepare the finest guest room for me, as I intend to stay here for the night. In addition, I would like to inquire about a certain matter. If you answer me truthfully, this coin shall be yours, Rimuru stated, producing a gold soul coin. The innkeeper was instantly captivated upon seeing Rimuru for the first time, particularly when Rimuru playfully toyed with the coin. His gaze became fixated on the enchanting figure before him. Dear guest, please follow me. Our best guest room is located deep within the courtyard. And whatever inquiries you may have, I assure you, I shall divulge all I know. He continued, I have been running this establishment for over 30 years. I am well acquainted with every detail, from the childhood of the lord to the physique of his first wife. The innkeeper, eager to share information for the gold soul coin, spoke at length. Rimuru generously handed over the coin, which the innkeeper accepted with enthusiasm, even biting it to verify its authenticity before eagerly leading Rimuru to the room. Here we are. This is our finest guest room. Upon entering the modestly luxurious room, Rimuru sighed. The furnishings were quite sparse, apart from the bed and table. Only a few oil lamps adorned the space. Nevertheless, it appeared cleaner than the other rooms, making it somewhat acceptable for Rimuru. Very well, I can manage to stay here. Now, I wish to learn about the hunter organization in this town. How much do you know about them? Please tell me everything. I have a keen interest in this organization. Dear guest, are you considering joining the Hunter Guild? The innkeeper surveyed Rimuru with a look of surprise. While you're undeniably beautiful, your slender arms and legs suggest you're quite young. Joining them may prove challenging, although they do lower their standards for attractive female members. They do not accept any soul masters below level 50 unless there are service positions available, in which case they may consider personal appearance. Moreover, I have heard they engage in various transactions beyond merely helping others hunt for soul rings. The innkeeper glanced around before beckoning Rimuru to come closer. Curiously, Rimuru stepped forward and leaned in to listen intently. I may not have the full picture, but I know they change their elite team every 6 months. What precisely this team does remains unclear, but it seems they are responsible for generating significant income. I also heard that a few months ago, one of their elite teams encountered a natural disaster, resulting in their complete annihilation. They are currently seeking new members, so if you truly believe in your capabilities, you might consider trying your luck. As he spoke, the innkeeper took a step back and appraised Rimuru again. You are indeed quite lovely, but you appear too young. I fear you may be rejected during the interview. No need to worry, and thank you for the information. Here is a tip, Rimuru replied with a smile, tossing another gold soul coin to the innkeeper. The sight of the coin made the innkeeper beam with delight, and he pocketed it without hesitation. You are truly generous. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me. With that, the innkeeper left with a jubilant expression. Rimuru locked the door behind him, tidied his belongings, and organized the information he had gathered. He was surprised to learn that the requirements for the hunter organization were quite stringent. However, according to the innkeeper, not everyone could enter that special team. King of Wisdom, do you have any insights regarding this matter? Insufficient information to analyze. I recommend visiting in person tomorrow. Came the response. Indeed, I shall go tomorrow, as my objective is solely to target the leaders, not the innocent individuals, Rimuru concluded, transforming into his slime form and drifting into slumber. The next morning arrived swiftly. Before the inn had opened, Rimuru awoke the innkeeper, urging him to prepare breakfast. After satisfying his hunger, Rimuru set off, following the route indicated by the innkeeper, and soon arrived at the location of the hunter organization. However, the site differed significantly from Rimuru's expectations. Their base was not situated in a bustling area. Rather, it was exceedingly remote, lying merely a kilometer or two from the frozen forest. From this vantage point, the entrance to the frozen forest was nearly visible, with snowflakes occasionally drifting out. Consequently, the ground and surrounding rooftops were enveloped in a layer of pristine white snow. Little girl, you're not here to join the hunter organization, are you? Look at your delicate skin. Daring to come to a place like this shows remarkable courage. I wonder which noble family you belong to, coming here so boldly. You must know that we often roam the frozen forest. This is no child's play for the aristocrats. Several rugged individuals mocked Rimuru upon their first sighting. Rimuru surveyed the surroundings and noted that each person wore a badge displaying their names and hunter numbers. The members of the hunter organization were not solely men. There were also quite a number of women among them. A bunch of frogs in a well. Little brat, what did you say? Rimuru's words were not whispered. They were heard by all, eliciting fierce expressions from the crowd. Just then, a rather handsome young man approached from a distance. Dear lady, please do not mind those uncouth individuals. They are what they are, and you need not concern yourself with them. Of course, I have no intention of engaging with them. Rimuru replied, casting a glance at the man's chest and noticing his lack of a badge, piquing his curiosity. Why do you not wear a badge? Because I am one of the heads here, responsible for recruitment, so I have no need for such trinkets. If you wish to join our hunter guild, I can take you to register right away, the young man said softly, naturally reaching for Rimuru's hand. Rimuru furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and swiftly took 2 steps back. Please be mindful, I am male, not female. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, silence enveloped the crowd. The man, feeling utterly embarrassed, glanced at himself and rubbed his outstretched hand against his body. A flicker of disdain flickered in his eyes before he turned and departed. If you wish to register, proceed to the front desk to complete the necessary procedures, and then return to see me. Upon learning of Limulu's gender, This fellow underwent an instantaneous transformation of expression, leaving Limulu at a loss for words. The onlookers, too, averted their gazes from him, some even displaying expressions of disgust. Clearly, they were not fond of Limulu's current stunning appearance. How peculiar! A creature that is neither male nor female. One wonders from where such an anomaly has emerged. Begone at once. Just as Limulu was about to register, a portly man with prominent features approached from the side. He bore 6 soul rings, adorned in a configuration of yellow, purple, black, and black, signifying his status as a 6-ring soul emperor. Our hunter organization does not welcome abominations such as you. You are indeed quite domineering, Limulu sighed, opting not to retaliate. However, that sigh transformed into an icy chill in an instant. Before the man could make a move, he was completely encased in ice. What have you done to my teammate? A man enshrouded in flames rushed forward without hesitation upon witnessing his comrade's demise. His strike shattered the ground, igniting flames in its wake. He too bore identical soul rings, clearly another 6-ring soul emperor. Yet his attack failed to harm Limulu in the slightest. As he prepared to strike again, Limulu merely extended a finger. The power of the fire element swiftly consumed him. Accompanied by a scream of agony, the man was incinerated into charred remains and succumbed to unconsciousness due to the excruciating pain. At that moment, a 5-ring soul king appeared before them, gazing sternly at Limulu. What manner of monster are you? Limulu ignored the inquiry and, while walking, remarked, Fear not. I harbor no intentions of murder. The one encased in ice will be able to move freely after a day in the sun. As for the other, it would be wise to fetch a healing soul master, lest I cannot guarantee he will remain unscathed. With those words, Limulu entered the Hunter Guild's hall amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. Many had gathered to witness Limulu's display of power, particularly his ability to dispatch 2 soul emperors in mere moments, which left everyone in awe. They began to re-evaluate the origins of this exceptionally beautiful young man. Notably, Limulu had not revealed his martial soul or soul rings, leading them to speculate that his strength was at least that of a soul sage. May I ask, are you here to register for our Hunter Guild? The front desk attendant, a sweet-looking young lady, appeared to be in her early 20s. Limulu quickly assessed her as a soul master of merely the 20th rank. However, such a position did not require an individual of great strength. They merely needed to ensure the safety of the premises. I am here to register, but I have heard there exists a special team. Is that correct? Limulu placed his hands on the desk and leaned slightly forward, inquiring softly. The young lady blushed at Limulu's breathtaking visage, mere inches from her, and nodded shyly. Yes, there is indeed such a team, but I cannot make that decision. It must be approved by our supervisor during an interview. I see. Then please proceed with my registration. Limulu nodded and began to fill out the form, though he merely scribbled casually. For his name, he wrote Shi Outyin, and he arbitrarily assigned himself a soul power level of 77. However, he took care to write male in the gender section, as that was of utmost importance. Is it truly necessary to be so steadfast? You are a slime. Gender is inconsequential, remarked the voice of the King of Wisdom in Limulu's mind. Yet Limulu paid no heed to it. Over time, he had come to realize that the King of Wisdom, though largely unchanged, occasionally interjected with unexpected remarks. It was a challenge to anticipate. Thus, Limulu had developed the ability to selectively ignore the King of Wisdom's voice. Please wait a moment while I submit your information, the young lady said, her cheeks aflame as she hurried to the back. At this moment, Limulu had the opportunity to observe his surroundings. He noticed he was not the only one registering. However, the other applicants exhibited little strength. The weakest among them were at the level of a soul sect, while the strongest were merely soul emperors. Not a single soul sage was in sight. Such individuals, generally pillars of any faction, would not deign to seek employment in a place like this unless absolutely necessary. After all, serving as an elder in a prominent or second-tier family would afford them far superior treatment. Even teaching at an academy would be preferable to this perilous existence. Yet, there remained those eager for quick fortunes or seeking thrills who chose to join the Hunter organization. Chapter 153. Taking action. It has come to my attention that you wish to join our special forces. In the interview room, a handsome man perused Limulu's hastily filled-out form with a mocking expression. A commendable strength level, a soul sage. No wonder you could dispatch those two inept fools so effortlessly. However, your abilities fall short of the qualifications required to join our elite team. Observing the man's words, Limulu maintained an outwardly neutral demeanor, though internally he was already in full-on sarcasm mode. It was evident that the man was seeking validation for having misidentified Limulu's gender and was deliberately making things difficult. Limulu was well aware that a soul sage could easily lead a team. His rank certainly qualified him. Thus, Limulu said nothing, merely gazing at the man in silence. The man, seeing Limulu's lack of response, assumed he had been convinced by his words and wore a smug grin. Young man, while I do not know why you possess such striking beauty, let me offer you a word of caution. It is not a good thing for a man to be this attractive, and you may be unaware of the nature of the mission assigned to our special team. They will directly engage with certain high-ranking officials of the Xingluo Empire. If someone as ambiguous as you were to encounter them, you should be quite aware of the consequences that would ensue. The man spoke with a tone dripping with derision. Moreover, Limulu could discern a glimmer of envy in his gaze. It was evident that he harbored jealousy towards Limulu's appearance, although Limulu's visage was somewhat androgynous. The skin and the ponytail rendered his gender somewhat indistinct. However, with a mere change in appearance, Limulu could instantly become strikingly handsome. The interviewer was undoubtedly envious. Having contemplated this aspect, in response to the taunts, Limulu merely smiled serenely. I will take heed of your words, and I possess some understanding regarding this special squad. Oh, what do you know? Do enlighten me, the man inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. You are engaged in the illegal capture of soul beast cubs to sell to the aristocracy. Am I correct? As Limulu began to speak, the man's brow furrowed deeply. He was bewildered by how this information had leaked. After all, every member of the special team had signed a confidentiality agreement. Should they dare to breach it, they would face immediate eradication. In simpler terms, it meant silencing them permanently. Such unethical conduct, if exposed, would undoubtedly provoke backlash from certain factions, particularly their adversaries, who would seize the opportunity to strike. Consequently, the man's gaze towards Limulu sharpened considerably. He rose and stealthily locked the door behind Limulu. Now tell me, how did you come by this information? I have no qualms about divulging, but could you facilitate a meeting with the head of this guild? Limulu turned to face him, and the man's expression tightened further. Your intent is not to join us, the Hunter-S Guild, is it? You're not even a citizen of the Xingluo Empire, are you? The man's mind raced swiftly, immediately considering this possibility. Limulu, however, did not respond, merely smiling enigmatically. Regardless of your origins, this matter must remain concealed. Therefore, you shall remain here. A mere 77th level soul saint is no match for me. As his words fell, the man released 7 soul rings, a standard configuration visibly adorning him. A somewhat sinister soft whip was gripped in his hand, his martial soul. I am a 79th level soul saint, and my abilities are quite torturous. If you wish to avoid suffering, confess your identity. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to leave a trail of bloodied whip marks upon your delicate skin, he declared, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. He even disturbingly licked his lips, exuding a decidedly eerie aura. Witnessing this, Limulu felt somewhat speechless. The conversation had barely begun, yet it had already soured, leaving Limulu bemused. You appear quite refined, yet seems you possess a twisted nature. However, in comparison to Yuegwan, you are still quite lacking. Limulu shook his head, extending a single finger. His finger instantaneously transformed into a tentacle, moving forward gradually. The man, witnessing this, inexplicably sensed a profound threat. Without hesitation, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, his martial soul manifesting. A massive whip-like shadow emerged behind him. This force shattered the room, directly aimed at Limulu. The surrounding hunters, witnessing the disintegration of the chamber, were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the interviewer would resort to violence. And the target of this aggression was none other than Limulu, whom they had previously regarded with trepidation. No matter who you are, you shall not escape from here today. Feel the agony. With a furious roar, the enormous whip descended towards Limulu. Yet in the next moment, Limulu's tentacle formed from his finger, entwined around the man's black whip, traversing along its patterns. As the man felt Limulu's movements, he involuntarily shivered. To his astonishment, his martial soul had become immobilized. This revelation left him bewildered. Most alarmingly, his soul power was gradually being sealed. What manner of monster are you? The man's face was etched with terror. He sought to flee, but Limulu would not grant him such an opportunity. Behind Limulu, a colossal slime tentacle creature materialized. Countless tentacles consumed the man's black whip, simultaneously enveloping his entire being. He could not utter a single word before being entirely ensnared by the cerulean tentacles. Having completed this, Limulu retracted his finger and approached slowly, controlling the tentacles to expose the man's head. Now, can you take me to meet the head of your guild? You can entertain no thoughts of escape. Whoever you are, daring to cause trouble here, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. The man attempted to resist, yet under the confinement of Limulu's tentacles, his body began to tremble. His complexion flushed deeply. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices. Unwilling, are we? I'm curious to see how long you can endure. In a silent space, only the sound of a man's pained groans echoed. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Limulu glanced at the man before surveying the surroundings, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. If you wish to avoid death, then vacate this place immediately. As Limulu's words fell, the crowd scattered, 9/10 of them fleeing. They had previously witnessed Limulu's overwhelming power, having swiftly dispatched 2 soul emperors. Now, he had ensnared a 79th level soul saint in midair. This made it abundantly clear that this captivating figure was not someone they could confront. Yet a handful remained. Most among them were soul emperors, and notably, they bore no insignia. They were likely employees rather than hunters. Let us all attack together. With our numbers, he poses no threat. Someone shouted, prompting dozens to charge simultaneously. Observing this, Limulu shook his head and snapped his fingers. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. As his words echoed, the temperature plummeted instantly. A frigid chill engulfed their bodies, transforming them all into ice sculptures. Rimu, wielding the formidable power of ice elements, was capable of dispatching these individuals in an instant. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. It did not distinguish between friend and foe. Consequently, the person ensnared by Rimu's tentacles was transformed into an ice sculpture, utterly lifeless. It was a pity that no information was gleaned from him, yet such a grand event would surely attract attention. Wouldn't it? A smirk graced Rimu's lips as he nonchalantly selected a frozen seat to rest upon. With his legs elegantly crossed, he awaited the arrival of any inquisitive onlookers. In less than 10 minutes, a resounding roar reverberated through the sky. Rimu opened his eyes to behold a towering figure before him. This man, adorned with 8 soul rings, stood over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence, especially with the ferocious tiger soul beast behind him, brimming with raw power. Who are you to disrupt my territory? He bellowed, his voice piercing through the clouds and shattering the surrounding ice sculptures. Rimu rose to his feet, the chair beneath him fracturing into shards under the force of the man's voice. You are rather loud, do you know that? Oof. It seems you have no intention of answering my questions, so do not blame me for being impolite. The man unleashed a fearsome roar akin to that of a wild tiger and lunged at Rimu, gathering formidable soul power into his fist. This strike encapsulated all of the man's strength. At that moment, a resonant and awe-inspiring dragon roar erupted from Rimu's mouth. A colossal silver slime dragon materialized before the man. While he was momentarily taken aback, his attack landed upon Rimu's shimmering scales. Despite the intense impact, no harm was inflicted. Rimu cast a condescending glance at the man, then with a swift motion, pinned him down, denying him any chance of resistance. This blow resulted in catastrophic fractures throughout the man's body, leaving him with no opportunity to fight back. "Ah, you wretched creature! What manner of monster are you?" The man cried out in agony, his heart-wrenching screams resonating throughout the area. Those who had lingered nearby, drawn by the spectacle, were struck with terror upon hearing his cries and witnessing Rimu's form. They fled in fright. Rimu, unfazed by the onlookers, leaned closer to the man. "Answer my question. Who are you?" "I am the lord of this city," the man replied. "And who is the owner of the Hunters Guild?" "That would be me as well." Upon hearing this, Rimu's brow furrowed slightly, and he unconsciously tightened his grip, eliciting another anguished wail from the man. "You play quite well," Rimu remarked, glancing at him before continuing. "I have one last question. After you answer, I shall grant you a swift end. Do not attempt to deceive me, for I can discern the truth." Rimu paused, applying more pressure before inquiring, "Who are the individuals behind you?" Upon hearing this, the man ceased his cries and even closed his mouth. Rimu arched an eyebrow at this response and increased his grip further. "Ah!" The man cried out once more, yet still he offered no answer to the question. How resolutely defiant! Rimu had not anticipated such fortitude from him, and he continued to apply pressure. Regardless of his efforts, the man remained silent. Rimu contemplated utilizing the power of the King of Wisdom for mental control, but before he could succeed, the man opted for self-detonation. Indeed, in his final moments, he chose to explode himself to end his suffering. However, the self-detonation of a soul Douluo posed no threat to Rimu. If it had been a title Douluo's self-detonation, he would have been more cautious. What a tough man. Regrettably, the ability to exert mental control could not be employed directly, which would have made things much simpler. Rimu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, this ability was not a specialized skill. He merely aimed for the King of Wisdom to exploit his vast mental power to invade the man's mind during his moment of weakness. Thus, he could not swiftly manipulate the man's thoughts, allowing the opportunity for self-detonation. Rimu glanced around at the desolate Hunters Guild, now reduced to rubble, and sighed deeply. Thankfully, there was no one left here. He had not harmed any innocents. He then directed his gaze towards the city lord's mansion and took flight with a powerful flap of his wings. Simultaneously, news of the Silver Dragon's appearance spread throughout the town. Some even managed to contact the royal family of the Xinluo Empire, located 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing this news, the Emperor of Xinluo was thoroughly astonished. However, he was currently preoccupied, hosting an elder from the Spirit Hall. "Ha ha ha, this is quite interesting. I never expected him to take action." The man spoke with a tone that was both mocking and infuriating. The Emperor of Xinluo, upon hearing his words, was engulfed in rage. "You Guan, do not presume that your status as an elder of the Spirit Hall grants you the liberty to behave so insolently before me. The Soul Beast Empire dares to act upon my territory, and I shall ensure they pay the price." As snow began to fall from the skies, at the highest point of the tallest building in the town, a silver dragon exceeding 100 meters in length perched majestically. This soul beast delivered its final warning to the city lord's mansion and the entire town. After the duration of an incense stick, it would unleash its power to obliterate the entire town. During this time, it urged the residents to flee as far as they could. Now, the time for the incense stick had elapsed. The town was utterly deserted, with not a single soul remaining. Neither the elderly nor the children. All had evacuated. Yet, the fear etched on their faces as they fled remained vividly imprinted in Rimu's mind. He truly did not wish to play the role of the villain. But without such actions, the Xinluo Empire would never learn its lesson. However, as the time for the incense stick came to an end, he pondered why no title Douluo had arrived yet. It was indeed disheartening to have waited so long in vain. Rimu sighed and took to the sky, soaring above to gaze down upon the dilapidated town gradually coming into view. He then raised his head high, summoning boundless soul power, which transformed into icy elements coalescing in his mouth. With a gentle exhale, Rimu unleashed a breath of frost. The frigid tempest, imbued with a harsh chill, engulfed the entire town in an instant. This technique was a skill developed by Rimu, capable of creating an expansive area of ice. It is relatively easy to control. However, It can only be executed in his dragon form. After all, the ability to breathe ice is an inherent trait of dragons. Even though Rimu is not a true dragon, he has nonetheless acquired this ability. Nevertheless, to fully unleash the breath of ice, he requires additional elemental power to assist him. As the icy storm roared through, everything below transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. The entire town resembled a breathtaking work of art, devoid of its previous desolation. Furthermore, due to Rimu's breath, the weather experienced some alterations. Extreme cold currents began to converge towards this location. The blizzard, which had previously only existed in the frozen forest, was now gradually shifting towards here. Witnessing this scene, Rimu felt a pang of guilt within, as he understood that his actions would leave many homeless. Yet, he also recognized that he could not allow himself to be weak or overly sentimental at this moment. Otherwise, others would perceive him as a pushover. Thus, he must steel himself and reveal no weaknesses. Subsequently, Rimu's gaze grew resolute as he roared into the sky. His powerful dragon roar captured the attention of the fleeing people below. They turned their eyes towards the dragon in the sky, their expressions filled with hatred and fury. Rimu noted their emotions and descended before them. Everyone listened closely. This is a warning from the Soul Beast Empire. You, the Xingluo Empire, have violated the moral code by hunting juvenile soul beasts without permission. While you may consider this a trivial matter, I assure you that the Soul Beast Empire will not stand idly by. Allow me to warn you once more. Should there be a next time, my mercy will be no more. The Soul Beast Empire awaits your retribution. With that, Rimu soared into the air, vanishing without a trace. His words were not intended for the fleeing individuals, but were directed towards the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, knowing they would eventually reach his ears. Unfortunately, he had sensed a presence watching him from the shadows, which deterred him from confronting the emperor directly. This watchful gaze felt omnipresent, only dissipating after Rimu departed from the Xingluo Empire. It was precisely for this reason that he hastened his exit, wishing to linger not a moment longer. He even inquired of the Wisdom King, yet she too was at a loss, as this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Not long after, Rimu returned to Xinghu and transformed back into his human form. The first matter he attended to was seeking out Tian. Tian, I have a question for you. Why did I feel as though someone was watching me while in the Xingluo Empire? It felt as if this gaze originated from all directions, and it was truly terrifying. Tian chuckled heartily. I knew you would attract attention, little one. You must be cautious from now on. This is the gaze of the gods. Rimu shivered at his words, realizing that the divine beings monitored the continent, yet he had never anticipated they would focus on him. However, after some contemplation, he reassured himself that as long as they could not descend into this world, there was nothing to fear. Thus, he found solace in the thought that as long as they remained unable to come down, there was nothing to dread. In this manner, Rimu returned to Tiando Academy and boldly proclaimed the news of the temporary opposition between the Soul Beast Empire and the Xingluo Empire. It was not solely him. Even the Snow Knight Emperor initiated a trade war against the Xingluo Empire. The Tiando Empire was not lacking in wealth, and the Snow Knight Emperor possessed countless strategies to outmaneuver the Xingluo Empire. Moreover, he could engage in a price war without any elaborate plans, even if it meant incurring losses just to overshadow the Xingluo Empire. This would render them completely defenseless, as the Xingluo Empire was indeed not as wealthy as the Tiando Empire. However, this approach infuriated the Xingluo Empire. How dare a mere Soul Beast Empire and Tiando Empire conspire to impose sanctions on us? It was sheer folly. Your Majesty, do not be angered. Their sanctions pose no significant threat to us. Our primary focus should be on addressing the Soul Beast Empire, or else those vassal states may think us easy prey. A bearded man interjected. His words, however, elicited laughter from Yuguan nearby. Revenge against the Soul Beast Empire? You wish to retaliate against a million-year-old soul beast? That is truly laughable, Yuguan remarked, undeterred by the Emperor's displeasure. Yuguan, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The Spirit Hall sent you to discuss cooperation with me, not to indulge in your sarcasm. The Emperor of the Xingluo Empire huffed. clearly displeased with Yu Guan's demeanor. Nonetheless, Yu Guan remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "I have an idea. I wonder if your majesty would be interested in hearing it." "What idea?" "Hee. What if we send our people to infiltrate the trials at Tiando Academy? What do you think would happen?" Yu Guan's smile was sly. The emperor furrowed his brow, then decisively declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest." Chapter 156. All present, seeking subscription. Truly, Tiando Royal Academy is impressive. What is there to be surprised about? Our academy is not inferior in any way. Keep your voices down. Loud noises are strictly prohibited at Tiando Royal Academy. The numerous rules are quite tedious. A cacophony of voices echoed throughout the plaza of Tiando Royal Academy, resulting in a rather noisy atmosphere. This gathering included many soul masters from various academies and sects. They were a diverse group, both male and female, with varying numbers. The least represented academy had at least 5 students present. Each academy or sect had a supervising teacher accompanying the students, whose average age was around 10, with none exceeding 12. After all, this trial was specifically designed for students under the age of 12. Indeed, there are quite a few people, Xiao Wu remarked from a corner, observing the throngs before her with surprise. According to Rimu's words, this scene was quite exhilarating, although Xue Qinghe did not fully grasp the meaning of exhilarating. He managed to mimic it without issue. Others, too, gazed at the densely packed crowd, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although they had encountered numerous humans before, this was their first experience seeing individuals from other academies, apart from the Tiando Royal Academy. Naturally, they felt a certain curiosity. "Everyone, stay close to me. Given our unique identities, we need to make an appearance on the high platform." Tang Hao's voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing this, they all nodded in agreement. This time, they were participating in the trial as students from the Soul Beast Empire's Slime Academy. Therefore, Rimuru's intention was to elevate the reputation of both the Slime Academy and the Soul Beast Empire to unprecedented heights. Otherwise, remaining confined to Tiando City would be utterly insufficient. If the outside world remained unaware of the Soul Beast Empire, it would be worthless, even if they were utilizing products manufactured by the Empire. Consequently, Rimuru would seize every opportunity to promote the merits of the Soul Beast Empire, including this trial. "Haha, you all arrived quite early," just as everyone surveyed their surroundings. A robust laughter echoed from behind them. The speaker was none other than Douluo Bo, accompanied by a group of students, including Yu Qianheng and his granddaughter Douluo Yan. There were others as well, but Gu Na and her companions did not recognize them. "Senior Douluo, I never anticipated you would agree to lead this expedition at the behest of the Snow Knight Emperor. How surprising." Tang Hao expressed his astonishment. He had not expected the enigmatic Douluo Bo to consent to take the lead. It was indeed a rare occurrence. In response to Tang Hao's comment, Douluo Bo chuckled heartily and stepped forward, softly saying, "Brother Tang, with your prowess, there is no need for such formalities." Moreover, wasn't Rimuru involved in quite a ruckus previously? According to certain intelligence, the Xing Luo Empire intends to collaborate with the Wuhuan Hall to create disturbances. Were it not for my granddaughter's participation in this trial, I would have little interest in acting as a lead instructor. Douluo Bo's tone bore a hint of reluctance. Tang Hao smiled upon hearing this. How could I possibly be unaware of such matters? Otherwise, would I need to step in as their protector? However, I must ask, what exactly are the plans of the Xing Luo Empire? In response to Tang Hao's inquiry, Douluo Bo scanned the surroundings and shook his head. I'm also uncertain, but it likely involves sending individuals to infiltrate our ranks or setting ambushes in the Sunset Forest. However, the Sunset Forest is my territory, and I have already surveyed it in advance with Rimuru. They cannot possibly set up ambushes there. The most probable scenario is that they have recruited a group of students or bribed some individuals to sabotage this trial. Douluo Bo's analysis was quite sound. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Our conjectures align closely with that of you and Rimuru. Therefore, we must keep a vigilant eye on those lead instructors. I can assure you that it is not just the two of us titled Douluos leading this expedition. There are others as well. Others? Douluo Bo's eyes widened in surprise at Tang Hao's words. However, before he could finish, a commotion erupted nearby as the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School entered. Although they only sent 5 disciples for the trial, none of whom were particularly renowned, their lead instructor was none other than the illustrious Douluo Continent. Upon his appearance, Zhu Bo was so astonished that he could hardly keep his legs together. Tang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Continent, both nodding in acknowledgement. Continent's arrival ignited a wave of cheers, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. After all, Continent was not only handsome, but also a skilled swordsman, naturally possessing a considerable following. In stark contrast to the entrances of Tang Hao and Zhu Bo, the two of them could easily walk through the crowd without being recognized if they did not emit their soul power. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had arrived, as had the 5 Element Academies. In addition, other principalities and some lesser academies had also gathered. The Wuhuan Hall could only send infiltrators into those lesser academies or other princely academies, as they still held sway over the 5 Element Academies and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, the Wuhuan Hall is limited in their options, Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly. Zhu Bo nodded in agreement, indicating his concurrence. While the two were engaged in conversation, Guyuna and her companion spoke with the students of the Tiando Academy. Though Guyuna and her group rarely participated in the activities of the Tiando Royal Academy, save for those concerning Rimuru, their reputation was still formidable. After all, they were the beautiful companions brought by Rimuru. Especially after Rimuru temporarily departed, the lonely students, seeking amusement, created a goddess ranking. Guyuna, Xiao Wang Chue, Bai Ji, and Ziji all made the list, with Guyuna undisputedly holding the first position. As for Rimuru, she occupied the 0 position, forever maintaining her status as the ultimate influencer, unassailable by any other. There were even individuals who displayed images of Tian Mengbing in female attire, with its ranking surprisingly landing in the top 20. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 157, Mobilization, Subscription Request, Miss Guyuna. I heard that you are not particularly interested in this trial. Why are you participating then? Yu Qianheng, the team captain representing the participating students, voiced their confusion. He was somewhat acquainted with Guyuna. Although they had little interaction, they had crossed paths during Slime Club activities. Indeed, do not be deceived by Yu Tianheng's affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He is also a slime chef. He certainly does not miss any activities related to Rimuru, as evidenced by his collection of the latest slime pendants, Guyuna remarked. Yu Tianheng, are you afraid of us? Guyuna teased, but it was Xiao Wu who spoke first. Hearing her provocation, Yu Qianheng's face flushed crimson. His demeanor became somewhat agitated. How could I possibly be afraid? I'm the strongest student among the lower grades. Yu Qianheng retorted defiantly, yet he was keenly aware that in terms of actual strength, he was no match for Guyuna and her companions. Although Yu Qianheng held the top position on the genius list and was the most talented among the lower grades, Guyuna and her peers could not enter that prestigious ranking due to their status. Outsiders may not comprehend the true strength of Guyuna and her group, but Yu Tianheng understood them all too well. They were formidable beings. Rest assured, I have no interest in competing for first place with you. However, I do wish to caution you to be wary of individuals from other academies. Some individuals participated in this trial with malicious intent, Guyuna softly remarked. Yu Tianheng paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for the reminder. I shall exercise caution. Although he was uncertain why Guyuna had made such a statement, he was acutely aware that her knowledge far surpassed his own. Thus, he felt it prudent to heed her counsel in matters of this nature. Meanwhile, Du Guyin, positioned in the back, gazed curiously at Xueqing. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. Your Highness Xueqing He, as a prince, why do you represent the Soul Beast Empire in this trial? Ah, Du Gu Mei. You may not grasp this, but I can only say it is my personal choice. He. Xueqing, he provided no further explanation. He understood that no matter how much he elaborated, Du Guyin might not comprehend his reasoning, and it could even tarnish his reputation in the eyes of Guyuna and others. Thus, he chose silence, leaving Du Guyin somewhat vexed. Were it anyone else, she would have likely expressed her displeasure. Yet she recognized Xueqing He's status and understood the unique relationship between Guyuna and others with Limu Lu. Therefore, she dared not act petulantly towards them. At that moment, all participating academies had entered the arena. On the high platform, 3 figures appeared. The Snow Knight Emperor stood in the center, facing all present, while Prince Xuexing occupied his right, his expression stern as he surveyed the crowd. To the right of the Snow Knight Emperor stood Limu Lu, clad in simple attire, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and a beaming smile gracing her face. Her presence elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. After all, these individuals were not students from Tiando Academy and had seldom visited the Tiando Empire. Thus they were unfamiliar with Limu Lu. It was only upon seeing her that they realized this legendary figure was indeed an exquisite beauty. Limu Lu had recently engaged in significant actions, even collaborating with the Snow Knight Emperor to impose sanctions against the Xing Luo Empire. It was for this reason that her name had become well known among various academies within the Tiando Empire. However, the students were not entirely aware of Limu Lu's true identity. At present, the Snow Knight Emperor commenced his opening remarks. He began by extolling the virtues of the Tiando Empire and the Tiando Royal Academy, subsequently offering a brief overview of the trial as content. In this trial, all participants would engage in a survival exercise lasting 3 months within designated areas. During this period, they were free to act as they pleased, with the sole restriction against taking lethal action against others. Should anyone sustain injuries, they were to deploy a special signal flare, at which point designated personnel would ensure their safe extraction. As for their supervising instructors, their task was to manage the expulsion of soul beasts with power exceeding 1,000 years. They would reside in phases at the periphery of the core region of the setting sun forest, an area likely to attract 10,000-year soul beasts. Thus, they were required to exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, the trial permitted students to engage in combat with one another. If a team managed to eliminate a member of another team, they would earn a point for their own team. However, it was imperative that they refrain from lethal force, ensuring that any conflict remained controlled. Special personnel would oversee this aspect, and the Snow Knight Emperor had even employed members of the Minji clan to monitor the proceedings, given their speed to act before any danger arose. Regarding the ultimate reward, aside from the initial boon of soul rings for the victorious team, the winning academy would also receive preferential resources from the Tiando royal family. This was one of the reasons other academies were inclined to accept the invitation to participate in the trial. Conversely, those who placed second or lower would receive no rewards. However, any items obtained within the setting sun forest would not need to be surrendered, belonging solely to them. This provision provided some consolation to other academies, especially those of lesser strength, who approached the trial not for glory, but rather for the chance to strike fortune. Typically, they lacked the means to enter the setting sun forest, so this opportunity was not to be missed. In closing, the Snow Knight Emperor added that unless absolutely necessary, the goal was merely to repel, not to kill. This was a new rule instituted at the behest of Limu Lu. The audience below appeared puzzled, for previous trials had not adhered to such a principle. They would strike down soul beasts upon sight, indifferent to the potential for soul rings. The Snow Knight Emperor, however, did not feel the need to elaborate. His message had been conveyed. Finally, the Snow Knight Emperor stepped aside to create space for Limu Lu. Now, allow me to formally introduce this esteemed individual. This is the Empress of the Soul Beast Empire, Limu Lu. Thanks to her, this trial will be considerably safer. Additionally, her team will also make their appearance during this trial, with the Snow Knight Emperor's proclamation echoing. Tang Hao led Guyuna and her 6 companions to the high platform. Unfazed by the scrutiny of all, they displayed no fear. They were accustomed to such gazes. I shall now announce a new rule. Given the formidable strength of the Slime Academy, any team that manages to defeat one of their members will be awarded 10 points. Indeed, each of them is equivalent to a walking 10 points. If you dare, go seek trouble with them, the Snow Knight Emperor declared loudly. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Even Guyuna and her companions wore expressions of disbelief as they turned to Limu Lu, who appeared to be stifling laughter. Limu Lu, please do not tell me this was your idea, Guyuna said through gritted teeth, her tone laced with sarcasm. She had been completely unaware of this development, and no one had informed them that they had become living targets. Consequently, this trial had abruptly transformed from a mere excursion into a survival challenge. Considering that around 200 participants were involved, even if they were exceptionally strong, facing such overwhelming numbers would pose a significant challenge. In response, Limu Lu merely smiled in silence, choosing not to address Gu Yuna's inquiry. However, it was indeed intentional that he had kept this information from them, as he sought to apply pressure on Gu Yuna and her companions. They are here, indeed, far too relaxed. If no pressure is applied to compel them to progress, it is likely that each of them will ultimately resemble the Tianming Bingcan. Meanwhile, in a corner below, Ziji, who is not participating in the competition, is anxiously biting her fingers, her expression one of profound regret. How could such a rule exist? I deeply regret not participating. This rule is truly tailored for me. Oh dear, have you all memorized the rules? Now, let the leading teacher take them to the entrance of the trial ground. As the words fell, the participants excitedly departed, with many secretly observing Gu Yuna and her companions. Despite their beauty in the eyes of some, they had transformed into mere walking 10-point scores, which undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on Gu Yuna and the others. Rimuru, this is undoubtedly your doing. Isn't it? As the crowd dispersed, Gu Yuna charged forward, seizing Rimuru by the collar and demanding answers. Even others surrounded Rimuru, their gazes filled with a desire to tear her apart. Even Xiao Wu's mother, Xiao Ro, floated forward, gripping Rimuru's twin tails tightly. Lord Rimuru, I initially intended to refrain from utilizing my powers to assist Xiao Wu through the trial. However, with your rule, it is exceedingly difficult not to intervene. This trial has truly put us all in a predicament. Xiao Ro's words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Rimuru merely chuckled darkly, transforming into her diminutive form, shrinking smaller and smaller until she became a crystal slime the size of a dumpling. With a leap, she landed in Gu Yuna's palm, nuzzling against her hand and softly proclaiming, I am doing this for your own good. Without pressure, you would hardly take this trial seriously. Moreover, my actions are also intended to draw out those who might wish to harm you. If this rule were not enacted, they would refrain from recklessly acting upon their knowledge of your strength. Hence, to provoke them, I must impose this temporary hardship upon you. Rimuru spoke with a smile, her words somewhat devious. Yet upon seeing such a diminutive slime playfully nuzzling her palm, Gu Yuna's heart melted. Since you have said so, I shall forgive you this once. Hearing Gu Yuna's words, the others sighed in unison, choosing to forgive her, for who could resist such cuteness? At this moment, Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shui Xing approached, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the tiny Rimuru, particularly Prince Shui Xing, who wished to laugh, but ultimately restrained himself out of respect. Mr. Rimuru, I entrust this matter to you. If possible, I hope you can capture them all. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Rimuru nodded before jumping onto Gu Yuna's head. Let us depart. Rimuru, are you coming with us to participate in the trial? Gu Yuna inquired, puzzled. Rimuru grinned mischievously. Playing with Gu Yuna's hair, she explained, of course. Who else could silently infiltrate this trial besides me? However, to avoid drawing their attention, I will only intervene if you are in life-threatening danger. We do not need your assistance, the Ice Emperor declared with hands on hips. Proudly, the others wore various expressions, but with Rimuru accompanying them, it meant they would have something to play with during this time. They wasted no time and soon departed. Once everyone had left, the expressions of Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shui Xing grew increasingly serious. Shui Xing, you're to oversee the defenses of the Tiando Empire. Maintain strict vigilance during this period. Inform the guards to thoroughly inspect every individual entering the city. Should any suspicious persons be discovered, apprehend them immediately without reporting first. We shall interrogate them later. Yes, Your Majesty, Prince Shui Xing nodded, his eyes momentarily distant, as if contemplating unspoken words. Noticing his expression, Emperor Shui Yi inquired, What is it you wish to say? Your Majesty, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice, he replied. Speak freely. Do we need to conceal anything from each other? Upon hearing Emperor Shui Yi's words, Prince Shui Xing sighed and continued, Your Majesty. With our current enmity towards the Xingluo Empire and the Wuhuan Temple is not very wise. Although our united front has affected the Xingluo Empire, should they retaliate, what does the Tiando Empire have to counter? Especially with their numerous title Douluo. Haha, are you worried that Rimuru will not assist us? Upon hearing Prince Xuexing's concerns, Emperor Xue clapped him on the shoulder, flashing a hearty smile. You need not worry, regardless of whether Rimuru helps us or not. The Xingluo Empire would not dare to act against us directly, unless they truly wish to provoke war. If that day arrives, I shall see whether my million-strong army is mightier or if their few title Douluo are. Chapter 159, All Positions Assigned. In the Sunset Forest, the trial has officially commenced. All teams, guided by the soldiers of the Tiando Empire, entered the Sunset Forest in batches. Though the area covered by the Sunset Forest pales in comparison to the Stardo Forest or the extreme north, it is nonetheless one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts. Thus, its expanse is not trivial, at least sufficient to ensure that over 50 teams would not encounter one another immediately upon entry. Once they all entered the Sunset Forest, the leading teachers proceeded to their designated posts to maintain defense as per their original arrangements. The three strongest title law among these teachers were responsible for safeguarding the core area where soul beasts exceeding 30,000 years of age resided, preventing them from causing chaos. However, they bore another task, one known only to them. They were to have Tang Hao identify individuals from the Xingluo Empire or the Wuhuan Temple. To most, this trial appeared to be merely a competition for ranking, resources, and opportunities to stand out. Yet few realized that this trial was specifically intended to uncover those who had covertly allied with the Xingluo Empire and the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, their task was no less daunting than that of Gu Yuna and her companions, who were to act as bait, luring the enemy into their trap. A challenging endeavor in its own right. However, as today marked merely the first day of the trial, they had ample time and need not rush. Most importantly, Tang Hao possesses a slime doppelganger in his grasp. With this doppelganger present, they need not fear losing contact. Furthermore, on Gu Yuna's side, Rimuru is personally overseeing matters, alleviating any concerns about potential dangers they may face. The 3-month trial is indeed a lengthy duration. It has been quite some time since they have lived in the wild for such an extended period. Haha. Chun Xan gazed at the peculiar tent before him and could not help but chuckle. Both Tang Hao and Dugabo are seasoned campers, adept at setting up their tents beautifully. In contrast, Chen Xian, having spent most of his time at the Qibao Liuli zone, had seldom ventured deep into the wilderness. As a result, his tent pitching skills had somewhat regressed. However, he soon retrieved a perfectly prepared tent from his storage soul guide and set it up. Initially, he had considered trying his hand at the long-lost skill, but upon reflection, he decided against it. What if the younger generation discovered that his tent was inferior to theirs? At his age, he would be utterly embarrassed. Witnessing the usually aloof Chun Xian display such a playful side, Tang Hao could not help but laugh. Douluo siged deeply. Although he too was a title Douluo, his interactions with Chun Xian had been minimal, and this was his first realization that Chun Xian's character was not as cold as it appeared. However, his pride and concern for appearances remained intact. Senior Jian, what are your thoughts on this matter? Tang Hao inquit. Chun Xian repressed his smile, then produced a chair and sat down. If you seek my opinion, I can only advise you to let nature take its course. Let nature take its course, is it? Hearing his response, Tang Hao nodded and sighed. After all, this matter cannot be rushed. They must wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw before they can act. You two stay here for a while. I will step out to retrieve something. With that, Dugubo departed, heading toward the direction of the Binghua Liangyan. They were very close to the Binghua Liangyan. Had it not been unsuitable as a line of defense, he would not have ventured out at all. Tang Hao and Chen Xian were also aware that Dugubo's stronghold was nearby. They hoped that the children from Qibao, Liuli Zone, and Tiando Academy would not be caught in the crossfire. Those individuals can be ruthless when provoked. Chen Xian sighed, clearly worried. Tang Hao shook his head and said, I will go out for a patrol. Senior Jian, will you guard this place? Go ahead. Jian Xin not dead. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao promptly left, proceeding to patrol the edge of the defense line. Meanwhile, the other leading teachers also arrived at the defense line's perimeter based on the positions of the Imperial soldiers. They too began to set up camp, preparing for the 3-month trial. This trial is not solely for the students. It is also a test of the teacher's caliber. Although no rankings will be given, each academy has dispatched their most elite instructors. Their powers and teaching abilities are formidable. Even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a Soul King, while the more powerful ones are at least Soul Saints, or even Soul Doulu. Thus, this serves as a trial for each academy's representative teacher. Moreover, their presence here is to showcase their respective academy's strength, as some institutions have even sent their deans or sect leaders to participate, such as Xiang Jiazong. Their vice sect leader, recently promoted to an 81st level Soul Doulu, commands respect and dominance over the other academy's educators. Meanwhile, at another defense line, a stocky yet imposing man instills fear in many around him, leading an academy that few have heard of, Shrek Academy. At the same time, as all leading teachers took their positions, the survival trial for the students officially commenced. Here, they must not only survive, but also zealously seek out rare herbs or treasures unique to the Sunset Forest. Although these items do not contribute to their scores, according to the rules, they can keep them for themselves. Consequently, many individuals, upon entering the Sunset Forest on the first day, opted not to engage in battles, but rather quietly began to gather herbs or minerals, intending to bring them back. After all, opportunities to visit the Sunset Forest are not easily come by, as most soul masters prioritize safety and tend to obtain soul rings in more ordinary forests. While the Sunset Forest may not rival the extreme north or the Stardo Great Forest, it is still considered a dangerous area. Thus, most soul masters might visit it only once or twice in their lifetime. This is why some soul masters particularly cherish this opportunity. Chapter 160. Discovering the enemy within a small camp in the Sunset Forest, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Although this trial is about survival in the wild, they must avoid contact with other teams. Otherwise, if they attract the attention of another team, it could easily result in their points being seized. However, one team stands apart. They fear no confrontation. During the first week of the trial, they have already repelled 3 or 4 teams and even annihilated 2, leaving those teams to return empty-handed and eliminated. This formidable and fearless team is none other than Guyu Na and her companions. Sister, are we just going to wait here and catch them off guard? Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes fixed on the roasted meat, unable to resist swallowing. The aroma was simply too enticing for her to handle. Beside her, Wang Xiu'er was drooling profusely. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, her silly demeanor would likely have caused her to plummet in the rankings of beauties within the Tian-Do Empire. Xiao Wu, you're like a rabbit. Are we waiting here to catch you? Guyu Na smiled slightly and then tore off a leg, sharing it with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu touched her nose and eagerly accepted the generous offering, beginning to munch on it. Observing this, Guyu Na proceeded to distribute the roasted meat to everyone. After a week, those individuals had yet to reveal themselves, so I can confidently assert that they will not strike us in the near future. Thus, we shall enjoy ourselves here for the first 2 months, and only in the last month will we take action. Upon hearing Guyu Na's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement and began to savor the meat in their hands. Rimuru then leaped from Guyu Na's chest, sharing the same piece of meat with her. Not bad. Your culinary skills are just a notch below mine. Were it not for my inconvenient circumstances, I would certainly showcase my skills. Limulu remarked while indulging in her meal, her face radiating satisfaction. Guyu Na listened, her spirits lifted as well. My skills are indeed formidable. Yes. Your prowess is unparalleled, Limulu replied nonchalantly, returning to her food. As long as there is sustenance present, she had little interest in debating other matters. Beside them, Xueqing, he surveyed the surroundings while eating. Unlike the others, he felt the weight of responsibility as the sole human present, striving to make a good impression. He was apprehensive that if he underperformed, Limulu might expel him from the team, jeopardizing his future opportunities. To prevent such an outcome, he resolved from the very first day of the trial to execute everything to perfection. Thus, whether it was a vigilance task or engaging in combat, he undertook them diligently. Unfortunately, his capabilities were limited, and during previous confrontations, he needed assistance from others. After all, a single individual could not contend with an entire squad. Nevertheless, his vigilance skills were commendable. While Limulu feigned relaxation, claiming it was for their training, Xueqing's role became evident. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, he abruptly set down his roasted meat, his gaze intensely fixed on a nearby thicket. The others noticed his sudden movement and grew alert. As the designated lookout, any sign of unusual activity from him warranted caution from the rest. Except for Limulu, of course. This trial was a test for them, and Limulu had come here to capture individuals, rendering her involvement in such matters unnecessary. As long as they were not in imminent danger, she would remain uninvolved. Xiaomeng, probe with your mental power in that direction. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss over there, as there seems to be a flicker of soul power. However, I sense that this soul power does not belong to a human. It could potentially be a soul beast. In comparison to other teams, soul beasts represent the greatest peril in this trial. The soul beasts we have consumed thus far are predominantly several decades old, merely mature beings whose powers are limited to several decades or just over a century. Yet this time, Xueqing, he perceived an unusually potent aura emanating from a soul beast. Leave it to me, Tianmingbing chuckled, activating his martial spirit along with his first spirit skill. His true form, the ice silkworm, flickered behind him as golden soul rings encircled his body. First spirit skill, mental detection. As he spoke, a formidable mental wave surged forth from Tianmingbing. This was his ability, and his mental prowess was the strongest present, second only to Gu Yuna. Even before Gu Yuna had fully developed, she would have been at a disadvantage against Tianmingbing in terms of mental strength. After all, he was a million-year soul beast transformed into a human, and his mental power flourished post-transformation. Regrettably, his current soul power level was still low, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Otherwise, he would not be looked down upon by the other students at Tiando Academy. I've located it. There is a soul beast forging ahead, and based on my estimations, its age ranges between 1800 to 2200 years. A soul beast fluctuating around 2000 years old? Gu Yuna expressed her surprise upon hearing Tianmingbing's words. Ice Emperor, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the rules, this trial should keep all soul beasts over 1,000 years old beyond the safety line. Even if some slipped through, it was improbable that a soul beast around 2,000 years old would go unnoticed. Thus, this soul beast must either excel in concealment or has indeed been overlooked. Ice Emperor conducted a brief analysis, but Bai Ji shook her head. If it were adept at hiding, it would not have been detected by Xueqing. As for oversight, while I acknowledge that possibility, it is not particularly high. Moreover, you all have overlooked a potential scenario. What if someone intentionally allowed this soul beast to enter and lured it towards us? Bai Ji's words startled everyone, including Gu Yuna, who furrowed her brow. They were acutely aware that a 1,000-year soul beast could annihilate a team lacking a grand soul master. A soul beast around 2,000 years old would pose a significant threat, even to a team composed entirely of grand soul masters. A 2,000-year-old soul beast could dominate this region with ease. In the vicinity of the Sunset Forest, beside a certain pool, a small team sat cross-legged, seemingly awaiting news rather than searching for other teams. Before long, a woman emerged breathlessly from the depths of the forest. The task is complete. I have successfully lured the soul beast, the fur pig, towards the Slime Academy. This is a soul beast aged 2,100 years. Even if they are all grand soul masters, they will sustain injuries in its presence. We can take this opportunity to ascertain their strength. Well done. A burly man nodded approvingly before rising. The others followed suit upon seeing him stand. 3 individuals remained behind to keep watch. Should any danger arise, remember to signal. The rest, follow me. The Soul Beast Empire members have maintained a low profile at Tiando Royal Academy, so few know their true strength beyond their academy. As students of Xiangjia Academy, we must strive to bring glory to our institution. With that, the man led the charge forward. Among the remaining 6, 3 split off to accompany him toward Guyuna and the others, while the last 3 exhaled in relief after their departure, plopping down onto the ground. This trial has proven quite arduous. Although many sects and academies sent soul masters of levels 19 or 20, and even fewer grand soul masters, these individuals are all quite young. Now that we are 12 years old, it feels somewhat odd to bully those who aren't even 10 yet. One of the men sighed. Not far away, another man drinking water vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed, not only them, but even the Soul Beast Empire members. I've heard that apart from Zhuqing, who is 10 years old, the others are merely around 8. We are now 12 years old, and the weakest among us possesses a strength of level 21. If it were not for the absolute decree issued by the esteemed leader, mandating our victory in the trial, I must confess, I would have preferred not to be here, the man lamented. His reluctance was palpable as he participated in the trial. Who would not agree? This opportunity could have been bestowed upon those younger than us, yet possessing greater talent. I am genuinely concerned. Even if we emerge victorious, we will be ridiculed by the other elemental academies and even by those from Tiando Academy. After all, they have at most 3 or 4 great soul masters participating, whereas our team consists of 7. While this enhances our combat prowess, the leader's approach seems rather harsh. The 3 men exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Since you are so unwilling to remain here, why not simply vanish? Just as they began to lower their guard, a shadow materialized before them. Before they could react, 2 disciples of Xiangjia Zone collapsed instantly, without any chance to resist. Who are you? And what have you done to them? The remaining disciple of Xiangjia Zone unleashed his martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings swirling around him. Yet, the shadowy figure, obscured in visage and form, merely smiled. Do not struggle. You are no match for me. The moment the man's words left his lips, a purple soul ring flashed before him. The disciple of Xiangjia Zone caught a glimpse of the purple hue before succumbing to unconsciousness. Hey, be gentle. Our current identity is that of the Yuhan Zone disciples. If you kill them, we will be in trouble. A somewhat resentful female voice echoed from behind. At this moment, the man cloaked in black mist shrugged and dissipated his soul power, revealing his true appearance. Rest assured, these little ones are merely asleep. I have exercised restraint, as I do not wish to make an enemy of Xiangjia Zone. Enough of this idle chatter. Fire their signal flares. We must seek out those little rascals from the Soul Beast Empire. The woman spoke with indifference before vanishing into the shadows. The man shook his head and began to ignite the signal flares one by one. Simultaneously, from members of Xiangjia Zone who were in flight, were taken aback upon seeing the signal flare indicating withdrawal. What is happening? Has someone breached our territory? The leader expressed disbelief. Brother, should we turn back? Inquired one of the men beside him. However, the leading man appeared conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, resolute, and chose not to return, but rather to accelerate. Everyone stay close to me. Regardless of what transpires behind us, they have already been eliminated. With the presence of Tiando Empire members, their lives are not in jeopardy, so our task is to locate the individuals from the Soul Beast Empire. Once we eliminate them, we shall avenge our brothers. As his words resonated, the surrounding individuals fell into silence, yet they silently trailed behind, their eyes now glimmering with a hint of anger. Meanwhile, at the camp of Guyuna and her companions, several individuals sat around the campfire, observing the ongoing battle nearby. Not far from their location, 3 figures were engaged in combat. The combatants included a soul beast, as well as Zhuqing and Tianmeng Bingqian. Together, Zhuqing and Tianmeng Bingqian fought against the soul beast, achieving a stalemate that seemed indecisive. After all, this old beast's age was around 2,000 years. In contrast, the 2 were merely touring great soul masters. Additionally, Tianmeng Bingqian was not particularly skilled in this type of confrontation, while Zhuqing's martial soul was less than formidable. His martial soul was a swan, lacking in both offensive and defensive capabilities, though it boasted remarkable speed. This aspect bore some resemblance to the Mingji clan, yet it possessed more offensive techniques. Nevertheless, At this juncture, the martial soul's attacking power was virtually non-existent. It sufficed against soul masters. But when contending with the robust soul beasts, it proved ineffective until reaching level 40, as their offensive measures were somewhat lacking. Tianming Bingsan's situation was even more dire. His strength relied on mental prowess, yet current soul ring limitations rendered him devoid of offensive abilities. Even his most primitive tactic of projecting mental energy into the opponent's mind yielded no results, for the soul beast possessed no brain. To be precise, each time it endured a mental assault, it became increasingly frenzied, leading to Tianming Bingsan inadvertently granting the enemy an enhancement buff. Xueqinghe, Xiaoming, can you not manage this? If unable, I, along with Sister Xiao Wu, shall intervene, Wang Xiu'er exclaimed loudly. Yet, Xueqinghe and Tianming Bingsan acted as if they had not heard a word. They continued to struggle valiantly against the soul beast before them. But due to their inherent deficiencies, the battle dragged on for several minutes, leaving the soul beast entirely unscathed. This was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Xiu'er, we should assist them. Relying solely on them, this battle could stretch into tomorrow morning. Xiao Wu remarked, lightly patting her skirt and performing a brief warm-up. Wang Xiu'er chuckled, placing her hands beside her cheeks and striking a pose reminiscent of a fierce dragon's roar. Watch my first soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. With a soft exhalation from Wang Xiu'er, a golden glow enveloped her. A massive golden holy dragon materialized behind her, merging into her form. This soul skill conferred immense augmentation upon Wang Xiu'er. The moment she charged forward, the ground beneath her feet yielded to form a small crater. Everyone, clear the way. At Wang Xiu'er's commanding shout, Xueqinghe and Tianming Bingsan jolted awake and hurriedly rolled aside, prioritizing their safety above elegance or appearance. After Wang Xiu'er unleashed her attack, the hidden queenly demeanor deep within her soul fully emerged. Previously, Wang Xiu'er had displayed her prowess against other teams, single-handedly annihilating an entire squad. Although they had not possessed a single great soul master, Wang Xiu'er was now merely a great soul master herself. And now, her flying kick landed solidly on the soul beast, resembling a pig, sending it soaring and even crashing through a tree along its path. Yet, Wang Xiu'er's pursuit did not cease there. As a fellow creature, I should not strike against you, provided you do not provoke us. However, since you have provoked us, do not blame me for turning you into our sustenance for the coming week. At this point, Wang Xiu'er even wiped the corner of her mouth, clearly using this as a mere excuse to indulge herself. Simultaneously, Wang Xiu'er's second soul ring illuminated. Second soul skill, the power of the dragon, accompanied by her roar. A few golden dragon scales emerged upon her skin, visible only on her cheeks, forehead, and the center of her hands. This soul skill granted Wang Xiu'er an overwhelming force. In the next moment, she descended from above, landing a powerful kick onto the back of the soul beast. Blood immediately gushed from its mouth, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones echoing throughout its body. The hide of this wild boar is indeed thick. This strike could crush granite, yet it merely broke a few bones. Wang Xiu'er was astonished. Before she could continue her assault, the soul beast erupted with a surge of soul power, forcibly pushing Wang Xiu'er back. The beast staggered to its feet, its eyes bloodshot and crimson from the injury. With a roar, the soul beast charged towards Wang Xiu'er without a hint of fear. At that moment, a pink figure suddenly appeared before Wang Xiu'er, winking at the wild boar. Yellow and purple soul rings flickered around her momentarily before vanishing. The wild boar inexplicably collapsed, convulsing, its eyes transforming into pink hearts. Sister Xiao Wu, you're truly impressive. I barely laid a finger on it, and with just one enchantment from you, it's rendered immobile. How extraordinary, Wang Xiu'er exclaimed, excitedly bouncing in place while holding onto Xiao Wu's arm. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin. Of course, I possess remarkable prowess. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Ro condensed an arm and lightly tapped Xiao Wu on the head. Don't be complacent. This soul beast isn't dead yet. Hurry up and finish it off. Although Xiao Ro did not physically appear, she could still convey her voice to Xiao Wu and could condense any part of her body at will. However, this was somewhat eerie, and she typically refrained from doing so unless in special circumstances. Hearing her mother's admonishment, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue in a cute manner. Then, exchanging glances with Wang Qiu'er, they both revealed mischievous smiles and began to deal with the soul beast before them. In no time, the soul beast breathed its last, becoming their sustenance for the next few days. Nearby, Xue Qinghe and Tianming Binqian watched in astonishment as the two adorable young ladies displayed such fierce ruthlessness. However, what frustrated Tianming Binqian even more was that Xiao Wu's enchanting ability proved more effective than his mental assault. This showcased the stark difference between having a soul skill and lacking one. How infuriating! Why can't my mental power be used for enchantment? It's utterly unfair. Tianming Binqian lamented. Just then, Qilin happened to walk by and overheard his complaint, her lips curling into a slight smile as she retrieved something from her storage soul guide. Xiaoming, since you desire enchanting abilities, why not heed your sister's advice and try this on? Try what on? Tianming Binqian replied, puzzled as he turned to look. Upon seeing the shimmering skirt in Qilин's hand, he shuddered. This was the very skirt he had worn before. He never expected it to resurface. No, absolutely not. As a relic of his past, this skirt instilled in Tianming Binqian an overwhelming sense of dread. The others, noticing the unfolding scene, exchanged amused glances before rushing to seize Tianming Binqian. Xue Qinghe, I entrust the task of changing clothes to you. That won't be a problem, will it? Qilin called out to Xue Qinghe, who was attempting to sneak away. He awkwardly scratched his head, initially wanting to refuse. Yet, considering that Tianming Binqian was the only male to make it into the top 20 of the beauty rankings, he felt excitement at the prospect of witnessing him in female attire. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he readily agreed to assist. Let go, allow me, Xue Qinghe declared, waving his hand dramatically as he dragged Tianming Binqian towards the tent. His smile grew ever brighter as he pulled Tianming Binqian along. Observing this scene, Limula chuckled heartily, munching on roasted meat while sighing. Xue Qinghe is learning bad habits. I hope he doesn't awaken any strange preferences, or I'll have a difficult time explaining it to the Emperor of the Snow Night. In a concealed corner of the Sunset Forest, a group of burly young men were hidden among the grass, striking an unseemly posture. However, they were not there for a collective emergency, but to observe their target. When these individuals witnessed their quarry effortlessly dispatching a soul beast aged around 2,000 years, they immediately sensed that something was amiss. How can this be? Among the people from the Soul Beast Empire, besides those over level 20, there are also soul masters above level 30. Could they be misrepresenting their ages? How could anyone under 12 possess the title of Soul Master? Your statement lacks rigor. To my knowledge, their average age is merely around 8 or 9. Yet at such a tender age, a Soul Master emerged. Could this be the disparity of the world? The three of them displayed identical expressions of shock. They had come here to observe how their target would fare against the Soul Beast and to gauge her strength, knowing that a mere 2,000-year-old Soul Beast was not particularly formidable. If the number of Soul Masters exceeded 5, they could effortlessly deal with it, as the members of the Elephant Armor sect were well aware. However, none of them anticipated that the strength of Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er would be so extraordinary. Wang Qiu'er, who appeared delicate and almost pitiful, could kick the resilient Soul Beast with such force. Even her second kick inflicted injury, albeit non-fatal, illustrating the immense power she possessed. As for Xiao Wu's appearance, it was even more unexpected. Her enchanting ability rendered the beast utterly defenseless. Following this, the two beautiful women proceeded to demonstrate how to turn the Soul Beast into dried meat. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Tianming Binqian, who had previously tangled with the Soul Beast, were completely overlooked as they had failed to inflict any damage and had only been fleeing in panic. It is precisely due to their overly ordinary demeanor that the remaining 4 members of Xiangjia sect refrained from retreating immediately. Truly, they are deserving of their affiliation with Slime Academy. No wonder that Dean Rimuru asserted that defeating any one of them would yield 10 points. It appears they were indeed waiting for us. Thus, it seems their words were not mere bravado. The leader of the group pondered deeply, stroking his chin as he devised a strategy. What shall we do next, boss? Should we continue to engage them, or retreat to avenge our comrades? No, we shall not retreat. We are but four now. If we withdraw and encounter other teams, we will easily fall into a passive situation. Therefore, it is better to take a gamble. After all, they have only one soul master. Upon uttering these words, the man immediately rose, decisively striding forward. The remaining three, though somewhat reluctant, followed suit, for they understood that retreat would be a devastating blow to their morale. It was better to take a chance here. If they succeeded, they would soar to new heights. The individuals from Slime Academy, hearing, "We are from Xiangjia sect, and we are here," were interrupted as the leader's words fell short. He was met with a shocking sight. Not only he, but the three others from Xiangjia sect widened their eyes in astonishment. One of them even involuntarily drooled. Before them stood a stunning beauty clad in a glass-like gown, who parted the tent to reveal herself. However, upon closer inspection, they realized this beauty was none other than one of the boys who had previously battled the soul beasts. Xue Qinghe, whom they recognized, was standing behind this enchanting figure. Instantly, the members of Xiangjia sect deduced her identity. How did Xiangjia sect members end up here? Xue Qinghe was somewhat taken aback. Tianmeng Bingqian, on the other hand, covered his face with his hands and dashed back into the tent. Yet, before he retreated, everyone noticed his face had turned an extraordinary shade of red. This flush extended throughout his entire body. All present were captivated by the scene, for it was a rare expression from Tianmeng Bingqian, who had never displayed such emotion before. How delightful! Yet, even so, it pales in comparison to my beloved Rimuru, Guyuna remarked, her hands clasped before her, her face radiating joy. The others shared her smiles, except for Rimuru himself, who was nearby, relishing roasted meat. Due to his current size, the members of Xiangjia sect remained oblivious to his presence. Have you had your fill of antics? I initially believed Slime Academy to be an elite institution, yet here you are, engaging in such frivolity? I truly cannot comprehend what qualifications you possess to participate in this trial. Is it simply because you are all prodigies from the Soul Beast Empire? The leader was genuinely vexed. He had intended to engage in a serious contest with the members of Slime Academy, only to be met with such a comical spectacle, which he found utterly incomprehensible and intolerable. However, the other members of Xiangjia sect did not share his disdain. In fact, one of them displayed a look of lingering enjoyment. "Humph, you know nothing. This is a proud tradition of our Soul Beast Empire. No, of our Slime Academy. Do you understand?" Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, stepping forward with a fierce expression. Yet her ferocity appeared so endearing that it failed to instill any sense of intimidation in her opponents. "Humph, I care not what traditions you hold at Slime Academy. Individuals as unserious as you have no qualifications to partake in this trial. Therefore, accept our challenge. We, Xiangjia sect, shall eliminate all of you here." As the man spoke, he unleashed his martial soul, accompanied by 2 soul rings. A level 25 defensive soul master. "Please, grant me your guidance." Before he could finish, the other 3 members also activated their soul rings. All 4 were Grand Soul Masters above level 20. Witnessing this, Xiao Wu frowned. She had not anticipated that they possessed genuine strength. Big Sister Xiao Wu, these individuals are quite formidable. They are significantly stronger than the teams we previously dealt with. It seems 1 or 2 of us cannot handle them. Perhaps we should all join forces and swiftly extinguish their hopes, Wang Qiuer suggested. However, Xiao Wu remained silent, instead turning her gaze toward Guyuna. "No need to make such a fuss. Ice Emperor, are you willing to join forces with me?" Chapter 164. The Breath of the Ice Dragon. "One honor." Ice Emperor nodded, a smile gracing her lips. She stepped forward, revealing her martial soul. A colossal ice-blue Emperor, Scorpion Shadow, loomed before the 4 members of Xiangjia sect, instilling them with immense pressure. Though the weather was fair and sunlight was abundant, the 4 members of Xiangjia sect inexplicably felt a chilling sensation that pierced their very souls. They soon realized that this girl was also a 2-ring Grand Soul Master. "Oof, another Grand Soul Master? No matter, even so, the boy's words faltered as his eyes widened in disbelief. The other three gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with incredulity. For before them manifested a shadow larger and more imposing than the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, one that evoked a primal dread from the depths of their souls. It was the phantom of a silver dragon. Though the apparition lasted but a few seconds, it left the four members of Xiangjia's sect feeling somewhat weak-kneed. After all, Guyuna's true form was beyond what most could withstand. The three soul rings that appeared around her only intensified their trepidation. They have actually joined forces. It seems these four are in for a rough time, Rimuru commented, watching the spectacle while continuing to eat. Among all present, Guyuna's strength was undeniably the most formidable. Following her, Xiao Wu had been the second strongest, but with the arrival of the Ice Emperor, it became unclear who ranked next in strength. Though her soul power level was not as high as Xiao Wu's, the unfortunate truth was that Ice Emperor's abilities countered Xiao Wu's effectively. Moreover, Xiao Wu's power lay primarily in physical strength, making it challenging to achieve swift victories against defensive soul masters. Thus, Rimuru concluded that Ice Emperor's prowess was slightly superior. However, he did not factor in Xiao Rou's strength, as she seldom intervened in battles. Otherwise, it would be overly unfair. Do not underestimate us. Form the formation. Charge. Yes. The members of Xiangjia Zone let out a low growl and rushed forward without hesitation. The four of them arranged themselves into a square formation, exuding an impressive aura. Coupled with their identical martial spirits and soul skills, their synergy was nothing short of perfect. For an ordinary person, facing such flawless coordination would only result in being overshadowed. However, Bingdi and Guyuna were not ordinary individuals. They exchanged a glance, then intertwined their hands. Simultaneously, two yellow soul rings illuminated in front of them. First soul skill, Elemental Tide. First soul skill, Extreme Cold. With a soft command from the two, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature suddenly plummeted. A fierce ice storm erupted between them, leading to an astonishing sight that would leave the four members of Xiangjia Zone in shock for a year. A colossal ice-blue dragon materialized before their eyes. The dragon's spectral form opened its mouth wide, ready to unleash an extreme cold tempest. Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Breath of the Ice Dragon King. Another gentle command followed, and a ferocious and exaggerated snowstorm completely engulfed the four of them. They hardly had time to react before being sent flying in all directions. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of ice, leaving only their heads exposed. Furthermore, two of them fainted from this breath attack. Consequently, without even officially commencing the battle, they had already been defeated. It was actually a martial spirit fusion skill. The leader of the Xiangjia Zone team gazed at this scene, his eyes filled with shock. He could hardly fathom how two girls under the age of 10 could execute a martial spirit fusion skill. Was this the realm of genius? The boy involuntarily murmured, sinking into a state of self-doubt. This power could even contend with a soul sect. It was indeed a bit of a waste against these four students. Xueqing, he commented from the side. His words held truth. However, to swiftly eliminate the opponent, a martial spirit fusion skill was undoubtedly the most effective. Moreover, they had no need to worry about their techniques being leaked. Even if others learned of them, it mattered not, for they were unafraid of being outmatched. Enough. Having achieved this level, it should suffice. Xiaoming, my dear brother, hurry out and signal them. Guyuna called out loudly. Her current demeanor was entirely at odds with her earlier aloof image, revealing a somewhat scheming side. However, everyone had grown accustomed to it. What are you hurrying for? Changing clothes takes time. Tian Mengbing exclaimed as he emerged from the tent, adjusting his pants, evidently just done with his preparations. Why did you change? That previous outfit looked splendid. It's a shame to take it off. Guyuna shook her head, appearing somewhat disappointed. Tian Mengbing dared not glare at Guyuna. Redirecting his gaze towards Xueqing, he instead. Just wait, don't think you can escape. Haha, I'll pass, as I lack your striking looks. Xueqing, he laughed heartily, clearly believing that he could never pull off women's attire. Tian Mengbing said no more and walked towards Xiangjia Zone. Hey, how does it feel? Is it exhilarating? You pervert. You're not qualified to speak to me. Oh, daring to insult your Tianming grandpa. You really have some nerve. Now, I'll make you experience the agony of despair. Witness my mental assault. Without hesitation, Tianming Bing can unleash an attack. The boy had initially dismissed it, as Tianming Bing Can's earlier performance had been utterly lackluster, unable to even breach the defenses of a soul beast. He had observed all of this. Yet, he soon realized his judgment had been flawed. For Tianming Bing Can's attack was not physical, but rather mental. Now the boy felt an excruciating headache, his entire body trembling. The mental assault was so overwhelming that he struggled to articulate his words. However, Tianming Bing Can did not relent, continuing his onslaught. You dare to insult me. I bear grudges. As he spoke, he cast a glance at another man. Upon making eye contact, the man immediately shuddered. Hero, I haven't said anything or done anything. And your women's attire looks really good. Please spare me. My women's attire looks good? Upon hearing this, Tianming Bing Can's eyes widened in disbelief. You said I look good. You should receive a taste of this too. Chapter 165. Frustrated Tianming. You truly show no mercy. Look at what a state these people are in. A man clad in armor sighed as he observed the 4 members of Xiang Jiazong, who had been thoroughly defeated. After Tianming Bing Can activated their signal flare, the patrolling guard promptly noticed the situation and rushed over. The appearance of a signal flare indicated that someone had withdrawn from the trial. Each flare was bound to its user, functioning as a one-time soul guide. Once activated, regardless of the user's will, it would be treated as a disqualification. During the final scoring, the number of unactivated flares would also serve as a criterion. Yet, the well-experienced soldier from the Tiando Empire was consistently astonished every time he visited the Slime Academy. He had encountered the Slime Academy's members more than once. The teams they had previously defeated were also his responsibility to handle. Stop talking so much and hurry up and take them away. Tianming Bing Can waved dismissively, his face filled with disdain. The 4 members of Xiang Jiazong were all in a state of unconsciousness, drooling and rolling their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Tianming Bing Can had thoroughly toyed with them, leaving the soldier reluctant to touch them. I'll go call for more people. You all stay here and don't move. With that, the soldier quickly departed. Tianming Bing Can then found a random spot to sit, his face radiating satisfaction. Although my attacks lack lethality against soul beasts, they are more than sufficient against these mentally feeble individuals. Sister Guyuna, how about it? Am I impressive? Tianming Bing Can looked at Guyuna, adopting a pose that begged for praise, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Nearby, Xiao Wu approached and tugged at Tianming Bing Can's hair, lifting him up. Look at you, what a mess you have created. We did not come here to make enemies. Now they are left in such a predicament because of you. When they awaken, I am curious to see how you will handle it. What is there to fear? Do they dare to seek trouble with us? Tianming Bing San spread his hands, clearly dismissing the others. You have stirred up this trouble yourself. You will have to resolve it on your own. We have no obligation to assist you with the aftermath. Gu Yuan's voice came from behind. This made Tianming Bing San shiver. No, Gu Yuan, you cannot be so heartless. Tianming Bing San began to act cute. However, Gu Yuan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Tianming Bing San shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu and the others. Yet, they all seemed indifferent to this lively character. Even Bing Di cast a scornful glance, leaving Tianming Bing San feeling quite hurt. At that moment, Xue Qinghao approached, patting his shoulder and said, Rest assured, my brother, even if they do not lend a hand, you still have me, right? Go away. You, a grown man, who asked for your help. Tianming Bing San rolled his eyes and then sat down glumly by the campfire, transforming his frustration into appetite. Xiaomeng, you should mature a bit. You are the only one here with the ability to transform as a 100,000-year soul beast. How can you still be so childish and petty? Just because they glanced at you a little longer or insulted you a bit, do you really need to ruin them? Limulus spoke while eating. Tianming Bing San was too preoccupied with his meal to catch Limulus' words, merely responding with a few casual remarks. Limulus sighed, choosing not to comment further. Among all present, Tianming Bing San had the longest lifespan, being a million-year soul beast. Yet, his mentality perhaps lagged behind that of Xue Qinghao, a mere 10-year-old child. It seemed that Tianming Bingsan was the true problem child of the group. Moments later, the soldiers arrived. However, they did not rush to deal with the Xiang Jiazong members. Instead, they had a simple meal under the hospitality of Gu Yuan Na and her group. After all, they were acquainted. These soldiers had previously served as guards for the Tiando Royal Academy. With Gu Yuan Na and her companion special status, they frequently interacted with these guards, fostering a sense of familiarity that eliminated the need for excessive politeness. Thank you for your hospitality. We will continue patrolling the area and hope that you can successfully complete your upcoming tasks. The captain of the guards spoke succinctly before leading his team, along with the recently awakened Xiang Jiazong students, away. As they departed, the members of Xiang Jiazong cast furious glances at Tianming Bingsan. They had been openly defeated by Gu Yuana and Bing Di, indicating a vast disparity in their strengths, leading them to acknowledge that they were no match for the Shalemu Academy. Nevertheless, Limula's actions had incited their wrath. This glare signified that they would undoubtedly seek revenge against him in the future. As for how they would act, that remained a mystery. You see, you have already made enemies. You must resolve the troubles you have created yourself. If you can defeat them openly, then they will have nothing to say. Xiao patted Tianming Bingsan's shoulder and remarked. Beside them, Wang Qiuer sighed, then walked over to grasp his hands. Take care of yourself. I'm Tianming Bingsan. Even if they come seeking revenge, I can still take them all down. Who needs your help? I do not care at all. Tianming Bingsan was feeling a bit carried away at that moment. The others couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Xueqing has stepped forward, shaking his head and sighing. I hope so. Tianming Bingsan, observing the reactions around him, felt discontent but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only redirect his frustration into his appetite and began to eat heartily. And so, time slowly passed. The trial period soon surpassed the halfway mark. Now, there was less than a month remaining until the trial concluded. Gu Yuana and her companions had since relocated their camp in another direction. However, the enemy had not yet fully manifested. They had merely uncovered some clues. Among them, Yuhanzong stood out as a sect worthy of close observation. Their behavior was exceedingly peculiar. These individuals deviated from the standard trial procedure and seldom engaged in conflicts with other academies. Even when they defeated a few academies, it was typically through opportunistic or ambush tactics. Moreover, their strength was such that they would not falter in a direct confrontation, yet they preferred to capitalize on weaknesses. Additionally, unlike the weaker teams, they had not ventured to collect various herbs and minerals. Their consistent presence in the forest further accentuated their suspicious intentions. Chapter 166, Yuhan Academy. Within the perimeter of the Luri Forest, Tang Hao, Dugubo, and Chen, three titled Daluo, gathered together. Before them stood Limulu, who had assumed a human form. Tang Ritian, how is your investigation progressing? Has Yuhanzong remained consistent with their previous actions, or have they made new moves? Upon hearing Limulu's inquiry, Tang Hao rubbed his nose, while Dugubo and Chen stifled their laughter. After all, the name Tang Ritian was simply too amusing. Lord Limulu, could you please refrain from calling me Ritian? I have a name, it's Tang Hao. Yes, I know you're called Tang Ritian. What is the problem with that? Tang Ritian? Limulu blinked his eyes, leaning slightly forward in a somewhat endearing manner. Tang Hao, witnessing Limulu's playful antics, sighed. Well, as long as you are happy, let us discuss serious matters. I indeed have new findings regarding Yuhanzong, Tang Hao said, producing a small notebook. Upon opening it, one could see it filled with dense symbols. Dugubo and Chen glanced at it, utterly bewildered. Limula stepped closer for a look, but found himself equally confounded. Wise King, can you decipher these symbols? Answer. These are letters, not symbols. Thus, this is information recorded by Tang Hao. Upon hearing the wise king's explanation, Limulu's expression became quite animated. He then saw Tang Hao looking at him with pride. This expression indicated that he was blissfully unaware of how illegible his handwriting truly was. Lord Limulu, everything I need to say is here. Please take a look first, and then I will explain further. All right, just go ahead and speak. Only a ghost could understand what you've written. In a moment of mischief, Tang Ritian found himself doodling instead of diligently recording notes, provoking an amused glance from Limulu. Dugubo and Chen could not contain their laughter. their boisterous mirth drawing the attention of patrolling soldiers passing nearby. However, upon recognizing Limulu and his companions, the soldier hastily pretended not to see them and quickly departed. Is my writing unclear? Tang Hao glanced at his notebook, sighed, and closed it. Never mind. I shall recount the events directly. As we previously mentioned, their movements seemed suspicious, even bizarre. Through my investigation and scrutiny of their scores, I discovered that these individuals have not prioritized their own standings. They have been wandering within the Sunset Forest, even venturing to its outskirts, attempting to delve deeper into its depths. Furthermore, I uncovered that their apparent second ring soul master status is merely a facade. The weakest among the 7 from the Yuan sect possesses the strength of a third ring soul venerable, while the strongest, though I cannot ascertain his true power, likely embodies at least the essence of a 5th ring soul king. This individual appears to be their leader. Additionally, the teacher accompanying the Yuan sect has mysteriously vanished for 2 days. It seems they are indeed quite dubious. Limula nodded in agreement, then inquired, how did they manage to infiltrate? I recall there was a vetting process at the outset. Such matters are not overly complicated, Tang Hao replied. The vetting process is merely a formality. The Yuan sect is characterized by their masked identities, cloaked entirely in black robes. Though not a large sect, they evoke an aura of demonic intrigue, making one wonder if their leader's mind has been compromised. Qilin, the sword law, scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by the Yuan sect. Moreover, this sect is merely an obscure minor organization, with a total membership barely exceeding 100, half of whom are students from the Yuan Academy. Had it not been for the Snow Knight Emperor's intention to showcase his nation's power and to attract some soul masters, he would not have indiscriminately allowed academies registered in the Tiando Empire or other nations to partake in this trial. The Snow Knight Emperor's actions are deliberate, not impulsive. Yet, the Yuan sect undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. It is highly probable that they have been compromised by the Xinluo Empire or the Wuhuan Palace. Otherwise, their peculiar behavior and concealed strengths would remain inexplicable. Tang Ritian, do you possess any further intelligence? Limulu inquired. None for now, as I lost track of them yesterday. It was as if they vanished into thin air, Tang Hao admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. You lost them? A title Douluo lost track of several soul masters who are not even soul Douluos? Limulu expressed surprise. Tang Hao rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. To be honest, I may have been a tad careless. However, I detected spatial fluctuations at their last known location. Thus, I suspect that among them lurks an undisclosed space-type soul master. Space-type soul masters? How exceedingly rare, Dugubo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qilin's brow furrowed further. I seem to recall a bit about space-type soul masters. If memory serves, the Xinluo Empire has one at the soul sage level. Beyond that, I am unaware of any others. The Xinluo Empire, you say? Limula nodded, piecing together the puzzle. Their immediate task was to confront the members of the Yuan sect directly, regardless of their true identities, merely concealing their powers and ages, while swapping identities with the original entrants to partake in the trials, constituted a grave offense. Thus, regardless of their intentions, Limulu could not allow this transgression to go unchallenged. As they deliberated on the Yuan sect, all 8 members of the sect, including their accompanying teacher, materialized at the heart of the Sunset Forest. The leading woman approached a slumbering soul beast, commanding, "Our mission is singular, to incite the ancient soul beasts into unrest. Upon completing your individual tasks, remember to regroup at the designated location." Understood. With her words, the remaining 7 split into 2 groups, darting in opposite directions. The woman produced a vial containing a pink liquid and began to pour it over the colossal soul beast. Chapter 167. Sudden Incident by Nightfall. The once serene Sunset Forest erupted with the roars of myriad soul beasts. All the teachers stationed at the perimeter became increasingly frantic as they realized the ancient soul beasts within were almost collectively rioting. Thankfully, the scale was manageable, preventing a catastrophic stampede. What on earth is happening? Why are these soul beasts rampaging for no apparent reason? Tang Hao pondered after incapacitating one ancient soul beast. Before them lay dozens of subdued ancient soul beasts, including one of considerable size, its body adorned with dragon scales. Do you think this incident could be linked to the Yuan sect? Qin inquired. Tang Hao frowned, uncertain whether the soul beast's upheaval bore any connection to the Yuan sect. Douluo, what is your perspective? Seeking answers, he turned to Douluo, who knelt beside an ancient soul beast, meticulously examining its tissue samples. What are you examining? Any discoveries? Qin asked, curiosity piqued as he approached. Douluo, eyes closed, released his soul power to conduct a thorough inspection. Meanwhile, numerous ancient and thousand-year soul beasts charged toward their location in a frenzy. However, the affected parties were primarily the ancient soul beasts. The thousand-year ones were merely caught in the fray, essentially victims of circumstance. Yet, for the safety of the trial participants, Tang Hao and Qin could not allow them to pass. However, they could not resort to slaying these soul beasts, for doing so would drastically alter the ecosystem of the Sunset Forest. Furthermore, Tang Hao was now an integral part of the Soul Beast Empire and would not recklessly slaughter these creatures before uncovering the truth. Influenced by Tang Hao's resolve, Qin exercised restraint, merely incapacitating the soul beasts rather than killing them. Otherwise, with his strength, even a 10,000-year soul beast would be obliterated in a single strike. As long as they are not close to 10,000 years old, there is no distinction before Qin. I have discovered the reason. Just as Tang Hao and Qin had finished dealing with this batch of soul beasts, Douluo's voice resonated from behind. What have you found? I have identified the cause of the soul beast riot. Douluo exclaimed with excitement, then unleashed his martial soul along with his soul power. In the next moment, the surrounding space was enveloped in a thick, purple mist. Douluo, speak carefully, why the poison? Tang Hao was somewhat perplexed, and immediately used his soul power to resist the toxin. Qin similarly furrowed his brow. Although this toxin posed no harm to him and Tang Hao, if not resisted, it would at least cause some discomfort. You need not worry, this toxin is quite mild. Even a one-ring soul master affected by it would only suffer a month of discomfort, so there is no need for such vigilance. The reason I released this toxin is that I have found a toxin within these soul beasts as well. I have encountered this toxin before, and I even developed it at one time, only to discard it later. The toxin I am now releasing can precisely neutralize the toxin inside the soul beasts. While it won't completely cleanse them, it will at least induce a deep slumber. These soul beasts will not awaken for at least a day or two. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Tang Hao and Qin exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered by the meaning behind Douluo's statement. At that moment, a pink essence slowly wafted from within the soul beasts. When this pink essence merged with Douluo's purple poison, it transformed into a brilliant blue before returning to the bodies of the soul beasts. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback by this occurrence. His understanding of poison was minimal, rendering Douluo's actions completely incomprehensible to him. You two hurry and report the situation and inform Rimuru as well. Tell him that these agitated soul beasts have been poisoned. They have been afflicted with a toxin that incites soul-powered turmoil. While it is not lethal, it will cause the soul beasts to temporarily lose their sanity. However, this toxin is ineffective on humans, and it remains uncertain whether it will affect humans transformed from soul beasts. Particularly Rimuru. I am uncertain whether he is currently human or beast, so he should exercise caution to avoid contamination. If he were to become enraged, all of us present could be in grave danger. Hearing Douluo's words, Qin and Tang Hao immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. I will seek out the sect master and the Emperor of Snowy Night. You handle Rimuru, Tang Chen. With that, Qin took flight on his sword, soaring into the wind. Tang Hao then turned to Douluo and glanced at the latest batch of soul beasts, inquiring, Old Poison, are you all right here alone? Ha ha, Tang Vitin. Do you think so little of me? Although my level is lower than yours, do not underestimate me, an old title Douluo. Moreover, my specialty lies in large-scale toxin release. So go on, do not worry about me. If that fellow Rimuru is indeed affected, it would truly be disastrous. I understand. Take care. Tang Hao nodded and quickly departed. He had grown accustomed to his other name, Tang Chen, and no longer felt the need to correct it. At this moment, Dugabo smiled as he watched Tang Hao's departing figure. It had been a long time since he had exercised his muscles. This was the perfect opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to level 92. Simultaneously, Chen Xin, soaring through the sky on his sword, arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest. Here, a massive tent stood, where Ning Fengji, the Emperor of Snowy Night, and others had gathered. Among them was Gurong, the Bon Douluo. Without hesitation, Chen Xin dove down, entering without announcement. Emperor of Snowy Night, Sect Master, please forgive my intrusion, as I have important matters to discuss. Meanwhile, Tang Hao had also contacted Rimuru, informing him of the sudden incident. After a moment of silence, Rimuru replied, Tang Ri Tian, please visit the Ice and Fire Yin Yang. You may discover something there. As for me, you need not worry. I can manage with Guyu and the others. Chapter 168. The search for prey. Rimuru, what has happened? The adorably lively Xiao Wu bounced over to inquire. The others also gazed at him with curiosity. Rimuru had just communicated with Tang Hao through his avatar, so they were unaware of the conversation. Rimuru promptly recounted the situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Guyu and the others were filled with indignation. How despicable! How dare they employ such tactics to harm soul beasts? They are courting death. Guyu seethed with fury, her murderous intent barely concealed in her gaze. Although Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er were gentle souls, they too were ignited with rage. Bing Di remained aloof, saying nothing, yet her tightly clenched fist betrayed her discontent. Bai Ji maintained a smile, yet hidden behind it was a cold, murderous aura. As for Tianming Bangcan, this carefree being exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Xue Qinghe, as a human, naturally couldn't he empathize with the soul beasts, yet he understood the profound implications this incident held, both for the soul beasts and for those participating in the trial. More importantly, if the soul beast riot resulted in a drastic decline in their numbers, the ecological balance of the sunset forest would undergo significant alteration. In that case, it was likely only 2 of the 3 major soul beast gathering areas would remain. From a long-term perspective, this was the outcome Xue Qinghe most dreaded. Rimuru, could you please inform my father? Xue Qinghe spoke urgently. Rimuru gently patted his head and shook his head. Rest assured, Chen Xin has already gone to notify them. Given his speed, he should have returned to Ning Fengji's side by now, and the Emperor of Snowy Night is likely already informed. What we need to do next is locate the patrolling guards, explain the situation, and have them notify the trial participants to evacuate promptly. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone nodded in agreement. But how shall we locate the patrolling personnel? Their routes are unpredictable. Should we use our signal flares to draw them to us? Tianming blinked and inquired, capturing the attention of Guyu Na and her companions, who immediately seized the signal flare without hesitation. After all, this trial was relatively inconsequential for them, so there was no reason for indecision. Just as Guyu Na was about to take the lead in releasing the signal flare, Rimuru grasped her hand, shaking his head in disapproval. There is no need for that. I urge all of you to observe closely. Approximately 400 meters to the southeast, something is amiss. The mention of the southeast direction and the distance of 400 meters left Guyu Na and her group perplexed, as they had not detected anything unusual in that vicinity. However, Tianming blinked and sat cross-legged, his face reddening as he concentrated, channeling his soul power and mental energy towards the direction he sensed. Moments later, he appeared to wilt, collapsing onto the ground, seemingly unable to rise again. Yet, a smile graced his lips. I found it. A team over there is regrouping. Lord Rimuru, are you suggesting we ambush them? Guyu Na asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, that is the plan. Although unexpected events have arisen during this trial, it does not signify its cessation. After all, perspectives vary among individuals. Even if we kindly advise some to withdraw, they are unlikely to heed our words. Thus, we shall employ our own methods to forcefully expel them. This will also serve as a test of your capabilities. As for any enemies yet to appear, I will handle them. You need only focus on confronting the other teams. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Guyu Na and her companions were instantly invigorated. This endeavor posed a certain challenge for them, primarily as it required them to seek out opponents. Given their currently limited perceptual abilities, this task was already quite formidable. Only Tianming Binkan, with his mental prowess, could expand their search range. However, once they identified another team, it would merely signify the discovery of a flock of sheep. The team currently regrouping remained blissfully unaware that they had become prey. Meanwhile, the targeted team continued to enjoy their meal, conversing and replenishing their strength. They opted for dried meat and other provisions that did not require cooking, fearing the attention of rival teams. Not everyone, after all, possessed the audacity of the Shalemu Academy team to kindle a fire in such a setting. Tianheng, isn't it rather unwise for us to be hiding away like this? One girl remarked. In these past 2 months, we have only accumulated 70 points. When the trial concludes, we might find ourselves trailing behind other teams. You need not fret, Dugian, Yu Tianheng replied, biting into a piece of dried meat and swallowing it with some provisions. If you allow anxiety to take hold, it will lead to defeat. This trial does not merely test the raw strength of each team. It assesses who can maintain the most optimal condition until the final week. I have also left markers. Should anyone venture to our previous locations, I will be aware. The trial does not prohibit the use of soul-guiding devices, so employing a few clever tactics is permissible. Moreover, those who rush to accumulate points are often the first to exit, unless they possess strength akin to Guyuna's, which would render their efforts futile. Yu Tianheng's rationale resonated with those around him, prompting nods of agreement. However, Dugian tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. But if we continue like this, we will truly lose. Rest assured, the final week is when we shall unleash our efforts. Our current priority is to maintain our condition, avoid injuries, and conserve our soul power. As long as we preserve our stamina and mental energy and remain unscathed, we need not fear anyone aside from the anomalies of the Shalemu Academy. Yu Qianning spoke with unwavering confidence. Du Guyan nodded, though her understanding remained somewhat tenuous. Yu Tianheng, your confidence is as unwavering as ever, but I fear your plans may come to naught. At that moment, a mocking voice reached Yu Tianheng's ears, startling him and causing his expression to shift to one of alarm as he pointed behind him. How did you end up here? Everyone take heed. No one is permitted to take action without orders. Du Guyan rose, issuing commands as the vice-captain of their team, wielding considerable authority. The others did not dismiss her. Recognizing her lineage as the granddaughter of Dugabo, combined with her notable talents, marking her as a prodigy. Long time no see, Yu Qianheng and Dugian. Xueqinghe greeted with a smile, stepping forward. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiuer wasted no time in rushing to embrace Dugian. Little Yin, I've missed you so much. I missed you too. Hee. Du Guyan felt a twinge of embarrassment at their warmth, aware that they were now rival teams. Though once friends, the current circumstances rendered her at a loss for words. The other students regarded her with curious expressions. How did you find us? I anticipated you would be deep within the forest, near the warning line. I never expected you to be here. It seems my luck has run out. Yu Qianheng sighed in resignation. Their team consisted of only 4 powerful soul masters, 3 of whom were his subordinates. Yu Qianheng himself had only recently reached level 20 and lacked a soul ring. Du Guyan and another member shared a similar situation. Under normal circumstances, they could contend with any team. Yet, they found themselves face-to-face with the Shalemu Academy, extinguishing Yu Tianheng's desire for battle. What is the matter? Are you all prepared to surrender? Guyuna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Everyone present understood the formidable strength she possessed, as one individual had once attempted to challenge her and had been decisively defeated. This led to an unusual predicament. Even Rimuru had not anticipated that the individuals present would belong to Tiando Academy. This unexpected twist had escalated into a significant blunder. I merely observed that someone was regrouping here. It turns out to be you. I am uncertain whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate. Rimuru chuckled helplessly. At that time, he merely conducted a cursory exploration of his surroundings and did not observe attentively. Otherwise, such a blunder would not have occurred. Since it has come to this, I shall disclose the entire matter to you. Xueqinghe, you have always been fond of speaking, so I entrust this task to you. Furthermore, when we encounter other teams, you shall also be responsible for explaining. Huh? All of it is entrusted to me? Xueqinghe pointed to his own nose, seemingly seeking confirmation. Limulu wasted no words and directly pushed him forward, leaving Xueqinghe somewhat helpless. Although he enjoyed speaking and was fine with explaining to Yu Tianheng and the others. Repeating himself for every team would surely wear him out. Thus, Xueqinghe succinctly recounted the events that transpired. Yu Tianheng and the others, well aware that they were no match for Gu Yuna and her companions, promptly activated the signal flares. They understood that they had reached their limit. Even if Gu Yuna spared them, Yu Tianheng would not consent. After all, he was a genius and possessed a peculiar sense of pride. Isn't this young master Yu Tianheng and the esteemed Douluo Yin? What a misfortune for you all to have been eliminated. Who is responsible for this? The guard that arrived appeared somewhat gleeful, but this was only due to his acquaintance with Yu Tianheng, allowing him to jest. Yu Tianheng shot him an exasperated glance, and then gestured towards Gu Yuna and her group. Who else could it be? He replied helplessly. Upon seeing Gu Yuna and the others, the guard quickly grasped the situation and donned a renewed smile. Understood. You have been eliminated, so please follow me. Wait a moment. Xueqinghe has something to discuss with you. Before the guard could leave, Limulu interjected, simultaneously pushing Xueqinghe forward. Upon noticing Xueqinghe, the guard immediately bowed respectfully and inquired, Your Highness, do you have something to say? Indeed. There are matters that require your attention. Xueqinghe repeated the earlier statements once more. As the guard comprehended the gravity of the situation, his jovial demeanor vanished entirely. The serious expression he now wore was befitting of a true guardian of the Tiando Empire. I understand. I shall inform the others immediately. However, I have heard that there have also been incidents at the defense line. Initially, I thought it was trivial, but it seems we were careless. The guard murmured to himself before leading Yu Tianheng and the others away. Once they departed, the remaining group felt a wave of boredom wash over them. They had initially rushed here with enthusiasm, only to encounter familiar faces. More importantly, these acquaintances were acutely aware of their own strengths, and thus chose to forego any resistance. The sensation of halting midway through their endeavors was truly disheartening. All right, let us all regain our spirits. We must now seek out other prey, Limulu declared. The group rose to their feet and began preparing for action. However, during their pursuit of prey, Limulu provided no assistance, relying solely on their own capabilities. Nevertheless, they managed to find several teams and easily defeated them. Some teams, after hearing Xueqinghe's account, voluntarily surrendered and were escorted away by the guards. This included members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy. The former chose to withdraw to avoid offending Limulu without verifying the truth of the situation, as they had only 5 participants in the trial. After 2 months, the team had dwindled to just a man and a woman. With only this lone pair remaining, it was no longer safe to stay, so they opted for a dignified retreat. After all, the duo had accomplished all that was required of them, fulfilling the tasks assigned by Ning Fengji. Encountering Gu Yuna's group was the perfect opportunity for them to exit. As for the students of Shrek Academy, they simply recognized their inability to compete and chose to withdraw from the trial altogether. Their purpose for coming here was to gain experience, not to claim victory. However, Limulu did not recognize any of the current Shrek Academy members, as it was evident that the individuals from the original story had largely not joined the academy. As time flowed steadily by, the trial entered its final 20 days. However, due to the recent aggressive hunting by the members of the Slime Academy, other teams within the Sunset Forest were trembling in fear. Many teams had already chosen to conclude their trials prematurely, not wishing to be subjected to unwarranted beatings from Gu Yuna and her companions. In the past few days, the guards patrolling the Sunset Forest had disseminated information to all teams regarding the unexpected incidents that occurred during the trial. Although the turmoil caused by the soul beasts had ceased, large numbers of them were forcibly captured and taken back, as the presence of titled Douluos rendered the soul beasts akin to helpless kittens and puppies. Once the teachers leading the teams saw that the situation had largely been resolved, they also departed from their posts. With the trial approaching its conclusion, there was little necessity for them to remain. However, the guards did not leave. Their current task was to thoroughly inspect every corner of the Sunset Forest, ensuring that no nook or cranny was overlooked, for the intruders had not yet exited. This was the message relayed to them by those stationed outside the forest. As long as these individuals remained at large, the Snow Knight Emperor would not rest easy. Moreover, capturing them would provide the Snow Knight Emperor with greater leverage in negotiations with the Xinglua Empire. Yet the intruders proved elusive, appearing before the guards multiple times without ever being apprehended. Meanwhile, Tang Hao and the others were occupied with monitoring the soul beasts in various regions, preventing them from joining the pursuit. This resulted in the guards being unable to capture the intruders on their own, after a stalemate lasting several days. With approximately 2 weeks remaining until the trial's original conclusion, Limulu finally resolved to take action against them. By this point, Gu Yuna and her companions had effectively dealt with nearly all of the remaining 5 elemental academies, save for one. These remaining teams even banded together, proactively seeking to challenge Gu Yuna and her group with a combined force of 28 individuals. However, the outcome was unmistakable. They were defeated. Among the 28, more than 18 were level 20 soul masters, yet they could not stand against the Slime Academy. This battle, though unequal, ended with their hearts acquiescing to defeat. Even after their loss, they offered apologies, acknowledging that the unfair conflict had been instigated by them, yet they had been bested against the odds. Thus, they genuinely felt admiration and chose to depart on their own accord. However, this battle proved to be a source of immense pressure for Gu Yuna and her companions. Each of them sustained injuries, some quite severe. Therefore, to allow them to recuperate, Rimuru took 2 days to delay action. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. Yet, this delay had its merits, as the injuries sustained by Gu Yuna and her group would further deceive the enemies into believing that this was an opportune moment to strike. Moreover, those adversaries remained unaware of Rimuru's presence. Only the Tian-Do Academy and a select few high-ranking guards were privy to his location. Thus, he need not worry about exposure. Rimuru pondered for a moment and cast a glance at Bai Ji, who was tending to the wounds of the others. Prior to her transformation into a human, she was primarily a healing soul beast. Bai Ji's true form was that of an emerald swan. Although she possessed nearly 600,000 years of soul power, her combat capabilities were rather limited. Most of the time, she relied on her abundant soul power to confront foes, as over 90% of her abilities were dedicated to healing. Now, as a human, she inherited her original powers, especially with her first 2 soul skills being solely focused on healing and defense. However, her second soul skill did possess the ability to rebound attacks, though she seldom employed it. Consequently, Bai Ji's presence in the group was even less pronounced than that of Tian Mengbingcan. Nevertheless, as a support-type soul master, she need not possess an overwhelming presence. Lord Rimuru, are you watching me? Bai Ji sensed Rimuru's gaze and offered a gentle, soothing smile. Although her physical form appeared quite youthful, her smile radiated a warmth akin to that of a maternal figure. It's nothing. I merely find the verdant hues upon you all quite pleasing, Rimuru remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji glanced at the others and could not help but laugh, as they not only bore green hues, but even their hair had turned green under Bai Ji's healing abilities. Fortunately, this was temporary and would not result in permanent discoloration. What is so amusing? It's merely a change to green. Nothing to laugh about, Tian Mengbingcan said, hands on her hips. Her appearance coupled with the green healing aura, making her look even more comical. Nevertheless, Rimuru's smile faded. Everyone, take heed. To the north, over 1,000 miles away, a group of 13 individuals is approaching us swiftly. They're all clad in cloaks and donning masks, closely resembling the attire of the Yuan sect. Therefore, I have reason to suspect they are the same individuals who previously impersonated the Yuan sect. The recent Soul Beast riot may very well have been orchestrated by them. Rimuru's mental acuity had remained sharply focused and efficiently scanning since the day of voluntary elimination from Tian-Do Academy, with the intent of locating this suspicious group. However, half a month had passed, and their emergence now indicated their considerable patience. What puzzled Rimuru was whether these individuals were not concerned about Gu Yuna and her companions potentially departing early. This was the crux of his bewilderment. At this moment, Guyana and her companions rose to prepare for battle. Even Tianming Bingcan and Kei Qing he clasped hands, readying themselves for the confrontation. Bai Ji positioned herself behind everyone, cradling the grounded Rimuru, awaiting the adversary's arrival. Rimuru, do you have a battle plan? Giu Yuna inquired, with Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er turning to look. However, Rimuru merely shook his head and casually responded, act freely, as long as you can eliminate the enemies. Any method is permissible. Oh, one thing I must remind you of is that the weakest among them is a Soul Zun, while the strongest is a Soul Sheng. Therefore, do not aim too high. With your current strengths, surpassing 10 levels is your limit. Leave those above the Soul King level to me. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. Simultaneously, a completely black-clad group rapidly approached, their speed remarkable. The distance of 1,000 miles was covered in mere minutes for them. Chapter 171, without a doubt. It is indeed strange, despite all we have done. Why have the individuals from the Soul Beast Empire not retreated? Are they seeking their own demise? Or perhaps they are not as clever as we presume and believe the trial is still ongoing. A man clad in black robes voiced his concerns. He was not alone. Others shared similar doubts. The leading woman furrowed her brow, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Our original plan was to disrupt this trial and teach the Tiando Empire a lesson, but we must not harm the teams participating in the trial directly. However, if we encounter individuals from the Soul Beast Empire, we can act without hesitation. After all, this falls within our mission, and eliminating even one of them will earn us rewards upon our return. Yet, as we commenced our plan, the Soul Beasts erupted into chaos. The entire Sunset Forest was thrown into disarray, and many trial teams began to withdraw. But what is the matter with this Soul Beast Empire group? Why are they not afraid? The leader of the group also harbored similar doubts. Her question prompted a shared glance of confusion among her followers, as they could not decipher the thoughts of the Soul Beast Empire individuals. Big sister, let it go. Perhaps we shouldn't overthink it. Maybe they're not entirely sane. After all, there are rumors that the Soul Beast Empire, particularly those from Slime Academy, are mostly soul beasts in human form. Therefore, it might be normal for them to lack human-like reasoning, a man interjected. Beside him, another woman nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, I share this belief. Furthermore, we can boldly speculate that the individuals from the Soul Beast Empire are not in harmony with those from the Tiando Empire. This time, it is possible that the Tiando Empire deliberately concealed information. Otherwise, they would not have hunted other teams. After all, this trial was declared concluded days ago. Their actions clearly indicate they have not received the news. However, this situation also presented us with an opportunity to eliminate them, did it not? As one of the only 2 female members in the group, her strength, while not overwhelming, was matched only by the sharpness of her intellect among those present. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit in her reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, the woman continued, however, we must remain vigilant. Based on the intelligence we gathered previously, this group contains 2 Soul Zun. Furthermore, the rest of their members are all Grand Soul Masters, each above level 20. Among them, there exists a particularly formidable Auxiliary Soul Master and another adept in mental assaults. While their prowess might seem insignificant to us, it is prudent to exercise caution. Rest assured, the weakest among us is merely a Soul Zun. The rest are either Soul Zong or Soul Wang, and not to mention, our esteemed leader is a Soul Sheng. Even if we were to underestimate our opponents, our leader's presence serves as a safety net, does it not? A man at the rear chuckled, but his words elicited laughter from others. You should refrain from speaking. As the one with the least power, it would be best for you to remain at the back of the line, ready to handle the aftermath. Enough chatter, we must act swiftly. After all, the individuals from Slime Academy have significant ties to Tang Hao, who narrowly escaped the pursuit of the Wuhuan Temple. It is said that a million-year soul beast rescued him, which led to his allegiance to the Soul Beast Empire. Thus, to prevent this ancient soul beast and Hao Ian Douluo from coming to their aid, we must secure a swift victory. Understood. Upon hearing the leader's command, the expressions of all turned serious instantly. Soon, They traversed the forest and confronted Gu Na and her companions. Without further ado, they formed a formation, encircling everyone. You from the Soul Beast Empire have offended those you should not have. Now, submit to your demise. Attack in mass. We must not leave any survivors. Understood. These individuals wasted no words. Following the command, they surged forward. Witnessing this scene, Gu Na and her companions, having prepared in advance, unleashed their martial souls and spirit rings, ready to engage the enemy. However, the sheer number and formidable strength of their adversaries rendered them inadequate. Though they stood invincible within their tier, battling above their level proved challenging. Furthermore, among these foes were several Soul Wang, making it even more daunting. Even Gu Na could only barely contend with a Soul Wang at present. Xiao Wu, in collaboration with her mother, managed to hold her own against one Soul Wang. But even then, two more Soul Wang joined the fray. When they observed Gu Na and Xiao Wu managing to counter one Soul Wang each, they were taken aback. However, they could also discern that, despite their temporary resistance, the two were severely suppressed and could not endure for long. Subsequently, the two Soul Wang directly joined the battle, thoroughly overwhelming Xiao Wu and Gu Na. Now, the two could only flee desperately to evade their pursuers. Thankfully, their agility allowed them to escape capture, but the others faced dire straits. Confronted by a multitude of Soul Zone, with the exception of Bing Di and Wang Xiu'er, the rest had no capacity for resistance. Bai Ji was no exception. Being an auxiliary Soul Master, her offensive capabilities were limited, and her defensive ability was rather average. Her Soul defensive counter skill would injure her after reflecting an opponent's attack. Given the current power of the Soul Zone, she could not fully withstand their strength. As for Tianming Bing, Can, and Xueqing He, they were merely at the standard level of Soul Masters, slightly stronger than the average. Engaging in battles beyond their tier proved exceedingly difficult, let alone facing Soul Zone. Thus, the lone Soul Zune among the enemies could suppress their combined onslaught. Nonetheless, Tianming Bing Can's mental strike did yield some effect, providing them with a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. However, with the addition of more Soul Zone, the two could only scurry away to avoid capture. Bing Di and Wang Xiu'er found themselves in a desperate struggle, surrounded by numerous Soul Zone, unable to escape. They were battered and bruised, on the verge of defeat. Chapter 172, Instant Kill. I thought you remained here with some strategy to deal with us. But it seems your capabilities are rather limited. All personnel, heed the command, exert your utmost effort, and do not let them escape. Understood. The leading woman had yet to engage, merely observing from the sidelines. From the moment they arrived and initiated battle, only a few minutes had elapsed. This confrontation was undeniably one-sided. After all, they were numerous, each a Soul Wang or Soul Zone, with the weakest among them being merely a Soul Zune. Such a configuration, if they could not subdue a few Soul Masters and Soul Zone, would render their efforts futile. Furthermore, the leading woman had already attained the level of Soul Shang. If she intervened, she could easily eliminate Gu Na and her companions. However, should she act, the surge of her soul power would attract attention. She had no desire to summon Tang Hao. Moreover, within this forest, aside from Tang Hao, there were also Chan Exun and Du Gu Bo, both titled Douluo. Externally, there was even a Bo and Douluo. To avoid exposure, she preferred to refrain from action whenever possible. In her view, her subordinates were more than sufficient to handle these individuals. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from ahead. A blizzard enveloped the surroundings. A chilling aura rapidly engulfed her feet, continuing to converge upon her. Not only she, but everything around was blanketed in this ice and snow, transforming the area into a silvery spectacle. Even her subordinates were momentarily frozen. Fortunately, they had preemptively protected themselves with soul power, so the freezing only lasted a brief moment before they could break free. This woman thought to herself, quite an impressive martial soul fusion technique, but in my view, you remain rather inexperienced. Sister, we have lost someone. Just as this individual contemplated making a statement, the only other female in the team rushed over. How could this be? Upon hearing her words, the woman felt incredulous. She then beheld the Soul Zune, entirely encased in ice, with vacant eyes, already lifeless. The demise of this Soul Zun was somewhat fortuitous. At the moment when Xue Di and Gu Yuna found an opportunity to unleash their martial soul fusion technique, Tian Mingbing had just released a maximum strength mental assault, rendering the Soul Zun temporarily unconscious. Consequently, his protective soul power could not activate. Ordinarily, he would have remained unharmed. However, it was sheer coincidence that the martial soul fusion technique was executed at that precise moment while he was in an unconscious state. Thus, once he was encased in ice, he would never awaken, his body frozen solid, heart ceased. Nevertheless, this time, Bing Di and Gu Yuna had exerted their utmost effort to execute an expansive martial soul fusion technique. Its power was several times greater than what they had unleashed against the Elephant Armor sect. However, even so, it could only delay for a brief moment, failing to inflict any significant injury upon the adversary. "How dare you slay my subordinates? You truly have no desire to live." The woman expressed her indignation. At that moment, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from her being. 7 standard soul rings materialized around her. Upon witnessing their leader prepare to take action, her followers instinctively retreated to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. They were acutely aware of the immense power their leader possessed. "Since you have chosen death, do not blame me." 7th soul skill, martial soul, true form. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the woman instantaneously transformed into a colossal shadow, obscured in darkness. With the emergence of this immense figure, the surrounding space quivered inexplicably. In the next instant, countless black spikes erupted from the air. This was spatial ability. The opponent's martial soul was of the spatial attribute. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Yuna and her companions were taken aback. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, they exhaled in relief. They had been searching for the soul master with a spatial martial soul, after all. This individual was the instigator of the soul beast turmoil. Now that they had revealed themselves and were targeting Gu Yuna and her team, Rimuru felt there was no need to remain concealed any longer. He emerged from the folds of Gu Yuna's skirt, a palm-sized slime emanating immense soul power, completely sealing off the surrounding space. In that instant, the black spikes were utterly obliterated. Previously, he had been hiding in Gu Yuna's skirt to deceive the enemy, waiting for the opportune moment. Now was the perfect opportunity, and so he revealed himself. As Rimuru touched the ground, he transformed into a gigantic silver dragon, roaring towards the heavens. The heart-stirring roar, coupled with an overwhelming surge of soul power, dispersed the surrounding air currents entirely. A vortex of soul power coalesced from his mouth. In the next moment, this vortex transformed into an endless force of icy cold. With a soft command from Rimuru, a breath infused with formidable ice elements instantly engulfed all enemies. Even the area extending over 1,000 meters ahead was transformed into a blanket of pristine white. In contrast, Gu Yuna and Bing Di's martial soul fusion skill could only freeze a few dozen meters. Rimuru's ability was a true embodiment of freezing 1,000 miles. However, prior to her transformation, Bing Di could reach such a level, perhaps even surpass it. Yet whether she could regain such power afterward remained to be seen. "How could this be? Why are you here?" The woman expressed her astonishment. She was completely unaware that Rimuru would appear here. In response, Rimuru offered no explanation, instead exhaling another breath that rendered her completely dazed. As for the others, they had already been transformed into ice sculptures, utterly lifeless. For him, leaving behind a single high-ranking captive was sufficient. He could hand her over to the likes of Di Tian for instruction later. "You all performed admirably this time. Upon our return, each of you shall receive a reward." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, those present became increasingly exhilarated. Though they bore injuries, the mention of rewards made them forget their pain. Rimuru was quite pleased with their performance. He had initially believed that Gu Yuna and her companions would not last even 10 minutes, so he had been closely monitoring each individual's condition, ready to intervene at any moment. However, he had not anticipated that the battle would persist for around 15 minutes before Gu Yuna and her team began to falter. Ultimately, Gu Yuna and Bing Di's martial soul fusion skill had even claimed a life, which took Rimuru by surprise and ignited the enemy's wrath. Fortunately, throughout the battle, everything remained within Rimuru's control, leaving him with little to worry about. Chapter 173. The Frustration of Snowy Night Beyond the Sunset Forest. The Emperor of Snowy Night was anxiously awaiting developments. Although teams participating in the trial had gradually emerged during this time, the team from the Slime Academy had yet to appear. After all, they were meant to serve as bait, enticing the enemy into action while simultaneously revealing who was causing chaos during this trial. Therefore, the Emperor was deeply concerned for their safety. Regardless, Xueqinghe was among them. As both a sovereign and a father, he did not wish for his son to face danger. Yet this was a plan agreed upon beforehand. And even if he wanted to backtrack now, there was no way to halt it, as the operation had already commenced. Emperor Shuiyi, there is no need for alarm. With Rimuru present, they shall be safe, Ning Fengji remarked. Although the emperor said nothing, it was evident that his mood was far from pleasant, particularly with the pervasive feelings of unease and worry that had begun to spread. Anyone slightly perceptive could discern that Emperor Shuiyi was exceedingly troubled about their well-being. Ahem, I understand Rimuru is here, but what if something unexpected occurs? No one can guarantee that unforeseen events won't arise. How could I not be concerned? Emperor Shuiyi coughed lightly and sighed. He was completely in the dark about the happenings within the forest, feeling like a blind man. After all personnel from the Tiando Empire had withdrawn from the Ross Forest, leaving him unable to send anyone in to gather intelligence. At that moment, Gurong, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them. The old sword guy has emerged. Moreover, Dugabo and Tang Hao have also come out. However, I have not sensed Rimuru or the other members of the Slime Academy. As soon as Gu Rong finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a white robe descended gracefully, clutching a lifeless figure. This individual bore no signs of life, utterly devoid of vitality. This was a corpse discovered from the very heart of the Sunset Forest, near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Based on his attire and the emblem upon him, I tentatively concluded that this person was likely a student from the Ghost Academy. Additionally, there were numerous corpses buried around the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This was a discovery made jointly by Tang Ritian and Dugabo. I merely arrived sooner to report to you. Shun Xian spoke nonchalantly, demonstrating no desire to claim credit, for he was not that kind of person. Just as he concluded his words, Tang Hao and Dugabo arrived at the scene. I have already reported the specifics. Upon seeing Tang Hao and Dugabo, Chun Xian nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. Tang Hao and Dugabo exchanged no idle words, their unwavering gaze fixed upon the Emperor of Snowy Night. Emperor of Snowy Night. I was the first to discover these corpses. In addition to this student, I have made further discoveries. The Yuan Academy has not only suffered the tragic loss of its students, but even their supervising teacher has met a grim fate, their face utterly disfigured, rendering their identity unrecognizable. From this, we can conclude that the Yuan Academy is not compromised by an insider. Rather, they have been targeted as an easy prey. After all, according to the information available, the supervising teacher of the Yuan Academy is merely a level 69 Soul Emperor, while other academies boast teachers who are at least Soul Saints. Hence, it is evident that the adversary has calculated their strength and obscurity, opting to replace them. Tang Hao's analysis held substantial merit, prompting the Emperor of Snowy Night to nod in agreement. In light of this, what are your thoughts on the matter? Your Majesty, irrespective of your perspective, I cannot endure this, setting aside the fact that they have eliminated all personnel from the Yuan Academy to take their place. I cannot tolerate them using my secluded sanctuary as a dumping ground for corpses. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I must uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this and seek retribution. No one shall impede me. Dugabo exclaimed with fervor. The desecration of his own domain as a burial site was intolerable for anyone, let alone someone as irascible as Dugabo. Thus, it was only natural for him to desire vengeance, even if he did not cloak it in the guise of retribution. Such was Dugabo's inherently vengeful disposition. Dugabo, when will you ever temper your temperament? The Emperor of Snowy Night sighed in resignation, then turned his attention to Tang Hao. Mr. Tang Hao, do you have any recent updates regarding Rimuru? What's the situation over there? Is anyone injured? Rest assured regarding Lord Rimuru. I can inform you that the situation has been entirely resolved. However, for your safety, it would be prudent for those below the Soul Saint level to refrain from entering the Sunset Forest for the next few days. Prohibited from entering? What is the reasoning behind this? The Emperor of Snowy Night inquired, puzzled. Although the restriction applied to those below the Soul Saint level, it did not directly concern him. As a sovereign, he possessed at least Soul Saint level strength, despite its limitations. This is for your safety. The soul beasts within are still in slumber, and we cannot ascertain how they might react upon awakening. Furthermore, Lord Rimuru has taken action, transforming a small area into a winter wonderland. It will take more than a day or two for the environment to return to normal, so it is advisable to wait. As for the others, Lord Rimuru has already departed with the personnel from the Slime Academy. After all, the one who remains alive is a crucial lead, and Lord Rimuru intends to interrogate them thoroughly. She left just like that? The Emperor of Snowy Night was taken aback, not expecting Rimuru to depart without a word. Tang Hao simply shrugged, remaining silent. Rimuru's actions were motivated by a desire to prevent any potential competition for the captive. Thus, she chose to leave first, allowing Tang Hao to remain and clarify matters. The Emperor of Snowy Night, feeling a sense of helplessness, exited the encampment and surveyed the trial teams outside. Letting out a sigh, Xueshing, gather everyone together. I am about to announce the results of the trials, as previously arranged. Although the trials were interrupted, the rewards must not be diminished. Understood, Your Majesty. However, regarding Rimuru, Prince Xueshing hesitantly inquired. The Emperor of Snowy Night shook his head. Since they have already departed, there is no need to wait any longer. After all, we have an agreement. Their results will not be included in the rankings. However, you must ensure that the subsequent promotional tasks are handled diligently, as this is your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Prince Xueshing nodded in agreement. Understood, Your Majesty. Chapter 174. Rewards in the Star Do Great Forest. Within Xinghu, Rimuru and her companions had returned, bringing with them the sole survivor. However, she remained unconscious. So Rimuru set her aside for the time being, disregarding her. Dishins, uncertain of Rimuru's intentions, expressed his preference to personally interrogate the individual after Rimuru explained her plan. After a prolonged period of boredom, Dishins finally had a toy to play with, which excited him immensely. Is it inappropriate for us to return directly? After all, the Emperor of Snowy Night is still waiting for us. Biji furrowed her brow and asked. Rimuru shook her head, transforming into her slime form and leaping into Guyuna's embrace, then addressing Biji. It is of no concern. The Emperor of Snowy Night is not so petty. My actions are merely a means to avoid unnecessary disputes, and besides, I left Tang Hao there. He will clarify everything, so there is no need for worry. Yet, I still feel something is amiss, Biji replied, her concern evident. Nevertheless, Rimuru dismissed the matter from her mind, instead relishing Guyuna's gentle caress as she spoke. Now, it is time to distribute rewards to you all. However, to be frank, I have no idea what rewards to offer, as you lack for nothing. Therefore, I have not prepared anything. What? The moment Rimuru's words reached the ears of her companions, an uproar ensued. Guyuna's hands plunged into Rimuru's form, eliciting a wail from her. Stop, stop, quickly withdraw your hands. You will damage me. Rimuru exclaimed, feeling Guyuna's hands stirring within her body, sending her into a frenzy. My dear Rimuru, what are you thinking? We had no interest in this trial. Had it not been for your mention of rewards, we would have cared little to participate. And now, you tell us you have prepared nothing? In that case, let's indulge ourselves. This shall serve as our reward. Guyuna declared fiercely. Then with a vigorous toss, she elongated Rimuru's form. Wang Xiu'er and Xiao Wu, witnessing this, rushed to grab Rimuru, but their simultaneous leaps resulted in their heads colliding, causing them to tumble to the ground. The portion of Rimuru that had been flung was now in the hands of the unsuspecting Xueshinghe. Xueshinghe, heed my command and release me. Upon recognizing Xueshinghe, Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief. However, instead of saying more, she surveyed her surroundings and broke into a smile. I would like to inquire, how long has this situation with Mr. Rimuru persisted? Will it cause any harm to the body? Rest assured, he'll be fine. Being-Existing beside him. Tian Mingbing can execute a swift slide, slipping past Zhu Jie under Limulu. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've seized the opportunity. Tian Mingbing can slid back and forth, appearing to mock, yet in truth, he was too timid to even graze Limulu. In this regard, Xueqing he exhibited a bit more courage. After all, he was firmly gripping Limulu, unwilling to let go. Enough of this commotion. I shall now announce the reward. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Xueqing he and Guyu Na exchanged glances, then simultaneously released their hold. In the next moment, Limulu, elongated like a strip, swiftly contracted from both sides towards the center. This appearance resembled a stretched rubber band suddenly snapping back into place. However, just then, Tian Mingbing can executed a slide and arrived at the scene. He barely had time to evade, and in an instant, he was entirely coated in Limulu. Lord Limulu. Staring at himself covered in Limulu, Tian Mingbing can felt a surge of tears welling up. Yet, Limulu had no intention of acknowledging him. He merely reverted to his human form. However, upon transforming, he donned a strikingly beautiful pleated skirt. The single ponytail added a touch of adorability to his appearance. Especially noteworthy were his long, flawless legs, which even elicited envy from the girls. Limulu, have you suddenly come to your senses? Is the reward meant to have us dress you in women's clothing? Goyuna blinked in surprise. Initially puzzled, Limulu glanced down and his face flushed crimson. Don't make baseless claims, I didn't. This is... Just as Limulu was about to speak, he suddenly considered that perhaps this was not entirely unacceptable. At the very least, it could serve as a disguise for the reward. What perplexed him was why he had transformed into women's clothing after reverting to human form. There's no need to thank me. This is the optimal reward derived from extensive data analysis. If you maintain this attire, everyone's favorability will continuously rise, and you can cleverly navigate without incurring further costs. Wise King, it truly is you. Honestly, was this intentional? To me, it seems to be your perverse sense of humor. Does it not? Response. I am neither human nor biological. Thus, I possess no such inclinations. Please refrain from insulting me. Hee. Upon hearing the wise king's response, Limulu felt certain that this fellow had unilaterally altered his attire. However, upon reflection, he found it acceptable. After all, the reward he had initially envisioned was for them to deliberate on a matter and for Limulu to execute it. Most likely, it would still result in Limulu dressing in women's clothing. He had discerned the intentions of those around him. Hence, Limulu decided to embrace the situation and announce that this was indeed the reward. Yet, this declaration incited dissatisfaction among the crowd. What kind of reward is just a dress? Indeed, if you ask me, it should be 3 days of women's clothing. No, at least a week. This isn't sufficient. During that week, Limulu brother must change outfits daily to avoid aesthetic fatigue. The crowd chattered excitedly, pondering what kind of Limulu would satisfy them. Limulu felt as though he was merely a doll, subject to their whims. However, he chose to remain silent. After all, he intended to stay away from Tiando Academy for the time being. In such a sparsely populated place, wearing women's clothing was trivial. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was the curious expression on Xueqing He's face, his eyes wide and cheeks flushed. This led Limulu to worry that he might awaken some peculiar preference. If that were the case, Limulu would have difficulty explaining it to the Night Emperor. At that moment, Guyu Na and the others had devised a suitable plan. We have decided, Limulu, starting today for a total of 30 days. You shall not only dress in women's clothing, but also serve as our model. Furthermore, you cannot refuse. Otherwise, we shall ignore you. Oof. Guyu Na placed her hands on her hips, displaying a devilish grin. Limulu, this has escalated. I no longer wish to play. What should I do next? I'm anxiously awaiting a response. Wise King, if you bring this upon yourself, do not blame others. You should not resist. Limulu, please be quiet. Chapter 175. Interrogation within the depths of Xinghu, a dimly lit chamber stood. This was the latest room constructed by Limulu for the purpose of interrogating adversaries. The atmosphere was not only murky, but also completely enveloped by soul-guiding stone. This unique soul-guiding stone possessed an extraordinary ability to continuously absorb soul power from its user to sustain itself. Such stones, if utilized effectively, could undoubtedly become the best choice for forging soul-guiding apparatuses. The sole drawback was that if the soul power was insufficient, the apparatus crafted from this stone would easily become ineffective. Thus, this material was a double-edged sword, and its application depended on the skill of those forging the soul-guiding devices. To this end, the Knight Emperor even spared no expense in hiring the continent's finest soul-guiding artisans to conduct experiments in the Tian-Do Empire. However, since the inception of the experiments, there had been no groundbreaking advancements. This merely indicated that they still had a long way to go. While Limulu could assist, he could not reveal all his trump cards at once. This required a gradual approach. The interrogation room, constructed solely from pure soul-guiding stone, was Limulu's creation. Due to the dense material, any individual at the Hell Soul King level who entered would find themselves rendered incapacitated. Previously, Limulu had Tian Mengbing can conduct an experiment. Upon entry, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. His soul power was instantly drained by the soul-guiding stone embedded in the walls. When Limulu personally experienced this effect, he discovered that it was decidedly hostile to soul masters. Yet, this was the very outcome he desired. Only in this manner could the opponent's soul power be diminished to a point of utter insignificance. The captive Limulu had apprehended, although under the watch of Tian, had this precautionary measure taken to prevent any potential mischief. With this arrangement, there was no concern of the captive seizing an opportunity to escape, nor any fear of Guyuna and the others being taken hostage. After being confined within, the already weakened captive's strength had dwindled to almost nothing. If a confrontation were to occur now, her current ability would likely fall short of even a soul sovereign. This was precisely the effect Limulu sought. At this moment, only two individuals occupied the room, both gazing intently at the captive before them. Limulu sat at the table, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the captive. Tian sat on the opposite side, his legs casually crossed atop the table, his posture forming a striking angle of 45 degrees. Although the sight appeared rather peculiar, it exuded an undeniable charm. A week had elapsed. If you continue to withhold information, we would not hesitate to feed you to other soul beasts. You must be fully aware that within our soul beast empire, soul beasts abound. While the majority have no taste for human flesh, deeming it bitter, bland, and lacking in texture, there are a select few that harbor a peculiar fondness for it. Thus, this is your final interrogation, which you may interpret as a veiled threat. How you choose to comprehend this matter is of no concern to us. Limulu spoke with an air of calm confidence. The woman raised her head, casting a scornful glance at Limulu. You mere soul beasts, pretending to be human, is utterly ludicrous. Look at your kind. What do you resemble? You dare to question me? As someone trained professionally, do you believe I would easily capitulate? This woman had always adhered to such rhetoric. While the specifics varied, the essence remained the same, belittling soul beasts, elevating humanity, and ridiculing Limulu. Essentially, her discourse over the past week centered around these three notions. Limulu, uninterested in her incessant boasts, simply waved his hand, beckoning Tian. Shall we commence? Go ahead. Exert yourself, as long as I remain unscathed. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Tian began to prepare himself for action. Moments later, piercing screams erupted from the woman's throat, yet her body bore no injuries. This torment was directed at her soul and spirit, causing no harm to her physical form. This was precisely what Limulu had requested. For the soul is the essence of a person, rendering it the most severe form of punishment. Nevertheless, she remained resolutely silent, refusing to divulge a single word. Truly, a professional, even under such duress, she remained tight-lipped. I suppose I can guess who sent you. Likely the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, am I correct? Upon hearing Limulu's assertion, she said nothing, merely shutting her eyes tightly. Witnessing this, Limulu smiled slightly and remarked, "In that case, I shall simply eliminate him. A mere title Douluo poses no threat to me." "Humph, you are courting death." The woman scoffed, her face betraying disdain. Yet in the next moment, Her shrill screams resounded once more. It seemed that he was indeed the one responsible, and now she merely needed to affirm it verbally, thereby allowing all to see the true face of the Xingluo Empire. Limulu's interrogation was not genuinely aimed at extracting confessions. Rather, he sought her acknowledgement, as this would serve as evidence, and she would be the one to authenticate it. This woman was acutely aware of this fact, which was why she had remained silent thus far. However, her mental state was beginning to fray, her body trembling incessantly, and saliva dripped from her lips due to the torment. Overwhelmed by the pain inflicted upon her soul, she fainted, resembling a vegetative state. Ditian, Rao Ser, I have a plan. Upon hearing Limulu's command, Ditian nodded and unleashed a surge of soul power to forcibly awaken her. When the woman regained consciousness, everything around her had transformed. No longer was she in an interrogation room, but instead stood in a magnificent hall. She was no longer confined to the interrogation chamber, but was in the presence of her master, the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Your Majesty, she stammered in confusion, her mind a chaotic tangle, unable to recall anything. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire wore a sinister smile, his mismatched eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. Although you have failed, you must still report your findings. Regardless of the outcome, the information in your possession is crucial to us. Her gaze flickered, as though she were wrestling with an internal struggle. Yet, moments later, her eyes clouded over once more, and she dutifully knelt before him. As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 176. Return to Tiando, Limulu. Do you truly believe this will be effective? It is merely a fleeting illusion. Such crude tactics should hold no sway over individuals like them, Ditian remarked, perplexed. While he too could employ such hallucinatory interrogation methods, he believed they would be utterly ineffective. However, he soon witnessed the woman reporting her actions to the emperor, to Limulu and the others. Her words were tantamount to confessing her crimes. Yet, in the eyes of her superiors, she was merely fulfilling her assignment. It must be said, Limulu excelled in this regard. Garnering Ditiane se respect. Although Ditian was capable of psychological and spiritual torment, Limulu had employed a different approach. He infused his immense mental energy into her consciousness, constructing an environment with which she was intimately familiar. Simultaneously, he suppressed all her recent memories, including those of Ditian's torment. Thus, should she relax even slightly, Limulu could seize the opportunity to extract the information he sought. Clearly, her current state indicated that Limulu had succeeded. Ditian, while I understand that you grasp the situation, your rigid thinking sometimes limits your perspective. If you had employed a bit more creativity, you might have extracted the information on the very first day. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Ditian snorted but refrained from countering. Limulu stifled a chuckle. After all, opportunities to openly challenge Ditian were a rarity. Thus, the interrogation continued for nearly half an hour until the female captive finally laid bare her transgressions. Limulu meticulously documented her admissions as evidence and insisted that she sign and seal the record to prevent her from reneging on her statements. While signatures hold little weight in a world dominated by martial prowess, certain large organizations have developed a unique type of paper that allows for soul-powered signatures to mitigate breaches of contract. Limulu utilized this very paper. Once a signature was inscribed with soul power, it would remain intact unless the paper itself was destroyed, ensuring that the signer's soul energy would never dissipate. This can be considered a form of black technology birthed out of necessity in this world. While it may hold little significance in ordinary contexts, it proves exceptionally useful during interrogations and the establishment of agreements among powerful factions. After all was said and done, Limulu cast a glance at the bewildered, yet smiling captive and could not help but shake his head. This fellow is rather disgusting, but soon, we shall have no further dealings. In due time, I shall personally hand her over to the Tiando Empire. Is it time to part ways already? I have yet to indulge myself fully. Ditian pouted, clearly reluctant to relinquish this toy. However, Limulu paid him no mind and departed from the premises. Once outside, Ditian snapped his fingers, instantly dispelling the mental illusion Limulu had created for the captive. Humans, how was that sensation just now? Quite agreeable. I presume. You. What have you done to me? The captive exclaimed, her voice tinged with terror. She stumbled backward, feeling as if her very essence had been drained, rendering her immobile. This instilled in her a profound fear, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. We spirit beasts harbor no interest in humans like you. What a pity that such an entertaining toy must ultimately be returned to the hands of humanity. It truly is a waste. Ditian snorted disdainfully, then unleashed a formidable pressure that caused the captive to faint. Observing the fragility of his toy, Ditian let out a sigh of disappointment before vacating the chamber. Such a pity, truly. Meanwhile, Limulu had emerged outside and contacted Tang Hao via the communication insect, preparing to head to the Tiando Empire. However, Tang Hao delivered some rather unfortunate news. It seemed that an envoy from the Xinglua Empire had arrived at the Tiando Empire and was currently negotiating with the Snow Knight Emperor. They demanded the immediate surrender of the captive, threatening war with the Tiando Empire should their demands go unmet. Naturally, the Snow Knight Emperor could not hand over the captive, but he was not one to back down easily, responding defiantly. If they wish for war, then let it be. According to Tang Hao, the envoy had clearly not anticipated such a bold response from the Snow Knight Emperor and was visibly shaken. During this period, he had remained hidden, presumably plotting something. Thus, Tang Hao advised Limulu to return at a later time, suggesting they wait until the envoy departed to avoid any unforeseen complications. After all, the envoy from the Xinglua Empire was exceedingly arrogant. Though lacking impressive strength, not even qualifying as a sole emperor, he acted with an air of superiority, believing that his status as an envoy would shield him from any repercussions. Upon receiving this news, Limulu initially intended to disregard it. Yet, he suddenly remembered his agreement with Gu Yuna and others had not yet lapsed. This implied that if he returned to the Tiando Empire now, he would undoubtedly have to do so in female attire. Consequently, Limulu pondered for a moment and decided it prudent to delay his return. Gu Yuna and the others, therefore, remained in the Xinghu for a while longer. After waiting for a month, Limulu finally donned his normal attire and set off with Gu Yuna and the others. He also had no intention of bringing along the captive, who had undergone a month of training under Ditian. At that time, Ditian had been as excited as a child upon learning that Limulu would delay taking the captive away. Conversely, the captive had descended into utter despair. Now, she exhibited peculiar behaviors, especially in Ditian's absence, trembling uncontrollably. Limulu exerted considerable effort to restore her to a semblance of normalcy. It remained unclear what Ditian had subjected her to during this time. The state she was in, neither human nor ghost, left Limulu uncertain about whether she could still be of use once handed over to the Snow Knight Emperor. Had he known, he would have insisted that Ditian exercise greater restraint. With a sigh, Limulu led the group back to the Tiando Empire. However, upon his return, he did not notify the Snow Knight Emperor. Thus, when the Emperor beheld Limulu and the sudden appearance of the captive, he was taken aback. The surrounding ministers, including Prince Xuexing, were equally unprepared for Limulu's unexpected arrival. Yet, Gu Yuna and the others did not accompany him. Instead, they returned to the dormitory of the Tiando Academy. Having been alone for a month, Ziji felt quite lonely. Chapter 177. A Stalemate. Limulu. I truly did not expect you to bring back the captive. I had assumed she would remain with you indefinitely, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed, unsure whether to feel joy or despair. He waved his hand, signaling the other ministers to depart, leaving only Prince Xuexing, who remained rooted in place. Being closer to the captive, he discerned that her mental state was rather abnormal. Mr. Limulu, this captive appears to be somewhat unwell. Do not concern yourself with that. Our interrogation methods were rather intense, compounded by certain peculiar circumstances, resulting in her mental breakdown. To be precise, our interrogation personnel from the Spirit Beast Empire have inadvertently damaged her psyche. However, rest assured, there are moments when she regains consciousness. As long as you assign someone to keep watch, there is no need to fear her escape, for her soul power has been thoroughly depleted, Limulu explained. Having spent a month confined within the soul-guided interrogation chamber, and with Ditian providing constant but subtle oversight, her soul power had diminished to the rank of soul scholar. Though her soul rings remained intact, she could no longer utilize them. After all, Limulu had engaged in experiments with her martial spirit, inadvertently causing irreparable harm. Now, her martial spirit had largely lost its original power, rendering it nothing more than a mere ornament. Yet, this experience enlightened Limulu to the notion that martial spirits could indeed be played to destruction, much like a human being. Continuous manipulation could lead to collapse. Very well. The Snow Knight Emperor found himself at a loss for words, having never witnessed such a tragic captive before. However, he felt no sympathy, merely a sense of resignation. For he had initially intended to interrogate her alongside Limulu, who had opted not to do so. Xuesheng, you handle this person as you see fit from here on out. But remember, we must publicly declare that the captive is not here. After all, we recently sent that fellow away, and I have no desire for him to return, the Snow Knight Emperor stated, referring to the envoy from the Xingluo Empire. This envoy had lingered in the Tiando Empire for quite some time, ultimately departing only after confirming that the Tiando Empire did not possess the individual he sought. Limulu was aware of this development, which prompted his delayed return. Though the envoy had arrived with an air of arrogance, he left in a state of disgrace. Even the Emperor of Shuya was unaware of the moment when he made his discreet exit. By the time he regained his composure, the envoy had long vanished, clearly preferring not to linger. Despite the envoy's arrogance, he was not a fool. He understood well that the longer he stayed, the greater his peril would become. Thus, he seized the opportunity to slip away. Once he felt secure, he sent a letter stating that he had urgent matters to attend to and had departed early. The Emperor of Shuya was already accustomed to such behavior. After all, this was a common tactic employed by certain envoys. However, it also allowed the emperor to ascertain that the envoy's declaration of war was mere bluster, likely just a product of his own bravado. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire clearly did not wish to engage in conflict with the Tiando Empire over a single individual. Although the Wuhuan Temple had recently grown closer to the Xingluo Empire, it was apparent to all that the temple's ambitions were vast. The Xingluo Empire evidently aimed to prevent the Wuhuan Temple from gaining too much advantage. Hence, they maintained a cautious approach. Consequently, both parties mutually opted for silence, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. The captured individual thus became a pawn in the power struggle between the two great empires. Regarding the interrogation, the Emperor of Shuya had made significant progress, but this knowledge did not come without a cost. What do you desire? The Emperor of Shuya narrowed his eyes. He was well aware that Rimuru would not provide such information without expecting something in return. Hence, he braced himself for a substantial expenditure. Rimuru smiled and raised a finger. I have one condition. I require a collaboration between your Tiando Academy and my Slime Academy. Once my Slime Academy is fully established, I will need you to send a portion of your Academy's talents here to study. Additionally, I would like 1 or 2 specialized instructors to accompany them, as my current faculty is limited. Rimuru articulated. If he wished for the Slime Academy to flourish, a partnership with the Tiando Academy was indispensable. This approach would not only enhance the Slime Academy's reputation, but also create an illusion that it was on par with, if not superior to, the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the Slime Academy currently lacked any substantial resources, Rimuru had confidence that with time, he could transform it into a reputable institution. Nevertheless, reputation remained a challenge, and the need for qualified faculty was urgent. Both Rimuru and Tang Hao were capable of teaching, which posed no problem. If Dugubo was willing, Rimuru could also invite him to guest lecture, though given his temperament, it was likely he would only make a couple of appearances before withdrawing. As for other potential candidates, Rimuru had yet to find suitable individuals. Thus, this matter required careful deliberation. Furthermore, the Slime Academy was still under construction. Without Rimuru's assistance, it would take over a year for the current staff to realize his vision of a perfect establishment. Therefore, he found himself with ample time. Upon hearing Rimuru's condition, the Emperor of Shuya pondered briefly before agreeing without hesitation. This arrangement posed no detriment to him, and in his eyes, receiving guidance from someone of Rimuru's caliber was indeed an honor. Thus, Rimuru and the Emperor of Shuya swiftly reached an accord and began to delve into the details. Meanwhile, The information confessed by the captive was casually placed on a nearby table by Rimuru. Though this information would not have a tangible impact on the Xinglua Empire, it could tarnish their reputation and unite those within the Tiando Empire who had been wronged. Should the Xinglua Empire call upon these sects and academies for future endeavors, they would undoubtedly think twice, as no one could predict what schemes the Xinglua Empire might concoct to deceive them. Chapter 178. 2 years' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this interval, Rimuru predominantly traversed between the Tiando Empire and the Soul Beast Empire. The trade village had flourished immensely over these 2 years, now resembling a small town with a population exceeding 10,000, not to mention the countless transient inhabitants. The Soul Beast Empire had solidified its reputation, prompting the Tiando Empire and the surrounding vassal states to flock to trade upon learning of the many convenient commodities available. However, the transactions were not conducted directly with representatives of the Soul Beast Empire, but rather through the subordinates of the Emperor of Xia. This arrangement arose from an agreement between Rimuru and the Emperor, apart from certain individuals permitted to purchase products directly in the trade village. Nations or other factions wishing to acquire goods had to go through the Tiando Empire. This setup not only facilitated Rimuru, but also served as a buffer for him. While it appeared that the Tiando Empire was reaping the benefits, Rimuru was not at a loss, given the limited personnel at his disposal. Thus, when trade was fully open to the continent, entrusting it to the Tiando Empire was the optimal choice. However, this arrangement would not endure for many years, as the Soul Beast Empire still had to develop, with population growth being the foremost priority. Additionally, Rimuru's personally established Slime Academy was recently completed. The Academy's footprint even surpassed that of the Tiando Royal Academy. The architectural style was distinctly different from the prevalent designs of the world, as Rimuru opted for a traditional Chinese aesthetic. Furthermore, at the very center of the academy, he defied convention by constructing a vast water pool. Typically, the central areas of other academies were designated for key teaching spaces or faculty accommodations. However, after surveying various institutions, Rimuru concluded that they lacked creativity. As a result, he took matters into his own hands, spending a month to excavate an underground water channel and using his powers to fill the area completely. Thus, a semi-natural lake was formed, deep enough that one could easily struggle to resurface if they fell in. This lake was connected to the underground waters of the Star Do Great Forest, allowing some aquatic spirit beasts to occasionally appear for the pleasure of onlookers. However, most of these aquatic spirit beasts were of limited strength, typically around 10 years or even fewer, as the Star Do Great Forest was not conducive to their habitat. These aquatic species were considered rare and protected. Thus, it is strictly prohibited for others to capture these fish species, as per Limulu's decree. Should one wish to indulge in fish, the alternative is to opt for those that are artificially cultivated. Surrounding this lake, Limulu has personally planted a ring of trees, sourced from the vicinity of Xinghu. These trees, although nameless, possess a remarkable ability to absorb moisture and subsequently release it, akin to the natural respiration of humans. The vapor emitted by these trees exhibits exceptional moisturizing properties. During sweltering weather, it serves as a natural air conditioning system. Such trees are quite common in the Xingdo Great Forest, which explains why the forest maintains a consistent temperature throughout the seasons. However, these scenic elements merely embellish the academy. The focal point is a colossal slime statue positioned at the entrance. This statue, towering over 10 meters, is crafted from pure soul guiding stone. Furthermore, Limulu has endowed it with a unique capability to gather the soul energy present in nature. Consequently, as long as the statue stands firm, the soul energy within the entire academy and its surrounding area will be elevated by approximately 10 to 20% compared to other locations. Although this enhancement may seem modest, for certain prodigies, such an increase can create a significant gap between them and other unaugmented talents. This was Limulu's intention in erecting the statue, as well as a pivotal lure for attracting other students. After all, under such an enhancement, even an ordinary person might be regarded as a genius by others. Therefore, after accomplishing these tasks, Limulu energetically proclaimed the official completion of the Slime Academy's construction. He also instructed Gu Yuna and others to return to the academy to prepare for classes. Limulu announced to the public that the Slime Academy's training in the Tiando Empire had concluded, and he would soon extend invitations to individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy for further studies at the Slime Academy, with 7 slots available. Additionally, Limulu declared the possibility of opening 7 more slots for other sects, though the specifics of entry into the Slime Academy were left unspoken. However, following Limulu's announcement, aside from those from Tiando Academy, no one from other sects or academies paid him any heed. In their eyes, a nascent academy, regardless of the backing from the Soul Beast Empire, was merely a financially robust institution. After all, even the faculty's strength had not been disclosed, with the only known instructors being Limulu and Tang Hao. Thus, few held high hopes for the future of the Slime Academy. However, the situation was entirely different for Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji. When Limulu proclaimed the establishment of the Slime Academy, Emperor Shui Yi arrived personally to bestow his blessings upon Limulu, simultaneously acquiring the honorary title of Vice President. Ning Fengji also graced the occasion with his presence, offering his blessings and becoming an honorary guest elder of the Slime Academy. Additionally, after his seclusion, Dugu Bo promptly arrived, eager to join the Slime Academy as a pharmacology instructor, accompanied by his granddaughter Dugu Yin, who sought admission. Unfortunately, the Slime Academy was not yet open for external enrollment. Entry was restricted to the slots from Tiando Academy. Even Dugu Yin was not exempt from this rule. This left Dugu Bo somewhat helpless, compelling him to seek Emperor Shui Yi's assistance in securing a slot for his granddaughter. However, Emperor Shui Yi found himself unable to accommodate this request, as he had already devised a plan to select the 7 strongest individuals from the Tiando Empire for training at the Slime Academy. With only 2 years remaining until the commencement of the Elite Soul Master Competition across the continent, he needed to make ample preparations for this event. Chapter 179. Selection. At this moment, the Tiando Royal Academy was hosting a ranking competition. This annual event is exclusively for senior students aged 12 and above, up to 25 years old. After the age of 12, students can progress to senior status, and even those in their first year of seniority may register for the competition. Regardless of their ranking, participation awards yield substantial amounts of gold soul coins and additional cultivation materials, making this a grand event at the Tiando Royal Academy. Typically, Limulu would not participate in this event. However, this occasion was an exception. With the recent establishment of the Slime Academy, Gu Yuna and others transitioned from trainees to students of the Slime Academy, and they, like Limulu, were currently seated in the viewing area, enjoying the competition. After all, the Slime Academy intended to recruit a selection of students from the Tiando Academy for further studies, primarily choosing 7 individuals from the top 10 rankings. Generally, the top 7 would be selected unless a candidate vehemently declined or acted in an unfriendly manner. Nonetheless, Limulu felt the need to personally oversee the selection process, as he wished to ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals infiltrated the Slime Academy. Although the training period was only a little over a year, an elevation of 4 or 5 levels was a commendable achievement. Even for prodigies, without fortuitous encounters, advancing 3 levels in a year is considered diligent. This observation led Limulu to realize that, despite being labeled as geniuses, the individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy exhibited alarmingly slow cultivation rates, and their teaching methods were exceedingly outdated. However, Limulu refrained from addressing these issues directly, as they were tied to vested interests. This was also a method he had recently developed with Tang Hao, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. This provided an excellent opportunity to experiment with this group. The ongoing battles were rather tedious. The strongest participant had only reached level 38 and was already 24 years old. While this individual barely met the graduation criteria, Limulu felt reluctant to admit such a person into their academy. On the other hand, a young man at level 35, age 20, caught his attention. He seemed quite promising, though Limulu was unaware of his name. Beside him, Gu Yuna, while munching on grapes, pointed and commented on the unfolding events. Today's competition had reached the finals for the top position, with the top 20 essentially determined. Only a few final matches remained to solidify the rankings. However, Limula shook his head upon noticing that the top 3 contenders were all aged 24, 23, and 22 respectively. These individuals, although their strength has surpassed the 35th level, are perceived as prodigies by outsiders. However, they have missed the criteria that Rimuru wishes to adopt. More importantly, among the 3 of them, only one is eligible to participate in the prestigious Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Thus, even if they were to secure the top position, it would hold little significance, as the Emperor of Snowy Night would not spare them a second glance. Nevertheless, this title of first place symbolizes honor. And despite their awareness of their disqualification from the competition and the inability to further their studies of the Slime Academy, they are determined to compete fiercely for this accolade. This honor is something they are unwilling to forfeit. The remaining 7 participants, however, display promise. Among them, 5 individuals are around the age of 20, comprising 3 males and 2 females, all possessing strengths ranging from 33 to 35 levels. The other 2 are both 24 years old and hold a soul power level of 35. These 2 have likewise lost their eligibility. Therefore, Rimuru can essentially designate these 5 individuals among the top 10 to advance to the Slime Academy for further studies. Although their rankings are relatively low, it is of little concern. Their potential for growth is substantial. Furthermore, they are ideally suited to serve as subjects for experimenting with Rimuru's latest teaching methodologies. As for the remaining 2 candidates, Rimuru has yet to form a concrete opinion, but based on the rankings, none among them align with his expectations. Hence, he turns his gaze toward the lower grades, where 2 individuals warrant his attention. One of them is undoubtedly Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, she had no quota, but it appears that a slot can now be made available for her. Although she is merely 9 years old, her strength has already reached the 21st level, marking her as quite a prodigy. Moreover, within the lower grades, her prowess is only 2 levels beneath Yu Qianheng, and her ranking is immediately below his. Even if some individuals possess higher soul power levels, they are not her match. Additionally, Yu Qianheng is also a commendable candidate. He is indeed a genius. However, Rimuru is uncertain whether he will agree, considering his family is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Regardless, he must adhere to his family's arrangements. Therefore, the final slot remains undecided for now, but Rimuru has nearly finalized his selections for the first 6 candidates, with their profiles in hand. The first profile he examines belongs to Zhu Zhuqing. He sets it aside and quietly arranges the information of the other candidates on his desk. Qin Feng, age 20, is a 35-level battle soul master with a white lion martial soul. Qin Lan, Qin Feng's younger brother, is 19 years old, a 33-level battle soul master, also with a white lion martial soul. Wang Yuyin, age 21, is a 34-level weapon soul master wielding a wind-piercing spear martial soul. Bai Yu, age 17, is a 33-level agile attack battle soul master with a sharp-tailed swallow martial soul. Another promising talent has emerged from the Bai family, notable for her beauty and figure. Lastly, Lan Yusin, age 22, is a 33-level control soul master with a binding heaven lock martial soul. To be frank, I do not hold high expectations for this individual, yet it seems he is the only one who can barely keep up with Dogga. Rimuru sighed. At that moment, the battles below were nearing their conclusion. The final match showcased 2 men vying for the top position, while Qin Feng and his companions had long since completed their competition. You may remain here, Tang Ritian. Do not wander off. I will speak with the Emperor of Snowy Night. I have essentially confirmed the roster, and now it is merely a matter of whether they will agree. Chapter 180. Explanation: is this truly the group you desire? Just these 6 individuals? Wasn't it stated that 7 were required? Moreover, why is Zhu Zhuqing included? She is merely a student from the lower grades. Upon reviewing the roster, the Emperor of Snowy Night appeared somewhat perplexed. His expectation was to select 7 of the strongest individuals eligible for the competition to enter the Slime Academy for further training, while also testing Rimuru's so-called latest teaching methods. However, he did not anticipate that Rimuru would select only 5 candidates, even though they were commendable. They clearly did not align with his expectations. Nevertheless, since these were the individuals Rimuru had chosen, he could not voice his objections and merely nodded in agreement. Otherwise, these individuals would not gain entry into the Slime Academy. To outsiders, the Slime Academy might seem insignificant given its recent establishment. However, the Emperor of Snowy Night valued not the Academy's heritage or the duration of its existence, but rather Rimuru himself. He believed that Rimuru could undoubtedly provide superior guidance to the children of the Tiando Academy. Furthermore, Dugabo and Tang Hao serve as the pharmacology and combat instructors of the Slime Academy, respectively, both being titled Douluo-level figures. Rimuru would personally engage in imparting theoretical knowledge and enhancing their training methodologies. This was precisely what the Emperor of Snowy Night held in high regard. He perceived that the teaching model of the Tiando Royal Academy was somewhat outdated. In comparison to the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy had been falling behind year after year. The deteriorating performance in every competition left him worried about the capability of his academy. Fortunately, Rimuru's emergence provided a glimmer of hope. The Emperor of Snowy Night was determined to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, returning to the matter at hand, we currently have only 6 individuals. Who do you intend to designate as the 7th? Upon hearing the Emperor's inquiry, Rimuru contemplated for a moment before ultimately presenting 2 names to him. Yu Tianheng, Ye Lingling. Upon seeing these 2 names, the Emperor of Snowy Night's expression shifted slightly. I can understand your choice of Yu Tianheng, Rimuru, but what is your reasoning for Yi Lingling? Her martial soul, being one of the strongest among support-type martial souls, surely qualifies her for admission into my academy. Moreover, while her strength and soul power in the lower grades may not be the highest, she is among the most outstanding support-type soul masters. If not nurtured properly, her 9 hearts, sea pearl martial soul may stagnate. Upon hearing Rimuru's explanation, the Emperor of Snowy Night nodded in agreement. However, he was still faced with 8 candidates, which left him further perplexed. Among these 8, you only require 7, implying that you must choose between Yu Tianheng and Yi Lingling. That is approximately correct. However, the final decision hinges on Yu Tianheng's willingness, as he is my first choice for the 7th slot. If he declines or cannot leave due to family obligations, then I shall opt for Yi Lingling. Observing that Rimuru had thoroughly considered this matter, the Emperor of Snowy Night sighed. Thus, he found himself considerably relieved, no longer needing to painstakingly sift through suitable candidates. Let be as such. You may return and await further news. Tomorrow morning, come to the side hall, and I shall bring them along, he declared. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, replied Limulu, offering a nod and a slight bow before departing from the premises. Upon his exit, the outside world erupted with deafening cheers, clearly indicating that the competition had concluded. Everyone was jubilantly celebrating the emergence of a new champion. Regrettably, he was already 24 years of age. Having completed this match, he would be poised for graduation. Thus, he was entirely outside Limulu's considerations. Limulu then returned to his observation platform and exchanged a few words with Tang Hao, who nodded in agreement before leading the others away. Only Gu Yuna remained behind. Limulu, what scheme do you have in mind? She inquired, puzzled as she noticed the others had departed. Limulu transformed into a slime and leapt into Gu Yuna's embrace. After 2 years of development, Gu Yuna had matured into a more voluptuous figure, standing at approximately 1 meter 40, blossoming into a graceful young girl. Especially after a growth spurt, Limulu found it far more comfortable to nestle in her arms. Actually, I have a small favor to ask of you. Tomorrow, I need you to demonstrate to them what true genius looks like, Limulu said with earnestness. Huh, are you trying to take advantage of me? Gu Yuna rolled her eyes, promptly extending her delicate hand to pinch Limulu, executing a complete 180 spin. However, Limulu felt no pain. Even if twisted, it was of no consequence. Just help me this once. Among everyone, you're the only one who has reached level 40. Even Xiao Wu is merely at 38. You are the pride of our Slime Academy, and I certainly wish for you to be in the spotlight, Limulu insisted. But do not worry, assist me this time, and feel free to make any request. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Limulu spoke gravely, but soon seemed to recall something, adding, except for cross-dressing. I knew it would be something like that, Gu Yuna remarked, rolling her eyes again. However, Given your sincerity, I suppose I will assist you. After all, how could I refuse someone as adorable as you? She continued, playfully tormenting Limulu. Such trivial matters were mere trifles for Gu Yuna, completely unworthy of being considered a request. Furthermore, she was eager to be recognized by more people. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the dawn of the following day. Limulu held Gu Yuna's hand, resembling a couple as they walked along the royal city's path, drawing glances from numerous palace maids and guards. Nevertheless, they were well aware of the relationship between Limulu and Gu Yuna, so they merely stole a few more glances before hastily departing. After all, the beauty of these two was quite rare in the world. Those unaware might have mistaken them for two lovely young girls in a romantic liaison. Chapter 181. I heard someone wants to withdraw. Your Majesty, the Snow Knight Emperor, I hold you in great esteem and admiration. However, such actions are unacceptable. Although the Soul Beast Empire is formidable, what significance does their slime academy hold? Is it merely because they possess 3 title Douluo level instructors that they are deemed impressive? To be frank, I do not concur with the notion of attending the slime academy, as I see no necessity for it. A man half knelt on the ground, speaking with dignity and assertiveness. He appeared intent on defending his rights, unwilling to attend an academy devoid of reputation or qualified faculty. The others present sighed in unison, as everyone, save for Duguyen and Yu Tianheng, shared his sentiments. However, they were acutely aware of their positions and refrained from expressing such thoughts openly. Many planned to linger at the academy for over a year, believing they could manage to keep up with their soul power. This was their collective mindset. Yet this man boldly articulated what they all wished to say, earning their admiration. As for concerns, those were entirely absent. The man, named Lan Yusin, was the grandson of a contemporary of the Snow Knight Emperor and a distinguished contributor to the Tiando Empire. His family was among the few duke families within the Tiando Empire, which allowed him to assertively advocate for his interests. He understood that his words had not offended the Snow Knight Emperor, and thus he knew he would face no repercussions. Moreover, with his grandfather being a hero of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor would not dare to act against him. While I intended to gather you for discussion, your immediate rejection, without even a moment's contemplation, seems rather hasty. The Snow Knight Emperor expressed his dissatisfaction, albeit without anger. Lan Yusin shook his head respectfully, casting a glance at the Snow Knight Emperor before continuing. Your Majesty, you are benevolent, fair, and a ruler who respects the opinions of the people. Therefore, I firmly believe you will acquiesce to my request. I refuse to waste my time at an academy lacking any qualified faculty. The Soul Master Elite Tournament is less than 2 years away. I must focus on my preparations. Hearing Lan Yusin's resolute declaration, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed, wishing to persuade him further. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside. I hear someone wishes to withdraw. I am most curious to see who dares to disregard us so. Gu Yuna's voice was enchanting, yet her gaze brimmed with a murderous intent. This palpable aura of menace sent shivers through the gathered students, even causing Lan Yusin to reveal a look of alarm. You are Gu Yuna. Indeed, that is correct. You were the one who just declared your intention to withdraw, correct? Since you are so averse to our slime academy, I kindly request you to depart gracefully, for we certainly do not welcome you here, Gu Yuna stated sternly. Nevertheless, she continued to hold Limulu's hand without release. Indeed, I could not care less about your slime academy. Lan Zhuqing Vito a Dogang Di. You expect us, the chosen ones, to attend an academy that has just been established? It is nothing short of a jest. Gu Yuna smirked, exchanging a knowing glance with Limulu before finally releasing his hand. It seems you are quite defiant. In that case, shall we engage in a duel? Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, Lan Yusin immediately rose to his feet, his body gradually enveloped by 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and gold. The soul of the lock's sleeve simultaneously manifested in his hand. Behold, this is the prowess of us prodigies. Although Gu Yuna, you are indeed formidable. Having been a soul master 2 years ago, how much stronger can you possibly become now? Merely a span of 2 years. Coupled with the fact that you have scarcely engaged with our Tiando Academy's curriculum, and yet you still wish to. Before he could finish his words, he beheld a colossal silver dragon spirit materializing behind Gu Yuna. This silver dragon was extraordinarily exquisite and appeared flawless from every conceivable angle. With a continuous infusion of vitality, Gu Yuna's martial spirit had also grown increasingly beautiful and lifelike. However, this was not the most critical aspect. At that moment, for soul rings of yellow and purple radiated around Gu Yuna, causing Lan Yuxian's eyes to widen in disbelief. He recognized that Gu Yuna was among the anomalies of the lower grades. However, due to her status, she could not be ranked. Otherwise, the rankings of the lower grades would not have included the likes of Yu Tianheng. Nevertheless, he only knew that the last time Gu Yuna revealed her strength, she was merely at the 33rd level. By his calculations, it was not an unreasonable expectation for a typical genius to advance from Great Soul Master to Soul Master within 2 years. However, to elevate from Soul Master to Soul Sect was a more significant threshold. Thus, he presumed Gu Yuna's strength could at most be between 38 and 39 levels. Yet, he was mistaken. Gu Yuna was no ordinary genius. To label her as a prodigy would be an understatement. She belonged to that rare category of individuals who were constantly cultivating, even when standing still. Were it not for certain objective factors that prevented her from drawing attention from higher authorities, her progress would have been even swifter. How could this be? Why are you at the 4th ring of Soul Sect? What is impossible? As long as Rimuru is present, everything is possible. Gu Yuna placed her hands on her hips, letting out a haughty snort, while also praising Rimuru. Although Rimuru had no direct connection, it did not hinder Gu Yuna from lauding her. Even so, how strong can one truly be when relying solely on the accumulation of soul power? I refuse to believe that someone your age could truly surpass me. Prepare yourself and experience my 3rd soul skill. With a fierce roar, the young man unleashed his 3rd soul skill without hesitation, intending to ensnare Gu Yuna. Observing this, the others retreated in unison. Emperor Shui Yi slightly raised his gaze, wishing to intervene. However, a mere glance from Rimuru halted his actions, for the ensuing spectacle belonged to Gu Yuna. Do not waste time, Rimuru softly urged. Gu Yuna beamed, and her purple soul ring illuminated. 4th soul skill, Elemental Staff. With a gentle utterance from Gu Yuna, the surrounding elements coalesced into a staff that appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the staff erupted with a thunderous blast. A violent whirlwind swept through the entire palace, its force compelling all the students to instinctively retreat. Even Emperor Shui Yi squinted, sensing a sting. As for Lan Xianyu, who was struck head-on, he had already fallen unconscious. His shirt was completely torn apart, revealing a massive spiral-shaped wound on his chest. A sight both shocking and grim. Chapter 182. Choice, is this the end? All present gazed at the astonishing scene, filled with disbelief, while Gu Yuna's Soul Sect strength astonished them. Recalling that she had been a Soul Master 2 years prior made it seem plausible for her to attain Soul Sect status within this time frame. However, her age was alarmingly young, merely 10 years, rendering it somewhat surreal. What truly left them astounded was that Gu Yuna had incapacitated the young man with a single strike. It could be described as a flawless instant kill. This was the aspect that left them in awe, for under normal circumstances, a Soul Sect could defeat a Soul Master, but not with such swiftness. Yet, this could also be attributed to the opponent's underestimation. Now do you understand my might? Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? Speak now, or once you enter our Slime Academy, you shall not have the liberty to leave at your discretion. Gu Yuna crossed her arms, gazing imperiously at those before her. However, her stature was rather diminutive, rendering her expression more adorable than imposing. You wish to withdraw? Upon seeing someone raise their hand, Gu Yuna shot a glare at him. The young man, meeting her gaze, instinctively recoiled and hastily waved his hands. No. You misunderstand. I do not wish to withdraw. I have a question to ask. His voice trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by the girl who was a decade younger than him. What is your name? I am Qin Fong. Qin Fong promptly replied. Gu Yuna nodded, signaling him to continue. Qin Fong swallowed hard and spoke. I wish to inquire how many students and teachers your esteemed academy has. If the faculty is insufficient, Would our time there be merely a waste? Of course, I do not mean to imply anything negative about Dean Rimuru or teachers Ri Tian and Du Douluo. I simply feel that if there are only a few individuals, is that not somewhat? The young man glanced cautiously at Rimuru before trailing off. It was evident he was apprehensive. Are you suggesting that our academy is somewhat lacking? Rimuru narrowed his eyes and inquired. However, Qin Feng kept his head down, remaining silent. In truth, it is manageable. After all, our academy is currently in a closed state, accessible only to a select few. Therefore, the total number of students does not exceed 30. As for teachers currently, there are only the 3 of us. However, all facilities, including those for personnel changes, logistical support, and even chefs and doctors, are adequately prepared. As for the teaching staff, you need not worry. You will not be neglected. Rimuru's words prompted a collective sigh of relief among those present. They had been concerned that the Slime Academy might lack essential resources. The assurance of fully equipped facilities was a relief. Yet the scarcity of teaching resources remained a pressing issue. Thus, Rimuru intended to take this opportunity to engage in discussions with several individuals he had previously approached about joining the Slime Academy as teachers. However, these individuals had been hesitant. Now is the time to encourage them. Finally, I ask once more, is there anyone who disagrees? If you do not wish to come to the Slime Academy, this is your final chance to withdraw. Otherwise, you shall remain there for approximately a year and a half. Guyuna gently stated while gesturing with her finger. Her tone was exceptionally soft and endearing, yet her smile sent chills down one's spine. Shui Adati, could you please inform Yi Lingling and persuade her properly? If she is willing to join us, let her report to Slime Academy with the team in a month. If she declines, we will proceed with just these 6 individuals. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Shui Adati hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. His demeanor suggested he had more to say, but ultimately chose silence. Limulu, sensing the atmosphere, addressed those present. Make sure you all prepare your belongings in advance. I must remind you, my teaching methods differ greatly from those at Tiando Academy. Therefore, I advise you to bring ample supplies of healing medicines, as even the medications provided for students at our academy will require your financial investment. Additionally, during this month, focus on enhancing your physical fitness to minimize the risk of injury. Limulu's remarks left the attendees exchanging puzzled glances, unable to grasp the implication of her statement. What did she mean by being injured while learning? This wasn't a trial, nor a competition. Typically, injuries only occurred during matches or field trials at Tiando Academy. Regular academic and training routines posed no such threat. Hence, Limulu's comments instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Moreover, there is another matter that requires the attention of you Tianheng and Dugiyan. Should Yi Lingling join us, I will not subject you 3 to intense training due to your age differences. Nevertheless, you must remain diligent. Not a single piece of theoretical knowledge should be overlooked. I will implement 2 distinct training strategies tailored to your ages. The older ones will primarily focus on enhancing their strength, while the younger ones will be assigned various responsibilities. That is all I have to say for now to prepare you mentally. As for the rest, we will discuss it in detail once we arrive at the academy. With that, Limula nodded to Shui Adati and turned to leave. Guyuna followed closely behind, playfully waving at Dugiyan and blowing her a kiss before linking arms with Limulu and departing. Dugiyan, her face slightly flushed, stared blankly at their retreating figures until they disappeared from sight, after which she regained her composure. Everyone should start making preparations. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Especially you 4, you must not falter. Even if you cannot break through to level 40 and become Soul Zone, you must ensure some progress. Did you hear me? Yes. Your Excellency, Shuya. The 4 older individuals replied in unison, half kneeling. Shiadati nodded in satisfaction and gestured toward the still unconscious man, instructing, you all may leave now, but do not forget to carry him away as well. What a pity it is to be defeated by a girl 10 years younger. I wonder what his expression will be when he wakes up. Chapter 183, Lu Erlong. In the Tiando Empire, at the heart of the bustling commercial street, there existed an unassuming shop that surprisingly drew the most attention. The establishment appeared quite small, merely a curtained doorway, with an overall area of less than 20 square meters. Inside, only 5 individuals were diligently occupied, yet a steady stream of customers lined up outside, most clutching neatly packaged items. Upon witnessing the scene, Limulu couldn't help but smile. He glanced to the side, where a sturdy iron door stood firmly closed. After opening the door and stepping inside, he was greeted by a vast warehouse bustling with Soul masters busily sorting through goods. The Western District is lagging. They have accumulated far too much stock that needs to be dispatched promptly. Eastern District, if your inventory is low, lend a hand. No lounging around. Everyone, be cautious not to mix urgent shipments with regular ones. And in the valuable items section, handle everything with care if the owners come seeking their goods. We cannot afford the loss. A middle-aged man commanded from the air, overseeing the operations. All those working here belonged to the Minji clan, which had relocated their entire sect to this area over the past 2 years, bringing most belongings along, save for a few inconvenient items. They had left behind only a handful of people to guard their original estate, as there was little of value remaining. Only the prime location was worth anything. Observing the thriving business and the industrious atmosphere, Limulu felt a sense of joy. It seems you are doing quite well. Business is certainly flourishing, he remarked softly. Hearing his voice, the middle-aged man turned, surprised to see Limulu's figure. Lord Limulu, you are here. Are you here to persuade my father to teach at Slime Academy again? He inquired. Limulu nodded in affirmation. Lord Limulu, you are aware of my father's temperament. He is quite stubborn. However, he has been contemplating this matter lately. If he could offer a bit more in compensation, he might agree. If not, I am more than capable of filling the teacher's position myself, he added with a chuckle, patting his head. Limulu sighed, assessing him before shaking his head. Your abilities are insufficient. You know well that only those ranked above Soul Sage can teach at my academy. You are several levels behind. It would be wise for you to focus on your training here, Limulu stated as he walked along the edge toward one of the few offices. While he was situated there, the young man sighed, returning to his previous task of directing operations. Lord Limulu, I was just about to seek you out. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Upon entering the office, Limulu encountered by he, who had removed his reading glasses and was smiling warmly. To be honest, your previous proposal was excellent. Teaching not only allows for interaction with the youth, but also enables me to directly care for my granddaughter, which is truly wonderful. After some reflection, I have decided to accept the teaching position at Slime Academy, by he declared, his expression sincere. Limulu observed him closely and noted the pile of white papers cluttering his desk, filled with numbers and calculations, the purpose of which remained unclear. I see you are not merely preparing for convenience, but rather calculating your salary as a teacher. After all, my offer is unmatched by any other academy, he commented. Upon hearing Limulu's words, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Limulu sighed at this. Since the Slime Academy had just been established, the salaries for the teachers were exceptionally high, essentially 3 times that of comparable educators outside. This also applied to Bai, which was why he was tempted. Since you have agreed, prepare your belongings and report to the Slime Academy in 1 week. The students will arrive in a month, but as teachers, you must first be assigned some teaching tasks and undergo pre-service training. After all, there are certain matters that are new to both you and me, and we must familiarize ourselves with them beforehand. I understand completely. Please proceed with your arrangements. Then the specific dates will be next Tuesday and Wednesday. Just come on those 2 days, but do not be late. Otherwise, half a month's salary will be deducted. Understood. I will arrive on time. Hearing about the salary deduction, he immediately stood at attention. Observing his demeanor, Limulu found it amusing as it reminded him of the nearly 100 elderly individuals he had encountered. Bai's character was rather simple-minded. Despite being a grandfather, he showed little growth. Prepare yourself then. I must go find someone else, so I shall take my leave. With that, Limulu departed. Bai, filled with excitement, loosened his collar and began calculating. The courier company had been steadily profitable, and with the subsequent teacher salaries, it would not take long. Within a decade, he could settle all his accounts. At this moment, Limulu was unaware that he was still engrossed in his calculations. He had now arrived at a nearby bar. He sought a particular person, yet she was absent. Odd, she should typically be here at this hour, inebriated as usual. Limulu felt surprised. After inquiring with the staff, he learned that she had not appeared for the past 3 days. As a regular customer, the staff recognized her well. Thus, they remembered distinctly if she missed even a single day. Perplexed, Limulu wondered where she could have gone if not here. He left the bar and walked along the street. Soon, he passed a place labeled Teacher Qualification Office. He glanced at it, shook his head, and prepared to leave. This establishment was for those aspiring to teach at the Tiando Academy and to obtain their teaching credentials. Limulu Slime Academy did not require such formalities, making his path much simpler. However, just as he turned to leave, he spotted a familiar figure being escorted out by the staff. It was Lu Erlong. I have told you countless times, your drinking problem is severe. If you do not control it, no matter your level of expertise, we cannot issue you this certification. This is for the sake of the children. Really, it's always like this. You call this bias. Why can't a person who drinks be a teacher? It's unfair. I will file a complaint. Lu Erlong protested. Her words slurred as she continued to pour alcohol into herself, drunken to the point of near collapse. She would have fallen if not for her soul sage level of power that kept her upright. The person in charge sighed, seemingly accustomed to the scene. Miss Lu Erlong, it's not that we are unwilling, nor do we discriminate against drinkers. After all, I enjoy drinking myself and often invite you to join me, as you know. But no other teacher indulges in alcohol as you do. Look at yourself. Do you resemble a proper human being? Your disheveled appearance and the stench of alcohol. One would think you are mad, not the once-renowned figure you were. Enough. Do not speak further, Lu Erlong shouted, turning away in indignation. If you won't let me be a teacher, I will open my own academy and become the principal myself. As she spoke, she swayed towards the direction of the palace, while passers-by instinctively avoided her, wary of the inebriated woman. Limulu observed the scene from a distance, recalling how he had first encountered Lu Erlong in a similar state. He had advised her to drink less, but she had not heeded his counsel. Limulu sighed and shook his head, though he did not wish to comment on others' lives. Having known Lu Erlong for about a year, he felt a pang of sympathy seeing her unchanged. Months prior, he had invited her to teach at the Slime Academy, but she had declined, aspiring instead to be a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, it now appeared that her aspirations were unattainable. The rules at Tiando Royal Academy were quite strict for both teachers and students, and alcoholism was explicitly prohibited. The academy had learned from numerous instances where teachers' drinking had led to mishaps. Moreover, Lu Erlong had a notorious past, having taken many lives, even massacring a soul beast forest. Yet that was years ago. Following guidance from Flandra, she had gradually calmed down over the last 2 or 3 years. When Limula met her 2 years ago and took her to a bar for some fun, her drinking had become her sole means of venting. It could be said that Limulu had inadvertently led her astray. Otherwise, she might not have developed such a fondness for alcohol. Nonetheless, as a responsible soul master, she still wished to guide the youth towards the right path, but had yet to find an opportunity. Limulu followed Lu Erlong, observing her despondent and swaying figure silently. They soon arrived beneath the palace walls, which was not an entrance to the royal palace. Clearly, Lu Erlong had no intention of entering. Instead, she found a pile of weeds and lay down in a most unrefined manner, completely disregarding her appearance. Even as she lay there, she did not forget to drink. However, upon shaking the bottle, she found it empty. Once again, it's gone, but I have no money left. I suppose I must endure, Lu Erlong sighed. As a soul sage and a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, she should not have been in such financial straits. Although she was a bastard child, her situation should not have been this dire. If one were to assign blame, it would be on you, Xiao Gang, that scoundrel. If you wish to drink, come with me. Not only will you receive a salary, but there will be plenty of alcohol as well. As Lu Erlong closed her eyes, preparing for a brief respite, a melodious and gentle voice, almost enchanting, echoed beside her ear. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes to behold a stunning visage before her. It was none other than Rimuru. Rimuru, is it you again trying to persuade me? I must inform you, I have no intention of attending your slime academy. It lacks the excitement of numbers. Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively, intending to close her eyes once more. Yet Rimuru grasped her arm firmly, brushing off the dust from her attire. Lu Erlong watched in bemusement, uncertain of Rimuru's intentions, but she could feel the warmth radiating from Rimuru's hand. Let's set that aside for now. If you wish to indulge in some drink, I shall accompany you. However, I hope you will lend me an attentive ear afterward. Rimuru proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Erlong succumbed to the allure of the drink and agreed. Rimuru smiled and took her hand, leading her toward the bar. In the depths of the night, the bar, typically bustling with activity, had begun to dwindle in liveliness due to the two patrons who had consumed the entirety of its stock, leaving the other guests without libations. Consequently, the establishment grew increasingly desolate, with only a few staff members and the owner observing silently, their expressions subtly revealing their intrigue. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong found herself inebriated yet mentally alert, though her body felt heavy and unresponsive. Rimuru, on the other hand, was unfazed. His body had long developed immunity to alcohol, rendering drinking as effortless as quenching thirst with water, albeit with a slight variance in flavor. Lu Erlong, regardless of your feelings towards me or my slime academy, it will be prudent for you to abandon your excessive drinking. That scoundrel Xiao Gang is irretrievable. My investigations reveal he is currently laboring at the Wuhuan Hall. Even if you harbor hatred for him, there is no need to damage your own well-being, Rimuru gently reassured her. Lu Erlong merely lifted her eyelids momentarily before letting them fall again, lost in a haze. Rimuru had previously informed Lu Erlong of Xiao Gang's return to the Wuhuan Hall and his proximity to Bibi Dong, a revelation that had incited a tumultuous reaction from her. In her rage, she had wreaked havoc in the bar, resulting in financial ruin. Thus, it was no wonder that a soul sage found herself devoid of funds. Mere alcoholism could not entirely deplete her resources. Lu Erlong, come with me. I am aware that you dismiss my slime academy, but is it not better to start anew? I assure you, I shall not interfere with your drinking habits. I will only encourage moderation. It is imperative that you remain sober while teaching students. Beyond that, you may do as you please. Furthermore, do not forget, this exquisite liquor is crafted by our Soul Beast Empire, Rimuru declared, producing a glass bottle labeled boldly with 3 characters, Wu Liangyi. With effort, Lu Erlong extended her hand, yearning for a sip. This liquor was far more potent than any produced in this world, a creation of Rimuru's meticulous innovation. Compared to the original from her past life, it was exponentially stronger. The ingredients required extensive fermentation, making the production process intricate and not easily replicated. This was not due to a scarcity of materials or time, but rather a lack of skilled labor, as creating this beverage demanded at least 6 months to a year of specialized training. More than a year prior, Rimuru had selected a group of individuals in the trade village for training. Only 6 months ago had they successfully begun to produce and sell this exquisite liquor, which had quickly gained popularity despite its hefty price tag, one Lu Erlong had seldom indulged in. Observing her eagerness, Rimuru opened the bottle and poured a glass for both of them. Drink up. After this, can we have a heartfelt conversation? Lu Erlong remained silent, downing her drink in one swift motion. A gentle aura of soul power emanated from her, dissipating most of the intoxicating effects. As a soul sage, she was typically impervious to the influences of alcohol, making drunkenness nearly impossible for those of higher ranks. However, should a soul master fully relax their defenses, the alcohol could still impact their body. Now, having dispelled the effects, Lu Erlong clearly signaled her willingness to converse. Let's speak. I have completely lost hope in the Tiando Academy. Over the past few years, I have sought numerous connections, all of which have turned me away due to my excessive drinking. Hence, I plan to establish my own academy and become a teacher. Yet I lack the necessary funds. She confessed, casting a glance at Rimuru. Seizing the moment while Rimuru was momentarily distracted, she snatched the bottle and poured herself another drink. Rimuru chuckled at her impatience. I reiterate my invitation. Come with me. Your salary will be triple the standard rate, and the liquor will flow freely. If you desire to learn the art of brewing this exquisite drink, I would be delighted to teach you. Really? Upon hearing Rimuru's offer, Lu Erlong blinked, a flicker of interest igniting within her. Though she had previously shown no reaction to the promises of a tripled salary and ample liquor, this final proposition stirred excitement within her. Once, Lu Erlong had not been particularly fond of alcohol, but after Xiao Gang's abrupt departure, she had become increasingly reliant on it for solace, as it was one of the few comforts left to her. If she could brew her own liquor, it would certainly alleviate her financial constraints. This reflected Lu Erlong's genuine thoughts. Indeed, I can teach you the process, but the condition remains that you must come with me. Let me ponder this. Lu Erlong hesitated, still weighing her options, considering that the Slime Academy had only just been established. Although the Soul Beast Empire has temporarily established its foothold, she is acutely aware that the relationship between the Soul Beast Empire and the Xinghua Empire is exceedingly tense. Were it not for the buffer provided by the Tiando Empire, it is likely that the Xinghua Empire would have launched an assault long ago. Of course, this assessment is based on Lu Erlong's ignorance of the Soul Beast Empire's true strength. In reality, while the Xinghua Empire may vociferously threaten, it resembles a yapping dog, barking fiercely but refraining from action. After all, the Xinghua Empire has suffered considerable losses at the hands of the Soul Beast Empire. Furthermore, the power displayed by Rimuru has made them wary. Most importantly, the territory of the Soul Beast Empire encompasses the entire Star Do Great Forest, which teems with countless 10,000-year soul beasts, including several explicitly stated to be over 100,000 years old. Upon learning this information, the Xinghua Empire has become notably more cautious, as they do not wish to provoke such a multitude of 100,000-year soul beasts, along with Rimuru, a million-year soul beast. Suddenly, Lu Erlong's expression turned serious, her demeanor shifting as well. She inquired about the true purpose behind the establishment of the Slime Academy. In response to the query, Rimuru smiled, poured himself a glass of wine, and took a hearty gulp. It is quite simple. I wish to create a safe haven for humans who have transformed into soul beasts. However, once they have transformed, they must remain in proximity to humans to continue their growth. Thus, the objective of establishing this academy is to attract talented individuals or those of noble birth to come here to study. When they come to understand that soul beasts possess thoughts akin to humans, perhaps there will come a day when humans and soul beasts can coexist harmoniously. And what about the soul ring issue? How do you intend to resolve that? Lu Erlong posed another question. Rimuru chuckled and replied, You mentioned you had only one question, did you not? Ah, the last one, truly the last. Lu Erlong scratched her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Rimuru, unfazed, continued, I have considered this matter as well. Therefore, I will include methods for acquiring soul spirits in the curriculum and select a few gifted individuals for training. Beyond that, we will not impede humans from acquiring soul rings from soul beasts below 10,000 years, as these creatures are merely viewed as beasts in our eyes. As long as humans do not overstep their bounds, such as hunting younglings or engaging in genocide, we could turn a blind eye. Furthermore, soul beasts that harbor an inherent aversion to humans are not covered under the protection of the Soul Beast Empire. I trust you comprehend my meaning. I understand. In that case, when shall we set forth? Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Rimuru smiled and raised a finger. 1 week from now, report to the Slime Academy. I must prepare the curriculum in advance and assist with your training. You have no objections, I presume? I have no issues, but aside from myself, who else will be joining? Lu Erlong inquired again, marking her third question. Rimuru chuckled, choosing not to answer directly. Aside from those already disclosed, another individual will remain a secret for now. Of course, if you manage to uncover their identity beforehand, that would be your own skill. As she spoke, Rimuru pushed the remaining half bottle of wine towards Lu Erlong. This bottle is a gift for you. Boss, please settle the bill, and for the upcoming week, everything I consume will be charged to my account. A week from now, someone will come to settle the account. Chapter 186. Waiting outside the Tiando Empire. Within the trade village, Rimuru had returned approximately a week ago. Observing the bustling trade village, he wore a contented smile. Although referred to as a village, it resembled a small town in both population and area. The designation of trade village is merely a relic of tradition. It has indeed been a busy time, and I appreciate your hard work, Rimuru stated, glancing at those beside him. Ain and Yao Ling stood at his side, accompanied by several humans who were their subordinates. The trade village is now essentially under their management, overseeing all transactions, personnel movements, and population surveys. However, beyond them, several hundred individuals were engaged in their duties within the office building, remaining out of sight. The trade village has transformed into a self-sufficient micronation and serves as a vital route into the Soul Beast Empire. Although the entire Star Do Great Forest falls within the Soul Beast Empire's domain, safe passage requires traversing through the trade village. Otherwise, one risks attacks from wild soul beasts, and the Soul Beast Empire will not provide protection. After all, the periphery of the Soul Beast Empire is also guarded by a number of soul beasts. They have even cleared a passage that leads smoothly into the Star Do Great Forest. Yet no human dares to enter, fearing they may never return. In contrast, the trade village has achieved a harmonious coexistence between humans and soul beasts, albeit the soul beast population constitutes merely 30% of the total populace. Moreover, this portion primarily consists of guards and those working in the village, with only a few soul beasts choosing to reside here in pursuit of amicable relations with humans. Lord Rimuru, I have completed the handover of all matters concerning the trade village. Once the Slime Academy commences, I shall accompany Tang San to attend classes, Aine gently stated. She then shifted her gaze to the nearby plaza, where numerous children were playing and chasing one another, including Tang San and his cousin Bai Qinxiang. There is no need to rush. Tang San still has over a year before awakening his martial soul. Are you certain you want the Blue Silver King to voluntarily sacrifice himself immediately after his martial soul awakening? Is that not rather unwise? Rimuru suddenly considered this matter. The Blue Silver King had previously expressed this intention, and Aine had agreed. However, Rimuru found it difficult to comprehend why he would go to such lengths. Is it merely due to the protagonist's aura? Lord Rimuru, our Blue Silvergrass clan members tend to favor returning to nature. Death, to us, is simply a new beginning. However, if one can die with greater significance, that is even better. Although the Blue Silver King has ample time until his demise, he perceives no hope of ascending to a 100,000-year soul beast, which is why he chooses to follow me and my son. I can understand this. So I ask that you respect his choice. Limu sighed softly, remaining silent. After all, this was a matter concerning their own household, and it would not be appropriate for him to intrude. He then directed his gaze towards the Yao Ling from now on. The trade village will be entirely under your stewardship. How do you feel about managing it? Are you confident in your abilities? Of course, I have no issues with that. Although I still don't fully grasp the intricacies of human management, I am well aware of their penchant for mischief, Yao Ling replied, glancing instinctively at the individuals behind her. It was evident that among them, some had previously engaged in subtle maneuvers that Yao Ling had unearthed. Limu was oblivious to these matters. As he had never personally overseen the trade village, it had always been entrusted to Aine and Yao Ling. As long as you know what to do, that is sufficient. However, to prevent any mismanagement, feel free to seek my assistance at any time. Alternatively, you can directly approach Ditian. After all, he spends his days idling by the Xing Hu and has little to occupy him, Limu casually remarked. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment Ditian, situated in Xing Hu, seemed to sense someone speaking ill of him and glanced up at the sky. Beside him, Qi Wang, Deming, and Erming noticed Ditian raising his head, feeling a mix of confusion and anxiety. Yet, soon after, Ditian lowered his gaze. Limu, you scoundrel, speaking ill of others behind their backs is quite unethical. Ditian quipped, making no further movements. The trio of Qi Wang relaxed upon witnessing this. At present, Limu remained unaware that Ditian had heard his words. He continued to engage in conversation, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the street as if waiting for someone. Before long, 3 figures appeared at the end of the street. These 3 approached leisurely, devoid of any haste, and soon arrived at the plaza. Lord Limu, we have reported in. Baihe's voice rang out robustly, startling the nearby passers-by, who grumbled and departed. After all, Baihe had passed through the trade village several times and was recognized by most locals. Not just Baihe, but Tang Hao and Dugu Bo had also arrived. Limu was somewhat surprised to see Dugu Bo, a person known for his disregard for rules, accompanying them. You all arrived right on time. Limu nodded, stepping aside. Come in and have something to eat. We're just waiting for one more person to complete our gathering. Upon hearing Limu's words, The three exchanged glances, nodded, and entered the building behind Limu. Just as they stepped inside, a graceful figure suddenly descended from the sky. I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by some matters. The arrival captured the attention of those nearby, particularly due to her enchanting figure, which left many in awe. Lu'er Long, you appear quite weary. Did you come from another location before arriving here? Limu inquired. For the distance from here to the Tian-Do Empire could be traversed in just about a day on foot. Hearing Limu's question, Lu'er Long bashfully touched her nose and nodded. I had to visit the Shi Ku Academy to explain the situation to Flandra. After all, I needed to justify my absence. Otherwise, he would be anxious upon discovering I was not in the Tian-Do Empire when he came looking for me. Chapter 187. The visit in the spacious room. There were a total of 5 individuals. Tang Hao was presently elucidating the responsibilities they bore as educators. He had also organized some materials to distribute to each person. Among the 3 seated below, Du Gubo occupied the center, flanked by Lu'er Long and by He on either side. However, with Tang Hao conducting the lesson, there were only 4 present, the 5th being Limu, who sat in a corner, listening to Tang Hao while observing the situation outside the trade village through the window. From this vantage point, he could also see the towering clock tower belonging to the Shi Ku Academy, a structure Limu had deliberately constructed to accurately measure time, fostering a clear understanding of it among the villagers. In this world, the inhabitants lacked timepieces, yet their perception of time bore similarities to that of modern individuals. Initially, Limu had not given it much thought, but once the academy was established, he realized a missing element, a hallmark structure typical of educational institutions, the clock tower. However, Limu was referring to the academies of his previous life, not this world. Furthermore, the presence of the clock tower subtly influenced the villagers' perception of time, proving far more convenient than relying on mental calculations. Thus, Limu sat there, observing the clock tower while listening to Tang Hao's training session. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang Hao concluded the training. The others pondered over the materials in their hands, especially Lu'er Long, whose approach was typically direct and seldom engaged with such intricate matters. Given that the Shi Ku Academy currently had only a few teachers, her workload was considerable and of great significance. Noticing the room had quieted, Limu rose and approached, tapping on the table to garner everyone's attention. Tang Tian has conveyed all necessary information, and I have little else to add. However, I must remind you of one crucial aspect, our academy's motto. As Limu spoke, a smile graced his face. Our Shi Ku Academy does not impose cumbersome rules or excessive regulations. Here, both teachers and students are free to express themselves. However, there is one fundamental condition: no forming cliques or instigating trouble. This applies particularly to interactions with individuals outside the academy. Provoking conflict is strictly prohibited for everyone, teachers and students alike. Yet, should anyone seek trouble with us, we shall not shy away from confrontation. Protecting our own is my principle, and it is the sole guideline of the Shi Ku Academy. If a student is bullied outside, they must reclaim their dignity. However, if one of ours stirs up trouble and then returns to feigned victimhood, they will be expelled. Such individuals have no place here. At this juncture, Limu paused momentarily, surveying the room. Lastly, and most importantly, what is our stance in this world? Our principle is to refrain from engaging in any disputes. If caught in one, we must extricate ourselves swiftly. However, should anyone attempt to draw us into their conflicts, we shall not hold back until they are sufficiently subdued. Is that understood, everyone? Should such a situation arise, there is no need for concern. Simply retaliate decisively. Should there be any issues, I shall bear the burden. Even if it becomes too much for me to endure, there are far more terrifying matters awaiting them. Limu chuckled coldly, his exquisite visage displaying an unsettling expression that was both discordant and chilling. The initial part of his statement constituted the Academy's motto, while the latter conveyed Limu's personal reflections. Those present comprehended the implications of his final remarks, as Limu nearly revealed the name of the Xinglua Empire. They were all acutely aware of the adversary he referred to. For at present, only the Xinglua Empire was targeting the Soul Beast Empire, while the Wuhuan Temple maintained a dispassionate stance, appearing as mere spectators. However, Limulu was well aware that Bibi Dong was currently preoccupied with enhancing her power and had no inclination to engage in such conflicts. Her strength had already reached level 97, merely a step away from level 98, a fact Limulu had learned during their previous communications. This explained the current tranquility of the Wuhuan Temple. The training session is drawing to a close. I urge each of you to reflect thoroughly and rest here for the night. I have prepared accommodations for all of you. Albeit modest, they are sufficient for your needs. Tomorrow, upon your arrival at the academy, you may select your own rooms. Our slime academy is quite expansive, and it is entirely feasible for teachers to have single accommodations. At this point, Limulu flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. The others, seeing this, could not help but smile in return, as no one would refuse the prospect of a private room. The following morning, under Limulu's guidance, everyone arrived at Slime Academy to begin the allocation of teachers' quarters. In addition, Limulu familiarized them with the academy's overall environment, including the teaching and training areas. The primary focus remained on the practical combat zone, where provided both parties consented, they could engage in friendly duels. However, a crucial stipulation was established. No harm could come to either participant, not even minor injuries, as violators would face repercussions. After all, this was an academy, not an arena for competition. Limulu would not permit anyone to exploit the rules here to victimize others. Furthermore, Limulu led them to tour the kitchen, medicinal herb fields, and agricultural fields, all interconnected. Adjacent to the herb fields stood a small wooden cabin, serving as the academy's infirmary, though it lacked healing spirit masters. Perhaps in the future, Baiji could assume this role, but for now, Limulu's assistance was indispensable. Subsequently, he guided everyone to the central lake area, where fishing, recreation, and even swimming were permitted. However, one strict regulation was enforced. Any fish caught must be released, as the aquatic spirit beasts were scarce, and Limulu was determined to protect them. Ultimately, Limulu led them to the dormitory section of the academy, where the student and teacher accommodations were in close proximity, allowing for convenient access whether students sought out teacher Zhao or teachers wished to visit their pupils. Chapter 188, Appointment from this moment forward. You are all officially teachers of Slime Academy. Should any issues arise, please address them now while we still have time before the academic year commences. And I will assist you in making adjustments, Limula declared. At this juncture, the others gathered around the table, deep in contemplation. This was a brand new conference room, with all furnishings and paint in pristine condition. Even Limulu himself was seated here for the first time in earnest. Their location was within the largest teaching building at the slightly forward center of the academy, designated for elite students. However, as the number of individuals at Slime Academy was currently sparse, all students would eventually congregate within this building for their studies, leaving the remaining structures largely ornamental. I have a query. Although the staff has increased to about 100 individuals, their abilities are rather feeble, primarily at levels 10 to 20, with the highest-ranking chef barely exceeding level 30. Are they truly capable of fulfilling their roles here? Dugabo inquired. Limulu shook his head, casting a resigned glance in his direction. Dugabo, you seem entirely unaware of the lives of ordinary individuals. No academy can function independently of the service provided by the common folk. Despite their limited strength, they possess essential skills, such as cooking and cultivating agricultural and medicinal fields, as well as maintaining the facilities here. These are tasks we cannot accomplish ourselves. Thus, I have brought these individuals in to assist with such responsibilities. Otherwise, who would undertake these duties? Would you? Upon hearing Limulu's retort, Dugabo maintained a stoic expression, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of unease. As a titled Douluo, he had long basked in pride, and this was his first encounter with the role of a teacher, rendering him oblivious to the realities of ordinary life, which explained his seemingly naive question. Limulu Academy head? May I address you as such? Lu Erlong blinked and inquired. Having abstained from alcohol for the past 2 days, she appeared to be on the wagon, though the wine gourd at her waist suggested she had not truly quit drinking. She refrained from imbibing in Limulu's presence out of respect, but once her schedule lightened or her craving returned, she would indulge again. Feel free to address me however you wish. I have no particular preference for titles, Limulu replied, nodding. Lu Erlong grinned and then pointed to her own nose, asking, "What subject will I be teaching?" Although the materials provided yesterday were comprehensive and the lesson plans commendable, I noticed that everyone's lesson plans were identical. Are we all to teach the same subject? Lu Erlong's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Currently, only Douluo and Tang Hao had established roles, serving as the pharmacology teacher and practical training instructor, respectively. Their positions were the only ones publicly recognized. Lu Erlong and Bai He had yet to be assigned formal titles, leaving them uncertain about how to prepare in advance. That is an excellent question. Initially, I intended for you to familiarize yourselves with the academy before addressing this topic. However, since you have already raised the issue, I shall not withhold the information. Limulus smiled and continued. Tang Chen and Douluo's teaching direction is something you all should have grasped by now, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. As for Lu Erlong's position, or rather her teaching focus, it is quite straightforward, training their physical fitness. To be a competent physical education teacher. How simple is that? Lu Erlong felt somewhat perplexed, for she had no inkling of what that entailed. However, as soul masters, do we not primarily need to cultivate our soul power? Isn't training physical fitness somewhat redundant? Lu Erlong was engulfed in confusion, as she believed that such training methods were superfluous in Wanyuquan. Furthermore, the Tiando Empire had long since phased out such practices. Now, however, Limulu wished to revive them. Not only she, but even Douluo and Bai He shared her bewilderment. Lu Erlong, you are correct that the essence of a soul master lies in the strength of their soul power. Yet, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. It is the robustness of the body that plays a pivotal role in unleashing the potency of soul power. If a typical title Douluo possesses merely adequate physical strength and stamina, do you truly believe they could rival Tang Chen? Upon hearing Limulu's words, the group fell silent. Although Tang Hao currently stood at merely level 94, his formidable strength was evident to all. Moreover, he had ascended to level 94 in a mere 2 years. Should he engage an opponent of the same rank, while not necessarily obliterating them instantly, he certainly possessed the capability to subdue them with ease. The reason he could accomplish this was due to his robust physique, which augmented his soul power. Lord Limulu speaks the truth. The stronger the body of a soul master, the mightier the soul power they can wield. Conversely, if one's physique is frail, their soul power will inevitably be weaker, unless their martial spirit's characteristics dictate otherwise. Such individuals will find it arduous to contend with someone of my formidable strength. Observing Tang Hao's first-hand demonstration, Lu Erlong nodded in contemplation. Limulu, in turn, smiled, affirming indeed. It is only with a strong and healthy body that one can manifest a more powerful soul power. Thus, physical fitness is merely the foundation. Only by honing their stamina can their physical strength catch up. Furthermore, while training them, do not forget to prohibit the use of soul power as assistance. Should anyone attempt to cheat, ensure they are penalized by extending their training. This not only fosters physical development, but also cultivates their team spirit. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Lu Erlong suddenly attained clarity. I understand now. I know what to do. That's good to hear. Limulu nodded and then turned to the excited Bai He. Bai He, I am here. Seeing Bai He's enthusiasm, Limulu smacked his lips and shook his head. You are responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge while ensuring the safety of the students. After all, you are swift. Delegating patrolling duties to you should pose no problem, right? Upon hearing this, Bai He's spirits deflated momentarily. Yet Limulu merely rubbed his hands together and revealed a mysterious smile, causing Bai He to beam with delight. No problem. Leave it all to me. Chapter 189. Preparing for the new semester time flowed gently, and soon the day arrived for the commencement of classes at the Slime Academy. However, all the students had yet to assemble, as they were still completing some formalities at the Tiando Academy before arriving at the Slime Academy. At the earliest, they would not reach their destination until tonight. Presently, Limulu's task was to prepare the largest classroom in advance. Given that the knowledge pertaining to soul masters was largely similar and the number of students was not extensive, Limulu decided to host all of them in a single classroom. including Gu Yuna and her group. However, when it came time for practical exercises, they would need to be separated. After all, the 4 individuals from Tiando Academy were upperclassmen, and their practical courses would vastly outnumber the theoretical ones. Conversely, Gu Yuna and her classmates, being lowerclassmen, would have a greater emphasis on theoretical courses compared to practical ones. Thus, they would spend most of their time in the classroom with limited opportunities for practical exercises. Limulu's approach also aimed to facilitate their training. After all, his plan required these individuals to learn the methods for crafting soul spirits. If this ability were not passed on, Limulu's goals would remain unfulfilled. Lord Limulu, is everything in order now? Ziji ambled over, naturally linking her arm with Limulu's and gesturing towards the decorations adorning the room. The decor was simple, yet exuded a comfortable ambience, especially the lifelike one. One scale figurine of Limulu nestled in the corner. The moment Limulu beheld the figurine, he contemplated sending it away, but ultimately decided against it. You truly are capable, Limulu remarked, gently patting Ziji's small head. He then surveyed the surroundings and noted that apart from himself and Ziji, everyone else was absent. Where has everyone gone? I step away for just a moment. And they have all vanished? Limulu queried, perplexed. Just a short while ago, they had been working in the corridor. Now, not even Tang Hao and the others were in sight. It seemed they had congregated in the plaza outside, engaged in some unknown activity. Upon hearing Ziji's response, Limula nodded and led her towards the plaza. There, Gu Yuna and the others had gathered, having shed their skirts in favor of athletic wear. While the sports attire may not accentuate their figures, it bestowed upon each of them a distinct and captivating charm. Gu Yuna and her peers were currently testing the various equipment designed to enhance physical fitness. Should any discomfort arise, their capabilities would allow them to identify it swiftly. However, Limulu had initially assigned this task to Lu Erlong and Tang Hao. With everyone now congregated there, it appeared less like an inspection and more like a playful diversion. After all, the work was essentially complete, and there was no need for studying or training today. It was only natural for them to come here for leisure. Ziji, you should join them. I will step out and see if Ain and the others are nearing. With that, Limulu released Ziji's hand and ventured towards the entrance of the Slime Academy. Ziji cast a glance at Limulu before joining Gu Yuna and the others in their playful endeavors. Before long, as Rimuru leisurely approached the entrance, Tang San and Bai Chunxiang arrived simultaneously. Upon seeing Rimuru, their faces brightened with joy, and they rushed towards her. Rimuru embraced them, one in each arm, a blissful smile adorning her face. Unfortunately, Tang San was a male. Rimuru Darren, I have arrived. Is there anything you would like me to do next? Ain floated out from within Tang San. Although she could maintain her physical form at will due to her mutation, remaining outside for too long was rather dull. So she would occasionally enter Tang San's body for a respite. After all, there was no place more comfortable than Tang San's physique. Since you're here, you might as well rest inside. The journey from the trading village isn't short, Rimuru suggested. But speaking of which, Tang San, have you gained some weight? Rimuru remarked, observing Tang San's face, which appeared somewhat fuller. Hee, godmother, please don't tease me. I've just been eating a bit too much lately. Rest assured, within a month, I will shed this weight. Tang San replied confidently. Rimuru furrowed her brow. Don't address me so casually. Be careful, or I will sew your mouth shut. Rimuru feigned a fierce expression to intimidate him. However, Tang San wore a broad smile, unperturbed. Bai Chunxiang enthusiastically called out godmother, ever more fervently since they had acknowledged Rimuru as their godmother under Di Tian's witness. Their antics had become increasingly relentless. Whenever Rimuru met them, these two mischievous children would certainly engage her in conversation. This phenomenon had persisted for 2 years. Rimuru was somewhat exasperated but felt powerless. Gradually, most of the residents of the trading village accepted Rimuru's status. Some, unaware of the truth, genuinely believed Rimuru to be an unparalleled beauty. Especially when these individuals learned the truth, their excitement only intensified. It was unclear whether Rimuru had altered their preferences or if they had always been this way. Regardless, Rimuru's presence fostered a peculiar aesthetic trend within the trading village. Notably, Some men even adorn themselves more beautifully than women. Fortunately, their behavior remained relatively normal. So Rimuru chose not to intervene. Rimuru, I have a small matter to discuss with you. What is it? While Rimuru was playing with Tang San and Bai Chenxiang, Qilin suddenly approached and gently patted Tang San's head. Upon seeing his mother's gaze, Tang San immediately understood and took out a small sprig of lan grass from his chest. Godmother, can we plant this here? Plant it here? Isn't this just ordinary lan grass? You needn't ask for my permission for such matters, Rimuru inquired, puzzled. However, Qilin shook her head and released a hint of wedding energy. In an instant, the lan grass in Tang San's hand began to grow. Before long, an elderly man clad in blue robes appeared before them. Greetings, master. Greetings, young master. Greetings, Rimuru. Chapter 190. Everyone has arrived. Rimuru was somewhat taken aback by the elderly figure formed from lan grass before her. Lan Wang, why are you here? In response to Rimuru, I wish to follow you and the young master to the academy. However, for certain reasons, my true form cannot leave the Stardo forest. Thus, I kindly request Rimuru to assist me in planting this seed in any spot here. Once I take root, I assure you that I will control the growth speed and coverage of the lan grass, ensuring it does not affect the surrounding vegetation. Hearing Lan Wang's request, Rimuru hesitated. His presence had not been part of the original plan, as it was evident that he had decided to come here on a whim. However, she glanced at the barren sandy area near the entrance and approached it. This area was sizable, yet planting here posed some challenges given the sandy terrain. However, considering the survival capabilities of lan grass, it should be able to take root even in sand, right? If it's not feasible, I can give you a few more days to replan, Rimuru offered. Upon hearing this, Lan Wang nodded without hesitation. Any place will do, even the sandy area. I can grow normally. Rimuru, you need not alter the current layout of the academy. It is unnecessary. With that, Lan Wang made his way to the center of the sandy area. He closed his eyes, emanating a gentle soul power. Moments later, nothing happened. Lan Wang awkwardly opened his eyes and looked at Rimuru. Rimuru, is there some sort of barrier here? This. Rimuru smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling the massive stone tablet at the entrance. This tablet, composed entirely of pure soul guide stone, possessed significant power, capable of absorbing the soul power from the surrounding environment. Consequently, an invisible barrier formed around the Slime Academy. This barrier did not hinder anyone's entry or exit, nor did it compromise personal safety, and there were no protective mechanisms. However, it was indeed a gathering barrier, which explained why Lan Wang struggled to release his soul power when attempting to take root, as a significant portion was absorbed to reinforce the barrier. Leave it to me. You lack the cultivation of even 10,000 years. Although you're quite unique in being able to assume human form, you are merely a projection at this moment. A projection would find it challenging to release soul power before this soul guide stone tablet. However, once you take root and fully integrate into this environment, you should be unaffected, Rimuru noted, uncertain as the stone tablet did not impact humans. Only untransformed soul beasts could perceive the soul power absorption effect of the tablet. Lan Wang nodded in agreement, reverting back to the sprig of lan grass and landing in Rimuru's hand. Without hesitation, Rimuru dug a hole in the ground and placed it inside, covering it up. Though her method was somewhat crude, the results were immediate. As Rimuru released her soul power, the lan grass began to flourish in the area. Within 10 seconds, the once barren sandy patch was completely covered in lush green grass, a sight pleasing to behold. Rimuru, thank you for allowing me to take root and sprout here. No need for thanks. I respect your choice, considering you are destined to become a soul spirit, Rimuru replied, waving her hand. Lan Wang smiled and then returned to nature. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Limula noticed Qilin and her companions lingering at the entrance. He approached them and suggested, let us gather everyone and enjoy a hearty dinner first. The 7 rascals should be arriving tonight or tomorrow morning. Dinner time. Bai Chenxiang exclaimed joyfully, her anticipation for the meal evident. She then took Tang San's hand and pulled him along, dashing forward. Although the two were unaware of the cafeteria's location, there were signs and directions to guide them. Bai Chunxiang had been attentive to the cafeteria's position since their entry. Thus her chosen path was indeed correct. However, their increasingly intimate actions gave rise to certain implications, particularly in Limulu's eyes, which reflected a peculiar expression upon witnessing the scene. How long had this condition persisted between them? I refer to their hand-holding, not anything else. It's natural for children to hold hands. However, why is it that you, Limulu, seem so concerned about this? Ayin inquired, puzzled. Limulu sighed, without offering a response. The two were cousins, and if it were merely a sibling bond, he would not feel compelled to intervene. Furthermore, he trusted that Tang San could maintain control. Yet, Bai Qinxiang was a different matter altogether. Her previous actions and current reactions distinctly showcased her affection and attachment to Tang San. Despite Limulu frequently visiting the trade village over the past 2 years, he had hardly seen Tang San and Bai Qinxiang together more than 10 times, and their encounters never exceeded a week's duration. Thus, he was quite uncertain about the nature of their relationship now. If it had indeed evolved into something more, that would be rather concerning. However, as a reincarnated individual, Tang San should be able to navigate this situation wisely, considering they were relatives. Even in the realm of Dalu, marriages among close kin are often frowned upon. Perhaps it is best to leave them be. With time, they will come to understand, especially Bai Qinxiang, who is still too young to grasp these matters. It will be prudent to educate her on such topics in the future. Indeed, I shall ensure to provide her with proper guidance, Ayin replied with a smile, though her tone carried a hint of indifference. At that moment, Limulu's ears perked up, prompting Ayin to glance back, looking towards the main road outside. Shortly thereafter, 7 carriages appeared, accompanied by a dozen armored knight spirit masters, approaching slowly. Lord Limulu, we are the escorts for the advanced students of Tiando Academy. The 7 students have arrived safely. Please review them. Limulu shook his head at the notion of reviewing them, as if they were mere cargo. He then observed the 7 students disembarking from the carriages. Now everyone was present. Chapter 191. The first day of school. In the morning, within the conference room of the main teaching building, all the students had gathered. Due to the small number of attendees, Limulu decided to hold the meeting right there, avoiding the awkwardness of having them stand outside. The staff from Tiando Academy were also fully present. The escorts who had accompanied them left that very night after sharing a meal, refusing to extend their stay, which did not significantly affect Limulu. The 7 students had their accommodations assigned the previous day. Among them, Wang Yin and Bai Yu, 2 girls, were assigned to the same room. Although they belonged to different classes at Tiando Academy, they shared the same dormitory since the accommodations there allowed students to choose their roommates freely. Therefore, their arrival at this place naturally resulted in their close companionship. Du Guyan was paired with Yi Lingling, as they were classmates and both in a lower grade, making their interaction more convenient. The remaining 3 boys included Qin Fong and Qin Lan, who were siblings and thus roomed together. This left Yu Qianheng as the sole individual without a roommate. To prevent his solitude, Limulu arranged for him to share with Xue Qinghe, who had always resided alone in a double room and had long desired a roommate. While Yu Tianheng was somewhat reluctant, Xue Qinghe was quite pleased. As for Gu Yu and her companions, they were capable of managing their own accommodations. Gu Yu consistently had a single room, and Limulu had specially constructed one for her. Wang Xiu'er shared a room with Xiao Wu, while Bai Ji and Ziji also resided together. Bing Di and Tian Mengbing can enjoy single rooms as well, though Tian Mengbing Can's was not by request. Rather, his poor control over his spirit power often disrupted others' sleep at night with his erratic mental energy, which, while harmless, was quite bothersome, more so than the snoring of Deming and Erming. Thus, until he could fully master his spirit power, Limulu had no choice but to provide him with a single accommodation. These arrangements had been finalized long ago. Yet the first matter addressed in today's inaugural school meeting was related to accommodation assignments. Limulu had prepared a survey to ascertain any dissatisfaction regarding their living arrangements, encouraging them to voice any concerns. He also confirmed the list of assignments, ensuring that these accommodations would remain unchanged henceforth. Even if conflicts arose between roommates, Limulu would not intervene, leaving resolution to the individuals involved. Therefore, today presented the final opportunity for anyone wishing to change rooms. However, none expressed such a desire, and Limulu's survey yielded little feedback, as most were quite content with their accommodations, which were well-equipped and spacious. In summary, within these dormitories, one could engage in virtually anything. No objections, I take it, then it shall remain as is. Furthermore, I'm not one for lengthy speeches, nor do I indulge in clichés such as study diligently and strive for excellence. I have but one request. All present must maintain a spirited demeanor. Over the course of a year and a half, I wish to witness your progress. Should anyone's spirit power level fail to increase by 4 ranks within a year, I shall immediately return them to Tiando Academy, for such individuals lack the qualifications to continue their studies under my guidance. A collective gasp echoed among the Tiando Academy students upon hearing Limulu's words, yet Gu Yu and her companions remained silent. In their perspective, elevating one's soul power level by 4 tiers within a year was a trivial endeavor. Even for the Tianming Bankan, should it refrain from laziness. A 5-tier enhancement in a single year would pose no challenge. However, Xueqing's aptitude was rather mediocre. Upon hearing this statement, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. After all, his current soul power level was merely at 28, a feat he had achieved over the span of 2 years. To translate it, he had only advanced by 3.5 levels per year, making the 4-tier elevation requirement quite stringent for him. Director, there's no need to address me so formally. Simply call me teacher, Limulu said with a smile, then directed her gaze towards Yi Lingling. Classmate Yi, if you have any questions, feel free to voice them. Do not be afraid. We, as educators, are not concerned about your ability to learn, but rather about those who pretend to understand without seeking clarification. Do you comprehend? I understand, Yi Lingling replied timidly, taking a moment to collect her thoughts before continuing. Teacher Limulu, may I inquire why the time frame is set at 1 year? Is it not rather short? Even for a genius, achieving a 4-tier elevation within a year seems quite challenging. As she spoke, her voice softened, tinged with a hint of a whimper, especially as she glanced towards Gu Yuna and the others. After all, not everyone possessed the monstrous talent that Gu Yuna and her companions exhibited. Seeing Yi Lingling on the verge of tears elicited a perplexed reaction from Limulu. She could not discern whether her fear was genuine or simply a reflection of her timid disposition. Observing this, Du Guyan stood up, gently patting Yi Lingling's little head, her expression filled with regret. I apologize, Teacher Limulu. Her nature is quite gentle, and she is easily frightened, which leads her to tears. Not at all. Such matters need not be explained in the future. It is merely a matter of temperament. I nearly misspoke there. What I meant to say is that you should pay attention next time. Furthermore, this character trait can be corrected through practice, so there is no need for concern. Limulu wiped away non-existent perspiration, her words and actions prompting laughter among the students. Even Yi Lingling, who had been teased, found herself chuckling. After all, it was the first time they had seen Limulu in such a manner, which naturally struck them as amusing. Moreover, Limulu's minor slip had transformed into a light-hearted jest in the eyes of the students. The atmosphere in the previously tense classroom brightened considerably. Please take your seats. Regarding this matter, I shall not provide an immediate answer. Rather, I will demonstrate through practical action, Limulu said, her lips curving into a mysterious smile. Chapter 192. Engage your mind in truth. You need not place too much emphasis on this level. It is merely a paltry 4 tiers, not an insurmountable challenge for you. For those below the Soul Sage rank, a 4-tier enhancement within a year, in my view, is rather slow. However, considering that during your time at Tiando Academy, the fastest you managed was an elevation of 3 to 4 tiers in a year, I established this standard. Additionally, during your 1.5 years, all Soul Masters must advance to the Soul Ancestor rank to return. Otherwise, do not even think about participating in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Attempting to do so with your current strength would be an exercise in futility. Upon hearing Limulu's words, the 4 students preparing for the Soul Master Elite competition lowered their heads in silence. Yu Qianheng, sitting nearby, let out a sigh. Although he would not be participating in this competition, he felt an inexplicable pressure. At that moment, Limulu's gaze unexpectedly fell upon him. Yu Qianheng immediately sat up straight. But Limulu's eyes were not directed solely at him. They were focused on Yu Qianheng, Du Guiyin, and Yi Lingling. Among them, Yu Qianheng possessed the highest strength, boasting a level of 25 at merely 11 or 12 years of age. Such prowess at this tender age marked him as a true prodigy. Furthermore, just 2 years prior, his soul power level was a mere 20. Advancing 5 tiers within 2 years is already considered a rapid pace of cultivation for a typical soul master. Du Guiyin had also progressed 4 levels within these 2 years, rising from 19 to 23. Yi Lingling, the youngest of the trio, was even a few years younger than Du Guiyin, with her soul power level resting at 14. Logically speaking, her current level hardly warranted her admission to Slime Academy. Nevertheless, her martial spirit exhibited significant potential, prompting Limulu to consider nurturing her further. While my previous remarks were directed at the 4 of you, the 3 of you must not grow complacent. Given your youth and relatively lower strength, I will hold you to even higher standards. Your primary objective is not only to enhance your strength and complete our practical courses, but also to tackle more complex theoretical subjects awaiting your study. Shueqinghe, do not laugh. Do not think that your early association with me allows you to evade scrutiny. Look at your current soul power level, a mere 24. Do you feel no shame? You have only advanced 3 tiers in 2 years, and 2 years ago, you could overshadow Yu Qianheng by a level. Yet now he has surpassed you. Even Du Guiyin, younger than you and starting later, has caught up. Why do you have to laugh here? Upon hearing Limulu's stern admonishment, Shueqinghe straightened up, nodding in acknowledgement. He recognized that his progress in soul power had indeed been rather slow. At this juncture, Limulu sighed softly, her tone gentle. Of course, this is not entirely your fault. After all, you have spent the past 2 years managing the trading village. However, from now on, you need not concern yourself with those matters. Focus solely on your studies here. When you graduate, you may return to manage the trading village. Understood. I will adhere to your arrangements, Teacher Limulu. Shueqinghe replied with a firm voice. Limulu nodded in approval, then surveyed the room before finally resting her gaze on Tianming Bingqian. Guiyina and the others require no oversight from me, but Tianming, you. Rest assured, Teacher Limulu. Although I may be somewhat lazy, I will not neglect my courses. However, when it comes to soul power cultivation, I shall leave it to fate. As you are well aware of my circumstances, Tianming Bingqian said, scratching his head awkwardly. His immense mental energy exerted pressure on his soul, leading him to feel an incessant urge to sleep. This method alleviated the strain of his mental energy while allowing his soul power to grow autonomously. Although this pace of growth was slower than traditional cultivation, it was nonetheless effective. He had only discovered this situation a year prior. If it weren't for the moment when Tianming Bingsan suddenly fainted while playing with a 1,000-year soul beast, Rimuru might have never realized that the reason for Tianming Bingsan's excessive drowsiness was due to his overwhelming spiritual power. However, this also indicates that as long as he can become a titled Dalu, ascending to godhood is almost a foregone conclusion. Such immense spiritual energy is rarely possessed even by gods, let alone titled Daluos. Well, do take care of yourself and try not to faint again. If you experience any discomfort, remember to inform me promptly. Yes, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Tianming Bingsan nodded vigorously, seeing his obedient demeanor. Rimuru felt reluctant to reprimand him. Nevertheless, Tianming Bingsan's rate of improvement has been quite commendable. Within 2 years, he has advanced from level 21 to level 26. An increase of 5 levels in 2 years is barely within the passing range. However, this level was primarily achieved during his sleep. Had he not suffered from that side effect and could practice without limitation, he would likely have reached the status of a second soul master like Gaiwina. Following them were Bingdi and a few others. Their motivation remained at level 29, without reaching 30, even Bingdi herself. Over the past 2 years, she had only advanced by 2 levels. While this seems slow, it was actually due to changes in her environment that disrupted her cultivation methods. For more than half a year, her soul power did not witness any growth. It was only through the joint efforts of Rimuru and Ditian that they identified the issues and helped her correct her cultivation approach, allowing Bingdi to regain her rhythm. After all, human cultivation is far more complex than the soul beast absorption of soul power. It is precisely this complexity that has led to Bingdi's slow progress. Fortunately, after she adapted, she began to catch up gradually. Moreover, her talent is not lacking, as long as she can fully acclimate to human cultivation methods. Her rate of progress will not be significantly slower than that of Xiaowu and Gaiwina. Are there any questions concerning cultivation? I will give you 3 minutes to discuss. If there are no further inquiries, we will proceed to the next segment in 3 minutes. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone began to discuss. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and no one raised any questions. Rimuru then produced a poster and placed it before them, smiling as he asked, "Does no one wish to inquire why I expect you to advance 4 levels within a year?" With such a substantial question left unasked, you all need to engage your minds more. Chapter 193. Teaching Plan. All the students exchanged glances, including Gaiwina, who had not considered this angle. After all, Rimuru had his own reasons for this approach, and they were accustomed to following the teacher's pace in their studies, thus failing to develop a habit of independent thinking. Even Gaiwina and the others, due to their overwhelming trust in Rimuru, felt no urge to ponder. Observing this scene, Rimuru sighed, but refrained from saying anything, knowing that it was not their fault. Before I explain why I planned for a year instead of a year and a half of advanced studies, take a look at this poster. It should be familiar to you. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone's attention shifted to the eye-catching poster. This poster, rather simple, depicted only a host and a tall tower in the background. However, the text was quite clear. It was a promotional poster announcing the events of the Tiando Empire's arena. This arena operates year-round, and the poster is updated nearly every month to advertise their highest prizes. However, this time they are not promoting prizes, but rather a special initiative. Should someone achieve 100 consecutive victories within the event's time frame, they will receive a substantial reward. The event lasts for 2 full years, and the eligibility criteria stipulate that only youth soul masters aged 10 to 25 may participate. Furthermore, the team must consist of no fewer than 10 members. Otherwise, participation is not permitted. Teacher, do you mean for us to train for a year and then participate in this competition to achieve 100 consecutive victories? Yushinheng furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. To him, this seemed utterly fantastical and altogether unattainable. Indeed, this is your immediate goal, 100 consecutive victories in the arena. Moreover, your graduation requirement as a group of 7 is to achieve this feat. Otherwise, your studies under me will be deemed unsatisfactory, Rimuru stated with a smile. While his expression appeared endearing, his words sent shivers down their spines. Rimuru-sensei, this is simply impossible. My sister, how could our strength Doguyen began? But suddenly turned to Gaiwina and the others as if realizing something. Teacher, you can't mean you guessed correctly. This task is not solely for the 7 of you. Gaiwina and her group must also participate. However, the specific plans will be discussed a year from now. For now, I merely wanted to provide you with a heads up and inform you of the rationale behind this. With this revelation, you should feel motivated to train hard, right? Rimuru maintained a light-hearted tone. Yet, the group felt deflated, akin to deflated balloons, devoid of vigor and enthusiasm. Haha, as the geniuses of Tiando Academy, if you cannot accomplish this minor challenge, how can you possibly aspire to win the Soul Master League competition? In my opinion, you should withdraw from school and return home to rest. At least that way, you can preserve a modicum of dignity. Ziji remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Her biting sarcasm incited outrage among the students from Tiando Academy. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Be cautious of retribution, Qin Fong coldly retorted, glaring at Ziji. However, Ziji merely smiled nonchalantly, her alluring demeanor causing Qin Fong, who had been fuming, to momentarily lose his focus. Little lecher. Just as he was lost in thought, Ziji's sudden remark left Qin Fong speechless. Had it not been for the tabletop beneath them, he would have wished to crawl under it. In truth, this issue should not pose a challenge for you. provided you dedicate yourselves diligently over the course of the year. Moreover, the strongest contestants in this arena are merely at level 42, a Soul Master. As long as you fulfill my teaching objectives within this year, achieving 100 consecutive victories will be utterly feasible. After all, averaging a victory per day over 6 months is more than sufficient. Upon hearing Rimuru's assertion, everyone fell silent, as they recognized that this arena serves as a platform for students like them from the Tiando Empire to showcase their abilities. If they could secure a quarters championship in this venue, it is even possible that the Snow Knight Emperor may personally host the event. However, such rewards are only intended for students outside the Tiando Empire. Among the students at Tiando Academy, few are willing to venture into this arduous and thankless place, except for those who aspire to challenge their limits. Now, let us proceed to the main point. Limulu lightly tapped the table, drawing all eyes upon himself. I shall now outline the educational guidelines for each of you. Firstly, for the senior students of Tiando Academy, your learning plan is quite straightforward. 1 day of theory followed by 1 day of practical application in a continuous cycle. Additionally, on Sunday mornings, you will engage in supplementary knowledge exercises, while the afternoons are free for leisure and rest. Compared to the Tiando Royal Academy, your rest period has been reduced from 2 days to merely half a day. Although this may be somewhat arduous, you are well aware of the times we are in. Thus, endure a little hardship is the only way for you to grow stronger. Upon hearing Limulu's words, the 4 of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ready to endure. Observing their resolute expressions, Limulu smiled and then turned his attention to Yu Qianheng and the others. Yu Qianheng, Devian, and Yi Lingling. You 3 belong to the junior group. Therefore, the content you will study is largely consistent with that of Gu Yuna and her peers. Xueqinghe, do not lose focus. You are included as well. Limulu suddenly admonished, prompting Xueqinghe to snap back to attention, sitting upright. Seeing him in this manner, Limulu sighed. Having enjoyed freedom for several years, it is only natural for him to feel somewhat out of place upon returning to the classroom. Your studies will primarily consist of theoretical knowledge and training positions. As for practical experience, I will allocate 1 day every Saturday for you to engage in practical learning. The remaining time will be dedicated to theoretical studies, and do not underestimate the value of theoretical knowledge. In certain specific scenarios, individuals with a solid theoretical foundation can often perceive the larger picture during combat, thereby establishing an advantage. Furthermore, your rest time is half a day longer than that of the senior students, allowing you to enjoy a full day of leisure on Sundays. After all, you are still young, and high-intensity learning is not conducive to your physical development. Chapter 194. 1 year later, Limulu succinctly presented the teaching plan, which would be adhered to by both senior and junior students alike. Today, coincidentally, marks a Monday. Hence, after your morning meeting and lunch, the first day of theoretical knowledge learning shall commence. The only instructor for the theoretical aspect, besides Limulu, is Bai He. Additionally, there are 2 young children present in this classroom. They are Tang San and Bai Qinxiang. Earlier in the morning, they have been learning martial arts from Tang Hao. However, their learning could be more accurately described as playing. Limulu's meeting did not involve these 2, primarily because they are still quite young, merely over 4 years old, making their inclusion in the learning plan unnecessary. Therefore, Limulu's intention is merely to allow them to audit the classes. It is preferable if they can comprehend the material, but even a general understanding will suffice. This way, when they eventually undertake formal studies, the process will not be overly challenging. Moreover, practical instruction will encompass physical training, allowing them to learn while playing. However, physical exercise for children under 6 must be moderated, otherwise it could result in adverse effects. As time passed, each individual at the Slime Academy underwent rigorous training. Even Gu Yuna and her peers were not exempt. Limula did not grant them any special treatment or allow them to slack off. This approach, however, led to dissatisfaction from Tion, who believed that humans who had undergone soul beast transformation did not need to exert themselves so intensely. After all, once transformed, their soul power would naturally increase daily, even without training. Limula dismissed Tion's perspective with disdain and had no desire to engage in debate. Consequently, Tian personally visited the Slime Academy to covertly observe the situation. Upon witnessing Gu Yuna's enjoyment, he had little to say. After all, this method proved highly beneficial for the overall enhancement of Soul Masters. Limulu's approach to teaching students was not solely characterized by high intensity. There remained designated rest periods each week. Furthermore, in the eyes of these students, theoretical and training courses became some of the few opportunities for relaxation. In comparison to their junior counterparts, senior students faced a greater burden. After all, the junior students only engaged in physical training a maximum of 2 days a week, while their training plan stipulated that physical education would only occur on Saturdays. However, plans sometimes fall victim to change, allowing for temporary adjustments. Aside from the unaltered rest days, their curriculum underwent several modifications over the course of the year. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor and several teachers from the Tiando Empire visited the Slime Academy to observe. They sought to understand Limulu's teaching methods. However, upon witnessing Limulu's approach, which was rather brusque and devoid of any noble demeanor, most teachers regarded it with disdain. Only a few older instructors, possessing strength above Soul Sage, nodded thoughtfully in recognition. The Snow Knight Emperor shared a similar sentiment. He felt that while Limulu's teaching methods appeared somewhat harsh, they represented an approach he had never considered before. More importantly, those noble students were accustomed to a pampered upbringing. Even if the Snow Knight Emperor commanded teachers to adopt a stricter demeanor, success was not guaranteed. After all, not every teacher dared to offend their students. As long as they had not reached the title Douluo level, these nobles would regard even a Soul Douluo with indifference. The disparity between Soul Douluo and title Douluo extends beyond mere strength. It is also a symbol of status. Unless one has a title Douluo to protect them, these nobles would continue to dismiss them. After all, not everyone is like Ning Fengji, who has 2 titled Douluos guarding his side. Additionally, during this year, Limulu had the honor of receiving a very special guest, the Snow Empress. Her purpose for visiting was to observe the Ice Emperor and to catch a glimpse of Gu Yuna. She could not remain in the extreme north for too long, as it would render her vulnerable to human retaliation. Thus, the Snow Empress only stayed for 2 days. Interestingly, during her visit, which coincided with the sweltering summer, a heavy snowfall persisted for 2 consecutive days. Even the nearby Tiando Imperial City experienced some effects, resulting in a drop in morale. Those unaware might have believed that autumn had arrived prematurely. However, the Shuedi did not come here solely to visit the Bingdi and seek out Gu Yuna. She was also here to convey a message to Rimuru. The Wuhuan Temple has sealed off the extreme north. For reasons unknown, the Wuhuan Temple has quietly taken action, dividing the icebound forest in 2 and establishing a line of defense. An entire region to the north of a certain area within the icebound forest has been cordoned off, prohibiting any entry whatsoever. Furthermore, the Wuhuan Temple has erected a sign declaring a life forbidden zone in the extreme north. According to what Shuedi has heard, this order seems to have been issued directly by Bibi Dong. Rimuru is unaware of Bibi Dong's intentions. However, she should not engage in anything detrimental to the extreme north. So Shuedi need not worry. If any real trouble arises, Rimuru will personally provide support. It is precisely because Shuedi trusts Rimuru that she can depart with peace of mind. Nevertheless, Rimuru discreetly inquired through a clone with Bibi Dong regarding this matter. The response was straightforward. It was to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in and losing their lives, and also to eradicate the vile trade of the Xinglor Empire. Although Rimuru previously destroyed a hunter guild, unbeknownst to her, this organization has resurfaced and begun hunting soul beast offspring to satiate their appetites. Rimuru remains oblivious to this situation. However, Bibi Dong, who frequently deals with the Xinglor Empire, is well aware. Thus, while the tragedy has yet to escalate, she has directly sealed off a large area, even denying human entry in the name of the Wuhuan Temple, declaring that any violation would be tantamount to enmity with the Wuhuan Temple. One cannot deny that Bibi Dong has executed this maneuver quite brilliantly. Unfortunately, her actions have led many to believe that she seeks to possess the extreme north for herself. thus causing misunderstandings to proliferate. Yet, Bibi Dong remains unfazed. She does not concern herself with the opinions of others, for the only perspective she values is that of Rimuru. As long as Rimuru does not disdain or misunderstand her, Bibi Dong remains fearless, regardless of how others perceive her. Chapter 195. The arena time flies swiftly. Before long, a year of training courses has concluded rather hastily. This year has brought fundamental changes to nearly everyone at the Slime Academy. Rimuru had previously stated that within a year, everyone should at least advance 4 levels. Now, their progress has surpassed Rimuru's expectations. There is no need to mention Guyu Na and the others. As human beings transformed from soul beasts, they have remarkably improved under Rimuru's rigorous training. Even the Tianming Binkin has advanced by 6 levels, while others have generally increased by 6 to 7 levels. Guyu Na stands out, being just 1 level shy of reaching level 40 and becoming a soul master. Others hover around levels 35 to 37. Even Xue Qinghe has, during this period, achieved a 6-level increase, successfully becoming a soul zune. As for the situation over at the Tiando Academy, aside from Yi Lingling and Bai Yu, who barely managed to advance 4 levels to meet the minimum standard, the rest have improved by 5 levels. Among them, the highest-ranking Qin Fong has raised his soul power to level 40. However, he has yet to obtain a soul ring, thus preventing him from breaking through this boundary. Otherwise, he could have advanced another level. In addition to him, Yu Qianheng has also reached level 30, becoming a half-step soul zune, and is just 1 soul ring away from becoming a true soul zune. Upon learning of this situation, Rimuru did not immediately instruct them to acquire soul rings, as they still require time to consolidate their strength. Therefore, he granted everyone 3 days of rest and asked Tang how to supervise them. Rimuru himself then proceeded to the Tiando Empire's arena to register them all. Having not visited for some time, the changes in Tiando Imperial City are quite significant. As Rimuru re-enters the city, he observes a remarkable transformation compared to a year ago. Due to his busy schedule over the past year, he has been completely unaware of the city's developments, as all matters were handled by others. The city has become increasingly prosperous, with surrounding houses evolving from simple bungalows or 2 to 3-story buildings into 5 to 6-story structures. Furthermore, even the streetlights have been constructed, and the streets have been paved from their original cobblestone to remarkably smooth roads. To an unknowing observer, it might seem as though a layer of asphalt has been laid down. In reality, this is a unique substance suitable for road paving that Rimuru had previously discovered. However, due to the complexities of mass production, he had set the matter aside. Nevertheless, he sold the raw materials and design methods to the Shui Emperor, never anticipating that the latter would indeed find a way to utilize this material. Now, Tiando Imperial City and the Tiando Empire exude a vibrant vitality, devoid of any sense of decline. The inhabitants here not only dress well and enjoy abundant food, but also seem quite affluent. After all, with the imperial treasury brimming, taxes have been reduced, leading to lower prices and an improved quality of life for the people. This is the mark of a commendable emperor. In stark contrast, the citizens of the Xingluo Empire continue to endure their previous hardships, even within the imperial city, living in constant fear of offending someone and facing dire consequences. The Xingluo Empire operates under a regime of military might, where the strongest prevail. Conversely, the Tiando Empire emphasizes law and the principle of equality among all. Of course, this is closely tied to Rimuru's alliance with the Soul Beast Empire. Without the support of the Soul Beast Empire, the Tiando Empire would not have experienced such advancement or prosperity. As Rimuru walks along the street, he can fully appreciate this invigorating atmosphere, which is truly delightful. However, his purpose for coming here today is not for leisure, but to attend to serious business. Before long, he arrives at the entrance of the Tiando Arena. This is an expansive high tower housing numerous arenas, built from special materials capable of withstanding the impact of soul masters below the rank of Soul King, thereby ensuring safety. According to Rimuru's understanding, the construction of such an arena by the Shui Emperor required a substantial investment and was a significant endeavor that nearly emptied their treasury for several years. Fortunately, They managed to recoup their losses through the use of this arena. Otherwise, it would have been a disastrous financial misstep. Moreover, throughout the Douluo Continent, there is no other arena of comparable scale to this one outside of the Tiando Empire. In the realm of other arenas, there exist either hastily constructed four-person venues or those akin to the Wuhan Temple, specifically designed for the elite competitions of soul masters. Thus, the actions of the Shui Yi Da Di serve to indirectly gather young soul masters from various locales, facilitating recruitment. It must be acknowledged that, despite Shui Yi Da Di's lackluster prowess, his intellect remains remarkably astute. Rimuru is acutely aware of this, which is why she chooses to ally with him. Subsequently, after a brief observation of the arena's periphery, Rimuru gracefully steps through the grand entrance. Due to her immense fame, the staff immediately recognize her upon first glance. Many young women adorn themselves with slime-themed trinkets on their chests or wrists, leaving Rimuru momentarily at a loss, caught between flattery and embarrassment. However, the reception is warm. Upon her arrival, the staff promptly arrange a private chamber and send the venue's manager to accompany her. "May I inquire what brings you to our establishment today, esteemed Rimuru?" The manager, a strikingly mature woman with a captivating figure, contrasts sharply with the youthful and beautiful staff members. "I am here to register my students," Rimuru replies. "You previously mentioned that there would be substantial rewards for those who achieve 100 consecutive victories within 2 years, correct?" "Indeed, esteemed Rimuru," the manager affirms. "Any team that accomplishes this remarkable feat shall be met with generous rewards." "Could you possibly divulge what those rewards entail?" Rimuru inquires softly. The manager hesitates, taken aback by Rimuru's interest. After a moment of contemplation, she exhales deeply. "Regrettably, esteemed Rimuru, our regulations prohibit the premature disclosure of such rewards. However, in light of your distinguished status, I may make an exception." She then leans closer, whispering the details in Rimuru's ear, her body pressing against Rimuru's shoulder. The softness of her form eliciting a rather unique sensation. Is it truly a soul bone from millennium-old soul beast? Specifically, one from its head? A mental type? Rimuru questions in rapid succession, her disbelief palpable. She never anticipated that the arena would utilize such a rare soul bone as a prize. The alluring manager, now seated beside Rimuru, entwines her arms with Rimuru's and smiles softly. "Indeed, and I have heard whispers that this soul bone is an astonishing 9,900 years old. Moreover, it was not claimed through human hunting, but rather retrieved from a soul beast that perished after being devoured by another. The fortunate human who found this soul bone took advantage of the last remnants of the defeated soul beast's life essence, resulting in a fortuitous discovery. One cannot help but envy such extraordinary luck." As the manager recounts the tale, her admiration is evident. Rimuru opens her mouth, poised to speak, but swallows her words. Suddenly, the manager recalls her manners, rising to bow deeply. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed Rimuru. I did not intend to offend you or the Soul Beast Empire. It was my oversight, and I beg your forgiveness." The apology flows smoothly, devoid of any hesitation. Rimuru, already feeling a touch awkward, finds herself even more so under the manager's earnestness. "No need for concern. This matter does not pertain to you, and given the nature of soul beasts, it is only natural for humans to collect the remnants of their battles. This is a common source of soul bones, and as long as there is no deliberate hunting involved, I hold no objections. Furthermore, since the soul bone has already manifested, I shall not concern myself with its origins." Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the manager breathes a sigh of relief, her smile returning as she settles closer to Rimuru, this time even nearer. Rimuru's arm sinks into her form, caught in an embrace of sorts. "Esteemed Rimuru, you truly embody the gentleness spoken of in the tales." "Just a tad," Rimuru responds, flustered, as she retrieves a document from her soul guide. "Please take a look at this. It contains the names of the participants I wish to register. Our team is called the Slime Squad, comprising a total of 15 members. Are all these individuals intending to compete?" the manager asks, receiving the document. Her eyes widen as she gasps softly. Rimuru nods, a proud smile gracing her features as she leans back comfortably, crossing her arms behind her head. Indeed, all 15 are participants. With the preservation of this soul bone, our team is determined to achieve 100 consecutive victories. However, the manager's expression shifts to one of mild concern. Esteemed Rimuru, you may not be aware, but there are currently numerous teams vying for the rewards within our arena. There are 5 teams that have surpassed 50 consecutive victories, one of which has achieved an astonishing 66 victories. They have taken a brief respite over the past month, so their current status is uncertain. This particular team consists of 10 members, all of whom are soul ancestors, with 4 being soul lords. In comparison, other victorious teams may only have a single soul lord among them. Thus, your team faces formidable challenges in attaining 100 consecutive victories. Moreover, esteemed Rimuru, you may find it intriguing that we do not genuinely anticipate anyone claiming the soul bone. The manager admits awkwardly, averting her gaze from Rimuru, recognizing the potential damage to her credibility and that of the arena. Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Could you elucidate? Rimuru inquires, intrigued rather than angered, which leaves the manager flustered. The manager bites her lip, contemplating her response before deciding to divulge the truth. This soul bone was prepared by Shui Dadi, who intends to use it to gauge the strength of the competing teams. Most of those participating are likely future contenders in the Soul Master Elite competition. It presents an excellent opportunity for observation. Additionally, the soul bone is a valuable asset. As you may be aware, the Tiando Empire possesses limited resources beyond monetary wealth. Hence, we are reluctant to hand over such treasures to other teams. Consequently, Shui Dadi has assembled a remarkably strong team. Their ages coincidentally align at 25, marking a pivotal moment in time. After the conclusion of the event, nearly all of them will have surpassed this age threshold. Thus, should anyone truly achieve 80 consecutive victories, or even 90, it would signify their moment to shine. After all, our system consists of 10-member teams engaged in arena battles, adhering to a 7-match, 4-win format. Therefore, as long as 5 members of a Shui Dadi's team are of the Hun Zone rank, victory is assured. At this point, the person in charge sighed and expressed a sense of resignation. This group represents the zenith of Tiando Academy, yet they are merely victims of timing. In the previous Soul Master Elite competition, they were not yet formidable enough, resulting in their defeat at the hands of the Xing Luo Empire. This time, their strength is undeniable, but they have aged out. It is truly a pity. Upon hearing her words, Rimuru nodded in agreement. It is indeed unfortunate, yet rest assured, this iteration of the Soul Master Elite competition holds great promise for your Tiando Empire. After all, these individuals have been personally nurtured by me. However, for the next iteration, Rimuru ceased speaking, instead donning a benevolent smile. Were it not for vested interests, he would have preferred not to cultivate this cohort, as many among them would ultimately become rivals to the Slime Academy. Yet, neglecting their training would hinder the Academy's ascent and its ability to attract more students. Thus, Rimuru begrudgingly chose to cultivate adversaries. Only through this path could the Slime Academy flourish and draw in more scholars. Moreover, the next iteration of the Soul Master Elite competition is Rimuru's true objective. Enough said, I have entrusted you with the roster. As for whether we can achieve 100 consecutive victories, that is not for you to concern yourself with. I have unwavering confidence in my students. Rimuru blinked and rose to depart. The observer gazed at Rimuru's graceful silhouette, unable to suppress a dreamy smile. How enchanting! Chapter 197. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Guyuna. Age 12. Level 39 Strong Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul. Silver Dragon King. Xiao Wu. Age 12. Level 38 Agile Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul. Soft-boned Charming Rabbit. Wang Qiu Air. Age 11. Level 37 Strong Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul. Golden Divine Dragon. ZG. Age 11. Level 37 Strong Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul. Hellish Demon Dragon King. Bai Ji. Age 11. Level 37 Support Soul Master. Martial Soul. Emerald Swan. Bing Di. Age 9. Level 36 Control Soul Master. Martial Soul. Ice Emperor Scorpion. Tian Ming Bing Can. Age 12. Level 35 Mental System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Ice Silkworm. Xueqing He, age 14, level 31 Agile Attack Soul Master, Martial Soul, Swan. Qin Fong, age 21, level 41 Strong Attack Soul Master, Martial Soul, White Lion. Qin Lan, Wang Yin, Baiyu, Yi Lung Lung, Du Gu Yin, Yu Tian Hung. The complete roster and strength levels of all individuals from the Slime Academy have now been submitted to the arena. As the mastermind behind the arena, Shui Dadi naturally reviewed this list. Upon first glance, he was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the remarkable progress of the children sent by Tiando Academy. Nevertheless, the advancement of Gu Yuna and others were equally breathtaking. Shui Dadi had to concede that there exists considerable disparity among individuals. Subsequently, when he spotted Xueqing He's name on the list, a look of satisfaction graced his face. Truly, he is my son, though not on par with those prodigies. He is still commendable. Xueqing, are you prepared for the reward of 100 consecutive victories in the arena? Your Majesty, are we truly to distribute this reward? Xueqing, the prince, inquired, perplexed. He had not seen the roster and was unaware of the Slime Academy's participation, hence his confusion. Of course, we are Tiando Empire. How can we be untrustworthy? However, those students I personally selected must also participate in this competition. They will compete early to provide these youngsters with some pressure. With that, Shui Dadi tossed the roster to Xueqing. Upon seeing the list, no words were necessary. He understood its implications. As you command, Your Majesty, I shall make the arrangements. However, the individuals you personally selected are teetering on the edge of the rules. Their strength has all been rigorously assessed by you, and they're indeed formidable. What if their presence prevents them from achieving 100 consecutive victories? Upon hearing Xueqing's question, Shui Dadi did not respond directly, but instead shook his head with a smile. You are thinking too small, Xueqing. If Rimuru, this anomaly, lacked any strategies or means, how could he demand his students achieve 100 consecutive victories within 6 months? He must have meticulously crafted tactics or prepared certain tools. After all, our arena is not a conventional continental competition, but a battleground where any means may be employed, as long as there are no fatalities. Employing any method or weaponry is permissible. So, just wait and see. Rimuru is bound to surprise us once again. With this, Shui Dadi wore a confident smile. He believed Rimuru was capable of miracles. Despite the apparent disparity in strength among these individuals, as long as Rimuru is in their corner, nothing is insurmountable. Meanwhile, Rimuru remained oblivious to the high regard in which Shui Dadi held him. After submitting the roster to the arena's overseer, he meandered through Tiando Imperial City. He was soon invited for tea. Presently, he found himself in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, savoring an exquisitely expensive tea of indeterminate name. Beside him, Ning Rong Rong clung to his leg, unwilling to let go. Rimurine, can you stay and play with me for a few days? It's been a whole year since I last saw you, and I've missed you so much. Daddy says you are busy, which is why he hasn't brought me to see you. Even Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu have said the same. Rimurine, what exactly are you so busy with? Ning Rong Rong gazed up at him with big, watery eyes, her expression one of innocent pleading, evoking sympathy. Seeing her look, Rimuru sighed and gently ruffled her hair. Speaking softly, I am occupied with educating students. You know I have established a slime academy. Therefore, I will not only be busy this year, but in the years to come as well. However, if you wish to see me every day, you must wait until you turn 6 and awaken your martial soul, then come find me. By then, perhaps I will be openly enrolling students. But I cannot say for certain now. This was the best explanation Rimuru could provide. The matter of public recruitment remains uncertain. It is merely a concept at this stage. However, the number of instructors within the academy is woefully inadequate, totaling merely 5 individuals. Even if some external hires are considered, it is unlikely that many would be willing to join. Hence, having 10 teachers would be considered a stroke of luck. Therefore, public recruitment can sometimes lead to embarrassment. Limulu must proceed with caution. Ning Rong Rong tilted her head, her face alight with excitement. Oh, how delightful! When I awaken my martial soul at the age of 6, I shall come to find you. You only think of play. School is not a playground. It is a place of learning. Besides, our sect is quite sufficient. So why must you venture outside? Ning Fengji gazed at his young daughter, feeling a twinge of sadness as she seemed to lean towards the outside world. Nearby, on a stone table, Chen Xin and Gu Rong exchanged synchronized expressions of surprise. Though they were engaged in a game of chess, they had been attentively listening to Ning Rongrong's words. After all, she is their treasured jewel, and they could not bear the thought of her being alone in an unfamiliar environment. As if I were unaware, I have visited Tiando Academy before. Ning Rongrong stated proudly, hands on her hips, indicating her understanding of the situation. Witnessing this scene, Limula felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, let us discuss future matters at a later time. Ning Fengji, you summoned me. Surely you could disclose your purpose now. Acting all mysterious in the street. One might think you have issues with your sexual orientation, Limula sighed. When they encountered one another on the street, Ning Fengji had seized Limulu's hand without letting go, insisting that he had important matters to discuss at the Qibao Liuli zone while enjoying tea. Yet upon arriving, Limulu ended up entertaining Ning Rongrong for half the day, still unaware of the important matters Ning Fengji had referred to. Chapter 198. The peculiar in truth, this issue is neither trivial nor monumental. After all, Rongrong's happiness is paramount, so my own concerns can wait. Ning Fengji rubbed his nose, his intent clear. He wanted Limulu to spend more time playing with Ning Rongrong. However, he indeed had matters to discuss with Limulu, but felt no urgency to reveal them. Limulu, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in bemusement. Come now, speak up. Today I happen to be free, and after you finish, I will play with Rongrong for a while. Actually, I would like to make a request for your assistance. Ning Fengji paused briefly before continuing. The Star Do Great Forest is the territory of your spirit beast empire. In the past, I could have easily sent my people to handle this, but now I require your permission. I wish to collect some herbs in the Star Do Great Forest. I have learned of a wondrous tulip that can aid in the mutation of the Qibao Liuli Pagoda. At this point, Ning Fengji fell silent. Limulu appeared somewhat taken aback. He was aware of what this tulip was. It is a celestial herb with formidable effects. Consuming it not only enhances soul power, but also weakens the soul power of plant-type soul masters in its presence. This celestial herb is known as the Qilin tulip. Moreover, it only grows near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, with limited quantities available. Even around the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest, there exists only one. A similar one can also be found in the small ice and fire yin-yang eye within the Star Lake. However, these herbs are currently only found in these two locations, and given that no humans have ventured into Star Lake recently, Limulu was entirely unaware of how this information had surfaced. His expression towards Ning Fengji gradually turned serious. Master Ning, the Qilin tulip is known to fewer than 10 individuals. How did you come to know of its existence within the Star Do Great Forest? Is this not information you disseminated? Upon hearing Limulu's words, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Why would I release such information? Do I appear foolish to you? Limulu regarded Ning Fengji with a look of incredulity. However, they both soon sensed that something was amiss. Chen Xin and Gu Rong, who had been engrossed in their game, turned their attention towards Limulu. So, someone has deliberately spread this information? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, catching a whiff of conspiracy. Limulu's expression mirrored his concern. Tell me, what other information am I unaware of? Upon hearing Limulu's inquiry, Ning Fengji nodded and proceeded to share all the intelligence he had gathered. The Qilin tulip was merely a trivial piece of the puzzle, as it held little value for the average person, being a mere herb for soul power enhancement. Only Ning Fengji would have a keen interest in it, for it was documented as a celestial herb that could induce mutation in the Qibao Liuli zone. As for the other information, most spoke of various celestial herbs located in the central region of the Star Do Great Forest, which could significantly enhance soul power. Some even claimed that certain celestial herbs could elevate one's rank by several levels. Even a soul Douluo could ascend directly to a title Douluo. Should a title Douluo partake, they would undoubtedly become a super Douluo. Upon confirming this information, Limulu found it all to be accurate. As these celestial herbs indeed existed and had sprouted within the past 6 months, personally overseen by Tion. Thus, he had no reason to disseminate such information externally. Qi Wang, as Tion's attendant, would not engage in such behavior either. Daming and Erming had no motives for this, as they had become quite familiar within the trading village. Currently, aside from the demon spirits, they were the most popular figures in the village. Therefore, it was implausible for these three to have acted in such a manner. Limulu could not fathom who else might be disseminating information detrimental to their own interests. If humans were to investigate, it was impossible for Tion not to notice. This situation was indeed suspicious. Moreover, the individual spreading the information seemed to deliberately avoid the Slime Academy, while simultaneously creating the impression that Limulu was the source of this information, causing misunderstandings. Thus, Limulu surmised that this must have been intelligence relayed by a certain spirit beast to humans, who then, through their propensity for gossip, spread it far and wide. Consequently, there would inevitably be ill-intentioned individuals setting their sights on these celestial herbs. Please hold on for a moment. I will contact someone to inquire further. Limulu closed his eyes, channeling his thoughts into his avatar. Ning Fengji gazed at Limulu, perplexed by his actions. However, he made no move, instead sipping tea while admiring Limulu's beauty. Ning Rongrong had even climbed onto Limulu's lap. In a fleeting moment, Limulu opened his eyes, his cerulean gaze cold and devoid of mercy, fixed intently on Ning Rongrong. Do not engage in any actions that threaten the master, or I shall eliminate you in his stead. The chilling words emanated from Limulu's lips, his tones starkly different from his usual demeanor, sounding as if it belonged to an entirely different person. Ning Rongrong, startled, tumbled to the ground, trembling in fear. Upon witnessing her fall, a faint smile crept across Limulu's face before he closed his eyes once more. The King of Wisdom remarked, I have never enjoyed such privilege as you climbing onto the master's lap. Do not presume to think you can. It was evident that the King of Wisdom was envious. At that moment, Limulu arrived at his doppelganger's location. Unbeknownst to him, the King of Wisdom had utilized his body to frighten Ning Rongrong, revealing a darker side. Currently, he was experiencing a tingling sensation in his doppelganger's form, which prompted an exclamation. Bibi Dong, what are you up to now? Ah, Limulu-sama, why are you suddenly here? I wasn't prepared. Bibi Dong, flustered, hastily withdrew her fingers from the doppelganger's body, quickly dressed, and sat upright before Limulu. Observing Bibi Dong, blushing and alone in the room, Limulu felt a twinge of exasperation. More importantly, Bibi Dong had clearly been resting and was completely unclothed. He had seen everything without missing a detail. I apologize for my abrupt intrusion, but there is an urgent matter I must inquire about. Limulu-sama, please ask, whatever the question may be. I will not conceal anything I know. Bibi Dong responded earnestly. Limulu recounted the information he had received from Ning Fengji. Upon hearing it, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat taken aback. Limulu-sama, I am aware of this information, but is it truly not something you intentionally revealed? Chapter 199. The deal, why do you say that? Limulu was incredulous upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. It was one thing for Ning Fengji to misunderstand, but for Bibi Dong to do so was unexpected. However, a thought crossed Limulu's mind. The person disseminating this information must be quite familiar with him and the Star-Do Forest. Most importantly, they understood Limulu's recent activities and knew he lacked the time to dispel rumors. Thus, they deliberately spread these messages. Moreover, even if the news about the celestial herbs circulated, it would not significantly harm Limulu. At most, it would attract some petty individuals of little consequence. Nonetheless, Limulu was still displeased, feeling manipulated without any awareness of the scheming, which left him quite irked. Bibi Dong, please recount the entire situation from the beginning so I can clarify things. Although I received news from Ning Fengji, I require more detailed information from you. No problem. I will share everything I know. Bibi Dong nodded, then began to recollect the source of the information. Approximately 6 months ago, while I was preparing to seal the icebound forest to prevent anyone from entering to hunt soul beast cubs, I first heard this news. I even sent someone to investigate and discovered that nobles within the Xingluo Empire were continuously disseminating this information. According to their claims, This news originated from a trading village. If I recall correctly, the intelligence I received indicated that a humanoid soul beast informed individuals from the Tiando Empire. Subsequently, those from the Tiando Empire assumed you were deliberately spreading such news, hence the widespread publicity. As is well known, the Soul Beast Empire is situated within the Stardow Forest, leading these individuals to naturally view all soul beasts as your subordinates. At this point, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze to her fair thighs. I initially thought the same, so I did not overthink it. It seems we have encountered internal issues. Limulu sighed, unaware of who might be plotting against him. Yet, this made him vigilant. After all, if someone could propagate this information once, they could do so again. Should this soul beast collude with malevolent individuals aiming to destabilize the Soul Beast Empire, it would spell disaster. Although with DT on around, their attempts would ultimately fail. The situation was still quite distasteful. Moreover, if such actions were taken, the fragile friendship the Soul Beast Empire had carefully built with humanity would surely collapse. Therefore, Limulu could not allow such occurrences to transpire. Bibi Dong, thank you. If anything similar arises, please inform me. Also, you have become quite beautiful and have grown significantly. You look splendid. Limulu gave a thumbs-up gesture before retreating into silence. His thoughts returned to his true form. Bibi Dong stared blankly at Limulu's doppelganger, then glanced at her own figure, her face slightly flushed. Limulu-sama, you are truly mischievous. Simultaneously, Limulu returned to his original body. He opened his eyes, intending to inquire further with Ning Fengji, but found Ning Rongrong sitting beside him, looking dejected while drawing circles on the ground. Even Ning Fengji and the others wore peculiar expressions. Limulu? Are you Limulu? What do you mean? Of course I am Limulu. Limulu responded, bewildered by Ning Fengji's words. However, he seemed relieved, and Ning Rongrong immediately perked up, leaping to hang onto Limulu's neck. Sister Limulu, you were just so frightening. It felt like a different person altogether, cold and unamusing. A different person? Cold? Limulu was puzzled, glancing at Ning Fengji, who awkwardly rubbed his nose and nodded. Limulu, is there someone else within you? Someone else? Wait, are you saying my body moved on its own and spoke to you? Limulu finally grasped their implication as he saw Ning Fengji nodding. Ning Rongrong looked at him with a pitiful gaze, causing Limulu to feel a sense of frustration. The only one capable of controlling his body was the King of Wisdom. King of Wisdom. Care to explain? I'm not fond of this little girl. That is all. Hey, what kind of reasoning is that? King of Wisdom, explain yourself. Don't play dead. Come out and speak. Limulu's brows furrowed, his expression filled with exasperation. No matter how he called the King of Wisdom's name in his mind, the latter remained silent. This made Rimuru acutely aware that she did not wish to delve deeply into this topic. Thus, she could only gently rub Ning Rongrong's small head, offering her a meager consolation. Rest assured, that is merely another manifestation of my power, a consciousness born from it, and poses no danger. The reason it emerged just now may be due to the intensity of your gaze, which has been rather piercing. After all, you have been staring at me this whole time. Had I not known who you were, I would have long considered you all to be perverts and dealt with you accordingly. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Ning Fengji and the others immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment. Rendered speechless from the outset, their eyes had never strayed from Rimuru. Even the two engaged in a game of chess would occasionally cast sidelong glances at her. As for Ning Rongrong, she wished for nothing more than to cling to Rimuru like a mere ornament, never to part. It was only natural for her to receive a warning from the King of Wisdom. Ahem, let us put this matter aside and not discuss it further, Rimuru said, shaking her head before turning to Ning Fengji, speaking earnestly. Ning Zongzhu, if you desire the Qilin tulip, it is not an issue. This item is not particularly precious to us, yet we possess only one. Therefore, I understand, I am willing to pay any price. And this tulip is not for my own use, but for my daughter. I wish for her to consume it on the day she awakens her martial soul, allowing her martial soul to undergo a mutation. According to my ancestors' records, the earlier it is used, the more effective it is, and the greater the chance of mutation. If I were to use it, it might not yield any results at all. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Rimuru smiled slightly and nodded. No problem, That is quite agreeable. As for the price you must pay, it is rather simple. You are to help me find some teachers to join the Slime Academy within the next 2 years. The reason, well, you should be quite aware of. Rimuru reclined in her chair, speaking leisurely. Upon hearing this condition, Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief. For him, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. No problem. This is exceedingly simple for me. Chapter 200. Different versions in the evening. Rimuru departed from the Qibao Liuli sect and arrived at the trading village. The topics she and Ning Fengji had to discuss were essentially concluded, and the remainder of the time was spent playing with Ning Rongrong. Rimuru and Ning Fengji had also decided that Ning Rongrong would, upon awakening her martial soul, become a student at the Slime Academy. Ning Rongrong was elated, for this meant she would see Rimuru every day. After their conversation, Rimuru left the Qibao Liuli sect and made her way to the trading village to gather information. Due to her focus on education, she had not visited the trading village in the past year. Over this time, it had flourished significantly. Although it once retained traces of a village, it now resembled a bustling town. From a distance, one would hardly recognize it as a former village. The architecture of the trading village and the decorations within rivaled those of the Tiando Imperial City. Except for its smaller population, it surpassed the Tiando Imperial City in every other aspect. After all, many of the goods within the Tiando Imperial City were sourced from the trading village, while here, they were readily available. If one disregarded the issue of population, the trading village appeared even more prosperous than the Tiando Imperial City. However, Rimuru's visit today was not for the sake of admiring its prosperity. Rather, she had important matters to attend to. She sought to uncover who had leaked the information regarding the immortal herbs, which had caused her considerable trouble. Inside a grand palace, the Yao Ling, as well as De Ming and Air Ming, resided, along with some staff from the trading village. This palace, which had not existed before, was constructed within the past year. Although referred to as a palace, it functioned more as a large administrative center. Any issues arising in the trading village could be resolved here, should human intervention prove inadequate. De Ming or Air Ming would personally step in to address matters with their formidable presence. Generally, once it reached this stage, no one dared to cause trouble within the trading village, leaving no opportunity for the Yao Ling to take action. The trading village had developed significantly, and both local warlords and country nobles were aware of its precise location, preventing anyone from coming to cause disturbances. This provided the trading village with an optimal opportunity for steady development. Yet, the leak regarding the immortal herbs made Rimuru feel a sense of unease, prompting her to visit. This palace, in Rimuru's view, was somewhat extravagant. However, it was built to ensure a more comfortable living environment for the soul beasts and the staff here. They had informed Rimuru of the construction, but she had paid little heed, casually signing off on it, allowing them to proceed. Little did she expect it to occupy over 1,000 square meters, which was indeed excessive. Nonetheless, the space was well utilized. During her tour, Rimuru discovered that numerous individuals resided here, including several hundred soul beasts housed in specially designed rooms. The environment and atmosphere were exceedingly comfortable. Even Rimuru, upon witnessing it, felt inclined to stay for a couple of days and enjoy the experience. Lord Rimuru, what brings you here? Is there something you require? Just as Rimuru was exploring the premises, a shadow glided over. It was Yao Ling. Before Rimuru could speak, the ground beneath her feet trembled. Those who had been working in the vicinity felt the vibrations and expressed their displeasure. Ming, how many times must I tell you not to run indoors? Apologies. I won't do it again. Ming lowered his head in contrition, acknowledging his fault. However, such instances of humans rebuking soul beasts were unprecedented. Clearly, those residing here had largely lowered their guard against the soul beasts. They had even come to accept Ming as a friend, for only familiar friends would be spoken to in such a manner. It seems your relationship with humans has developed quite well. Truly impressive. Rimuru patted Yao Ling's ethereal form, her hand passing through him. For a moment, Yao Ling felt awkward, having momentarily forgotten to solidify his form. He quickly reformed after Rimuru withdrew her hand and took a couple of steps forward. Seeing this, Rimuru rolled her eyes at him. Enough with the awkwardness. I am here today to inquire about how the information regarding the immortal herbs was leaked. Do you have any knowledge of this matter? Rimuru looked at Deming, Ming, and Yao Ling, posing her question. Bai Dong remarked that the individual responsible for leaking information was a humanoid soul beast. Currently in Kara's mind, the only two that fit this description were Di Tian and Yao Ling. However, Di Tian had no motive to act in such a manner. As for Yao Ling, while he might have the potential to do so, it would be entirely unnecessary for him, as he had no reason to betray Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, was it not you who sought someone to convey this information? At that moment, Yao Ling interjected with a hint of skepticism. Deming and Ming nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with confusion. Rimuru, observing their reactions, shook his head and proceeded to clarify the situation. Yet, Yao Ling and the others appeared astonished. Lord Rimuru, your understanding of the situation seems to differ from ours. As far as I know, the individual conveying this message claimed to be a teacher from the Tiando Academy. He stated that it was you, Lord Rimuru, who wished to relay this information to the Tiando Empire and that it could be freely disclosed. Yao Ling refrained from elaborating further, having noticed the profound darkness that had enveloped Rimuru's expression. The sight of such a somber Rimuru instilled a sense of fear within him, prompting his body to instinctively revert to a state of nothingness. Having already mingled with humanity, he felt no necessity to maintain his disguise. In the trading village, he could manifest his true form without concern, as no one would fear him. At most, they would merely cast a few curious glances. However, it was imperative that he refrained from frightening children at night, for his ethereal appearance could indeed be rather disconcerting in the absence of light. The existence of two versions of this tale was quite remarkable. Upon hearing this account, Rimuru sought confirmation and inquired with other staff members in the trading village. The responses were unanimously consistent. In their recollections, the messenger of this information hailed from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet in the eyes of outsiders, this news appeared to have originated from the trading village. This implied that the individual who betrayed Rimuru was likely not a singular soul beast, but perhaps a collaboration between humans and soul beasts. Such a revelation left Rimuru utterly baffled, unable to fathom who could commit such a vile act. On a personal note, I had to take a leave today, as I spent the morning at the hospital and just returned. I underwent a follow-up examination for my previously injured femur, which is largely healed without issues. After waiting in line all afternoon, I received a vaccination and now feel utterly drained and lightheaded, necessitating a day off. My apologies. I extend my gratitude to the book friend 20200518150144822 for the monthly vote. Much appreciated. Thanks to Mian Baozhou for the monthly vote. Deeply grateful. Thank you to Liang for the monthly vote. My heartfelt thanks. A special thanks to Chang Xiao, Lu Zue, Feng Chue Ku E for the monthly vote. I truly appreciate it. Lastly, I wish all readers a joyful Children's Day. May you forever remain 18. Chapter 201. Departure for the time being. I advise you to refrain from involving yourselves in this matter. I suspect there are internal issues within the trading village. If you were to initiate an investigation now, it could easily raise suspicions. Continue with your regular duties, and if anyone inquires about the immortal herbs, there is no need for concealment. Simply state the truth. Should anyone express a desire to purchase, just decline. However, if anyone harbors ulterior motives, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Rimuru instructed, as Yao Ling and the others listened attentively. Regarding this issue, there were no leads to pursue, and thus, investigation was futile. To avoid alarming anyone, Rimuru opted to set this aside for the moment, as he had other matters to attend to. With that, Rimuru briefly advised them before departing from the trading village. Upon returning to the Slime Academy, he conveyed this situation to Tang Hao and the others. They all sensed the peculiarity of the situation. However, since they were confined within the academy, they had no means to conduct an investigation. Consequently, Rimuru decided to send them back to the trading village while he led his students to compete in the arena. The original plan was for Rimuru to remain there to rest while Tang Hao took charge, allowing other teachers a respite. However, given the nature of recent events, Rimuru felt compelled to exercise caution and personally oversee his students to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Tang Hao and the others stayed behind, partly to discreetly investigate this matter, and partly to enjoy a well-deserved break after a year of relentless work. After organizing these arrangements, Rimuru held a brief meeting, gathering all students and teachers together, including Bai Chunxiang and Tang San. However, Rimuru refrained from mentioning the betrayal, as this was a matter they need not concern themselves with. Their sole focus now was to achieve 100 consecutive victories within 6 months to complete their graduation ceremony. This was their current objective. To further motivate them, Rimuru announced that the reward for achieving 100 consecutive victories would be a head soul bone over 9,000 years old. However, the usability of such an item would vary based on individual compatibility, as not everyone could utilize a head soul bone of the spiritual type. Furthermore, Rimuru offered an additional promise. Should the individuals sent from Tiando Academy successfully graduate, he would honor their wishes, allowing them to negotiate terms as long as they did not violate his principles. Alongside this, for Guyuna and the others, Rimuru also prepared a reward, namely the celestial herbs from Xinghu. Although these herbs originally belonged to them, presenting them as a reward legitimized his intentions and served to inspire their diligence. Thus, this meeting primarily emphasized matters related to the competition and did not prolong unnecessarily. Before dawn on the following day, before the sun had even risen, Rimuru and his companions rose early to gather their belongings and set forth toward Tiando Royal City. Their pace was swift, each participant exerting their utmost effort, showing no signs of fatigue. Even the slower members of the group managed to keep pace with the main body. However, the 3 youngest, due to their age and soul power, struggled to maintain their stamina. Even so, Rimuru did not offer any assistance. He merely followed behind to protect them. Those who were faster had already arrived at Tiando Royal City by the time the sun rose, enjoying a hearty breakfast. The slower members could only hastily consume their food. By the time those at the back reached Tiando Royal City, the others had already finished their meals, leaving them with only dry pancakes to nibble on as they walked. After all, this is Limulu's established rule. The same applies within the Shalemu Academy. During mealtimes, all students must complete a 30,000-meter run on the playground at the fastest possible pace before heading to the cafeteria. This serves as their fundamental daily physical training. Initially, they struggled to adapt, but over time, it transformed into a competitive endeavor. Only the swiftest among them would earn the most leisure time and enjoy the most sumptuous meals. Those who lagged behind had to settle for whatever was available. From the start of mealtime until the end of their break, they had a mere hour and a half. The faster ones could finish the 30,000 meters in just over 10 minutes, allowing them to relish more than an hour of free time. Others might take about half an hour, but those who finished last not only found themselves physically exhausted, but also spent significantly more time completing the run. On one occasion, someone took over an hour to finish, and that individual was none other than Yi Lingling. Her slow pace and lack of stamina were due to her age and soul power. However, Limula did not give her any special treatment. He treated everyone equally. From that day forward, everyone understood Limulu was serious about this game. Moreover, this daily routine occurred during both lunch and dinner. In the evenings, it simply involved racing for food, as dinner was followed by their free time. Additionally, the activity was temporarily halted on mornings and weekends to provide them with some respite. However, as time passed, they voluntarily began to run laps every weekend, not merely to enhance their physical strength, but also due to a sense of vanity. After all, the title of first place rotated among them. Even Guyuna could not maintain her position indefinitely. Sometimes, unexpected events, such as unstable breathing or a fall, could allow others to seize the opportunity. Importantly, during these laps, no soul power was permitted. They could only rely on their physical strength. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for anyone to secure the first position. Now, Limulu had devised a method for all the students to run from Shalemu Academy to Tiando Imperial City. However, this time, he allowed them to utilize their soul power, with the destination being a tavern he frequently visited. Once they arrived, Limulu would cover all their meals, regardless of what they chose. Once this announcement was made, the students surged out like a pack of wolves. A remarkable scene unfolded as a group of spirited young men and women advanced towards their goal. The rural areas were manageable due to their sparse population. But upon entering the city, their actions caught the attention of the guards. Fortunately, they were all individuals of status, and a brief explanation sufficed to avoid any trouble. Chapter 202. Returning to Tiando Academy, it had been quite some time since their last visit, and the changes here were truly significant. Xue Qinghe and the others gazed at the transformations in Tiando Imperial City, marveling at the sight, while the overall structure of the city remained unchanged. With familiar streets and bustling districts, the towering buildings and modern amenities made them feel as if they were still in the Trade Village or Xiaolemu Academy, rather than back in Tiando Imperial City. The level of modernization in the Trade Village and Xiaolemu Academy surpassed that of Tiando. Fortunately, they had acclimated to this transition beforehand. Otherwise, their astonishment would have been even greater. Many individuals from rural areas or foreign lands who arrived in Tiando Imperial City were captivated by its allure. When will the arena be opened, Limulu? Gu Yina stood alongside Limulu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Given the relatively small number of humans in Xiaolemu Academy, she eagerly anticipated engaging in combat with others. Such encounters would enable her to break through the shackles of level 39 and ascend to the status of a level 40 Soul Master. After all, she had been stuck at this level for over 2 months, largely due to infrequent interactions with humans. Similarly, Xiao Wu and others had experienced stagnation in their soul power levels for more than 2 months for the same reason. Today, we will head to Tiando Royal Academy for registration and to meet the Emperor Shuiyi. Tomorrow, you'll have a day of rest for your leisure activities. The day after tomorrow, however, you will follow my command and participate in the arena battles. The day after tomorrow? To be honest, I wish to enter today. Otherwise, how will I showcase my training Chungla? Qin Fong, being the highest-ranked student present, displayed a hint of arrogance. However, Bai Yu stepped forward and playfully slapped the back of his head. Be serious. The arena is filled with hidden talents. Relying solely on your strength could lead to your downfall. Yes, my dear Bai Yu is absolutely right. Qin Fong nodded eagerly, adopting an endearing demeanor. Bai Yu, blushing, turned away, refusing to look at him. Their relationship had progressed rapidly. Although they had known each other and developed feelings during their time at Tiando Academy, their bond had significantly deepened over the past year. Yet, it was perplexing that neither of them had taken the initiative to utter those 3 words, leaving their relationship ambiguous and causing others to feel uneasy. This sense of discomfort was shared by everyone, including Limulu. The pair's behavior was simply too awkward. Aside from them, the other students maintained a more straightforward camaraderie, with the exception of Xue Qinghe and Tian Meng Bingqian. These two, due to certain circumstances, were inseparable except during sleep. If it weren't for their known personalities, Limulu might have thought they had discovered a new world. After everyone finished breakfast at the tavern, they proceeded to Tiando Academy for registration. The person in charge had been waiting for quite some time, anticipating Limulu's arrival. However, no one expected them to come so early. Long time no see. By the way, is our dormitory ready? Limulu returned as if he were home, showing no signs of formality. The reception teacher greeted him with a warm smile, waving his hand towards the dormitory building in the distance. Rest assured, it's just like before. However, since the dormitories have been renovated, some of your belongings may be missing. But worry not, none of your figurines or trinkets are lost. Well, a few missing items wouldn't matter. Limulu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Over the past year, due to their busy schedules, the students found themselves lacking the time to tinker with their Limu Lu figurines and accessories. Even Gu Yuna was too preoccupied. Now, upon returning to Tiando Academy, Limu Lu realized that he seemed to have amassed quite a collection of figurines here, including several that were humanoid representations in proportion to his own form. All of these were the exquisite creations of Gu Yuna. The mere thought of this caused Limu Lu's cheeks to flush with warmth. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. In that case, please feel free to take a few of these figurines with you. Whether for selling or as gifts for your children, they would surely be delightful. Gu Yuna said sincerely as she stepped forward and grasped the teacher's hand. Although most of these figurines were early works, they nonetheless contained her heartfelt dedication. The fact that the figurines had not been lost brought a sigh of relief to Gu Yuna. Haha, thank you, Gu Yuna, but I cannot simply accept things from my students. It's against the rules, as you understand. This was due to an incident that had occurred when Gu Yuna first arrived at Douluo Academy, which had necessitated a thorough reform of the school's educational ethics. Consequently, the teachers now treaded carefully. They were only permitted to accept gifts when the entire class presented something collectively, or handmade crafts of little value from the students. Otherwise, under no circumstances could they accept anything. This was the established protocol. It was precisely for this reason that Douluo Royal Academy had improved significantly compared to before. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the teacher escorted Limu Lu and the others to the dormitory. Subsequently, they arranged for the 7 individuals entering the Slime Academy to fill out some forms. The forms were quite simple, containing only 2 questions. The first was about their learning experiences, and the second inquired about their impressions of the teaching methods at the Slime Academy. All 7 responded in a similar manner, and Limu Lu did not guide them, but allowed them to express themselves freely. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna and the others began preparing ingredients for hot pot. It had been over a year since they had enjoyed Limu Lu's hot pot, so they seized the opportunity to indulge in a hearty feast. Initially, Limu Lu was reluctant. However, he succumbed to the persistent coaxing of Gu Yuna and the others, especially after being treated so tenderly by them. He ultimately acquiesced, as it was rare for him to be treated with such kindness when in his slime form, usually being dragged around instead. However, just as the hot pot preparations were underway, Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Xuexing made an unexpected visit, having not informed anyone, including Limu Lu, of their arrival. Everyone joyfully gathered to enjoy the hot pot together. Chapter 203, The Academy Battle. At Douluo Academy, the members of Slime Academy congregated in the arena. Alongside them were several students from Douluo Academy, some of whom had participated in the academy competition a year prior. Among them was the man who had previously rebuffed Limu Lu. His strength had improved considerably, having reached level 37. Typically, achieving such a level at just over 20 years of age would be regarded as genius. However, upon seeing that his former rivals, even those he once outclassed, now stood on par with him or even surpassed him, he felt a wave of discomfort. So what if your levels are higher? I will not lose in the upcoming contest. High levels do not guarantee victory. What could a mere rural academy possibly teach you? What a joke. The man spoke disdainfully, completely disregarding the Slime Academy. Around him, several other students displayed scornful smiles, while a few others remained silent, their brows furrowed in concern. Under the guidance of their academy teachers, they prepared for an exchange battle between the 2 academies. While it was unnecessary to exert their full strength, such an exchange was deemed essential. Notably, Emperor Shui Yi, having observed the significant progress of these individuals, was eager to witness it firsthand. He even postponed several official duties for this battle. Xian, I do not know what thoughts you harbor in making such remarks, but how can someone who has only improved by 1 level in a year dare to challenge us? You call yourself a genius? I see you as inferior to a mere waste. Qin Fong retorted without hesitation. The 2 had been long-standing rivals, harboring mutual dislike for one another. Even if they were to form a team, collaboration would likely be impossible. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Emperor Shui Yi had already found a replacement for Xian. Over time, he had discerned the true character of this individual. Despite his impressive background, his lack of integrity had earned him a death sentence in the eyes of Emperor Shui Yi. Major events were now beyond his reach. Previously, Emperor Shui Yi had taken note of him solely due to the scarcity of talent at Douluo Academy. Now, with better candidates available, there was no need to concern himself with Xian any longer. Qin Feng, come forth. Even if you are a soul sect, you stand no chance against me. What a laugh. Since I began competing in academy matches, have you ever managed to win against me? I have been enrolled for 10 years. And in 10 battles against you, I have triumphed every time. How dare you challenge me? Truly laughable. Qin Feng scoffed, completely ignoring the other's provocation. His words were the truth. Yet, it was precisely because his truth was so blunt that it incited anger in his opponent. who unleashed his martial soul and charged at Qin Fong. Lan Yuxian, calm down. Just as the attack was about to strike Qin Fong, a bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck Lan Yuxian's chained martial soul, sending him flying. Yu Tianheng, are you also against me? Lan Yuxian was somewhat intimidated upon seeing Yu Tianheng make a move. However, being a person who valued his pride, he questioned Yu Tianheng but refrained from retaliating directly. Despite his inferior status, Yu Tianheng, as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, held a significantly higher position than him. Lan Yuxian, I am not opposing you. I am merely informing you that if you wish to fight, wait until your opponent steps onto the stage. To launch a surprise attack is unbecoming of your status. Your father and grandfather would be ashamed if they knew. Such matters are none of your concern. Lan Yuxian snorted coldly, yet he took a step back, creating space, and then cast a challenging glance at Qin Fong. Big brother Qin Fong, leave this one to me. This guy deserves a good beating, and I have long wanted to teach him a lesson. Tianheng, your level concerns Qin Fong a bit. Although Yu Tianheng recently acquired a soul ring and ascended to the rank of soul master at level 31, he still lags 6 levels behind Lan Yuxian. This disparity causes him some unease regarding Yu Tianheng's ability to cope. Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? Yu Tianheng nodded and leapt onto the arena. Be careful. Although Lan Yuxian may lack character, his strength remains formidable. Fear not. Leave it to me. There won't be any issues. Yu Tianheng did not glance back, but gave a thumbs up towards the rear. He then retracted his arm and smiled at his opponent. You're not yet qualified to make Qin Fongji move, so allow me to demonstrate my skills. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 soul rings emerged around Yu Tianheng. Upon seeing these 3 soul rings, Lan Yuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. In just a year's time, you have already become a soul master? How is that possible? What methods did that rural academy employ to accelerate your soul power so drastically? Lan Yuxian struggled to believe it. He had never heard of anyone's soul power advancing at such a rapid pace. Yu Tianheng tilted his head, displaying a kind smile reminiscent of Rimuru. Honestly, it's nothing remarkable, just writing a bit, studying theory, jogging, and exercising. Quite simple, really. While Yu Tianheng claimed simplicity, those around him were perspiring. Even after a year of training, repeating such rigorous practices still sent shivers down their spines. After all, this intense training was a form of torment for them. I understand now. You must have consumed something that drains potential to enhance your strength. Look, your expression has changed, which proves my guess correct. That must be your secret. Lan Yuxian was delighted, believing he had deduced the truth. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Tianheng merely gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. This fellow's thought processes were truly difficult for an ordinary person to follow. Thus, Yu Tianheng, disinterested in further banter, took immediate action. Without hesitation, Lan Yuxian unleashed his martial soul and soul rings, engaging Yu Tianheng in combat. Their battle was fierce, resulting in tremendous explosions on the arena. Fortunately, the platform had been refurbished and reinforced with a layer of soul guidestone, a material capable of absorbing soul power and remarkably sturdy. Attacks below the soul sage level struggled to inflict meaningful damage. Thus, no matter how intense their movements were, the arena remained steadfast and unyielding. Chapter 204. Spectating. Is Lan Yuxian always this reckless? As the president of the Tiando Academy, shouldn't you be keeping him in check? Rimuru sat in the spectators' area alongside the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing. Upon Lan Yuxian's emergence, he noted that this individual had changed little in comparison to a year ago, perhaps even becoming more arrogant. It was particularly vexing to witness Lan Yuxian, who was only slightly lower in rank yet 10 years younger, making boastful claims. Rimuru found it difficult to harbor any fondness for this person. After all, his actions were genuinely perplexing. Yet, due to his ancestors' esteemed legacy, Rimuru felt constrained from reproaching him too harshly unless he committed a significant error. Nevertheless, this young man, despite his pride and penchant for trouble, had never crossed the line, nor had he ever disrespected his elders. Moreover, he had even assisted in purging spies from other nations during the past year. One could hardly overlook such contributions, regardless of his strength or talent. The Snow Knight Emperor appeared resigned, acknowledging that Lan Yuxian possessed some ability. Rimuru, upon hearing this, could only sigh in resignation and continue to observe the bout. The conflict between the two persisted for an extended duration, lasting approximately half an hour before concluding, largely due to the intervention of their teacher. Otherwise, they would have continued fighting. Their clash had escalated to a point where genuine danger loomed. Left unchecked, it was highly probable that Lan Yusin would find himself on the losing end. Despite possessing a higher soul power level than Yu Tianheng, he was utterly outmatched in practical combat skills and physical prowess. This was the result of the training methods employed by the Slime Academy. The Tiando Academy focused on soul power cultivation while neglecting weighted training for its students, leading to slow progress even among the most gifted. While this approach allowed students the freedom to pursue their interests, it also alleviated the teacher's workload. After all, some instructors at this academy held additional responsibilities within the Tiando Imperial Palace. This dual-purpose strategy proved effective initially, yet had devolved into an outdated educational philosophy. Most students required external motivation to advance. Otherwise, maintaining the status quo was considered a success. Laziness is an inherent human trait. Rimuru was acutely aware of this fact. Even the most diligent genius could succumb to sloth. However, the Snow Knight Emperor and his peers had yet to grasp this reality. This boy, Yu Tianheng, still harbors some potential. With proper cultivation, he should have no trouble attaining the rank of title de law. However, the Tiando Academy's educational methods must undergo reform. Otherwise, even the most gifted will be rendered ineffectual under your tutelage. Previously, Guyuna and her peers had also grown sluggish during their time here, resulting in stagnant progress. I had suggested changes, but you did not heed my advice. Now, it is evident how flawed your educational approach has become, Rimuru stated impassively, his gaze fixed firmly on the arena. The current combatants were two women, Baiyu and another soul master of the third ring, engaged in an intense chase. Due to the constraints of the venue, Baiyu's martial soul advantages could not be fully realized, yet this did not diminish her combat effectiveness. It is widely acknowledged that the Minji clan possesses unparalleled speed, their martial souls offering a distinct advantage in that regard. However, conversely, their offensive capabilities are notably lacking, as 7 out of 8 of their soul skills solely enhance their own speed. The remaining skill allows them to manipulate wind, reducing air resistance to attain even greater velocity. This can be considered the only lethal technique of the Minji clan. However, its power is rather mediocre, inflicting minimal damage, even less than a direct unarmed attack. After undergoing training under Rimuru, Baiyu, despite having a limited arsenal of offensive maneuvers, has mastered a commendable set of martial arts. This martial art was derived by Carl based on an anime he had seen in his previous life. While anyone can learn it, Baiyu's talent in this area stands out. Consequently, she is the fastest learner and the most proficient practitioner of this martial art, even surpassing Guyuna, who is slightly slower in her progress. It is not only her. Even Bai Chunxiang exhibited remarkable aptitude while studying this martial art. Rimuru has reason to suspect that the Minji clan might possess an undisclosed talent for martial arts. This martial art is named Baiwazhang, a fusion of Tai Chi and a technique from an anime called Huaying, resulting in a unique amalgamation. Despite being a fusion, its effectiveness is commendable, and they are unaware of its origins. All that matters is its utility. At this moment, the Emperor of Snowy Night observed the battle below in silence. He did not immediately respond to Rimuru's suggestion to alter his teaching methods, but remained fixated on the ongoing combat. Shortly thereafter, Baiyu, leveraging her martial arts and speed, triumphed over a level 39 Soul Master. The subsequent battles involved Soul Masters facing off against each other. Qin Feng, Qin Lan, and Wang Yuyin took to the stage, with their strengths comprising a Soul Master and 2 Soul Elders. However, their opponents were all Soul Masters. Ultimately, out of the 3 matches, only Wang Yuyin was defeated. The other 2 emerged victorious, which brought Rimuru a sense of relief. Wang Yuyin's loss was understandable, as she faced a defensive Soul Master who countered her effectively. Thus, it was inevitable. Among their group, Wang Yuyin ranked 3rd from the bottom in terms of stamina, making her defeat quite reasonable when pitted against a stronger opponent in both stamina and soul power. The other two individuals with the weakest stamina were, without exception, Yi Ling and Du Guyan, as their youth naturally contributed to their lower endurance. However, Wang Yuyan's weakness stemmed from a congenital defect, despite rigorous training. She could only reach this level. Nevertheless, her progress has been significant, having nearly doubled her strength compared to a year ago. The Emperor of Snowy Night harbored a hint of displeasure upon witnessing this scene, as he had not anticipated that only one of his personally selected individuals would emerge victorious, which was indeed a source of embarrassment. The battles involving Yi Ling and Du Guyan did not merit continuation, as they were merely great soul masters, and their losses were inconsequential. Reform was imperative. Without changes to the educational approach, Tianshou Academy would never secure victory in the Soul Master Tournament. Chapter 205. The astonishment of the crowd. It was truly unexpected to perceive our Tianshou Academy student from a different perspective, leading to such revelations. Indeed, while we were engaged in our training, we felt little awareness of the situation. However, viewing it from another angle, it became evident that our academy's educational methods were significantly outdated. Under normal circumstances, we would have at best achieved a draw, and a dominating performance would have been improbable. Had it not been for Wang Yuyan's severe disadvantage against her opponent, we might have claimed victory in all 5 matches. The Qin brothers, Qin Fong and Qin Lan, spoke candidly, feeling justified in their remarks due to their competence. The students dispatched from Tianshou Academy, apart from Lan Xinu, maintained amicable relations with them. Nonetheless, upon hearing the Qin brothers' words, they felt a sense of discomfort, as the situation was a considerable blow to their pride. No one could accept being defeated by a soul master of lower soul power, especially witnessing soul elders triumph over soul masters in such an extraordinary display. This left them feeling utterly humiliated and prompted contemplation regarding their training methodologies. Even the notoriously arrogant Lan Xinu fell silent, lost in thought. Ha ha ha! What an exhilarating contest! We have undoubtedly lost. To be frank, I am curious about the methods Rimuru has employed to facilitate such rapid improvement in your strengths. At this moment, the Emperor of Snowy Night descended from the stands. However, Rimuru did not accompany him, having departed earlier to attend to Guyu Na and the others. This match did not include them, so they saw no reason to come. Respectfully greeting the Emperor of Snowy Night, upon his appearance, everyone offered a respectful salute. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction and then broke into a smile. No need for excessive formalities. Let us discuss what you have learned at Slime Academy during this time. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fong and the others exchanged glances, feeling hesitant to speak in Rimuru's absence. The Emperor, noticing their hesitation, smiled understandingly. I comprehend your sentiments. However, rest assured, I have received Rimuru's prior consent. You may speak freely without any reservations. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Qin Fong and the others sighed in relief. They understood that the Emperor had no reason to deceive them or fabricate such lies. Thus, they recounted everything that had transpired over the past year in meticulous detail. They shared everything, from the specifics of their training to the courses arranged by Rimuru, even including their activities before meals and bedtime, with utmost clarity and precision. Yet, once they finished recounting their experiences, the Emperor and others were left utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Rimuru's teaching approach was based on a rigorous high-pressure learning policy. Essentially, there was only one day of relaxation each week, and that was under relatively normal learning conditions. Since Qin Fong and his companions needed to participate in the Soul Master Tournament, their training schedules were packed to the brim, leaving no room for leniency. It was precisely for this reason that their strength had improved so rapidly. Even those like Yu Tianheng, who were engaged in regular studies, found themselves influenced by this atmosphere and joined in their efforts voluntarily rather than being coerced. After all, when everyone is studying diligently, the one slacking off would inevitably feel guilt and remorse, unless one were as carefree as Tian Mengbing can, who avoided learning altogether. Had it not been for Bing Di and Guyu Na keeping a close watch, he would have likely spent the year in slumber. Father, I have arrived. Rimuru mentioned you were looking for me. As they stood in astonishment, Qinghe came running from short distance away. Earlier, the Snow Knight Emperor had expressed his desire to learn about Limulu's training methods. Upon returning to his dormitory, he organized the prepared materials and handed them over to Qinghe, who had arrived just in time. After Qin Fong and the others had reported on the year's events, he presented the documents. This brought a smile of delight to the Snow Knight Emperor. My child, you have truly endured much over the years. It has not been arduous. Truly, whether in the trade village or the slime academy, both have treated me well. Furthermore, I have enhanced my strength and earned money through my own efforts, a feeling I have never experienced before. Therefore, if it pleases you, Father, I would prefer not to return to Tiando Academy until I graduate from the Slime Academy. You have no objections, do you? Qinghe asked cautiously, fearing that the Snow Knight Emperor might take offense and summon him back. However, the Emperor, glancing at the documents and the spirited Qinghe, displayed a benevolent smile. Ha ha! Of course there is no problem. However, as your father, I must make a request. Please speak freely, Father. Qinghe confidently patted his chest, ready to take on the challenge, although whether he could fulfill the request was left to fate. My good son, my request is quite simple. Represent Tiando Academy in the upcoming Soul Master Elite competition. Limulu has informed me that you are now a Soul Sovereign. Tiando Academy is currently unable to present worthy students. So could you assist your father with this small favor? Upon hearing the Snow Knight Emperor's words, Qinghe hesitated. Without Limulu's consent, his actions would amount to betrayal. Observing his son's reluctance in response to his request, the Emperor realized that Qinghe had truly become a reflection of Limulu. He was left bewildered, not knowing how Limulu managed to mold everyone around him into compliant followers while they still retained their independent thoughts. Yet in critical moments, their first concern was whether they might offend Limulu or cause him displeasure. The Snow Knight Emperor found himself at a loss. After some contemplation, he recognized similar tendencies within himself, albeit to a lesser extent than his son's. Well, if it burdens you, then no, Father, I agree. Just then, Qinghe suddenly broke into a radiant smile. However, my strength is rather limited, comparable to you Tianheng's. Therefore, I can only promise to do my utmost not to hold back the team. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Chapter 206. The arena. What do you mean like me? That sounds as though I am weak. Yu Tianheng protested. After all, he had defeated a 37-level Soul Master, demonstrating his considerable strength. Moreover, Qinghe had not been present during the previous events, so he was unaware of Yu Tianheng's victory over the 37-level Lan Yusin, who at that moment wore a face dark with frustration. Yet, given Qinghe's esteemed status, Lan Yusin could not dare to confront him. After all, he was the son of the Snow Knight Emperor. Ha ha, your words suffice. I have now confirmed 6 participants on the list. There is less than a year remaining. We will gradually select the remaining spots during this time. It is a pity that Limulu has clearly stated that apart from you, no one else will represent Tiando Academy in the competition. It is truly heartless that he is unwilling to assist even in this small matter. Despite his words, the Snow Knight Emperor understood Limulu's perspective. After all, no one would willingly lend their talents to support another's glory without compensation. Were he in Limulu's position, he too would resist such an arrangement. Even when the Slime Academy was initially established, he had been wholly reluctant, ultimately succumbing to Limulu's various temptations. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for them to participate in the arena. The minimum number of participants required for registration was 10, and the format operated on a best-of-7 basis. This meant that at most, 7 individuals could compete while the remaining members served as substitutes. However, as the Slime Academy had a larger roster, they could freely deploy participants. Even if someone were injured and unable to compete in subsequent matches, others could readily step in. Moreover, every member was to participate, including Yi Lingling, who would also take her turn. Even if she were to lose, it mattered not. After all, she was an auxiliary soul master and relatively weak in combat capability. However, she possessed martial skills, and should she encounter an opponent of equal standing, coupled with the adversary's overconfidence, there remained a chance for victory. Limula's intention in sending her to compete was not solely to secure a win, but to allow her to experience the atmosphere of the competition and manage her own score. Additionally, the arena imposed few restrictions on the rules. As long as no one was killed or severely injured, any combat style was permissible. Even soul-guided devices could be utilized. However, the soul-guided devices of this era were still in development, and aside from some common swords, shields, and spears, there were no notable examples. The situation was quite different for the Slime Academy. Leveraging his expertise, Limulu crafted powerful, soul-guided devices for each participant, a firearm. However, he only provided each of them with a single-use model, meaning it would be discarded after use. The construction was relatively simple and did not waste excessive materials, as their inherent strength was the true source of their power. The firearm served merely as a tool of defense and was preferable for striking opponents compared to conventional weapons. Thus, under Limulu's encouragement, they entered the arena brimming with confidence. Yet, in their first battle, they encountered a setback, losing the initial round. Limulu had fielded the Tianmeng Silkworm, intending to unleash psychic power to assault the opponents. However, to their astonishment, the opposing team sent forth their ace, a 38-level defensive Soul Master, right from the outset. This individual possessed comprehensive defenses encompassing the physical, spiritual, and mental realms. Even though he himself was a 35-level Soul Master, he was helpless against such all-encompassing protection. This type of Soul Master was a natural counter to the Tianmeng Silkworm. In addition, his offensive capabilities were rather lackluster, ultimately leading Tianming Bingsan to succumb to humiliation and concede defeat. However, shortly thereafter, Rimuru instructed Qin Fong to descend and face him as a true competitor. Qin Fong possessed an elevated level and was a powerful assault-type Soul Master. Although he was not the strongest individual within the Slime Academy, he undoubtedly held the title of the most formidable in terms of offensive prowess. After all, among Rimuru's students, only Qin Fong, Qin Lan, and Wang Qiuer were pure strength-type warriors. Wang Qiuer's strength was commendable, even surpassing that of Qin Fong. Nevertheless, due to her limitations in soul power, lacking one soul ring, her offensive capability fell short when compared to Qin Fong. However, should a confrontation arise, Qin Fong's strength could potentially rank only 5th or 6th, if not lower, as Gu Yunnan and her companions, despite not yet reaching level 40, exhibited undeniable might. When Qin Fong stepped into the arena, he initially conducted a brief probe before launching his assault. With each passing moment, his adversaries fell unconscious, having been struck by his calculated blows, as he refrained from employing excessive force. Subsequently, Qin Fong executed a remarkable maneuver, eliminating all foes in a single stroke. The inaugural contest of the arena concluded with a resounding victory for the Slime Academy. In the ensuing days, the Academy continued its triumphant march, achieving an astonishing 88 consecutive victories, all within a span of 88 days. During this period, every member of the Slime Academy took their turn in the arena, with Yilingling participating in 5 matches and securing 2 victories. Her first win came unexpectedly, utilizing her martial skills to vanquish her opponent. The second victory was also a result of her opponent's carelessness, resulting in a swift knockout. However, in subsequent matches, her opponents recognized her martial prowess and opted for ranged combat, leaving her unable to secure any further wins. Not only she, but Bai Ji, also a support-type Soul Master, took to the arena as well. However, her achievements far surpassed those of Yilingling, as she competed in 13 matches, losing only 4. Her unique soul skill allowed her to rebound enemy attacks, a testament to the saying, "A single skill can conquer all." Coupled with her healing abilities, she maintained an undefeated status. Had she not eventually faced pure brawlers, lacking any soul power manipulation techniques, she might have continued her streak of victories, for her defensive rebound skill was rather overpowered. Apart from her, most others experienced a mix of wins and losses, particularly Gu Yunna, Xiao Wu, Wang Qiuer, and Bing Di. These 4 fought approximately 40 matches each, emerging victorious in every single one. Following closely was ZG, who also engaged in nearly 40 battles, suffering defeat only once. Such impressive records garnered Rimuru's satisfaction, as they drew ever closer to the milestone of 100 consecutive victories. Time flowed swiftly, and soon they reached the critical juncture of 99 consecutive victories. At this point, Rimuru granted everyone a brief respite, recognizing the importance of the upcoming final match, which would determine their graduation eligibility. A 3-day break allowed them the freedom to engage in various activities, albeit with caution. Despite being in Tiando Imperial City, unseemly individuals lurked, their eyes set upon the Slime Academy. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, the intentions of these individuals were unclear, yet they seemed poised to act. Seizing the opportunity, Rimuru conducted an investigation into these characters. Within 2 days, he single-handedly dismantled 4 of their strongholds, capturing dozens and successfully uncovering the forces behind them. Among these were the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall, and spies from various other duchies and kingdoms. Despite their diverse origins, they occasionally exchanged intelligence to facilitate their operations. These 4 strongholds served as their information exchange points. However, they had never encountered each other's appearances, and during exchanges, only one individual would appear daily, ensuring no extraneous interactions. Fortunately, Rimuru possessed a keen eye. Upon a single glance, he could ascertain an individual's identity, allowing him to swiftly apprehend them. The objective of these individuals was straightforward: to gather intelligence on the Tiando Royal Academy. Their surveillance of the Slime Academy was merely ancillary. However, the recent remarkable performance of the Slime Academy had drawn the attention of various factions. Even Bibi Dong found herself intrigued, questioning whether Rimuru's students could indeed achieve 100 consecutive victories. Most individuals were merely spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama, while others harbored genuine intentions to act covertly. The Star Luo Empire, in particular, constantly schemed for revenge against the Soul Beast Empire and Rimuru, devising various plans. Yet, before any actions could be taken, Rimuru had already uncovered their plots, casting them into the dungeons of Tiando Imperial City for Prince Xuexing to handle. Rimuru found little worth in wasting time on these minor players. Additionally, he received a crucial piece of information. The earlier leak concerning the celestial herbs had originated from the Star Luo Empire. They had allied with a human residing in the Star Do Forest, disseminating information about the celestial herbs. However, they likely remained unaware that no humans currently inhabited the Star Do Forest, as all had relocated to the Slime Academy. Thus, any encounters would be with soul beasts in their guise. Furthermore, the testimony indicated that this individual lived within the Star Do Forest, implying he did not reside in the trading village. This revelation narrowed the search significantly, as only 3 soul beasts could transform into human form within the Star Do Forest: Qi Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and Di Tian. Di Tian was immediately ruled out, leaving Qi Wang and Wan Yao Wang as the primary suspects. Consequently, Rimuru promptly notified Di Tian, hoping he would investigate. However, Di Tian appeared indifferent to the matter, prompting Rimuru to notify Tang Hao instead, urging vigilance. Thus, the situation remained unresolved, as no better course of action was available. It seemed the opposing forces capitalized on this knowledge, recognizing Rimuru's limited command over personnel, emboldening their audacity. Now, Rimuru harbored a singular thought. Once the students achieved 100 consecutive victories, he would promptly return to the Star Do Forest to conduct an investigation. Time passed swiftly, and all members of the Slime Academy gathered. Today, the individuals selected to compete were the 7 strongest members of the Academy. Among them, Gu Yuna, Xiao Wu, and Wang Xiu'er had yet to suffer a single defeat. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that Gu Yuna has achieved a remarkable breakthrough during these days, ascending to the rank of 41st level Soul Master. This advancement considerably enhances their prospects of securing 100 consecutive victories. Their opponents, the team from Tiando Academy, comprises 5 Soul Masters whose ages have reached their limit. After today, they will be unable to continue participating as the new year approaches in 2 days, leading to a half-month hiatus in the arena. Consequently, this team will ultimately be disqualified, as they will have exceeded the age limit of 26 years for competition eligibility. Despite facing nameless Soul Masters, Gu Yuna and her companions effortlessly vanquished them, akin to slicing through vegetables. Guyana was the first to take the field, wasting no time in unleashing various combinations of soul powers to defeat her adversary. Following her were Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er, who each utilized their most formidable techniques to dispatch their opponents. The fourth contender was the Ice Empress, who had suffered only one defeat previously, against a fire-type Soul Master of the Soul Master rank. Currently, the Ice Empress is merely a Soul Sovereign, and facing an opponent of a restraining Soul type made victory exceedingly difficult. However, in a match against an adversary of the same rank, she proved her dominance without question. Lastly, the formidable ZG entered the arena. Although she, too, is just a Soul Sovereign, she possesses greater strength compared to Qin Fong, boasting double the number of victories and only a handful of defeats. The two remaining participants are the Qin brothers, yet their entry was rendered unnecessary, as the team had already secured victory in all 5 matches. It is noteworthy that due to the exceptional nature of achieving 100 consecutive wins, the competition format has been altered from the original best-of-7 to a best-of-9 format. This intentional increase in difficulty was established as a rule from the outset. Although some had previously criticized the final rule regarding 100 consecutive victories as unreasonable, no one genuinely believed such a feat could be accomplished, leading to a lack of further discourse. Yet now, witnessing the accomplishments of the Slime Academy, they are left in awe. Congratulations are certainly in order, as the prowess of this team is universally acknowledged and etched in the minds of all observers, particularly the striking name of Slime Academy, which has left a profound impression upon them. Chapter 208. Lying flat. Is this truly a soul bone? It is my first encounter with one. After seeing this soul bone, Tian Mingbing can curiously reached out to touch it. As a reward for their 100 consecutive victories, this soul bone has been entrusted to Rimuru, who is free to distribute it as he sees fit. However, none of the attendees exhibited any interest in the soul bone. Tian Mingbing was merely curious, and should he be offered the chance to utilize it, he would be somewhat reluctant. Thus, Rimuru allowed everyone to handle it briefly before placing it into a soul-guiding artifact. Now let us commence. The members of Tiando Academy have successfully completed their training under my guidance, and you have all graduated. However, should you wish to return, it is not out of the question, as I am still seeking teachers. As long as your abilities reach the Soul King level, you are welcome to apply. Rimuru stated with a smile. Although his initial standard was set at the Soul Emperor level, he has reconsidered. Given the familiarity with these individuals, it is reasonable to slightly relax the recruitment criteria. After all, with their strength, should they become Soul Kings, even average Soul Emperors may not be their match. Nevertheless, external recruitment will still adhere to the Soul Emperor standard. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong and the others rolled their eyes in unison and seized the opportunity to express their desires. This was a promise made by Rimuru. Upon achieving 100 consecutive victories, they would be granted their wishes. Their request was simple, as they sought soul-guiding artifacts, specifically the small pistol crafted by Rimuru. While they each already possessed one, having more would undoubtedly be advantageous. Hence, they intended to request an additional firearm each. Rimuru did not decline. In fact, he provided each of them with 10 rounds of ammunition and modified their existing soul-guiding firearms to accommodate 11 rounds without altering their power. The transformation made these artifacts increasingly resemble real firearms, and should any modern-day traveler lay eyes upon them, they would undoubtedly mistake them for handguns rather than soul-guiding devices. After fulfilling their requests, Rimuru sent them all back. The Snow Knight Emperor also held a brief celebration in the Tiando Empire, inviting the 7 of them to the stage to receive their awards. The nature of their arrival was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the Snow Knight Emperor has begun to cultivate relationships with these individuals. Subsequently, Rimuru remained in Tiando Imperial City for approximately a month before preparing to depart. However, Shuiqing he needed to prepare for the upcoming Soul Master competition and did not accompany him back. Rimuru was already aware of this and granted his permission, advising him to exercise caution, as their opponents were formidable. During this time, both Qinlan and Wang Yin also broke through to the Soul Master realm prior to the competition, significantly enhancing their chances of success. However, Their eventual success will ultimately depend on their own efforts. Rimuru has now returned to Slime Academy, continuing to guide Guyu Na and her peers in their studies. He will temporarily refrain from monitoring Tiando Academy, awaiting the final competition results. Additionally, he intends to investigate the infiltrators within the Stardow Forest. However, as time passes, the information regarding these infiltrators is gradually fading, as if someone is deliberately erasing those clues. The individuals who initially conveyed this information are also meeting their demise one by one, indicating to Rimuru that there are forces intent on concealing the identity of the perpetrator. Consequently, he has reached a dead end in his investigation and must pause his inquiries. During this period, many unwise individuals, emboldened by their strength or status, have demanded that Rimuru surrender the celestial herbs. For those who approached with a more amiable demeanor, Rimuru would simply dismiss them, often choosing to ignore their presence. However, some would brazenly resort to violence, displaying an exceedingly arrogant attitude. Such individuals are deemed unworthy of existence. Nonetheless, Rimuru's actions have not gone unnoticed, and reports of his lethal measures have spread widely. Under the deliberate manipulation of certain individuals, the reputation of the Soul Beast Empire has deteriorated significantly. However, Rimuru remains unfazed by the unfavorable reputation surrounding the Soul Beast Empire. He understands a fundamental truth. Even black and red can be shades of red. Moreover, the disparagement directed at the Soul Beast Empire stems from malicious rumors. Such slanders will ultimately be clarified. What Rimuru desires is for these very accusations to serve as a means of publicity. After all, once people become accustomed to his creations, he need not worry about their marketability. Even if some individuals vocally proclaim their intention to boycott products from the Soul Beast Empire, their actions reveal a different truth, as they continue to utilize those very goods. Naturally, there are also extremists who vandalize Rimuru's figurines and similar items. These individuals, however, have been apprehended by the soldiers of the Tiando Empire on charges of damaging public property. The laws of the Tiando Empire are stringent, and offenses involving the destruction of public or private property often result in sentences of 3 to 4 years, which is considered lenient. Consequently, unless someone posts bail for them, they might find themselves fortunate if they can walk out unscathed after serving their time. The prison is filled with a multitude of individuals with peculiar preferences, and once these vandals are incarcerated, they can only hope for the best. Thus, Rimuru harbors no concerns regarding such boycotts. Human nature is driven by self-interest, and once these individuals awaken to reality, they will realize that the Soul Beast Empire has suffered negligible losses, while they themselves have incurred significant setbacks. Furthermore, the Tiando Empire is actively seeking out those who spread falsehoods and dealing with them accordingly. Presently, Rimuru reclines comfortably at home, needing to do little more than observe. As the Soul Master Tournament commenced, he remained leisurely at home, and even during the finals, he continued to watch the events unfold from his relaxed position. At one point, the Wuhuan Temple extended an invitation to Rimuru in the name of the state. However, he declined, though this proposition came from Emperor Shuiyi. Bibi Dong was also eager for Rimuru's presence, and she readily accepted the invitation. Nevertheless, Rimuru chose to decline, both to protect Bibi Dong and to avoid any appearance of impropriety. As for the ultimate outcome of the tournament, the Tiando Empire did not achieve victory, with the champion title once again claimed by the Wuhuan Temple, marking their consecutive win. This victory not only solidified their dominance, but also showcased their unique insights into the cultivation of Soul Masters. Previously, the Huangdo team ranked 3rd or 4th, while the 2nd place was consistently held by the Xing Luo Empire. Now, they have surpassed the Xing Luo Empire and came close to dethroning the Wuhuan Temple team, illustrating their remarkable progress. Chapter 209. Enrollment. The Soul Master Tournament has come to a close, resulting in a distinct ranking among various powers. The Wuhuan Temple rightfully occupies the foremost position, with each participant in the competition being at least a Soul Master of level 40, and even including one Soul Sovereign of level 50. In contrast, the Tiando Royal Academy has only 3 Soul Masters, with the remainder being Soul Sovereigns. while the Xing Luo Empire fares even worse with only 2 soul masters. Had the Tiando Academy not entrusted their training to Rimuru, it is likely that this team would not have possessed a single soul master. They would have been overwhelmed by the Xing Luo Empire, continuing their streak as perennial 3rd place finishers. After all, they have consistently placed 3rd for 2 or 3 years, with one instance resulting in a 4th place finish. The Xing Luo Empire had previously leveraged their royal lineage to secure a few first-place victories, alternating wins with the Wuhuan Temple. However, overall, the Wuhuan Temple has proven slightly superior due to their frequent victories. On the other hand, while the Tiando Empire enjoys the privilege of not having to participate in preliminary rounds, they also face regular failures, often becoming stepping stones for other dark horses among the 3 major powers. Despite this, they have occasionally clinched first place, though their victories pale in comparison to those of the Wuhuan Temple and Xing Luo Empire. In fact, 3rd place has become their norm, thus obtaining a 2nd place finish, and nearly toppling the Wuhuan Temple team has fulfilled a long-held dream for them. However, upon receiving this news, Rimuru merely shook his head in dismay, sighing continuously. It is unfortunate that time was too short. Had I been granted 2 more years, I could have undoubtedly trained them to become invincible beings at their level. But alas, the past cannot be changed, and there is no need to dwell on it. From this moment on, I must focus on my own responsibilities and nurture Guyuna and the others to their fullest potential. With this thought, Rimuru smiled. As of now, there are 5 years remaining until the next Elite Soul Master Tournament. The Slime Academy, including the yet-to-return Shui Qinghe, Tang San, and Bai Qinxiang, along with Ning Rongrong, who has reserved a spot, consists of a total of 11 individuals. Presently, expanding the student body is not Rimuru's primary concern. His goal is to elevate the strength of these individuals to ensure their victory in the Soul Master Tournament. Moreover, if conditions permit, Rimuru aspires for them to secure consecutive championships, thereby establishing a solid reputation for the Slime Academy and the Soul Beast Empire. Following this, he could endeavor to help them break through to the title Douluo or even Divine Realms. Rimuru himself might even attempt to push his own limits, perhaps achieving success as well. However, the current enrollment at the Slime Academy is indeed quite limited. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recent conclusion of the Soul Master Tournament, Rimuru has announced his recruitment criteria. The standards for teachers remain unchanged. Candidates must possess at least the rank of Soul Emperor to qualify for an interview. The interviewer, none other than the esteemed Tang Hao, a title Douluo of level 96, is known publicly as Tang Ritian. Rimuru has opted not to change this moniker, and since he has grown accustomed to it, he refrains from commenting further. Consequently, this announcement has generated considerable excitement. After all, the majority of Soul Masters may never encounter a title Douluo in their lifetime. Many have approached with a sense of curiosity, eager to meet Tang Hao. Yet, most of these hopefuls were swiftly eliminated, as their first and often second soul rings were white, which does not align with Rimuru's recruitment standards. Thus, there is no necessity to allow them entry to prevent them from leading others astray. As for those with genuine strength, they remain in a state of observation, as the individuals currently produced by the Slime Academy are still few in number and have yet to secure a championship. Furthermore, their training at the Slime Academy has only spanned a year, causing skepticism regarding the potential for significant advancement within such a short time frame. Many continue to believe that their progress is unrelated to the Slime Academy. This represents the prevailing view of 90% of Soul Masters regarding the Slime Academy. However, those who are privy to the inside information are eager to join, yet most are hindered by their status and can only opt for part-time positions, which Rimuru is unable to accommodate. Due to the policy here, part-time positions are not accepted, with the exception of Qinxin, the elder of Qibao, Liuli Zone. After all, this was an arrangement made earlier with Ning Fengji, who was tasked with finding a teacher. To his surprise, he brought Qinxin directly. This was also Qinxin's own choice, as he wished to engage more with Limulu and other titled Douluos, which would aid in enhancing his own strength. Gurong, being somewhat lazy, did not contest Qinxin's arrival and allowed him to join without dispute. Thus, the Slime Academy welcomed an additional teacher of title Douluo caliber. Upon Qin's arrival, Limulu promptly announced the news to the world. Seizing the moment, he initiated the enrollment process with two conditions. First, applicants must be at least 6 years old with innate soul power above level 7 to enter the lower grades. Second, those under 13 with soul power above level 18 and a non-white first spirit ring could apply for an interview. These conditions were considerably more lenient compared to those of Shrek Academy in the original narrative. Most notably, the Slime Academy, affluent in resources, required no registration fee. In fact, students could even have their travel expenses reimbursed, provided they presented a receipt as proof of their origin and destination. However, this reimbursement came with a stipulation. Only applicants meeting the criteria would be eligible, as the Academy's finances were not to be squandered, despite their rapid income through trade. Indiscriminate spending would deplete even a mountain of gold within a decade. Limulu's approach garnered significant goodwill from common soul masters, many of whom could not afford better academies and were left to settle for free institutions. Under the Soul Beast Empire's banner, the Slime Academy not only waived fees but also reimbursed travel costs, alleviating any concerns regarding travel. Furthermore, successful enrollees would enjoy free accommodation and meals, along with a monthly stipend of a silver soul coin. The Academy also instituted a new rule whereby every quarter there would be a class examination, with the top student receiving herbs to enhance their physique and a gold soul coin as a reward. At the end of each year, a grand examination would take place, rewarding the top 10 performers with unspecified but presumably generous prizes, leaving much to the imagination. A month passed, and the Slime Academy ceased enrollment. Having reached its capacity of 200 students, the maximum it could currently accommodate due to the limited number of teachers, despite recruiting 2 instructors. Their expertise lay primarily in practical teaching, necessitating Limulu's personal involvement in theoretical instruction. The 200 students were divided into 5 classes, each containing 40 pupils. Although the numbers were somewhat excessive, the lack of teaching staff necessitated this arrangement. Among these, 2 classes were for lower grades, while the remaining 3 catered to higher grades. Limulu entrusted the lower grade students to Bai He and Liu Erlong, with one of the newly recruited teachers also assigned to assist. Their rotation would suffice to manage the 80 young children, who would require minimal preparation of teaching materials, as they were still learning the fundamentals. Once any student's strength surpassed level 18, regardless of age, they would advance to the higher grade classes within a month. The graduation standards at the Slime Academy were notably stringent. This was made clear by Limulu during the conference he had just inaugurated, where he stated that no one would graduate without attaining the Soul Emperor level. This declaration sent shockwaves through the student body, as they had never encountered such a demanding graduation requirement. Many voiced their skepticism, but Limulu's response was straightforward. Those lacking confidence in becoming a Soul Emperor were welcome to withdraw, and he would compensate them with 100 gold soul coins. This statement rendered the students speechless. Limulu's generosity was apparent, as 100 gold soul coins could represent a significant portion of an ordinary soul master's lifetime earnings. Even those above the Soul King rank would find it challenging to amass this sum without undertaking perilous missions or saving for years. Consequently, these proud newcomers fell silent, as none had come seeking wealth. They aimed to enhance their abilities but were constrained by finances, leading them to settle for this academy. After all, the Slime Academy had advertised its numerous titled Douluos, assuring newcomers of their safety, a claim unmatched by any institution other than the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Thus, all accepted the rules in silence and prepared to embrace their new lives. Before concluding, Limulu announced 3 additional matters. First, he would distribute 1 gold soul coin to each individual present, allowing them 3 days to purchase their necessities. Following this, there would be a quarter of closed management, where no one could leave the campus, not even if their parents arrived. However, parents would be permitted entry. This would be the only opportunity to leave for the next 3 months, and Limulu intended to make this a tradition, returning annually. When this announcement was made, the crowd fell silent, though many displayed dissatisfaction. Limulu paid no heed and proceeded with his second announcement. He would establish a special class under his direct supervision, with no one else allowed to intervene. Unsurprisingly, this class would include Qilin and her companions, as well as Tang San, beast.Existing, and Rongrong, who had just joined the Slime Academy. The class would consist of 11 individuals. During the quarterly assessments, they would oversee the examination while ensuring the safety of other students. Given their capabilities, Limulu also privately promised them benefits to ensure they were not working in vain. As the year-end assessment approached, the top 10 students were granted the opportunity to engage in duels, either individually or in teams. Whether it was a will battle or a scenario where one faced 10, any arrangement was permissible, with the exception that support-type soul masters were excluded from the challenge. This served as a subtle means of protecting Rongrong, who, after all, possessed little combat capability. Victorious participants would receive additional rewards, while those who lost would face no repercussions. Limulu implemented this strategy to illuminate the vast chasm between these students and the truly monstrous prodigies. However, at present, they seemed oblivious to Limulu's intentions, perceiving only a generous gesture from him. After all, none had ever encountered a member of this special class, nor did they know who was involved. Subsequently, Limulu announced a third stipulation. If any of these individuals could reach level 25 before the age of 10, or level 35 before the age of 15, they would be granted direct entry into the special class, where Limulu would personally instruct them, while Limulu would present himself as a theoretical teacher. Theoretical courses for lower grades required at least 2 sessions per day, whereas higher grades might not have a single class in 2 days. Given that each session spanned half a day, the maximum would be 2 classes per day, meaning they might not encounter Limulu daily, perhaps only once every 2 or 3 days. In contrast, members of the special class would be present every day. Thus, when this news was revealed, every new student erupted with excitement. By this point, the conference was drawing to a close. Limulu delivered a brief congratulatory speech, reintroduced the Academy's instructors, and distributed maps of the Academy before concluding the event, granting the new students a 3-day holiday. They cheered joyously and departed in groups, despite their brief tenure at the Slime Academy, with some having joined merely 2 days prior, and others for up to half a month. They had already begun to seek companions with whom to bond, indicating their acceptance of this new environment. Limulu then packed his belongings and proceeded to the office building, where Gu Yuna and others awaited. Among them were Tang San and beast.Existing, all gazing at Limulu with expressions of eagerness and curiosity, as today marked their day of soul awakening. In Chapter 211, Soul Awakening, beast.Existing successfully awakened her soul, the sharp-tailed swift, with innate soul power at level 10, a truly joyous occasion. Limulu was the first to assist beast.Existing in awakening her soul. Upon witnessing his granddaughter's achievement, Bai beamed with delight. "Ha ha, this is splendid. My dear granddaughter, our Min family hasn't seen innate level 10 soul power in ages. You've truly brought us pride." He lifted his granddaughter and showered her with affection. beast.Existing, feeling a bit overwhelmed, wriggled free, her face scrunched with disdain. "Grandpa, please, not in front of so many people. It's so embarrassing." "What is there to be embarrassed about? You are my beloved granddaughter. Come, what do you want to eat or play today? I'll take you anywhere." "Really?" beast.Existing's eyes sparkled at his words. "I want to go to the amusement park in Tiando City, and a roasted whole lamb. There is especially delicious. Oh, and I want third brother to come with me. It wouldn't be as fun without him." "Haha, I have no objections, but it depends on whether he agrees. Right, young master?" He acknowledged Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Although their previous relationship had been strained, time had softened his stance toward Tang San. "I'm fine with it. Spending a day with my sister is no trouble at all. But first, I should awaken my soul." Tang San shrugged and stepped forward, preparing for his awakening. "Tang San, are you ready? Given your current state, innate level 10 soul power might be somewhat low. Thus, whatever happens next, you must endure." Upon hearing Limulu's words, Tang San felt a tinge of confusion, but nodded, closing his eyes. Limulu then directed his gaze towards Ain, Tang Hao, and Lan Yinwang. Their expressions were remarkably similar, filled with anticipation for what kind of soul Tang San would awaken in the nature of his innate soul power. Limulu surveyed the area, took a deep breath, and unleashed his ability to assist Tang San in awakening his soul. Instantly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from him, soaring skyward. The intense radiance pierced through the rooftop, reaching for the heavens. Students remaining at the Slime Academy, unable to partake in the festivities outside, gazed in wonder at this phenomenon from their dorms or the playground. Although the spectacle appeared extravagant, it posed no tangible harm. The roof remained intact, and the visual effect was merely striking. At that moment, Tang San found himself holding a blue-silver grass, which, while beautiful, was undeniably ordinary. As the blue-silver grass manifested, a collective sigh arose from the onlookers. After all, blue-silver grass was widely regarded as a worthless martial soul. Even with Ain present, it did not alter the perception of the blue-silver grass's status. However, unexpectedly, a surge of soul power emanated from Tang San's left hand, revealing a small hammer. Yet, it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, for Tang San lacked the strength to control it. Is that the Haotian hammer? A dual martial soul? The crowd was left aghast at this revelation. Yet, the emergence of a dual martial soul also stirred concerns, as research on dual martial souls in their era was limited. While dual martial souls held significant potential, a misstep could lead to a clash of powers, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the soul master. There have been precedents of such tragedies. Fear not, even with a dual martial soul. As long as you treat it as a singular martial soul during your training, there will be no issues. The second martial soul can be awakened after you reach the rank of Soul Sage, or even title Da, at which point every soul ring will be of 10,000 years. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing Rimuru's words, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a method. Even those who had encountered the dual martial souls of Bibidong had not considered this approach. After all, Bibidong's second martial soul did not mirror Rimuru's suggestion of acquiring soul rings later on. She had already obtained numerous soul rings in the early stages. Although these later evolved into black soul rings, this was a result of her passing the trials of the gods. Each trial she overcame elevated the level of her soul rings. Currently, Bibidong was only one trial away from attaining the qualification for divinity, yet she remained stuck at the 98th level. Originally, when the tournament concluded, Rimuru had contacted her and learned that she had reached the pinnacle of 99 levels. However, due to the constraints of the trials, she could only exhibit the strength of a 98th level Super Daw. Nevertheless, she had allocated nearly all her rewards to her second martial soul's soul rings, enhancing their age to 10,000 years, while maintaining the soul rings of her first martial soul unchanged. This strategy was designed to mislead her adversaries and lower their guard. She publicly declared her status as a 98th level Super Daw. Upon learning of her tactics, Rimuru said nothing, as her actions were consistent with the original narrative. However, he did inquire about how to cultivate dual martial souls. While Rimuru also possessed two martial souls, his power was not cultivated but rather derived from consumption. Thus, Bibidong provided appropriate suggestions. Now, after slight modifications, these could be effectively applied to Tang San. At this moment, the Blue-Silver King stepped forward, stating, "Master, may I commence now?" According to the original plan, he intended to offer a sacrifice as soon as Tang San awakened his martial soul. However, the power of the sacrifice would not be as potent as directly transforming into a soul spirit. Thus, the current situation was ideal for him to become Tang San's soul spirit. Moreover, Tang San's strength was still quite limited. If the Blue-Silver King, who originally possessed 10,000 years of power, were to transform into a soul spirit, he could at least provide 3 10,000-year soul rings. However, based on Rimuru's estimates, there was a significant likelihood that the Blue-Silver King would directly furnish the first 4 soul rings without any hindrance. This meant that the initial 4 rings, colored yellow and purple, would manifest without the need to hunt soul beasts, with at least 1 black soul ring guaranteed to follow. Beyond that, uncertainty reigned, and even Rimuru could not ascertain. Further research was required in this regard. At this juncture, everyone held their breath. intently awaiting the Blue Silver King's integration into Tang San's being. The two were closely aligned, eyes closed, attuning to each other's soul power and essence. Rimuru transformed into a slime form, utilizing his abilities to bind them together. The atmosphere was grave as all present observed this moment, absorbing the methodology of soul spirit creation. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the Blue Silver King fully merged into Tang San's body. Upon his entry, Tang San involuntarily shivered, emitting a sound of contentment. Then, a white radiance enveloped him, heralding the eruption of his soul power. Most notably, a yellow soul ring began to materialize around him. Tang San, immediately sit down and concentrate on solidifying the soul ring. Even after its appearance, do not cease your efforts, but continue to gather energy. Rimuru urged, sensing the moment's significance. Tang San complied without hesitation, settling into a cross-legged position to focus on consolidating his soul ring. Although this was his first attempt, rendering him somewhat inexperienced, he gradually acclimated to the sensation and began to shape his inaugural soul ring. Within moments, a vibrant yellow soul ring emerged from his being. Yet, he adhered to Rimuru's instruction and remained seated, continuing his meditation. At that moment, the shadow of a second yellow soul ring appeared around him, astonishing everyone present. They had not anticipated that Tang San was not merely at the innate level of full soul power at rank 10, but rather at innate rank 20. Those gathered, save for Rimuru, had never witnessed anyone with soul power reaching such heights from birth. However, had they encountered Qian Rinshua, their astonishment would have been mitigated. Thus, after another 10 minutes, the second soul ring manifested around Tang San. Yet he did not rise, but persisted in his meditative state. His soul power surged dramatically, climbing from 20 to 24, nearing the threshold of 25 before stabilizing. This spectacle left all present profoundly astonished. Tang Hao and Ain exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. At that moment, a peculiar little sprout emerged from the top of Tang San's head. "Master, we have succeeded." This sprout, the blue silvergrass, was indeed the Blue Silver King, although its current position was somewhat awkward. "Mom, Dad, Godmother, I am now at level 24. Tang San exclaimed joyfully, dancing with glee. Yet, in his excitement, he did not forget to acknowledge Rimuru, which left Rimuru feeling somewhat fatigued. "Tang San, please be honest. What was your level when you first began to solidify the soul ring? This will allow me to assess your capabilities more accurately." After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang San replied, "Just right, level 19. 19, you say?" Rimuru nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of his innate talent. In the original narrative, due to his dual martial souls, Tang San possessed a naturally full soul power. This remained true. However, owing to Ain, he had overflowed with power upon awakening his martial soul. Particularly after the Blue Silver King became his soul spirit, this overflow became even more pronounced. Had he not swiftly solidified his soul ring, his body might have been overwhelmed by the sheer force of his soul power. Yet, before melding with the Blue Silver King, Tang San's talent, while formidable at 19, still paled in comparison to Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna. Nonetheless, he possessed his own advantages, being the sole individual thus far with dual soul spirits. This conferred upon Tang San a unique edge. If he found himself overmatched, he could summon not one, but two allies for assistance. This far surpassed Xiao Wu's capabilities. Furthermore, both Ain and the Blue Silver King exhibited remarkable compatibility with Tang San. Thus, the path of advancement following Tang San will be remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant pressure. According to Limulu's insights, the strength of the Lan Yin Wang can, at the very least, support Tang San in ascending to the Spirit King realm, which is within the threshold of level 50. He may acquire spirit rings without the need to hunt spirit beasts. If fortune favors him, he might even reach the 60th level, the Spirit Emperor rank, where the power of Lan Yin Wang could again play a pivotal role in helping him condense a 10,000-year spirit ring. As for Ain, her strength is more than sufficient to condense 4 spirit rings without issue. With a stroke of good luck, It is even possible that all 4 spirit rings could be of 100,000 years. However, such luck is a monumental rarity. Even if the situation does not reach such extremes, Ain can still assure Tang San of 3 stable black spirit rings and 1 red spirit ring, as deduced by Limulu, the king of wisdom. Yet, as Limulu contemplated this, Tang San's body suddenly underwent a transformation. His appearance became more refined, his limbs elongated, and his skin turned fair and youthful. His originally short black hair transformed into a cascade of silky blue locks. Even his eyes changed, resembling a yin's, exuding a captivating allure, and his eyelashes appeared twice as long as before. His lips also became notably fuller. In this guise, anyone unfamiliar with him would undoubtedly mistake him for a girl. Even Limulu, upon witnessing Tang San's current form, momentarily ceased to breathe. The others gasped in astonishment. For Tang San now bore a striking resemblance to Ain, were he to don a long dress. Those who were not intimately familiar with them would likely struggle to distinguish between Ain and Tang San. Tang San, you are simply exquisite. Mother adores this appearance. You are utterly adorable, Ain exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. However, Tang San was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the changes he had undergone. Tang Hao produced a small mirror, and upon glancing at it, Tang San was left dumbfounded. Is this really me? Of course it is you. Who else could it be? Limulu jested, then, with a glint in his eye, produced a dress. How about we try it on? After all, you are also a student of the Slime Academy. You cannot overlook our glorious tradition. Upon seeing the dress, terror filled Tang San's eyes, and his entire being resisted the notion. Yet, a yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gently took the dress and coaxed him. Little San, be good, just this once, all right? Hearing his mother say so, despair clouded Tang San's gaze. No. Chapter 213. Tang San in women's attire under the watchful eyes of all. Tang San stepped out, clad in a sky-blue dress. His hair fashioned into a ponytail, his face flushed. His demeanor was exceedingly bashful, with each step more delicate than that of a woman. He embodied an enchanting grace that was utterly captivating. The blush extending to his ears and neck only accentuated his allure. His eyes, partially averted in shyness, added an element of unique embarrassment, making him all the more irresistible, especially Ain, who, upon seeing her son so stunningly beautiful, could no longer contain herself and leaped forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Even Tang Hao could not help but express, if only Tang San were truly my daughter, for his current appearance was a world apart from the boy he once was. That's enough. I have changed and applied makeup for you to see. Can we be done now? Tang San exclaimed, his expression, combined with crossed arms, only heightened the excitement around him. Initially, Tang San had vehemently rejected this behavior. However, he was unable to withstand the persuasive tactics of his mother, Ain, and the relentless mental nudges from Limulu and others. Even Bai Qinxiang expressed a desire to catch a glimpse. Thus, under the combined pressures of their persuasion, Tang San found himself in this predicament, much to Limulu's delight. All right, enjoy yourselves, but do not truly break Tang San in the process. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Limulu remarked with a smile before briskly departing. Once he exited the building, a shriek echoed from within, leaving one to wonder what fate had befallen Tang San. However, this was of no concern to Limulu, who was now focused on his pressing task, retrieving Ning Rongrong. Although she had directly joined the Slime Academy, she had recently returned from a trip. Her martial soul had awakened on her birthday, the tulip being a gift from Limulu. Now, Ning Rongrong's martial soul had successfully transformed from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Moreover, due to her awakening coinciding with the absorption of this celestial herb, she not only possessed innate full spirit power, but was also a mere 3 levels away from reaching level 20. As the effects of the herb continued to manifest, her spirit power level had risen again during this period. The effects of the tulip would likely accompany Ning Rongrong for about 5 years before fully integrating into her body, given that she was only 6 years old and still in a developmental phase. The absorption of the herb could not be hastened. Had she been over 10 or an adult, the absorption would have been swifter, resulting in a more pronounced increase in her spirit power level. Currently, Ning Rongrong's growth was constrained by her physical condition. Had Limulu not sealed the tulip's potency with his own abilities, Ning Rongrong would not have been able to safely absorb it for 4 to 5 years. Within 2 years, the herb's effects would have gradually diminished with time. As for the other celestial herbs, Limulu had set aside a portion as leverage for trading with the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Tiando Empire. The remainder had long been distributed among Guyu Na and others following their 100 consecutive victories. Presently, the small ice and fire yin-yang eye at Xinghu had been completely stripped bare, leaving nothing behind, which extinguished the ambitions of those who sought these celestial herbs. Despite this, some stubborn individuals attempted to sneak in, only to be devoured by Emperor Tian. Limulu harbored no sympathy for such fools. Being eaten was merely a consequence of their own folly. Subsequently, upon bringing Ning Rongrong back, Limulu assigned her to his class and convened a brief meeting with all the teachers, establishing a singular rule for their guidance. The utmost priority is to diligently safeguard the students' safety, regardless of the circumstances, ensuring their well-being remains the paramount objective. Following this, the re-evaluation of lesson plans is of great importance. The lesson plans have been meticulously prepared and scrutinized countless times prior. This occasion merely serves as a routine check, a precaution against any forgetfulness on the part of some individuals. On the afternoon preceding the start of the semester, Limulu arrived outside the academy to greet the returning students. Upon seeing Limulu waiting at the entrance, some students joyfully approached to greet him with handshakes or even warm embraces. Conversely, others timidly skirted around him, embodying the archetype of a student fearful of authority. A few were so intimidated by Limulu's presence that they hesitated to enter, seemingly afraid of potential reprimands. Limulu found their behavior perplexing and urged them to step inside, for he would not chastise those who committed no wrongdoing. Unbeknownst to him, these very students had inadvertently damaged his figurine, which served both as a promotional tool and a directional guide, situated just a few hundred meters around the corner. Only after all the students had returned to the academy did Limulu learn of the incident, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Nonetheless, he refrained from punishing them and simply offered a mild admonishment to the culprits before moving on. Later that evening, after finishing dinner, Limulu returned outside the academy and released Xiong roar. "I'm finally free. Ha ha ha!" Xiong exclaimed with exuberance. However, he quickly lay down, behaving as docile as a Siberian husky. "May I inquire, Master Limulu, why have you released me this time? Of course there is a reason. Otherwise, I would not have let you out so easily. With Lanin Wang now serving as Tang San spirit, our gatekeeper is no more. If you do not mind, could you assist me in guarding the entrance?" "Absolutely. I would be delighted to help, as long as you do not confine me again. I will obey any command you give, Master Limulu." Xiong nodded fervently. He had spent far too long within Limulu's body. Although he could perceive the happenings outside, the unrelenting solitude and inability to communicate with the outside world, even to enhance his own power, had become unbearable. Now, regardless of the circumstances, he was eager to step out. For the time being, Xiong was completely subjugated by Limulu. Whether this subservience was genuine or feigned would require time to ascertain. At least while Limulu was present, he would not cause any disturbances. Moreover, with so many titled Douluos around, should he dare to misbehave, he would find himself roasted without Limulu needing to intervene. Chapter 214. 5 years Xiong agreed to serve as the gatekeeper of the Slime Academy. Whether his intentions were sincere or otherwise, he was compelled to present an appearance of compliance while Limulu was present, to prevent alarming the students. Limulu instructed him to adopt a human guise. Xiong human form resembled a bald figure clad in a bear fur coat. Though he appeared youthful, the baldness seemed incongruous. One might wonder about Xiong aesthetic sensibilities, questioning why he chose such a look. However, according to his own words, he simply preferred this appearance. Limulu, indifferent to his choice, cared only that he did not frighten the students. Furthermore, Limulu was not asking him to work for free. He would receive a modest remuneration. However, Compared to the compensation other teachers received, Xiong rewards would be considerably less, as his status warranted only limited trust. Should Limulu need to leave, he would have to rely on Tian to oversee Xiong. Thus, the official opening day of the Slime Academy finally arrived, marking the true commencement of its academic endeavors. Although students from Tiando Academy had previously visited for further training, that occasion was more experimental, aimed at validating Limulu's teaching methods. The results were striking, with every student experiencing significant improvements in their abilities. Hence, what transpired now was the genuine inaugural day of the Slime Academy. The first order of business was, of course, the customary academy assembly. Limulu gathered all the students in the playground and delivered a lengthy speech filled with motivational platitudes. Being the dean, he felt compelled to utter such words, even though he understood their limited impact. However, it was essential to maintain a facade. Otherwise, if students began spreading unreliable information, the already tenuous reputation of the Slime Academy could deteriorate further in the eyes of outsiders. Following his speech, Limulu articulated his educational philosophy. In essence, the guiding principle of the Slime Academy was straightforward: to empower the students. As for the second tenet, Limulu did not elaborate much, merely stating the intent to foster peace between humans and spirit beasts. While this was the founding ethos of the Academy, it did not encapsulate Limulu's teaching philosophy. Instead, he expressed his intention for each student to have a tailored plan for obtaining spirit souls based on their rankings following their ascension to the Spirit Master rank, acknowledging the current challenges in spirit acquisition. Until then, students were to utilize conventional methods to secure spirit rings. As approximately 90% of the 1,000-year and 100-year spirit beasts were wild, devoid of reason. Although this stance might seem hypocritical, Limulu had to concede that he could not communicate with these beasts, necessitating such an approach. Provided that no species faced extinction, there was little cause for concern. Both Guyuna and Tian concurred with this strategy, as they recognized that irrational spirit beasts, while akin to their kin, were also their sustenance. This notion was a shared understanding among all sentient spirit beasts. After briefly outlining these matters, Limulu ceded the floor to other teachers, allowing them to share their thoughts and teaching philosophies, after which the assembly concluded. Among the faculty, Bai spoke the longest, being the leader of the Minji clan, naturally possessing superior oratory skills compared to others. Thus, what could have been a simple assembly lasting just over an hour stretched to nearly 2 hours, with Limulu nearly dozing off in his seat as he listened. The act of dozing off by him was keenly observed by the students below. Thus, the latest figurine of Limulu, depicting the image of the dozing principal, was born and became a bestseller within the following year. Limulu felt quite helpless, but chose not to concern himself with it. Instead, he even collected a few for himself. Throughout that year, the students of the academy gradually adapted to this environment. In fact, thereafter, Limulu permitted students aged 12 and above to form teams freely to participate in competitions at the Tiando Royal City Arena. The competition expenses were covered by the Slime Academy. As long as they registered and held a receipt, reimbursement would be granted. As for the prizes won after the competitions, if they were in the form of gold soul coins, the Slime Academy would take a 10% cut, while the remainder would belong to the students. If the rewards were items, the Slime Academy would not claim anything, allowing the students to keep everything. Consequently, after a year of study at the Slime Academy, those who reached the appropriate age eagerly chose to compete in the arena. In no time, the top-ranking teams in the arena were predominantly composed of Slime Academy participants. Furthermore, in the next 2 to 3 years, the teams from the Slime Academy showcased their formidable prowess, dominating the top 20 positions in the arena. No team could shake their standing. Neither the 5 Elements Academy, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, nor the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan could compete. Even the reformed Tiando Academy was unable to contend, relegated to trailing behind the Slime Academy. However, as time passed, the 5th year of the Slime Academy's establishment arrived. That year, an unforeseen event transpired. An obscure student unexpectedly surged into the top 10 of the arena, shattering the Slime Academy's monopoly. This left everyone astounded. Yet, the name of this academy was unfamiliar to most. Even those who had heard of it held only a vague recollection, lacking any real understanding of its essence. Nevertheless, upon hearing the name Shrek Academy, Limulu's interest was piqued. Shrek Academy? How intriguing. I never imagined that after I had taken the 3 most significant characters from the original story, they would still flourish. It seems Flandre possesses some ability, successfully persuading a few little monsters to join his academy. Since their last encounter, Limulu and Flandre had not met again. But the distance between their academies was not particularly far. A mere 2 to 3 days by carriage would suffice to reach it. Thus, Limula decided to take some time to fly over, intending to meet this principal and also inviting Lu Erlong to accompany him. After all, there were less than 6 months until the Soul Master Elite competition commenced. 5 swift years had passed, and Limula naturally wished to make ample preparations while also getting a glimpse of this formidable rival's true nature. Chapter 215. In Disarray, Principal Limulu. Do you truly intend to visit Shrek Academy? I feel there may be no necessity. While Flandre's abilities are commendable and his team has made it to the top 10, it seems somewhat inappropriate to seek them out for such a trivial matter. Lu Erlong expressed reluctance regarding the timing of their visit to Flandre. However, Limulu remained undeterred. He organized matters on his end, ensured that Xiong was well looked after, and unceremoniously took Lu Erlong along with him. Lu Erlong, despite having ascended to the rank of 81st level Soul Duo with Limulu's assistance, still felt a tinge of apprehension when facing Flandre. Yet, regardless of her resistance, she was unable to escape Limulu's grasp. Ultimately, she was forcibly brought along. Upon their meeting, both Lu Erlong and Flandre awkwardly shook hands, as this manner of encounter had never crossed their minds. Lu Erlong, it has been a long time. You still look as beautiful as ever. Flandre awkwardly scratched his head. Lu Erlong, equally bashful, found herself at a loss for words. Limulu observed this scene in silence before stepping forward to address Flandre. Principal Flandre, do you still remember me? Of course I remember you, Principal Limulu. That incident from years ago is etched in my memory forever. Your deceit was remarkably high. You managed to fool even me, which ultimately led to my little shop never reopening, Flandre remarked, masking his embarrassment with a smile. After a brief handshake, Limulu proceeded to convey the purpose of his visit. Principal Flandre, I shan't beat around the bush. I am aware that Shrek Academy lacks formal accreditation. Therefore, I have a request of moderate significance. Should you agree, I will immediately contact the Snow Knight Emperor to help you obtain the necessary qualifications. Given the strength of your students, it would be a pity if they did not participate in the Soul Master Elite competition in half a year. Is it truly that simple? Then what is your request? Flandre inquired, preemptively adding, let me make it clear, any actions that violate moral boundaries or involve violence, or any request for me to join you, should not even be mentioned, as I shall not agree. Rest assured, my requests are quite trivial and will not place you in a difficult position. The primary reason for my visit is simply to meet your students. While they have made appearances in the arena, they all wore masks, and unfortunately, when I visited recently, they were absent. Thus, I thought it best to come here to see them and have a word with you. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Well, that is certainly agreeable. Flandre beamed, inviting Limulu and Lu Erlong into the academy, where they witnessed the students undergoing training under Xiao Wujia. This is our teacher Xiao Wujia, a soul saint of considerable strength. The individuals being trained under him are our students from Shrek Academy. Upon seeing them, Limulu carefully observed and discovered that he was familiar with only about half of the students present. The remaining half were entirely unknown to him, likely introduced as new original characters to advance the plot. Thus, there were a total of 8 individuals. Among them were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were originally members of the 7 protagonists in the story. However, for unfamiliar faces had emerged. One individual wielded a sword and appeared quite formidable, having reached the level of Soul Zune. The other 3, resembling 2 brothers, possessed a martial spirit that was a vine adorned with flame patterns, which appeared rather peculiar, possibly bearing toxic properties. The prowess of these 2 individuals is that of a soul master. As for the final one, they rank among the highest within the current Shrek Academy. At this juncture in the original text, only Dai Mu Bai had approached the strength of a Soul Sovereign. However, for reasons unknown, Dai Mu Bai has now attained the status of a Soul Sovereign. This individual is also a Soul Sovereign, wielding a formidable Wolf Fang mace as her martial soul. It is worth mentioning that this Soul Master, who brandishes the Wolf Fang mace, is a slender woman with a delicate appearance. Yet, when she swings her mace, she exudes an aura of ferocity, completely dispelling any notions of fragility. Even a single strike could potentially overwhelm opponents of equal rank. Presently, Zhao Wuji finds himself under siege by all 8 of them. The girl wielding the Wolf Fang mace inflicts considerable pain upon Zhao Wuji during her attacks, making her strikes the most formidable among the group. Limulu, through careful observation, has discerned that her soul skills seem solely to enhance strength and speed, devoid of any offensive techniques. This martial soul is indeed somewhat extreme. Currently, there are only 8 of us here. The 9th student, due to certain circumstances, has returned home and will return later. This individual is also a support-type Soul Master, possessing the capability to engage in combat as well, thus considered a semi-support. She is akin to the character Duguyen from Tiando Academy. Upon hearing Flander's words, Limula nodded. It is a commendable lineup, with 2 Soul Sovereigns and the rest being Soul Masters. 6 months should suffice for some students to elevate their strength to that of a Soul Sovereign, should you apply your abilities effectively. Haha, I appreciate your compliment. However, it is not solely my influence. Their current strength is a result of their innate talent and diligence, as they have cultivated themselves to this point. Flander humbly remarked, though his proud demeanor betrayed his words. After observing for a while, they returned to the office to discuss serious matters. Limula spent 3 days at Shrek Academy, observing the situation before departing. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Lu Erlong to bring the qualification certificate to this place. From today onward, Shrek Academy will possess its own qualification certificate and will no longer need to rely on others. Furthermore, in 1 month, the registration period for the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition will commence, lasting for 1 month. All academies with a qualification certificate may register by submitting a single gold soul coin. Following this, there will be preliminary rounds. Only the final 30 teams that succeed in the preliminary rounds will advance to the finals. However, the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Spear Hall, as the 3 prestigious families, will retain their privilege of bypassing the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Shrek Academy, however, does not enjoy such privileges. Despite Limula's close relationship with Bibi Dong and the Tiando Empire, the Soul Beast Empire has started too late, unless they can secure consecutive championships. They will not obtain such qualifications. Chapter 216. Entering the city. Time passes swiftly. Now, there are less than 3 months remaining until the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. Limulu has already registered under the name of Shrek Academy, although the roster has yet to be submitted. According to the rules, each academy may send a maximum of 2 teams to the preliminaries. Thus, Limulu sees this opportunity for these students to participate in the Soul Master Competition preliminaries, allowing them to broaden their horizons. After all, their strengths are commendable, though they may not rival the likes of Guyuna. Today also marks the final day of the Shrek Academy ranking competition. However, this ranking competition differs somewhat from previous iterations. Previous ranking competitions combined individual battles and survival contests, with the final standings determined by accumulated points. This time, Limula chose to pause the individual leaderboard to focus on team rankings, aligning with the Soul Master competition. Currently, apart from Guyuna's team, there are a total of 20 other teams within Shrek Academy. The prowess of these teams should not be underestimated, as they have dominated the top 20 in the Tiando Empire's arena. However, Guyuna's name does not appear in the arena rankings, as she and her team only participated in a few matches to meet Limulu's minimum requirements before opting for leisure. For them, such battles pose minimal challenge. Only the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition presents a certain level of difficulty for them. Nevertheless, they are likely to navigate the preliminaries with ease, given that the weakest member of Guyuna's team is already at level 37 or 38, very close to becoming a Soul Sovereign. Were it not for her relatively young age, her strength would have surely reached the Soul Sovereign realm by now. Moreover, aside from Bai Qinxiang, the rest of the team members have all attained the status of Soul Sovereigns. In addition, this team, including Gu Yuna, comprises 5 Soul Kings. Thus, Limulu harbors great confidence in them. Notably, their strength currently remains unknown to outsiders outside of Shrek Academy, serving as one of Limulu's greatest trump cards. Their reluctance to partake in arena competitions is tacitly permitted by Limulu, ensuring their strength remains concealed from other academies and preemptively avoiding targeted actions against them. As for the other teams, their strengths are relatively comparable, and over the past 5 years, all lower-grade students have transitioned into upper-grade students. Limulu has not recruited new students during these 5 years, as the faculty is currently insufficient. However, if they can secure victory in the upcoming Soul Master competition, he will initiate the normal recruitment and hiring processes. But all of this hinges on the results of the forthcoming matches. Limula now needs to select candidates to form the strongest team, establishing Shrek's second team. Under his watchful eye, the team ranking competition at Shrek Academy has concluded. Following Limulu's brief announcement, the second team of Shrek Academy was formed. The strength of these individuals is not to be underestimated, with 4 Soul Sovereigns and 6 Soul Masters. They are well equipped to handle most scenarios. Provided they do not encounter any seed teams in the initial rounds, they could indeed secure a place in the finals. Therefore, the grouping situation remains uncertain, and further clarity will emerge after the preliminary rounds commence in a month. Limulu must first submit the roster. To protect the students' privacy, only their names and ages need to be provided for the Soul Master competition. After attending to these matters, Limulu granted the students a well-deserved break before sending Bear Jun back to Xinghu, allowing him to reunite with Dtion. After a while, Limu Lu would temporarily depart. Leaving Xiong here without supervision would indeed pose a considerable danger. Although Xiong behaved himself in Limu Lu's presence, who could ascertain whether he would continue to do so in Limu Lu's absence. Furthermore, Limu Lu had granted the teachers of the Slime Academy a respite, allowing them the freedom to pursue their own endeavors without his interference. However, Tang Hao and Bai He were retained to oversee matters at home, as the Slime Academy required guardianship. With his formidable strength, Tang Hao was more than capable of ensuring the safety of the premises. Bai He, having received guidance from Limu Lu over the past 5 years, had also ascended to the formidable level of 83, exhibiting remarkable speed. Should any intruders attempt to take advantage of the situation, he would be able to swiftly alert the spirit beings of the trading village for assistance. The day of the preliminary competition arrived with great haste. Limu Lu, accompanied by 2 teams totaling 21 individuals, made his way to Tiando Imperial City. The Tiando of 5 years hence had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to its former self. Those unaccustomed to the city would be astonished by the towering skyscrapers, vibrant neon lights, and even the soul-guided vehicles. However, for Limu Lu and his companions, who visited regularly, such sights were no longer extraordinary. They soon observed the guards wielding newly developed weapons, the result of the collaboration of nearly 70% of the continent's soul-guided masters, convened by the Snowy Night Emperor. These were the latest standard-issue weapons, soul-guided firearms. The tips and specific switch mechanisms were crafted from soul-guided stones provided by Limu Lu, while the remainder was forged from pure steel. Under ordinary circumstances, these weapons could function as long guns. However, upon encountering adversaries, they could swiftly switch forms before the enemies closed in. By pressing the designated switch, a powerful soul force compression cannon would be instantly unleashed, boasting destructive capabilities comparable to the full force of a Soul Master. The most significant advantage was its instantaneous activation. Although the power might be considered average, when deployed in a military context, it could yield transformative results. Even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to withstand thousands of such attacks. Furthermore, this weapon not only allowed for rapid firing, but was also powered by the user's own soul force, necessitating careful consideration during use. Notably, it could be wielded by anyone with a soul force level above 10, greatly enhancing its practicality. Consequently, While it might not confer the strength of a soul master, it was sufficient to deter those below that rank from acting recklessly. This innovation fundamentally altered the dynamics for lower-ranking soul masters, with nearly every individual below the rank of Soul King equipped with one, albeit limited to those affiliated with the Tiando Empire. Even the Soul Beast Empire lacked such weaponry, as Limu Lu had no need for it. His associates had long utilized soul-guided pistols capable of rapid fire, accessible even to ordinary individuals, though he had not made this public. In contrast, the Snowy Night Emperor hastily unveiled this new weapon, hoping to attract numerous recruits. Though the response was lukewarm, as many viewed soul-guided devices as ineffective until they witnessed them firsthand. Chapter 217. Within the plaza of Tiando Academy. All the academies invited by the Snowy Night Emperor had gathered, preparing to participate in the preliminary competition. However, only those with considerable strength were present, including the Five Elements Academy. To Limu Lu's surprise, he also spotted the Shrek Academy, adorned in their distinctive green uniforms. True to the original narrative, their entrance was remarkably eye-catching, albeit for the unfortunate choice of color. The design was commendable, yet the green was utterly mismatched, rendering even a red and green combination more visually appealing. The other Academy's representatives could not help but mock the Shrek Academy upon seeing them. Limu Lu, however, remained unconcerned, recognizing that they would be judged by their strength. Unexpectedly, amidst the ranks of the Shrek Academy's instructors, Limu Lu discerned a familiar figure. Lu Erlong. Come here. Without hesitation, Limu Lu called out, startling Lu Erlong, who was engaged in conversation nearby. She glanced at Flender and hurried over to Limu Lu's side. Principal, please don't misunderstand. I merely passed by and had no ulterior motives, Lu Erlong said awkwardly. She had not anticipated Limu Lu's arrival to be so swift. Limu Lu shook his head and gestured towards the teams behind him. You shall lead the second team. During the competition, I advise you to minimize contact with Flender and the others. While I am not overly concerned about strategic leaks, do you not feel a twinge of guilt with such frequent interactions? Limu Lu's gaze was piercing as he regarded her. Lu Erlong sheepishly touched her nose and nodded in acknowledgement. She understood that she was representing the Slime Academy. Infrequent contact with the Shrek Academy would indeed be inappropriate. Thus, she refrained from arguing and silently accepted Limu Lu's admonition. Flender, observing the exchange, could only chuckle wryly before stepping forward to offer a simple fizz salute to Limu Lu. Principal Limu, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Teacher Lu Erlong and I are friends, as you are aware. She merely accompanied me out of convenience today with no other intentions. Furthermore, during this time, she has disclosed not a single detail about your Slime Academy's tactics, so you need not worry on that front. I still possess a degree of trust in her, yet I find your actions rather displeasing. Limu Lu waved his hand dismissively and continued. Under ordinary circumstances, your interactions might be tolerable, but with the preliminary competition imminent, do you not think it unbecoming of your status? Upon hearing Limu Lu's remarks, both Flender and Lu Erlong fell silent, fully aware that their conduct was indeed inappropriate. At that moment, an unidentified middle-aged man approached, his face marred by a mocking expression. A lowly academy that has suddenly appeared, receiving an invitation, should remain humble and refrain from attempting any underhanded schemes. His tone dripped with disdain. But I can understand. After all, you are merely a bunch of country bumpkins hoping to win through unscrupulous means. The man's words were laced with hostility. Both Lu Erlong and Flender furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. Had they not been in Tiando Academy's plaza, a confrontation might have already ensued. Sir, I suggest you choose your words with care, or you shall face the consequences. The man let out a derisive laugh, clearly unimpressed. Were you even worth to threaten me with consequences? His laughter was filled with scorn, and even the representatives from other academies nearby wore expressions of disdain. The esteemed teacher, I find myself with a query that I would like to present to you. Might you indulge me with an answer? Just as Fulon and Lu Erlong were on the verge of erupting, Limu raised his hand, signaling them to remain calm. He then turned to face the acerbic and disrespectful teacher. Upon hearing Limulu's words, The teacher immediately bowed respectfully and inquired, "Director Limulu, what is your question?" "My inquiry is rather straightforward. I wish to ascertain whether you are, in fact, an object." "An object? How could I possibly be an object?" "Ha ha ha." The teacher replied without hesitation. However, his response left those around him in stunned silence for 3 seconds, followed by a wave of laughter. This reaction caused him to feel somewhat uneasy, yet as a teacher, he swiftly regained his composure. With a darkened expression, he glared at Limulu. "Director Limulu, are you insulting me?" His voice was laced with barely suppressed anger. Were it not for Limulu's status and strength, he might have resorted to violence. "How could I possibly insult you? After all, you are a person of high standing. How could we, hailing from the countryside, dare to insult you? Wouldn't you agree?" "Your Excellency Shuya?" Limulu lightly brushed off the non-existent dust from the teacher's shoulder and turned to glance at the elevated platform, where the esteemed Shuya had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Upon hearing Limulu's words, the crowd finally realized that Shuya had long since arrived. "Greetings, Your Excellency Shuya." "Hello to all, and to you as well, esteemed individual." Shuya smiled, deliberately greeting the teacher. The teacher, taken aback, hastily returned the greeting and retreated. Witnessing this scene, Shuya could not help but smile as he turned to Limulu. "Director Limulu, you are indeed sharp-witted. You flatter me. It is merely that this individual is exceedingly annoying. If he were to speak carelessly in his own territory, I would not bother to interject. However, when he comes before me to spew nonsense, I cannot tolerate it. Haha, this is amusing. You are truly delightful. Nevertheless, let us conclude this matter. It is time for me to announce the latest rules for the preliminary rounds." "The latest rules?" Upon hearing Shuya's words, many present furrowed their brows, as this matter was unfamiliar to them all. Limulu, however, was not surprised, for over a year ago, he had discussed this very issue with Shuya. He had simply not participated in the subsequent developments, and was thus eager to understand the implications of the new rules. Each of the invited academies may field a maximum of 2 teams, with no fewer than 7 members per team. Our initial rules for the preliminary rounds remain unchanged, namely that teams consist of 7 members competing in group matches. Now, here comes the crucial point. Shuya paused for emphasis before continuing. Previously, we divided into southern and northern regions to facilitate battles between 2 groups, employing a point system. However, this time, we will not continue to delineate regions. All teams will compete within a single region. The point system remains unchanged, albeit slightly simplified compared to before. Chapter 218, the opening of the preliminary rounds. Shuya elaborated on the competition rules for over half an hour before concluding. However, the actual rules would not be fully disclosed until 3 days later, on the day of the official commencement of the competition. Those present were essentially benefiting from their proximity to the Tiando Empire, gaining early insight into the rules to prepare accordingly. Otherwise, discovering the new rules on the day of the event would leave many teams at a disadvantage. The changes involved primarily the 2 major regions and the point system. The previous rules were rather cumbersome. This time, they would be streamlined into a single round-robin format. This means that a team from any academy must compete against every other team at least once. Moreover, even teams from the same academy must face each other. As for the point system, a victory earns 1 point, while a loss deducts 1 point, all displayed on a large screen. However, only the top 15 standings would be projected. Teams beyond this threshold would need to inquire at a designated office to check their scores. In most cases, teams would tally their own points, rendering the office a mere backup to rectify any potential miscalculations. The preliminary rounds would span 2 months, with at least 10 matches scheduled daily. Given the multitude of arenas available, there would be no shortage of venues for competition. After each match, a team may enjoy a rest period of 1 to 2 days to recuperate. These are the new rules for the preliminary rounds. Compared to the previous regulations, the changes are not drastic, yet significant enough for teams to re-strategize their battle plans. As for how battles will be conducted, that is quite simple, by drawing lots. There will be designated individuals responsible for this process, so teams need not concern themselves with it. Following the discussion of the preliminary rounds, Xiao briefly mentioned that an additional qualifying round would take place after advancement. Although the top 15 have already been ranked, this qualifying round will assign individual rankings. Each member of every team will have their points calculated separately, recording how many adversaries they have defeated and how many times they have lost. This rule has seen minor adjustments compared to the previous format, but the impact is negligible. The final ranking will depend on the individual with the highest score. Thus, this qualifying round emphasizes individual performance. Should someone manage to single-handedly overcome numerous opponents, that individual and their team would undoubtedly claim the first position. Furthermore, no eliminations will occur in the qualifying round. Xiao devised this competition to observe the capabilities of various individuals for potential recruitment. The rules for the ensuing Soul Master competition will be announced by beast.Existing at a later time. However, it is highly unlikely that these rules will undergo significant changes. As Limilu has inquired with beast.Existing, modifying these rules would be cumbersome, so she is unlikely to alter them casually. Thus, time swiftly brought us to the opening ceremony of the preliminary rounds. The first day, aside from the competitions, also featured an array of dance performances, during which Xiao would deliver yet another speech. Following the conclusion of his address, the preliminary rounds officially commenced. The two teams from Slime Academy were set to compete on the first day. However, Limilu, seeking to conserve the strength of Team 1, refrained from deploying the main members directly. After all, 5 of the team members were Soul Kings, and allowing them to participate would be excessively unfair. Therefore, the members taking the field were Ziji, with a soul power level of 47, Biji, with a soul power level of 48, Tiandang Eye Silkworm, with a soul power level of 47, and Xue Qinghe, with a soul power level of 44. Bai Chunxiang possesses a soul power level of 38, while Ning Rongrong boasts a level of 41. Tang San, in contrast, has achieved a remarkable 51. Aside from these 3, the remaining participants who did not take the stage are all at the Soul King level. Were it not for the requirement of a minimum of 7 participants to enter the fray, Rimuru would have preferred to keep Tang San off the field. After all, his mere presence signals to everyone that the Slime Academy harbors a considerable number of Soul Kings. Notably, Guyuna stands out as the most formidable student among all the artificial beings. With Tang San at level 51, Guyuna's prowess is even more impressive, as she currently holds a soul power level of 53. Xiao Wu's soul power is at 52, while Wang Qiu and Bing Di mirror Tang San with their own levels of 51. The 4 of them enjoy an inherent advantage, leading to a rapid enhancement of their soul power. Tang San is no exception. However, in terms of raw strength, he ranks at the bottom among them. Even with the assistance of Yin and Lanin Wang, he can merely claim 3rd place, overshadowed by Guyuna and the equally talented Xiao Wu. Thus, while Tang San's power is far from weak, it is indeed formidable. Rimuru's initial intent was to avoid premature exposure of their capabilities. However, it has become evident that concealment is no longer feasible. Consequently, Rimuru has adopted a new strategy to obscure the strength of the remaining 4 and allow Tang San to be the sole representative. Given his vast array of techniques, he need not worry about exhausting his trump cards unless faced with a significant challenge. Regrettably, this location forbids the use of hidden weapons and soul-guided devices. Otherwise, Tang San's strength could be further amplified. It is worth noting that this version of Tang San has developed various concealed weapons, with their power meticulously arranged from greatest to least. Rimuru has ingeniously adapted these weapons into soul-guided devices. The fusion of their ideas has birthed a new generation of concealed weapons, boasting at least double the original strength. However, since their inception, these weapons have only been tested in experiments and have yet to be employed against foes, particularly given the formidable reputation of the Soul Beast Empire. Currently, no one within the Slime Academy dares to provoke them. Thus, the promotion of concealed weapons must be postponed for a later date. For now, the primary focus must remain on the competition. The first team's matches are effortlessly won, with Tang San not needing to intervene as their opponents succumb readily. Given their highest power level of only 39, the disparity in strength is glaring. In contrast, the second team faces challenges right from the outset, encountering the experienced second team from Tiando Academy. Despite ultimately overcoming them, they suffered some setbacks and injuries. This experience has instilled in them the understanding that to secure a place among the top 15, they must exert every ounce of effort. Chapter 219. Journey to the Spirit Hall. The battles during the preliminary rounds are fiercely contested, as every team vies for the opportunity to participate in the Soul Master competition. Regardless of their adversaries, they commit wholeheartedly. Yet, within this preliminary tournament, 3 extraordinary teams have emerged, showcasing an overwhelming dominance, achieving flawless victories without a single loss. The first of these teams is undoubtedly Rimuru's first team from the Slime Academy. Their strength is formidable, and until now, they have encountered no worthy opponents. The second team, while more average, has managed a win rate of approximately 80%, placing them among the top contenders, albeit overshadowed by the first team. The second team that remains undefeated is Shrek Academy, whose members excel through seamless teamwork and remarkable combat strategies, maintaining a perfect record thus far. The third such team is the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, which has thrived since the educational reforms. While the first team boasts exceptional strength and directly participates in the finals, the second team must compete in the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Their capabilities should not be underestimated. Though they have benefited from a favorable schedule, avoiding clashes with notable academies, including both the Slime Academy and Shrek Academy. However, this streak of good fortune was swiftly exhausted as the preliminary rounds drew to a close. When the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy finally faced the 5 Elements Academy and other renowned institutions, they found themselves unable to secure victories against them. Subsequently, they encountered both Shrek Academy and Slime Academy, with no means of resistance, ultimately succumbing to defeat against the second team of Slime Academy. It must be said that this team, while not weak, fell short in comparison to the stronger competitors, and regrettably, they failed to secure a position among the top 15. This is particularly disappointing, given that the team included 2 Soul Zone members of considerable strength, yet they appeared inadequate in this context. Presently, the leading team is undoubtedly the Slime Academy, having emerged victorious in every battle, even managing to subdue their most formidable rival, Shrek Academy. However, the latter's strength remains formidable, prompting the Slime Academy to enlist Wang Qiuer and Bing Di, both Soul Kings, to ensure their triumph. This, however, has revealed their capabilities. To date, neither Gu Yuna nor Xiao Wu has taken the field. As for Shrek Academy, they rank not second, but rather 10th, having not achieved a flawless record. Aside from their exhaustive effort against the Slime Academy, they have voluntarily forfeited other matches to conserve their strength. According to Rimuru, this is a classic example of point control, a strategy to avoid attracting undue attention. However, following their bout with the Slime Academy, all members were injured, resulting in their absence from 2 subsequent matches. Consequently, these 2 matches were not part of Flanders' plan, but this did not impact them significantly. Currently, the second-ranked team is the Blaze Academy, followed closely by the God Wind Academy, with other elemental academies trailing behind. It can be asserted that, in the absence of the Slime Academy, the 5 major elemental academies would undoubtedly occupy the top 5 positions. The second team from the Slime Academy, on the other hand, has barely secured the last position, yet they have qualified for the finals. However, they still face a qualifying match, which is scheduled to proceed swiftly, and the Slime Academy has opted to forego participation. Although it is a ranking event, Rimuru sees no necessity for involvement, allowing them to proceed independently. Although this practice is not in accordance with the rules, the Emperor of Snowy Nights had no choice but to allow the remaining teams to participate in the qualifying rounds. Thus, a week quickly passed. The time until the commencement of the grand finals grew increasingly short. All the students boarded the carriages, setting off towards the direction of Wuhuan Hall. The same was true for the Shalem Academy and the Imperial Battle Team. However, they had developed a soul-guided vehicle years prior. This contraption was akin to an automobile, albeit with its engine replaced by a soul guide. The operational methods were fundamentally identical to those of a car. Furthermore, driving such a vehicle required specialized personnel. Nevertheless, Rimuru had possessed a driving license before his transmigration, allowing him to operate a large bus alone, leading his students ahead towards Wuhan Hall. On the other hand, the Tiando Academy had a van. Although visually similar, the disparity in the vehicle's appearances subtly diminished the stature of the Tiando Empire. After all, they had not anticipated that the Soul Beast Empire harbored such a colossal vehicle. However, what astonished others was the soul-guided vehicle itself, a concept they had never encountered before. This was a recent innovation, and its manufacturing and operational methods were acquired by the Emperor of Snowy Nights at great expense from Rimuru. Therefore, as it stands, only the Soul Beast Empire and the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire possessed the privilege to operate soul-guided vehicles. Initially, other regions disregarded such contraptions, leading to a lack of interest. However, upon discovering the speed of soul-guided vehicles exceeded their expectations, many began to ponder how they could acquire one. Yet, that discussion would have to wait until after the competition. Their paramount focus remained on participating in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. However, midway through their journey, a group of individuals clad in black suddenly emerged, intercepting them. The Tiando Empire's members, due to their swift driving, managed to evade blockage. However, Rimuru was obstructed by a tidal Douluo. Yue Guan, it has been quite a while. Have you come here with intentions to confront us? Rimuru regarded the tidal Douluo before him with calm composure. In stark contrast, Lu Erlong and the other students were visibly anxious. After all, Zhu Douluo was a formidable tidal Douluo of level 95, whose power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he was inseparable from Gue Douluo, implying that the latter might very well be concealed nearby. Chapter 220. The advice of Zhu Huaguan. I bear no ill will in coming here. If possible, could we have a private conversation? Yue Guan said, delicately gesturing with his fingers, casting a seductive glance towards Rimuru. This gaze was rather unsettling. Yet Rimuru pondered the implications of Yue Guan's presence and ultimately nodded in agreement. Their relationship had yet to be publicly disclosed. Thus Rimuru could not allow outsiders to learn that many of his associates were within Wuhan Hall. Hence, Rimuru followed him outside. However, shortly after his departure, a ghostly figure appeared at the front of the vehicle. No one is to leave this place. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. The voice was ominously grave. Upon his arrival, the immense soul power he emitted caused everyone to gasp in awe. Your Gue Douluo. Lu Erlong instantly recognized him and prepared for battle. Yet, Gue Douluo paid him no mind, merely standing silently with closed eyes. The onlookers, uncertain of his intentions, remained still, trusting that if he promised no danger would befall them as long as they did not move, they would be safe. Though Rimuru had departed, they knew that with his strength, he would not fear them. Meanwhile, Rimuru had reached a secluded corner with Yue Guan, where not a soul could be found. Regardless of what transpired between them, they would remain unnoticed. Speak, what pressing matter brings you to seek me? Rimuru inquired. Indeed, Lord Rimuru, I come with urgent news. Due to certain circumstances, Lady Bibi Dong has been confined by the former Pope, Qin Dalu, in the confinement chamber for nearly a month, and she is yet to emerge. Even Qian Renxue is unaware of what transpired between them. The order to ambush your convoy was issued by Qin Dalu prior to this incident, which is why we came to attack your team. However, you need not worry, Lord Rimuru. Our intentions were merely to create a facade, and we have no desire to truly inflict harm. With you present, any failure on our part would be understandable. Yue Guan spoke with a smile, divulging all that he knew. Rimuru furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Bibi Dong would not engage in trials without reason. Something must be afoot. Furthermore, it was peculiar for her to be alone with Qin Dalu. Fortunately, unlike Qin Xuanji, Qin Dalu was not a man easily swayed by lust, alleviating Rimuru's concerns about Bibidong's safety. Nevertheless, Rimuru worried about whether their relationship had been discovered. If that were the case, Bibi Dong could be in peril. Is there anything else? If that is all, I will remain vigilant. There is one more thing. I hope you will refrain from participating in this Soul Master Tournament. Yue Guan's expression turned serious. Observing his demeanor, Rimuru frowned, perplexed. What do you mean? The Xingluo Empire, in collusion with the Hall of Worship, intends to target the members of Xiao Gang Academy. Moreover, Qian Dalu is likely involved. If possible, you and your students should withdraw from this competition. I understand you fear neither the Hall of Worship nor the Xinglua Empire. But Qian Daoliu's strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary Super Douluo. More importantly, even if you are unafraid, you must consider the safety of your students. Do you not? Yu Egwan spoke earnestly. Rimuru could see his genuine concern for him. Thus, Rimuru nodded but did not acquiesce. I appreciate the information you have provided. I acknowledge your counsel, yet I shall not heed it. We will proceed to Wuhuan Hall, and I am confident we will triumph in this tournament. As for those from the Xinglua Empire and the Hall of Worship who wish to confront me, let them come. What does it matter if Qian Daolu is involved? I am Rimuru. Should I fear him? Rimuru scoffed with disdain. Yu Egwan, with a resigned sigh, clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell. In that case, I wish you well. It is nearly time, and I must take my leave. With that, Yu Egwan departed. With your capabilities, you are no match for Qian Daolu. I am well aware of that. Yet it should not be so easy for Qian Daolu to eliminate me, right? If necessary, I can invoke Dtion. If I cannot handle him, he certainly can. The King of Wisdom reminded himself in his mind. However, Rimuru paid no heed to this. For although he currently could not defeat Qian Daolu, the latter could not kill him either. Moreover, he possessed the trump card of Dtion. While it was generally impossible to request his assistance, once Gu Yuna encountered danger, he would undoubtedly arrive at the first opportunity. Be cautious. Dtion may not heed your call, and within the Stardow Forest he is required to maintain balance. So please consider this carefully. Upon hearing the King of Wisdom's words, Rimuru felt somewhat speechless. The traitor from 5 years ago has yet to be discovered, as they have not made a second move thus far, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Additionally, with Xiongjun situated near Xinghu, were Dtion to truly arrive. The combination of Xiongjun and the traitor could easily throw the Stardow Forest into chaos. Setting aside the traitor's strength, just Xiongjun alone would be sufficient to dominate the Stardow Forest, provided Dtion was absent. Therefore, the King of Wisdom's words held merit. After some contemplation, he decided to contact Xuedi, requesting her to visit Xinghu to assist in guarding Xiongjun. He then informed Dtion to wait until Xuedi's arrival before coming here to protect Guyuna. As for the others, aside from Wang Xiu'er, Xiao Wu, and Bing Di, he would not extend any protection. Nevertheless, Rimuru was well prepared for Dtion's reaction. After all, summoning Dtion meant confronting Qian Daolu directly. As long as he arrived, everything would be manageable. Xuedi, on her end, readily agreed, as she had little to do and welcomed the opportunity for engagement. However, their back and forth would require at least 4 to 5 days. Thus, Rimuru remained unhurried. Having completed these tasks, Rimuru returned to the bus, where the students, including Lu Erlong, felt relieved upon seeing him unscathed. Lu Erlong reported that Guimei had been here earlier, but made no move, merely observing them. Rimuru nodded, dismissing the matter. After all, Guimei was allied with him, a fact unknown to Lu Erlong. Enough of that. Let us proceed to the back and rescue those students under siege. Chapter 221. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu in a secret chamber within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong sat serenely on a platform, her eyes closed. A formidable soul power emanated from her, spreading outward. Behind her, an elderly man observed her condition, his brow furrowed in concern. After an indeterminate period, he sighed and, disregarding the soul power she radiated, approached to touch the crown of her head. Bibi Dong, your final trial is one you must face alone. This assessment will fundamentally determine whether you can ascend to divinity. The Rakshasa God has high hopes for you, which is why I cannot assist you in overcoming this trial. For an ordinary individual, I could potentially lend my aid, as their chances of achieving godhood are uncertain. Yet you are different. You have been personally chosen by the Rakshasa God. Consequently, his legacy will be exceptionally rigorous, permitting no interference. Thus, your divine trial will be exponentially more challenging than that of others. However, this also signifies that if you succeed in your divine trial, you will undoubtedly attain godhood. Hence, I am powerless. You must embark on this journey of exploration alone. Lord Qian Daolu, I understand. I am grateful for your guidance during this time. as it has allowed me to glimpse a flicker of hope for overcoming the divine trial. Bibi Dong opened her eyes softly, remaining seated and not turning to face Qian Dalu. A benevolent smile graced Qian Dalu's face as he chuckled lightly. Yet, his demeanor appeared more like a facade, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Bibi Dong, the Soul Master Elite competition is set to commence in just a few days. The preliminary rounds should have concluded by now. What are your plans? Are you confident in our team? Upon hearing Qian Daolu's inquiry, Bibi Dong contemplated briefly before shaking her head. According to intelligence received a few days prior, the Slime Academy had openly displayed 3 Soul Kings. However, the highly regarded Gu Yuna had yet to make a move. I am certain she is also a Soul King level Soul Master. Our team comprises 4 Soul Kings. Against other teams, we would undoubtedly dominate. Yet, facing the Slime Academy is another matter. Their number of Soul Kings is at least equal to ours. If they have retained any hidden cards, we may find ourselves in dire straits. After all, that Rimuru is a million-year soul beast. Bibi Dong's tone carried a hint of agitation, prompting Qian Dalu to sigh involuntarily. The Spirit Hall had long since uncovered Rimuru's identity. Thus, the knowledge of him being a million-year soul beast was common knowledge within the Spirit Hall. Consequently, Bibi Dong had little left to conceal. Furthermore, they were fully aware of Rimuru accompanying the team to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Qian Dalu had been strategizing on how to confront Rimuru. Fortunately, Bibi Dong's connection with Rimuru had not been exposed, allowing her the opportunity to leverage this situation against Qian Dalu. Bibi Dong, I have been meaning to ask you, why did you seal off the extreme north, preventing anyone from entering or exiting? Is it merely because that area is too perilous? You are not one to engage in futile endeavors. Speak honestly. What are your true intentions? Qian Dalu inquired. Initially, he was unaware of this matter. It was only after he emerged from seclusion that he learned from his subordinates about Bibi Dong's unilateral sealing of the extreme north. This was initially a trivial issue, and Qian Dalu did not consider it significant. However, the Star Luo Empire was dissatisfied. Their partnership with the Spirit Hall was initially cooperative, but this development had soured relations considerably. Although Bibi Dong claimed it was for the safety of the Soul Masters, the Star Luo Empire wholly rejected this explanation. Ultimately, it was Qian Dalu who intervened to resolve the matter. The true reason, however, remained unspoken by Bibi Dong, especially since the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire had personally come to inquire. Naturally, she could not divulge everything. Time passed, and it was only today that Qian Dalu remembered to ask about it. Bibi Dong, slightly hesitant, finally spoke. The reason is quite simple. The Star Luo Empire is preparing to undertake actions that would undermine long-term interests. They intend to completely exterminate the young of the soul beasts, even going so far as to eliminate them entirely to satisfy their own gluttony. Their actions not only severely harm the progeny of the soul beast, but also offend the soul beast empire. If we, the Wuhuan Temple, do not take action, it is likely that the Soul Beast Empire will indeed declare war on the Xingluo Empire. Thus, it is imperative that we address this matter. At least I believe I am not in the wrong. Bibi Dong patiently explained, glancing back at Qian Daolu's displeased expression. At that moment, Qian Daolu's face resembled dark iron, radiating a semblance of anger. However, his ire was not directed at the Xingluo Empire, but rather at Bibi Dong's capitulatory mindset. Bibi Dong, you have truly disappointed me. While I do not advocate for the instigation of war, how could you squander such a golden opportunity and instead seek to placate the situation? It is utterly incomprehensible. Do you not realize that if they commence war, it could ultimately ignite a conflict across the entire continent? This would only serve to benefit us, with no downsides whatsoever. Do you understand? Qian Dalu chastised Bibi Dong with a tone of exasperation. Yet, Bibi Dong remained unfazed, not even attempting to defend herself. After all, she had already assumed the form of Rimuru. Therefore, her actions bore no fault. Rather, it was Qian Daolu's mindset that was exceedingly extreme. He completely disregarded the innocent lives involved, consumed solely by his self-interest. Hence, Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate further. Were it not for her current inability to contend with Qian Dalu, she might have already taken action. This was an opportunity perfectly suited to exploit Qian Dalu's connections with the Xingluo Empire to turn the tables and resolve the issue. Bibi Dong was confident that Rimuru's strength could surely vanquish Qian Dalu. However, unbeknownst to her, Rimuru himself harbored a degree of timidity. He was not as invincible as Bibi Dong envisioned. Yet he would not fear Qian Dalu, merely unable to defeat him. Lord Bibi Dong, Lord Qian Dalu, I am Yueguan, and I have returned. Just as the chamber fell into silence, Yueguan's voice resonated from outside. Bibi Dong promptly rose to open the door, welcoming him inside. Yuan, come in. Chapter 222. Consultation simultaneously. While discussions were underway on Bibi Dong's side, Rimuru and his companions had successfully repelled the attackers from the Wuhuan Temple. Nevertheless, each individual was masked, and those who could flee had essentially escaped. Those unable to escape resorted to various means of self-destruction. Although Rimuru possessed the capability to intervene, he refrained from doing so. The people understood that these individuals were indeed from the Wuhuan Temple. Therefore, capturing them would serve little purpose, as they likely bore no insignia of the Wuhuan Temple and could merely be newly inducted auxiliary members. Consequently, they could not provide evidence and might even be accused of defamation by the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, whether to spare lives held no significance. It was more prudent to expedite their journey. However, during this incident, Rimuru and his companions showcased formidable strength. Merely a single squad was sufficient to eliminate the majority of the dark-clad individuals present. Even a Soul Emperor would not stand a chance against their combined might. As for enemies above the rank of Soul Sage, those were primarily dealt with by the instructors from various academies. These instructors were tasked with ensuring the safety of their students and could not afford to stand idly by. Their abilities range from at least Soul Emperor level, with the strongest among them having already reached the Soul Douluo level. Yet, aside from Rimuru, none of the instructors present had attained the title Douluo level. Otherwise, those individuals would not have been able to escape. This also stemmed from Rimuru's decision to refrain from engaging, allowing those individuals to flee. Nevertheless, even without taking action, none dared to voice their dissent. After all, Rimuru had no obligation to assist them in clearing their enemies. His purpose in coming here was solely to lend a small hand, and the Wuhuan Temple personnel recognized that upon their arrival, they could retreat. For they were well aware that if Rimuru chose to intervene, none of the dark-clad individuals would survive. Thus, after resolving matters at that location, they all set forth on their journey. Rimuru took the lead, deliberately slowing his pace. The others followed behind at a leisurely pace. At this moment, they all pondered what actions to take upon reaching the Wuhuan Temple. However, just as they were about to arrive at the Wuhuan Temple, the convoy of the Tiando Empire awaited them ahead. The Huangdo battle team did not directly enter the Wuhuan Temple, but instead waited for a considerable duration. Moreover, they appear to have suffered no impact from the assault on the Wuhuan Temple. This scene left some individuals feeling dissatisfied, with a few even contemplating questioning the Tiando Empire about a possible collusion with the Wuhuan Temple. However, before such individuals could voice their concerns, they were promptly chastised by their leading instructor. Their primary adversary was the Wuhuan Temple. To offend the Tiando Empire over such trivial matters would be counterproductive. Furthermore, the Tiando Empire maintained a good relationship with the Soul Beast Empire. Should they dare to question the Tiando Empire, it would equate to offending the Soul Beast Empire. Specifically Rimuru. No one dared to shoulder such responsibility. Hence, even if someone held grievances, they could only suppress their silence. At that moment, the leading instructor of the Huangdo battle team approached Rimuru with a beaming smile. I heard you were attacked. Is that so? How'd it go? Were your students and teachers unharmed? We sincerely apologize for this matter. It is entirely our fault for moving too quickly, preventing us from fighting alongside you. Therefore, upon receiving this news, I immediately ordered our forces to halt and await your arrival. However, it appears that all of you are well, correct? This instructor spoke with a smile, his fleshy visage quivering as he spoke, giving him a somewhat greasy appearance. His physique was notably portly, likely weighing over 150 kilograms. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that Rimuru, through his mental acuity, Since the individual was lying, this person is not speaking the truth. He is deliberately concealing something and is indeed lying. Without your prompting, I could discern this myself. And I suspect this individual has a close connection to the previous attack. This assault was merely a minor disturbance. So Yuegwan might not have paid it much heed and did not inform me. Yet, I have an inkling that this person is undoubtedly linked to the Wuhuan Temple. Wise King, what is your perspective? I recommend waiting until we arrive at the Wuhuan Temple before making any decisions. Upon hearing the Wise King's words, Rimuru nodded and displayed a smile. Since you are here specifically awaiting me, let us proceed. We must discuss our course of action upon entering the Wuhuan Temple. With a smile, Rimuru extended an invitation to the individual to join them. Subsequently, the group, led by their instructor, gathered together to deliberate on how to confront the Wuhuan Temple. After nearly half a day of discussion, they devised two plans. The first involved targeting the students of the Wuhuan Temple during the competition, with the intent of incapacitating them to the extent that they could not participate further. Although this could lead to their own disqualification due to rule violations, the satisfaction it would bring was tempting. However, upon reflection, they ultimately decided to abandon this course of action. The majority were reluctant to jeopardize their own team. They aspired to contend for the first place. Even if they could not secure the top position, striving for the top 3 or 5 would still be a considerable honor. Thus, they collectively opted for the second plan, which had been proposed by Rimuru. This plan entailed gathering all students at a designated location after the competition concluded, ready for departure with designated personnel to ensure their safety. They would then send the most powerful instructors to confront BB Dong, demanding compensation. Each team deserved reparation, or they would not relent. Although this plan lacked the ferocity of the first, it was one that everyone could accept, as it did not require them to sacrifice anything, leading to swift agreement. With the plan set, they resumed their journey. However, as they approached the Wuhuan Temple, now less than a day's travel away, an enormous black dragon appeared in the sky. The sight of this formidable creature sent shivers down the spines of everyone from the various academies. The mere gaze or movement of the dragon could induce panic and breathlessness in the weaker individuals. Had it chosen to unleash its soul power, it would likely result in instant demise for many. As they stood on high alert, the colossal black dragon transformed into a striking human figure, descending before Rimuru and capturing the astonishment of all. Chapter 223, Arrival. Ditian, your arrival is remarkably swift. How is Xuedi? Has she reached Xinghu? Spare me the pleasantries about her. That ungrateful wretch, upon entering my domain, not only insisted on residing in Xinghu, but also audaciously transformed parts of the forest into her icy realm. She is utterly shameless. Fortunately, her strength is formidable enough to keep Xiong in check, and she harbors no ambition. Otherwise, I would never allow her to remain here. Di Tian's dissatisfaction with Xuedi was evident. However, Rimuru, reflecting on the matter, could empathize with Di Tian's feelings. As the true sovereign of the Star Do Forest, relinquishing control of his territory to the ruler of the extreme north, even temporarily, was understandably disconcerting. Rimuru himself would feel quite distressed in such a situation. Moreover, Xuedi's strength was not significantly inferior to Di Tian's. In the extreme north, their powers would indeed be evenly matched. Thus, Rimuru fully comprehended Di Tian's emotions and approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Come now, do not be vexed. Our foremost priority is the safety of Guyuna, is it not? While I have my people within the Wuhuan Temple, the ultimate authority, the level 99 ultimate Douluo Dalu still lives. With him present, it becomes challenging for me to safeguard Guyuna alone. Hence your assistance is essential. Furthermore, to achieve true safety, we must resolve this matter once and for all. This is your forte, is it not? As long as the opposing party strikes first, we have justifiable grounds to retaliate. This is the true purpose of my summons. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Di Tian's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He relished this dialogue. Di Tian was inherently inclined against humanity. He would prefer to annihilate all humans. However, with divine beings observing, he was restrained from acting. Yet, Gu Yuna had chosen to trust Rimuru, thereby placing her faith in humanity. Rimuru had also achieved remarkable success, making significant strides toward peace between humans and soul beasts. Thus, Tian temporarily set aside his bloodlust. Nevertheless, should an opportunity for slaughter arise, he would not let it slip by, especially when it involved eliminating a demigod-level powerhouse, which would serve as a formidable challenge for him. Leave this matter to me, it shall pose no problem. However, before that, allow me to consult my master. I have matters to report. Go ahead, she is inside the carriage, but there are humans present, so be cautious in your speech. Although they are aware of your identity as a being from the Soul Beast Empire, they do not know you are Tian, nor do they realize you are the true master of the Stardow Forest. Therefore, refrain from revealing your identity. Rest assured, I am well aware of how to conduct myself, Tian replied, dismissively waving his hand before adopting a cool demeanor as he entered the carriage and took a seat beside Gu Yuna. Originally, Gu Yuna was seated with Xiao Wu and Wang Xiu'er, but upon Tian's arrival, the two wisely vacated their spots to sit at the back. After all, Tian's status and power commanded respect. He was also the closest individual to Gu Yuna, aside from Rimuru, naturally deserving the privilege of sitting beside her. The other students, upon seeing Tian, commenced hushed discussions about his identity, strength, and striking visage. Tian occasionally visited the Slime Academy in his true form before descending as a human, so everyone, teachers and students alike, recognized him as a soul beast. However, no one was fully aware of the extent of his power. Rimuru had often advised Tian against making such a dramatic appearance at the Slime Academy, but he paid little heed, and Gu Yuna saw no reason to intervene. Thus, Rimuru merely presented Tian as a 10,000-year-old soul beast undergoing a rebellious phase, one that was rather disobedient. Tian, however, paid no mind to such trivial matters, as each time he sought out Gu Yuna, he had serious business to discuss and could hardly be bothered with Rimuru. Through their interactions, the students' initial fear gradually transformed into curiosity. Unfortunately, Tian was not a teacher and had no intention of engaging with the students. Currently, only by Chunxiang, Tang San, and Tang Hao had earned Tian's recognition among humans. Tang Hao, being the husband of Yin, nearly sacrificed himself to protect her, earning Tian's respect and care. Tang San, as a Yin's child, had a close relationship with Tian since childhood. However, Tian was not one for child-rearing. Had it not been for Tang San's reincarnated memories, he might have perished under Tian's careless antics. By Chunxiang, benefiting from her association with Tang San and her sweet, naive disposition, captured Tian's favor, thus gaining his acknowledgement. In addition to this, even Xue Qinghe, the earliest participant in the Limulu plan, was not acknowledged by him. The reason is quite simple. This individual lacks pure intentions in his endeavors. However, this is rather expected, as he is the son of a Knight Emperor, Shui Yi, and naturally must consider multiple perspectives rather than merely focusing on one direction. Thus, after receiving Emperor Tian, the group continued their journey. The members from other academies were quite curious about Emperor Tian's identity. Nevertheless, Limulu had but one response. He is the esteemed Vice Dean of the Slime Academy. Beyond that, no further information was disclosed. Consequently, speculation began to swirl regarding Emperor Tian's identity and strength. After all, like Limulu, he had appeared before them in the form of a soul beast before transforming into human form. His emergence easily sparked various conjectures among the onlookers. However, regardless of their thoughts, Limulu was indifferent to offering any explanations. Soon, their party arrived at the Wuhuan Temple, where they were greeted with exceptional hospitality. Each student was assigned a spacious villa by Bibi Dong. Each villa could comfortably accommodate 30 individuals, boasting over 20 rooms, each furnished with 2 beds. For smaller academies, having an individual room per person would not pose an issue. However, Limulu's group would require shared accommodations. Thus, the allocation would depend on the students themselves. Such trivial matters were of little concern to Limulu. Upon their arrival, it was noted that the contingent from the Xinglua Empire had arrived 2 days earlier without encountering any attacks. This suggests that the Xingluo Empire had long established a clandestine cooperative relationship with the Wuhuan Temple. Chapter 224. Temporarily modified rules upon reaching the Wuhuan Temple. Although the personnel outwardly welcomed them, many harbored disdainful expressions towards the students of the Slime Academy. In their eyes, both the Slime Academy and the Soul Beast Empire were merely a group of rustic soul beasts indulging in childish games. Were it not for Limulu's formidable power, they would hardly recognize the Soul Beast Empire as a legitimate nation, nor would they acknowledge the Slime Academy. Yet, these short-sighted individuals failed to comprehend the absurdity of their own notions. They utilized products crafted by the Soul Beast Empire and enjoyed the conveniences it provided, all while clinging to such misguided beliefs. More importantly, they were fully aware of the Empire's strength yet refused to acknowledge it. This highlights their immaturity. Nevertheless, Limulu, as a seasoned slime, paid little heed to their thoughts. Meanwhile, the Tiando Empire continued its usual preparations for battle and engaged in straightforward training. However, communication between the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire had ceased entirely. The former began frequent interactions with the Wuhuan Temple, even planning to form an alliance. Had they not assessed the Tiando Empire's military strength and Limulu's power, they might have already sought to create trouble. Yet, this situation was not without its advantages, as the presence of something to fear provided a degree of tranquility. In the following days, Bibi Dong summoned the team leaders from various academies to briefly announce the competition rules. The general regulations remained unchanged from previous years, save for the addition of a newly imposed restriction, a decision that had been deliberated extensively by the Wuhuan Temple, specifically targeting the Slime Academy. This rule was straightforward. The number of Soul Masters at the Soul King level permitted to enter the arena simultaneously could not exceed 4. Upon the announcement of this rule, other academies paid little attention, but both Limulu and Flandra furrowed their brows. What concerned Limulu even more was that the team leader from the Imperial Combat Team raised both hands in approval of the rule, even casting a provocative glance towards Limulu. Although the leader was not intimately familiar with the Slime Academy, he likely understood that the current Slime Academy possessed at least 4 Soul Kings. The Soul Kings who had previously participated included Tang San, the Ice Emperor, and Wang Xiao. These 3 were well known. Additionally, Guyuna was widely recognized as the strongest, thus also at the Soul King level, a fact beyond dispute. Finally, there was Xiao Wu, whose strength previously ranked just below Guyuna's. With the addition of Tang San, their strengths became nearly equal. Therefore, anyone familiar with the Slime Academy could surmise that Xiao Wu was also a Soul King. Currently, only Shi and Guyuna had not revealed their abilities through combat. The rest were primarily Soul Ancestors, along with 1 Soul Master. Hence, predicting Xiao Wu's strength was not particularly challenging. It was precisely for this reason that the Wuhuan Temple established such a rule. This development would not significantly impact other teams, but it posed a substantial hindrance to the Slime Academy, as it directly diminished their overall strength and prevented a specific student from participating in the final match. In contrast, the Wuhuan Temple had 3 openly acknowledged Soul Kings, namely the 3 from the Golden Generation. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that the temple's most formidable trump card was not any of them, but rather Qian Renxue, who possessed an angel martial soul. Although no one was aware of Qian Renxue's exact strength, as she had yet to engage in battle, there had been rumors the previous year suggesting she was on the verge of ascending to Soul King status. Thus, her becoming a Soul King this year was not beyond the realm of possibility. Consequently, this rule significantly bolstered the Wuhuan Temple's position, facilitating their path to potential victory while constraining the Slime Academy at every turn. However, there was little to be done. It was, after all, the opponent's territory. And aside from Shrek Academy and the Slime Academy, the other institutions unanimously consented. Some followed blindly without understanding the rationale, while others sought to exploit the situation, attempting to weaken the Slime Academy's power. Furthermore, some were specifically targeting the Slime Academy, in addition to the Wuhuan Temple and the Xingluo Empire. The Imperial Combat Team now joined the ranks of those opposing the Slime Academy. Although the Slime Academy had always maintained a strong relationship with the Tiando Royal Academy. This particular instructor, while appearing amiable on the surface, concealed within him insidious intentions. Who knows what ulterior motives he harbored or why he acted in such a manner? One thing was certain. His motives were far from pure, and it was entirely possible that he would ultimately betray his own students to the Wuhuan Temple. After all, this individual's actions were highly suspect. It was unclear why the Night Emperor had chosen him for this role. Limu found himself unable to contact the Night Emperor, thus could only observe the unfolding situation. With that, Bibi Dong succinctly explained the rules before dismissing the meeting, gazing thoughtfully at Limu's departing figure until everyone had left. Bai Dong began to tidy her belongings and return to her grand hall. However, Qian Dao, Lu had been waiting here for quite some time. What transpired? Did that fellow from the Soul Beast Empire exhibit any reaction to the rules we amended on the spur of the moment? In response, Lord Qian Dao Lu, he displayed no extreme reactions, nor did he refute our decisions. He simply accepted them in silence. Yet, I could see disdain flickering in his pupils. Such a lack of reaction? Truly, he is worthy of having established a nation. He possesses a degree of cunning. Had he reacted, we could have seized the opportunity to revoke their qualifications, or even mobilize forces to attack the Qingdao Great Forest. But his calm demeanor is quite unprecedented for a soul beast. This line of thinking is remarkably reminiscent of a human. Qian Dao Lu stroked his beard, pausing momentarily before continuing to inquire, aside from disdain, did he exhibit any other emotions, such as resentment or anger? Upon hearing this query, Bai Dong pondered briefly before shaking her head. None. How fascinating. This is truly intriguing. It seems we have encountered a worthy adversary. In the forthcoming matches, refrain from any underhanded tactics. Once the competition concludes, we shall take action. There is also another matter. The teacher from the Huangdou team has already succumbed to my threats. Subsequently, he will deliberately lead the team to devise unreasonable battle strategies, ensuring their defeat. After the competition, I will have him guide the students to meet you. You know precisely how to proceed. Upon hearing Qian Dao Lu's words, Bai Dong subtly nodded without uttering a word. However, the disdain in her gaze was unmistakable. It was uncertain whether this disdain was directed toward the teacher or toward Qian Dao Lu himself. Chapter 225. The lightning-fast defeat of the second team, the elite competition for Soul Masters across the continent, officially commenced. A total of 33 teams gathered in one place. Even teams that were not participating on the first day arrived at the Wuhuan Temple's arena for the drawing of lots and group assignments. According to the rules, only 2 teams would compete each day. Moreover, Bai Dong had forsworn the customary opening speech since the last Soul Master competition. After all, such formalities served no purpose and were somewhat strenuous. Furthermore, Bai Dong herself despised such frivolities. Thus she opted to eliminate them entirely, saving considerable effort. On this day, during the first match, the Slime Academy drew the unfortunate first lot. However, the team competing was not the Slime Team 1, but rather Team 2. To make matters worse, they faced the Seed Team, Huangdou Team 1, right from the outset. This team was currently led by Qin Lan, a former student of Rimuru, who graduated from the advanced class 6 years prior. His current strength had reached level 48, with the potential of approaching level 49. He was likely to break through within half a month. His elder brother, Qin Fong, was unable to participate in this Soul Master competition due to being slightly older. Otherwise, with his current level of 52, they might have ranked prominently in this tournament. Regrettably, the most talented individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy had just reached the qualifying age. Presently, the Academy was experiencing a similar situation to 5 years ago, with a gap in talent. Among the current students, only 4 were Soul Masters, while the remaining 3 were Soul Emperors. Notably, 5 of these individuals had previously studied at Slime Academy and successfully graduated. They were Qin Lan, with a soul power level of 48, Baiyu, also at level 48, Yu Qianheng at level 47, Du Guyan at level 41, and Yi Lingling at level 37. 2 among them had participated in the previous Elite Soul Master competition, achieving second place. This time, they brought along 5 newcomers. but the strength of Yu Qianheng and others should not be underestimated. Additionally, the other two participants were also Soul Masters at level 39, while the remaining 4 substitute members range from levels 36 to 38. It is evident that the current Tiando Royal Academy has grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative. However, without a Soul King, it remains challenging to secure a high rank in this competition, especially considering that both Slime Academy and the Wuhuan Temple possess Soul Kings. Fortunately, no other academies, including Shrek Academy, have Soul Kings. Otherwise, this competition would devolve into a chaotic battle of Soul Kings. This year's Elite Soul Master competition is arguably the most prestigious and fiercely contested in history, given the presence of numerous Soul King students, several of whom are under 20 years of age. The ensuing chaos is unimaginable. Yet, the Huangdo team's opponent, Slime Academy Team 2, consists of only 4 Soul Masters, none exceeding level 45. Thus, Team 2 is considered one of the weaker teams on site. Despite their number of Soul Masters being comparable to other teams, they still exhibit a notable disparity in levels. Most importantly, this team has previously encountered members of Huangdo Team 1 in the arena and suffered defeat. Although they currently hold the top ranking, the strength of Huangdo Team should not be underestimated. Moreover, Huangdo Team participated in the arena merely to accumulate points for ranking, with no intention of vying for top positions. This is precisely why their ranking remains relatively low. Had they been serious, they could have easily claimed first place in the arena. This mirrors the approach of Shrek Team, which, after garnering attention from their arena performance, chose to halt their efforts, settling for a position within the top 10. For them, while first place is commendable, it attracts undue attention. Remaining within the top 10 sufficiently attests to their strength. Huangdo Team 1 employs a similar strategy. Thus, when the battle commenced, Slime Team 2 was certainly no match for their opponents, as predicted by Rimuru and others. The battle lasted nearly 20 minutes before Slime Team 2 succumbed to the overwhelming prowess of Huangdo Team 1. Compared to their last encounter, the strength and coordination of Huangdo Team had significantly improved, contributing to the inevitable defeat of Slime Team 2. As such, their elimination was unsurprising. The competition format allows for no second chances. Each battle demands complete commitment, with no room for complacency or counterattack opportunities for the opponent. In today's battle, Rimuru said little, attributing the outcome to their misfortune, as every member of Team 2 had given their utmost effort. Then, Rimuru instructed Lu Erlong to lead their group away first. He was aware that the Wuhuan Temple would take action once the competition concluded, although he was uncertain of their methods. The intelligence available to Rimuru indicated that leaving the second team and Lu Erlong behind would pose significant danger. Thus, facilitating their early departure was the wisest choice. Although this decision might seem somewhat irregular and could invite criticism or malicious slander, Rimuru was indifferent to such matters. As long as his students remained safe, he would not mind the whispers that might circulate. That night, Rimuru escorted them beyond the influence of the Wuhuan Temple before returning. Upon his arrival, he found Guyuna leading the others in discussions regarding their upcoming battle strategy, as their next adversary was the Xingluo Royal Academy. Unfortunately for them, in the first round, they encountered the Slime Academy during the 30-15 match, although 3 teams would receive byes in the first round. The existing animosity between the two sides prompted Guyuna to express her desire to thoroughly defeat the opponent, without causing any lasting harm or fatalities. Within these parameters, they would exert as much force as possible, as long as no one died and the rules were not violated. After all, the relationship between the two parties had never been amicable, and the outcome of the battle was virtually predetermined, making Guyuna's strategic planning sufficient without necessitating Rimuru's intervention. Thus, he retreated to his chamber to prepare for sleep. However, upon his return, he discovered Dition already lying on the bed. Chapter 226, Discussion di Tian. What brings you to my bed? Are you, a person of such pride, seeking to share pillows with me? Rimuru reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs to display his long limbs elegantly. Dition cast a glance at Rimuru and his legs, then smirked dismissively. I merely came to discuss a matter with you, but I did not anticipate your lengthy send-off. You truly are dreadfully slow. I have been made to wait quite a while. What is it? What could be so urgent? Rimuru inquired with a smile. It was evident that Tion's mood was not particularly poor today, as he was engaging in light-hearted banter with Rimuru. Rimuru, tell me the truth. Does the Pope here have any connection to you? Connection? Why would you think that? Rimuru responded with a welcoming smile, countering the question. Although he did have a complicated relationship with Bai Bai Dong, it was primarily her one-sided infatuation with him. What puzzled Rimuru was why Tion had suddenly taken an interest in this matter, given his previous disinterest in the identity of Rimuru's informant within the Wuhuan Temple. Rimuru, I do not know what methods you employed to gain the loyalty of this individual, but I can tell from a mere glance that she possesses the potential for divinity. For humanity, possessing such a talent along with sufficient strength means attaining godhood is simply a matter of time. Thus, such individuals are not to be trusted. I understand your bias against humanity. However, rest assured, Bai Bai Dong is not like the others. If I must say, she may have a slight fondness for me, or rather, an intense affection. This is why she assists me, and I have subjected her to adequate trials of loyalty. Hence I entrust a significant portion of my faith to her. But do not worry, should she exhibit any unusual behavior, I will be able to detect it. Otherwise, why would I engage in such an arrangement? That would merely invite trouble for myself, Rimuru retorted with a roll of his eyes. Tion, however, paid no heed to Rimuru's words and instead focused on the fact that Rimuru had admitted to being liked. This piqued Tion's curiosity. How intriguing. You are exploiting her affection to manipulate her mind and even her body. You are far more cunning than I imagined. Do not speak nonsense. What do you mean by manipulation? It is merely an unrequited affection on her part. I have made it clear that I do not reciprocate her feelings, yet she continues to cling to me. Therefore, I settled for having her assist me, which could also be seen as fulfilling her desires. Otherwise, I could have ignored her from the start, but Bai Bai Dong has an extreme personality. If I were to entirely refuse her, she might turn from love to hatred towards me. I considered this before making my decision. Rimuru's side. Bai Bai Dong's emotional turmoil was unwound by Rimuru, who had saved her life and even aided her in seeking vengeance. Furthermore, it was Rimuru's efforts that allowed her daughter to return to her side. The accumulation of these events fostered a sense of dependence in Bai Bai Dong towards Rimuru. Moreover, each of these occurrences, when isolated, could significantly impact a person's life. If someone frequently intervenes in another's significant life events, the individual receiving assistance is bound to develop complex feelings towards that benefactor. This was precisely the case with Bai Bai Dong. Tion, however, found this amusing and entertaining, without any deeper emotions attached. Rimuru pondered for a moment before responding. Is that all you sought me for? And how did you deduce that Bai Bai Dong is associated with me? How did I know? It is quite simple. Tion scoffed and sat up, crossing his legs in a manner befitting a superior. Just her gaze, though subtle, if I could not discern it. Then my 70,000 years would have been for naught. Moreover, I did not come to you merely regarding the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. I have other matters to discuss. Speak plainly. Refrain from teasing me excessively. It truly lacks substance. Rimuru shot Tion an exasperated glance. Tion chuckled heartily before his expression turned serious. I have detected the presence of a demigod here, and he has sensed me as well. However, he likely perceives me as you, considering you currently embody a human form, concealing the power of a million-year soul beast. Thus, he has continuously released soul power to provoke me. Ideally, I would prefer to confront him directly, leveling the Wuhuan Temple and extracting him. Yet, considering the consequences that would entail for our master, I came to consult you on how to resolve this. By the way, our master is also aware of this situation. My visit to you was at her suggestion. Dalu is truly restless. Rimuru sighed, surprised that the old man would dare to provoke them. Fortunately, with Tion here to take the brunt of the conflict, otherwise, Rimuru himself would have faced relentless harassment. Tion, how long can you endure this provocation? Upon hearing the inquiry, Tion pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In truth, I do not wish to endure even a moment of this. However, for the sake of Lady Gu Yuna, I can temporarily sever my perception in this regard until you execute your plan. Given this, my strategy is to remain inactive. His provocation is straightforward. He aims to incite your anger, prompting you to act or seek him out. In doing so, he would be playing directly into his own hands, providing him with a justification to launch an attack against our Soul Beast Empire. Therefore, by remaining still, we leave them with no grounds to trouble us. Nonetheless, he originally intended to target me, so I apologize, DT. You will have to endure this for a while. Haha, it is of no concern. As long as it benefits the Lord, I shall acquiesce to any circumstance. Since you have made your intentions clear, I shall take my leave. Should you take any action, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. With that, DT departed. Limulu furrowed his brow, contemplating the true intentions of Qian Dalu. However, while he was lost in thought, a powerful sensation surged from his spine to his brain, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. What is it that scoundrel Bai Dong is up to again? This feeling is unmistakably Bai Dong using her soul power to prod at my avatar. Thus, Limula's reaction was understandably intense. The force she exerted was excessive. Nevertheless, since it is Bai Dong calling for me, it is essential to see her. In Chapter 227, Bai Dong's resolve is revealed. Within an expansive chamber, illuminated solely by flickering candles, no windows are visible, and not a whisper of wind stirs. Without the candles, the room would be engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Yet, in this confined space, Limulu perceived a faint fragrance wafting through his avatar, instilling a sense of comfort within him. Soon, he regained his focus, his eyes widening as he regarded Bai Dong with utmost seriousness. Bai Dong, you may remove your hand. Understood, Lord Limulu, she replied, but her movements quickened, showing no inclination of withdrawal. This left Limulu somewhat speechless. Bai Dong, did you summon me merely for this triviality? Not at all, Lord Limulu. This is my private sanctuary, unknown even to Qian Dalu. He's been watching me too closely of late, ostensibly to supervise my training and ensure I complete my assessments. However, I suspect he has discovered my connection to the outside world. Rest assured, he is unaware of my relationship with you. He merely believes I am clandestinely engaging with other factions. Today, I seized the opportunity of the competition's first day, claiming to be occupied with official duties, to meet with you here. Given the perilous nature of this situation, we should refrain from using such methods of communication for the time being. After all, we have ample opportunities to meet in public. At that time, you may discreetly signal to me in another fashion. Though I may not fully comprehend it, I can analyze it gradually. Limulu Filbibi Dong in regard. For having such a remarkable beauty working under him was indeed advantageous. Moreover, she had ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, wielding significant power. She was but a step away from completing her final assessment. Most importantly, her kindness toward Limulu left him unable to disregard her welfare. I understand, Lord Limulu. I shall proceed with caution. However, there is a critical matter that I must report to you. If I do not convey this now, it will truly be too late. What is it? Upon hearing her words, Limulu's brow furrowed, sensing an unusual gravity to the situation. After all, Bai Dong's demeanor had only been serious in moments of urgency, such as when she dispatched Qian Sunji or sought Limulu's aid to bring Qian Rinxue back to her side. Lord Limulu, the Xing Luo Empire has dispatched troops. They intend to besiege the Spirit Hall and capture all students and teachers here. Furthermore, apart from their emperor, 3 titled law have arrived from the Xing Luo Empire, all at levels above 93 but below 96. In addition, they have sent nearly 100,000 Soul Master soldiers, the weakest of whom possess the strength of a great Soul Master, while the strongest do not exceed the Soul's own rank. Although their strength may not be overwhelming, their sheer numbers pose a significant threat. Even titled Douluo may find themselves at a disadvantage against such a vast army, unless they possess unique area of effect abilities or toxic powers akin to those of a poisoned Douluo. Thus, this army has the potential to overwhelm any titled Douluo. Of course, this only applies to titled Douluo. Bai Dong's warning is not mere exaggeration. In summary, the strength of titled Douluo remains within a manageable range. By leveraging their numbers and restricting the enemy's escape routes, As long as they do not possess destructive soul skills akin to those of Douluo or lethal toxic techniques, they can effectively employ a strategy of attrition to eliminate their foes. However, once one surpasses the 96th level to become a super Douluo, they're no longer constrained by numbers. While a greater troop count may complicate matters for them, it does not render them vulnerable to being overrun by sheer numbers. This distinction highlights the stark divide between title Douluo and super Douluo. The actions of the Qing Luo Empire indicate their readiness for war. In light of this, how does the Spirit Hall intend to respond? What strategies does Qian Dao Lu have in mind? Limu contemplated briefly before inquiring of Bai Bai Dong. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong answered. The stance of Qian Dao Lu and the entirety of the Spirit Hall is essentially aligned to cooperate with the Qing Luo Empire in their endeavor to consume the Tiando Empire and the Soul Beast Empire. They are emboldened by their military might and the numerous title Dao within our Spirit Hall, prompting them to consider an offensive against you. Had it not been for your emergence, they would not have acted with such urgency. However, this very urgency presents us with an opportunity to eliminate these adversaries, especially Qian Dao Lu. Should we eliminate him, the threat posed by the Qing Luo Empire would dissipate entirely. But I'm not an enemy of Qian Dao Lu, so you may rest assured, Lord Limu, I will handle him. Limu nodded, accepting this burden. Yet, it would not be Limu who dealt with Qian Dao Lu, but rather Dition. However, the existence of Dition must remain concealed from Bai Bai Dong for the time being. She must not learn of his true identity. Thus, his identity must remain confidential for a while longer. By the way, Bai Bai Dong, if we ultimately achieve victory, what are your intentions? Will you disband the Wuhan Hall, or will you continue to lead the fractured Wuhan Hall? I can assert that once this minor conflict concludes, the Wuhan Hall will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Therefore, it would be wiser for you to bring your people to Shilai Mu Academy, as we are in need of instructors. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Bai Bai Dong pondered briefly before revealing a radiant smile. No, although there is little left in the Wuhan Hall for me to cling to, the number of people living here is far too great. Some of them have developed deep emotional ties to this place, and I cannot abandon them. Thus, for their sake and for my own, I must rejuvenate the Wuhan Hall, allowing it to be reborn. Only in this way can I prove worthy of those who believe in me. Excellent. Since you have your own plans, focus on executing them. After all, it is only through this that you will qualify to complete the assessment and attain the divine inheritance. Rimuru also recognized the determination in her eyes and smiled with satisfaction before departing from the chamber. Upon seeing her leave, Bai Bai Dong also smiled, extinguished the candle, and exited the secret room. Chapter 228, Battle against Qing Luo Royal Academy. The following morning, Rimuru began preparations for the competition. This time, the participants included Xiao Wu, Wang Qiuer, Bing Di, and Gu Yuna for Soul Kings, along with the support Soul Masters Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji. The seventh member was Ziji. Her strength should not be underestimated, as her soul power had reached level 47, granting her the ability to contend with an average Soul King. Unfortunately, due to regulatory constraints, Shilai Mu Academy was unable to field the unnamed Soul King. Otherwise, this round would have been sufficient to leave their opponents at a loss. It is the rules that restrict their full capabilities, rendering them unable to unleash their true potential. Now, I assign you 7 a task, to fight with all your might. Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong, you two are responsible for healing them. As long as they remain conscious, do not cease your healing, and simultaneously, the attacks from the others must not falter. This time, we must convey our stance to the Qing Luo Empire. Understood, Director Rimuru. The group responded with smiles, and Rimuru's lips curled upward, reflecting her delight. At last, they would have an opportunity to stand tall. Previously, they had endured constant provocation from the Qing Luo Empire, being subjected to slander. Although the Soul Beast Empire could retaliate, doing so would fall into their trap, making a war across the continent inevitable. Therefore, Rimuru had to endure temporarily to prevent such a scenario. However, from this moment onward, they would no longer need to restrain themselves. For once the elite Soul Master competition concludes, it would mark the dawning of the Soul Beast Empire's resurgence. Xing Luo Royal Academy, affiliated with the Xing Luo Empire, shares a profound relationship with it. Consequently, they harbor deep animosity toward Shi Lai Mu Academy, and likewise, the individuals from Shi Lai Mu Academy hold no fondness for them. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules, they would have sent all their combatants to eliminate their opponents without the need for Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong to participate. The sole purpose for their involvement was to ensure that no one would perish or sustain severe injuries. Thus, their entry into the fray was not to bolster their own forces, but merely to provide assurance at the outset when both sides were uncertain of the opposing participants. Once both sides entered the arena, the expressions of the Xing Luo Royal Academy members shifted dramatically. They had anticipated that Shi Lai Mu Academy would conserve their strength and only send in Soul Zone participants, at most allowing 1 or 2 Soul Kings to take the stage. The Xing Luo Royal Academy had 7 Soul Zone members, 2 of whom had reached level 49, very close to the Soul King threshold. They believed they could defeat a Soul King below level 55 with their combined efforts. Thus, their strategy was to have these 2 join forces against the Soul King and swiftly eliminate them, while the remaining members would aim to buy time. However, when they realized their predictions had been completely erroneous, their expressions resembled those of someone who had just tasted something foul, their faces turning ashen. Particularly the lead instructor who had devised this strategy, whose countenance had darkened considerably. Not only them, but the other spectators were also caught entirely off guard by Shi Lai Mu Academy's audacious move to field 4 Soul Kings right from the outset. Additionally, there were 2 support Soul Masters backing them up. Furthermore, ZG's strength was not to be taken lightly. Most importantly, all these participants were female, and regardless of their individual power, their entrance ignited cheers from the surrounding crowd. It is evident how high their popularity soared. Rimuru had originally intended to leverage their popularity to form a small team for performances, thereby promoting Shi Lai Mu Academy and the Soul Beast Empire. However, this idea was dismissed 2 years ago. Yet, it was not rejected by Guyu Na and the others, but rather by Rimuru himself. They had no objections to forming a group or to performing, but the condition was that Rimuru must also join and appear in female attire before the public. Upon hearing this request, Rimuru immediately rejected the proposal. After all, he was the emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. It would be highly inappropriate for an emperor to dress as a woman all day. Although Rimuru had grown accustomed to it, it did not mean he could do so at any moment. Consequently, the matter was never raised again. Now, seeing the soaring popularity of Guyu Na and the others, Rimuru could not help but sigh. What a pity, this popularity is difficult to capitalize on, otherwise we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to promote the Soul Beast Empire. Rimuru sighed. Tang San, standing nearby, chuckled lightly before speaking up. Actually, what Sister Guyana said is not without merit. After all, your female attire persona could garner even more popularity than Sister Guyana. Tang San, are you seeking death? Rimuru shot him a glare upon hearing his words. However, he suddenly froze, as if struck by inspiration, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. But allowing me to participate is not out of the question, provided that you join me as well. Huh? Tang San's expression changed drastically upon hearing Rimuru's words, and he promptly fell silent, regretting that he had engaged in idle banter. He had just dug his own grave. When Tang San first donned women's clothing, he had vehemently resisted. Later, during a school performance, he had donned it once more, earning him the ridicule of the entire academy. Since then, cross-dressing had become an indelible shadow in his heart. Thus far, he has not encountered a third time. However, from Limulu's perspective, it will not be long before he experiences it, gradually acclimating to the situation. After all, Limulu has traversed this path himself. Meanwhile, as Limulu's thoughts wandered, the battle below had already commenced. Guyu Na and her companions launched an exceedingly swift offensive, rendering their opponents utterly incapable of raising their heads. In terms of soul power, combat experience, and martial spirit, they possessed an all-encompassing capacity for suppression. Consequently, their adversaries had no room for resistance, becoming mere playthings for Guyu Na and her team. Yet, they were not devoid of strength. Among them, The strongest captain sought an opportunity to strike at Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji. However, a mere counterattack from Bai Ji sent him reeling back. Following this, Wang Xiu'er unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, leaving him in tears. Chapter 229. Rising up. It is unbearable. I beg for mercy. Truly, I can endure no more. If this continues, calamity will befall us. Sisters, no. Esteemed ladies, please cease your onslaught. We genuinely cannot withstand it. I implore you, if this persists, we shall surely meet our demise. At this moment, the arena echoed with anguished cries, a sound most brutal. The source of these lamentations was none other than the individuals from the Qing Luo Empire. They had endured approximately half an hour of torment at the hands of Gu Yuna and her companions. Each time they attempted to cry out for surrender, they were met not with mercy, but with an array of soul techniques and petite yet fierce punches. Their suffering was profound, leaving them utterly numbed. However, they found it nearly impossible to lose consciousness, as they realized that Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji, the auxiliary soul masters, had come to the arena not to assist Gu Yuna and her team, but rather to aid them. Their powers kept these individuals alert, ensuring that even when injured, they would recover swiftly. Additionally, Gu Yuna and her companions struck with great precision, aware of where to hit and where to refrain. This resulted in their group experiencing pain without suffering severe injuries. Thus, they appeared so wretched, unable even to utter the simple words of surrender. The spectators could only witness their plight and their indomitable spirit, feeling a sense of admiration. Even their supervising teacher could not comprehend the situation. Why? Knowing they could not prevail, would they refuse to surrender? This was beyond his understanding. He even believed that they were determined to fight on, striving to uphold the honor of the Qing Luo Empire. Thus, he felt moved and refrained from intervening to help them surrender. After all, according to the rules, if a teacher entered the fray, that team would automatically be deemed the loser. Consequently, only the individuals from the Slime Academy, the students being pummeled, and the referee were aware of the true nature of the events. Yet, the referee, being affiliated with Bai Dong, had been instructed not to halt the match regardless of what transpired unless one party conceded. Thus, even though he understood the situation, he could only watch helplessly, unable to assist, for he was a man of principle. The Slime Academy had committed no foul. They were merely healing their opponents and continuing the battle. There was no violation of the rules. Moreover, the faction of Bai Dong held no fondness for the Qing Luo Empire, as the latter's actions had deeply offended them. Thus, apart from a smidgen of sympathy, he felt a touch of schadenfreude. It must be said, the situation for the Qing Luo Empire was indeed dire. Time passed, and after another half hour, the Royal Academy of Qing Luo finally found an opportunity to concede. Otherwise, they would likely have been battered until their spirits completely shattered. I protest. I must protest. They are healing us while continuing to fight. The team captain led the charge in protest, with others echoing his sentiments. As their voices resonated throughout the arena, the truth dawned upon everyone. They had been enduring punishment, not due to their steadfast spirits, but because they had not even been afforded the chance to call for surrender. More importantly, the two auxiliary soul masters from the Slime Academy were healing them and enhancing their abilities. Yet they were still no match for 4 soul kings and 1 soul sovereign. This was tantamount to 9 against 5. Even in such an uneven matchup, they dared to protest? It was utterly shameful. All the spectators felt a complete lack of sympathy for these individuals who could not accept defeat and yet chose to protest. Even the supervising teacher turned pale with anger, calling them back for a stern reprimand. In this battle, they not only lost but also tarnished the reputation of the Qing Luo Empire with their final protests. Thus, these students were bound to face the appropriate repercussions. In contrast, the Slime Academy's approach, while seeming somewhat unsportsmanlike, had not resulted in any casualties. None from the Qing Luo Royal Academy were severely injured. They only bore minor wounds. Hence, in the eyes of many, the Slime Academy appeared to be a bastion of compassion. However, this was merely the perspective of the uninformed. Observant individuals discerned the formidable strength of the Slime Academy, particularly the rare healing abilities of Bai Ji. Consequently, they realized that they had underestimated the Slime Academy in Limulu. Even Bai Dong, witnessing this scene, could not refrain from expressing admiration. Regrettably, due to his position, he could only share his thoughts with Gui, Mei, and Yuguan. Otherwise, the Xing Luo Empire would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create trouble. Thus, the first round of the competition concluded after 15 days of contests. Following the preliminary rounds and the accumulation of points, the top 2 teams received a bye for the next round. The calculation of points was designed based on the duration of battles. The Slime Academy had not participated in the preliminary rounds and had taken the longest time to conclude their match, without exception. Other teams, even those evenly matched, resolved their battles within half an hour. Only the Slime Academy had mercilessly defeated their opponents for over an hour before ending the fight. Such a prolonged contest had never occurred before, setting a new record. Therefore, their points were notably low. Ultimately, the teams receiving byes were the Imperial Fighting Team, ranked first, and the Shrek Team, ranked second. Regrettably, during the previous qualifying matches, the Shrek Team succumbed to the Royal Fight Team due to their aggressive tactics. Consequently, despite demonstrating superior strength here, they can only rank second, as they are facing the formidable Thunder Academy. It took them nearly half an hour to overcome this opponent, which further highlights their defeat to the Royal Fight Team. After all, the Royal Fight Team encountered the Slime Team, which was far less capable. Thus, their score naturally surpasses that of the Shrek Team. Following the conclusion of this match, only a couple of teams from the Star Luo Empire remain among the 15. Whereas the teams from the Heaven Do Empire have dwindled by just 1 or 2. This situation is unprecedented. At last, the younger generation of the Heaven Do Empire has risen. As time flows on, the Soul Master Elite competition progresses swiftly. The Slime Academy team has triumphantly fought through to the finals. Similarly, the Spirit Halls team has also reached the grand finale. Now, only these 2 teams remain to contest the ultimate championship. The other teams have become mere spectators in the face of their prowess, as defeating either of these teams, or even serving as an obstacle, proves exceedingly challenging. The strength of these 2 teams exists in an entirely different dimension compared to the others, making their confrontation in the finals entirely predictable. However, it is comforting to note that the Shrek team has secured 3rd place, while the Divine Wind Academy claimed 4th. Following them, the Royal Fight Academy stands in 5th, with the 6th, 7th, and 8th places occupied by the Blazing Fire Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy, and the Elephant Armor Sect, respectively. Apart from the top 4, which were determined through matches, the remaining rankings are based on points. The Shrek Academy is undeniably powerful, yet they fell victim to the relentless onslaught of the Slime Academy. Despite sharing the same surname, the disparity between them is as vast as heaven and earth, rendering any comparison futile. The Divine Wind Academy, initially not positioned this high, leveraged a loophole in the rules by exchanging students with the Blazing Fire Academy. They traded away their weaker students and brought in the Blazing Fire Academy's trump cards, which enabled them to vanquish the Royal Fight Team and achieve 4th place. Consequently, the Royal Fight Team could only rely on their scoring advantage to settle for 5th. As for the Blazing Fire Academy, they barely managed to cling to 6th place based on points, with their score only a few digits apart from that of the Heavenly Water Academy. However, their sacrifices ultimately benefited the Divine Wind Academy, but they too faced defeat in the end. The emergence of this rule loophole astonished many. Fortunately, Bibi Dong called for a 1-day suspension. After the Divine Wind Academy's match, she swiftly amended the rules to prohibit any student exchanges between academies during the competition. However, those who had already exchanged could not be altered. Thus, other academies could no longer replicate this method. The Divine Wind Academy's reputation slightly diminished in exchange for commendable results. But they could not evade the repercussions that followed, having to address them gradually. Today marks the final match, the day when the Slime Academy faces off against the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall team comprises only their strongest members, with 4 Soul Kings, 2 level 49 Soul Zone, and a level 33 support-type Soul Master. This configuration is nothing short of perfect. The Slime Academy sends 4th Gu Yuna, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the Ice Emperor as their 4 Soul Kings, accompanied by Bai Ji, Zg, and Tianming Bingcan. Since only 4 Soul Kings can participate, Rimuru conducted thorough deliberations and countless simulations with the King of Wisdom in his mind, ultimately concluding that this combination possesses a 10% greater chance of victory compared to other combinations, yielding an approximate 80% probability of success. While this may not reach 100%, it is still sufficient, as the members of the Spirit Hall are by no means weak. As for Wang Qiao, although her martial spirit and strength are commendable, they largely hinge on sheer power. Yet, currently, the slime team possesses strength comparable to her own, with Tang San, Gu Yuna, and even the Ice Emperor on par with her. Therefore, relying solely on brute force makes her the most vulnerable target. Previously, she easily dominated weaker opponents, but when faced with equally prepared adversaries, she risks a downfall. Thus, her exclusion from the match was also in her best interest. However, Wang Qiao feels somewhat displeased, which prompts Ning Rongrong to console her, especially since Ning Rongrong is also sidelined. This exclusion is not due to her inadequacy, but because, against such a formidable opponent, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit proves less potent than the Emerald Swan. After all, she lacks any means of escape, while Bai Ji possesses some capacity for resistance. Hence, Rimuru decided against allowing her to participate. As for Xue Qinghe and Bai Qinxiang, their absence is purely due to insufficient strength. They had each fought once before, but that match was merely a token effort. Competing against peers of their level is already quite taxing. Entering the arena now would be tantamount to surrender. Thus, their non-participation serves as the best form of support. Soon, both teams arrive at the arena, brimming with anticipation. As soon as the referee utters the words begin, they will charge into battle without hesitation. This confrontation holds significant implications for the Spirit Hall in their quest for consecutive championships, and for the Slime Academy as they strive to emerge as the new champions. All participants, please prepare. Now I declare. Wait. Just as the referee is about to announce the start of the match, Bibi Dong stands up, halting him. The crowd is perplexed, unaware of her intentions. However, Rimuru comprehends that the Spirit Hall's plan is about to unfold, coinciding with the initiation of his own. At this moment, Bibi Dong discreetly casts a glance toward Rimuru. Subsequently, she gracefully leaps down from the high platform, landing softly before the referee. Please step aside. I shall oversee this. She commands. As you wish, Your Holiness, replies the referee without hesitation, departing promptly. Before leaving, he exchanges a knowing glance with Bibi Dong and heads toward the Spirit Hall. Clearly, Bibi Dong's subordinates are already well prepared. Under the stewardship of Bai Dong, the current Wuhan Temple, while ostensibly unchanged, has furtively divided into 2 factions. One faction, openly ambitious, is readily visible, while the other, clandestinely nurtured by Bai Dong, aligns itself with Limulu and harbors a yearning for peace. Though not numerous, each member has pledged unwavering loyalty to Bai Dong. This particular referee is one such individual. There is no need for alarm, as their strength exceeds expectations. I am concerned that this referee may not be able to timely intervene to halt the battle at the last moment. Thus, I shall personally oversee the adjudication of this match and ensure the safety of all students. I hereby declare the grand finale of the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Tournament to commence. As Bai Dong's proclamation echoed, the final showdown of the tournament officially began. In the instant her voice resonated, all participants surged forward, each having identified their opponents. Limulu had devised a straightforward battle strategy, a direct confrontation of soldier against soldier and king against king. Guyana faced off against Qianren Shui, both regarded as the strongest contenders from their respective teams, and their match posed no difficulties. Next, Tang San and Tianming Bing confronted the Hua Laina siblings. They possessed a formidable martial soul fusion technique capable of significantly amplifying their prowess, even capable of defeating a soul emperor. This technique emanated a thick, pink mist that would incapacitate those with weak mental fortitude who ventured within, rendering them unconscious. However, Tang San, endowed with the Zg Demon Eye, was a natural adversary to illusions and mental attacks, and with Tianming Can's overflowing mental strength, their opponents were utterly incapable of exerting influence over him. Had his soul power not been limited to the 47th level, he alone could have single-handedly countered the Hua Lai Na siblings' fusion technique. Nevertheless, to be prudent, it was the wisest choice to have both of them combat the siblings together. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu engaged another Soul King. The remaining participants each performed their duties, bringing forth their utmost capabilities in battle. As time progressed, the combatants remained cautiously vigilant, acutely aware that a single misstep could grant their adversaries an opening to exploit. Even the audience members remained tense, captivated by the spectacle before them. However, unbeknownst to many, the leading teacher of the Huangdou team, accompanied by their students, had discreetly departed the scene. Bai Dong furrowed her brow at this sight. According to the original plan, they were to remain until the conclusion of the competition. Their premature exit perplexed her, yet she dismissed it, reasoning that there was still ample time before the planned actions were to unfold. In that moment, a crimson signal flare erupted in the sky. With its emergence, institutions under the auspices of the Xing Luo Empire, including the Xing Luo Royal Academy, simultaneously launched assaults on the surrounding academies. From the very outset, the audience seating at the competition venue had been compromised by the Wuhan Temple. On average, every institution not affiliated with the Wuhan Temple or the Xing Luo Empire found itself encircled by forces from the Xing Luo Empire. Unexpectedly, alongside the local forces of the Xing Luo Empire, several academies from the Tiandou Empire had also allied with them. The academy from the Balak Duchy was among them, merely one of many. Except for the Five Elements Academy, the Plan Academy, and the Shrek Academy, all other institutions had betrayed their original allegiances. They had unwittingly become pawns of the Xing Luo Empire. This revelation left the assaulted Five Elements Academy, the Plan Academy, and a couple of others that had not defected in a state of bewilderment. Even Limulu had not anticipated such an audacious move at this juncture. Limulu glanced at Bai Dong, who subtly shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation. The original plan of the Wuhan Temple was to act only after the competition's conclusion. Yet it appeared that Qiandao Lu had acted in secrecy, initiating the operation prematurely. Limulu then noticed that the entire Huangdou team had vanished without a trace. In response, Limulu furrowed his brow and leapt onto the competition platform, forcibly halting the match. He urged all assaulted academies to endure and not allow the Xing Luo Empire and the Wuhan Temple to prevail. Standing atop the stage, Limulu shouted fervently. Wang Xiao'er and others received the signal and immediately sprang into action to assist. Gu Yuna and Limulu exchanged glances before departing to aid from the spectator stands. Shrek Academy, amidst this upheaval, remained unscathed, as members Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing hail from the royal lineage of the Xing Luo Empire. Thus, they could sit in tranquility. However, even they could not remain idle, for they were completely oblivious to the unfolding conspiracy. The audacity of the Xing Luo Empire and the Wuhan Temple to act so brazenly caught them off guard, igniting their righteous indignation to aid the assaulted academies. Thus, Shrek Academy formally entered the fray. Meanwhile, numerous members of the Wuhan Temple expressed a desire to attack the beleaguered academies. However, just as they prepared to strike, Bai Dong intervened decisively. All those who follow me, heed my command. The Wuhan Temple shall not allow the likes of Qiandao Lu to manipulate us at will. We seek a peace, a fairness, a Wuhan Temple that stands firm in the world, earning the respect of all and benefiting soul masters, rather than a regime of oppression and tyranny that rules through slaughter. At this pivotal moment, Bai Dong revealed her true identity. Those aligned with her faction had awaited this moment, donning exclusive insignia crafted by Bai Dong herself, and commenced their assault on those unadorned by such emblems. The insignia bore a distinctly recognizable aura. Only those approved by Bibi Dong may don the insignia. Otherwise, its aura shall remain concealed. Thus, it serves as a tool for identifying allies, for there are times when distinguishing between friend and foe proves challenging. In such instances, one must rely on this waist badge. At this moment, Qianren Xue and her companions stood in bewilderment. as the four Soul Kings had been oblivious to this scheme from the outset and were now at a loss for what to do. However, Bibi Dong approached them, accompanied by Limulu. Qianrenxue, do you trust your mother? Chapter 232, Action. Of course, I trust my mother, Qianrenxue replied without hesitation. Bibi Dong then turned to her other students. Do you believe in your teacher? After a moment's contemplation, Hulaina was the first to respond. I believe in my teacher. Indeed, we all trust our teacher. With Hulaina's affirmation, the others felt compelled to echo her sentiment. Bibi Dong smiled and bestowed upon each of them a waist badge, which had been prepared in advance, but not yet distributed to them, to avoid raising suspicions with Qian Dalu. Although it was somewhat late to explain the situation, as long as they believed in themselves, that was sufficient for Bibi Dong. She briefly clarified the matter, informing them that only those who possessed the badge and emanated a special aura were their allies. Without that aura, even if one bore the badge, they were foes. Their primary objective now was to quell the internal turmoil. As for the external situation, it could be managed by the Slime Academy. After all, each of them was capable of surpassing their limits in battle. Furthermore, with Dtion present, there was no need to worry about their safety. Once Bibi Dong had elucidated everything, Qianrenxue and her companions departed to commence their mission. This time, Qian Dalu had unexpectedly altered his plans, initiating actions prematurely, thereby preventing the final competition from taking place. Consequently, no one could guarantee the outcome of who would win or lose. It was truly unfortunate. Had they waited another 20 to 30 minutes, a victor would have been determined. Qian Dalu was indeed exasperating. Limulu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Bibi Dong chuckled and approached Limulu, saying, Fear not. As long as we successfully eliminate Qian Dalu this time, I shall request an early commencement of the next competition for special reasons. This would ensure that my students would be just the right age of 25, allowing your students to participate as well. By then, our students would be among the most exceptional young soul masters. I even anticipate witnessing a battle of all soul emperors or even soul saints 3 years hence. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. Bibi Dong's thoughts were filled with hope, and Limulu smiled without contradiction. For there was indeed a chance that Guyu Na and her companions could elevate their abilities to the soul saint level within 3 years, given their current prowess. Thus, it was settled. After dealing with Qian Dalu, the next competition would be advanced. However, it is now your turn to lead the way. That old Qian Dalu has concealed himself too well. I cannot see him at all. Rest assured, I shall guide you to him. However, the leading teacher of the Huangdo team has been one of ours since early morning. As for how to handle this individual, I shall leave that to your discretion. I will not intervene. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Limulu nodded and followed her to the secret chamber where Qian Dalu resided. Shortly thereafter, they arrived, only to encounter the super Douluo of the worship hall. Bibi Dong, you have indeed betrayed us. Lord Qian Dalu was correct. You are a traitor. The golden crocodile, Douluo, roared in fury. The others were equally incensed, wishing to rend Bibi Dong to pieces. Yet, in the face of so many adversaries, Bibi Dong merely smiled, unfazed. You have been waiting here, I see. However, I am curious to witness what capabilities you possess. As soon as her words fell, Bibi Dong launched a signal flare into the sky. Within mere moments, the Elders' Hall, led by Gui, Mei, and Yu Guan, arrived at the scene. Although the title Doa of the Elders' Hall were all below level 96, with the highest being 95, their numbers far exceeded those of the Worship Hall. Moreover, with Gui Mei and Yu Guan leading the charge, as long as someone could restrain the golden crocodile Douluo and that level 97 super Douluo, the others could easily handle the remaining super Douluos. While it was true that in one-on-one or even one-on-two situations, title Douluo were no match for super Douluo, the current scenario featured over a dozen individuals facing 5 or 6. This disparity in numbers made it implausible for even the strongest super Douluo to withstand the onslaught. Bibi Dong, it seems you have orchestrated quite an elaborate scheme. You must have conspired with this soul beast long ago. The golden crocodile pointed at Limulu. But Bibi Dong stepped forward, unleashing her martial spirit and soul rings. Simultaneously, the long-hidden Xiao Bai, the humanoid spider spirit, made its first appearance before the crowd. Mind your words. Lord Limulu is not someone you can casually insult. Oomph. So it is true. You are a traitor to humanity. Bibi Dong had now openly severed ties with a golden crocodile, Douluo. At that moment, the spider spirit leaped onto Bibi Dong's shoulder, stretching lazily. It has been ages since I last emerged. The sensation of breathing freely is truly refreshing. Bibi Dong, shall we deal with this old fool now? If so, let us proceed without further ado. Xiao Bai, there is no need to rush. The enemy's strength is formidable, and we must not underestimate the level 97 super Douluo present. Bibi Dong cautioned, casting Limulu a glance and softly instructing, "Leave this to me. You advance first." "Understood. Take care," Limulu replied before charging forward. Some attempted to impede her, but Limulu sent them flying with a single strike. The golden crocodile, Douluo, sought to intervene, but was blocked by Bibi Dong. Yet, the nearby level 97 Super Douluo seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Just then, the sky erupted with a cacophony of sound. Countless sword rains descended from above, forcibly separating the two sides. In that moment, Limulu seized the chance to slip inside. Qingxin, seeing the individual who had appeared, everyone was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Qingxin would be present. In that final instant, as Limulu dashed in, she caught sight of Qingxin's arrival and let out a long sigh of relief. His appearance was the result of Limulu contacting Ning Fengji 2 days prior to request his assistance. Due to the inevitable turmoil that is bound to unfold, it is prudent to summon Qingxin under the pretext of safeguarding Ningrongren, as vanquishing these individuals poses no significant challenge. Beyond this, the Tiando Empire has commenced mobilization of its troops, preparing to intercept the forces of the Xinghua Empire. The Lan Dian Bawang Long clan and the Qi Bao Liuli sect have both dispatched a contingent to this region, poised to eliminate the Wuhuan Temple. Unexpectedly, the Qi Bao Liuli sect, known for its aversion to fame and worldly affairs, has also made its appearance. It seems you have been plotting in advance. You have misunderstood. My purpose here is solely to protect our sect leader's daughter. Naturally, I must eliminate any threats to Rongren's safety. Qingxin gracefully twirled his sword, articulating his points with such logic that rebuttal seemed impossible. At this moment, Bibi Dong observed a profound transformation in Qingxin's demeanor since their last encounter. You have reached the 97th rank. 2 years ago, under the guidance of Dean Limulu, I managed to break through to the 97th level, Qingxin replied. His every word and action exuded an air of effortless tranquility, making his ascension to the 97th rank appear almost trivial to onlookers, inciting both envy and admiration. Oomph. Even if you have attained the 97th rank, what of it? Let's all join forces and capture these human traitors. This world cannot tolerate the establishment of an empire by soul beasts, for it rightfully belongs to humanity. The golden crocodile Doa roared and charged ahead, prompting the others to follow suit. Qingxin, you deal with the others. Leave the golden crocodile to me. As she spoke, Bibi Dong surged forward. Above her, the small white creature let out a sharp cry and unleashed its soul skill. Powerful white threads descended from the heavens, ensnaring the golden crocodile Douluo completely. However, the opponent's strength was formidable, and he broke free in mere moments. Yet, Bibi Dong's assault was far from over. The small white creature operated independently, capable of launching its soul skill autonomously, coupled with Bibi Dong's own prowess. This scenario meant that the golden crocodile Douluo faced not only a formidable opponent of equal strength, but also an untouchable title Douluo attacking him simultaneously. Thus, although his initial onslaught was fierce, it was gradually subdued, leaving him unable to break free from Bibi Dong's grip. This exemplifies the stark contrast between possessing a soul spirit and lacking one, as well as the difference in intelligence among them. A soulless spirit would be incapable of creating the current situation, let alone assisting Bibi Dong in her offensive. Therefore, together, they were more than capable of subduing a seasoned 98th rank Super Douluo. Meanwhile, the battle on the other front saw Jiandouluo Qingxin gaining the upper hand. His attacks were exceptionally sharp, compelling most opponents into a defensive stance, leaving them no opportunity to strike back. Over on the side of Gui Mei Yueguan, they led their team in confrontation against the members of the Offering Hall. Although they faced disadvantages in one-on-one encounters, their numerical superiority allowed them to dominate the enemy completely. Thus, the internal strife within the Wuhuan Temple had commenced. Furthermore, outside the fray, the Slime Academy had gained the upper hand as well. Those who had aligned themselves with the Xinglua Empire and the Wuhuan Temple, while not entirely eradicated, were significantly weakened. More importantly, these individuals were no match for Gu Yuanna and her companions. Even if left alone, the Slime Academy would be more than capable of handling them. The only concern might be the potential danger involved. In addition, Qianruan Xue and her allies collaborated with BB Dong's subordinates to sweep away the Soul Masters affiliated with Qiandao Liu, recognizing the inevitable decline of their faction. Those individuals largely chose to defect. It must be noted that BB Dong had meticulously prepared during this period, as it would have been impossible to amass such a loyal following in such a short time otherwise. Qiandao Liu believed himself to be assured of victory, yet he remained oblivious to the reality that his only available assets were the super Duluos of the Offering Hall. The lower ranks were notably fickle. With sufficient pressure and a lesson or two, they could easily turn traitor. In contrast, BB Dong's cultivated warriors were steadfast and resolute. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Thus, the battle in this region posed no cause for concern, as Qianruan Xue led the way, ensuring all would be handled adeptly. Simultaneously, Limulu had arrived at the heart of the clandestine chamber. Here, he was met with the sight of the lead teacher, pierced through the heart, alongside several unconscious students. Limulu briefly utilized his soul power to assess their conditions, relieved to find they were still alive. Had they perished, he would have been at a loss in explaining the situation to the Shuiyadadi. Alert! These students have been poisoned. Please expedite the antidote, or they may face dire consequences. At that moment, the Wisdom King spoke up. Limulu was startled, quickly moving forward to investigate. What sort of toxin is this? Is it curable? Alert! The poison can be cured, but it requires time and must not be disturbed. Upon receiving this response, Limulu felt a wave of relief. However, it was at this juncture that Qiandao Liu emerged from the shadows. Ha ha! My specially concocted poison is beyond the capabilities of even the notorious Dugubois. So spare yourself the trouble. These individuals are my hostages to threaten Shuiya. And you, this ambiguous creature, shall meet your end here. Qiandao Liu clearly misinterpreted Limulu's prior conversation with the Wisdom King as mere soliloquy, thus stepping forward to bask in the moment. Nevertheless, Limulu narrowed his eyes and without hesitation transformed into a slime dragon, soaring toward the ceiling. Oomph! You truly are that million-year soul beast. Regardless, your demise is imminent, and your soul bone shall belong to me. In the instant Limulu surged forth, Qiandao Liu followed closely behind. Their brief engagement revealed to Limulu that his opponent possessed a strength slightly superior to his own. However, at that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system resonated. Sign in with Qiandao Liu successful. Soul power level has risen to 98. A soul power level of 98 represents a significant enhancement for Limulu's humanoid form. Yet he still remained far from the divine tier. However, his purpose here was not to battle Qiandao Liu, but rather to lure him out for Detian. Thus, he simultaneously restrained his opponent while enticing him outward, unleashing his power to wreak havoc upon the surrounding chamber. Before long, the two soared into the sky, drawing the attention of many outside. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, as Jin Ido Luo, who had previously engaged in combat with Rimuru, beheld the unfolding scene. An overwhelming fury engulfed him. Simultaneously, Ditan, who was spectating, felt a surge of interest upon spotting Rimuru in the sky. In Chapter 234, titled Detian Takes Action, Qiandao Liu let out a furious roar, unleashing his most formidable soul skill in an attempt to vanquish Rimuru. Despite Rimuru's transformation into a colossal slime dragon, which, while not at the demigod level, was still an ancient soul beast, he remained undaunted even in the face of Qiandao Liu, a peak Douluo of the demigod caliber. Although he experienced a momentary suppression, he did not falter in the clash of powers. At that moment, a figure even larger and more robust than Rimuru's materialized before the onlookers. A massive shadow, obscuring the sky, revealed itself, and with a resounding dragon's roar, the entire spirit hall trembled. In comparison, even Rimuru's imposing form appeared as a frail child, utterly incomparable. Ditian, this is entrusted to you. I shall descend to handle matters with the others. With those words, Rimuru transformed back into his slime form and plummeted from the sky. Don't even think about escaping, Dalu exclaimed as he launched an attack at Rimuru's descent. However, in the next instant, as the black dragon flapped its mighty wings, a tempest powerful enough to obliterate mountains surged forth. Dalu, caught off guard by the storm, could only submit to its overwhelming force. Without a hint of uncertainty, he was swept away by the gale. Meanwhile, Ditian, now in his black dragon form, displayed a sinister smile as he charged towards Dalu. A human demigod, allow me to become your adversary. I am curious to see what actions will be taken above should I slay you. As the Black Dragon King concentrated a power far surpassing what Rimuru could currently unleash, it became evident that Ditian was indeed a genuine demigod, having existed in this capacity for countless millennia longer than Dalu. While their strengths may appear comparable, they were not to be equated. The disparity between demigods is significant. Realizing this, Dalu understood that this unfamiliar black dragon was the most formidable entity within the Soul Beast Empire and Rimuru's ultimate trump card. Once he intervened, no adversary would remain unconquered. However, under ordinary circumstances, Ditian would refrain from taking action unless someone posed a direct threat to Guyuna's life. Dalu, possessing such power and influence, indeed posed a threat to her, prompting him to follow Rimuru's directives to this location. Moreover, the chance to engage in combat after a long absence was a splendid opportunity for Ditian to test the boundaries of the divine realm. Thus, he spared no effort against Dalu, unleashing his full strength in an attempt to eliminate his foe. Nevertheless, Dalu, having lived for centuries, was no novice. His ascension to demigod status was not due to mere luck, but was backed by solid capabilities. Furthermore, he had once been known as the strongest title Douluo in the air, with only Tang Chen and Poseidon as his equals in their respective domains. In the annals of history, these three were heralded as the mightiest title Douluo of their time. However, as time passed, the younger and middle-aged generations largely forgot them. And even the soul beasts, except for those who had lived through that era, remained unaware of Dalu and his contemporaries. Considering that Ditian had been in slumber for centuries, it was naturally impossible for him to recognize Dalu. Thus, few were aware of the extent of Dalu's power. Even Bibi Dong could not ascertain the level of his advancement. The only certainty was that should Dalu emerge, a tempest of chaos would ensue. Presently, only a handful could impede his progress, certainly fewer than 10, even including soul beasts. Thus, after engaging with Ditian, Dalu sensed the formidable strength of his opponent and became increasingly serious. A demigod soul beast, yet not the emperor of the Soul Beast Empire. Or perhaps, Rimuru is merely your puppet, while you are the true power behind the scenes. In the thick of battle, panting heavily, Dalu inquired of Ditian. However, Ditian merely smirked, his gaze filled with disdain. He deemed Dalu unworthy of a response. You insolent fool! How dare you disregard me? You have thoroughly enraged me. Dalu fumed, realizing that Ditian had ignored him entirely. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest power to strike at Ditian. Yet, Ditian, as if toying with him, merely waved his wings and deftly countered every attack with his forelimbs. To onlookers, Dalu's assaults appeared fierce and relentless, exuding an extreme sense of oppression. However, before Ditian, he was merely a minor threat. Had Ditian not been probing the limits of Dalu's strength and the reactions from above, he would have acted decisively long ago. Meanwhile, Rimuru observed the proceedings below and let out a deep sigh. The students in this vicinity had already been rescued, although the toxins had not yet been entirely purged. A brief wait would suffice. Once Yu Qianheng and the others regained consciousness, Rimuru could proceed to assist Dition. As for the Divine Realm's potential response, he was entirely unconcerned. After all, they could not descend, and there was no need for worry. At most, it would provoke a divine tribulation, nothing more. Moreover, any unauthorized use of divine tribulation would significantly diminish its power, rendering it inconsequential. The sole concern now was whether the gods would descend in their true forms. As long as it was not their true forms, neither their avatars nor the tribulation posed any real threat. Dean Rimuru, how did you end up here? And what has transpired? Du Guyan was the first to awaken. Having previously been treated by Rimuru, and with her innate resistance to toxins due to her divine martial spirit, the Bai Lin Shi, she regained consciousness ahead of the others. Du Guyan, you have been poisoned. Do you remember what transpired? Rimuru inquired. This matter concerns the position of your Tiando Empire. With those words, Rimuru pointed to the deceased teacher who lay lifeless nearby. Du Guyan's expression suddenly changed dramatically as she began to gag on the spot. Chapter 235, Alliance. I apologize. The state of his demise was simply too tragic, and I momentarily lost my composure. Tears streamed from Du Guyan's eyes as she crouched on the ground, her attire pitifully disheveled, evoking deep sympathy. Limulu stepped forward, producing a handkerchief to offer her. Wipe your tears, and then recount the events to me in detail. Du Guyan nodded, accepting the handkerchief to dab at her tears and touch her lips before beginning her explanation. Initially, although they had been warned by Limulu that their supervising teacher had been bribed by the Wuhuan Temple, they proceeded with caution, fearing they might inadvertently plunge into an abyss. However, they did not anticipate that this teacher would not harm them, but instead lead them to Qian Oliu's side. The existence of Qian Dalu is largely unknown to the majority. His name is, in a sense, a taboo. Even the older generation refrains from uttering it. Limula felt it unnecessary to elaborate, so he remained silent. Yet the students found themselves directly in this situation, with Qian Dalu seeking to recruit them. Unfortunately, they were all valiant individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, they refused to acquiesce. Despite Qian Daoliu's repeated invitations, they remained steadfast, even when their lives were threatened. After all, these individuals hailed from the elite ranks of the Imperial fighting team, possessing exceptional mental fortitude and personal character. However, it was precisely their unyielding attitude that incited Qian Oliu's wrath, leading him to poison them. Consequently, they fell into a state of unconsciousness. Yet due to Du Guyan's unique constitution, she remained conscious for several minutes longer than the others, allowing her to witness the moment when their teacher was brutally slain as he sought his reward. The teacher's only desire was the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Soul Duo, or even title Dalu. Qian Dalu had promised him this chance, urging him to bring the students along. Alas, Qian Dalu was no paragon of virtue. Before losing consciousness in the final moments, Du Guyan overheard Qian Dalu declare that he intended to use them as leverage to force the Snow Knight Emperor into submission. Given the Snow Knight Emperor's character, he might not comply immediately. He would likely deliberate extensively, perhaps even convene a meeting for discussion. Thus, during this time, Qian Dalu could unleash a massacre. This was the information Du Guyan had gleaned. As for any other details, they remained unknown, as she had relied solely on her constitution to endure a few more minutes. The toxin not only induced unconsciousness, but also incapacitated their ability to wield soul power, rendering them defenseless. However, under Limulu's treatment, they gradually began to recover. Now that I understand the situation, I know how to explain it to the Snow Knight Emperor. Du Guyan, you stay here to care for them, and considering the time, Qian Renxue and the others will arrive shortly. Do not worry. Qian Renxue and her companions are allies, as is Bibi Dong. Remain here and await their rescue. With that, Bibi Dong transformed into her slime dragon form and ascended into the sky. Powerful currents of air swirled around, blowing debris from the precarious ceiling away. This ensured that Du Guyan and the others would not be struck by falling stones. Although such objects would not be fatal, they could certainly cause significant harm. As Limulu surged forward, he captured the attention of others. Gu Yuna and her companions cheerfully cheered upon witnessing this scene. However, Gu Yuna merely curled her lip. At that moment, Qian Dalu also noticed Limulu's arrival, and Emperor Tian revealed a faint smile. The two began to engage in a practice duel against Emperor Tian. The two dragons, one large and one small, instantly unleashed their dragon breaths. A silver and a black force intertwined, even shaking the surrounding air. The tremendous power compelled Qian Daolu to evade. Yet Limulu and Emperor Tian's attacks possessed a tracking feature, no matter how he attempted to evade. He could not escape their onslaught. Damn it! Despicable! You dare to conspire against an old man like me? You lack martial virtue. You disregard the rules. Huh. To deal with a scoundrel like you, do we even need to adhere to the rules? It is utterly laughable. Limulu scoffed and unleashed another breath attack. This time, he wielded the powers of the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King, releasing a breath of ice and fire. Limulu, not being a dragon himself, relied on elemental power to project his breath, which was naturally not as formidable as the original. However, the breaths of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King were different. When released individually, their power was not inferior to a normal dragon's breath, and might even surpass it slightly. If released together, Limulu would endure the dual torment of ice and fire. Fortunately, his resistance was maxed out, so he only experienced slight discomfort in his body before it dissipated. This particular maneuver had a vast destructive range, immense power, and did not differentiate between friend and foe. Thus, Limulu typically refrained from unleashing it in populated areas. However, Emperor Tian was different. Though present, his strength could easily withstand the residual impact of the ice and fire breath. Additionally, the black dragon breath he unleashed was even more potent than Limulu's. When these two forces combined, they caused the very fabric of space to fracture, creating numerous rifts. However, these rifts healed almost instantaneously. Neither Limulu nor Emperor Tian noticed this phenomenon, but only the King of Wisdom within Limulu sensed an anomaly. Warning: the power of both of you is affecting the space. Please exercise caution. The King of Wisdom's voice echoed, but Limulu, still engaged in battle, did not hear clearly. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate Qian Daolu. Emperor Tian cast a glance at the sky, preparing to take decisive action. Qian Daolu was in peril. Simultaneously, in the divine realm, the deities observed the conflict unfolding on Douluo Continent with growing concern. Mere soul beasts daring to slaughter humans. Such audacity. Indeed, a group of soul beasts seeks to kill humans while even entertaining notions of coexisting peacefully with us. Do they think themselves worthy? Bah, how infuriating. If it weren't for the potential collapse of Douluo Continent, should we intervene, I would have already descended to annihilate these soul beasts. Even if we were to send a fragment of ourselves down, we would still incur some karmic backlash. However, I believe this lesson must be imparted to them. So I propose we utilize the heavenly tribulation. Who agrees? A male deity inquired. The remaining deities exchanged glances, and then more than half of them raised their hands in agreement. Chapter 236, Cataclysm, Human Realm, Douluo Dalu. At this moment, Limulu was joining forces with Di Tian to confront Qian Daolu. The two of them were utterly unaware of the movements within the divine realm. Initially, Di Tian was merely testing Qian Daolu and the response from the divine realm. However, with Limulu now embroiled in the battlefield and half an hour having elapsed without any reaction from the divine realm, they naturally concluded that the divine realm would not intervene. Consequently, their attacks became increasingly fierce. Although Qian Daolu was immensely powerful, even regarded as the invincible limit Douluo of the skies, and possessed an angelic inheritance that bolstered his strength, he found himself unable to resist the assaults from Limulu and the semi-divine Di Tian. As time passed, Qian Daolu was ultimately defeated and lost his life, without even a chance to utter his final words. Limulu and Di Tian obliterated both his body and soul, effectively eliminating any possibility of resurrection. Even divine intervention could not revive Qian Daolu. Thus, eradicating both the physical form and the soul was indeed the most effective method to deal with them. With the threat now neutralized, Tian remarked, "You may handle matters here on your own. I shall return with my master." He prepared to depart, having come solely to eliminate Qian Dalu, with no intention of assisting Limula further. Limulu understood his intentions and nodded in acquiescence, not obstructing him. However, just as Tian was about to leave, thunder suddenly roared from the heavens. Dark clouds abruptly enveloped the area above the Wuhuan temple, with lightning crackling within the clouds. An inexplicable sense of oppression surged within Limulu. Why had the sky changed so suddenly? What was happening? Limulu found this scene to be rather astonishing. Tian, witnessing the phenomenon, was taken aback. This is a heavenly tribulation. The divine realm has indeed taken action. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Stardo Forest, at the Xing, the Snow Empress sat upon her hastily constructed throne, quietly observing the ominous clouds above with a serene smile. It seemed that Tian and Limulu had stirred up quite a bit of trouble, even provoking a heavenly tribulation. Yet this scene was ample evidence of the significant prejudice the divine realm harbored against soul beasts. If one wished to ascend to divinity in the form of a soul beast, it appeared to be an unattainable aspiration. Was transforming into a human truly the only path available to us soul beasts? The Snow Empress shook her head, placing her right leg over her left, showcasing her beauty. Although the heavenly tribulations coverage was vast and the entire continent could witness this phenomenon, it was directed solely at Limulu and Tian, posing no threat to the Snow Empress herself. Thus, she had no reason to worry about being implicated. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking straight towards the Snow Empress. Witnessing this, her expression shifted slightly, and she unleashed a torrent of blizzards to intercept it. Nevertheless, the lightning ultimately struck down. The Snow Empress, without hesitation, transformed her elemental form to evade this perilous blow. However, the icy throne beneath her shattered into countless shards due to the impact. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation surged forth, affecting the entire Stardo Forest. The soul beasts scattered in all directions, desperately fleeing from the calamity. Fortunately, the power of this lightning tribulation was relatively mild. With concentrated effort, many could evade it. Yet, some unfortunate souls were struck, sustaining severe injuries, but at least not facing death. Have these deities gone mad? Or do they intend to teach all soul beasts a lesson? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow as she gazed at the approaching lightning tribulation. This time, she chose not to evade, but instead released her soul power to confront the lightning head-on. In an instant, the thunderbolt descended, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet, the Snow Empress stood unyielding, seemingly unaffected. However, her skirt had become soiled, showing signs of scorching and damage. It was evident that she had not completely escaped harm. Indeed, the intention of this lightning tribulation was not to claim lives, but merely to issue a warning. Nevertheless, the actions of these beings from the divine realm were truly disgusting. The Snow Empress did not conceal her disdain. At this point, the lightning that had targeted her had ceased. Clearly, those soul beasts that had been struck, provided they survived, would not face a second assault. Even a lightning tribulation of this magnitude could be withstood by a millennium-old soul beast if they exerted their utmost effort. Regrettably, those soul beasts of 100 or 10 years old would likely see their numbers halved in this cataclysm, unless someone intervened to shield them. With this thought in mind, the Snow Empress turned her attention to Xiong and Qi Wang nearby. I command you both to lead soul beasts over 5,000 years of age to assist those under 10,000 years in resisting the lightning tribulation. Also, bring the Wan Yao Wang with you. Of course, you may choose to disregard my orders. But when the soul beast population in the Stardo Forest suffers a loss of over half, and Tian lays blame, the responsibility will lie with you. After delivering this directive, the Snow Empress attempted to contact Limulu, but found herself unable to reach him, causing her some anxiety. Xiong and Qi Wang exchanged glances. They were reluctant to heed the Snow Empress's command, yet given the current situation, if they did not act, it would be fortunate if half of the soul beasts in the Stardo Forest remained after this catastrophe. Weighing the pros and cons, they commenced their actions. Meanwhile, Wan Yao Wang, despite his disdain for humans and his discord with Limulu, did not wish to betray his own kind. Thus, he was already engaged in resisting the heavenly tribulation in his designated area. In contrast, the situation in the extreme north was significantly more favorable. The harsh environment naturally diminished the power of the lightning tribulation upon descent, and with the soul beasts adept at burrowing, they had no need to worry about their safety. As long as they took refuge underground, the lightning would not reach them. However, the situation in the Sunset Forest was dire. The soul beasts there had no protection, and their own strength was limited. When the lightning tribulation descended, their plight was all too evident. Du Gabo returned to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, witnessing the tragic yet magnificent scene before him, feeling as though a fishbone was lodged in his throat, sitting on pins and needles, and experiencing the prick of a thorn in his back. He could not comprehend how such a calamity had come to pass. All he could perceive was the shocking spectacle of soul beast lives ebbing away before his very eyes. The sight was utterly harrowing. At the same moment, while the myriad soul beasts gathered to endure this catastrophe, the trading village remained unscathed. Although it housed hundreds of soul beasts, including those aged over 10,000 years, its population exceeded 10,000, thus outnumbering the soul beasts. It was likely that the divine entities, in their calculations, deemed an attack here too risky, fearing collateral damage, and therefore refrained from unleashing divine retribution. However, this also revealed the blatant double standards of these gods and their evident disdain for soul beasts. Upon learning of the dire situation outside, Yaoling and others left the trading village without hesitation, heading to the Stardoe Forest to assist other soul beasts in resisting the divine calamity. The humans, witnessing the soul beasts with whom they had coexisted and formed bonds preparing for death, were deeply moved. Subsequently, a portion of the more capable individuals followed suit to lend their aid against the divine retribution, while others without strength began to rally support or sought to inform the Snow Knight Emperor of the situation. Upon receiving the news, the Snow Knight Emperor dispatched his latest troops equipped with soul guide devices to march into the Stardoe Forest, hoping to weaken the force of the divine calamity. Although he was uncertain of the effectiveness of such actions, he preferred this over watching the citizens of his allied nation suffer. Moreover, the prosperity of the Tiando Empire and its military strength stemmed from its reliance on Rimuru. Thus, when the Soul Beast Empire faced disaster, he naturally chose to extend his assistance. His actions were noted by the Soul Beasts, leading some to reconsider their perceptions of the Snow Knight Emperor. Even those who had previously held animosity toward him found their hearts wavering, including the resolute Wan Yao Wang, who displayed a complex expression upon hearing the news. However, greater calamities awaited them, urging him to focus on resisting the divine retribution. It must be said that the Snow Knight Emperor was exceptionally adept at leveraging circumstances to win hearts. At that very moment, as everyone sprang into action, Rimuru and Ditian were contending with an exceptionally powerful lightning tribulation. In other locations, the lightning was as thin as a pinky finger. However, here, each bolt was as thick as a thigh, capable of creating immense craters over 0.5 meter in diameter and exceeding 1 meter in depth upon impact. Concentrated strikes could even temporarily suppress soul power within one's body, making subsequent harm more likely. Yet, Rimuru discovered that once he transformed into human form, the lightning ceased to target him, redirecting its fury solely toward Ditian. This led him to speculate that the biased celestial beings were only unleashing tribulations against soul beasts. If one bore no trace of soul beast essence, the lightning would not strike them. This explained why the tribulation initially focused on Ditian and Rimuru while sparing others. Even Guyuna, who had transformed from a soul beast into a human, was not targeted. This indicated that the gods held a prejudice against soul beasts while offering protection to humans, seeing even those who had taken on human forms as barely worthy of their consideration. Only those retaining their soul beast forms were deemed worthy of attack. Originally, Rimuru thought the celestial beings had remained inactive, but it turned out they were waiting here for him. Nevertheless, he welcomed the opportunity to experience the power of this lightning tribulation in advance, laying a foundation for his future ascension to godhood. Rimuru, go protect our master and fulfill your own tasks. I shall handle this. Ditian Bilud. In that instant, his already massive form swelled even larger. Alone, he bore the brunt of the entire heavenly tribulation. Witnessing this, Rimuru felt a surge of emotion. Ditian, are you certain you're all right? Ha ha ha, fear not. I am a Black Dragon King, Ditian. This mere lightning tribulation is insignificant to me. Ditian roared once more, unleashing his black dragon breath toward the heavens. This strike dispersed some of the dark clouds above, though they quickly reformed. Rimuru observed that while the lightning tribulation was indeed formidable, causing injury even if struck, it was not enough to threaten Ditian's essence. Realizing this, Rimuru returned to the ground to address the remnants of Qian Lu's faction. These individuals were unaware of Qian Lu's demise. Thus, Rimuru's first order of business was to inform them, but they clearly refused to believe him. With no alternatives, he concluded that their resistance necessitated their elimination. After dealing with them, Rimuru swiftly made his way to the battlefield where Bai Dong was engaged. The situation here was intensely fierce. Douluo Continent was locked in a fierce duel, evenly matched against his opponent, though it seemed that he held the upper hand, suffering far fewer injuries. Bai Dong, on the other hand, maintained a dominant position over the golden crocodile Dalu. Despite their age difference, Bai Dong's talent far surpassed that of the golden crocodile Dalu, who had stagnated at rank 98 for over a decade, unable to progress further. In contrast, Bai Dong had once achieved the realm of rank 99 limit, albeit briefly, before being suppressed by the assessment, preventing her from fully unleashing her power. Thus, she publicly claimed to be a rank 98 super Dalu, while her actual level had reached 99. Having glimpsed the vistas of demigod power, Bai Dong far exceeded the golden crocodile Dalu in strength and understanding. Had it not been for the latter's considerable experience and accumulation, he would have likely been defeated by Bai Dong. As for Yu Guan, the elders of the Elder Hall clashed with those from the Hall of Offerings, each side gaining and losing ground. However, it appeared that the Elder Hall was slightly disadvantaged, as most of their strength consisted of titled Daluos at ranks 91 and 92, while the Hall of Offerings boasted super Daluos at ranks 96 and 95, explaining their inferior performance in battle. At that moment, Rimuru descended from the heavens, bearing the severed head of Qian Lu, shocking all present. Chapter 238, Massacre. Everyone listened intently as Rimuru proclaimed that Qian Lu had been slain. If you continue to resist, your fate will be no different from his. Thus, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender, and I shall spare one of you. Should you persist in your defiance, only death awaits. Rimuru's voice thundered. Upon seeing Qian Lu's head, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Dong and others were taken aback, unable to fathom how swiftly Rimuru had dealt with him. This only intensified the admiration in Dong's gaze. Dalu happened to notice Dong's expression and snorted coldly. Indeed, you have betrayed us long ago, haven't you? Dong, answer me. Did you not betray us from the very beginning? Dalu was filled with rage. The members of the worship hall, witnessing this scene, were also heartbroken. However, rather than surrender, they chose to fight to the bitter end. Since aligning themselves with Qian Lu, they had never considered treachery. Even now, with Qian Lu dead, they would not choose to yield. This was their pride. Dalu felt the same. He attacked while questioning Dong, but received only her disdainful sneer in return. She could hardly be bothered to respond to such inquiries. This made Dalu acutely aware of her stance. Dong, you truly are remarkable. After all the time we dedicated to your training within the Spirit Hall, you chose to side with outsiders. Do you not realize that you are betraying your own master and ancestors? Dalu, do not envision me as so despicable. Had it not been for King Sunji, who forcefully violated me in front of everyone, and had it not been for King Sunji and Qian Lu seeking merely someone to nurture Qian Rengshu, I would have long been dead. Moreover, Qian Lu even brainwashed my daughter, attempting to turn her into their instrument of slaughter. Had I not discovered this in time and kept Qian Rengshu close, she would have likely been successfully indoctrinated by you. For this alone, Qiandao Lu is unworthy of my respect, and I cannot be accused of betraying my master and ancestors. After enduring humiliation for years, Bibi Dong finally found an opportunity to reclaim her dignity. This was something she had never dared to envision before, were it not for Rimuru's intervention, rescuing her body and spirit. Bibi Dong might have followed the same extreme path as in the original narrative. Genie Law was left speechless by Bibi Dong's words, unsure how to counter her assertions. As the second high-ranking officer of the worship hall, he was fully aware of these matters. He even knew some of the intricate details. Despite his intense anger, he could not refute the reality of what had transpired. His thoughts swirled, ultimately culminating in a sigh. Bibi Dong, whether it be Qiandao Lu or Qiang Sunji, their actions were all for your sake and the well-being of Qian Rengshu. What a noble sentiment for my sake and for Qian Rengshu. Their overwhelming desire for control led them to refuse to let go. Therefore, Genie Douluo, in light of your seniority and contributions, I grant you one last chance. You may still surrender. Otherwise, I shall personally end your life. After our prolonged battle, you should have realized that my current strength is not merely that of a 98th level. If I so wished, I could unleash the power of a limit Douluo at any moment. Though it may only last for an instant, it is sufficient to obliterate you. Thus, in this final hour, consider your choice wisely. Do not disappoint me. Bibi Dong gazed at him coldly. Genie Douluo fell silent, not uttering a single word. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Rimuru had already intervened to eliminate the members of the worship hall. Regardless of Rimuru's persuasion, they refused to surrender. Thus, he had no choice but to slay them one by one. It was an unavoidable course of action. After all, these individuals would not heed reason, leaving him with no option but to eliminate them entirely. As for Bibi Dong, Rimuru had initially intended to assist her, but she insisted on resolving matters with Genie Douluo herself. With Genie Douluo still in contemplation, Rimuru chose to step back for the moment. However, once Genie Douluo witnessed the slaughter of the other elders from the worship hall, he could no longer remain composed. Bibi Dong, I shall never surrender. I know I will not survive this day. Yet it matters not, even in death. I shall drag you down with me. With a furious roar, Genie Douluo unleashed his most formidable power against Bibi Dong. In that instant, her eyes turned pitch black, a surge of dark energy erupting from her being. If that is the case, then let you taste the power of the Rakshasa, Bibi Dong exclaimed. In an instant, torrents of Rakshasa energy poured forth. This was the divine test she had received, the inheritance of the Rakshasa deity. However, she was still one trial away from completing it, having only learned the rudimentary application of Rakshasa power at this point. This power could temporarily restore her to the strength of a 99th level limit Douluo, but its duration would not exceed 10 seconds. Nevertheless, those 10 seconds would be ample time for Bibi Dong to dispose of her opponent. Ultimately, Genie Douluo found himself engulfed by the Rakshasa energy, utterly unable to resist. Within 3 seconds, he succumbed, transforming into a pool of blood. A portion of his power and flesh merged with the Rakshasa energy, causing Bibi Dong to involuntarily emit a groan. The Rakshasa power and the Shura power bore a striking resemblance. Yet, the power of the Shura deity leaned more towards destruction and slaughter, while the Rakshasa deity excelled in devouring and eroding. Despite their similarities, their essences were fundamentally distinct. At this moment, Bibi Dong had mastered the Rakshasa energy to perfection, rarely resorting to the Shura power. Thus, it was no surprise that Genie Douluo was swiftly vanquished. However, as the entirety of the Rakshasa energy coursed into Bibi Dong's body, she coughed up blood and knelt on the ground, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Indeed, every time she unleashed Rakshasa energy, her body bore a tremendous burden. It appeared that without completing the trials, it would be wise to limit the use of such power. As she spoke, Bibi Dong glanced at her arm, where dark patterns slowly faded away. This was evidence of the Rakshasa energy eroding her body. If she had not completed the trials, each use of Rakshasa energy would result in further erosion by this force. Thus far, her usage has been exceedingly limited. However, Once she successfully passes the assessment, there will be no cause for concern. Chapter 239 concludes. After vanquishing all adversaries, the remaining individuals from the Wuhuan Temple gathered within the Elder Hall. All academies that conspired with the Xingluo Empire had their competition standings revoked. Consequently, they would receive no rewards and would suffer a significant loss of reputation. Should this matter become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on their academies. As for the soldiers dispatched by the Xingluo Empire, they were repelled by the 30,000 troops of the Tiando Empire. The Xingluo Empire adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. This has resulted in their elite combat capabilities being somewhat superior to those of the Tiando Empire. However, in terms of the quantity of lower-tier combatants, namely these ordinary soldiers, they're vastly outnumbered by the Tiando Empire. Although the average soul power of the Tiando Empire soldiers is approximately 10 levels lower than that of the Xingluo Empire soldiers, this disparity proves insignificant on the battlefield. Even if the opposing soldiers are soul kings at level 50 or soul emperors at level 60, the Tiando Empire can dispatch over 20 soul zone or around 100 soul zun to eliminate them. This explains why, when the 30,000 troops of the Tiando Empire appeared before the Xingluo Empire's army, the latter displayed such trepidation. After all, the Xingluo Empire could only muster a little over 20,000 troops, a stark contrast compared to the Tiando Empire's numbers, which outstripped them by several times. Without the presence of high-tier combatants, there would be no contest at all, although the Xingluo Empire did send 2 titled Douluo. The Tiando Empire also enlisted the aid of Poison Thaw Bo, as well as Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Gu Rong, the elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, even the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan stepped forward to support the Snow Knight Emperor. It is noteworthy that this individual is a formidable super Douluo. With Ning Fengji's presence, he can effortlessly assist 3 titled Douluo. Thus, the 2 titled Douluo from the Xingluo Empire are simply insufficient. Initially, they did not retreat, but chose to wait for news from the Wuhuan Temple. However, soon after, a heavenly calamity descended upon the Wuhuan Temple, revealing a colossal black dragon that soared towards the thunderous skies, ultimately disappearing from sight. This spectacle left all present in profound shock. Shortly thereafter, scouts from the Wuhuan Temple reported that the Hall of Offerings, led by Qian Dalu, had been entirely annihilated. Not a single elder from the Hall of Offerings survived. All were slain. Even Qian Dalu himself was overpowered and killed by 2 soul beasts. Subsequently, those who followed Qian Dalu chose to surrender. As for Bibi Dong, she had merely feigned her intentions from the outset. She had long conspired with the Soul Beast Empire, aiming to extinguish Qian Daoliu's ambitions. It was precisely for this reason that the titled Douluo in charge of the army observed an overwhelming sense of despair and consequently ordered retreat. Ultimately, the war did not ensue. Once the enemy withdrew, the army of the Tiando Empire also hastily retreated. Ning Fengji and the others did not linger, despite having their loved ones within the Wuhuan Temple, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. With Rimuru present inside, they felt assured. Thus they returned with the army. The external events thus reached a temporary conclusion. Although the war did not erupt, the Xingluo Empire suffered a complete and utter defeat. Even if they incurred no tangible losses, they had lost everything. Had they not devised such a plan from the outset, perhaps none of this would have transpired. However, circumstances have changed. Their ambitions are now fully exposed to all. If they choose to remain compliant moving forward, it is likely that provocateurs will be few. Yet, should they seek to instigate further conflict, they will only meet with annihilation. Therefore, the Xingluo Empire must earnestly contemplate the future of their nation. Simultaneously, within the Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Temple, all present had concluded listening to the admonishments of Bibi Dong and Rimuru. Much of what they articulated echoed a singular sentiment, primarily recounting the transgressions committed by Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji. Bibi Dong even went so far as to unveil her own scars to expose the cruelty of Qian Xuanji and the inaction of Qian Daolu. As Qian Rinxua listened below, she was rendered speechless with tears, for Bibi Dong had never broached such matters with her. Subsequently, beast.Dong announced the official establishment of the Wuhuan Empire and initiated profound cooperation with the Soul Beast Empire. The two parties would exchange resources and share intelligence. More importantly, the Wuhuan Temple would wholeheartedly collaborate with the Soul Beast Empire to advance research in the realm of soul spirits. beast.Dong then showcased her soul spirit, and the appearance of Xiao Bai elicited gasps of awe, for Xiao Bai's form was undeniably charming, inciting envy among the girls present. Simultaneously, Rimuru requested that Xiao Wu and Tang San unleash their respective soul spirits, with Rimuru providing a detailed explanation of the utility and origin of soul spirits. All individuals within the Wuhuan Temple, including those from other academies, were left in astonishment upon learning of the existence of soul spirits. They had never fathomed that the coexistence of soul beasts and humans could take such a form. Moreover, the most significant revelation was that this coexistence would greatly enhance the probability of humans achieving divinity. Concurrently, the strength of soul masters would be substantially greater than if they merely acquired soul rings. Most notably, a single soul spirit could reliably provide at least 3 soul rings. Should one possess a unique bloodline, or if the soul beast is nearing 10,000 years of age or exceeds that mark, it might even provide 4 or more soul rings. However, at this stage, this remains purely theoretical, and thus Rimuru could not guarantee its feasibility. Furthermore, Rimuru announced that the Soul Beast Empire would commence the development of soul power battle armors to aid all soul masters in enhancing their strength. This is a concept that would only materialize in the later installments of Douluo Dalu. Nevertheless, Rimuru already has ideas and blueprints from the King of Wisdom, and developing a few specialized armors should not pose significant difficulty. What proved challenging for Rimuru is the prospect of mass production and establishing an assembly line, which remains quite complicated. After all, in the original narrative, reaching this stage required a considerable amount of time. Thus, Rimuru is not in a hurry. This is merely a concept, and creating a simple vision is within Rimuru's capabilities. Subsequently, Rimuru and beast.Dong jointly declared that the next Continental Elite Soul Master competition will be hosted at the Slime Academy, scheduled to take place 3 years hence. Due to the interruption of this competition, many individuals felt a sense of regret, as the ultimate victor had not emerged. However, upon the announcement of this news, a wave of excitement surged among everyone. Chapter 240, Return. 1 week later, the Wuhuan Hall had reverted to its original appearance. Yet, the worship hall had been entirely transformed by beast.Dong into a new elder point. Subsequently, all elders would reside within, and there would no longer be a worship hall. Even elders who attained the rank of Super Douluo would not possess the immense authority that the elders of the previous worship hall held. Additionally, Rimuru had stayed here for a week to assist beast.Dong with the renovations. Gu Yuna and others naturally remained as well. Tian was no exception. After enduring the heavenly tribulation, he sustained serious injuries. Although they were not fatal, he remained unconscious for 3 days before finally regaining consciousness. Even now, Tian bore some lingering scars from the thunder, remnants of the devastating lightning tribulation. Despite being comparatively less powerful than the tribulation faced when ascending to divinity, it was still something that ordinary individuals could hardly withstand. Even Tian had been severely affected by the lightning. Fortunately, it did not cost him his life. However, his audacious confrontation with the heavenly tribulation left onlookers anxious and astonished by beast.Dong, as she had never seen anyone achieve such a feat yet. Despite Tian's remarkable presence, her heart remained steadfastly devoted to Rimuru. While Tian had opened her eyes to new horizons, she felt no romantic inclination towards the Black Dragon King. At that moment, Rimuru and beast.Dong were engaged in discussions within a room, while others waited outside. All individuals from other academies, except for Shrek Academy, had departed from the Wuhuan Hall to prepare for the Soul Master competition 3 years hence. Shrek Academy lingered solely because Flander wished to reconnect with Xiao Gang. Lu Erlong also arrived. However, their meeting was rather awkward at first. Gradually, they reconciled, especially since Xiao Gang had offered an apology and Lu Erlong was not entirely unreasonable. Nevertheless, Xiao Gang could not leave yet. as he still had to continue working for Bai Dong. Otherwise, given her temperament, she might not take his life, but would certainly make it difficult for him to rise from bed. Xiao Gang was keen to avoid such a fate, so he resolved to settle his debts to Bai Dong first. Time passed swiftly. After Rimuru and Bai Dong had finalized their plans, they departed the Wuhuan Hall along with Gu Na and the others. Lu Er long accompanied them, yet Shrek Academy remained. Rimuru was oblivious to their intentions, though Flander occasionally exchanged whispers with Bai Dong. Moreover, Bai Dong did not divulge everything to Rimuru, merely hinting at a small surprise. After all, Bai Dong was not Rimuru's subordinate or puppet. She was a living being with her own thoughts. Thus, Rimuru saw no necessity to press for complete disclosure. He trusted that when Bai Dong felt compelled to share, she would do so in her own time. Thus, Rimuru and his companions leisurely spent half a month appreciating the local customs and scenery before returning to Slime Academy. Upon their return, Tang Hao and others personally welcomed them back. However, Rimuru was not swayed by such gestures. Upon his return, he granted a day off to all faculty and students. The following day, he convened a meeting to discuss enrollment matters. This time, Rimuru aimed to expand the student body to over 500, ideally reaching 1,000. The number of teachers was also to be increased to around 100. Furthermore, the Soul Master competition in 3 years was to be hosted at Slime Academy, necessitating the establishment of a new competition venue. Although the existing arena could accommodate 300 to 400 people, it had been designed based on the dimensions of the site at that time. In comparison to the grand competition grounds of the Wuhuan Hall, it was utterly inadequate, which could easily seat 1,000 spectators and boasted an expansive coverage area. Fortunately, the Soul Beast Empire was not lacking in resources, both financial and spatial. Rimuru immediately encouraged all faculty and students to unleash their creativity and provide suggestions. A month later, he intended to utilize their proposals to construct a venue larger than any other arena. As for the location, he had already devised a plan. Next to Slime Academy lay a stagnant pond, which had once been a lively spring but had become stagnant due to tectonic shifts that had blocked its underground source. Initially, Rimuru had attempted to restore the pond to its former state by unblocking the spring, but it soon became obstructed once more. Tired of the cycle, he opted to hire a few individuals to manage the debris and algae. Now, this land could finally serve a purpose. By draining and leveling the water, it would provide an excellent foundation. Such tasks were trivial for Rimuru, yet the design had yet to be finalized, so there was no rush to begin construction. Subsequently, Rimuru also initiated his recruitment efforts. Following the recent events, Slime Academy had gained considerable notoriety, attracting a steady stream of applicants. However, few individuals sought teaching positions. After a month, as the enrollment period concluded, the total number of students reached 777, while the number of teachers was only 77. Although the student body met expectations, the number of teachers remained insufficient. Nonetheless, this was manageable. The existing teachers could be kept busy, ensuring the academy's operation, and they would earn additional compensation for their extra work. After all, more than half of them had applied primarily for financial gain and some precious rewards. Eventually, the design for the arena was completed, the result of collective brainstorming from the faculty and students. Its concept resembled an enormous slime magnified thousands of times. This elicited a twitch from Rimuru's lips, yet he felt unable to dismiss it outright. After all, it represented the collective will of the academy, and to reject it would be tantamount to breaking faith. However, Rimuru had anticipated this, so he was well prepared and remained unperturbed. It is difficult for him to imagine just how embarrassing it would be once this structure is completed. Nevertheless, he still sought laborers to commence the work. In addition to this, Limulu gathered Guyuna and others, preparing to conduct intensive training for them all. However, the location for this special training was quite extraordinary, as it was none other than the City of Slaughter. Chapter 241. The City of Slaughter. Is this truly the City of Slaughter? It appears rather unremarkable. Guyuna and the others followed Limulu into this realm steeped in bloodshed. Yet, unlike in the original narrative, Limulu did not lead them to indulge in any Bloody Mary, but instead proceeded directly to the entrance. The guards noticed them, yet did not intervene. This was not due to negligence, but rather an incapacity to act. For all these guards have been subdued by Limulu's mental prowess. Even if they wished to move, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Indeed, this was the city of slaughter. Henceforth, you shall enter to learn and endeavor to enhance your abilities. I do not demand that your soul power levels rise to great heights, but I require that within a year and a half, you uncover the secrets of this place and subsequently obliterate it. This shall serve as a collective assignment for all of you, and I shall await your submissions at the Slime Academy. However, before you enter, I must caution you, while the food here is safe to consume, you should avoid a beverage known as Bloody Mary. This drink contains a chronic toxin that gradually erodes your mind, fostering an insatiable dependence that proves nearly impossible to break. Unless you possess the strength of a tidal Douluo, resisting its allure is virtually impossible. Thus, abstaining is the wisest choice. As for the most formidable leader here, I will take responsibility for dealing with them. The matters that follow shall be entrusted to you, and I shall refrain from interference. After delivering these words, Limulu calmly regarded her companions. In truth, Limulu had one more thing left unspoken. For their safety, she had arranged for Tang Hao, who had previously visited this place, to enter incognito a week prior. Should they encounter insurmountable challenges, Tang Hao would assume another identity and appear before them. However, Qilin and her companions were astute, and with Tang San also present, Tang Hao could not remain too long without risking exposure. Thus, Limulu tasked Tang Hao with the directive to refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Limulu had already elucidated the circumstances within the city of slaughter before their arrival. Now, she merely needed to let Qilin and the others demonstrate their capabilities. Given their prowess, it would be astonishing if they did not turn this place upside down. Limulu also promised that upon their emergence, each individual would receive at least 2 plants of celestial herbs to aid in their growth. These herbs had been meticulously prepared in advance. One type was designed to cleanse the malevolent aura that clung to them, gradually restoring their mental state to its original form, a herb that could purify the mind and enhance soul power. The other type was tailored specifically for each individual, prepared long ago when Limulu conceived this plant, originally intended as rewards for the Soul Master competition. These herbs have been set aside due to the premature conclusion of the event instigated by Dalu, thus remaining unused until now. Subsequently, Limulu strode confidently into the city of slaughter with Qilin and the others before the guards. Though the guards wished to intervene, Limulu, having attained the rank of 98, wielded an immense mental force. Even those who were originally soul emperors or soul saints could not escape from her unrefined mental bindings. Thus, the guards could only stand as helpless witnesses, powerless to prevent their entry. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, Limulu released her hold on them. Quickly, stop the king of slaughter. Inform that there are uninvited guests within. The captain of the guards shouted urgently. This was a dereliction of his duty, and if he did not act swiftly, his career would be at an end. However, just as they attempted to rush in, a massive, dark, golden hammer descended from the heavens. The Haotian hammer. The guard captain recognized the colossal weapon in an instant, his face filled with horror. They sought to evade it, yet their bodies felt as if bound by chains, rendering them incapable of escape. Ultimately, when the hammer struck, all present were reduced to mere pulp. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in a cape and wearing a full-face mask stood at the hammer's base. With your meager strength, you dare threaten Lord Limulu, truly seeking your own demise. Meanwhile, upon entering the city of slaughter, Limulu and her companions beheld the grim reality within. The elderly, children, and women were compelled to surrender their blood or flesh in exchange for meager rations of Bloody Mary and scant food. In this place, the living bore no semblance of humanity, their appearances grotesquely distorted. Limulu even observed remnants of human bones, still bearing shreds of sinew and bits of flesh. It was evident that they had resorted to cannibalism. Witnessing this scene, Qilin and her companions felt an overwhelming revulsion. Lord Limulu, did you bring us here to witness such a cruel hell on this continent? Xue Qinghe inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. This was the first time he had encountered such a hellish spectacle. As a prince of the Tiando Empire, he had been raised with the understanding that it was his duty to empathize with the plight of his people, ensuring none went hungry. This was the most fundamental responsibility of an emperor. Though the city of slaughter fell outside the jurisdiction of any nation, the horrific scenes within were deeply shocking and appalling. The fact that Xue Qinghe could suppress his fury was a testament to his growth. Otherwise, given his previous temper, he would have charged forward to confront the authorities here. Not only Xue Qinghe, but even Gu Yuna and the others were thoroughly disgusted by the environment. These people would be better off dead, Gu Yuna declared succinctly. The others nodded in agreement, finding it hard to dispute her sentiment. However, Limulu sighed and tossed a piece of bread to a man who approached begging. But if there is a chance to live, who would wish to die? As soon as Limulu finished her sentence, she witnessed the man who had received the bread instantly transform into a ferocious beast, lunging towards her. Yet before he could reach Limulu, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver emperor, piercing through the man's chest. Upon the man's demise, those who had previously cowered in fear surged forward, tearing his corpse to pieces. Each of them bore hands stained with blood, yet their faces were adorned with satisfied smiles, for they finally had meat to consume. Chapter 242, The King of Slaughter. Director, can they truly still be called human? Tang San witnessed the gruesome fate of those he had slain, their bodies mercilessly dismembered by others around him. In their desperation to satiate their hunger, they resorted to hollowing out the bodies of their fallen comrades with their bare hands. In the end, nothing remained. No entrails, no eyes, not even a brain. Such acts were beyond the comprehension of beasts, and these wretches were even less than that. Tang San spoke again, his fury palpable. Having grown up in a nurturing environment, even with the memories of his past life, he could not turn a blind eye to such atrocities. Just as he was about to intervene, Bingdi stepped forward to restrain him. Tang San, do not act impulsively. Slaying these individuals will bring you no benefit. The director previously stated our mission, to eradicate this place within a year and a half. We can interpret it as liberating this city of slaughter. Therefore, killing is not our primary objective. Rather, the focus must be on how to eliminate the threat here and save its people. Indeed, Xiao Bingbing is quite right. So, Maya San, do not overthink it. Simply follow the lead of your sisters, Gu Yuna playfully remarked. Although she had not encountered such scenes frequently, as a silver dragon who had existed for countless eons, she had witnessed far more horrific sights. Thus, upon seeing this scene, she felt only a flicker of disgust, devoid of any other emotion. It was precisely for this reason that she was entrusted with leading the team and managing each member. Although she had always been the captain, she often left most duties to her deputy, Xiao Wu. However, this time was different. She needed to exhibit the qualities of a true leader. Otherwise, maintaining order in the team would become exceedingly difficult, especially in a city of slaughter that magnified negative emotions. Currently, only Gu Yuna, Tian Mingbing, Can Bingdi, and Rimuru remained unaffected. The others, including Xiao Wu and Tang San, despite possessing soul spirits, were inescapably influenced by the atmosphere. Rimuru had previously mentioned this, but it seemed they had forgotten upon arriving. All right, I shall not interrupt your actions. Here, whatever you do is lawful and compliant, whether it be killing or saving. The choice is yours. The process matters little. What I desire is simply the outcome. Rimuru articulated her intentions clearly, refraining from issuing excessive commands. After all, none among them were innocuous, and Rimuru felt no need to worry. He briefly outlined some precautions regarding the area before departing deeper into the abyss. Now, everyone shall heed my words. At this moment, what we require is neither a plan nor the extermination of a specific individual. What we urgently need is to find a sanctuary. So let us search together, for without a place to reside, nothing can be accomplished. Gu Yuna's words might have seemed illogical, yet no one could muster a rebuttal, and silence enveloped them. However, they soon sprang into action, for the task of finding shelter was exceedingly simple for them. As all began to mobilize, Rimuru gazed up at the blood-stained crescent moon, a smile gracing his lips. Such a rich scent of blood. Tonight shall surely be sleepless. I wonder if the beings of the divine realm will take action tonight. I eagerly await. Simultaneously, Rimuru transformed into a silver slime dragon, soaring to the highest point of the city of slaughter. Many beheld Rimuru's presence, startled by the sight. Most were unfamiliar with him, as many had not left since their arrival. Those who had entered in recent years trembled in fear at the sight of the colossal dragon. Some, having come after Dalu's demise, fled in terror, fully aware of Rimuru's formidable prowess. In contrast, those of average strength, yet brimming with confidence, shouted provocations at Rimuru. In response, Rimuru, impatient, unleashed a freezing breath, encasing most in ice. A few, possessing greater strength or unique abilities, narrowly escaped, while those unable to evade became permanent ice sculptures, forever beyond revival. King of Slaughter, come play with me, Rimuru bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the city. Even Guyuna and her companions could hear it clearly. They understood Rimuru's strategy. To dismantle the city of Slaughter, Tang Chen must perish. Otherwise, their mission would be thwarted. Moreover, Tang Chen was also Tang Hao's grandfather, having been parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, transforming him into a monster driven solely by the urge to kill. Although he occasionally regained fleeting moments of clarity, they were too brief to effect any change before he succumbed once more to madness. Thus, to aid his liberation, Tang Hao had implored Rimuru to eliminate Tang Chen. However, Tang San remained blissfully unaware of this, as his strength was insufficient to pose a threat to Tang Chen. Rimuru's actions were intended to draw him out. After all, a soul beast of 1,000,000 years standing would undoubtedly pique anyone's curiosity. Not to mention, the parasitized Tang Chen's mind was consumed by thoughts of slaughter. Faced with such a formidable foe, he would not remain idle. Just as Rimuru ceased his dragon's roar, the ground trembled violently, as if the entire city of Slaughter were experiencing an earthquake. In the next moment, Rimuru sensed an immense threat. He shot into the sky, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. There, he beheld a massive blood-red hammer descending toward him. An elderly man with white hair and beard, eyes clouded with a desire for carnage, wielded the enormous hammer, hurtling it skyward toward Rimuru. This is Tang Chen, signing in as Tang Chen. His soul power surged to level 99, and his second martial soul acquired a 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 243, Easier Than Expected. To achieve a 100,000-year soul ring in such a manner was astonishing to Rimuru. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the frenzied king of slaughter was already charging toward him. This time, Limulu found himself without the opportunity to harness the power of the Emperor Tian. Instead, he was determined to rely solely on his own strength to vanquish his opponent. Upon his arrival, Limulu had made ample preparations. He transformed into his slime form and produced a plethora of soul-guided devices specifically engineered to counter Tang Chen. These devices were designed to inhibit the full potency of the Haoyan hammer of martial soul, and were developed through experiments conducted with Tang Hao. It was through Limulu's frequent experimentation that Tang Chen's soul power level had already surpassed 97, teetering on the edge of 98. Should he wish, he could easily transcend to 98 at any moment. However, in order to solidify his foundation, he opted to postpone that breakthrough, thus remaining at soul power level 97. Nevertheless, even in this state, Limulu's choice to utilize him as a subject for experimentation was indeed prudent. Each soul-guided device was capable of effectively suppressing the Haoyan hammer's capabilities, and when directed at the Haoyan hammer, they would unleash 200% of their power. Against other soul masters, these would merely be regarded as high-damage devices. But the situation was different now. As Limulu cast them around Tang Chen, the devices activated automatically, scanning the surrounding soul power. Upon detecting the might of the Haoyan hammer, they sprang to life and unleashed an array of chains, completely binding the Haoyan hammer. Simultaneously, several devices sprouted four legs and raced towards Tang Chen. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Tang Chen's shirt was torn to shreds, and a powerful force left a distinct scar on his chest. Moreover, the soul-guided devices surged forth from Limulu's body, all lunging at Tang Chen. Under such relentless bombardment, Tang Chen found himself incapable of resistance. The entire slaughter city trembled violently due to the explosions. However, Limulu was acutely aware that these devices would only cause Tang Chen some inconvenience and temporarily restrain the Haotian hammer, preventing its use. Thus, Limulu swiftly transformed into his spirit-gathering form and unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. The searing flames consumed everything in their vicinity. Fortunately, the devices were constructed from high-temperature resistant materials, and with Limulu's precise control, the fiery breath inflicted no damage upon them. Yet, amidst the raging inferno, Tang Chen roared in fury. A blood-red ring materialized around him. Not a soul ring, but rather the manifestation of his blood energy, which spread forth as if tangible, dissipating the surrounding flames. In the next instant, unarmed, Tang Chen landed a powerful punch against Limulu's dragon scales, shattering them. Limulu was sent flying, but quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, Tang Chen had merely used his fist, resulting in an impact that barely breached his defenses. Had he wielded the Haotian hammer, Limulu's dragon scales would likely have been significantly more damaged. However, the success of Limulu's plan was greatly attributed to the unique environment of the Slaughter City. Here, due to regulatory constraints, soul masters could utilize their martial souls, but were unable to unleash soul skills. Consequently, Tang Chen was unable to reclaim his martial soul. The Haotian hammer was entirely under control, rendering it impossible for at least an hour for it to return to its rightful owner. This exemplified the efficacy of the soul-guided devices. Although akin to pre-programmed mechanisms with considerable power, their true utility emerged in specific circumstances. This was precisely why Limulu devoted himself to researching soul-powered battle armors, as they represented the future. Once donned, even a soul master could contend with a title Douluo. In such instances, even a limit Douluo could potentially be countered by a super Douluo utilizing a soul-powered battle armor. Only by ascending to demigod status, that is, reaching the pinnacle of the limit Douluo, could one attain immunity to such devices. The apparatuses Limulu employed against Tang Chen were, in essence, experimental components of the soul-powered battle armor. The true development of such technology would take considerable time to realize. Thus, while Limulu's primary objective in this endeavor was to eliminate Tang Chen, the collection of experimental data was also among his aims. In this manner, Limulu leveraged his own abilities and the various soul-guided devices to systematically corner Tang Chen into a desperate situation. After all, his opponent was not a sound mind, but merely a vessel for another's will. His methods of attack were ruthlessly savage, akin to that of a beast. Though he possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was insufficient to support elaborate combat calculations. As a result, the parasitized Tang Chen was a shadow of his former self during his peak. He was even outmatched by Dalu, who had once held his own against the Emperor Tian for an extended duration and had managed to endure for some time, even under the combined assault of Limulu and the Emperor Tian. In stark contrast, the current state of Tang Chen displayed none of the gravitas or strength befitting a demigod, falling far short of the expectations associated with his status. However, recognizing that he was a mere puppet, Limulu found solace in this realization. Thus, after over an hour of fierce combat, Limulu had managed to resolve the conflict with minimal exertion. Were it not for the formidable vitality of the demigod, Limulu could have concluded the matter much earlier. Following Tang Chen's defeat, Limulu efficiently dealt with those in the Slaughter City who posed a significant threat to Guyu Na and her companions. After several days there, he departed the Slaughter City and returned to the Slime Academy. Meanwhile, Tang Hao learned of these events and breathed a sigh of relief. As for Tang Chen's remains, Limulu brought them back to the academy, temporarily preserving them in ice to prevent decay. Upon Limulu's return to the academy, Bibi Dong requested a communication, expressing her plans to send Hulayina and Qian Rinxue into the Slaughter City simultaneously. She sought Limulu's thoughts on the matter. In response, Limulu had little to say, simply notifying Guyu Na to extend a warm welcome to the two new students and assist them in their tasks. After all, the Spirit Hall had undergone a complete transformation, evolving into the Spirit Empire, and no longer harbored ambitions of unifying the continent. Thus, Hulayina and Qian Rinxue were readily accepted by Guyu Na and her peers. Chapter 244. Time flies. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 years had elapsed. Gu Yuna and her companions had completed their mission 6 months prior, yet they chose not to rush back but instead embarked on a journey across the continent. Limulu was in no hurry for their return, believing that if they wished to explore, they should do so to their heart's content. During the training period within the city of Slaughter, they were able to achieve significant progress. While this advancement may not necessarily pertain to their combat capabilities, there is no doubt that they would experience growth in their spirits and other aspects. After all, the city of Slaughter is a realm rife with deceit and betrayal, a veritable hell where humans prey upon one another. In such an environment, even the most innocent and kind-hearted individuals would undergo profound transformations. However, as long as they can remain true to their original selves, there should be no issues. Upon their return, each of them exhibited subtle changes in their demeanor. Overall, the transformations were not drastic. They merely appeared markedly different. Furthermore, their strengths had also seen substantial enhancement. The only lamentation was that none had yet ascended to the Soul Sage level. Nevertheless, this was already impressive, prompting Rimuru to distribute the rewards he had prepared in advance. After receiving the rewards, they chose not to consume them immediately, opting instead to wait for some time. Meanwhile, Rimuru's journey to the city of Slaughter revealed a landscape reduced to ruins, yet the distinctive aura of Slaughter lingered, gradually permeating the surroundings. Although this aura posed no threat to the continent, it was undeniably ominous. Thus, Rimuru unleashed a torrent of flame, incinerating the remnants of the place before departing. The aura of Slaughter subsequently dissipated. Rimuru also learned that Tang San had, akin to the original narrative, obtained the inheritance of the Shura god and was eligible for assessment. It must be said that the child of the plain truly lived up to the title, managing to gain the favor of this world in unique ways, despite the current storyline diverging entirely from the original. Subsequently, Tang Hao intended to take a 6-month leave to accompany Tang San back to the Tang sect and reconnect with their roots. Although this plan may not receive unanimous approval, it was high time for their family, having been away for many years, to return home. At this point, Tang Hao had already reached level 98, fully capable of leading Tang San and Ain back. Even Yin's strength had recovered to about 1/3 of Tang San's current Soul Emperor level, placing her at least at the Soul Sage rank. Thus, Rimuru did not object and granted them leave to return to Haoyin's sect. However, he cautioned them to inform him should they encounter any dangers or difficulties. Tang Hao readily agreed and departed with his wife and son. Bai Chenxiang and Bai He, on the other hand, planned to visit their ancestral home. Although there were guards present, they had not returned for a long time. Consequently, Rimuru granted all students and teachers a 2-month holiday, allowing them to go wherever they pleased. This was, aside from participation in the Soul Master competition, the longest break they had received. After all, many had been requesting time off. Rimuru had previously withheld this, but upon reflection, he realized that continual pressure was unwarranted. A break to relax was certainly beneficial. Xue Qinghe returned to the side of the Snow Knight Emperor, sharing tales of the past 2 years. The Ice Emperor and Tianming Bankan returned hand in hand to the extreme north. Gu Yuna and others, having no pressing matters, chose to remain, occasionally visiting Xinghu or enjoying leisure time in the trading village. They would sometimes seize moments to play with Rimuru, who, it must be noted, bore the brunt of their antics during this period. During this time, Rimuru also received news that the 5 element academies had merged. In preparation for the upcoming Soul Master competition, they had unified into a single element academy. This decision astonished many, as they had not anticipated such ambition from the 5 element academies. As a result, their overall strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Additionally, the Tiando Royal Academy announced that they had acquired Shrek Academy. However, Shrek Academy retained its name, merely adopting the Tiando Royal Academy's banner. Furthermore, when competing, Shrek Academy would not only represent itself, but also serve as the second team of Tiando Royal Academy. When Rimuru learned of this development, he was taken aback. He had not expected Flander to take such a decisive step. He had previously discussed this matter with Rimuru, but had not succeeded in executing it for various reasons. Yet, he had not anticipated Flander to announce such a decision at this critical juncture. This was likely due to the substantial support provided by the Snow Knight Emperor. If one were to rank financial power, the Soul Beast Empire would be first, with the Tiando Empire undoubtedly in second place. The Martial Soul Empire, in earlier times, would have ranked first, but following the last upheaval and the expenses of establishing the empire, their treasury had significantly diminished. As for the Xingluo Empire, it was the most unfortunate of all. Currently, they possessed only a few titled Douluos and a military force of several 100,000, with little else to their name. Both financially and in terms of populace, they had lost a considerable number due to their previous actions, and even now, their population continued to dwindle. Among the students, even the Xingluo Royal Academy had lost a third of its students. Some notable figures among them had outright relocated to other principalities or kingdoms to enjoy superior treatment. After all, no one wished to remain in a nation on the brink of war. Even those with strength found the situation intolerable due to the overwhelming sense of insecurity. The instigator of all this turmoil was none other than the Emperor of Xingluo. Had it not been for his animosity towards Rimuru and his disdain for the Soul Beast Empire, leading him to ally with the Martial Soul Hall to dominate the continent, they would not have arrived at such a dire situation. Even after the Martial Soul Hall reformed into the Martial Soul Empire under Bibidon's leadership, the citizens there fared better than those of the Xingluo Empire. Consequently, more than half of those fleeing the Xingluo Empire found refuge in the Martial Soul Empire, where Bibidong welcomed them with open arms. After all, the most pressing need here was for population growth. Even if spies infiltrated, it mattered little as long as they paid their taxes. Chapter 245, Preparations Guyu Na, Soul Power Level 71. Age 20. Xiao Wu, Soul Power Level 71. Age 20. Tang San, Soul Power Level 71. Age 15. Ice Emperor, Soul Emperor Level 69. Age 17. Bai Ji, Soul Power Level 68. Age 19. ZG, Soul Power Level 67. Age 19. Wang Qiuer, Soul Power Level 67. Age 19. Tianming Binqian, Soul Power Level 65. Age 20. Shuqinghe, Soul Power Level 63. Age 25. Ning Rongrong, Soul Power Level 61. Age 15. Bai Qinxiang, Soul Power Level 61. Age 15. This concludes the list of contestants representing our Shrek Academy. As the host, we are bound by regulations to dispatch only our strongest team to participate in this prestigious Soul Master Elite competition. Thus, I have made this announcement public before all faculty and students. I wish to see if any among you are brave enough to challenge them. Should you succeed in your challenge, you may replace the defeated member and join the team. However, there is a stipulation. Challenges against the two auxiliary soul masters are prohibited. If there are other auxiliary soul masters wishing to join the team, they may approach me directly for an interview. As long as they are under the age of 25 and possess a soul power level above 56, they may join as reserve members. Before the assembly of faculty and students, Limulu unveiled the contestant list without hesitation. The students fell into a collective silence, not a whisper to be heard. The once bustling square became eerily quiet due to Limulu's announcement. For them, this was not merely a challenge, but an opportunity. Unfortunately, the suddenness of this opportunity left many in shock, and it took several seconds for the crowd to begin their fervent cheers. Yet, the auxiliary soul masters did not share in this excitement. Their abilities simply did not meet Limulu's stringent requirements. To qualify, one must be under 25 years of age and possess a soul power level exceeding 56, which is quite a daunting challenge. Auxiliary soul masters are notoriously slow to increase their soul power. Only through their relentless efforts and the divine herbs provided by Limulu have Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong achieved such heights. Without these aids, their levels would likely remain around 57 or 58 at best. Nevertheless, these levels surpass those of the vast majority of auxiliary soul masters. Limulu, having reviewed the entire student roster, was aware that no one met the criteria. While it is possible that some might have been overlooked, the presence of the King of Wisdom ensures that no errors would occur. Should someone unexpectedly break through and meet the standards, Limulu would graciously welcome them into the team. Dean, may I inquire if my granddaughter can be included in the team, so she may broaden her horizons? Dugu. Previously, Du Guyan had been affiliated with the Tiando Royal Academy. However, for the sake of caring for her, Du Bo facilitated her transfer to Shrek Academy, especially since Limulu had lowered the standards this time. In truth, she had an opportunity to join during her first visit, but returned to Tiando Royal Academy for personal reasons. Wishing to prove herself, ultimately, their ranking was less than ideal. This time, no matter what, Du Bo was determined to have her join. The only issue was that Du Guyan's current level was merely 49, failing to meet Limulu's standards. Had she been at 59 or even 56, Limulu would have permitted her entry. After all, to join as a combat reserve, one must possess a minimum level of 58. The allowance of 56 was merely a courtesy due to her status as a semi-auxiliary soul master. Regrettably, her capabilities fell short. Even though her talents would be regarded as extraordinary in any other academy, here at Shrek Academy, she was but one among many, lacking distinction. The students of her age possessed similar or even superior soul power levels. Particularly among those under 25, many had already reached levels of 58, qualifying to challenge. Thus, it was evident that Guyu Na and her companions would soon face challenges from hundreds of students. Dugu Bo, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that Xiaoyan's abilities truly do not meet the standards. I acknowledge her talent. Yet have you considered the number of prodigies cultivated within our academy? Limulus spoke plainly yet clearly. As the pharmacology teacher, Dugu Bo understood well the number of exceptional talents that Shrek Academy had produced thus far. In the range of 58 to 59, there were approximately 100 individuals, not to mention 3 or 4 at the Soul Emperor level of 61. These figures do not even include Guyu Na and her peers. Most of these individuals were around the age of 25 and had met the graduation requirements. Were it not for their ambition to secure a place in the Soul Master competition, they would have graduated long ago. Yet, some remained to continue enjoying the benefits provided by the Academy, with aspirations of becoming intern instructors once their abilities increased. This was a rule established by Limulu, and at least 70% of those remaining aimed for this objective. Furthermore, there were nearly 200 Soul Kings at levels above 50. The remaining students, varying in age, mostly hovered between Soul Respect and Soul Sect levels. The youngest among them, merely 11 or 12 years old, had already achieved a level of 31. Such a feat would be considered monstrous elsewhere, yet within these walls, it was merely the norm. The extraordinary strength of Shrek Academy students is attributed to the concentration of soul power present, which is at least 3 times greater than in other locations. Additionally, Limulu prepares divine herbs monthly, transforming them into porridge distributed to all. While each individual's share may be modest, the cumulative effect of these herbs significantly enhances their physical constitution and potential, elevating their soul power levels. Notably, students who excel are rewarded with even more divine herbs. Moreover, gold and soul coins can be used to acquire rare herbs unavailable in the market, further bolstering their strength. With such unparalleled advantages, it is nearly impossible for a student at Shrek Academy not to grow stronger. Chapter 246, Movements from all sides. The assembly of faculty and students concluded rather swiftly, given that less than a month remained until the commencement of the Soul Master competition. Although Shrek Academy, as one of the 3 great families, would bypass the preliminary rounds and advance directly to the finals, internal ranking competitions still needed to be conducted. Simultaneously, students were required to challenge Guyu Na and others to assess their own strength and determine if they were fit to replace the current team members. Limulu established a rule that each individual would have 3 opportunities to challenge. Prior to challenging, they must register at the teaching office, where instructors will record their participation. Once the 3 opportunities are exhausted, one loses the qualification to challenge. Therefore, the majority of those attempting their first challenge are relatively weaker individuals, such as by Qinxiang or Shuqinghe. However, these 2 appear to be the weakest on the surface. In reality, they have learned a considerable amount about the application of soul power under the tutelage of Gu Yuna. Moreover, the special class, personally instructed by Rimuru, is comprised of only 30 individuals. Rimuru treats each student equally, imparting various martial arts and peculiar abilities to ensure their survival. In Rimuru's perspective, while formidable combat strength is significant, the true measure of strength lies in one's ability to survive. After all, the indomitable survive in people's memories, regardless of the time or place. Thus, Bai Qinxiang and Xue Qinghe should not be underestimated. Even among their peers in the special class, they are not easily matched. Their martial spirits grant them unparalleled speed. Others struggle even to keep pace with them. Approximately a week has passed. As these individuals realized their chances of joining the team were dwindling, they began to challenge Gu Yuna and others in a frenzy, attempting to gauge the disparity between themselves and their opponents. Not only Gu Yuna, but also Xiao Wu, Tang San, Bing Di, and Wang Xiu'er, who are all relatively strong, fell to these challenges without exception. Subsequently, some sought to form a coalition to challenge Tianmeng Bing Can, the slothful one. However, in order to secure more time for his slumber, he would deploy his sixth soul skill against anyone, resulting in immediate victory. His mental power is beyond what ordinary individuals can withstand. If one attack fails, he simply repeats it, as his soul skills differ from others. They consume mental power rather than soul power. Tianmeng Bing Can is never short of mental power, allowing him to unleash his sixth soul skill as if it were without cost or cooldown, akin to a cheat that none can counter. With the enhancement of his soul power level, his strength has gradually increased, albeit with fluctuations. When faced with someone who counters him, Tianmeng Bing Can finds little room to retaliate, resorting instead to incessantly unleashing mental shocks to disrupt his opponent. However, against average individuals or those he can counter, even if they are soul saints or soul Douluos, he could defeat them unscathed. This inconsistency in his strength is indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, within this team, most individuals possess abilities that counter him, preventing his ranking within the academy from rising significantly. Nonetheless, remaining within the top 10 suffices for him, as he lacks the motivation to ascend further. Time swiftly elapsed. The ranking battles and qualification matches within the Slime Academy have concluded. Rimuru has granted all students an extended vacation of 3 months, with an indefinite return date, and has begun preparations for the upcoming competition. As for the students, they are free to return home or travel elsewhere, or even remain at the school if they choose. Rimuru is indifferent to their choices. After spending several days organizing everything, the participating teams have also arrived. At the same time, Rimuru met with Bai Dong and the Snow Knight Emperor, receiving the list of participating teams from Bai Dong. Your Tiando Royal Academy has truly risen, with 2 teams making it through. Congratulations, Snow Knight Emperor, Rimuru remarked, slightly astonished upon seeing 2 teams associated with the Tiando Royal Academy. Ha ha ha, it's not too surprising, as the other team is the one you're familiar with, the Shrek Academy. However, for the sake of my sponsorship, Dean Flandra has registered under our academy. Thus, I have no authority over this team, Bai Dong explained. Upon realizing it was Shrek's team, Rimuru nodded and observed the team, noting that none of the members from Tiando Academy fell below the rank of Soul King. This indicates that they have worked diligently over the past 3 years. The strongest among them, Yu Qianheng, has even reached level 59. In comparison, it becomes evident just how lacking Duguyan has become. However, one cannot blame her entirely. The teaching style of Slime Academy is not easily adaptable for everyone. She spent 2 years adjusting, during which her strength stagnated. Had it not been for Dugu Bo's insistence on her transferring schools, she might have been a Soul King around level 55 instead of Soul Master at level 49. Unfortunately, this world offers no remedy for regrets, and Dugu Bo must accept the outcome. Next came Shrek Academy. One cannot deny that Flandra possesses a certain level of teaching proficiency. More significantly, the list of leading teachers now includes Yu Xiaogang, indicating his integration into Shrek Academy as an instructor. With his addition, the entire Shrek Academy now comprises Soul Kings. And even Dai Mu Bai has attained a rank of Soul Emperor at level 61. He stands as the sole emperor within Shrek Academy, showcasing the impressive strength of this team. Lastly, regarding the Wuhuan Academy, after Bai Baidong established the Wuhuan Empire, the Wuhuan Temple Academy was renamed Wuhuan Academy. Their team, like Slime Academy, is a seed team and thus exempt from preliminary tests. Conversely, due to their previous defeat, Rimuru has revoked the seed team qualification from the Tiando Royal Academy. The Snow Knight Emperor remained silent on the matter. The original seed team spot was intended for Shrek Academy, but regrettably, they were incorporated into Tiando Royal Academy, leading to the spot being granted to the newly merged Five Elements Academy. As for the Xing Luo Royal Academy, it has now utterly fallen, failing to qualify even for preliminary rounds. This paints a dire picture of the current state of the Xing Luo Empire. Chapter 247, The Designated Champion. Wuhuan Academy is also one of the 3 seed teams. Each member possesses strength above the Soul King level. The individuals from 3 years ago have all reached the Soul King realm, and after 3 years of rigorous training under Bai Baidong, Qianren Xue and Hulaina have achieved levels 62 and 61, respectively. The remaining 2 have also reached level 58, just a step away from the Soul Emperor realm. Most others are hovering between levels 53 and 56, with even the weakest possessing a strength of 33. This clearly illustrates the immense power of the current Wuhuan Academy. As for the last seed team, it is the Element Academy, which is now a merger of the Five Element Academy and is primarily composed of Soul Kings. Regrettably, their strongest member is merely a Soul King, while the weakest has only reached the 51st rank. Such strength, though seemingly impressive, does not stand out in the upcoming competition. Even the Tiando Royal Academy, which failed to qualify as a seed team last time, boasts a Soul Emperor among its ranks. Therefore, although the Element Academy appears formidable, the reality is rather mundane. In addition, other academies have arrived as well. However, those affiliated with the Xing Luo Empire, including the Xing Luo Royal Academy team, did not attend, having been ruthlessly eliminated without passing the preliminary rounds. Currently, no team present at the finals is to be underestimated. Each participant harbors a fierce determination to claim victory in this unprecedented and formidable Soul Master competition. Achieving this title would undeniably establish their academy as the world's unequivocal leader. Nonetheless, obtaining such a distinction is not an effortless endeavor, as all teams that have reached the finals are indeed the cream of the crop. Subsequently, Rimuru, Emperor Xue, and Bibidong convened a meeting to address all participants. This encompassed the competition rules, which, astonishingly, declared there to be no rules. Rimuru intended to lift all restrictions, allowing every participant to showcase their true capabilities. After all, some individual strengths are reliant on their soul tools. Without them, their powers would diminish drastically. Moreover, with the influence of Rimuru and Bibidong, the world is poised to enter the era of soul tools, a development that has arrived millennia earlier than in the original narrative. This initiative aims to promote the efficacy of soul tools, which is why Rimuru and Bibidong have instituted such a revolutionary set of regulations. Furthermore, these rules are to be upheld in future competitions as well. Initially, Emperor Xue was aware of this information but did not take it seriously, dismissing it as Rimuru's jest. However, upon witnessing Rimuru's earnest demeanor, he recognized that Rimuru was indeed serious. Consequently, it is evident that the forthcoming competitions will become exceedingly intense. Although Rimuru proclaimed the absence of rules and the allowance of any props, 3 fundamental lines must remain unbreached. The first stipulation: any threat to a participant's life is strictly prohibited. Should any participant perish or be endangered, Rimuru, as the organizer, reserves the right to revoke that academy's qualification. The second point: causing severe injury is also impermissible. Every individual present is a prodigy in their own right. If any of them were to suffer debilitating injuries, leading to despair and an inability to continue their cultivation, it would represent a loss for any nation and indeed for the continent itself. The third condition: private brawls are strictly forbidden, regardless of the reason, location, or time. If discovered, both teams involved will be disqualified. Private fights cannot guarantee the safety of participants. Should anyone attempt to cause disruption, the optimal resolution is to send them home. Thus, these three stipulations represent the baseline for participation. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification, and Rimuru is empowered to send any offending party home without hesitation. Additionally, Bibi Dong addressed the matter of soul tools. While they may be used without restriction, one critical caveat is that the use of poison projectiles is absolutely forbidden. Should poison be utilized, it must not be lethal, or an antidote must be carried at all times. Otherwise, it is not permitted. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Tang San, whose expertise in hidden weaponry is unrivaled. Even those with martial souls that favor throwing weapons pale in comparison to Tang San. Furthermore, his proficiency in poison making is on par with that of Douluo, and in certain obscure toxins, Tang San's research surpasses even Douluo's. However, Tang San is cautious and refrains from excessive experimentation with such poisons, as he lacks an antidote. Although Rimuru possesses the ability to counteract all poisons, relying on Rimuru for every instance is not feasible. Thus, he only concocts a small amount for use when necessary, disposing of the remainder to avoid accidental harm to soul beasts. As a child raised by soul beasts, Tang San harbors a profound affection for them, far surpassing his feelings for humans, distinguishing him from the selfish character depicted in the original narrative. It must be said that Tang San has been well instructed by Ain, who undoubtedly excels in educating children compared to Tang Hao. Thus, the competition commenced amidst the cheers of the crowd. However, as the matches progressed, it became evident that something was amiss. The participants from the Slime Academy surged forward with unstoppable momentum. They not only avoided defeat, but also did not field their strongest members. As a result, the defeated academies began to jest that the champion of this Soul Master competition had already been predetermined. Those in the know understood who the champion would be. On the other hand, the battles of the Martial Soul Academy advanced relentlessly, with no one able to impede their progress. Ultimately, these two teams advanced into the semifinals, both securing their places among the top four. The Martial Soul Academy now faced the Royal Combat Team. It is worth noting that following their previous defeat, the Tian-Do Royal Academy has significantly strengthened, even managing to eliminate a seed team to reach this stage. Meanwhile, the Slime Academy was set to clash with the Shrek Academy. The confrontation between these two academies, both bearing the Shrek name, would once again ignite the rivalry that had lain dormant since their last encounter. To the spectators, this promised to be an epic showdown of unparalleled intensity. Yet, when the Slime Academy finally fielded all their Soul Emperors, the audience realized their prior assumptions had been misguided. Previously, when the Slime Academy deployed their Soul Emperors and Soul Kings, only Gu Yuna, Tang San, and Xiao Wu remained absent from the fray. Most believe these three to be at least of Soul Emperor caliber, if not slightly stronger. After all, it is well known that both Xiao Wu and Tang San possess spirit souls, naturally granting them considerable advantages over their peers. As for Gu Yuna, her martial soul remains a mystery, yet she stands as the foremost powerhouse of the Shrek Academy. However, upon their entry into the arena, the audience was struck by the realization that their previous assumptions were entirely mistaken. Even the Shrek Academy was unprepared for the revelation that all three of them were actually Soul Saints. It is imperative to understand that the distinction between a Soul Saint and a Soul Emperor is profound. A Soul Master who attains their martial soul's true form has effectively completed their first metamorphosis and has gained a significantly more formidable power. Consequently, the emergence of these three individuals instilled a sense of trepidation within Shrek Academy. However, under the rallying call of Dai Mubai, their groups swiftly arranged themselves into formation, bracing for battle. Despite the inevitability of defeat, they summoned every ounce of their spirit, readying for a fierce offensive. Regrettably, no matter their efforts, the duration of the conflict ultimately lingered at 2 minutes and 7 seconds before concluding. Even though Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had mastered martial soul fusion techniques and even created their unique martial souls, in such an imbalanced confrontation, they stood little chance. This led to a frenzy of rumors regarding a predetermined champion. though this notion was inherently ironic. After all, the prowess of Guyu Na and her companions was evident. Even if one were to fabricate results, it would be impossible to conjure 7 soul rings. Such an endeavor would be futile. The display of Guyu Na and her companion soul saint capabilities during this battle resonated across every corner of the continent. Meanwhile, the Xingluo Empire was engulfed in a pervasive gloom, as the entire nation feared the consequences of a misstep that could lead to imprisonment. In such a state, hope had all but evaporated. This was precisely why Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had yet to return home. Following this, the second semi-final battle commenced, featuring the Martial Soul Academy against the Imperial Fighting Team. This contest was notably fierce, yet ultimately, the Martial Soul Academy emerged victorious after a total duration of 10 minutes. A commendable achievement. However, the adversary they were about to face was the significantly enhanced Shrek Academy. Even Qianren Xue and Hulaina, who were quite familiar with Guyu Na, were taken aback by the rapid ascension of their soul power levels. After all, when they parted ways, their soul power levels were only around 61 or 62, comparable to the current levels of Hulaina and Qianren Xue. No one anticipated such a drastic change within just a year. Part of this transformation was attributed to Rimuru, whose supply of celestial herbs had never faltered. Coupled with the fact that the soul power at Shrek Academy was 3 times that of other regions, it was impossible for them not to grow stronger. Thus, 3 days later, the ultimate showdown finally commenced. Both sides entered the arena with fervor, greeting one another before commencing combat at the referee's signal. If 3 years prior, both factions were evenly matched, the present battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Nevertheless, the Martial Soul Academy's strength was still considerably superior to that of Shrek Academy. Relying on a myriad of techniques, martial soul fusion skills, and soul tools developed by the Martial Soul Empire, they managed to endure for 10 minutes before succumbing. At last, the victors were declared, the members of the Slime Team. However, the outcome of their championship was never in doubt once Guyu Na and her companions entered the fray. The chasm between a Soul Emperor and a Soul Saint is immense, akin to the disparity between a titled Douluo and a Soul Douluo. Furthermore, Guyu Na and her companions had already demonstrated the ability to contend with Soul Saints while still at the level of Soul Emperors. Thus, their championship victory was entirely warranted. As for the final rewards, they included a bounty of celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, along with several soul tools personally crafted by Rimuru. However, these items were of no particular need to Guyu Na and her companions, so they insisted on transforming the event into a grand gala, demanding Rimuru's participation in the festivities and even a dance. Guyu Na initially requested Rimuru to don female attire, but he staunchly refused. Otherwise, the gala would never come to fruition. Fortunately, even without Rimuru in women's clothing, Xueqinghe, Tianming Binkan, and Tang San could fill in for him. Thus, Guyu Na begrudgingly accepted this arrangement, though the 3 had little say in the matter and found themselves compelled into this decision. They bore their silent grievances. Thankfully, Xueqinghe and Tianming Binkan were already accustomed to such whims. Only Tang San found himself in a state of despair. Had it not been for Yin's constant reassurances that he looked lovely in women's clothing, Tang San might have remained withdrawn for an even longer duration. However, organizing the gala required ample preparation time. Therefore, following the conclusion of the competition, everyone was free to depart. Those who chose to remain could stay and await the commencement of the gala, as Rimuru still needed to inform others to join in the festivities. Ultimately, only a few chose to linger. Thus, this uniquely significant elite soul master competition across the continent came to a close. The subsequent competition would adhere to the usual protocol, taking place 5 years hence. Presently, Rimuru's focus was solely on orchestrating the gala, with a 3-month deadline set. After all, in addition to the gala, Rimuru's original plan involved announcing the Soul Power Battle Armor. This project had reached its final stages, with only the last hurdles concerning activation and energy consumption remaining before its practical application. However, these technical challenges were formidable, and overcoming them would not be an immediate task. Nevertheless, Rimuru and the King of Wisdom had begun to uncover some insights. The 3-month time frame was also the deadline established by the King of Wisdom, which is why Rimuru scheduled the gala for that period. This arrangement would conveniently allow for the invitation of representatives from all academies while simultaneously promoting the inaugural Soul Power Battle Armor, an endeavor that offered dual benefits. As time swiftly passed, the day of the gala arrived. On this occasion, Rimuru extended invitations not only to those from the martial Soul Empire and the Tiando Empire, but also to other renowned academies, as well as various duchies and kingdoms. Remarkably, Rimuru even set aside past grievances to invite individuals from the Xing Luo Empire. However, they chose to remain insular, rejecting communication with the Soul Beast Empire and failing to send any representatives. Consequently, this matter bore little relevance to them. The gala, which Rimuru organized for nearly 1,000 attendees, was not merely a celebration. The purpose of gathering such a prominent assembly was to showcase performances, sample the culinary delights of the Soul Beast Empire, and, most importantly, to announce significant developments concerning the Soul Beast Empire. Additionally, both the Tiando Empire and the Martial Soul Empire had announcements to collectively disclose. However, Rimuru was already aware of what they were about to announce, as these matters had been collectively deliberated among them. Thus, no conflicts would arise. This gathering was set to last for 3 days. The first 2 days would be filled with various amusements and feasting, devoid of any worries about encountering trouble. Those troublesome individuals were either absent or would be expelled by the students of Slime Academy. Consequently, it became clear to everyone during this event just how powerful Slime Academy had become. Before long, the final day arrived. On this day, all individuals gathered in the square, including approximately 2,000 students from Slime Academy. Despite the considerable number of attendees, the square still appeared remarkably spacious, indicating its immense size. Rimuru had also prepared temporary seating for everyone, ensuring that guests were treated with utmost respect. If it were his own students, however, Rimuru would not have made such an effort, as that was the responsibility of the student council. Cough, cough. It seems everyone has had a splendid time over the past 2 days. Judging by your expressions, you all radiate joy. And some of you may have even found true love here, haven't you? Rimuru smiled as he looked down from the stage. The crowd responded with smiles. Some newly acquainted couples blushing and lowering their heads, too shy to meet the gazes of those around them. In contrast, the older couple seemed unfazed by this. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you further. You must be wondering why a perfectly pleasant gathering requires you to listen to my speech. I know some of you might be dissatisfied or even contemplating a discreet exit. Fear not. I support your decision to leave, and I shall not be offended if you choose to depart now. Rimuru's words sparked whispers among the audience, as they were unsure of what he was truly implying. Taking a deep breath, Rimuru took a step back. What I can tell you now is that if you choose to leave, you will regret it for a lifetime. For today marks the joint press conference of the Soul Beast Empire, the Martial Soul Empire, and the Tiando Empire, unveiling advancements in Soul Guide technology. This time, in addition to a newly developed Soul Guide product from the Soul Beast Empire, the Tiando Empire will present 2 Soul Guide products, while the Martial Soul Empire will announce a significant matter to the public. Now, let us welcome Emperor Xiuye to the stage to share the latest developments of the 2 Soul Guides from the Tiando Empire. As Rimuru's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Emperor Xiuye cleared his throat and confidently approached the stage. Greetings to all, regardless of your origins or familiarity with me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiuye, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. My purpose for being here today is to present to all of you the latest 2 Soul Guides developed through the combined efforts of our nation. As he spoke, Emperor Xiuye clapped his hands. 2 individuals, Yu Qianheng and Xue Qinghe, emerged from behind, carrying 2 identical, massive objects resembling cannons. These devices could rival ancient siege weaponry, measuring over a meter in length, width, and height. This is the first Soul Guide developed by the Tiando Empire, which I have named the Soul Guide Cannon. Its power is sufficient to withstand a full force strike from a level 79 Soul Saint. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Emperor Xiuye's declaration. Without further ado, he turned to Rimuru. Mr. Rimuru, may I demonstrate? Certainly, just aim for that open space over there, Rimuru nodded. pointing towards a distant area that had once served as the arena for Slime Academy, now abandoned due to the construction of a new one. This area was devoid of buildings, with only some equipment storage nearby. Rimuru had initially contemplated transforming it into a testing and training ground for soul armor experiments, making it suitable for the cannon's demonstration. Upon receiving the go-ahead, Emperor Xia unleashed his soul power and activated the two soul guide cannons. After charging for 3 seconds, 2 beams of light surged forth simultaneously, striking the designated area and causing the ground to tremble and the air to ripple, accompanied by swirling dust. Xueqinghe took to the air, employing a soul technique to disperse the surrounding dust. When the haze cleared, 2 enormous, bottomless craters were revealed. Emperor Xuye's claims turned out to be true. The crowd was taken aback by the immense power displayed, unable to fathom that such seemingly cumbersome and ordinary devices could wield such destructive force. After the demonstration, Xueqinghe and Yu Tianheng removed the cannons from the stage. Emperor Xuye, observing the audience, wore a satisfied smile. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the specifics. For those interested in learning more, you may visit the Tiando Empire and speak directly with Prince Xuexing. Next, I would like to introduce the second new soul guide developed by the Tiando Empire, which I have named the Soul Guide Teleportation Array. This Soul Guide Teleportation Array, crafted with national resources, resembled a formation barrier rather than a conventional soul guide. Once fixed in place, it could not be relocated without rendering it useless. Rimuru was astonished to learn of this development, as he had initially proposed the idea but did not pursue it himself. The King of Wisdom believed that its development would take considerably longer than that of soul armor, so the focus remained on soul armor for the time being. However, no one anticipated that Emperor Xuye would achieve success in under 5 years. Upon gaining insight into the internal processes, Rimuru realized that Tang San had been secretly studying at the Research Institute. Although he claimed to be learning, he essentially utilized his protagonist aura to enhance the entire Research Institute's capabilities. It was precisely due to his extraordinary presence that both the Soul Guide Cannon and the Soul Guide Teleportation Array were successfully developed during this period. Had it not been for Tang San's participation in the Soul Master League competition, it is likely that the Tiando Empire would have devised some terrifying inventions in his absence. One cannot help but acknowledge the efficacy of the protagonist's halo, particularly in a world where one can brazenly utilize cheats. To return to the main topic, the function of a teleportation array is singular, pinpoint teleportation. Each model of the teleportation array can only transport individuals to the corresponding array of the same model. Moreover, each model is limited to just 2 instances. Otherwise, the array becomes ineffective and is rendered useless. Originally, the Xue Emperor aimed to develop an array that allowed for unrestricted teleportation. Alas, due to insufficient time and resources, such a feat remained unattainable. Nevertheless, this invention suffices for the present. More significantly, the Xue Emperor also created a variant for military use, capable of transporting approximately 10,000 individuals at once. However, it does come with notable drawbacks. The setup requires around 3 days and is non-reusable after single use. In contrast, ordinary teleportation arrays can transport a maximum of 5 individuals at a time, but they boast a staggering number of potential uses, numbering in the hundreds of thousands or more. Experiments have shown that the initial experimental teleportation array developed by the Xue Emperor has been utilized over 300,000 times without any signs of deterioration, thus assuring its longevity. Furthermore, as long as it is not subject to human destruction and barring natural disasters, it is quite resilient. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of soul beasts attacking and destroying the array, hence it must be housed in a secure location with adequate supervision. With the advent of the teleportation array, the populace can now travel with greater efficiency. Upon witnessing this innovation, many were more astonished and enamored than when they first saw the soul-guided cannon. Some even expressed immediate interest in negotiating with the Xue Emperor for purchase. However, the Emperor reiterated that they should consult Prince Xuexing for such matters. Thus concluded the Xie Emperor's presentation, paving the way for the momentous news brought forth by Bibi Dong. She has mastered the method of creating soul spirits. Additionally, numerous instructors at the Wuhuan Academy have also learned this technique. Therefore, her purpose for being here encompasses two matters. The first is to begin recruiting individuals interested in soul spirits, regardless of age, provided their soul power exceeds level 50. The rationale for this threshold lies in the necessity of reaching level 50 to have the capability to perceive the existence of souls. Otherwise, it is impossible. The second matter is the official announcement of the commencement of the Soul Spirit Project. The Wuhuan Empire will now fully engage in collaboration with the Soul Beast Empire to advance the Soul Spirit Initiative. Consequently, students from both factions will no longer hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but will instead strive to communicate with them to obtain soul spirits. The specifics of this endeavor will depend on Rimuru's execution. Bibi Dong has merely come to announce this development and to clarify her stance. At last, it is Rimuru's turn. He commenced with brief pleasantries before transforming into Rimuru, manifesting a structure approximately 3 meters in height, resembling a diminutive Gundam. This creation is what Rimuru refers to as the soul power battle armor. However, in comparison to the exoskeletal soul power armor depicted in the original narrative, this version resembles a distilled iteration of the Gundam. After all, Gundam represents the romantic ideal for many men, and Rimuru himself has a fondness for it. Thus, he designed the first soul power battle armor in this likeness. In truth, had he opted for an exoskeletal design, it would not have necessitated such extensive research. Regrettably, the latter would only provide a meager enhancement to a Soul Master's power, perhaps increasing it by 5 levels at best, and may not even enable them to fight above their level. Therefore, it is best left aside. However, this soul power battle armor is different. Provided that one's soul power is sufficient, it can withstand pressure equivalent to 0.5 times one's own limit. This means that if your strength is at the level of a Soul King, this armor could enable you to defeat a Soul Emperor. If you are a Soul Sage, it can assist you in overcoming a Soul Douluo. If you are a prodigy who has already reached the level of a Soul Douluo, then with the aid of this armor, you could even contend with a titled Douluo. Alas, even a titled Douluo might not stand a chance against a Super Douluo, as the latter has already transcended the realm of humanity. While this armor can indeed bolster a Soul Master's strength, it remains an external force. The true strength of a Soul Master lies within themselves. Nevertheless, when Rimuru casually found a Soul King student to operate this armor, they were capable of contending with a Soul Emperor. Had he been more adept at operating it, he might have even triumphed over that Soul Emperor instructor. This clearly illustrates the formidable power of this invention. Furthermore, the armor is equipped with a pistol, the power of which is self-evidently formidable. Thus, the introduction of the soul power battle armor has fundamentally altered the perceptions of all present. Many expressed a desire to acquire it, but Rimuru currently possesses only this one unit, so it is not for sale. However, once production is streamlined, it will be made available for trade in the trading village. And at that time, it will be a matter of who possesses the most timely information. Chapter 251. 5 years time swiftly passes. Soon, the latest edition of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition arrives. However, in comparison to the previous edition 5 years prior, this year's competitors are not as formidable. The strongest teams consist of Soul Masters who are merely at the level of Soul Kings, with no Soul Emperors to be found, let alone the exceptional Soul Sages. The previous competition was a veritable gathering of monsters, and surpassing that event is an arduous endeavor. Although attaining the level of Soul King is not particularly challenging, especially as the capabilities of individuals on Douluo Continent advance rapidly, the age at which these Soul Masters achieve such a rank continues to decrease. Those with exceptional talent can even become Soul Kings before turning 20, and some may reach the level of Soul Emperor by around 25. Regrettably, these individuals were somewhat unfortunate, as they just surpassed the age limit when this year's competition commenced, thus missing the opportunity to participate. Nonetheless, no one doubts the prowess of these talented individuals, as they're not only exceptionally strong, but also skilled in operating the soul power battle armor. After 5 years of development, The Soul Power Battle Armor has become an essential weapon for all Soul Masters seeking to enhance their strength. However, this item is quite pricey, making it unaffordable for the average Soul Master. Only prestigious academies, such as Tiando Royal Academy, Wuhuan Academy, Element Academy, and Shrek Academy can offer students the opportunity to pilot it for free, as well as the chance to obtain a certification. Yet, there exists a singular institution that generously provides its students with Soul Power Battle Armor at no cost whatsoever. This is none other than Shrek Academy. Consequently, many individuals eagerly aspire to join Shrek Academy. The Academy has a stipulation that admissions occur only once a year, with no more than 200 students accepted annually. Of these, 100 students must be between the ages of 12 and 18, while the other 100 must be 6 years old and above, but under 12. After all, Shrek Academy is divided into upper and lower grade sections, and even offers opportunities to study abroad and become educators, providing a comprehensive service. This is indeed a remarkable value. Furthermore, those wishing to obtain a certification for Soul Power Battle Armor are guided and assessed by specialized instructors within Shrek Academy. Outside applicants, regardless of their institution, must travel to Trade Village to complete their assessments, as the standards are set personally by Rimuru, who determines the eligible supervisors for examinations. Notably, this assessment incurs a fee, suggesting that this industry could become a significant economic source for the Soul Beast Empire in the future. Additionally, the Soul Beast Empire has begun recruiting individuals interested in collaborating on the development of Soul Power Battle Armor. However, to date, no one has caught Rimuru's attention, so the research continues to be conducted by his selected individuals. This Soul Master competition has also become a grand showcase for Soul Power Battle Armor. The preliminary rounds were relatively manageable, as the rules shifted to a more unrestricted format, with only 3 prohibitions: no killing, no harming, and no private duels. This led many to purchase powerful soul-guided devices in hopes of becoming dark horses. Unfortunately, in the face of Soul Power Battle Armor and absolute strength, those devices, no matter how formidable, proved to be rather ordinary. By the time the finals arrived, all teams except for one C team were equipped with Soul Power Battle Armor. It is evident just how powerful this armor is, as it has garnered such admiration. The team lacking the armor belonged to the Wuhuan Empire. Their absence was not due to financial constraints. Rather, owing to the relationship between Bibi Dong and Rimuru. The Soul Beast Empire provided several Soul Power Battle Armors free of charge to the Wuhuan Empire. The same applies to Tiando Empire. Future acquisitions, however, would require purchase. The Wuhuan Academy's refusal to don Soul Power Battle Armor stemmed entirely from their pride, as they wished to rely on their own abilities to achieve victory. Regrettably, they fell short. The ultimate triumph belonged to the individuals clad in Soul Power Battle Armor from Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan Palace exerted every effort and ultimately secured second place. Following closely in third was Shrek Academy, which had recently gained independence 2 years prior. One cannot overlook how Shrek Academy has transformed from obscurity to becoming one of the 3 leading seed teams. In terms of teaching standards and student prowess, they surpassed those from Tiando Royal Academy by a slight margin. Nonetheless, it ultimately comes down to luck in determining the victor. Thus, the strengths of these 2 institutions are quite comparable. Then there is the 5 Elements Academy, which stands as a unique institution. Aside from the aforementioned academies, it is regarded as one of the strongest. As for Xinglua Royal Academy, ever since the incident 8 years ago, the Xinglua Empire has been in decline, leading them to adopt a lackadaisical attitude. Even as some within the Xinglua Empire strive to rectify the situation, they are hindered by an indifferent emperor, allowing unscrupulous ministers to dominate. Thus, while the Xinglua Empire still exists, in reality, it is already on its last legs. In a few hundred years, should the emperor pass away without a competent successor, the empire will undoubtedly crumble and vanish. This illustrates the dire state of the empire, to the extent that even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy choose not to return, opting instead to remain as instructors at Shrek Academy. During this period, Rimuru also took Tang San and the others on a trip to Sea God Island, where he engaged in combat with Poseidon to gauge her strength. Compared to Dalu, Poseidon's abilities were somewhat inferior. However, even Rimuru felt a degree of pressure in the ocean, as it is her domain. After battling her, Rimuru completed the spirit rings for his second martial soul. He participated in the Sea God 9 trials, which took a total of 3 days to complete. Unfortunately, he did not acquire the Sea God's legacy, but he did manage to elevate the age of all his spirit rings to over 100,000 years, including the earlier spirit rings of his first martial soul. As for Tang San and his companions, they have yet to conclude their assessments. Now that the Soul Master competition has concluded, Rimuru has returned to Sea God Island to check on their progress. According to his calculations, it will not be long, approximately half a year, before Tang San and the others complete their evaluations. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that, in addition to Poseidon, there were other unfamiliar faces waiting for him. Chapter 252. Divine Messenger Poseidon, you did not inform me that there were other guests awaiting my arrival here. Upon arriving, Rimuru encountered a man of similar height and handsome appearance, conversing with Poseidon over tea. Judging by his demeanor, he had likely been waiting for Rimuru for quite some time, as his gaze lingered on Rimuru with an unmistakable malice, hinting at ulterior motives. Mr. Rimuru, do not misunderstand. This individual is a messenger from the divine realm. He has 2 purposes for being here. One is to assess those participating in the trials. However, that assessment has already been completed, leaving only the final purpose. With that, Poseidon stood and respectfully bowed to the stranger before stepping back. The final purpose, then, is to eliminate you, the ignorant soul beast that poses a threat to both Douluo Continent and the divine realm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stranger hurled the teacup in his hand at Rimuru. Yet, the attack lacked any real power, and Rimuru easily evaded it. However, upon the teacup striking the ground, it erupted in a violent explosion, leaving Rimuru somewhat astonished. A mere beast cannot comprehend the power of our deities. Therefore, I present you with 2 choices. Either kneel and beg for mercy, ensuring that you and Tion will not disrupt this world, or I shall eliminate you now and then go after Tion. In a fleeting minute, one must ponder swiftly. The man remained still, opting instead to refill his cup of tea and resume sipping. Beside him, Bosexy clearly had no intention of defending Limulu. Such behavior was to be expected. After all, she too was one of the divine envoys, albeit one who had never ventured into the divine realm. In stark contrast to the present envoy, Bosexy's standing was evidently not high. Furthermore, having slumbered for an extended period, even her recent awakening did not afford her the opportunity to grasp the changes in this world. In her understanding, the denizens of this continent were meant to be the sovereigns of existence, while soul beasts were merely tools for enhancing their power. This was the response Limulu had received after conversing with Bosexy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to observe the unfolding drama, as her thoughts remained entrenched in ancient times, unable to keep pace with the present. The same could be said for the divine envoy descending from the heavens. Including this envoy, all deities held a similar disdain for soul beasts, wishing for their demise and harboring no desire for any soul beast to ascend to divinity. Unless one relinquished their identity as a soul beast to embrace humanity and rise to godhood, the highest echelon attainable for a soul beast was merely demigod status. To continue beyond that would lead only to a dead end. Therefore, Limulu had no need for contemplation. He acted decisively. Upon witnessing Limulu's assault, the divine envoy let out a cold snort and retaliated. Their battle was cataclysmic, with the sky rending and the earth trembling, even the oceans roiling in turmoil. This conflict raged for 3 days, culminating in Limulu completely devouring his opponent, thereby concluding the confrontation. Through this consumption, Limulu acquired all the memories and a portion of the abilities of the fallen envoy. Within those memories, he discovered that this individual was but a Tier 3 deity, akin to a guardian of the divine realm, regarded as the weakest entity within that hierarchy. Nevertheless, his power level reached a formidable 101, endowed with abilities unique to divine beings. After devouring the envoy, Limulu too ascended to a power level of 101, achieving true divinity. However, he did not abandon his soul beast form. Due to his ascension as a human, he encountered no tribulations, and thus his soul beast form also attained divinity. Crucially, Limulo's divine position did not encroach upon any existing divine rank, but rather, with the aid of the King of Wisdom, he spent a month coalescing a new divine position, the God of Slimes. This position was straightforward, granting him only two privileges: the creation of slime life and the protection of slimes. Nothing more, given that his adversary was merely a Tier 3 deity. Deriving this divine position from such limited power was a considerable feat for the King of Wisdom. Should she persist further, the risk of overload loomed, potentially leading to a period of dormancy. Thus, possessing a divine rank, albeit modest, sufficed for Limulu. Following his ascension, Gaiwina and the others finally completed the trials of the sea god. Apart from Limulu, only two individuals fully passed the 9 trials of the sea god, Gaiwina and Tang San. It must be noted that Tang San, true to the original narrative, garnered the favor of the sea god and obtained the divine legacy. Furthermore, he successfully completed the trial for the Shura god legacy. Henceforth, should he choose, he could inherit both divine identities, becoming the first to possess dual divine ranks. Following the trials, his strength reached an impressive level of 96. With continued cultivation, achieving divinity was merely a matter of time. As for Gaiwina, while she passed the 9 trials of the sea god, she did not acquire a divine position. As she was already the Silver Dragon King, she could eventually create her own dragon god rank. However, as compensation for her lack of a divine rank, all her soul rings transformed into those of 100,000 years, elevating her soul power to 99. In comparison to Tang San, Gaiwina experienced a significant enhancement in her raw strength, as Tang San's soul rings were only elevated to 10,000 years. Moreover, Xiao Gang, Biengi Van Kuyev, and Tieming Bingsan all passed the 8 trials of the sea god, but faltered at the 9th. Their power levels were uniformly raised to 95, with all soul rings exceeding 10,000 years. Subsequently, BG and ZG, along with Ning Rongrong, succeeded in the 7 trials. The remainder of the group largely faltered around the 3rd or 4th trial. The time expended was comparable to that of others, revealing the significant disparity in their innate talents. Following this, Limula bid farewell to Bo Sexy, gathering everyone to initiate an unprecedented assembly of soul beasts, inviting even those from the northernmost territories. This meeting would determine the future living conditions of soul beasts. Concurrently, the Divine Realm was deliberating on how to address the thorny issue that Limula posed. In their eyes, failing to resolve the Limulu predicament would inevitably incite a rebellion among soul beasts. Unfortunately, even if they dispatched divine envoys, their powers would remain capped at the level of 100. Even their avatars would be similarly restricted. Exceeding level 100 risked the collapse of Douluo Dalu. Thus, they found themselves in a state of helplessness, as a divine envoy or avatar of level 100 was no match for Limulu. Ultimately, they resolved to await Limulu's ascent to the Divine Realm. After all, he had now reached level 101. In Douluo Dalu, he had at most 1 year to settle his affairs before he must journey to the Divine Realm. Otherwise, not only would Douluo Dalu face threats, but he himself could easily be ensnared by spatial turbulence. Indeed, spatial turbulence was a realm even gods hesitated to approach. Chapter 253. Entering the Divine Realm within Douluo Dalu. All affairs have entered a steady course. Since Limula devoured the Divine Envoy a year prior, he has completely shattered his limits, attaining the status of a bona fide deity. Although he is but a Tier 3 god, the lowest echelon of divinity, the plane of Douluo Dalu could not accommodate his existence. Thus, he dedicated a year to settling his affairs, meticulously organizing everything before bidding farewell to all and embarking towards the Divine Realm. However, Gaiwina and the others are also on the cusp of divinity, and within 3 years at most, they can collectively ascend. Therefore, it is imperative for Limulu to swiftly gain a measure of influence within the Divine Realm. Otherwise, they may easily become targets upon their arrival. Except for Tang San. Of course, this individual, being the child of the plain and the protagonist of the grand world, faces no such concerns. Rather, the gods, far from opposing him, are more inclined to fawn over him. Only the presence of others is what Rimu needs to concern himself with. Thus, after preparing himself for everything, he arrived at the divine realm. He had envisioned that upon arriving here, he would undoubtedly be unwelcome among the denizens of the divine realm, leading to a multitude of individuals surrounding him with hostility. However, Rimu's assumptions proved to be excessive. Not a single soul approached him with malice, and many even refrained from casting him a second glance. Some were initially captivated by Rimu's striking beauty, only to be redirected by their peers to look elsewhere. Rimu realized that while these divine beings would refrain from direct confrontation, they clearly intended to isolate him through their indifference. Consequently, no matter how capable Rimu was, he found himself unable to win their favor. Even when he sought directions, those individuals would nervously evade him, evidently under orders from higher-ranking deities to maintain distance and avoid interaction with Rimu. With no other recourse, Rimu wandered aimlessly, inadvertently trespassing into the domains of other deities. Yet those deities merely cast a glance at him without uttering a word or creating conflict, only exhibiting an expression of utter disdain, observing their collective demeanor. Rimu could not help but sigh and continued his journey deeper into the divine realm. As a level 3 deity, he naturally found himself in areas inhabited by others of the same tier. Soon, he arrived at the dwelling of level 2 deities, where guards barred his entry without offering any explanation. Their refusal was unmistakable, and Rimu found it increasingly intolerable. Is it too much to ask for even a modicum of explanation? Upon hearing Rimu's grievance, the two guards exchanged glances, their faces betraying a scornful disdain that made their contempt abundantly clear. They had no intention of engaging with Rimu, and a surge of power emanated from them, signaling that should Rimu remain, they would not hesitate to act. You wish to act against me? I am curious to see what you are capable of. Rimu was not one to back down. After all, they had treated him in such a manner, a lesson could certainly be imparted. However, the strength of a level 2 deity was significantly greater than that of a level 1. Rimu attempted to force his way through, but was repelled with overwhelming ease. He barely registered the guard's movements. Had it not been for his near-immortal abilities, he would have surely met his demise. Begone! This is no place for a wretched soul beast like you. This was the first phrase Rimu heard upon entering this realm, laden with derision. Is that so? I think not. King of Wisdom, lend me your strength. Ability fully activated, body under my control. No sooner had he spoken than Rimu's gaze transformed entirely. The cold, indifferent eyes of the King of Wisdom seemed to dismiss everything around them. With a mere wave of her hand, an overwhelming force swept through the area, engulfing everything in its path. The furious divine energy surged into Rimu's being at an astonishing rate, elevating his strength to that of a level 2 deity in mere moments. As for levels, they had long ceased to matter, since ascending to divinity. Both his martial soul and spirit rings had merged seamlessly under the dominion of the King of Wisdom. Yet, Rimu found it challenging to control this amalgamated power. To gain complete mastery would require at least a century of training. However, the King of Wisdom was different. She possessed an unparalleled understanding of the world. Especially after Rimu ascended, her perception of the universe expanded vastly. This allowed her to manipulate Rimu's body with a strength that far surpassed his own. As a competent and capable aide, the King of Wisdom proved to be exceptionally skilled. This is troublesome. His power is still rising. We must stop him. The two guards stood dumbfounded upon witnessing Rimu's ascension to level 2. It was their first encounter with someone capable of absorbing divine energy and fully integrating it into their being. This was nothing short of monstrous. Yet even so, they did not regard Rimu with any seriousness. It was only when Rimu's aura approached that of a level 1 deity that they realized they had missed their prime opportunity to act. It was too late to strike now. Under the control of the King of Wisdom, Rimu's strength had fully ascended to the realm of level 1. He dispatched both guards in an instant, leaving no trace behind. King of Wisdom, that was rather ruthless. At least leave one alive. They were simply too weak. However, if you desire a survivor, I can resurrect them. With a flick of her wrist, the King of Wisdom transformed her enhanced healing power into a resurrection spell. As long as their souls had not dissipated, they could be revived within a short time frame. However, if the time of death exceeded 7 days, she would be powerless. After all, within the first 7 days, the souls of the deceased had yet to fully disperse. Once past that period, there was no recourse. The 2 guards, having witnessed Rimu kill them only to revive them, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yet they were undeterred, charging at him once more, only to be swiftly dispatched again. King of Wisdom, I understand. I was a bit too forceful. I shall revive them now. The King of Wisdom interrupted Rimu, speaking with a hint of reproach. After Rimu's ascension, the King of Wisdom had taken on a more human-like demeanor, and Rimu could easily envision the expression she wore while uttering those words. Chapter 254, Agreement Conclusion. Please, I implore you, do not torment us any further. The 2 guards, now kneeling and pleading, appeared utterly pitiful. Their faces streaked with tears and snot. They had even soiled themselves, having been killed and revived over 20 times by the King of Wisdom. Rimu was far from pleased with this turn of events, yet the King of Wisdom justified it as a means to refine her mastery of power. Thus, the 2 guards endured the most harrowing of experiences, far worse than even the deity who had once battled Rimu and was consumed. Very well, rise. I shall no longer slay you. However, since you deny me passage, I shall insist on going through. At this moment, Rimuru had regained control over his body and reached out to touch the heads of the 2 individuals before him. However, they instinctively shuddered at his touch, clearly haunted by the trauma of their previous demise. It was likely that from now on, whenever they laid eyes on Rimuru, a deep-seated fear would take root within them. Thus, Rimuru crossed this threshold and entered the domain of the second-tier deities. Strangely, the inhabitants here did not react with surprise to his entrance. In fact, they allowed him to leave unimpeded. Eventually, Rimuru found himself unchallenged in the territory of the first-tier deities. However, the being that greeted him was not a deity, but rather a colossal sphere of light. "Welcome, Rimuru. Who are you?" Rimuru furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from within this luminous sphere, an energy that dwarfed any divine entity he had encountered on his journey, surpassing them by hundreds of times. Even a first-tier deity could not compare. "Beware, he is the God King. I am the God King, and you may also refer to me as the God of Light." "So, you are the God of Light. However, from what I gather, your actions do not always reflect such virtue," Rimuru remarked, narrowing his eyes at the entity. Although this being possessed the strength to easily overpower him, the fact that he refrained from direct aggression indicated certain constraints unknown to Rimuru. Despite his lack of knowledge regarding these limitations, he felt no reason to be intimidated given the circumstances. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Do you truly believe that those little tricks were orchestrated by me? Isn't it?" Rimuru responded with indifference to the God King's laughter. At that moment, the enormous sphere of light suddenly contracted and transformed into the figure of a handsome adult male. He approached Rimuru, extending his right index finger to lift Rimuru's chin, his face inching closer. "How beautiful. Hey, what are you doing? I'm just an ordinary person. Don't even think about it," Rimuru exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, this God King was rather unreasonable, as it was unusual for someone to initiate such intimate gestures without prior consent. "My apologies. I simply cannot help myself. After all, individuals like you from another world are exceedingly rare. Aside from you, the only other noteworthy individual is Tang San, who also hails from an alternate realm. Rest assured, neither the previous antics nor the actions of others against you are my doing," the God King explained, his tone casual, as if these matters were trivial. Rimuru chose to dismiss this, recognizing that as a God King, it was only natural for him to possess secrets beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. "With that said, what business do you have with me?" Rimuru inquired, prompting the God King to reveal a knowing smile, as if he had finally ensnared Rimuru's interest. This made Rimuru feel somewhat uneasy. "I have lingered in the divine realm for far too long to the extent that I have forgotten the state of the lower realms. Therefore, I intend to manifest as a mortal, sealing my memories to experience life anew. However, my departure will inevitably lead to turmoil within the divine realm. Numerous powerful first-tier deities covet my position, yet they lack the requisite capabilities. Hence, would you consider signing a pact with me? What kind of pact? Rimuru asked, his face a mask of confusion, uncertain of the God King's intentions. It is a rather simple agreement, one you should recognize. As he spoke, the God King produced a document resembling a contract. Upon seeing it, Rimuru was taken aback. Do you use contracts in the divine realm? This is not for us. It is for you. By signing this contract, you will officially become a member of the divine hierarchy, and your title as the God of Slimes will be formalized. Only in this way can you better assist me. Assist you? You mean in thwarting those who covet your divinity? The God King nodded, smiling enigmatically. Rimuru pondered for a moment before asking again, do you not fear that I might usurp your position? Not all. Firstly, the contract imposes restrictions. Once you sign it, if you ever entertain such thoughts, I will temporarily regain my memories and seek you out for a discussion. Secondly, I have observed you for quite some time and recognize that you are a slime with little ambition. Thus, I trust you and your companions, except for the Silver Dragon King. Therefore, thirdly, I need you to restrain the Silver Dragon King and prevent her from. That is out of the question. Rimuru interrupted before the God King could finish. I can accept the first two conditions, as I have no particular interest in this position. If you wish to prevent other deities from claiming it, I can assist you. However, if Gu Yuna and her allies wish to contend for it, that is not my concern. After all, this matter brings me nothing but benefits, does it not? Rimuru replied with a smile. His words left the God King momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Haha, how fascinating. Your perspective is truly intriguing. You are correct. In that case, the third condition is rescinded. Nonetheless, even so, it does not guarantee that they will secure the position. Many are vying for it. As he spoke, the God King placed the contract into Rimuru's hands. Rimuru accepted it without hesitation, scrutinizing the document thoroughly and even seeking the Wisdom King's verification. After half an hour of examination without discovering any issues, he finally affixed his signature. Thus, Rimuru officially became a member of the divine realm and attained the status of the God of Slimes. In the subsequent years, Gu Yuna and others arrived in the divine realm, aligning themselves with Rimuru. Most of them were first-tier deities, while only Shui Qinghe, by Qinxiang, and Duguyan were second-tier deities. Others, including Bibi Dong, Gu Yuna, and Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the Ice Emperor, were all first-tier deities. Consequently, Rimuru's influence within the divine realm grew exponentially. After a millennium, both the Snow Emperor and Emperor Tian broke through, and Rimuru thwarted any malicious schemes, successfully integrating them into the divine realm. At last, the divine realm was graced with pure divine beasts, distinct from soul beasts or human entities transformed from soul beasts. Upon witnessing Rimuru's burgeoning strength and influence, the God King felt secure enough to depart. He assumed the alias of Yuling, erasing all memories of his divine identity and being reborn into an ordinary family in a place called Earth. Little did he anticipate that such a phenomenon would occur in his own life.